What sexual mutual? What the fuck does that mean? Sexual mutual aid? You don't really see combat when you join the military nowadays. I don't know what the fuck you're talking. Like, you don't really go and fight in wars. But what if you were sent abroad in a war? I'd fucking desert. In the video game, you know, this. Yeah, but I wouldn't do that shit. Mike from PA was talking shit about me today. There's nothing Mike from PA that can say about me that's gonna hurt me more than the video of him touching Bad Bunny and her reacting in disgust. Just like Bad Bunny, she tweets shit talking about me. But there's a video on the first fucking video on YouTube is 10 million views from Penguin Zero. She literally got attacked by PewDiePie, Penguin Zero. Millions and millions and millions of people think Bad Bunny's a fucking freak and mock her and hate her and drag her. And these people are gonna tweet at me like it makes a fucking difference. At most, 10,000 people are my enemy. These people have millions of enemies. Meanwhile, millions, if they knew me, would love me, right? At most, 10,000 people hate me, right? At most, at minimum, 10 million hate Bad Bunny and Mike from PA. I think that's a good trade-off.
Cleaning toilets in McDonald's? That is where you belong. Oh, you should just unionize so your life can get a little better. How about no one should have to work at fucking McDonald's cleaning toilets, huh? How about we shouldn't have to be forced to have these shitty fucking jobs, Hassan, huh? You want to fucking unionize shitty jobs? You want to get rid of the shitty fucking jobs? No one wants to have a shitty fucking job, Hassan. Doesn't matter if you want to unionize it or not. Oh, here's how this is what Hassan is basically telling you. Here's how it's gonna work. I'm the Twitch streamer, or I'm the Netflix employee, or I'm the actor in Hollywood, and I'm gonna unionize, and then I'm gonna go to Starbucks. Tata, can you please get me a Frappuccino, worker? I'm gonna go to McDonald's. Can you please? Oh, I don't have to feel. Listen, you're unionized. You know your place, and I know my place, and it's all a harmonious, feudal, harmonious, great chain of being. And what is Infrared saying? We're saying, hey, McDonald's workers, social service workers, guess what? You're a human being, and you're an American. You don't deserve to fucking work these shitty jobs. Let's get some real jobs back to Americans. Let's cut the working day. Let's get some universal fucking income. And let's allow us to live dignified human lives and level this economic playing field so that all the hidden talent within you can actually be expressed. Let's give you a baseline, basic income. Let's get our basic jobs back. And then if you know how to be a good, successful businessman, you'll do better than Hassan. You see that person cleaning toilets in McDonald's? If they were put on a level economic playing field with a fucking soy boy like Hassan, that person would become a very successful businessman, and you'd get a bunch of big booty bitches, and he'd be on a yacht, and he'd have a fucking Lambo and shit, and Hassan would be fucking shining his shoes. That's what Hassan fears. That's what Hassan fears. That's what Hassan's scared of. That's the real class struggle that these fucking DSA parasites are afraid of. That's what these fucking DSA parasites don't fucking want to happen. And my only fucking question for the so-called Communist Party is, what the fuck makes you different from the DSA? We already have a fucking DSA. We don't need another one. We need a fucking working class party for working class Americans. We need a future. Yeah, communists aren't against being able to hustle and get rich. We just want people to have the opportunity, and we want a dignified way of life, so you don't have to choose between either being super rich or cleaning toilets. Yeah, maybe some people will get rich, and they'll live a lavish lifestyle. They'll have big booty bitches on their yacht, but you'll still have a dignified way of supporting yourself and your family. You'll still live in a dignified way. And just like how China does, we're not going to let the rich or people who make a good life for themselves, maybe we shouldn't even call them the rich no more. Maybe we should just call them the flourishing class under communism,
right? The people who are especially, they hustled, they made a good life for themselves. You don't got to be jealous. They're not going to rig the system in their favor because the Communist Party is going to be the highest power in the land. They're not going to be able to fucking rig the system against you. The government, the Communist Party, is going to serve the people only. You understand? We're not against people trying to make a living for themselves. That's why infrared fucks with the GameStop. We're about the GameStop communism. Yeah. We fuck with the people who work in these shitty fucking service sector jobs, these dead-end fucking corporate jobs, and they're trading crypto, and they're on the fucking stock market on their phone doing Wall Street and shit because they're trying to game the system and get ahead, and those people are hungry. Those people are hustlers. Those people are hungry. A lot of talent among those fucking people, and they know how to grind. They know how to fucking work hard, and Hassan wants those people to be eating shit, fucking working dead-end jobs, not even having a fucking chance, while Hassan fucking laughs his way to the fucking bank as this new feudal lord, this new aristocratic lord. Just like that fucking picture with Nancy Pelosi. Let me tell you the fucking future Hassan's trying to fucking give us, huh? Let me show you our feudal future with Hassan trying to make himself the prince. He's gonna be your prince, Prince Hassan, right? Prince Hassan and our neo-feudal fucking future. Let me show you. What the fuck is this, huh? Nancy Pelosi, this is the socialism DSA is fighting for. Everyone knows their place. Nancy, bride and husband, everyone, oh, she knows her place. We know our place. We all know our place in our society. We all know our place, and these are our lords and worshippers. Oh, socialist gods. You are our socialist gods. We are all gonna be left behind eating shit. And we're gonna be unionizing at our McDonald's job, and we will bow before you as you walk past. Meghan Markle's coming to town, guys. Everyone say hi to Meghan Markle. Oh, we are your peasants. We are your slaves. Meghan Markle, Prince Harry, the British monarchy. Yes, 1619 project. America was a mistake. The Republic was a mistake. All men are not born equal. Some of us do deserve to clean toilets instead of having dignified ways of life. Yes, Meghan Markle, princess. Yes, I'm going to throw away my American flag, return to the fold of the British Empire. Oh, the sins of the past. I'm so guilty. I'm so guilty for the past. That's why we need Meghan Markle and Prince Harry to be our leaders. Oh, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, my God. Oh, yes, we will not have 1776 again. Oh, 1776? What do you mean we're going to rise up and take back our country? What do you mean 1776 will commence again and the people will rule this country again? We're going to give this country back to the people, and that we're going to have dignified ways of life, and that... we're gonna fight the aristocrats. We're gonna put all these nobles and aristocrats and feudal lords on a level playing field. No, I cannot be on a level. Please, I would never. Please forgive me for the thought. Speaker Pelosi, please, Speaker Pelosi, please. Speaker Pelosi, listen. I would never think that this woman isn't equal to me. I am but a cock who cleans toilets and watches Hassan. And I'm a member of my DSA. I'm a member of the DSA. I'm a member of the DSA, a.k.a. the Catholic Church uploading the feudal order of 2021. Yes, just like the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, we have the DSA today that's upholding the great chain of being, and we all know our place, but we're unionizing, so it's okay. Oh, yes, Speaker Pelosi. We are not equals. I cannot. I am but a peasant. I was made to clean toilets. I was made to clean toilets and eat shit. That's what I was made for. I could never dream of a different way of life. Yes, I could never. No, that's not what we're fucking about. We're saying 1776 will commence again. The American people are going to rise up, and we're going to give this republic back to the people.
All men are created equal. Hassan's not better than you. None of these fucking Hollywood celebrities are better than you. All these fucking Wall Street people aren't fucking better than you. We're all fucking men. We're all fucking red-blooded men and women, or whatever the fuck else you want to call yourself. We're all fucking human beings here. These people aren't fucking better than us. These people don't have fucking more talent than you. They're not fucking smarter than you. They don't fucking work harder than you. And you call us fascists, and you're maintaining a fascist, imperialist form of feudal slavery for the debt slavery for the fucking population while you're in the fucking DSA, right? Shut the fuck up, bitch! Oh, Speaker Pelosi. And you're gonna listen to Hassan, right? You're gonna listen to this fucking Hassan fraud, right? You're gonna listen to Hassan the fraud. How dare he's got the Soviet flag in his background.
2036 to 2036, let's go.
Thank you, Black Lenin. He's got the flag of the workers and peasants who rose up and overthrew the satanic, corrupt, decadent Russian aristocracy and fucking monopoly landowners in fucking Russia who gave their fucking country back to its people, and he's carrying their fucking flag. Let's watch Hassan's reaction.
Academics, teachers, social workers, engineers, managers, nurses, and Netflix writers are not working class.
Got the Bernie Cuck cardboard cutout on his fucking back. Because he's preparing us for a fucking fascist junta with a fucking AOC and neocons are going to take over, and Hassan's going to be fucking sitting there, fucking shrugging it off, right in front of our fucking faces.
Let's go, it's Friday, chatters rejoice.
Bro, when you say, first of all, like, the academics side is like classic, okay? That's like classic fucking fascist posturing.
Fascist posturing to call out the academic parasites? How? Lenin called the intellectuals the shit of the nation. He said they think they're the golden key of the nation, they're the shit of the nation. And he calls it fascist? He calls it fascist? Why? Because we have the internet now, and we don't need these fucking gatekeeping academics to tell us what the kingdoms and the keys of knowledge are anymore? Because we have the internet now, at the touch of our fingers, we can learn anything, we can know anything. But we have to preserve the academics, unless you're a fascist. Oh, apparently, they're trying to gaslight us about fucking history. Anybody who's against the social parasites, the fucking monopolists, the rentier, intellectual property, fucking monopolists, trying to gatekeep knowledge to the masses and to the people. We're fascists, apparently. Everyone's a fascist. Everyone's a fascist. You're a fascist. You're a fascist. You're a fascist. Unless you bow before. Let me show you. Let's go back. I gotta remind you. I gotta show you what we're up against, what we're dealing with. Listen. Unless you bow before this royal couple, you're a fascist. Classic fascist. Let me be an academic. Oh, yes. I'm an academic. My credentials are wondrous credentials, and I bow before me, you piss-ant peasant. Bow before your academic masters. We are gods. And if you shit on us academics, yeah, it's a big club and you're not in it. And if you dare go against the interests of us academics, Ooh, you're a fascist. You're a fascist. We're gonna call you a Nazi and a fascist because fascism just means anything that makes my tummy queasy. Fascism means anything that makes my tummy queasy and uncomfy. That's fascism. Fascism is anything that makes my tummy uncomfy. I'm uncomfy. That's fascism. Oh, I'm an aristocrat, and I now pronounce you husband and wife. Excuse me? Are you trying to disrupt our wedding? You're a fascist because it makes my stomach queasy, yeah? You make me uncomfortable, and anything I consider toxic and venomous is fascist. Fascism is when you're pooping on our royal party. 1619 Project, yay! Ow. Excuse me, you're a working class man? You're a fascist! You're a working class man? Fascist! Everyone knows that men must bow before the almighty dollar. Oh, you can spit game, you can get a bunch of big booty bitches with your silver tongue? How dare you, fascist! You have to pay money, and only the rich can have big booty bitches.
Based.
KEKW.
You see, all the women belong to Bill Gates. And that's feminism. Yeah, Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates. They're the only people. They're the only people allowed to be men. The rest of you have to be soy and have gyno. Yeah, you have to have gyno. You can't even be a man anymore. You disgusting fuck. Bow before your lord, Paul Atreides of the House Atreides. This is your lord now. You worship him, and you rub his feet, and you will be his eunuch. And that is feminism. This is your lord. You are no longer a man. This is the man. Paul Atreides.
Thing about free speech and freedom is that I have a choice.
Well, you don't have the choice to force that on them because those are not societies. Those are not societies that believe in unconditional free speech. You know, you can't just go in public and say whatever the.
If I live there, I'm forced to believe in his views. If not, I'm shunned, and by social credit score.
Then that's why you're not. That's why you wouldn't live there.
And this is why you need to appreciate America, and you need to go onto the side of the right because
listen. I'm not against free. I'm not against free speech. I'm not against free speech. I'm not against free speech. I'm just saying that's not something we can impose on other countries. Let's focus on our own country because other countries are different.
Our own country, then just realize that Democrat people, citizens, and Republican citizens, we're both the same, and we both want the same thing.
I agree.
And there's a difference between the citizens, Republican citizens, Democrat citizens, and Republican politicians and Democrat politicians. Democrat politicians, Republican politicians, they're both the same thing.
I agree.
And and the Republicans, they play really good. They play like they're really Republicans.
I agree. They're both playing the people. They're both playing them like a fiddle, throwing them back and forth, and they laugh their way to the bank. I agree.
And it's not a Republican Democrat. It's a globalist thing, and that's the problem. Globalism is the biggest problem. Like maybe communism would work if they were out of the way, but we would never know until these people are gone.
Well, that's why I want the Communist Party to be the new party that's going to fight for the American people and put their interests before the interests of this ruling class.
But it seems like people don't want that because they vote people like Joe Biden in and they don't do anything.
Well, listen, I'm doing the best I can. I'm growing a following. A lot of people are listening, hearing me out. I'm trying to spread the message. And a lot of other good people are too, like Jimmy Dore and some others. And we're doing the best we can to get the word out there. And then hopefully we're going to have a party up and running
where we're going to be able to start challenging this two-party system. Maybe we'll get the People's Party or something. But I'm trying to break the two-party system.
Did you ever think about just starting and running for like government positions, like start small, mayor?
I thought about it, but I'm a media guy, and because I'm a media guy, I got a lot of shit they can dig up and throw against me because I've been on the internet and I'm running my mouth on the internet. So I prefer to use my media to help those type of people.
Yeah. Well, that sounds good. But like, yeah, that's all I really wanted to say was like, honestly, we're all the same. Like citizens, we're trying to just get through life.
I agree. I agree 100%.
So I think we should just work together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree. The same thing.
Shit, man, I don't got nothing to debate about anymore.
All right. Well, you take care.
All right, you too, man. I'm gonna keep watching.
All right. Bye-bye. Who are the brilliant fucking voices whose voices aren't being heard? Who are these brilliant people you're talking about? Who are these brilliant people you're talking about? Shut the fuck up, Hassan. Fucking Jenks nephew, grifter ass, lion ass. Oh, he's talking about Matt Chrisman, the slob. Matt Chrisman, the slob. Jabba the Matt. Oh, or maybe he's talking about Anthony Fantano, a guy who's so despised and resented and shit upon in the hip hop community that he's become such a joke that literally only people like Hassan vouch for him. Or maybe he's talking about Anna Kasparian. Or he's talking about G3. G3. Or TrueAnon. Or AOC. Is it AOC's voice he's talking about? Remember, the people coming after me and Jackson are literal defenders of the squad and AOC and supported funding for Israel's fucking Iron Dome system.
And yet, like, these fucking weirdos are I mean, they're not really, like, prominent at all.
They're not really, like, prominent at all. That's why, like, it's only a matter of time before we surpass even you. We'll give it, like, 2 or 3 years, and we're going to probably surpass you.
So it doesn't even, I don't know. Yeah, Pol Pot. Yeah, this is literally Pol Pot, dude. You wear glasses? You're not working class. I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Hassan. Shut the fuck up. No, it's Pol Pot. It's Pol Pot. I can't even say what's actually on my mind because it's probably not allowed, so I'm just going to leave it at that. But I'm not going to say nothing further. Lips are sealed. Zipped lips. Zipped lips. All I can say is that the history of communism is important to study. My fucking army is more high energy, more high intensity, more potentiality, more growth, more fucking incredible. You're fucking pulsating with fucking energy, Hassan. You are a low energy fucking Bernie cuck sitting with your fucking arms crossed in the fucking corner while we are piping big booty bitches left and right. This is you. We are on the rise. We are riding as a horde. And you're sitting in the back as a fucking Bernie cuck while we're coming to take over and conquer the Communist Party USA. Fuck the USA!
Aesthetics of like Maoist, third worldist rhetoric. They might adopt.
Who are you fucking talking about, Hassan? Those are the people attacking us every day, you dumb fuck. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
That as an aesthetic, but ultimately they are so fucking shackled and so burdened by a hyper-Western understanding that is inherently reactionary.
What the fuck are you talking about? Go ahead and explain, Hassan. Explain why your perspective is Eastern and ours is Western. Explain. What's Eastern about your perspective that OnlyFans is the proletariat? Go ahead.
And completely continues along that same demystification of the mystification of class and class analysis and material.
For example.
analysis. Like the moment that you say academics are not working class, like no, you're a Fox News commentator, okay?
What? Why not? From the perspective of Marxist theory of value, they're not working class. They're not proletarians. They don't produce any fucking value, dumbass. Those people were considered petty bourgeois by communist parties forever. Communist parties thought they were petty bourgeois. They didn't call them working class. What the fuck are you talking about, Hassan?
Academics are literally one of the fucking areas in which there is so much exploitation occurring.
Oh no! They're exploiting! They're exploiting the citations! They're exploiting the citation! They're exploited! The leader of the academics! 99.99999% of academics should be homeless. 99.9999999% of academics should be unemployed. They are talentless. They are not smart. They are not brilliant. They have nothing to offer. They are social parasites who steal society's money, and they have nothing to fucking offer. They don't produce any papers that are worth. I will fucking wipe my ass. We are facing toilet paper shortages, and we're letting these academics print papers that are worth less than the shit we used to wipe. Redirect all the papers produced in academia for more toilet paper so I can fucking wipe my dirty ass.
Okay? PhDs and academics get fucked over.
Because they're dumb as shit, and they deserve it, even more than they do now.
They literally work for nothing and do so much
I think they should get paid less.
goddamn research.
I think they should get paid nothing. They should do it voluntarily if they care about it so much. Look how they fucking react like a vicious animal cornered when you call out their class, the professional managerial class. Look at how they fucking reacted to Jackson's tweet. When you fucking call them out, they literally react like a fucking cornered animal. They become vicious and they're frothing at mouth. It's like, holy shit! Who knew they stored this much aggression? Who knew they were fucking holding in this much fucking aggression? You literally, it's like you're poking a rabid raccoon. You're poking. Yeah, you're a professor. Don't come near my chicken tendies. Don't come near my tendies. My money. Don't come near. They get in this like animal-like fury and rage because you are literally touching the nerve of their economic source of how they feed themselves and shelter themselves. So all the viscerality of their animal instinct gets drawn out. And they just fucking go crazy. Their whole way of feeding themselves and putting a roof over their heads and having a Netflix and whatever, doing whatever, they literally just froth at the mouth if you call out the professional managerials. How dare you call out the professional managerials? Look, why they don't get this sensitive when you literally dehumanize and mock working class people like Hassan does, calling them chuds and hogs and constantly making fun of rural people like the way he fucking does. But the minute you question politely the possibility that academics are working class, what the fuck did you just say, you Fox commentator fascist? You notice that? It's so, the viscerality of the class interest is so fucking apparent. It's such an incredible, shameless and direct viscerality, you know? It's so fucking crazy. You just, all that commenter did was question whether academics are working class, and Hassan reacted like a cornered animal. Because we're starting to wake up to the professional managerial class, and we're starting to point them out, and they are not taking it well. They are not taking it well. They are not taking it well. This is a very rabid and aggressive class in our society. This is a very rabid,
frothing at the mouth class. They are more aggressive than the kulaks. Far more aggressive than kulaks. Far, far more aggressive. Far, far more aggressive. Who's in show queue? No, that's a smart guy. Very, very, very aggressive class. Very aggressive class. All we did was point. We didn't even mock them. Imagine if we started mocking the professional managerials. Oh, wait, I do. Should I just start mocking the professional managerials? I'm the profession. I'm an academic. I write papers. Should I just get some glasses and do that kind of shit and just start like doing? Because since he's allowed to do the Hank Pecker and make fun of rural people, how about I start making fun of the fucking blue city liberals and we'll see how they like them apples, huh? Oh, I'm an academic. I'm writing my papers. I'm so important. I'm talking about Marxism. Woo! I like Starbucks coffee and my Frappuccino, and I'm typing on my laptop in my Brooklyn apartment. We have a housing injustice because I can't live in the middle of the big city, which I'm entitled to. Now I'm writing on my laptop. Fucking bitch.
Nurses aren't working class. Engineers aren't working class. Like, shut the fuck up. You have no understanding of class and analysis. Okay.
Yeah, Hassan, that's why you'll never put it on the line and see if your class analysis can hold when someone who actually knows anything about Marxism fucking challenges you. You cannot fucking sustain your fucking fake understanding of class. You can't.
Okay, you just don't know anything.
No, Hassan. You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
This is a tax-deductible donation. No, it's not. You would know that if you've ever donated to a fucking mutual aid fund or if you've ever donated to a fucking strike fund.
Have you ever donated to the Netflix walkout fund?
Literally not fucking tax-deductible. It's not a 501c3. It's a GoFundMe, you fucking jackass. You would know that if you've ever fucking donated. But you've never donated because you think Twitter posts are activism. The difference between
me and you is that I buy a $3 million house and then call myself an activist while streaming in front of 50,000 people on Twitch telling them they can't do a general strike.
Me and motherfuckers like this is that I know I am irrelevant ultimately, okay? I am nothing without my community.
Here's the thing, is that you're not irrelevant, you fucking dumbass. You have 50,000 concurrent viewers. How is that fucking irrelevant? You're just not good at using the following that you have to actually make a difference in the world, which is why you're gonna fall off, Hassan. I guarantee you're gonna fall off. Your shit is not going to fucking actually last. All you can keep doing is lying to reviewers about the reality and bitching about the reality while not even making a shred of a difference, not even trying to make a shred of a difference. If Jimmy Dore and Jimmy Dore's people, if I can make... Guys, I literally turned the CPUSA paranoid. They are literally having a McCarthyite paranoia emergency purge as we speak, where they are literally telling people, are you or have you ever been a watcher of Infrared or Caleb Maupin? Who are your real loyalties? Infrared. We're going to get more into it, but they're literally having a McCarthyite purge of infrared foreign infiltrators trying to overthrow the CPUSA. And I only have 13,000 followers, and I was able to do that. Imagine what Hassan could do to the fucking Democrats or any fucking party of his choosing. Because a random streamer guy on Twitch who plays with plastic swords and talks about big booty bitches decided that he's going to direct his viewers in the direction of the CPUSA. I literally have fundamentally transformed their party and the discourse being spoken within it.
Since I think we're all
Dudes literally joined the DSA to get pussy. But here's the thing: is I'd rather join Shrek's swamp because the creeps. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I literally am thinking these are fascists. These are all fascists. These are literally all literal fascists. These are all actual fascists. They created a fascist fucking organization. And if you, from a psychoanalytic perspective, anal fixation, fascism.
Don't ask me.
They did a study of fascism and shit. They found anal fixation was the biggest thing. Point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege. That's that same anal fixation that Hitler had. Trust me. That's that same thing. These are all Hitlerite fascists. The Hitlerite fascist DSA. The Hitlerite fascist DSA. The Hitlerite fascist DSA. Question, why do people think getting pussy is an accomplishment? Why do people think it's an accomplishment? Because you can literally just go to Walmart and get... Can I even say this? You can just go to your fucking local Walmart. If you really want pussy, it's the easiest thing in the world. But quality, you have to work a little bit harder. I'm gonna be real. Even quality is easy for me. Especially since I'm a famous or whatever. It is easy for me. But I'm just speaking for the general person. Literally anyone can get pussy literally any day of their choosing. But it's about what will you settle for. And I would love to see what kind of hail this guy's getting.
Men only have 4 moves.
This is the most bitchy, shitty, cringe, fucking... Oh, I'm so enlightened about class consciousness. It's making me doomer pilled. You know lefties who flirt with a doomer pill are actually having gyno? Did you know that? Lefties who flirt with the doomer pill have gyno. You know that? I'm so much smarter than everyone else. Dogs and chuds. This is what Hassan's doing too. He flirts with the doomer pill because he can't just admit he's fucking wrong. Let's hear it. Let's hear what good old Joe Sims has to say about a Twitch streamer. And I did dislike this already.
You know, the front against fascism, but also the anti-monopoly People's Front, you know, which plays a role also in the struggle against imperialism and so forth. They're really two different groups of people we would work with. I wouldn't go as far as...
What is the anti-monopoly popular front? What are you talking about when you say that?
To call Mansion and cinema social fascists like the German communists in the 1930s. I agree with Dimitrov. That was probably a mistake.
Oh, of course it was a mistake. There's no such thing as social fascists. There's only social friends.
I think we have to keep in mind there's two different coalitions that we're always trying to build.
Why the CPUSA is literally being ruled by soy boys like this, and they're ruling the party. Imagine if real men ruled the party.
Based on the conditions, because even though Trump was defeated in November of last year, January 6th took place 2 months after that, you know?
We have to meekly bow before the Democrats. Don't call them social fascists. Don't call them social fascists.
And so, our tent just blew over, but that's all.
I blame the
Okay,
social
you go
fascist
pick up
for the
You
tent.
go pick up the tent, and we're gonna pick up.
This guy... I feel like it's personal between me and this guy. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he made it personal. Joe Sims and me. This is Joe Sims. And I feel like, I don't even know who this is, but he declared war against me. He declared war against me. And this is the villain of our story. I'm the hero of the story, and this is the villain. This is the villain of the story. Yeah, he's going across the country, literally going to airports, flying on planes, going across the country to talk to party members about the threat. According to Maupin in a stream with Jackson today. Fuck, I gotta watch that stream. Apparently this dude's going across the country in person. I hope he's vaccinated and he's got a mask. And he's telling people about the menace to his party. I'm Joe Sims, and you see, I've been sitting on my ass for years, and this is the only exciting thing that's happened. I don't even know how he sounds.
The discussion on a different topic. Our national committee report that was made a couple of weeks ago, guys, got a lot of attention.
One's if you're in the CPUSA right now and you're literally in their party. One's if you're literally inside of the CPUSA right now. And Joe Sims doesn't know about it. I gotta reward you. I'm gonna make a new role on the Discord of confirmed CPUSA members to reward people who join the CPUSA. I'm gonna make a new role on the Discord for people inside the CPUSA. Dylan responds. Give me the fucking link in my DMs. Give me the link in my DMs. DM it to me because you can't post it in chat, so put it in my DMs. Two more months and I'll be in. 2 more months and I'll be in. Get in that party. Get it. Fill up the party. Fill up the party. Fill up the party. You're going to fill up the CPUSA. We're going to take over the CPUSA. It's our party. It belongs to us. We're going to fill up that party. Make sure to fill up the CPUSA. We are going to make it Stalinist again, 100%. We are Stalinists. We are Stalinists. We are Maoists. We are followers of Mao Zedong thought. Yes, we are Stalinists. Yes, we are Maoists, Joe Sims. We're not Bidenists.
And it got a lot of attention because one of the topics that we dealt with was on the issue of socialist patriotism. And which there's a big rage about it on certain sections of the internet, on YouTube. And what's that other thing called? Twitch TV, Rosanna?
Yo! Hey! Hey guys, CPUSA leadership. I hope you're watching. I'm not stopping. You can't stop me. Can't stop me. Not gonna stop me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. Better have nightmares about me, because I'm not gonna stop.
And as you can see, I got my flag up here today. I was going to wear red, white, and blue, and I was going to say, hey, this is not a political commentary. But the debate was, I took on that concept, and I said that the way it's being portrayed is being influenced by Trump, America first, what they call white nationalism.
What the fuck is he talking about?
On the one hand, and the people on the left.
Yeah, it's race, not class. That's the essence of the matter. It's not about the people who lost their manufacturing jobs, which was the social contract post-World War II that the American working class came to as far as its state was concerned. It's actually about race. It's not actually about the question of the working class, the question of jobs, and the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the loss of these jobs. Yeah, Trump's movement, Joe Sims, you're such a materialist Marxist. It was because of race. It wasn't because of people who were threatened or already lost their jobs that went overseas manufacturing. This is, by the way, the chair of the Communist Party USA. And he's repeating shit right out of the woke liberal universities. And he's a traitor to communism and traitor to Marxism. Fucking pushing this dumb woke shit. Can't even muster an elementary fucking class analysis for why Trump's movement was a thing.
On the other, Anita, who sprouting the same ideas. What do you think?
Well, I think this concept of patriotic socialism was kind of new to me. It comes out of internet Marxism, which is way different, it seems, than on the ground, working with working class struggles.
What working class struggles is the CPUSA currently working with? Nurses, teachers, and professional managerials. Let's just admit it. You're not working with anyone else. And second of all, you're talking about internet Marxism, and you literally have to use Zoom now. So get used to it, because the internet is how we communicate in this day and age.
In real life. I think it's real. You're right. It is influenced by Donald Trump, and it also is distracting us from other
Trump derangement syndrome. What about the Russians? Is it the Russians too?
On the ground struggles. It's promoting neglecting any attention to the struggle for African American liberation.
How? What if I said that white people like yourself are not going to be the leaders of the black struggle? I don't know why you're saying African American when black leaders have made it very clear they consider that a really condescending way of describing their struggle. But anyway, or they say African or black. I've never met a black nationalist leader who says African American. But why do you think you're going to lead this struggle? Black people will lead this struggle. They will have their own struggle, and they will have independence, and white people are not going to be leading their struggle. And they made that very clear. Malcolm X made that very clear. And I think back in the day, you were against Malcolm X, right? The CPUSA, you were against Malcolm X. You didn't like Malcolm X. You didn't care about Marcus Garvey. You didn't pay attention to the black struggle. You don't care about black struggles because you want white liberals to lead everyone in America, even though black people want to lead their own struggle. And all I want to do is make an alliance with them. I don't want to lead them or boss them around or tell them what to do or dictate the terms and conditions of their struggle. I just want to reach out my hand and have an alliance. And they don't have to fully trust me, and that's fine. Maybe I can earn their trust through action. Deeds and not words. Like you talk words. You talk about the African American struggle. Tell me what you've done for black people. What have you done for them? What have you done for them?
The struggle for trans rights or LGBT.
What? Okay, I'm not against trans people, but you're talking about like 1% of the population. Why is that the most pressing thing right now? Why is that the most pressing thing? Again, because you're operating off of this weird theological metaphysics where the metaphysical absolute is the most marginalized and oppressed type of human being. And that is the anchoring point, the material anchoring point that around which all struggle oscillates. And I fundamentally fucking reject that view. I reject that notion of the proletariat. I reject the idea that the proletariat merely represents the singular most marginalized object of social concern. I reject that. Marx rejected it too.
LGBTQ rights. It's anti.
I'm distracting from trans rights and LGBTQ rights. Why? How? How am I doing that? How are me and Caleb doing that? I don't focus on it because why should I focus on it? What do I have to do with that? I have nothing to fucking do with that. I respect LGBT people and I respect trans people, but I'm a Muslim. You understand? Is the CPUSA saying Muslims are not allowed? I'm a Muslim. I respect other people's privacy and they respect my privacy. I let other people do what they gotta do and I do what I gotta do. But why should I focus all of my time and attention on that when I'm a Muslim? I am a Muslim. I was born and raised a Muslim. My background's Muslim. I respect everybody, but I have to focus all my time and energy on that. Why? You're gonna force that on Muslims? Why is the CPUSA so Islamophobic? That's my question. Why are they so Islamophobic?
Women, it seems.
Oh, now they're saying I'm anti-women. Classic Islamophobic tropes. Classic Islamophobic tropes. Classic Islamophobic tropes. Now I'm also against women. Classic Islamophobia from the CPUSA.
To be almost like,
Just admit that you see a hairy, bearded Arab man and you're just projecting a bunch of racism on me for no fucking reason.
I mean, I hesitate to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. It almost seems like kind of adjacent to the incel movement that was.
Yo, this is how much Twitter has infiltrated the National Committee. Because all these fucking people on Twitter are calling us incels because they sent me pictures of their ass. And I did not react positively. I reacted with mockery or indifference. I didn't ask for that. And they're saying it's in... This is she has no idea how much Twitter is in her brain. And she literally let random dumbasses on Twitter tell her random shit that has nothing to do with reality or the facts. It reminds me of incels. Why? When... Please explain. I'm gonna let her explain. Actually,
made headlines a few years ago. It's really, it seems insidious. Of course, we love some aspects of culture in the United States of America.
But can you explain the incel thing? Like, where did that fucking come from? Where did that come from? Where did that fucking come from? Okay, lady, I don't know if you're talking about me or something, but every single day I get nudes, right? And I don't even ask for them, and I just get them. I don't know if you're talking about me or something, but in case I gotta tell this old lady right here, yeah, I pipe. I do pipe. Yes, I do. I literally have like half a dozen I can think of off the top of my head that I can probably fly out and pipe next week if I wanted to. She's trying to be like, she wants to talk about my sex life or whatever. Okay, I gotta tell her about my sex life because she wants to talk about my sex life. So let's talk about it. I like hitting it from the back. That's what I like to do. And I used to think I could do 5-minute doggy. That's not true. It takes me hours. And here's the thing. And I don't like condoms. I can't fuck with condoms. And that's why I gotta trust people are clean and they taking the pill. But here's the thing. Let's get into the nitty gritty of my sex life because apparently that's what we got to talk about right now with the CPUSA National Committee has to talk about my sex life. So we're going to talk about it. Let's talk about it. Oh, make no mistake. Okay, call me misogynistic or whatever. But don't be coping. Just because I'm not mingling with comrades like the creepy soy boy fuck sex pests who are crawling through your party in the DSA, that don't mean I'm not getting no tail, old lady. So don't be calling me no incel.
We do. I love other aspects of cultures of other places, but we really are not talking about ruling class America when we talk about that. We don't.
Okay, so where did this straw man come from?
We're not talking about white America, which seems to be the subject.
Why? Why does that seem to be the subject?
There.
Are you saying only whites are part of American culture? I agree. It has primarily been white dominated because whites have been the majority, and many have been excluded from the United States culture. But to say it's only white, or to say that's just not true. You're a literal racist, Karen. You're literally a racist, and you will be overthrown from the National Committee within the next 10 years. Or 5. Within the next 5 years, you will not be a member of the National Committee. The fact that you literally went on a YouTube video in public and said that it reminds you of the incel movement shows how utterly fucking unserious you are as a clown, and you will not be a chair of the CPUSA. Now, to be clear, I do not ever foresee me being a political leader within the CPUSA. I'm a media guy, right? I don't ever foresee me being a leader or a chair. But I know you won't. I think the future chairs of the CPUSA will be infrared and will be infrared watchers. That's what I think. It sort of reminds me... Where did she get that? It sort of reminds me of the incel movement. Why? Literally, why? Where does that come from?
Wait a minute, Scott. I wrote an article several years ago.
I want to know, like, which person on Twitter told them that? Oh, yeah, they're a bunch of incels on Twitter. Literal fucking feds just making shit up. Literal fucking feds making shit up. Like, what evidence? Why? Because I tweeted that shit at Luna Oi? Remember that shit I tweeted at Luna Oi and they called me incel because of it? Because I was like, oh yeah, but you have a white boyfriend or whatever, right? Because she was playing identity politics with me and I was outplaying her. I was going more identity politics. Like, two can play at that game, right? You talking all this shit about identity politics. I'm literally an Arab man. And you're literally dating a white American man. So shut the fuck up. Right? Let me show you the fucking hypocrisy. This literally was a person, was like, the same people call me incel or whatever, right? They shared this tweet and I saw it on my TL. Or I saw someone like it or something like that. Let me show you. This is like the same shit I said to Luna Oi. I just witnessed a murder. You're not God or whatever. And this random person like that, I said, do your white husband know what that means? Oh, he called out her white husband. And then thousands of likes. And there's a bunch of the lefties, not all of them, but there's many of those lefties was talking shit about me, was applauding this. Well, you're taking away her agency and you are reducing her to a second grade. This is a complete incel tweet. How dare you ever say anything like this? How dare you? This is an incel tweet. The fuck?
Young folks who are in and around us. And I argued in that article that there was a thing called, working class, love of country, national
You call
pride.
it left patriotism, Joe.
Yeah, because people dug up your shit and they found out that you're a fucking liar, Joe Sims, and that you were pushing the line of socialist patriotism in 2014 when it was convenient for you because Obama was president, the fucking Democrats were president. But now, with the infrared is dividing your party on class lines between the professional managerials and the working class, now you're taking a stand against it.
Working class pride?
Didn't you call it left patriotism?
No, I call it working class patriotism. Was I wrong?
He looks so embarrassed. He looks so humiliated and embarrassed.
Well, as much as...
So methodically explain how our patriotism is chauvinist. Go ahead and explain.
I would love to tell you that you're wrong, Joe. No. I think...
This guy fucking sounds like Mark Zuckerberg. He literally sounds just like Mark fucking Zuckerberg. Sounds like a Silicon Valley fucking geek and nerd. This is the leader of the fucking working class? This is the leader of the working class? And the Communist Party?
This is a complicated question. And as you put it to me once, you said, we're not national nihilists.
When's the iPhone coming out?
And we're not national chauvinists, right? So
how are we chauvinists? Explain.
What I would say is...
Because I don't have gyno?
What we love...
Shut up!
...in the United States, in our people, is in the perspective of building a country that we actually can be proud of, right? Building a country that is a multinational, democratic state based on equality, based on...
What is the meaning of this virtue signaling? Like, what are you actually trying to say? What are you actually trying to say here? Because on face value, no one's objecting to it. But what does it actually mean? Does it mean like the professional managerials are in charge and the academics are in charge and they're going to boss us around and tell us what to do, and that we're going to virtue signal and what the fuck are you talking about? How is this under dispute? When have I said the U.S. is not multicultural?
The rights of the different of the racially and nationally oppressed, and so when I think about socialist patriotism, what it conjures up for me is this struggle to actually complete the democratic revolution here in a certain
Okay, I don't disagree.
sense.
But I just think the biggest threats to American democracy are coming from the people you're tailing behind, the Democrats. And while Trump's movement is very vain, you call Trump's movement a fascist, biggest menace and threat to this country, even though the real threat is coming from the Democrats, Silicon Valley, and the Great Reset, and Amazon. But Trump's vain movement apparently is the biggest threat.
The question of
but they stormed the White House, Haz.
The rights of
A completely meaningless symbolic gesture that had no fucking consequences for reality at all.
Americans, of Native people, of other oppressed nations and nationalities, that the fight for that's at the center of building that.
So, why is he so fucking nervous? Why? Because you're a fucking liar and you can't wear it with your chest, that you're fucking lying and smearing infrared. And Caleb Maupin, who has nothing to do with this crazy adventure that I'm doing, by the way. He has nothing to do with it. He didn't sign on to it. He doesn't agree with me about this. And I'm just doing it to see what will happen, pretty much. But you are literally smearing us, and you can't justify why, so you're super nervous and like, my Democratic handlers are not, they were not going to talk about it too much, but Infrared's a fascist, and an incel, and a Nazi, and a chauvinist, and he hates indigenous people, and he's a white nationalist, even though he's a literal fucking Arab guy from fucking Dearborn, Michigan.
Use the term socialist patriotism to talk about this thing that's, basically just...
Imagine just... Y'all, listen. Imagine a random-ass Lebanese dude. Just a random-ass Lebanese dude is being turned into the white supremacist boogeyman. Just some random-ass Lebanese dude from Dearborn, Michigan. Literally just some random-ass Lebanese dude from Dearborn, Michigan, with more chest hair than this entire guy has on the top of his fucking head. Some random hairy-ass Lebanese dude from Dearborn, Michigan, who grew up. This is the face of white supremacy. Literally, look how fucking stupid they look. They literally look so fucking stupid. They literally look so fucking stupid. Literally so fucking stupid. Literally just some random Lebanese guys triggering all these people in this party.
I don't know.
Some literal random Lebanese guy on Twitch. Literal random Lebanese guy on Twitch is triggering the fuck out of the National Committee of the CPUSA. And they're smearing him as a white supremacist. Oh no. Oh no.
Trying to appeal to some supposed conservatism of the working class, sloughing off struggles for African American equality, for women's equality.
How? And those are qualitatively not the same thing, you dumbass. You're not going to lead the African American struggle because you're not fucking black. So you're not going to lead that struggle. You're not going to tell black people what to do. You look like a fucking nerd and you would get roasted if you tried to do that. If you went up to black people and said, I'm your leader, they're going to roast the shit out of you and make you go home crying with your fucking underwear over your head because they'll give you a wedgie.
For gay and trans rights, that's not patriotism.
What are you talking about? You're literally just throwing out a bunch of random shit that's not even... intersectionality is not Marxist, right?
Intersectionality is not Marxist. Intersectionality is a liberal theory that came out of liberal fucking universities and bourgeois theorists. It has nothing to fucking do with Marxism-Leninism. Your stupid intersectional dumbass shit. You're trying to say that all these things are qualitatively the same shit. Shut the fuck up. And no, a communist party should not be spending its time focusing on marginalized struggles. It's a communist party. Its goal is to be a party that's going to win power over its country, as Stalin said in his last speech to the communist parties of the world. Your goal is to fucking win over your people and the working class, not to fucking spend time on culture war shit.
It's just, yeah, it's like you said, it's a left-wing close on a right-wing idea.
Look how confidently he executed that statement. He looks so confident after saying that. These are literally the fucking weaklings in charge of the Communist Party.
And the emperor has nothing.
He looks so defeated after saying that. I think he's being forced. Maybe he's being poor guy. Maybe he's being forced to say that. That's why he looks so defeated after saying. He's like, fuck. Joe Sims is gonna kick me out if I don't agree.
So Rosanna, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna come to you in just a second, Michael. We say that there are two cultures in the United
Can you fix your fucking mic, Joe Sims? Because you sound like you're from fucking 1895. You sound like you're. Who's the guy who made the telephone? You sound like the voice, Alexander Graham Bell, whatever the fuck that guy's name is. Your voice sounds like you're from fucking 1894 or some shit, and you're talking to us from 100 years ago, using the first telephone in the world.
a bourgeois culture and a working class culture. Isn't it true to the same extent that there are two nations emerging in our country? There's a bourgeois nation and there's a working class nation.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Shouldn't we approach, one is embodied around Trump and the concept of white nationalism.
Okay, so this is the brilliant materialism of Joe Sims. Here lies the brilliant materialism of Joe Sims. Two nations are forming in America. One is based on the idea of white nationalism and Trump. And what's the other one based on?
And the other is embodied by Rosanna Calderon. And
someone no one knows.
The notion of a multiracial, multinational country.
Where is this nation? Can you tell me where this nation is, Joe Sims? Give me an example of where it is. So you pointed out the Trump one, and I see where that one is because it's 50% of the country. So what's the one that's what's this one you're talking about? Where is it? Where can we find it?
That's emerging in the course of struggle, no?
Where? Tell me where. You said 50-50. Where? It's what? Maybe it's like 98-2. How fucking out of touch and delusional do you have to be? What kind of fucking analysis is this? This is the brilliant materialism of the current leader. They're making a mockery of us, ladies and gentlemen. The Democrats put in these stooges who don't know the first thing about Marxism-Leninism in charge of the party, and they just say random dumb shit making a mockery of this party and its history. Remember, this is the Communist Party with a capital C, and we literally have this random dumb fuck mumbling on about dumb shit he doesn't even understand. He's talking about proletarian and bourgeois nations. And apparently Trump's nation is bourgeois. Why is it bourgeois? Do you even know what the bourgeois? The bourgeois comes from the word, the bourgeois literally means urban dweller. Do you not even fucking know where bourgeois the word came from? It was the urban dwellers in cities in the late medieval period. The early modern period. They were city dwellers. They were dandies. They were fashionable people who were burghers. Yeah. Burghers. I don't know how you pronounce it. That's bourgeois. Bourgeois is inherently urban. Inhabitant of a walled town. Yeah, that's where the fucking word comes from. And the relationship to the historical bourgeoisie is the burghers related to society from the perspective of urban abstraction. They reduced everything to the general standard of abstract commodity form and value. Why was that? Because it was the tyranny of the cities over the countryside. You don't know the first fucking thing about history, Joe Sims, and you literally just demonized America's countryside as bourgeois, completely eliminating the meaning of words. Words have no meaning anymore, apparently. And you made up a nation led by one of your co-chairs, apparently, that doesn't even exist. You said there's two nations. One of them exists only in your head. The other one you just wrote off, even though it's the one that's decisive for the victory of the Communist Party. But please, keep telling us the Communist Party is as small, weak, and pathetic as it fucking is because of the external conditions you can't control. Maybe you start by not fucking alienating 50% of people. Or basing your fucking material class analysis on ideas and ideals, rather than material relations to production.
Am I right or wrong?
Well, I think we're looking into this concept way too much, or not, it's not even a concept. They're just words that are being used to confuse a growing number of people that are interested in socialism. So the word socialism is being used to confuse our newer members and newer people who are looking at socialism. And like, yeah, this is what we're for. But without looking into it deeper, it's just a form of using, I think someone else said, right-wing ideas using left.
Is this what leaders sound like? Do you really feel like leaders sound like this? Is this what leaders truly sound like? Is this what a leader sounds like to you? A true leader?
Left verbiage. And that's what we have to be much more mindful of and careful of, and understand what is, if we use left socialist patriotism and as Marxist, what do we mean? And if the right wing is using it, or fancy sounding folks that they seem like they know what they're talking about, but they're really just like Anita said, internet Marxist, and they use that.
What are you, a paint Marxist? You're literally on Zoom, and this looks like a green screen background, to be honest. You're probably in the fucking Langley... You're probably in the fucking Pentagon right now, to be honest. Is this green screen? What is this background? She's probably literally in a bunker in fucking Langley, Virginia, or whatever. Internet Marxist. At least my background's fucking real.
We have to look deeper into all of these things, and I think we have to keep it.
This is so weird. Why would you fake this background?
And keep it in its right track. And
that's actually creepy if the background's fake.
I think that's where the biggest confusion was and is.
It is. The outline's shaking. It's a fake background. What the fuck does this mean?
Is that for some people, this term means one thing, and for others, it means something else. But it's actually used to confuse folks.
Good point. Good point. Michael, you wanted to get a word in?
Well, I just, I'm echoing what everyone else has said so far, but I really sincerely want to know why now.
Are these leaders?
Why was this not a conversation we were having, 5, 10 years
ago? Because we started it. Because Infrared started it. Because we had the idea that we should revive the Communist Party. That's why. I literally talk about it in one of my first YouTube live streams, like months ago. I was like, yo, what if we took over the Communist Party? And it just became a thing.
It's almost as if the right-wing populism is what all of these, quote-unquote, left-wing personalities are playing on.
Yeah, everything's about ideologies and ideas, and it's not about material realities and class realities.
trying to, as Rosanna was saying, confuse. They're very clever, bringing in, these young people interested in socialism. We have to remember that even in the 1920s and 30s, that's what the Nazis did. They called
us Nazis. The amount of damage a random hairy Lebanese guy from Dearborn, Michigan can do to the fucking national leadership of the Communist Party shows how much of a joke this leadership really is. He literally is calling us Nazis.
Their ideology, national.
Hey, who's more conservative, Infrared or the KPRF, the Communist Party of the Russian Federation? Hey! You ever heard of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation? You ever heard of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation? Huh? Shut the fuck up!
Socialism, and we are first and foremost.
Why can't we be more like them? Why can't we be more like the KPRF? Just a little bit more, not fully. But just a little bit more. Why can't we? Why do we gotta be like fucking lib shits? Like the fucking DSA. There's already a DSA. That's what I want. This is really what I wanted to get to. Yeah, CPUSA, you're a bunch of dumb fucks. Hey, National Committee of the CPUSA, you're literally stupid as shit. You're dumb as a doorknob. You're dumb as shit. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to ride off of this wave of DSA radlib shit, hoping they're going to come to your party. You haven't explained why your party's a necessary alternative to the DSA. What about your party is better than the DSA? What about it? What makes you different? We already have a DSA that's for the professional managerials. We don't have a party for the working class right now. So how are you going to make your party viable going into the 2020s as an alternative for the DSA? There's already a DSA, CPUSA. You're trying to tap into a market that's already been consolidated. What do you have to offer that's new? Well, Infrared is literally the only thing that recognizes the unique significance of the Communist Party. And this is why you can play this game of like talking shit about us and purging us for as long as you want. But years will pass, months will pass, and interest in your party is going to dwindle. And we're still going to be here. You will reckon with Infrared. You will reckon with the Infrared phenomena. Eventually. Maybe not tomorrow, but you will, because we're still going to be here, waiting for you to come to your senses and realize we are the only fucking future your party has. Your party's dying, decrepit. Your leadership, such as yourself, are making clowns of themselves. They're literally a bunch of jokes. I'm a dumbass on Twitch who says whatever the fuck they want because I'm an entertainer. You're literally the formal representatives and leaders of the Communist Party USA, and you're more of a fucking stupid embarrassment than even I am. Look, we all know how the left works. The left are going to come and use and abuse your CPUSA, just like they did the DSA. Then they're going to leave when they realize there's nothing different between the CPUSA and the DSA. What then, CPUSA? We're still going to be here.
Internationalists. We're internationalists, and so appealing to these right-wing populist ideas and rejecting what they dismiss as identity politics. And, accusing Kamala Harris of being... It's not really about right-wing ideas.
It's about exiting the vampire's castle, exiting the discourse, and risking it all in the ground zero of material reality. It's about risking the annihilation of institutions in the ground zero of material reality. It is about completely purging from your soul the neurotic prejudices and politically correct biases you have that you superimpose upon material reality, and it is about being delivered to material reality. That's what it's about. It's about being delivered to the people as they are, and risking the possibility that this safety you project, this ideological safety, this discursive safety you project, where your entire world is free from any toxicity and free from any evil and free from any outside influence, that's what I want to tear down. And only then may communists once again become men.
the biggest fascist danger, and not people like Trump, whose followers stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
So what?
You know, that's where it gets kind of...
Why should I be scared of that? Why should I pay attention to that? It was just a stupid spectacle that meant nothing.
Meanwhile, fucking Biden and the Democrats are ramping up to create a fascist junta together with the military-industrial complex to encircle and go to war with China and Russia. So why the fuck should I care about that dumb shit that happened earlier this year? You're a fucking joke. You're literally a fucking joke. Matter of fucking fact. No, I am gonna go here. I am gonna fucking go here, Communist Party USA. You know what Democrats you shilled for? You talk about the trauma that January 6th inflicted upon you. What about the trauma of the kids in Gaza who were killed by weapons funded with American dollars under Democratic administrations? Which one do you think I think is worse? You wanna fucking bitch to me about some January 6th shit? While you're holding water for literal war criminals?
$3. Did you see this? Oslibs will twist climate change agenda just to spread their hatred.
Thank you, Stomp. But dude. Nah, bro, you can't have that name.
Harry, you know, just now as we were marching around here at Columbia, someone pulled out an accordion, you know, celebrating their German American, you know, heritage, and that's okay. It's okay to celebrate your heritage, but to play on these right wing ideas, I think that goes against everything Marxism stands for. We had a wonderful webinar just a week ago about reaching out to conservative or even reactionary minded people in rural areas. That's much different than playing along and going along with their ideas and saying, yeah, that's okay, that can build socialism, you know. And so I think, as Rosanna said,
yeah, everything's about ideas. Nothing is based on ambiguous intuitions and material it's all ideas and ideals. These are the materialist Marxist Leninists of the CPUSA, ladies and gentlemen.
we have to set the record straight and really...
Hey, dude, my people are in your party, by the way. They're literally in your party, waiting and blending in.
Show the American people and this younger generation interested in socialism what Marxism actually is, because it's certainly not what some of these crazy internet ideas.
Prove it! Prove it! I studied Marx for 10 years. I isolated myself from the entire world to get to the bottom of what Marxism was actually about. And what I found does not sit well with the shit you're peddling.
Are saying.
I dedicated my whole life to Marxism and what Marx was actually about.
Michael, you got the last word. We have to carefully...
These people are talking about what is Marxism about. You think these people ever read Hegel? You think any of these people know who Hegel was?
Dialectically, to use Scott's word, balance the national and the international. You know, and always basing ourselves on the unity of the people, on working class internationalism, and
that's why we have to vote for Joe Biden.
Approach to our love for our working class.
And that's why we have to enable the Democrats when they give more money to Israel to kill Palestinian children.
And people, and its great contributions to humanity.
Translation, we have to vote for Joe Biden.
On that basis. And
translation, we have to support the Democrats in the midterms and enable them. And we have to support Amazon and Wall Street and Silicon Valley.
Not in a narrow nationalist and chauvinistic way. Thanks again, Michael. Thanks for being up there on the picket line.
Anytime.
All our best to the strikers and to our comrades there. And we will see everybody, same station, same place next week. Until then, stay strong, stay safe, and stay in the fight. Take care, everybody.
Most out-of-touch, delusional, bankrupt leadership of any communist party in the history of America. Absolutely pathetic and abysmal.
If you take a look at what fascist movements have argued for historically, they vary hugely. And what fascist...
They really don't. They're very... You have the same thing going on with fascism. Is capitalist crisis and war. Mobilizing the country for wars of aggression.
individuals argue for sometimes is like very contradictory, where people will talk about like socialist stuff but then support fascist movements. It's like really, really complicated. Look at all like the Nas bullshit with like Dugan in Russia, or like look at the types of people.
Dugan is literally not a fascist, though. So you're being tautological. The question, Vaush, is how do you know if they're fascists?
Who are fascists, but
how can you judge whether they're fascist or not?
Support the USSR, right? This stuff's really complicated. The reason I think it's important to use the 14 points is because it's an effective way of distilling not the policy principles of fascism, but rather the cultural modes of behavior that feed into it, you know?
But what is it? The question is, what is it? What is fascism in the first place? Can you tell me, can you define it and tell me what it is in the first place?
The things that tend to be associated with it. It's more important, I think, to look at the vibes, essentially. Now, is
the vibes. So you can just call anything fascist.
Is that very broad? Yes, because you're looking not at a specific, concrete, inclusive, and exclusive definition. You're looking rather at like a pointers and warning signs.
You know what? From a psychoanalytic perspective, clip me here. Vaush is saying vaginas are fascist. He's saying vaginas are fascist. Because, here's the thing. In a psychoanalytic sense, you can't... In a psychoanalytic sense, vaginas are ambiguous. They're just ambiguous, right? And they represent, psychoanalytically, this chaotic ambiguity, right? And that's why there's a neuroticism to just like fully make it completely transparent, right? But anyway, what he's basically saying is that he's mistaking his own limitation with an imminent feature of the object. So if Vaush doesn't completely master the vagina, that means the vagina itself is fascist. Does that make sense? Like, he thinks vaginas are fascist. Trust me. From psychoanalytic perspective, that's what he thinks.
But I don't think that makes it useless at all. That's how we check for a lot of other stuff, isn't it? Are you being abused? Do you have depression? It's usually, like, if you're asked these questions by a therapist, they usually don't ask you, like, they don't say...
Yeah, but that's implying that the thing that these are symptoms of can be defined in some kind of way. Okay, you can't do that with fascism by your own admitting. You're admitting yours is undefinable.
Like the definition of abuse or the definition of depression and just ask you if that's what you are, right?
No, but they can still arrive at a definition of those things. Now, how they discover whether you have depression or you have abuse is another thing, but they can actually define what those are. Finding out whether you are those things is another thing, but knowing what those are clinically is a thing.
Do is they ask you questions and they go through a list of points over and over, and you're
yeah, but what is it, Vaush? What is it?
You're very rarely going to be in line with every single like warning sign, but you'll often be in line with many of
This is a complete illogical tautology. It doesn't even make any fucking sense.
You go through symptoms, and if there's enough of it all together, it's then there's something to worry about. I think basically every political movement in history would adhere to at least one of Umberto Eco's 14 points.
No, I'm going to say all 10 of them.
But if one is adhering to 10 of them, well, that's...
or all 14 of them.
A little further down the line,
Yeah, anything that makes me nervous is fascist. Anything that makes me sweat a little bit is fascist. Anti-CP laws are fascist. Destiny's Discord admins are fascist.
Same with depression or abuse. Like, one of the abuse talking points is like, well, has your partner ever yelled at you? Well, I think most people have at some point either yelled at their partner or been yelled at by their partner. Like, people can argue when they're in healthy relationships. That's not a...
I think Vaush is just defining fascism as anything which threatens his very neurotic and airtight sense of a airtight worldview. He's just defining fascism as anything outside of his ideological projection of the world. And anything that makes him nervous or anxious or uneasy about that, he just calls that fascist.
Abnormal at all.
That's why a lot of these people call fascism irrationalistic, right? Because for them, anything outside of their rationalism is fascist. That's why they think Islam is fascist. That's why they call that Dune movie, which was a lib shit movie, fascist.
But it can still be a sign of other stuff. It's also possible to have an abuse.
Yo, Anna, did you hear what happened? I actually got kicked out of the Zerka Gatekeeper Royale.
Relationship where people don't yell, but the point is it's about general indicators. The palingetic ultranationalism one is like a good, solid, concise definition, but I feel it's not as useful in...
Oh, it's a concise definition. Palingetic ultranationalism, which is a complete... Build back better. Palingetic ultranationalism. Build back better.
Understanding how fascist movements come about.
Build back better, Vaush.
About.
Bunch of dumb, vague bullshit. Honestly. Karen complaining to the manager of general strikes. Like I'm the one responsible for one happening. I'm just against you counter-signaling one. That's what I fucking hate. It's the biggest... Who needs CIA when you have people like this? Who the fuck needs... it's the most disgusting... I hate it so much. Who needs guards when you have prisoners like these? I'm saying that Wildcat... Jelly.
It's like jazz. You'll figure it out as you go. You might not, but if you fuck up, you can just keep pretending that you totally did it on purpose. It's like jazz. Yeah, I don't know. What type of girls do you like? I don't know. Women hot. They're pretty neat. I have no idea. Yeah, just shout out to women. Gotta be one of my favorite genders. Sorry, I'm a fucking idiot right now. It's one of my favorite foods. So like, yeah, no. Girls are pretty neat. Guys are pretty neat. But yeah, I don't really know what I look for in a person. I guess I could try to like rap out a couple of things. Let's see here. I need someone who's okay with me going literally apeshit.
I'm gonna have a purge of my chat because when I'm on low viewers, and I am on really fucking low viewers today, like extremely low for the past 2 days, just exceptionally low fucking viewers, the annoying fucks come out of the fucking woodwork. Are you sure Mao is a communist? I don't want to fucking live in your fucking mental prison and have your mental rot. Where you fucking purity to... Just shut the fuck up. Do not ever come back to this fucking community again. You are fucking banned. I want nothing to fucking do with you. And all of the fucking weirdos come in my fucking chat when I'm on low viewers because they think it's their fucking time to shine. No, it's fucking not. I would rather quit streaming forever and never stream for the rest of my fucking life than deal with these fucking... mental prison derangement fucking psychopaths on fucking Discord with anime profile pictures. Get the fuck out of my chat. I want nothing to do with you. You fucking purity testing idiot. Are you sure, Mao? Are you sure you have the rights to virtue signal about communism? I'm gonna purity test you. Fuck off!
Or you can find me predominantly on Twitch TV.
There's a delay.
All lowercase Rob Noor. I'm on YouTube at Normal America with Rob Noor. I stream almost every weeknight around 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for having me.
Not a fan of fucking name calling anybody, okay? You did it, she did it, everybody fucking did it. Who gives a shit? All right, let's go over to Progressive Brat. I guess let's hear.
These are just concluding remarks. I don't give a fuck about the concluding remarks. Hell, I don't care about their concluding remarks. Why don't you conclude on some good content? Why don't you conclude your way into some good content? Ever thought of that?
Based. Congrats on the partner. Infra 8 SUNGORILLA. Infra 8 TANKIE.
I wasn't gonna stream today. Thank you, Bernie. I really wasn't gonna stream today. I took yesterday off. I was gonna take today off too, to figure things out. I've been having meetings with the showrunners because we're figuring out our next step and our next direction for the infrared show. I checked my email about 30 minutes ago, about an hour ago, and I found in the email that Twitch had indeed accepted my application to become partner. I joined Twitch March 2021. Our rise has been exponential and has never stopped. Finally, I have acquired the check mark. Thank you, Farrakhan. This is the moment of celebration and joy for the guerrilla army. But I want you to remember something. Our mission and our goal has just begun. Our movement, our presence has just begun to announce its significance to both Twitch and the online left as a whole. You would think that having acquired partnership, I'm gonna calm down now and be happy. The rage that pulsates inside my heart and the blood that flows through my veins has not even begun to boil. I have not even begun to combust. He set about to create a platform for Marxism-Leninism in the age of multipolarity and the post-COVID world. And we have not even begun. We've been through it thick and thin, you and I, from the very first days when we was battling the B-tier low-level Destiny orbiters, then Destiny himself, then all these other political Twitch people. Vaush. Who are they? Who are they now? We conquered political Twitch, and now we're starting to carve out our own niche beyond the American left. A niche of based warriors who are looking for an alternative. What?
$1,000. Congrats to you and the whole infrared crew. Will you still have Minecraft streams? Also Death Stranding streaming?
Jennifer, I do not know what to say. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you. I don't know how to thank you. I don't know if I can accept this. This is insane. Jennifer's been here since the very first stream, I think, from the first stream we did on YouTube. Been a long time supporter.
Based.
Hi, Haz.
It really means a lot.
Voidborn donated $600. Children of the Sun, united in one will, a better America for all of humankind.
Oh, fuck. Guys, come on. Don't make me cry on stream. I'm a grown man. You know? I mean, Voidburn, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you so much. I honestly don't know what to say. I don't even know if this is real anymore, you know? It's Anonymous with the
Based.
Anonymous with the 50. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh, holy shit. I'm really gonna make this up to you guys. I'm gonna make this up to you. I swear I'm gonna make this up to you. I'm never gonna give up what I'm doing. I'm gonna do the best I can to up my game, increase the hours starting tomorrow, and on my word, I'm gonna do everything I can. I'm gonna do everything. I'm obviously gonna try to get some sleep. I'm not ending it now, but when I am done, you know, after the gym, I'm gonna get some sleep and starting tomorrow.
Black Luna 1918 donated $20.36. I've been watching your streams and have been with you since February. I'm not gonna bail out now. I'm with you, the collective, and the community until the very end, and I will archive your streams for others for the future. CP USA 2036.
Where it's something different. It's not just discourse. It is actually somehow different in nature. And this is what I think why it's a waste of time, because I think what you're doing is like a different flavor, a different skin, or really essentially the same thing. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. What is the city of God?
Well, so to talk. Okay, so basically, I think that this is the process that happens, right? A person is inspired by something real. And then, as that person is inspired, they create some sort of output. They create, you know, maybe they write a book based on this inspiration, or they make some music or something. And they start creating the output of this inspiration. So really what matters, not so much the output, but the inspiration, the nature of the inspiration. So what I mean by city of God is, the way that I'm seeing it now is, it seems like there's all these different types of inspirations, but I think there's really only two types of inspirations. there is what comes from below, and what comes from God. And I think what comes from God is one type of inspiration. And then everything else, independent if it's capitalist or whatever, like it becomes so clear that all these words, all these names are so pointless and so meaningless. If one
How
starts
can you
to look,
demonstrate they're meaningless?
well,
have you exhausted their meaning yourself?
So, yeah, so I have not exhausted. I'm continuing in this person.
How have you arrived at the threshold upon which you can discover that they're meaningless?
Yeah, so the process really, and I'm continuing this process. It's kind of like this.
Also, what is the determinate content of this revelation? I think is the word you're trying to find from God. What is its actual determinate content, and how do you know that's not meaningless?
Yes, so that is the question. That is the single most important question, which is.
So should I spend my time dwelling on that question, or should I be a man and face the world for what it is?
Well, so let me answer the first question, right? You asked, how does one come to this conclusion? So personally, what it is you find something. You find something very interesting. You find something where there seems to be hope of something more than we see around us. And then one explores that. And one spends time, dwells with it, tries to understand it. And then one comes to a conclusion, if this is satisfactory or not. Then he continues. Now you ask this question, right? Should I just be a man and face the world? I think what's risky about the position you're taking, and why it would maybe even be better to be like a very pathetic leftist liberal, is because possibly the building you entered gives you enough order and enough stability for you to go your whole life without the realization that what you're doing is meaningless. Because there's so much order, and your life can actually function, That's the thing about, like, these leftists or liberals, like, it's so pathetic. There will be so many opportunities for repentance. Like, there will be so many opportunities when you see that you're a total...
Hold on, I have built myself an order that will allow me to escape confronting its ultimate meaninglessness, right?
Good, yeah. Nice, yeah.
How long have I built this for?
I don't know. How long did you build it for?
How long?
Wait, are you saying that you did this, or?
Yeah, how long have I built this for? This order that I'm relying on.
How will I know how long it took you to build yours?
Okay.
You should tell
and
me.
Where did it come from? How did I build it? Where did I get my raw materials from to build this building?
Great question. Great fucking question. So,
yeah.
So there is this movie, right? And everybody.
Can you answer the question without talking about movies? Just answer the question.
What was the question again?
How did I build this building?
Well, at some point you received or direct inspiration or indirect inspiration. By direct inspiration, I think very few people receive this. Maybe, Marx received this. And that's how you know, or maybe Lenin. And this is how you know how much they were able to create. A lot of people, they receive like secondhand inspiration.
So mine was secondhand?
Well, it's impossible for me to know exactly because maybe you have like something new, right? But the point is, most people, like for example, people in chat, it's not speaking bad about people in chat, but a lot of people, they like to come close to a person who's received inspiration. So you've received some sort of inspiration. This is why people like to be around you. It's because there's some sort of aura, because you're serving as kind of a vessel to this inspiration. But really, the only question is the nature of the inspiration, and if this is really the truth or if it's just a fake. And I think that there is, in the vast array of inspiration that exists in this world, is there one line of inspiration that is true?
Yes.
That's the question. It is, right? So you say it is.
Yeah.
And you think that line of inspiration is what you are building your house upon?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is the... Yeah, and I mean, interesting. And so how are you so confident that this inspiration is the true inspiration?
Because to me, meaning is about the absolute. It's about where the buck stops. for something to mean something, it means that is the highest point of revelation. And to me, the absolute is the unity of opposites. It's the point in which a conclusion is united with its premise. Heaven is united with earth, and thinking is united with its material opposite. Head is united with body. So the highest insight of thought is united with the material foundation of thought itself. This is Marx's insight.
Now, do you think that somebody...
So when you're searching for the meaning of any given thing, you are only going to be delivered to its opposite. And to me, that itself is the essence of meaning.
So do you
that
think
unity
that
of
it's
opposites is the essence of meaning.
Okay. Do you think that it's possible to find meaning then in a different source of inspiration? Like, for example, somebody is very deeply inspired by capitalistic thinking. Do you think it's possible to find...
All inspiration has a common object. Because it has the same essence and the same object. The question is whether one can maintain fidelity to this object without betraying it eventually, and therefore entering into some kind of confusion. That's why when you're talking about capitalist ideology, well, capitalism is internally contradictory. A capitalist ideology, as you're putting it, couldn't possibly account for the internal contradictions of capitalism itself. So what then?
So are you saying that if somebody's very deeply inspired by something, right? We don't exactly know what that is, that leads to capitalist thinking, you think that that would eventually lead to the same end goal of meaning?
Yeah, if they pursued it with enough fidelity and consistency, yes.
Do you think that every source of inspiration has somehow the same nature? Because this is
yes, it has the same essence.
This is the point that
Is there one humanity or is there many humanity? There's one humanity. So of course, yes, they have the same essence.
Well, but what we're talking about here, Haz, is not human.
Yes, we are. We are talking about human.
No, we're talking
If I
about
believe that if I believe humanity is the ultimate object of humanity, then the reason why someone finds inspiration, let's say, in the idea of capitalism, is because there's something human about it, right? And if they can't replicate that inspiration in any kind of way, then what that means is that they are engaging in some kind of psychosis, completely cut off from the rest of society with no possibility of conveying it to another person, because they are neglecting their own humanity. So,
what is that source of inspiration? What is it that inspires? What is it?
What is it that inspires?
Yeah. You, for example, you're sleeping, and then in the middle of the night, an idea comes to you.
No.
Where did that idea come from?
That's not how it works.
How can you say that's not how it works?
Because ideas only give expression to a material essence that was already there.
See, and this is what I mean by the second, iteration of inspiration. Like, for example, you read Marx, right? And throughout this book, or throughout the book, The Capital, or whichever book, one sees something through this book. But at some point, Marx had the inspiration to write the book. So you say, okay, it's because he read another book. And then you keep going back to books until the first book. But really, I believe, and from personal
you're just being fucking lazy at this point.
How? What are you talking about, lazy?
Can you turn off your fucking Discord notifications? Can you turn them off?
Well, I can try. Here we go, notifications. Yeah, it's pretty obnoxious, huh? Okay. I think that... Can you speak real quick?
Yeah.
I like you. I'm a subscriber. I care for you. I've donated before. And I'm going to keep watching your stuff. But,
Okay.
do you wish I was a bit more solid, right? Something more to grasp and to fight about?
I just don't think you know what you're doing or what you even want here.
On the call specifically or in life?
Both, probably. Is Michael Hudson a Trotskyist? Is he a Trotskyist? Because that'd be so disappointing. Okay, well, I don't want to talk about Trotsky here.
Leon Trotsky was a very famous Russian indeed, a key figure in the Bolshevik Revolution.
Is this Galloway's wife? Wow.
In the foundation of the Red Army, which successfully repelled the foreign invasion of Russia, which sought to overthrow it.
He even found time to be the godfather of our next guest, Michael Hudson, professor of economics at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and the author of Super Imperialism, the Economic Strategy of American Empire. I'm glad to say he joins us now. Professor, let's clear up this first point. I was never a follower of Leon Trotsky. I do know a fair bit about him. He was, of course, Jewish by culture and tradition, but he was an atheist. How did he end up as your godfather?
Well, my family were also atheists. I was born in Minneapolis, and Minneapolis was the only city in the world in the 1930s that was a Trotskyist city. And my father and other Trotskyists went down to Mexico and worked with Trotsky there. And as a result of my father and mother being there, she was pregnant with me. He said he would be, I guess, whatever the socialist equivalent as a godfather is, but the English language doesn't have words for a godfather of people who don't believe in God. So we used the closest word that was in the English language.
Well, I'm glad we've cleared that up. Trotsky's reputation might be enhanced or might be damaged by having been a godfather whilst being an atheist. But more importantly, you grew up to be a very considerable intellectual indeed, and something of a powerhouse on the issue of imperialism. So you didn't necessarily stray far from Trotsky's path in this. But super imperialism is not a phrase I've heard before. Kindly explain that thesis.
Well, when the word super imperialism was used already in the 1920s. I wanted to call my book Monetary Imperialism, because that's how America achieves its world position today, through finance. But the publisher at Hold Reinhardt had gone to school with a Stalinist who wanted to use the word super imperialism.
Based.
So I used that word, and that means a unipolar world, not a competition among empires like England and France, but a single unipolar United States sucking in the whole world into its own economic area, largely by financial control, largely by using the dollar as a financial instrument to control other countries financially, not militarily.
But they're not short of military intervention and power, of course, as a belt and braces strategy. But that period you describe was historically very brief, wasn't it? From the fall of the Soviet Union to the rise of China and its alliance with Russia. The unipolar period has now passed.
I'm hoping it will, and if it does pass, it's going to be because of de-dollarization. And in order to understand how it's passed and what it is that's passing, you have to understand what actually was put in place that Russia and China and other countries are trying to protect themselves from and break free of.
It's voluntary, though, this dollarization, isn't it? I mean, nobody has to deal in dollars. It's a bit of a surprise that it's not over already.
Well, that's exactly the point. The strange thing is, when I wrote the book in 1972, right after the United States went off gold.
Why is he against Bitcoin? Does anyone know why he's against Bitcoin?
Everyone thought the United States was losing its power. The largest buyers of the book were the CIA and the Defense Department. And I was immediately hired by Herman Kahn at the Hudson Institute, a national security institute, to explain to the government how imperialism was working. And they looked at it as a how to do it book. And the funny thing is that it was read much more on the right than on the left.
Well, China, for example, they could, in an instant, de-dollarize the world, right? Are you anticipating this move?
They're already trying to minimize their holding of dollars. They only use dollars to intervene in the foreign exchange market to stabilize their exchange rate. They know just exactly what's happening. And in fact, my book has sold 40,000. Super imperialism.
Western leftists would be like, if they ruled China, like, how can you claim to be against the US dollar when you're holding the world's largest reserve of US dollars? Haha, I win. Like, they're literally that stupid.
Sold 40,000 copies there, more than it sold in the English language. And there's a new
Hypocrisy much?
edition coming out.
Yeah, they Chapo would make like a tweet like, destroying the US dollar by holding the world's largest reserve of US dollars. Like, yeah, you don't get it. The thing you're making an irony of is actually a dialectical contradiction in reality itself. Congrats for being a fucking dumbass, though.
Out in Chinese, just as the American third edition is coming out also.
So you obviously speak of new currencies. The one major new currency that pops to mind is obviously the cryptocurrency. Is Bitcoin going to play a big role in this? No. You
I can't imagine. Not really. I don't see.
Okay, first time chat from a viewer. It's a paragraph. You're banned forever. Bye.
Them being more than keeping your money in Andy Warhol etchings or something else. It's not.
It's all about first impressions here. It's all about first impression. If the first impression you're gonna make is to annoy the fuck out of me, you're not getting a second chance.
Can everybody hear me? No. Can everybody hear me now? All right. Now it's on. Wow. Okay. So by agreement, opening tonight will be Christopher Hitchens.
Thank you, Sasha, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, for brothers and sisters, I hope I can say, for coming. Oh, I can't say that, okay. Have you ever known that to fail? Am I audible to all? Very good. I recently realized after returning from a long trip to Iran that I'd become the only person...
How is this guy allowed in Iran?
I think, since the year 2000, to have reported from both from Iran, from Iraq, and from North Korea. In other words, to have, without particularly wishing to, have become an expert in axes of evil. And I'll just say to begin with that it's a huge pleasure to be invited to debate these grave matters in what seems to me to be the Hogwarts dining hall. Some of you look from where I'm standing reassuringly antique. I can see some veteran visages in the hall, but I also noticed that quite a lot of you are terrifyingly young. And I wanted, this is perhaps a pity, but I hope it won't be, because I want to date my remarks from the year 1989, in fact, to be specific, from the fall of that year, which will be perhaps a legend or an early memory to some of you, but which is always worth looking up. It was in that year that tremendous act of social and national emancipation occurred, not just in the countries of the former Soviet Empire and its dependencies,
Emancipation.
who saw their former masters and their former system of banana republic socialism melting away.
This is the most, like, clueless interpretation of the events of the collapse of communism I've ever heard. That's the most, like, what a fucking... Dude, this guy, if he was alive today, he would be crying.
But an emancipation for all of us.
None. It didn't turn out how you thought it would, dude.
Too, all of us, like myself, I was born in 1949, who've been brought up in the shadow not just of the Cold War, but of its corollary, the arms race, the permanent threat of nuclear extinction, the zero-sum and authoritarian...
Hey, I used to be a Trotskyist. I'm against everyone. I'm especially against the ghastly communist states. And as soon as they collapsed, I was very well. I was always a Trotskyist who sought their destruction.
manner in which all political arguments had to be conducted, whether it was Chile or South Africa or Vietnam or Poland or Czechoslovakia. Everything one found, one attempted to make sense or to deploy reason, was shoehorned into the conscripting categories of the Cold War, with over it all the time the possibility that a final solution would be found in the form of a thermonuclear extinction. To be freed from this and from its counterpart, the concept of the one-party dictatorial state, was an extraordinary moment of what I suppose I'd now have to call euphoria.
Now China's the biggest country in the world. Haha. Now China is the wealthiest country in the world. Ha! Didn't work out for you, none of that.
It didn't seem so euphoric at the time, though there were beautiful moments to it. I was in Romania, for example, for the end of the...
But for example, you were in Romania, and Romania is going to return to communism, actually, and now China is leading the world, and it's the world's leading power, and this was in 2008, and you didn't have the foresight to appreciate the fact that China would become the premier world power of the world. You thought liberal democracy was going to spread to China on a completely unfounded basis. No such thing ever happened in China. Thank you, Senator Kiki. I appreciate the...
K-E-K.
Thank you, appreciate it. You never so foresaw that possibility for restrictions, and then China is the foremost premier power of the world. And you see your narrative events of the Fukuyama's end of history, in which everyone's going to become a liberal democracy, and that's the end of history, that's the final evolution of human political systems. Turned out to be completely false because restrictions, and you can't even hold a debate for your own.
The Ceausescu dictatorship. It seemed realistic. We began to hear some foolishness being uttered. Professor Fukuyama's prediction of the end of history, I think now, as I thought then, was perhaps a little premature.
But perhaps it would be premature, but it's on its way to becoming true. We're going to have a completely liberal democracy.
Were reasons to think that a synthesis might be possible, that some of what had been learned by the socialist movement in its long struggle through the 19th and 20th centuries could be used to tame the concept of the free market society and the open market society.
Yes, and use it to tame the free market. Use the ideas of socialism to tame the free market. Never mind the fact that it's come around and tame the free market. Never such a thing can be possible in the first place. And indeed, as a matter of fact, I was thinking about the possibilities of the empirical, that of the matter of the fact, I don't even know what...
That there would be money to spare at last. There was talk, not idealistic talk only, of a peace dividend in those days. Some of you will remember it perhaps with a pang. What we were spending on weapons of mass destruction could perhaps be deployed to nobler ends, and it might even be possible to have another look at the terms of trade that governed relations between the rich and poor worlds. It was not a bad little time in which to be alive, in other words. I haven't done the exact maths, but you can do it in your head. How long did this period last? This period of feeling that there was only one future model, and that whatever form it took, it would have to take a democratic form, a pluralist form. That the age of the totalitarian despot was gone. I would say the Berlin Wall fell on, I think, November the 9th, 89. Ceausescu was dead by Christmas Eve of the same year. If we date it, say, from New Year's 1990, I think it gives us about 6.5 months of this illusion. Because in 6.5 months, Slobodan Milosevic had invaded Bosnia, and Saddam Hussein had not just invaded Kuwait, people say invade, hadn't occupied Kuwait even. He had annexed Kuwait, made part of Iraq, what had up till then been a member state of the United Nations.
Ah, ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. I was sitting in England, I could not tolerate this. It is definitely my business. I'm an Englishman, and what's going on in the Middle East is completely my business personally. It's up to me. I'm going to go tell with people in the Middle East what to do.
A member in good standing of the Arab League and an independent country, and had said that it no longer existed, an unprecedented form of promiscuous aggression. And we found, no, we haven't got rid of the one-party leader, the man who believes that he is God. We haven't got rid, even the Balkans, of this, and we haven't got rid of it in the Middle East, and it's still restless and sleepless, and it means us harm. And
means us harm.
Within a year or so of that, a similarly ideological party had seized control in Rwanda and decided to embark on a final solution of its own. And the one had previously thought unsurpassable cult of the...
I like how he's blaming that on one-party rule. What a stupid thing to say.
Personality and of the one God.
No, it had nothing to do with French neocolonialism. It was all about one-party rule.
One leader, one-party state had metamorphosed in Korea, North Korea, from father to son.
Based?
And all along, and unnoticed by many people...
Did you guys see the video of North Koreans watching a live K-pop performance in North Korea, and they were all just so disgusted by it? And it made me think, I'm like, imagine if I lived in a country where we never had any of that annoying music at the mall forced on us, and how happier we would be. And that's them. They literally don't have to... Someone give me the link. Can I watch it here? Is it on YouTube? North Korean K-pop... K-pop, is this the one? I think this is the one. K-pop reaction. This is the one. And North Koreans react to K-pop. Look at this. Check this out. Like they think they're so cool and stylish and this is so hip and oh my god, they are breaking the internet and shit. This is so. Imagine if you lived in a society where you just never had this shit forced on you. You never had these annoying music ever, and you just actually like lived in a society where it's like you had good, substantive, tasteful music. And then this just gets listen, we have Stockholm syndrome, so we are big fans of this music because like we just have this idea like this is our only salvation. We need this music. They don't, when they are free from it, they're disgusted by it because they realize, no, we don't need this. We don't need this. Why would we ever want this? Why would they ever want it if they never were forced to have it? You know what I mean? Yeah, human reacts to first time seeing musical manifestations of Satan. They're like, what the? I need people to realize, dude, the music that's popular in North Korea is not because the government forces it on them. It's like, that's actually what they want. It's actually popular because it's what they want. Isn't your favorite genre of music pop? Yeah, but it's not this like K-pop shit. Like, you know the song that all the songs I play probably are popular among communists. You know that song? I didn't even know it was. What's that song? Louie Louie that I liked? Turns out, I didn't even know this. It was like the most popular song in the Eastern Bloc. Still is, Brother Louie, yeah. It's still popular in the fucking ex-communist states. And I just liked it. I just liked how it sung. You know what I mean? But this is just soulless music. It's soulless, commercialized soul. It's just music devoid of substance and soul. It's just this commercialized shit. And if you're not living in a society where you're forced that, you're not gonna want it when you see it. I've never related to this shit more in my life. I've never related to these reactions more in my life. I'm like, dude, this is literally how I'm envious of them because it's like, guys, you realize I go to the gym and I'm listening to this garbage. You know what I mean? And they live in a society. They don't have to listen to garbage. Deep down, none of us want to listen to this garbage. We just do it because we feel like it's like Stockholm syndrome. Like it's a way we cope with the pain of our society. You know what I mean? We don't want that shit, dude. I promise we don't really want it. In the inner soul, in the core of our being, we don't want that music. I feel like, don't they feel embarrassed like this music? The fucking music, and like, can you please explain why that's cool? Like, imagine asking someone to explain why that's cool. They'd be like, I don't know, everyone else likes it, and it's good. No, you can't fucking justify that shit. You can't justify that. That's embarrassing. You literally went to an entire other country and tried to get away with. Why does anyone like that? Why does anyone like that? Do you even know why you like that? You don't. You're just going with the flow of society. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. What are you trying to do here? What are you trying to do? Like, what do you what do you think you're doing in terms of like aesthetically? Like, you really think you did something there, huh? With that fucking, I think it's so cool doing that dumb shit. It's not. You know what I mean? And like, you may get away with that in a commercialized society where people were over. Look, we overlook so. You guys ever notice how much we overlook? You want to know why? Watch TV from 30 years ago and you'll see how much we overlooked. It's just fundamentally cringe shit that everyone was too afraid to call it cringe. We all watched TV. We watched these shows and listened to this music that was literally cringe as fuck from like the 2002 or whatever. And everyone was so intimidated by it that everyone was too scared to call it out. I'm trying to think of good examples of this. Like, there's so much cringe we overlooked growing up because it was the only fucking thing we had and we just assumed it must be cool in a way we don't know. No, it was cringe, dude. We tolerate it because we think we're the bad ones if we don't like it. Like, fucking, And okay, here's my question. You know what the test of a true totalitarian society is? Here's the test of a true totalitarian society. I'm going to tell you what. Can anyone get your culture outside of your society? Like, let's say you show this music to a traditional society. Are they going to like it? Doesn't look like they like it. But let's say I showed some South Koreans North Korean music. They would like it. They may not love it, but they would at least find it nice and tasteful sounding and good on the ears. You know, there's so many people in Western countries that like North Korean music because it's just good music, right? So how is North Korea the totalitarian one? It seems like you have to be really brainwashed and really raised in a commercialized, hyper-liberal society to find this music tasteful and good. Because when you're not in that type of society, you don't like this shit, you know? The audience isn't disrespectful. Yeah, but you can tell they don't like it. Is there a chance they've been told not to show any enjoyment? No, they would at least smile, dude. They'd at least smile. They actually did like the K-pop show. They just treated it like an opera and waited until the end to clap. No one even smiles when they watched it, dude. Nobody even smiles. There's not even a smile on people's faces. What do you mean they like it? You could tell when people like shit, dude. I see visible signs of disgust on people's faces. That's what I see. Kim is a personal fan of that band. Yeah, clearly he's alone then, because I see disgust on people's faces. She's not even looking at them. She's literally looking at some guy here that I don't know what's going on with her, but she's distracted clearly. She looks like disgusted, like what the fuck is this shit? She looks mildly curious and she's staring off into a corner. So, you know, this is not an indication. Maybe I'm wrong and I just don't understand the culture, but this doesn't look like they like it to me. I don't know. Yeah, they clap because they're polite, but they just look at this guy's telling me this guy liked it, dude. I don't think he liked it. I don't think he liked it. They look very disappointed, actually. That's just a textbook example. And the way you verify, and this is going to require trust, which many of you may not be comfortable with. You're going to have to show me your card, or you're going to have to call one of us and vet with us, right? And just talk to us and show us your card. And you don't have to dox and show like your name and address and stuff, but you do have to talk to us and physically show us your card. You can cover the name on the card and your picture, but you have to show it to us like with the video to prove you actually are a member of the CPUSA. They don't even have cards. What? They don't give them out? Even the fucking DSA gives out cards. What the fuck? Even the DSA does. It's fucking stupid. I still have my DSA card. You know that, guys? I still have my DSA card. I signed up. DSA is such a fraudulent organization. They go, we have 200,000 members. No, they didn't say that. There's like 20,000 members, right? This is how you become a member. I literally went on their website. I signed up in like 2017. And I got a card. And I never attended one of their meetings. I was at the youth one a year before. Then I signed up for the main one. Just to see how easy it was. And I never attended a single event. I just paid them $10. Pay $10 and you're a member. $10 a year, by the way. Not a month. A year. The DSA is so popular. So, Joe Sims is actually coming to give a talk right now. Joe Sims is coming. So, I'm going to go and Joe Sims is going to come in and he's going to give you guys a lecture about what's going on for the future of the Communist Party. So, I'll be back. Or Joe Sims will be back. Yeah, hold on. Let me get this audio working correctly. Hey, everybody, that's much better. That's much better. Hey, everybody, how you doing? It's me, Joe Sims of the Communist Party. And recently, people have been talking about socialist patriotism, and I think it's a whole lot of chauvinism and white supremacy. Now, there are some people who call themselves infrared, and they're hosting a webcast. They're hosting a webcast, and basically I was telling Rosanna that on the webcast, what you basically do is my comrades at the YCL New York, and they send me VHS tapes of the infrared webcast. and I put the VHS tapes in the VHS player, and I turned on the TV, and it looked like it was Osama bin Laden yelling, or Rasputin. It looked like it was Rasputin yelling. I said, Rosanna, since when did Rasputin talk about the Communist Party? And there's this guy yelling, talking a whole lot of nonsense. And I said, Rosanna, what the hell is a Pokimane? He's talking about a Pokimane. What's a Pokimane? And basically, there's a whole lot of nonsense going on. But I'm going around the country and I'm, going to each chapter of the Communist Party and I'm telling them, stay away from those infrared webcasters. Because that's a whole lot of America first. Now, we got to make sure that Woodrow Wilson loses the election. Because currently, in this present time, Dwight Eisenhower is the biggest threat to democracy in this country. And if Eisenhower wins, you can kiss our democracy goodbye. And I remember when I was young enough to attend old Abe Lincoln speeches, and I said, Abe Lincoln is a real big menace to this country and democracy. But anywho, we gotta make sure Ronald Reagan doesn't get elected, because if George Bush is president again, a whole lot of problems in the Vietnam War, and we might never get out of Vietnam. And we gotta critique American imperialism, but we also have to do it in a way that protects the presidency of John F. Kennedy. Because if Nixon gets elected, our democracy is going to be really under threat. And did you hear about Khrushchev's secret speech? Turns out that Stalin fella wasn't so good of a guy after all. Yeah? All you Stalinists gotta get on out of the party, because Khrushchev, he just denounced you. That's right. And Premier Gorbachev, he's making a lot of sweeping changes back there in Soviet Russia. And I figure we do the same here in the good old USA. And finally, with the Trump movement, the biggest threat to U.S. democracy since the presidency of Andrew Jackson, I'll tell you what, this whole thing going on with the Greenback movement needs to be put to an end, because did you hear? They burned down the White House. (1812). I was about 30 years old back then. But anyway, there's a new invention by Alexander Graham Bell. And he invented something that they're calling it the talking telegram. The talking telegram. Or I heard another folk describe it as the telephone. The telephone. Ain't that a mouthful? Anyway, I picked up the telephone and I was hearing the infrared webcast. Ain't that right, Rosanna? The infrared webcast. And that's a bunch of America First Trump supporters. Mr. Khrushchev is visiting the country. Better give him a warm welcome. And we're entering the period of the Great Depression, and Earl Browder is making inroads in the party. And it was just yesterday when they're talking about something called the television. And basically it's moving pictures. Anyway, I'm gonna be going, but I hope my speech was important for y'all, and make sure you vote for Biden again. And the Democrat midterms are coming around. Make sure you vote blue no matter who. I seem to forget a lot of things, but I remember always to say that. And you, get out of my way. That other fool, Haz, he's gonna be back. I'll be on my way now. Yo, what I missed, guys? What I missed? Good speech? You give a good speech? The hell's wrong with this mic? Let me fix this. Okay, we're back. I had no idea why that mic loop sounded so terrible. But we're back. Yeah, was Joe good? He's I was muted? What? Hello? Yes. Holy fuck. Speak. Okay, what a dumbass. What a literal dumb fuck. Waste of time. Guys, wait. I have a question. Do you guys remember Engineer? Does anyone in this chat remember Engineer and what he sounded like? Because I think he went on Kiana's show. You guys remember Engineer? Does anyone know what he sounded like so we can confirm his voice? Because I'm pretty sure he went on Kiana's show. Because he had the same profile picture and everything. Okay, Jennifer, you remember? So stick around. Wait till after the debate. We'll watch it. Because he went on Kiana's show, The Engineer. I'm pretty sure it's him. Okay, hold on. Let me bring this guy. Yes. You are literally a dumb fuck, and I hate you. I actually hate you. You know that? I hate how you waste my time not even knowing how mics work. And you come in here and you just sit silently, not even knowing, you don't even know what to fucking do with Discord settings. The only fucking thing you have to do to come is fix your fucking mic and make it work. And you come here wasting everyone's time just sitting silently. Why? Why? Speak! Yeah, keep muting and unmuting yourself, you dumbass. Go into your settings, and if you're on mobile, then you probably didn't give Discord permission to use your mic in the first place. This is the most incompetent dumbass I've ever fucking seen. Fix your fucking mic, and you're coming on after. You just lost your chance to go first, dumbass. Hello.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Yeah, what do you want to debate about?
Man. Yeah, this is a joke that went a little bit too far. But if you want to debate, we can. I know a little bit about you. I know about you. Really, I just wanted to talk with you about.
Hello. 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 Speak! What the fuck is this? You had so much time to fix your shit. Go into... It's the age of dumbasses. It's the age of just dumb fucks. Okay, he's getting banned. I'm permabanning him forever. This is the most disgusting thing. Yeah, he's getting permaban. 100%. Banned forever. Bye, bitch. Thanks for wasting my time. Souring my fucking mood, too. The star of Disney's Up, Ed Asner, was a great follower of LaRouche. I'm gonna look that up, and if you're wrong, you're getting banned. Ed Asner. Yeah, I'm looking in his Wikipedia, and there's absolutely nothing at all indicating he was a follower of LaRouche at all. What the fuck? Yeah, prove it. I'm looking on Google and I can't find anything. Yeah, I'm gonna cover Joe Sims. and the lady and the 7-year-old woman in the national committee who called us incels. Here she is. It kind of reminds me of the incel movement. This is your fucking art teacher. This is your English teacher who failed you. Remember that. You know what I noticed? I actually condensed this perfectly. All the Communist Party leaders here in the US, the National Committee, they all look like school. They look like they're in school. They're school teachers. That's how they act. That's their demeanor. They all remind you of college professors. Don't they remind you of college professors?
No one likes to hurt much, but everyone gets weak. Someone to rely on.
And college professors have always been my #1 enemy in life. They hate me and I hate them too. I've always been at war with college professors. And you know why? Because I give them hell. I give them hell. Because not only am I a troll and a nihilist who doesn't fucking care about it, I actually go out of my way to give them a headache. I am the enemy of college professors. Trust me. I was the most unbearable student. I would write impenetrable essays. You would not believe how much they hate me. You would not believe how much they hated me. I would always troll. I would always just get on under their skin and on their nerves and make them stay up at night. Please, just get them out of my class! Because you know how my mentality was? Every college class I ever had that forced me to attend, I'm gonna give you hell. I'm gonna give you fucking hell. If you force me to show up in class, woo, you're gonna regret it. Because if you don't force me to show up to class, I'm not going to class. You get it? It's a waste of my time. So if you force me to go to class, woo, you just made a mistake. Because I'm going to make it very unpleasant for you. I'm going to make it very unpleasant for you. Don't waste my fucking time. You waste my time, I'm going to make your time unfucking bearable. The worst thing you could do to me is waste my time. It will make me hate you more than anything. So if you force me to go to class and you have, oh, you can't skip more than 3 classes. Okay, professor. Okay, professor. Okay, professor. I'm gonna give you hell. I wanna take through the city lights. Forget about me at night. You can walk around when I'm die. I wanna ride through the city lights. So you guys, let me just show you what happened last time. So the CP USA released a video called "The Socialist Patriotism Fraud." Look at those dislikes, and just the comments were so negative that they had to address it in this video. Let me see what this video's got. Let me refresh it. So it's split half. It's not as bad in this one, apparently. It's split half and half. But yeah, they responded to the fucking ratio they got on YouTube. See, CPUSA, this ain't Twitter, okay? YouTube is our turf. This ain't Twitter, okay? On YouTube, you're gonna get clapped on YouTube, right? This is not Twitter. This is not your Twitter. I get it. Twitter's where the lefties dominate. YouTube's a different story, dude. YouTube's a different story. So anyway, they responded.
Good morning, Revolution, and welcome.
Good morning, Revolution. Here we go with Alexander Graham Bell.
To our show this morning, all of you people who are up early today on Facebook.
Absolutely abysmal mic quality.
And on YouTube, wherever you are. We're very glad to have you. And we got John Case as our special guest this morning. Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm great. I'm good. It's beautiful here in West Virginia.
Okay.
Who is this guy?
Down near Harper's Ferry. And Rosanna and Anita and Michael, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Revolution.
Morning, Revolution.
Yeah, this is the creepiest one because whenever they turn to her video, it's clearly a green screen. So you're wondering, like, what bunker, what base is she in? This is so glowy, you know? This is so, like, federally charged. She's literally in some, like, CIA secret base, pretending to be this milquetoast college professor.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. So listen, let's start off with we got a couple of questions from our audience out there, and one of them is, can you be an anarchist who joined the Communist Party? So, Rosanna, what do you think?
Anyone have the timestamp? And I want to see what they say about this. But what's the timestamp where they react to us?
Can you be a follower of Putin and others and join the Communist Party?
Well, I think if you agree with our Constitution and our party program, you can be in the Communist Party, which means you have to follow our policy.
What? Hold on. What? Wait. Listen, I would say that for the People's Party, but this is the Communist Party. If you are a Marxist, you should have Bolshevik standards and Communist Party of China standards. Okay? If you want to join the Communist Party, you have to be a Marxist, Leninist, and a communist with a capital C. No anarchists, no nonsense, none of that. If you want to join the Communist Party, you have to be a communist. You have to be a Marxist, Leninist, right? Just this bare minimum orthodox thing, right? You have to be a Marxist, Leninist. I would say the People's Party should allow anyone regardless of ideology because it's a People's Party, but this is the Communist Party. The Communist Party should join the People's Party in a popular front, but if it wants to have hegemony in that popular front or have considerable influence in that popular front, it has to be a communist party. It can't be a party that welcomes all ideologies, you know, as long as they follow the rules. That's bourgeois formalism. That's bourgeois formalism. The Bolshevik Party made it very clear. If you join the Bolshevik Party, they used to quiz people. Did you know that? The Bolshevik Party, in order to join the Bolshevik Party, you were quizzed on how much you knew about theory just to join. Even Lenin had to take that quiz when he rejoined the party. So I don't know what the fuck, what has happened to this party, but they're just gonna let anyone in, regardless of whether. And I'm not saying you have to be like super narrow, but just be very broadly Marxist, Leninist, and communist with a capital C. It's simple as that. I mean, you can maybe disagree about the history and, you know, about the revision, Khrushchev and whatever, maybe, but just the fundamentals of Marxism, Leninism, that's just very basic, right? That's very, very basic.
So
like for example, you have to believe in the party form, right? You have to believe in proletarian dictatorship, regardless of how you interpret what that means. You have to believe in, you know, you have to understand Lenin's imperialism, the highest stage. You have to agree. This is the most important thing, is you have to be a Leninist. You have to agree with Lenin in his dispute with the Mensheviks and in his dispute with the ultra-leftists. You have to read left-wing communism and infantile disorder and accept that as true, right? Just basic things like that. Engels, on authority. These are all part of the canon of Marxism, Leninism.
Thing that contradicts that, you'd have to kind of check yourself.
John Case, you say some of those people are people who got their feet planted firmly in midair. So what do you say? Can you be an anarchist and join the Communist Party?
Well, and that depends on who's doing the admissions. But in my view, no. I mean, I think you commit yourself to a degree of collectivity in the process. I mean, there's anarchism takes lots of forms.
See, these people only know how to rotate between being radio talk show hosts and Alexander Graham Bell. But nobody just gets a fucking Yeti. You know what I mean? Or nobody gets like you can get a mic cheaper than a Yeti. I know Yetis are pretty expensive, but you can get a cheap, decent sounding mic from Best Buy that's not going to sound like, just, right, it's from the 1800s.
Forms, right? I mean, but mainly it's distinguished by a socialism or any other ideal.
Listen, you guys know I'm not against gerontocracy. I'm not okay, it's 5:30, then we have time. I'm not against gerontocracy if you're already in power. But if you're a party that has not yet seized power, there is no fucking reason that the National Committee should be as old as it is. If we haven't gotten power yet, we need to be very lively, energetic, and, I don't mean to. I know we're all going to be old one day. Trust me, I'm not trying to disrespect the elderly. The elderly are very wise. There's a lot of wisdom there, right? But when you're talking about leadership, you can't have everyone be over 60 or over 70. You have to at least have some young people there to connect to the youth. You're not in power yet. If you were in power, it's a different story. Yes, it can be all old people if you're already in power because you already got power, but taking power is a very youthful thing, right? So I don't know why the U.S. revolutionaries were like 30 when they led the revolution. Yeah, there's no, just this alone is just an absolute travesty that they have people, there should be a retirement age, I think, or I don't know, but I think maybe they should just snap out of their delusion and, hey, this is not a party of fucking college professors,
that exists primarily just in your head. The verification, validation of, do other people feel the same way as you do? Is that important, whether they do or they don't? So no, I think that would be I think you'd have to move away from that tendency and be prepared to listen to a better one.
But Anita, Lenin said it's not that. I mean, I'm not saying it like that, but that's.
You know how you can tell Joe Sims is the unofficial leader of the party? He's always the one coordinating the discussion. You never have Rosanna or Anita or that other guy calling on everyone and be like, "Oh, Joe, what do you think?" You could tell this is the guy in power in the party. He is the unofficial leader of the fucking party. You guys get those subtle dynamics? He is the fucking leader of the party. Make no mistake.
Whenever I say Lenin said, I hear my father who used to say, "You sound like a."
I've never clicked on one of these and heard someone else lead the discussion.
Jesus freak. Jesus said. Jesus. So, no disrespect to people who believe in Jesus. I mean, I'm not anti-religious, but Lenin said, Anita, it takes 10 years to become a communist. So from that standpoint, I mean, most people who join aren't, whatever they consider themselves, they're really not communists yet because they're just joining. So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's the opposite of how a communist party is supposed to work. I really dislike this person. I really dislike her a lot. First of all, she lives in a typical limousine liberal setup. She looks like a condescending Karen school teacher or some kind of college professor who's a race. She looks racist. Doesn't this old woman look racist? Doesn't she just look racist to you? She looks so racist to me. She looks so racist. She looks like the definition of racist, right? Like Joe and Rosanna and whatever, I just feel pity for them because they're just silly people to me. They're just silly and completely clueless, whatever. But I don't know who she is. I don't know what her name is, but she seems very racist to me. She seems very racist. She seems like she would be if she was my college professor, she'd be a very racist, horrible woman. Anita. Yeah, racist Anita.
Again, I ask you, can an anarchist?
You know, racist Anita smeared me as an and expressed anti-Arab racism and said that I hate women just because I'm an Arab. She doesn't like Arab men. She thinks Arab men should not be allowed to be near the Communist Party. Anita doesn't want Arab men near the Communist Party, so she said I hate women because the stereotype is that Arab men hate women or whatever. So Anita the racist, Anita the anti-Arab racist is her new nickname that I'm giving her. Anita the anti-Arab racist.
Join the Communist Party.
If Anita had her way, Muslims would not be allowed in the party. Trust me.
I would say yes. We welcome you into the Communist Party and ready to. I mean,
there you go. I knew she was gonna have the biggest dog shit position on this question. You know how I just see shit? You know how I can just tell? She is one of our strongest opponents in the National Committee. You could just tell. She didn't have to open her mouth. I could tell she's a racist Karen. I know she hates us. She's a big enemy we have in the National Committee that doesn't want any infrared influence in the party. Joe Sims is just clueless, right? The rest are pretty clueless. This is a malicious figurehead in the party.
you're committing yourself, as Rosanna said, to work with our program and with our structures. That might be contradicting your ideas of being an anarchist.
What she's saying kind of reminds me of the incel movement, honestly. It kind of reminds me of the incel movement, right? Because it seems like she just has an issue with strong, powerful Arab men who are hairy. And it seems like, you know, she's really bitter and resentful about that fact. You know, maybe growing up, she had an issue with, like, you know, jealousy of other women. This gives me strong incel vibe, not gonna lie.
But you take that step and join the Communist Party, and then we're going to
She's a professor. I knew it. She's a professor of post-colonial studies. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I literally knew it. I literally called it, and I fucking knew it. She's actually a professor of. And get this, this is the cherry on top. This is the icing on the cake. She's a professor of post-colonial studies. There we go. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. She's a professor of post-colonial studies. The racist Karen is a professor of post-colonial studies. What have you had it? Another racist Karen trying to speak for non-white people and colonized people. Hey, Anita, my country, where my parents were from, was colonized by France. Where's my reparations, Anita? Sounds like your chauvinistic anti-Arab racism is showing. Complete colonial racist Karen.
You and you with us to move us along towards better implementation of that party program.
But
So
Michael, we
sign up.
said in the National Committee, one party, one policy, one practice. So how you going to be an anarchist and you want to abolish the state yesterday and be in the Communist Party? I don't get it.
Well, I'm thinking back to one of my first
It's the one young guy in the party.
organizing trainings with this party here in the United States. It was led by Comrade Bernard down in Texas, and he said something that I hear his voice in my mind sometimes when I'm out in the streets recruiting young people, and it's you bring them into the party and then they become communist. You know, no one, as you said, Lenin said it takes 10 years to be a communist. You can't expect them to know.
No. I don't know if you know. So I want to give you guys some actual background on what started the Bolshevik-Menshevik split. And it was on the question of party membership. Now, the Mensheviks wanted to broaden the membership of the party to the workers and to everyone, right? Lenin actually didn't want the party to be open to uneducated non-communist and non-Marxist-Leninists. Believe it or not, that's actually what started the Bolshevik-Menshevik split. So, no, this idea that first you bring them in the party and then you educate them is a really perverse cult-like mentality. First, you're a communist and a Marxist-Leninist. Then you make the decision to join the Communist Party. You don't first join the party and then become a communist. You become interested in communism first, and then you join the party. Otherwise, what are you trying to create? Some kind of cult where you're going to initiate people and brainwash them? It's a good thing because it makes them easier to infiltrate them. Well, obviously, it's a good thing for us. But in general, looking forward into the future, we don't want the party to be open to everyone, and then we're just going to be a cult who brainwashes them and initiates them. No, let the inherent information dynamics of the internet and this decentralized process of people becoming interested in communism and the precepts of Marxism-Leninism, it's a feedback loop. If the Communist Party makes a name for itself, it's going to make an impression on people. People on their own are going to come to a decision of whether they're communist or want to be communist or not. Then they're going to join the party. If you join the Communist Party, you're a communist. Yeah, the Chinese Communist Party is extremely hard to join. Xi himself applied 13 times before he was accepted. Yeah, every Marxist-Leninist party on earth is hard to join. Every communist party on earth is a little bit hard to join. Because communist parties are part of popular fronts, right? We would say if you're not a communist, you will still be our ally in the People's Party. We can be with you in the People's Party. But the Communist Party needs to be for communists. It needs to be for Marxist-Leninists, right? That's not going to be the only place where struggle will be conducted. But that's just where the communists are going to be, right? It's for communists, for Marxist-Leninists, right? Now, it's going to be a popular party, a working class party, but it's going to also reach the masses through mass parties like the People's Party. Now, the current theory of the Communist Party is that the Democrats are the mass party through which the Communist Party is going to reach the masses. And that's something I totally reject as undialectical, idealist, and Menshevik in nature. Look, just like the Mensheviks believed that the Social Democratic Party needs to ally with the big city liberal bourgeoisie, the Communist Party thinks you're supposed to ally with the big bourgeoisie of the Democrats instead of the small petite bourgeoisie of the People's Party, which was Lenin's view. Lenin's view is that there should be a unity of workers and peasants, and that the petty bourgeois elements among the peasants are the people who are going to lead the democratic revolution. Not the established big city liberal bourgeoisie. So you see that this is a Menshevik party right now. Thank you, Morlock. The Mensheviks, I'm not even lying, but this socialist patriotism thing is today's version of the Bolshevik-Menshevik split. The Bolsheviks represented the Bolshoi, right? The majority, the great majority. The Mensheviks represented the minority. That's what's going on here.
Everything and understand our party program and understand democratic centralism and Marxism-Leninism when they first join, you know what I mean, no matter how well read they are. And so there's people who join and just consider themselves to be progressive minded or anti-imperialist or anti-war or pro-democracy.
No.
And
that's not what the Communist Party is supposed to be for.
Accept them.
Simple. Are you a Marxist-Leninist? Yes. Join the party. Are you a communist? Yes. Join the party. It's as simple as that. I'm not saying it has to be very sectarian. I'm just saying that the barrier to entry to the Marxist-Leninist party should be an acceptance of Marxism-Leninism. Actually, yes. This is actually, let me tell you guys a good way to infiltrate these people. The name has nothing to do with who they represent. Papa, yes, it did. The reason that name caught on and they kept using it was because the connotations kept revealing themselves in other matters, right? that was they had the connotation of majoritarianism within Russia. They were more populistic and represented the great Russian majority in the form of the peasants. That's why the name caught on, right? But anyway, what I was saying is one of the ways you guys can practice taqiyya, joining the party, is since you don't have to already be a Marxist-Leninist to join the Communist Party, join as uneducated people. Just pretend to be uneducated and then make it seem like through the course of your experience in the party, you're going to arrive at the infrared positions. You know what I'm saying? Use taqiyya, join the party and be like, oh yeah, I'm just a liberal. Oh yeah, I'm just a kind of ecologist. Yeah, join as an anarchist. Join as whatever you want. Join as a Hillary supporter. Join as anything but a person who's already a communist. Or maybe you can make it work. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying these are all smart ideas to blend in and eventually become delegates.
Then we work with them collectively, as John Case was saying.
Join as a Maoist first. Just be like, yeah, I was really interested in the Austin Red Guards. I was really interested in the ideas of Chairman Gonzalo, but I've changed my views.
In our reading groups and through our collective action, and then they come around and then they become developed Marxist-Leninists. And so I think that's what it's all about. It doesn't really, matter how you identify personally, because when you join the communist,
a lot of you should say, I worked on Hillary's campaign staff in 2016, and I was disillusioned after Trump, the fascist, won.
As party, you become part of something much bigger.
Probably explain how we become delegates. The primary factors is being voted by your local chapter to be a delegate for your chapter. I have to learn more about how the party works before I divulge more, but yeah.
Bigger, you become something part of a collective.
You have to be voted in, which means we have to be the majority in the first place. And we have to find ways to coordinate our votes too, secretly. I'm going to make... We already have a secret Telegram channel. And we're coordinating stuff in there. But I'll find ways that I can initiate... We're pretty much dealing with it. We're underground right now. It's almost like we're living in Tsarist Russia, where they ban the Social Democratic Party, and you have to go underground and have to find secret ways of initiating people. That's what we're doing right now, right? We already have a secret Telegram to coordinate this shit, but joining that is pretty hard, right? You have to know like the secret handshakes and stuff, and we're also in a group chat with one of the, well, I don't know if I can divulge this, but let's just say we have people in group chats. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, you know that one that you're thinking about? We're in that one. Hey, CPUSA people that are trying to gatekeep us and trying to block us. You know that one I'm talking about? Yeah. Our people are in there. Oh, God. It's a joke, dude. It's a joke.
What matters.
You know who was a famous anarchist who came into the party later in her life? It was Lucy Parsons. Right? Y'all remember Lucy Parsons?
Yep.
Who came out of Texas and ended up in Chicago. She was a great friend of Mother Bloor, and was it Mother Bloor? No. Elizabeth Gurley, or maybe both of them. I don't know. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. Well, there's a lot to talk about, and about different aspects of our positions and policy. I got into a conversation the other day.
So this guy's not a Marxist-Leninist. He rejects the proletarian dictatorship. He obviously rejects Mao. He rejects Mao Zedong thought. He rejects Stalin, the progenitor of Marxism-Leninism. Stalin, there would be no Marxism-Leninism without Stalin, who created it as a definite orthodoxy, reconciling the contributions of Lenin to Marxism. He is sympathetic to Emma Goldman, the famous white supremacist racist Emma Goldman, who was an anti-Asian racist, and described the Bolsheviks in a very disgustingly anti-Asiatic racist way. So he's a fan of the anti-Asian racist Emma Goldman.
With somebody who objected, and this kind of comes out of last week's show. And by the way, we got a whole lot of controversy around last week's show.
Here we go. Jackpot. Here we go. There we go. Let's get it right. Let's get it. Let's get right into the news. I'm your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right into the news. We're right here. We're right here. Here we go. Now we're going to be talking about the controversy. Here's the drama. Here's the drama. Step right up. Get your drama, everybody. Step right up. You're going to get some drama today. Good old-fashioned drama.
Already around 3,000 people have viewed that video.
And how many people? And Joe, what's the dislike ratio? Tell us the dislike ratio, Joe. Let everybody know what the dislike ratio is. Let everybody know.
This is a comment, and I would encourage all of our readers, including the people on this show, to jump onto the comment section.
Guys, so I'm not encouraging nothing. I don't encourage anything. You know I didn't tell you to go near that video. But it seems like he is very bothered by the negative reception. That's like it seems like it really bothers him, and he's asking he's asking people to go jump in the comments and defend the party. It seems like when you guys go and comment and dislike the video or whatever, it really upsets him. So I don't encourage anything myself. I'm a neutral party to this, right? I didn't even know you guys did that, but it seems like it's bothering him a lot, and it's so much so that he's encouraging his followers to go and fight in the comment section battlefield to save the optics. Oh my god, unbelievable!
And comment, the ideological.
Someone make a Wikipedia called the Great Infrared CPUSA YouTube comment section war, and it's like it's the comment section war, dude. It's very, very serious stuff.
Struggle takes many forms.
Weak. Are you guys? I don't know. Are you gonna surrender? Because this seems like a war now of the comment sections. Seems a war is going on now.
What this person told me, getting back to was that, we always advocated that racism was a basic part of the history of this country. And
who disagrees with that?
And they said that, well, you guys are saying that racism is in the DNA of the American Republic. I don't agree with that, the person said. And I'm like, how could you not agree with that? I mean, it's...
No, I don't think I agree with that. I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. How could you agree with that? What are you suggesting otherwise? Are you suggesting a new republic, or are you suggesting... Because you're going against the Communist Party line that's been maintained for like nearly 100 years, which was that all of these things are betrayals of the spirit of the American Republic, not the part of its DNA, not its essence, right? The whole point of the Communist Party was saying this is not essential to what America is. That's why the Communist Party wanted to seize hegemony over the United States, right? And again, a lot of dumb fucks don't understand this because they're like, well, Haz, the U.S. is a bourgeois state. Don't we want to replace it with a proletarian state? But formal states are inherently bourgeois. The proletarian dictatorship is the cherry on top, which is the party dictatorship, right? Or the one-party rule, which is what we seek. One-party rule, which is actually what the, believe it or not, founding fathers intended in the first place. They didn't intend multiple parties. But anyway... yeah, we want a one-party proletarian dictatorship in the United States. But we already have the formal democratic state. This is why China has a people's democracy and a party dictatorship. You don't destroy the republic and completely destroy it and create it from scratch. There's no need for that.
3/5 of a slave in the Constitution for tax purposes. In fact, it goes all the way back to 1619 and probably.
Hey, listen. There's a lot of stuff I came across. Like, I found an article in People's World from not 4 months ago. People's World, the official newspaper of the Communist Party, defending prostitution. Yup. The Communist Party is ramping up to start calling sex work is work. I shit you not. I shit you fucking not. I shit you not. They're trying to bring that shit in the Communist Party for the first time in history. Now, we have Joe Sims talking about the 1619 Project, the pro-British Empire, which is setting up Meghan Markle to be the Queen of America, 1619 Project. There's nothing Marxist about the so-called 1619 Project. They're trying to shoehorn all this and gaslight us and shoehorn all this shit as in, this is all communist, guys. Joe, what is Marxist or communist about the 1619 Project? Who gave you the fucking authority to make that a part of the official stance of the Communist Party? Shouldn't there be some kind of debate about this? Shouldn't there at least be a discussion about it? You're just jumping ahead and shoehorning this fucking very mysterious agenda that's coming from the liberal elites and the New York Times and the think tanks and the corporations, and you're trying to force that on the Communist Party. Where's the discussion? Where's the debate? You're just going to gaslight us into thinking this was always the Communist Party's position? Well, it wasn't, Joe Sims. Some of us have actually studied history and read the works of prominent communists like Gus Hall and William Z. Foster, and you find there no room for this nonsensical narrative of the 1619 Project. I would love Joe to explain himself about why Marxists and why communists should accept this 1619 Project narrative. Because even if you think they should, it's not a given. You have to make the case first. We are communists, we are Marxists, and they are foreign to communism and Marxism. They are liberals. They're part of the corporate liberal elite and the academic elite. So it's your job to tell us communists that we have to be on board and buy into this shit. You don't fucking shove it down our fucking throats first and then ask questions later.
Before that. But at the same time, how can you look at the history of the United States and not see that, Anita?
Because the Communist Party is supposed to be a force of hope and optimism. It's supposed to say, yes, maybe you could say racism is in the DNA of our history, and it's a part of our history, and it's an inexorable part of our history thus far. But the Communist Party is supposed to say, we have a different vision for the American Republic, which means it's not in our DNA to be racist. We have a different vision for the American Republic. By the way, that was also MLK's position, too.
Thanks, Joe. Yes, I want to just.
So this anti-Marxist, vitriolic, racist, white supremacist woman who's in the post-colonial studies of some fucking university who has nothing to do with Marxism, nothing to do with communism, is trying to shoehorn and force foreign concepts and foreign ideologies into the Communist Party. I do sense a demonic presence when I hear her speak. I sense a demonic presence. I just sense some kind of evil. Just look at this. There's an evil. There's an evil here. There's a fundamental bitterness and hatred and evil you could just see seething through this person. It looks like they're having an exorcism right now. It looks like they're having an ecstatic evil demonic possessed experience right now. Just look. This is the face of rage. This is the face of raging bitterness. Raging bitterness, which I may add, is quite reminiscent of the incel movement, if I may say so myself. Very much reminds me of the incel movement. But anyway, so this is someone who's on board with the 1619 project, and the New York Times, the Post going, oh, it's in the DNA. Don't you see? It's in the DNA of this country, which is why in order to reconcile... Oh, you want to know what we need to reconcile? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what we need to reconcile. Right? I'll tell you what we need to reconcile. I'll tell you what we need to reconcile, guys. This is what the elite have in store. By the way, Jay-Z, who's a member of OTO, the satanic cult OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, a follower and disciple of Aleister Crowley. This is what they have in store for us, supposedly, right? This is the 1619 project that they have in store. And they're trying to aestheticize it and make it look like this. Let me show you this satanic agenda that they're showing through their music videos. This is from 2018. Silicon Valley, the British Empire, the return of the monarchy, and the destruction of the republic. This is what they have in store for us. Look at this white woman, British emissary, who's going to be our elite.
Mr. President, thank you for sitting
This
with
is Jay-Z's music video, Family Feud, from 2018. You could see their agenda full on display. Jay-Z's a member of OTO, the viciously anti-communist Order whatever the fuck, it's a satanic group, followers of Aleister Crowley, who is himself a vicious anti-communist, anti-Marxist. Let me show you this video.
me today. Jacob and Bert, two children from two mighty families.
Look at this neo-feudal future they have in store for us. It's feudalism.
Thank you.
Mighty families? What is that? I thought in this republic, your family background don't matter. I thought in this republic we live in, your family background's not supposed to matter. It don't matter what family you're from. It's based on your merit as a person, as a human being.
Information has come to light regarding your family history, Mr. President, the details of which have the citizenry quite concerned. They reveal violations to both the confessional papers and the
The
Constitution.
confessional papers? What is that?
The murder that took place within your family, Mr. President, a murder that laid the foundation for your ascent, betrays the legacy of peace upon which you ran and were voted into office. The people deserve to know.
I will not speak on the unfortunate loss within my family without speaking about the courage, the community, the faith, the fortitude, the warmth, the wisdom.
We have worked and fought side by side for generations. Mitakoe Oyashi. We are all related.
This is the land back agenda they have, fetishizing indigenous people to be the springboard for the return of the British monarchy, by the way.
You want to talk about law? How quickly you forget my family's legacy.
Your family's legacy? What is that?
My family has protected the law, striving for justice and dignity for all.
There's a disturbance in the peace.
There hasn't been a disturbance
What is this satanic Aleister Crowley shit I'm watching?
in that region for centuries.
Want to see if they're naked?
My family has fought for the law.
All your family's back. Okay.
This is feudal shit I'm looking at.
The worst of us doesn't define us. Our commitment to these ideals run deep in my blood. Nothing can change that.
So they're telling a story of a civil war which results in A board meeting of Karens who decide our country's future. And they're heavily implying it's Meghan Markle, by the way. Just look at the royal aesthetics and the feudal shit. This is Meghan Markle taking over.
My beloved ancestor was one of the chief architects of the Confessional Papers and one of America's founding mothers.
Founding mothers? What?
She and a group of women from all walks of life revised the Constitution over 444 years ago.
What?
At a time, mind you, when some thought that making America...
Is this the Communist Party's agenda? Is this what Joe Sim's trying to sell us?
...great meant making us afraid of each other.
Now, ladies, it's time to discuss the Second Amendment.
If you make it illegal, you'll... A legion of Karens are going to decide our future?
Drive it underground. Not want to protect themselves, not want to protect their family.
Jay-Z is a member of OTO. Aleister Crowley, do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. He wore the fucking sweatshirt.
If you have to understand the hurt you've inflicted, already you're winning something.
Some people should have the right to bear arms.
You have distance from the person you're
I
killing.
understand your point. In a perfect world, it would be lovely if we could all just put down our weapons and get along, but that's not the world that we live in.
Ladies, this is just like the 13th Amendment. Some people have their liberties and some people don't. America is a family and the whole family should be free.
The hell?
It's like I remember my father saying when I was a little girl. Nobody wins when the family feuds.
Are they trying to... I don't know what the hell they're doing, but this don't look anything remotely... What is communist about this shit they're talking about? These elites are preparing us for. What is communist about this? What is Marxist-Leninist about this? What does this have to do with our history and our tradition as communists? Where is this shit coming from? And why is Joe Sims trying to push this in the fucking party? This satanic Aleister Crowley shit in the party. Where the fuck did that come from? Anybody know where that came from? And she looks like she reads Aleister Crowley too. Maybe she's part of the satanic OTO. Maybe she's part of it too. She looks like she's being possessed here.
Based.
She looks like she's under demonic possession right now. This is our future? This is the future of the Communist Party? Is this the face of the Communist Party? This is the facial expression we're all supposed to have? 1619 Project! It's in the DNA of America! Eugenics must come! She looks like a eugenicist. She looks like a eugenicist. Bill Gates is the true communist. Bill Gates is the ultimate revolutionary. All hail Bill Gates. The New York Times. The New York Times is better than Marx's writings. This fucking bullshit they're trying to fucking push on us. What does that have to do with communism? What does that have to do with Marxism, Leninism? This is our leader as communists? From where? Where? Is this Bolshevism? Is this true Bolshevism? Is this the Bolshevik way? Is the Bolshevik way to be ruled by liberal Karens? Liberal Karens. Is that the Bolshevik way? Liberal Karens ruling the Bolshevik party. Is that something that you would consider possible? Is this the Bolshevik way?
Modify that a little bit and say, well, DNA is a biological metaphor. It's like the United States or North America or whatever.
Yeah, she loves it because she's a eugenicist.
Is a biological.
The next thing she's going to start saying, the population's too high. I think the population's too high. We just have to manage this population. She wants to become the next Angela Merkel. She wants to become the next Angela Merkel, right? Who does this? Angela Merkel 2.0. It kind of reminds me of the incel movement. Yeah, okay, Angela Merkel 2.0. We know what fucking game you're playing. We could see what game you're playing. The Merkau Rote, whatever they call it. She does this with her hands.
Organism that has DNA, and that's very difficult to change. And I think what critical race theory and 1619 Project and others have shown is that racism is embedded in the struggle.
What? Critical race theory and 60 what? Auzu billah bin ash-shaytan ar-rajim. What is this? What is this? This is Marxism? Hold on, hold your fucking horses. What the fuck does critical race theory have to do with Marxism? Critical race theory was never Marxist. It was a critique of Marxism. You are not a Marxist-Leninist party. You know, this is heresy. This is heretical. I'm going to go ahead and say it. This is heretical. This is heretical. What does this have to do with Marxism-Leninism? What does this have to do with communism? They are trying to force liberal ideologies, liberal theories, and liberal concepts into the Communist Party. This absolute revisionism. Absolute revisionism. Critical race theory believes that race is the essential fact. Marxists-Leninists do not recognize any essentiality of race. We recognize the essentiality only of class. As a matter of fact, there is not even a Marxist-Leninist recognition of the concept of race. The concept of race is foreign to Marxism-Leninism. We recognize nationalities, we recognize different cultures and perhaps ethnicities and ethnos, and what is it called? Ethnosociology. This is room for this in Marxist-Leninism, but is it ethnography? Yes, we have a place for ethnography, and we have a place for the national question, but there is no place for the concept of race in Marxism-Leninism. Marxism-Leninism is not an Americanist ideology. It's a universal. It's a universal method, and race is a unique concept to Anglo-Saxon culture, which is not recognized by Marxism-Leninism. We do not recognize race. So for you to talk about critical race theory as showing us that it's in the DNA of our country, you're not engaging in a Marxist analysis. You are engaging in an analysis that is a complete deviation and betrayal of Marx's own method. Marx's method did not say racism is part of the DNA of the Republic. That has nothing to do with Marxism. The Marxist view about ethnography and these kinds of things must be explained, and I agree they deserve more clarification than they currently have. But that's going to be a debate. That's going to be a discussion. You don't get to fucking jump the gun and force this liberal agenda from the liberal elites into Marxism. No, I'm not going to let you fucking get away with that. It's a discussion and a debate about what implications Marxism is going to have for the national question and ethnography and this kind of stuff, and how we understand racism through the lens of Marxism. But that's a debate and a discussion. You are trying to jump the gun and, without any discussion or debate about it whatsoever, try and force these foreign ideologies from liberal universities onto the Communist Party and onto the orthodoxy and official stance and position of the Communist Party. Am I going crazy, guys? Am I fucking going crazy that you here have the sitting members of the National Committee of the Communist Party recklessly throwing out all of these official stances, agreeing with these ideas outside of Marxism, Leninism, outside of communism, outside of Marxism, outside of the tradition and history of the Communist Party itself, and they're just trying to immediately fucking neat, don't do that. They're trying to immediately fucking jump the gun and just force this shit on the party. First of all, where did these people come from? You guys ever know that question? Like, you ever ask the question, where did these people come from? She's a Democrat, by the way. This is the Democrat. This is way worse than Sam Webb. Sam Webb's heresy was one thing. His heresy threatens to destroy the party forever. And something tells me that's their agenda. Somehow, because communists in America, if there's any that exists, gave up on the Communist Party. So these evil elements, these satanic elements, have risen to the ranks of the party and are now on their way to destroying the party. We're coming in and saying, no, we're not going to let you destroy this party. We're not going to let you destroy the Communist Party. We're going to save this party. It's a party worth saving. It's not your party to destroy and ruin. It's the party that is the common heritage of all American communists. We're not going to let you fucking drive this party into the ground with critical race theory and the fucking 1619 project. We will not. We are catching you we're catching you in the middle of your plan. I'm shining a spotlight on this shit, and you guys thought you were gonna get away with it too. You thought you were just gonna slowly lead to the oopsies, the Communist Party's destroyed. Oopsies. Nope. You were just caught in your tracks. That's why you're making a big fuss about infrared, and for an even more mysterious reason, Caleb Maupin, who doesn't even agree with me about this current strategy. The reason you targeted us both is because you felt so threatened by our critiques of the synthetic left that you realized you were being caught in your tracks. We know what you were doing, you so fake National Committee of the CPUSA. Your plan was in motion to literally destroy the party, which you consider an embarrassment. Somehow, listen, it's happened in other countries. I want to explain to you guys something. Communist parties are not invincible. There have been many cases, especially in ex-communist states, and even in non-ex-communist states, where the infrastructure and resources of communist parties are used. Opportunists, revisionists, and liberals take power, and they completely rebrand the party into something else. It's happened. It's happened where communist parties turn into social democratic parties or turn into like liberal parties. It's like countless cases of this happening. Yeah. They even ditch the name. That's the thing though. It gets so bad that they even abandon the name Communist Party. They change the name of they hijack the resources, they hijack the infrastructure, and they just change the name of the party altogether, and it becomes something else. It becomes a social democratic party. That's what they've been planning. Maybe they were even planning on changing the name of this party and turning it into a Democrat caucus. But either way, here's what's going on. What the Communist Party does is it takes lefties who are disillusioned by the system and consolidates them for the Democrats. It's a Democrat consolidation scheme. Democrat consolidation scheme. It consolidates radicalized young people for the Democrats.
The legal structures and the political structures and even the cultural norms that we have in our society, and those can be changed. I think we actually can tinker with them if we really
tinker with them. What is this disgusting pervert talking about? Oh, we're gonna be the social engineers who are gonna tinker tinker. I'm tinkering with society. Woo! Let me tinker with that and tinker with this and This is a disgusting, creepy thing to fucking say. We can tinker with that and oh, I'm an academic in an elite university and I have an agenda for you, the American people. I'm the toy maker. I'm the toy maker in my tinkering workshop. Woo! I'm going to tinker with this and tinker with that. Tinker, tinker, tinker. Shut the fuck up.
Struggle against them, and really we could make a difference in terms of that racism. So I wouldn't say it's in our DNA, it's not in our biology, but it is in our mechanics, and we can get rid of it.
You haven't gotten rid of it, you racist white woman. You haven't gotten rid of it, you racist Karen. You have smeared and attacked an Arab man, an Arab Muslim man, because you're an Islamophobic racist. You are an anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, Islamophobic racist. That's the truth. Anti-Arab, Islamophobic racist. Racist Karen. And by the way, guys, this is the official stance of Karen Anita. Karen Anita says, in so many words, we do not want, this is her words, I'm quoting her, she does not want Arabs in the party. She does not want the Arabs in the party or the Muslims. She doesn't want the Muslims in the party. In so many words, that's what she's saying. She's saying we don't want the Muslims in our party. Growing up, experiencing all the racism I did after 9/11, I could see the racism on her face. The racist Karen who doesn't want the Muslims or the Arabs, in her word, in the party, right? Absolute racism. Absolute racism. I'm an Arab man and she attacks me. The Muslims. I've experienced so much anti-Arab racism.
Okay.
And she accuses me of hating women because I'm an Arab. What else is the reason?
I don't think I agree with you, but that's all right. Because, you know, there are dominant and then recessive genes, you know? And
wait. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Let me get this straight. I need to really get this straight because I'm extremely confused right now. I'm extremely confused. Hold on. She just said that she doesn't agree with the biological example because, you know, it's kind of problematic to say it's in the DNA, right? Then here we have Eugenic Joe Sims, Eugenics Joe, say, no, I disagree. There's dominant and recessive genes. What are they talking about exactly? What exactly is he talking about? Are they, if I have this correctly, is he suggesting we're going to have a eugenics program and breed out racism? Is that what he's saying? I struggle to understand. I thought he was going to disagree with her and be like, oh yeah, well, I don't know if I agree with the critical race theory stuff because it's not really Marxist or something. But no, he was worse. He goes, oh, I don't agree with you. I'm going to double down on the DNA example. That's weird, dude. That's creepy. That's so creepy.
And the fact of the matter is that the dominant gene has been racism, has been white supremacy, has been slavery, has been genocide, Rosanna. And this anti-racism.
Why does he? Every time Joe talks, he always just says Rosanna, right? Every time he talks, he's always like, why? I don't get it. He always brings her up. He always, every sentence. What does that mean? Yeah, I thought he was talking to Anita. Why does he always mention fucking Rosanna? What?
Too. You know, it produces its opposite. That's also clear. But we need some, Rosanna, we need some genetic engineering as we go through the process of building a mass movement.
Is there something wrong with my eyes? I mean, my ears. Did I hear that correctly? Let me just make sure I just heard what I just said, because a lot of you think I'm just very exaggerating and I'm just like over exaggerating shit, and this is really incriminating. I mean, I don't know what else to say. He says it himself.
Racism too. You know, it produces its opposite. That's also clear. But we need some, Rosanna, we need some genetic engineering as we.
So when I said, so the Bill Gates thing wasn't really off the mark now, was it? I wasn't just being hyperbolic and exaggerating. Like, this is really weird, guys. It's getting weird. It's starting to get a little weird here. It's starting to get a little weird in the room. I can barely believe my ears when I hear this shit. You know what I called him? Eugenics Joe? I wasn't really exaggerating. Now, was I? This is directly Eugenics Joe. Yep, Eugenics Joe. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. I really cannot believe what I'm hearing here. This is absolutely, really it's truly unbelievable. It is just beyond the pale of conceivability that this is the Communist Party saying this shit.
We go through the process of building a mass movement and social revolution. What do you think?
Who are these people? Who the fuck are these people? Who is paying them? Who's setting them up with this, huh? How did they this is weird. How did they even get to these positions in the first place? You know what I mean? Where did they come from? Where did these fucking people come from? And these are communists? I'm going to tell you guys what. We need to save our party. We need to save our party. We need to save our party. I'm going to tell you the truth. It's not going to be easy disguising yourself and performing taqiyya, because you're going to have to stomach these people and pretend like they're your leaders. Well, they are your leaders. Formally, they are. Formally, they're your leaders. They're not your ideological leaders. They're not your spiritual leaders. But formally, structurally, they're your leaders. Right? You need to save our party, guys. Save our party. Save our party. Save our party.
We don't have any popular support, so we need to breed a new race of people who support our revisionism.
Yeah, quote. That's basically what liberals are starting to say. Sam Webb was the first guy that started the big controversy. People leading the CPUSA. What are the spiritual implications of this shit? Only God knows. But this, we need to save our party from this. We need to save our party from this. Our party's going in a very malign direction. And when you have a relative who's just very, very sick, very, very sick, we need to fight through this. Our party's infected with a profound sickness. A profound sickness that goes from top to bottom and bottom to top. Throughout the whole party, it's infected with this absolute abysmal sickness. We need to save our party, ladies and gentlemen. This cannot stand. This cannot stand. I cannot believe what I'm hearing here. These people are eugenicists. Absolutely eugenicists.
You're muted.
You mean re-engineering?
Re-engineering. There you go.
Yeah, I think.
What?
That's what, we have to get into a practice, a much different practice of every.
Even if they're using it as a metaphor, just knowing the vile and racist history of genetics, American genetics, and of eugenics, it's so unfathomable that leaders of the Communist Party would say this. We are Lysenkoists. We are Lysenkoists. We are going to make the Communist Party reappreciate Lysenko. We are going to rehabilitate not only Stalin, not only Mao, but Lysenko.
Of our culture, our everyday life, how we treat people, how we see people, things like that.
Good point.
Respect.
Good point. Good point. All right, let's turn the page. A lot been going on in the country and in the world during the course of the week, and one of them had to do with climate change. And that, John Case, what's your opinion about the international conference? Was it a success or a failure?
Now, I want to hear him talk more about climate change too, because it's going to expose their eugenics Malthusian agenda.
People are kind of disappointed.
Well, it was somewhat of a success. I mean, they did manage to issue a statement, but it's clear that the
John Case.
Get this, that climate change is going to cause revolution. Climate change is going to cause us to do progress. Climate change is going to cause social progress. I don't think so. I think a different ruling class setting the priorities and defining national unity and purpose in a different way.
I'm gonna make a new segment on stream. Every time they release a video, I'm gonna be reacting to it. Every time the Communist Party releases a video, I'm gonna be reacting to it and posting it on my channel.
Ever have socialism?
Every single time. I am never ever gonna drop this. Every time they make a new video, I'm gonna be reacting to it.
There's no planet to build it on. That's the way I see it. How can the working class take power on a planet that doesn't exist? But I think it also, you have to look at what does climate change,
They will never ever release a video without me reacting to it. I will react to every single video and respond to every single video they release. Every single video they release.
Benefit. Why are these nations taking their good old time, trying to get it under control? And it's because of the corporations. They can't, how do they tell the corporations they can no longer do the drilling and so I think it is tied to the class question.
I'm going to comment on their video. I'm going to read the comment. Racism is in the DNA of the Republic. Nice job exposing your pro-eugenics agenda. The 1619 Project and critical race theory are liberal innovations created by the, let me put neoliberal. created by academic theorists of the bourgeoisie and elite universities and have nothing to do with Marxism. The Marxist-Leninist positions on questions relating to nationality, in addition to Soviet and Chinese contributions to the field of ethnography, do not afford any recognition to the American notions of race. You're trying to drive the party into the ground by importing foreign ideologies without any mediation, discussion, or debate on the matter within the party. Within the party, you won't succeed. There you go.
And I think it's something that affects obviously everyone. I think there's, there are movements out there, there are organizations, NGOs that combat climate change in different ways, different forms, and don't always represent the quote unquote working class. But I think it's an issue that unites everyone, or at least it should. And so I hope it's something that we can all get behind, especially with these different movements led by young people like the Sunrise Movement coming forward and demanding that NYU divest their funds away from these corporations that damage the planet and that aren't, reversing this trail that we're on.
All right, John Case, I want to bring it back to you.
The Sunrise Pro-Eugenics Population Reduction Movement, is that the one you're talking about?
Again, because I went to Youngstown last week to a funeral, and I had to go to the gas station, and I paid $4.50 a gallon for my gas. Inflation. People are upset about that.
Yes.
And what do you have to offer here? Why are you even talking about this? You're the ones who told people to go fucking vote for Biden. Well, here's the result.
And they see that, they think that the oil corporations are using the issue of supply, and it's a real issue, I'm not discounting that, to jack up the price of commodities like oil, and all kinds of commodities are going up, bread, milk, vegetables, you name it.
What kind of where's the professionalism? Where's the businessmen where's the business as the Soviets used to call it? Look, where is the education? Where's the professionalism? Where's the business what is it? This dumbass sounds even more stupid than me. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not even part of a formal organization. When me and the other showrunners get around and start discussing stuff, compared to this, we sound super official. We sound very official and professional. Just watch our earliest videos. And this is a bunch of dipshits in a Zoom call just talking about random shit. And these are the official leaders of the Communist Party. There's no respect. Where's the respect for the party? He's like, hey, gas prices are going up and food's going up. What's up with that, guys? This is something some random guy on the street would say when you strike up conversation. How is this like an official, professional, business-like reflection? When's the next Substack or next infrared visual coming out? I don't know. Hopefully before the end of the year.
Inflation. You just submitted an article about inflation. So, what is the cause of this inflation that's going on? That's taking place, in your opinion?
Well, it's not Joe Biden. But once you
they're doing it to apologize for Joe Biden. Now I see why they brought it up.
Get past that.
Jenna. Thank you, Janar. Hold on. Did he mention Rosanna again? Thank you, Janar. Did he say Rosanna? Did he say Rosanna again? I didn't hear it.
And the easy proof of that is that it's happening
Rosanna
all over the world, irrespective of actually particular government policies in some cases. It's happening in China at the production factory level. It's happening everywhere. It's not happening at the same level in the United States. The risks are
Rosanna, where am I?
a little higher, but that's mainly because we have very few ways to do anything about it.
Jesus Christ, you cannot say that, dude. You cannot say that. Do not say that shit in the chat. You cannot. You cannot say that, dude. Do not say that shit in the chat. That's disgusting, dude. You cannot say that. Do not say that. Why the fuck would you say that, dude? It's so weird, dude. What the
inflation.
No, okay, sorry.
And I'll get into that in a second. But the once you get past a global, yes, it's the supply chain log jam. That's probably the number one issue, and the reason for that.
Voidburn, you're a fucking mod. Stop. Stop. Stop.
That is pretty complicated. On the one hand, whenever during the pandemic, people stopped buying services with their money and started buying goods. And goods, of course, unlike a lot of services, have to be transported. And so the available capacity of transporting goods, both inside the United States in terms of trucks that are fitted for containers, for example, to countries that are much more heavily impacted by COVID still, and so their level of production is just low. And certain factories in certain countries shut down completely. Some deliberately, like in China when they had the shutdowns, they really shut things down to try and have zero COVID. So as a consequence, and also the other thing that shut down was transportation during COVID. And so the oil producers, including big ones in the United States, the shale industry, fell a lot.
You are now turning into Boring Fuck Radio 94.7 when no one listens to it. This is the true webcast, a webcaster.
Right. And of course,
why do they all blur their backgrounds? You ever notice that? They all blur their backgrounds. What are you fucking hiding?
Big costs that are building up due to, for example, agriculture products that are waiting to be shipped, but by the time they're shipped, they're spoiled. I
think this is the next Howard Stern. What do you guys think?
So that's the number one thing behind the inflation, and the reason why one side of the economist says, "Oh, it's temporary or transitory," is because they expect that while getting these production and transport facilities up in line will happen, but slowly. And so that's the reason for that thinking.
But don't you think that the corporations are jacking up some of the prices as well?
Rosanna?
Well, I mean, they're gonna, they're gonna charge whatever the traffic will bear, no matter when, why, at all times. I mean, so you can't. There'll be no gifts from them on that.
You know what my big problem is? Razors. I can't find razors. How am I going to shave my head in the morning, Rosanna, if I can't find razors?
Hey! There you go. I called it. There you go. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird, dude. Yeah, boomer humor. Boomer humor. Bro, this is literally like me. This is like, I don't know what this is, dude. This is like me on the Zerka Royale, just randomly calling on random girls just to fucking produce content. You know what I mean? Except he only does it with one person. He only does it with one person. Ain't that right, Rosanna? Oh, God.
Anyway,
You know, then I got to buy them cheap razors, and I get cut. So I walk
the other
around
issue-
bleeding. You know, I mean, it's terrible. Well,
The other issue is the labor costs are rising because people don't go.
Are there shortages of razors? I think I can find razors. Are there really shortages?
Don't want to go back to work, especially in the service sector. Under the
Are there? Is razors since when? Is there really a shortage of razors?
conditions that they left work from.
In bigger cities?
And they also, you can tell from the strike wave and the big resignation wave, that the pressures for the essential, especially on workers involved in essential...
In bigger cities. Well, that just goes to show the CPUSA. They're city dwellers. There's none of these people live in regular American towns.
Services has reached a breaking point. They have, the market is demanding higher, they got to pay more money. But, so there is
Boomer Liberal PMC AM Talk Radio. Yeah, this is like a Sam Cedar knockoff guy.
Inflationary pressure.
This is 100% a Kamala Harris supporter. This is a Kamala Harris voter. Average Kamala Harris voter.
On many fronts. And you know, it's debatable how long it's going to last. But the number one thing from a working class standpoint is that year to year real wages decline.
Oh, fuck. I have to respond to those merch people who wanted to make merch for us. Fuck, I never responded to them. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. I just sent them back an email.
By 1%. Now you know that that's having a profound impact on people's thinking. You just know it. I mean, you don't have to. If you've lived in the working class way of life for most of your life, as we have, I think, you know.
I can't wait for the merch, guys. The merch is gonna be so fucking cool, dude. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the merch. It's gonna be crazy.
Know what impact that's having.
But my big question, Rosanna, is what impact is it going to have on the elections coming up in next November? Everybody's crowing about
The $70 Dono video. Oh, fuck. Is he here? I don't want to watch it without him. We'll watch it tonight if he's here.
the Republicans are going to win. The Republicans are going to win.
They are. Are you? Wait, is he just in denial now about what's going on?
And then with the redistricting, you want to make a prediction yet?
Well, I think what we need to do is make a big push for everyone to go out and vote. We have the numbers. The Poor People's Campaign
Yep.
did a study that showed we have the numbers if people just go out to vote. And that's our power. And that's
Who the fuck is we? You mean the Democrats? Well, you're just basically saying the same shit that every Democrat says. Guys, we have the numbers that study. What difference will you make? You're the Communist Party. If the top leaders of the Democrats can't solve that problem of the fact that you have the numbers but no one votes, how are you going to fucking solve it? The fuck? We have the numbers. Sounds like every fucking... We are in hell! We are literally in hell! This sounds like every liberal professor ever. You know what? I'm sick of being nice. I'm sick of being fucking nice. I don't care anymore. When I look at this, I'm depressed. She sounds like the most unenthusiastic, like, just sounds like an academic advisor at a college, completely unenthusiastic. You go to the academic advisor's office, it's just going, yep, we have the numbers. She just says the same shit for 50 years, nothing changes. That's hell. That's hell, doing the same. Yeah, those academics, yep, election's coming around, and we have the numbers. Oh, I'm just the leader of the Communist Party. We have the numbers, and we should go out and vote Democrat. This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. It's like there's no sense of like. Could you tell the difference that we're in 2021? Listening to this, it sounds like we're living in the year 2009. Still.
That's what we have to focus on. Forget about all of these other things.
Yeah, forget about everything. Vote Democrat. That's the slogan of the Communist Party.
That, you know, have a tendency to bring your morale down and things like that. And although, you know, there's the gerrymandering, the redistricting, and all of these things that are being attempted to put in motion, but nonetheless, we still have the power, and we have to fight those things, but we still have the power as a people to go out and
Is there anything that demotivates people to want to be involved in anything than this? This sounds like an academic advisor just boring the shit out of you, and you just want to go home. Please, this is hell, man. This is hell. This is why I hated college. This is actually why I fucking hated college. Because boring people who waste your time. And this is a boring person who loves wasting people's time. Our country is full of academic bureaucrats and professional managerial bureaucrats who do nothing for a living but sit on their ass and waste your time. That's America right now.
and not allow this takeover. And so I think we just got to push people to go out and vote, and not just push them, but help them to understand the power that vote.
This is just criminally boring. This is just fucking boredom. This is just boring. I'm sorry. It's worse than being wrong. Of course it's wrong. But the most unforgivable fact is just how boring it is. Who can watch this? It's not informative. It's not enlightening. It's just boring. And they ask why they've been stagnating before me. Oh, hundreds of people. You know what's sickening, guys? Hundreds of people are joining the party and they're taking credit for it. No, you guys have been doing the same shit you always been doing. Those are my people joining your party. Those are my people. Those are my people in that party that are joining. Not you. I'm the entertaining one. This is the fucking academic advisor that you go to. You ever been to college, guys, and you go to an academic advisor for answers and they just waste your time for 25 minutes and you never go again because you realize you just made the biggest mistake of your life, wasting 25 minutes of your life talking to them? That's what this is.
Voting does have.
Anita, have you done your Christmas shopping yet? I read it the other day that people are spending money anyway. I don't care about the inflation. I mean, they care about it, but consumer spending is up.
Is the showdown going to be a weekly thing? Yes.
So
I
it
haven't
is.
bought one Christmas present, huh?
I haven't either. I mean, it's only early November, isn't it? No, I guess.
You know what they should call this party? They should call it. This is the movie The Irishman. The movie The Irishman. Martin Scorsese. Martin Scorsese, The Irishman. That's the Central Committee of the Communist Party. It's just a bunch of very old boomers talking about nothing. Martin Scorsese, The Irishman. I like the movie too, but that's what this is.
I guess it's sort of later November. Yeah, it always sneaks up on me a little bit, but yeah, no, I'm in a really glass half empty kind of mood today on the climate change.
This reminds me a lot of. This is actually very reminiscent of the incel movement. This is very reminiscent of the incel movement. Okay.
And also
What she just said is very reminiscent of the incel movement. By the way, I'm never ever letting that down.
our ability to
Bro, their credibility's gone. I'm never letting them forget that.
to keep the fascist forces at bay in the election coming up too.
The fascist forces.
I just say this because today the Ohio legislature is.
Look at all this shitty, generic, fucking academic milquetoast art they have in the background. You know what this is? This is the fucking art. This is corporate woke art. Corporate woke art. Corporate woke art. Woke corporate art. Woke corporate art. Yeah, lib shit art. Soul. It's the most soulless, ugly. You know Rosanna's paintings in her background? Look, there may be a history to that art but today, in today's context, that's corporate shit lib art. It's just corporate middle class woke art. And it's the ugliest thing ever. That's what you find at like public buildings and Sesame Street and hospitals and you know that like public PBS, Sesame Street, public buildings, whatever. That's what you fucking find. Yeah, human resources art. Human resources art.
Voting on its new very gerrymandered map that will give Republicans 13 of the 15 seats in Congress from Ohio. And it's exactly what people voted last year not
Racist Karen.
to do. We voted in
Racist Karen.
Ohio for a more fair process, and they took that and said, okay, just 4-year plan, just perfectly
Racist Karen.
gifts to the GOP. So that's very discouraging, and I hope Rosanna's right that the more we get, I'm sure the more we get people out to vote, but they're very sophisticated in the way they have gerrymandered in Ohio. They have every tool at their disposal, and they've really chopped everything up. They've chopped up the Democratic leaning and the working class voters into these bizarre congressional districts. So yeah.
Michael, speaking of voting, we have a question from one of our readers about voting and the path. You want to read that question real quick, and let's end the show with the responses to it.
So the question is, realistically, what is our path to power? Do we plan on reforming our way to communism? Because the Communist Party has existed for over 100 years and hasn't achieved anything. That's what it says.
This is a false question. The question isn't about electoralism. The question is, who the fuck are you aligning yourself with electorally? It should not be the Democrats. It should be a third party.
And the person said, my heart is broken. I just don't know what to do. He added the letter like that. So I don't know. Anybody want to take a shot at 15-second response? Okay, 30 seconds. John Case.
Well, I think everything we've talked about today shows that capitalism is in crisis. And when it's in crisis, an organization that's been around for 100 years can get 100 times bigger in a year. And the system's falling apart and showing itself incapable of repairing itself. So I think it'll take, I joked about this with Joe for years, about, I don't know whether it's going to be a...
Who the fuck said this is the Zerka Royale when Haz isn't? Yo, bro, shut the fuck up. Dude, they did a Royale without me that was actually good. Believe it or not. So it's not true. That's not. They did one without me that was very, very good, actually.
Communist revolution. It might be a reform revolution. A reformolution, but it's going to take a change in class power to move forward, period.
The only reason I make them entertaining is because I just go on and yell at people. I just yell at people, and I bring emotion and passion and whatever. It's so easy, and it's not hard to do. It's not at all hard to make it fun. All you have to do is just start yelling at people.
Thank you, John. Rosanna?
Well, I would say, what saved me was studying dialectics, because it really helps you to understand the process, be able to point out and see the progress. The fact that we're here 100 years later is just in itself a big success, because the right constantly attacks us from all kinds of angles, and we've been able to stay alive and afloat. Unemployment insurance, if it wasn't for the communists, we wouldn't have
Wow, what an important, urgent, and pressing discussion.
It wouldn't have been able to kick in this.
This is hell, dude. And by the way, these paintings, this is what I was talking about. Maybe historically it might have been different, right?
Voidborn donated $10. So, I did some digging, and found out that the reason why ACP Usa Howard Stern blurs his background is to hide their eugenic experiments, and also, Joe Simpleton uses Rosanna's name as punctuation for his sentences.
Punctuation? What? And what? Uses Rosanna's name as fucking punctuation. He does, dude. And fucking, what is Joe Simple? Joe, dude, we have burned the bridge. Okay, I can never make up with these people. We have burned the bridge with that guy forever. I don't even think he deserves it. Does he really deserve? Maybe he's just misguided or something. I don't know. We crossed the line. We crossed the line, dude. There's no going back now. I don't know if this was the smartest path to take, but we have definitely burned the bridge with Joe Sips. Joe Simpleton. Oh god, it's a brutal dog eat dog. By the way, yeah, there might have been a historical significance to this art, but in 2021, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. This is the art of boredom. When I see this, you know what? This is the art you find in restaurants, in mass corporate restaurants. This is a really ugly, boring art style. It's very boring. It's like jazz music in 2021. It's just very boring and ugly. You know what I mean? It's very boring. It's just milquetoast boredom. It's just milquetoast boredom. Yeah, I feel like I would see this at Applebee's. I feel like I would see this at a vegan restaurant or an Applebee's. There's nothing beautiful about this.
Period. But more than anything, I think it's studying.
Did the CPUSA delete my comment? LMAO! They deleted me. They deleted my comment. No, they didn't? I still have 43 likes. Did they delete my comment? Someone check. They hit it? They didn't. Can you still see it? Oh, it's there? Okay. Well, you guys can see it. So, apparently, they didn't delete it. But... Bro, the newest I can't do this, dude. I can't do this. Look at the newest comment. Fucking dude. Look at the newest comment. It's Kanye West. Get in peace. Dude, they'd be so confused. They're like, what the fuck is this? They're probably so fucking confused. They're like, what the fuck does this mean? It's literally a Kanye West 2036. Oh, bro, I'm about to cry. What is this? No, I'm liking that. I'm liking that one. They're gonna see this and be so. First of all, what is 2036? What is Kanye West, and what does he have to do with this infrared? Joe Sims. Look at this one, Joe. It's a guy with a Lysenko profile picture. Joe Sims. There's guys. They're so confused. These people are very confused. That's all I gotta say. You are just confusing them. They have no idea what any of this means. You know, you are confusing the shit out of these people. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Studying the dialectical process and that will help you to not despair. And
check who responded to your comment. Oh no, what is this? Who responded to my fucking infrared and CPUSA are filthy revisionists. Oh, we have a guy who is we have a hostile guy. Hold on. Let me look at this. Infrared and CPUSA are filthy revisionists. Maoism is an anti-Marxist theory. He is one of those responsible for the fragmentation and destruction of the international communist movement. He managed to divert and pervert. Why did this guy just hates Mao? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What? Okay, just random ass people. Reload the page. Oh my god, what's going on now?
Christcom donated $5. Os's Black Red Guard invited to the showdown. I think it would be cool to have the greatest Maoist thinker of our time on the show.
Thank you, Christcom. And yes, Black Red Guard is invited. But I doubt he will join. But he is obviously invited. I would really prefer Jason on Ruhei to come, but Jason obviously is too cowardly. What is this shit? Hold on, we're gonna we're gonna briefly look at this. Where's Hassan shit? What is this? Hold on.
That literally do not fucking work are from rich families that come in here to be like, I'm gonna fucking own you. Because if you're actually working class, you recognize that like I myself am not that far removed from like fucking being working class and all.
What? Wait, what?
Also, not only that, still advocate for working class values and the best interest of the working class, and do everything I can to ensure that like I abide by the principles that I espouse. Okay.
Wait, did I hear that correctly? What did he fucking say?
As you recognize that like I myself am not that far removed from like fucking being working class and
what the fuck is this? Bro, what? Dude, what do you mean you're not far removed from the... I mean, look. Do I have to argue anything? Just show random people this, and they will think this guy's the biggest joke of all time. You're not far removed from being working class. Well, then what the fuck does working class mean in America? Okay, you get 50K. You get like what, 250K a month. You have a $3 million house, and you're not so far removed from being working class. Even if you were trying to be like, oh, in the technical Marxist sense, well, no, even then you're not, because yeah. Like I said before, if your theory of class cannot explain wide disparities in economic outcomes, it's a garbage theory. The class is not defined by income, but if it can't explain differences in income, there's no point to it. Bruh, this guy's just out of touch. That's all I gotta say. He's just out of touch. And no, Hassan, you don't speak in the interest of the working class. You are an enemy of the working class. And I do maintain that. I do maintain that you, Hassan, are the enemy of the working class. And I maintain that. You don't advocate on their interests. You advocate for the Democrats, who are the enemies of the working class. Therefore, you are the enemy of the working class. Simple as that, Hassan. Simple as that. You are an enemy of the working class. And your Soviet flag is a disgusting form of desecration. Because the Soviets would have hated you. You have nothing to do with the Soviet Union. The Soviet state was founded by people who hated you.
Mend that broken heart.
Anita, keep hope alive.
So let me hold on. Let me get Hassan, just so I'm very clear with Hassan, right? Let me explain Hassan's brilliant reasoning. I'm going to explain the brilliance of the one they call Hassan. The brilliance of Hassan, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. So in the brilliance of Hassan, within the brilliance of Hassan, right? Here it is. Regular working class Trump voters, those are chuds and those are hogs. And those are the number one threat to America. But Hassan, who makes $250,000 a month and lives in a $3 million mansion, is not far off from being working class. Oh, okay, I got it. He is truly the sixth head.
Yes, I agree.
I actually hate this person.
I agree with Rosanna. We do have to keep hope alive. I think there's a
I feel like she's like my personal mortal enemy. Like if I was in her class as a student, I would make sure that as a professor she had a very, very miserable time. I would go out of my way to just, you know what I mean, just to like write papers that are so dense and impenetrable they give her a headache. And I would be very disruptive in class, and I just dislike this racist person. I just dislike racists. I don't know. Maybe I just have a thing for not liking racist Karens. But I think more than anyone in the National Committee, this person I dislike the most. I actually, look, I might make up with Joe Sims in the future. I will never make up with this person. I actually dislike this person. I could, listen. Joe Sims writing essays and comments under Stannis. What? What does Stannis have to do with this? Now Stannis is getting roped in? What is Stannis doing? Stannis is involved in this? Stannis is ML now. Are you sure that's Stannis? Yeah, I can make up with Rosanna. I can make up with Joe. I could probably make up with that young guy. I can never make up or reconcile with this person. Check the comments. Stannis is here? What is Stannis doing here? Now Stannis is here? Now someone says decolonize CPUSA. CPUSA is Serbian. Joe Sims is a labor aristocracy. What has happened, guys? This is... What What the fuck? Now there's a comment about comrade number 3. What does comrade number 3 have to do with this? What does comrade number 3 have to do with this? And where's Stannis? How does Stannis relate to all this? Have to go win the madness unless they are other communists who seem unworthy for the way they are actually trying to win over the masses. They're saying we're trying to create an all-white working class. How? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this is Stannis. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Is this Stannis? Are you sure this is Stannis? How do you know it's Stannis? A good rebuttal to infrared and Maupin. Good stuff. Are you sure this is Stannis? I mean, to be fair, it did generate 23 replies. But are you sure this is Stannis? Maybe it's just a random other Stannis. Are you sure this is him? Are you sure it's the same guy? There is a comment from Comrade Stannis under it. Joe Sims writes a novel and there is... The hell is this? Joe Sims is just absolutely unhinged. Oh, Joe Sims Jr. is in the comments. It's Joe Sims Jr. This is Joe Sims Jr. This is him, Joe Sims Jr. I would strongly suggest that all of you go back and reread that article. It's obvious that you have not understood its major points. Because this is a straw man. Joe Sims, shut the fuck up. I'm actually getting pissed now. It's that fucking stupid. You are literally a time waster. You're wasting you're spending your sweet old time wasting everyone's time arguing shit that has nothing to do with anything. Can you address any of our fucking arguments? Because none of this has to do with rejecting. What's chauvinist? What's anti-racism is one of the pillars of our approach to the love of class and people. And what does that have to do with us? Have we said anything to the contrary? Why are you bringing race into it like we're trying? I've advocated for the fucking black belt thesis, which you have rejected. I've advocated for, that's how extreme I am when it comes to recognizing the right of self-determination for other peoples. So what the fuck are you talking about? I even go further to speak of white fight racism and chauvinism without which unity is impossible. Yeah, I agree, but part of that means that the leaders of the white workers, which is the white leftists, have to own up and assume responsibility and not run to others. They have to win their own communities. And to win your own communities, you can't fucking crucify people for having the wrong views. That's what I've said. Rather than making anti-racism a central threat of those falsely claiming patriotic socialism, anti-racism is a central threat of socialist patriotism. It always has been. You understand that our patriotism is a unifying patriotism which does not recognize race. We want a United States that doesn't discriminate based on race, but we know that's not enough. Obviously, that's insufficient because there are national realities here, which is why we believe in national self-determination, and we believe in the right for the people who have been oppressed by the United States to secede from it. We have to earn their trust. That's what I believe. We should earn their trust as the United States. That's what I've always believed. We should earn their trust as a United States. But my vision our vision for the United States is not a racist United States. It's an anti-racist United States that believes all men are created equal. Right? The reason I believe in national self-determination isn't because I'm trying to create a white state. It's because I understand if black people or other minorities don't trust this project because of the track record of the United States. So I understand that. I get that. That's why I think I would want communists to want to earn the trust of these minorities. And if you can't, you can't. Simple as that. I believe in sovereignty and self-determination for black Americans. I've always maintained that line. Since I first hit the fucking live button, I've maintained that line. Caleb Maupin is friends with the Nation of Islam, with Farrakhan. He's personally meets with him. He's met with black nationalists, and he's allied with them. So what the fuck are you talking about? Where's this idea that patriotic socialism is white coming from? I'm not white. A huge portion of infrared is not white. Where's this idea that it's white coming from? I don't fucking know where that's coming from. It's a complete fucking straw man. He's making shit up. Joe Sims is a fucking liar. You're either a fucking liar or you're so poorly misinformed on this issue that you're still making an embarrassment of yourself by saying this. Who the fuck has said that? But here we go. It's mentioned here. It's only a purpose to a gross attack of attacking land back, the 1619 Project, and the thesis that racism is in this country's DNA. So if you reject all three of these precepts that were created by liberals and created by the bourgeoisie, that means you're a racist? I can go methodically one by one. Land back is a public land privatization scheme that's funded by Amazon. The 1619 Project was concocted in elite academic universities with the backing of the big bourgeoisie and the city liberals of the New York Times in order to delegitimize the American Republic in favor of our Anglophilic ruling class elites who don't want any more democracy. It's about delegitimizing the Republic in a reactionary way, not in a progressive way, but in a reactionary way. Returning to the British Empire. You think that's a stretch, but just wait until they have Meghan Markle start running for politics. Then you're going to eat your fucking words and see what I've been talking about here. Finally, the thesis that racism is in this country's DNA is an inherently pessimistic perspective. I don't think that pessimistic perspective is compatible with the spirit of communism. Now, you can disagree with me about that, or you can agree with me. But what you can't do is smear me as a fucking racist because I don't accept this fucking bitchy, pessimistic fucking view, which is made for brooding, emo, goth, fucking sad boys who sit in their fucking corner. But, man, this country's just racist beyond redemption. I give up. This is the defeatist mentality, in my view. I consider it a defeatist mentality. I don't think racism's in this country's DNA. I think racism is something that benefits our ruling class. I think racism's fostered by our ruling class from above. I think racism is a result of the intentional ways our ruling class have divided this country, and part of dividing this country on race has been withholding their promise to give the black population 40 acres and a mule. And that created a spiral of racism and Jim Crow and making black people second-class citizens and pitting black workers against white workers. And it created this whole spiral that has kept the ruling class in power. That's my view. And maybe you can say that my view is not popular among current American self-proclaimed communists. But it has been the official fucking position of the Communist Party for as long as it can be remembered. This has been the official Marxist position. I sound like some kind of reactionary right-winger saying that when I am like repeating ad verbatim what communists have always said, that racism is a tool by the ruling class to divide the country. Where have we gotten this idea that we're going to be defeatists and abandon the struggle to win our country by saying it's in our DNA? That's an inherently defeatist, pessimistic view that, as a communist, I completely reject. Why should we accept that view? Forget that. Forget that. Forget that. Forget that. What right do you have to smear people critical of these three things as racist or as being insufficiently anti-racist? Is there any debate about this? Is there any discussion about it? Or is this your bottom line? This is just your official position. No discussion, no debate. Whatever the New York Times says is the Communist Party line. Is that what the precedent you're trying to set here? There's no way of actually, like, there's no mediation? We're just going to have to swallow this? Fuck no! Not on my watch! And not on the watch of the hundreds of members of your party who are sincerely striving to make it a working class party. Not on our watch, Joe Sims. Not on our watch. We are not going to let you pollute the party, and a party that's already been compromised very severely. We are putting our line in the sand here, and your antics are over. You started with being Democrat tailless with Sam Webb. A long process of degeneration culminating in this madness. We're putting our line in the sand, and we're saying no longer. No more, Joe Sims. No more. No more. Our positions are based on Marx, Lenin, Foster, Claudia Jones, Du Bois, Winston, not Cedar or Sakai. Yes, it is based on Sakai. I called no one a Nazi or even a racist. What I said is that some of these views were influenced by chauvinism. Prove it. Explain how. Because I reject the New York Times' 1619 project, because I reject Land Back, which is funded by Amazon, and because I reject the idea that racism is in this country's DNA. That's why I'm influenced by chauvinism. No, I don't think so, Joe Sims. That's just not convincing enough. Yeah, he's trying to fucking listen. This is why I have to burn the bridge with Joe Sims, because in order to save face, he will never muster the courage or manhood to just admit he was wrong for writing this article. He can't just say, "Yeah, there's some dumb fucks from the New York youth wing who are based in universities, a gang of literally 3 people who have been in my ear feeding me a bunch of lies and misinformation, and I was wrong. Upon investigation, I realized neither Caleb Maupin nor Infrared are actually chauvinists." But he will never, ever walk back his accusations now that he made them public and decided to do that. So he's going to have to defend what he said forever now, because he doesn't have the fucking honesty to admit he was fucking wrong. We were identifying broad ideological terms that appeared left but include the like of Glenn Greenwald. What's wrong with Glenn Greenwald? And Matt Tabibi and others that flirt with Dugan, along with ideas of practices of LaRouche. You know what? I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my affiliation. I stand by it. You learn from the New York Times. I'll read Dugan. LaRouche. LaRouche has a lot of smart things to say. I'm not a LaRoucheist myself, but he has a lot of smart things to say. And what's wrong with Dugan? Dugan helped found... Dugan helped found the founding document of the KPRF, the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. So I don't know why you're shitting on Dugan when he was instrumental in the foundation of a communist party. Could we have done it better? And what does this mean? Dugan is one of the most vehemently anti-racist intellectuals of our time. There's no association between Dugan and racism at all. Now you can say he has backward views on gender and sexuality and things of that nature. Sure. You can't call him a racist, though. What? You can't say he's a racist. I mean, he says he wants to return to the Middle Ages. He's very clear about that. I don't necessarily agree with that, but he's a very interesting, fascinating thinker and critic of modernity. Our intention was never to attack those radicalized in the social movement, but to point out again and again that everything that calls us socialist, is not. Let's not forget those patriotic socialists who voted for war credits in World War I. What? Why are you revising history and acting like you would be on the side of Lenin in that dispute? Because you fucking wouldn't. You're not a fucking Leninist, dude. You would have been with those social democrat opportunists. You're doing the same shit that they did. They trailed the imperialist bourgeoisie, and you trailed the imperialist bourgeoisie in the form of the Democratic Party. The fuck are you talking about? Trying to harken back. Dude, before you know it, they're going to even revise history and be like, actually, Lenin was wrong. Wait till they start saying that kind of shit. Tell me, what separates Joe Sims, Mr. Joe Sims, from Mr. Karl Kautsky? What separates Karl Kautsky from Joe Sims? Anyone want to tell me? I know. Kautsky was an effective organizer and actually built a solid party. Other than that, they're the same. Yeah, what's different with Bernstein? What's different with... Can anyone explain to me, theory-wise, how is this Communist Party acting as a Communist Party by making its only position a complete perversion of the theories of the Popular Front that we must vote for the Democrats, instead of pursuing and forming alliances with people trying to build third-party alternatives like the People's Party? And I don't care what you have to say about their viability. From a materialist and Marxist perspective, the only possible Popular Front would have to be formed outside the two-party system. Now, I'm not saying it would only consist of the Communist Party. That's why it's a Popular Front. But it would be outside of the two-party system. 100,000%. You're getting a little testy there. Weakens your argument. There's no strawman here, and the facts stand for themselves. The associations with Dugin. Well, explain to me what's wrong with that. Want to go ahead and explain to me what's wrong with that? What's wrong with the associations with Dugin? Tax on land. So this is where this is the underpinning Joe Sims's argument. You're attacking land back in the 1619 Project. That makes you a right-winger. You know what this is? You know what Joe Sims is? He's worse than a liberal. He's worse than a Democrat. I'll tell you what Joe Sims is. Joe Sims is a Vaushite. He's a Vaushite. Just like Vaush defines left and right based on the points of polarization on mass media and in the media, and narrative-based points of polarization, so too does Joe Sims substitute a concrete materialist analysis of political differences with one that's based on narrative points of polarization in mass media. This is the Vaush school of analysis, a sharp departure from the materialist school of historical and political analysis. A sharp departure from materialism by Mr. Joe Sims, who thinks that attacking land back in this... Joe Sims, you are a materialist, are you not? Ideas... As Marx says, the prevailing ideas of any epoch are the ideas of the ruling class. Is that not a direct quote by Karl Marx? Let me actually find what Marx had to say on this question. So Marx has something to say. Ruling class and ruling ideas. Okay, well, Marx had quite a lot to say about the popular ideas that prevail and their relation to the ruling class. What Marx said, and I have to take you back to the basics, Mr. Joe Sims. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ideas, the ruling ideas. The class which is the ruling material force of society is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of mental production. Now, Marx is not saying, for example, he's not talking about the nefarious constructs of patriarchy and racism. Well, those aren't discretely identifiable ideas. Those are structural realities, I guess, but they're not ideas. Marx is directly talking about the people who own the means of the dissemination of ideas in these institutions are part of the ruling class. It's as simple as that. The people printing it, the people publishing it, right? That's the ruling class. So that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. Okay. Now, keep that in mind. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. Keep that in mind by Marx, by none other than Karl Marx. So, land back. Where does this idea of land back come from? Who is popularizing it? And how has it become a ruling idea? The 1619 Project. What are its class origins? How has it become a ruling idea? When you ask elementary questions like this, when you subject these phrases to an elementary class analysis, you will find that these are ideas that reflect none other than the interests, the material interests of the ruling class, subjected to the minimum of a class analysis. Abandon the Vaush school of media polarization theory of politics and have a materialist conception of politics and have a materialist conception of media polarizations. And you will find, land back in the 1619 Project, are ideas that originate with the ruling class. The 1619 Project originates in elite academic universities. Why, Joe Sims? Pray tell. Why is the ruling class? Unless you want to deny that the New York Times is an organ of the ruling class. Why, Joe Sims, pray tell, does the New York Times back the 1619 Project? Why is that, Joe? Why is that? Why, pray tell, is that? If we have a minimum of a materialist analysis of these ideas, we need to actually be able to explain this. Why is the New York Times on board with the 1619 Project? Why does Amazon fund land back? These are questions you are not producing an answer for, Mr. Joe Sims. This is why we represent Marxism-Leninism and Joe Sims represents idealist liberalism. It's as simple as that. Since you're making arguments against arguments never made, and who, pray tell, made the argument that racism is not a phenomenon in the United States? Who, pray tell, has made all of the accusations you're making? There you go, again on 1619. I keep wondering, why is it the business of anyone outside the movements and organizations of the racially national press to make judgments on what the agendas of the movements are and who funds them? Because 1619 Project does not originate in movements and organizations of the racially and nationally oppressed, but in the ruling elites of white America, actually. And finally, I will say this. The 1619 Project is not a movement to produce national self-determination for Black Americans. It's a movement to destroy the American Republic and completely revise all of its legitimacy and say that replace 1776 with 1619 as the origin. My question is very simple. What right do you have to do that? against the majority of people living in this country. The majority of people in this country would not stand for your 1619 project. So what right do you have to impose that on everyone in this country? That's my question. What right do you have to, you city liberals in your ivory towers, what right do you have to impose this agenda on all of America? Now, I understand if nationally or racially oppressed peoples want to go their own way and have a national self-determination. That's fine. But what right does anyone have to impose on the majority of this country the British monarchy and destroying the republic? What right do you have to do that? We live in conditions of bourgeois politics. Civil rights organizations, those fighting for equality, receive funding from many different sources. That includes the NAACP, La Raza, the Urban League, BLM movements. Yeah, but what about George Soros and Amazon and these other shady sources? You're not even addressing any of those. You're not addressing any of those. To me, it's up to those movements. But why do the movements get funding from the ruling class, Joe Sims? Why do these movements get funding from the fucking ruling class? Joe Sims, why do these movements get funding from the ruling class? Can you explain in materialist terms why that is? Why is Bank of America on board? Why is Citigroup on board? Why do American corporations back these so-called movements? Joe fucking Sims, can you answer this question once? It's called self-determination because these movements are independent self-governing. They're not. They're not, though. They're dependent on the bourgeoisie. So no, they're not independent and self-governing. And deal with the problems along with the sections of the class your people represent. On this basis of reasoning, this is not rocket science, it's elementary ABCs of Lenin. This is all straw man bullshit. Yeah, this is all a bunch of irrelevant shit because this debate has nothing to do with recognizing the independence of other groups and nationalities or whatever in the United States to pursue their own agendas and interests. It has something to do with the fact that you are pushing agendas radically at odds with that self-determination and which are actually addressed to the United States as a whole. Holy fuck. Why did he take time to write 5,000 words in the comments section? Because he's completely fucking desperate at this point.
In itself.
He's a joke. He's a complete joke.
Based. At Infrared Show, they don't like Dugan because he is from the East. It is the anti-Orientalism that the leftoids inherited from their Anglo origins.
I love this comment. I love this comment right here. It's an embarrassment that me, a Russian commie, has to teach Americans how to love their country. Yeah. Thank you, FY. Imagine how we feel. How embarrassing it is for us. And I'm sorry. I apologize to communists internationally that this embarrassment is even getting your attention. It's just such an embarrassment. You know, it's such a complete embarrassment. I'm so embarrassed and ashamed. What a fucking joke our so-called communists really are. What a fucking joke, dude. It's so fucking embarrassing. It's literally a joke. I can't even fucking believe it.
John Rosa.
Holy fuck, this video got ratioed a ton. 44 likes and 121 dislikes. Jesus Christ. So-called commies like Haz are such a joke. Get in VC and explain. Get in VC and actually explain. You guys know every other controversial political person, there's so many people willing to get in VC and be like, yeah, this is why you're problematic and this is why you're bad. But none of these people can do that. You know what I mean? They just talk shit from Twitter and from a distance. You're a goofy goober. You get one more chance to get in VC. Ban me, I don't give a fuck. Bye, bitch. That was the easiest ban of my whole life. Bye-bye, bitch. Ban me, I don't give a fuck. Okay. Fine with me. That's very much fine with me. I'm okay with that. I'll ban you. I got no issue with that. I got no issue with that at all.
Misconception out there that things happen.
Did you watch the E debate between Zerka and Milk? What? When was that? Must have been on YouTube. That must have been on YouTube because
have to get really bad before revolution can happen. And if you look empirically at history, that's not true. When people have hope for a better world and they can see the better world ahead, that's when real progress.
No, it has nothing to do with either of those things. Go back to school. Go back to school because it clearly hasn't served you well.
Takes place. So I don't think
revolutions happen when people expect something and the something doesn't come. Revolutions are an act of entitlement. That's the truth.
Achieving some reforms is hurting revolutionary potential. I think it's enhancing it.
That's a completely false dichotomy. It's completely irrelevant.
Michael?
Well, I think that I disagree that the Communist Party hasn't achieved anything, and it goes beyond the 30s. I mean, you think of all the work we did in the anti-war movement, civil rights, freeing Angela Davis, and even most recently against the fascist danger. I think there are some great successes.
Why are you saying we? Plans for debating Vaush? He's still running away. He's been running away.
And I think, like Anita says, I don't think we should limit ourselves to...
Thank you, Sankaras.
Sankars_Renault donated $5. Revolution doesn't from 70-year-olds with bowl cuts.
These kind of old concepts of how revolution was achieved in other countries. I mean, I see what the communists are doing in Chile. They're neck and neck with the extreme right about to win the next election. But they understand that winning an election isn't going to, legislate in socialism. You have to be involved in labor and in the social movements. You have to win everyone. You have to win the masses to
He hasn't done anything. He's just talking like he accomplished something. Yeah.
To support you. And so the path to power.
The Chilean left sucks. I know that.
Power is winning over the masses and being. I think that's the misconception about the Vanguard Party that's been made recently. Oh, you guys claim to be the Vanguard. We don't claim to be anything. The Vanguard is the workers, and we do our best to represent the workers.
What? What is this revisionist bullshit? Of course the fucking party is a Vanguard. What do you mean the workers? This is anarchist bullshit he's talking about.
Going forward.
I want to end this show with 4 points. Point number 1, Vietnam War. My mother used to tell us when we first started protesting, she's talking about her and her, there were 10 people at Youngstown State, 1961, 62. She said 5 years
The
later,
workers are the vanguard? What?
there were hundreds of thousands, millions of people demonstrating all over the country, and helped bring that war to an end. Number one. Number two, nobody thought Obama a black man would get elected president of the United States.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The Communist Party's still high on copium because of Obama. It's the Obama era party. Hey Joe Sims. Hey Joe Sims. You know Obama brought slavery back to Libya? You know Obama brought slavery back to Libya, Joe Sims? Did you know that? Abe Lincoln abolished slavery, but Obama brought it back to Libya. Doing what Democrats do best, historically. Obama? Really? Is it smart to talk about Obama?
Everybody thought it was hilarious, ridiculous. It'll never happen.
To be fair, you did say racism is in the country's DNA. So I don't know what point are you trying to make? You're part of the Clintonite. You're not even part of the Obama movement. You know what's so fucked up? You want to tell how fucked up the Communist Party is, guys? They're literally Clintonites. They're part of the Clinton wing of the Democrats, which means when Obama came around, they were with Clinton. When Bernie came around, they were still with Clinton. Believe it or not, they thought Bernie was a disruptive, anarchist, dangerous threat. They're literally Clintonites. And how could Obama have won if he ran on the platform that racism... Hey, Joe Sims, open challenge to Joe Sims. Could Obama have won if his message to the American people was, guys, racism is in our DNA, and let's just be pessimistic? Could he even have won? Could he even have won, is my question, if he said that? Didn't Obama have to give people hope? Wasn't that his campaign slogan, hope? Wasn't it optimism? Wasn't it the idea of being optimistic? Isn't it Hillary Clinton who benefits most from the pessimism and defeatism? Because if you go with Clinton, you'll basically say, oh, racism is in the DNA of this country. We could never elect a black man as president. So Obama's unrealistic. Let's go with Clinton. That's Joe Sims' line. That's the Communist Party's line, and that's the line you were basically pushing. Right? Yeah, Obama wouldn't even talk about racism. Interesting.
It happened. Oh, the country's too racist. Point number 3. Nobody thought Bernie Sanders would get millions of votes.
Yeah, but you know who wasn't on the front lines of that? You. The Communist Party was very ambivalent towards Sanders. You guys were all in with Clinton. You weren't even on board with Sanders. You know what I mean? Sanders was to the left of you. Guys, figure this. Let me show you what a joke these people have made our party. Our Communist Party with a capital C. Our Communist Party with a capital C. Bernie fucking Sanders was to the left of the Communist Party in 2016.
A socialist. Okay, democratic socialist. I'm a democratic communist. Why not? He got plenty of votes. And
the minute we start hearing the word democratic communist, there you go.
And so change can happen. My last story, I want to come back to this issue of racism being in the DNA of this country. My grandmother's grandmother was a slave. She was a Native American woman. She was beat to death with a belt with holes put in it, soaked in water, because she refused to carry water ordered by the overseer. 35 years old, beat to death. Racism is in my DNA. I'm sorry. And that's the positions of millions of people of color in this country. You can't get around it.
Yeah, well, here's the issue. I get that most people of color in this country, do believe this country's fundamentally racist. And I don't blame them, by the way. And in a sense, they are right. But what you're doing is a form of opportunism. You're taking their legitimate grievances as an excuse to pursue the liberal Democrat agenda instead of recognizing the unity of populist forces with minorities who want to pursue national self-determination. This is what the liberals do. They use the plight of racially oppressed groups against the working class majority. And that's been their strategy. That's the vicious cycle. They used people who are legitimately oppressed, are legitimately in a bad position, as a way to attack the working class majority of the oppressor nation. Right? I agree, white America is an oppressor nation of some kind. It's a very crude analysis. It's mainly an oppressor nation, right? But the game of the liberal ruling class has been to keep the working class of the oppressor nation in line by pitting them against other minorities and vice versa. And the way you break the ruling class's spell is by doing something similar to what the Black Panthers were trying to do when they reached out to the Young Patriots to unite with the Black Panthers to create a populist coalition against the establishment. That's all I've ever advocated for. The question isn't about whether minorities should be subservient to the United States as a political project. That's off the table. I don't agree with that. The question is, should the white liberal elite lead this? Or should a coalition between the American working class, all the working class people of America who still believe in America, not just white people, but everyone who believes in the project of the United States, plus people pursuing their own national self-determination in an alliance, should that be the leader, or should it be these social engineering white liberal elites? Thank you, Morlock. That's my position. You're engaging in an opportunism, a three-way opportunism. This is a form of class warfare against the American working class, dividing it by race. Yes, there's a legitimate reality of oppression. A legitimate grievance with the reality of oppression. Of course. But you're engaging in opportunism. It's a textbook form of opportunism to vote for the fucking Democrats. How do you use that as an excuse to vote for the fucking Democrats? It's a complete form of opportunism. And by the way, you're against the black belt thesis. So if you're against the black belt thesis and against black people in this country having national self-determination, and you're going against the black nationalists, you're going against the Nation of Islam and the Garveyists, people influenced by Garveyism and the Pan-Africanists and so on and so on. You're against all those people. So what, pray tell, is your position, Joe Sims? That's my question. What's the point of joining CPUSA if we can't replace these guys? We can replace them. We definitely can replace them. We can replace them.
You know?
This is their right-wing opportunist. Textbook right-wing opportunism. He's using something legitimate, right, to pursue a fundamentally false position.
And it was the fight against racism that brought that horrific genocidal system to an end.
No, it didn't. It didn't bring any system to an end. We still have a racist system. We still have a war on drugs. We still have a new form of slavery with mass incarceration. So no, it didn't bring anything to an end, Joe Sims, which is why the way you address the issue of race in this country is by win-win cooperation between white and black people. When I say white and black people, I mean popular black movements led by black people have their own self-determination, and also other minorities too. And those people can unite and be united and act as one. See, I advocate for a position of common popular unity. Joe Sims advocates for a Menshevik, top-down, elitist approach to solving racism by being condescending and explaining it away and you know, controlling people more. That's the plain fucking truth of this whole dispute.
And it will be the struggle for equality combined with the class struggle that will bring it to an end the second time. So
at what point does a minority become a nation in the U.S.? That's an interesting question. I don't necessarily know. I don't know. I think it has to do with history here, though. A big part of it is history and roots here, you know? I don't know to what extent the Hispanic population wants to, like, have its own territory, right? I think they just want to celebrate their unique cultural roots and origins. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I don't know if they necessarily want to be separate from the United States as a project. Maybe they do in places where there's history of Hispanic settlement, like in the southwest of the United States.
That can happen. It's happened in our history, and it's going to happen in what's to come. Good morning, Revolution, everybody. Have a great weekend.
You know what? I'm just not gonna buy this. I'm just sick of this leftist blackmail, where you spend 30 minutes saying absolutely fucking nothing. You conclude it by pouring out heavy emotions, and I'm not saying it's fake. Those are heavy emotions. I get that, right? But then you think that's enough. Oh, we got emotional, so we accomplished something. No, you fucking didn't. Know what I mean? No, just saying some emotional shit is not going to cover your completely inadequate, bankrupt fucking position and time-wasting bullshit. Know what I mean? I'm sick of how leftists do this shit. They waste a whole bunch of time, make a fucking ass of themselves, and then they opportunistically and disgustingly utilize these very emotionally charged stories and narratives, and then everyone completely forgets about getting things done, and they just go, I wouldn't dare question that. No, fuck that, man. Sick of this bullshit, man. Textbook fucking lefty liberal bullshit. Sick of that bullshit, man. Sick of that fucking bullshit. Nah, not from me, Joe Sims. I'm not fucking buying it. I'm not buying it. Simple as that. I'm not buying
Good morning.
For instance, let's look like Kyle Rittenhouse, right? This happened. All of the based in red pill, the like white nationalist type guys or whatever, they're like, this is our guy. Where, you know, Sonoran Kyle, he's going in, he's like taking down the lower races, and you know, he's presaging the race war or whatever when we resurrect glorious Hyperborea and become more like Sweden. And then he goes on Tucker and he's like, yeah, I'm not racist. I support BLM. This had nothing to do with race. At the end of the day, the kid shot 3 fucking white anarchists. You know, it's kind of funny. And they were all disappointed. And they're like, I prayed for this kid. Like, he's dead to me now, etc. Why is that? Because he broke their plaything. He stopped LARPing with them.
Apocalypse is not paradise. Apocalypse is just this complete, arbitrary, and almost meaningless just annihilation. Think about our fascination
read
with
Revelation. What does it actually say in the book of Revelation? What is the apocalypse?
No idea, but
that's what the goal for these early settlements was. Like, they were communists, like, in their time. They had their own problems, but like even in like the Massachusetts Bay Colony, the original charter, they do like a full they go full communism. There is no private property, and eventually they start to legislate away from that. But that is this notion is it's biblical. This notion of communism. That's where it comes from. It comes from people reading and interpreting the laws around property and inheritance and usury and these sorts of things from the Old Testament, like Leviticus and stuff like that. Like, this is where these ideas come from.
So what I want to bring up is, speaking of this, is that I struggle with America still. I haven't completely completed the puzzle. I think I'm close, but it's a big problem for me. And when I say it's a big problem, I mean it like this. So in China, you have the Communist Party of China. And what that basically means is that the Communist Party is in power, but there is still this historically partial kind of object, China, which is not reducible. The Communist Party may be in power, someone else may be in power, but China remains. There is this reality of China, this common point of objective unity of the whole Chinese people. It's the coherent point that's the wilting point of an entire civilization. Same is true for Russia. Same is true for other countries. The issue with the United States, of course, is that we don't have that, right? So the Communist Party of the United States is a kind of very strange alchemical mixture. It's almost like you're saying the Communist Party of the communist state. It's like the issue is that communism here, let's just simplify it, means this kind of negation of corresponding to modernity. So the communist China basically means China experiences this fundamental alienation, abstract negation of modernity, and then it has the negation of the negation where it is returned to the original object, China. China remains and survives this. So this is the dialectic, alchemical, whatever formula. But the weird thing going on with the United States that I struggle with is that this is why I introduced the idea of reviving the CPUSA in the first place. It really comes from exactly this. This is the secret of the whole thing. To me, I found it very poetic, and I found something, even if I don't fully understand it, very prophetic even. This idea of the chickens coming home to roost, and the very source of communism. And you know what I mean by communism, right? This abstract leveling process of modernity. Communism returns to its home, and the full consequences of what this abstract negation, quote unquote, of modernity, what even is that? All of that becomes revealed here, and we have this fundamental internal confrontation where America confronts America. But it's like two negations. What do you get out of two negations? What do you get out of the Communist Party of the communist state? We don't have the Communist Party of China or of Russia, something else. It's just the United States. The United States already communist in a way from the very beginning, right? So what
effectively like doing the whole like I don't like there has to be the creation of like some sort of a party to destroy all parties in a way, because what I think, if you're saying like things have to return, etc., the real return will be getting Americans to be actually more like fucking Americans. Americans now, like even patriotic Americans, they're like patriots, but they're like, and I love Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher. And so it's like, are you really patriots? the Americans are not actually being American enough. They don't know or care enough about our own traditions, and that return will be the real return, because the goal of the American Republic was to not have parties at all.
Well,
The whole point was that the Congress and the House of Representatives and these sorts of bodies, this was the party. Like the government was identical to the party. Like there is one, and it's one party, and it's all the people in the states.
What my worry though is that is America only defined by this kind of negation of, in a way, civilization? Like, isn't America only defined by this constant negation of all stable traditions and so on? Like, what is our sovereign point of objectivity for our country? Like, what is really
It's
America?
defined by that negation. I don't think, like in that sense, I really don't, because America, even in the like, if you're looking for a country that's like a pure, like, or as close as possible to that pure negation, you'll find it in like Sweden and London. You know, this is the real place where there's just what is the Swedish tradition? Do you not feel that like the Swedes in a way are more abstract in this sense? Like, are the land of IKEA? Like, are they not actually further on this than we are? This is what America is America is they're not in charge of what America is. They are alienated from it. They're the furthest people from it. They're the most alienated from it. They couldn't see it if you gave it to them. If you showed it to them, they wouldn't tell you that's what it is. They have no they're not attached to this. If anything, their sense of self is like mediated through the internet, and it's mostly mediated through relation to Europe, right? And specifically to Northern Europe, and specifically even more so, they measure everything compared essentially to Sweden, right? Sweden, do you know this? When you look at like those things where it's like Human Rights Watch, like Liberty Meter, etc., and they do these metrics, most of the time they're just measuring how close you are to Sweden. Sweden will have the top marks.
Yeah. I know Sweden is it's hell, right?
It's the eye in the triangle, man. You don't understand. Like it's Sweden is low key man, I don't know where to start, because Sweden has this like incredible occulted history of like Hyperborean intrigue, being like the mediating figure between the British Empire and the Russian Empire in like the Baltic. And oh my god, dude, like it's fucking, I don't know where to start with this stuff, but I don't know, no one cares about Swedish history. It's like once you see it and you're like, wait a minute, the Swedes, like what is going on there? Like what have they been doing this whole time? Like why do they give out the Nobel Prize? Like wait, they weren't involved in World War I or World War II? Like what were they doing like the whole time? They made money on both of those. They built all this.
I've never actually
They've
thought
never
about
had a
that.
war. They've never been invaded. Nothing's ever happened to them. They've just only grown, and like they're invested in like everything. They tried to do colonialization, but they couldn't quite do it. So all they did was invest in every other colonial enterprises, like corporations. So they made money on everyone's imperialism the whole time. Like it's incredible.
Yeah, I never thought about that actually.
They're like the key Masonic lodges too. It's fucked.
That's actually
Leeds,
really
man. Greta Thunberg. Now think about Greta Thunberg. Like, why is she around? She's fucking royalty.
Really?
Her fam? Oh man.
Jesus.
Like
Yeah,
the
I mean,
aristocracy intrigue, the ancien regime is not gone. Like it's not. It's up in this is like what I've been realizing more and more. This is like the horror of you should watch this show Ares, ARES. It's a Dutch show about this sort of thing, but it's like closest thing to like a Cthulhian horror that I experience is looking into like things like the Swedes, because they have never had a revolution. There's never been a revolution in Sweden.
That's true, actually. That's actually true.
Continuity. It's the ancient
how
regime.
big is
They
Sweden's
are
population?
the ancient regime.
Sweden population. They're 10 million. They're not that big though.
Because it's a eugenic society, right? Like basically this is like where this whole notion, right, of like this sort of Hyperborean theosophical worldview where like the higher races are the ones closer to the North Pole. Gee, I wonder who came up with that. It's that's where it all comes from, man. And if you look at Europe and you imagine a sort of like pyramid with the Baltic like operating, like the Eye of Providence sort of thing. Sweden fits that sort of figure. It's like right there, and their goal basically was for Sweden to be like the select, like the cream of the crop of the hereditary aristocracies that would then rule over the lower races of like the Germans. They were like, no, they're like, well, the Germans, they're not Swedes. They're a little swarthy too, but that's how it works, because it's all this relation to like the Vikings. The Vikings are another key, I think, the key figure for Western history, especially in the Northwest, like Anglophone history, which we don't appreciate. Is how you're talking about the Mongols being like that sort of world historical shift to modernity. I was going to say the Vikings are, because the Vikings were just a pure, like they were the first. They were like they were like a financial oligarchy. They were like a lumpen proletariat empire.
Yeah,
that's all they did.
They did play the role of nomads in Europe, it seems like.
They just raided things, and they were the ones to really come up with the divine right of kings, right? The right like this conquest right in like the Danelaw and this sort of shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'd never really thought about Sweden or anything like that, but I'll keep that in mind. That's really interesting. But
no, but it's a big deal, because they create the dialectics that lead to like our current like the like this is a do you ever hear of like Mitchell Heisman, the guy he wrote Suicide Note?
No,
killed himself. Like this guy he lived in Cambridge. He was like a grad student. Looks really smart guy. Wrote this like 1,000-page book about the history of the world. And then killed himself with like a copy of it in Harvard, like on the square. I've read most of it, but he goes really deep into this. But the dialectics that existed in like the early British Isles, right? You first have like the Anglo-Saxons invade like these Gaelic tribes, and then you have the Normans invade, and then at that point, like, so you have these Gaelic tribes now sort of identifying with the Anglo-Saxons, and they're like, we're like Englishmen now, right? Against like the Norman yoke. And this is the sort of beginning of like that, trying to like get back to the original state of like Gaelic sort of tribal nomadic freedom is sort of baked that. Like, this is an interesting thing, right? Martin Luther, for instance, there was an emissary from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church who came to visit Luther, and they shared like their things, and the Ethiopian Orthodox guy said that it was a perfectly fine church. It was in accord with orthodoxy. So he was sort of saying, like, in a way, the Protestant Reformation was a return to tradition in the attempt to create these sort of national Orthodox churches.
I've actually heard that before. That view.
I view it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. Like,
look at it right now. Like, what is the actual reigning Catholic power? We have a Catholic president. The Pope and the Rockefeller Foundation are indistinguishable. Like, this isn't Christianity. Like, that's not what Christianity is. The Roman Antichrist. Like, obviously, it's so patently, blatantly true. I don't know.
So
I guess other people disagree.
But one of the things that I have to ask is, with Roman paganism, is that a corruption from some kind of original monotheism? Because Christianity is the merger of Semitic religion, right, with the Indo-European pantheon through the form of the Roman Empire. So,
kind of, in some ways.
Yeah, yeah.
It's more complicated than that, man. It's really a lot more complicated than that, as I've been discovering, because it's not that simple. Because what is Roman paganism? Like, at what time? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, I just see it as the polytheism of the Roman religion. I'm not that educated on
They
it.
had like different Rome was a lot like really. Imagine Rome. Just imagine like what is America's religion? That's what Rome's like. Like we're very, very, very similar. Like we're actually, I keep thinking about how similar our times are to like the times of Christ, in the sense of, Roman Empire was going through a lot of the same turmoils that we are, and like their religion is like this is like Rome has like transgender like imperial like conquests and things like this. Like if you want to look.
I just find it very strange how the martyrdom of Caesar has been so like underemphasized. Like that was crazy how he was martyred for being a champion of the people, and then there was an entire cult of Caesar that was created after. His last name became the title of the emperors of Rome afterwards, and it's like I feel like the mythology of that, like what happened to that? That's like a really big story, right? I know that there was Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, and that's what most people know the story for, but it's so weird how that mythology has just never.
Well, it's because Caesarism came on to like take this sort of sense of like the way that the Enlightenment would read Caesar is as a despot, as a despot who's appealing to like basically like the lumpens, to seize like arbitrary power and like take people's properties and things like this.
Yeah,
that's how they would have interpreted it.
I was so sad when I saw. When I found out that Rosa Luxemburg used to operate under the pen name Junius after Brutus, right? And I was like, oh,
no,
come on.
yeah. Well, there's also a kind of civic mythology in a way, connecting and kind of conflating together in a way. Brutus of Troy with Brutus helps kill Caesar in the founding of Britain, like as in like Britain, like Brutus is one of the ancestral like mythological figures of the British, and like there's a lot of people who took like the Roman Republic as the model to go by, and
that was the foundation. That was the neoclassical myth, was the return to Rome.
It's because it's also like the huge influence of like Cicero on medieval pedagogy. Like Cicero was taken, like it's kind of funny compared to like what Cicero was actually like. But they took he was I said he was like a hedge fund guy because he really was. He was invested in all these like early like trade corporations.
Cicero was
kind of funny.
A shitlib,
Well, this is what's funny is that it's because you could say that we can see this more now when we read it, where it's like, well, obviously we like Julius Caesar, but it's because we're actually closer to like Rome than they were, right?
Yeah.
So like they were reading these things and they were like not like they didn't even. This is at the time where they still didn't really they didn't really understand what a mass sport spectacle would look like what the purpose of the Colosseums was. There's a whole kind of mythology they had where they interpreted like that they were just like, people like being killed like on stage and things like this. And that's like all that they did at the Colosseums. There's like these theaters of cruelty, but like, it's probably much more like that they were like carnivals, which is what they were called. And that they had it wasn't necessarily that the gladiators were even killing each other. Maybe they were like more like WWF guys, they're like professional fighters and things like this. And that like this sort of mass sporting fandom didn't exist in the times when people were romanticizing the Roman Republic, so they couldn't even understand like what the Roman Empire was like, because we're actually closer to the Roman Empire in the levels of like civic infrastructure and like the size of the empire and like the way the administration and things work than these British people were.
And I've said this before, the reason is because the right is trying it's defined itself in America as a form of total resistance against the discursive tyranny of the left. So they'll do anything they can to prove how much they don't care to virtue signal to anyone, whatever. But the issue that I find with that is that there's a lot of people who just so happen to, at the same time, be completely socially ostracized and canceled. They're also scumbags, like pedos. Think about pedos, right? Like, at what point does being a pedo become based just because you're defying the discourse? So you have to be very careful, right? It's not everything that the discourse is against is good. It's just that you can have other reasons for not liking things. You know what I mean? Like, you can still be against pedos without being a virtue signaler for the discourse. That makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's also like the irony there is like, okay, cool, let's shut down 4chan. And it's like, okay, start there. Like just turn it off, make it go away. Yeah, we're gonna do that.
But actually, it's interesting.
Suddenly you're quiet. Like,
it's interesting because this is a thing. Is that the pedo shit is becoming normalized on the left. It's becoming.
It was already. This is a part of like the left.
Thank you,
from,
Jenna.
The 60s.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
60s, man.
that's true. But for a long time, the left pretended to be against it or whatever. But now they're starting to be like, oh, let's have empathy. And the first, so I don't know if they're actually gonna start saying children are not protected anymore, but they're gonna start by saying, oh, let's treat this genuine sexual orientation with like artificial pornography and robots, like Vaush said or whatever, and that's completely fine because no children are involved. But it's
What it all it is? All they're saying, like what Vaush is saying there, is that in Japan right now, basically they already have their paradise for what they're looking for, right? Like you can get all of that pornography and in a video game form or peripheral like sex toys or whatever the fuck. They just don't give a fuck there. Their real problem is that there's just still like the last residual remnants of like a Christian like blue law regarding like this type of thing in the marketplace not being allowed to be sold. Like all they really care about is like just maximal consumption of like that sort of shit. That's it. Like that's all it means.
Yeah, that's
what I mean when it's like when someone like Vaush is saying that, like he's just defending like hentai.
I think that's going to be the source of the conservative revolution on the left, and I think I might benefit from it a lot, which is that as soon as look, right now the left has this idea in America, which is like anything that is part of the discourse and looks like it's part of the progress of society is good, and then if you're opposed to that, you're a reactionary. Well, as soon as people start bringing up the nuance of pedos and how that's just a sexual orientation, it's not their fault, this is going to increasingly become discursively relevant, and people are going to be forced to draw red lines. And drawing a red line is the first step to being able to confront the modern progress in general. And I just wonder, how are these lefties opposed to me calling me a reactionary? How are they going to draw a red line? Like, what's the basis of your red line? Because, how are you going to maintain this idea that you're a part of some kind of like real progress of going forward in history, and at the same time just be like, you know what, this is my red line. I don't care how irrational I seem. Fuck that shit. It's not happening, right? That's going to be their gateway drug to like taking my pill. I hope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you would hope, but maybe I don't know, man. I don't really know. That's placing bets on a human nature that I might not necessarily or at least one that is defined in opposition to revelation, you could say, would go towards, because the norm in human history is closer to like what they're trying to create. And like Camille Paglia, do you see those things I retweeted from about Camille Paglia, like all her defenses of NAMBLA and things like that over the years?
Yeah, I know about that. That's why I hate Camila, whatever.
Well, the thing is like she's okay, like when she's writing about some some things. Like I've read a lot of her stuff, but you know, she was like an acolyte of Bloom, who was like an acolyte of Fry, and like Fry's really much better than all of them. So you know, that's how I see it. But she was saying, you know, in there, right, like, you know, it's really just these Abrahamic faiths that have this quirk or whatever
Yeah, she's
against
a big
man-boy love.
She's a big
So
like Nietzschean. She loves the Nietzschean Dionysian paganism.
they've already accepted it though. What like what was that movie? They had a whole movie. What is it? I haven't seen it. But it's Call Me by Your Name. I think that's what it's called, right? Isn't it about like a man with like an underage boy that's like a relationship? And
Huh?
it
No,
was,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it was a very popular movie. This was like before the Cuties debacle even, and it's kind of ironic because it didn't get as much as the Outroar, even though it's like kind of more blatantly pro pedophilic or pro pederastic in this sense. And the Cuties movie, which was actually kind of trying to be critical.
Jesus, what the hell?
That's not new though. This is aristocratic morality. This is British. This is almost like the height of Britishness. Is like this is Oscar Wilde type stuff. This is it's kind of a part of the progressive tradition in that sense because they were going against like these anti-sodomy laws or whatever in Britain, and this was like kind of conflated in there. And in fact, if you go all the way back, you can read Bentham talking about the legalization of pederasty in one of his writings.
Here's the thing: is that without venturing too much in this territory, don't you think that the lefties are going to be forced with a lot of arguments where it's like, by trying to draw a red line when it comes to that, they're going to be like, "Oh, you seem like just like the reactionaries in the '80s and '90s when it came to other minorities and whatever. Like you're this is right. You sound just like a reactionary with regards to like how are they gonna like deal with that? You know." Like, how are they gonna be like, no, this one's different?
Like, what is their justification gonna be?
Well, I don't. That's what I think is that my hypothesis is that they're gonna have a complete existential crisis because they don't have any red lines right now, but they're gonna need to discover one unless unless the left wants to eventually accept like pedo shit and bestiality, they're gonna have to discover some kind of.
I think they do. I think that's what most leftists are like, though, like quote unquote leftists on the internet, like the radical leftists, like the ultra leftists or whatever. They're like furries. They're like people who live on it. They're like deviant art people. They're like they're a deep, dark, dank part of internet pornography. You know, that's where it all comes from. Like it's concentric with those places.
Yeah,
you know?
you would not have, and we don't want to be discriminatory against anyone. Remember, it's Twitch, but. You would not believe how much, I don't know much about the furry movement, so, you know, whatever, but you would not know how much furries have been on my back on Twitter. Like, I get attacked by them, like, almost every day.
Yeah,
and I look at...
They're the vanguard. They're the vanguard party, man. They're the vanguard party because they're the ones who want to upload themselves into and like have a digital avatar in the metaverse. Actually, this was like something one of the guys who was like working on metaverse stuff or whatever had to write like a post being like addressing like how many furries were emailing him like excitedly about one of these like Neuralink technology sort of things. These are the people they want to live in the internet, yeah, where they can be anything and they can have sex with anything or whatever.
Oh man, I can't imagine people who have to just spend. Are you a person who gets to spend a lot of time alone, or just maybe just with your wife, like not with crowds or whatever?
Pretty much like all the time.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is like I can't imagine what it'd be like to be a person who never. I feel like privacy is our only salvation in this age. Like our ability to just be alone is the biggest grace and blessing we could have. Because being forced to be socialized with all of these people or whatever, it's like. I could not do it. I don't have the ability to do that.
I think socializing that way is kind of antisocial in this day and age, if that makes sense.
Oh, it is. But like when you're trapped and being forced to be around these people, these lefties or whatever.
I have fun, man. I have so much fun when it happens to me. I don't know.
But imagine I feel like you take your privacy for granted because imagine if that's your whole life. You're just always around them. Always. It's hard for me to forgive, honestly. It's so hard.
I know, dude. That's like I'm for real though. This is like the message of Christ. So you know, I'm very serious about this though, man. Like, you know, like I see so many people like affect it, and like I hate how it's used as like a political prop. But I mean, like, it's it's uh it's like the most important book ever written, and it's like very fucking, I don't know, it's life changing to read and reread, and that's what people have been saying for forever, and it's like unique in that way, unlike other things.
You know, my relation to religion a lot of the time, and this is a self-criticism I'm going to do, is that I'm a hypocrite. So what I do is I say there's a lot of salvation here and wisdom or whatever, but I'm going to ignore it intentionally so I can sin a lot. And then
Yes.
when I'm done sinning, I'll come back to it and learn my lesson. But first I want
Well,
to
that's how I know you're an American, actually, in your heart, because that's
Yeah.
the American relation. That's the pragmatic relation to religion.
Yeah,
right? 'Cause,
precisely.
you get drunk on Saturday night, and then you go repent Sunday morning.
Yep.
It's the Irish way too, you know. That's
Yeah.
that's my whole that's my life, in some ways. But that's not really what it's about. Like that's the outward ceremony of it all.
Yeah, no, when you say that, it's 100% true. Like, despite my ethnic whatever background, I'm 100% American. The way I act on stream and the type of shit I say on stream, like 99% of the time, I'm usually like, this is not something I would say to Logo. This is not something I would say to Caleb. This is
Yeah,
you know?
it's well, the thing is like the medium compels it, right? Like,
Yeah.
because that's content. And that's like, and it's kind of funny. People say that all the time on Twitch, and they're like, yeah, like that's content, but like it drives like.
Yeah.
I remember watching the saga of like Ice Poseidon. Ice Poseidon, I feel like.
Oh
is
no,
like,
we can't. He's banned. So
oh, I can't talk about him.
no, yeah, it's so
Oh my,
weird.
dude, we live in the fucking dumbest times. Holy shit! Like it's so dumb.
Yeah, like I said, it's like I'm
I want
like
1776 to commence again, man. Like this is what I believe in. This is too much for me.
Look,
I can't.
I'm a humble peasant who lives in fear of the Khan. You know, the Khan's wrath. I have to cower in fear. But it's
You're failing the dialectical challenge then, there, man. You gotta fight to the death.
No,
Against the
absolutely
You gotta
not.
fight to the death against the bad policy, against the
the
censorship.
master slave dialectic. Absolutely not. I humbly avow myself a slave. I never thought of myself as such a good person, but compared to these people, I think I am, because what I struggle to do is I always try to put myself in their head and be like, why are you doing this? Why do this? Like, I wouldn't even do this to someone I hate. Like, what is the is this just like a way of defying God and just like testing the limits of, because to me these are just things that are not possible. I couldn't spend my time on Twitter constantly fucking, you know, I try to put myself in their head and be like, where are you getting this evil from? Where do you get that from? You know, where does that even come from? Where does this hatred come from? You know?
Well, the funny thing is that like it is like just from like a bitterness, and it actually is like it's like a self-hatred, which manifests as like a desire like for like the parts of the self that would want to be like amputated or whatever is like projected out into the world. So it's like you have to like go out and like kill these things that sort of represent like unacknowledged parts
So
of
what
yourself.
do you think I represent for all? I have, you know, my haters go hardcore. I have a lot of like really hardcore. They just genuinely hate my guts. Like what is it that I represent to them? Do you think?
The same thing that fucking Stalin represented to all the fucking Trotskyists in New York City.
Really? So it's like you think it's
About
like it's like an Oedipal thing, like I'm like a fatherly figure to them or something, or
Like authority. They don't want like they like consensus. They like quote unquote democratic, meaning oligarchic consensus. They don't like authority. They don't like like anyone speaking as if they have authority, or that authority that like they can that the authority comes from their own understanding and not from the consensus.
Okay, I see. What the fuck is this? More Indian cope. Just like USSR press. Shut the fuck up, you dumb fuck. Pakistan's in the mud. I'm 100% with Pakistan. You know, before you start talking shit about China, can't even take on Pakistan, you fucking liar. Stupid bitch. Absolutely brilliant performance. Nice. 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 Cucktiat? Who the fucking Bastiat? Bastiat, you fucking pussy. I literally DM'd you twice. You said DM me for a debate. You didn't fucking respond. You're scared. You're scared to debate me. And you're talking shit in this chat. No one even knows what you're fucking saying. But we all know, we could all tell you're scared. You're scared. This guy's a real communist. You got that fucking right. He would probably just put most of the American left in a camp. True. True. Actually true. But guess what, Bastiat? Guess what, Bastiat? I want to debate you. But you fucking ran away. You fucking ran away. There is no Uyghur genocide. There is no Uyghur genocide. There's no Uyghur genocide. Completely fake, synthetic, fabricated narrative. There is no Uyghur genocide. I deny that there's a Uyghur genocide. I deny there's a Uyghur genocide. There is none. There's no Uyghur genocide whatsoever. There is no genocide in Xinjiang, and there is no Uyghur genocide. There is no Uyghur genocide. There's none. There is none. There is none. Hey, mods. Mods on SDL server. Can you ban me? Mods, I'm denying the Uyghur genocide. Can you ban me? Can you ban me? Wait, can you ban me? Because it's a bannable offense, right? On the server. So guys, come ban me, mods. Oh, wait, bitch. This is my kingdom. This is my domain. I could say whatever the fuck I want. Whatever I feel like saying. Ooh, you didn't think about that, now did you? You didn't think about that, now did you? I was talking with the CP USA. They think you are some Nazbol. Let me tell you something. Listen. Those, okay, here, Crisis Crypto. I'm gonna address those people you were talking to call me a Nazbol. Fuck you, you little leftoid ass bitches. You will never make the CPUSA relevant. You will never get in, you fucking irrelevant leftoid ass Biden shilling little fucking bitches, you fucking pussies. I literally shit in your fucking mouth and I fuck your mom every single fucking day. You little fake CPUSA fucking CIA little ass bitches talking shit about me, a bunch of fucking pussies talking shit upon my fucking name, talking shit about me. I'll slap your little bitch face in the fucking face if I see you in GTA 5, you little fucking pussy. Talking shit about me, call me a Nazbol, little fucking bitch. Come and fucking VC and debate me, you fucking irrelevant ass fucking fake party. The only one who's making the CPUSA based, me. The only one who's giving that party clout, me. The only one who's making it relevant, me. And guess what, you little ass fucking bitch? I'm not going nowhere because my people are going to take over the CPUSA. I'm not going to take it over. People who are inspired by me without receiving any orders from me, because I don't do that. They're just going to watch my streams. They're going to say, Haz, that motherfucker's based as hell. They're going to take over the party. And therefore, you're going to see my face. You're going to see my face in your dreams. You're going to dream about me. You're going to have nightmares of my face. That party is infrared. Is going to be taken over by infrared watchers. The CPUSA going to be taken over by infrared watchers. I don't trust nobody. I'm the realest fucking one on YouTube or Twitch. I'm literally the realest one. Oh, what about Hakeem? And shut the fuck up. I don't trust those fucking people. Who the fuck are they? Haz, are you on the spectrum for real? I'm on the fucking spectrum of your fucking mom's pussy. Trust nobody. Yeah, fucking don't trust nobody. Don't trust nobody on this fucking internet. Don't trust me. Don't trust me. Don't trust me. I'll fucking steal your girl. I don't give a fuck. Don't trust me. Don't trust me. You understand? Because it's a dog-eat-dog world. I will betray you. Don't trust me. I'll betray you. You think I show mercy to anybody? Listen. People I'm gonna make my bros, I'm gonna fuck their girl behind their back. Fuck everybody. I don't give a shit. Fuck everybody. I don't give a shit. Dog eat dog world. Every single person, I'm gonna fuck them over. Just like T Grizzly. And just like T Grizzly said, also I'm gonna steal from him. And just like T Grizzly said, hoes don't get left out either. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep over her house just like T Grizzly said. Take her iPhone charger and then dip out. Think I give a fuck? Nobody's off limits. Nobody's off limits. I don't give anybody mercy. Nobody gets mercy. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Except T Grizzly, he said, if you're not in the squad, then you're free game. No, even if you're in the squad, you're free game. Dog-eat-dog world. Dog-eat-dog world. I don't give a fuck. Neon August. Wallah, this is mad cringe. Okay, Neon, let me tell you something. Neon, if you fucking died, I wouldn't remember it and I wouldn't care. Swear to me you'll do this. You'll make them suffer. Swear to me you'll make gamers suffer. Yes. 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 Make them suffer. Make the gamers cry tears of blood. Yes. Sweet, sweet suffering. Yes. 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 And I want you to fucking record it and upload it. Upload it too. Every gamer, if you're at the park and you see someone with a Nintendo Switch and they get up, swipe that Nintendo Switch and go to the nearest fucking place, break it in half and throw it in the pond. Then go up to them, tap their shoulder, say, excuse me, I think I saw your Nintendo Switch floating in the water, and let them run to the water and see what you did. Yes. Let them see what you did. Let them see what happened. Let them see what you did. Go to your friend's house. Do they have the new PS5? Do they have the Xbox Series X? I want you to go to their fucking house. I want you to go to their house. This is what I want you to do. If they have the Xbox Series X, bring a can of beer, bring a can of Pepsi, anything. And then when they're not looking, pour it inside of their Xbox Series X. Just pour it inside when they're not looking. Pour it inside when they're not looking. And if they have a PS5, here's what I want you to do. When they're not looking, when you look at their PS5, I want you to throw it out the window. So they're gonna look the other way. You have a really quick. You just like take it like this. It's gonna be really quick. You're gonna have a really small opportunity. So they're gonna be looking the other way, right? They're gonna be looking the other way. The minute they turn the other way, you just throw it like that, really super fast. Throw it out the window. You have to do it really fast when you're not looking. Like that. Don't even waste no time. The minute you pick it up, you launch. Like that. So your hands are like this. They look the other way. Immediately throw it out the window. And it might break their window. But throw it like a brick out of their fucking window. Okay, now I'm going to tell you another twisted tactic. I need you all to promise me you will do this. Promise me! If you have a friend, especially if they have a gaming PC, if you have a friend, right, in real life, if you have a friend who's a big gamer, they love gaming, they play Fortnite, they play Minecraft, and they play all these games, right? I want you to go to their house. I want you to hit them up and say, can I come to your house? Say, yeah, go to their house. Especially if they use their gaming PC to do this shit, right? Go to their house and go say, I have to use the bathroom. Make sure you have to do number 2. You have to shit, right? I want you to go to their fucking bathroom and open up the lid off their toilet. You know the lid on the toilet? Open that lid, right? With the filter. You know how you have toilets? On the back of the toilet tank. There's a toilet tank. You open that lid. Open the fucking lid of the toilet tank. Now, put the toilet seat down and stand on the seat. and take a dump in the tank. Take a dump in the tank. Take a dump in their toilet tank. Take a dump in the tank and immediately close the tank. And then wipe your ass, do what you gotta do, and then get out of there, right? His bathroom in his house is gonna be smelling and smelling for weeks. So he's gonna go in there and he's gonna see it smells. And he's gonna think that's the aftermath that you flushed and it's just gonna go away. But the next morning, the smell didn't go away. What's going on? And he's been, oh, it'll go away the next month. For weeks and weeks and weeks, he's gonna be wondering where that smell is coming from. And he's gonna never guess that somebody took a shit in his fucking tank. Yeah. And I need everyone in chat to promise me you're gonna do this to your gamer friends. If you know gamers, promise me this is what you're gonna do. Okay. This guy's actually a virgin? What?
All right. Okay.
That's sad. Dude, that's sad. That's super sad.
Fucking called it, by the way. I didn't even get to gloat with my call.
Sir.
He's acting like it's like charming. Like, yeah, I'm just a stud, dude. I'm just a stud. No, you're not. You're a fucking coom cell. This is the definition of a... Guys, can you guys fucking get a cutout of this fucking guy and attach it to the coom cell? We need to make a coom cell infographic meme and copy and paste the Urban Dictionary coom cell thing and then paste this guy on it, and because he's the example, and make sure he's wearing the 1500 thing around his neck. We need a... Next time I check the Reddit, let me see the Urban Dictionary coom cell coupled with this guy attached, because we need spread awareness. We need to spread awareness of what this is. We need to spread awareness of what a coom cell is, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about.
Told you. I was so confident it's not even a reason to gloat. Like, I was so confident in that. You can say pre-watched all you want. I know dudes like this, okay? We all know a 1500 guy? No. Unless you are in, like, really... maybe in your Discord, okay? There's a guy in your Discord, or maybe like an MB in your Discord.
Not in our Discord. There's no one like that in our Discord, I promise you. There's no one like that in our Discord. No one.
Discord that's like constantly sending like My Little Pony shit. Like, that person has hit 1500. Okay, that's it. No one knows someone who like has fucked 1500 people. Okay, I'm a touring musician, bro. Most people are 300 plus. What? No, most people aren't 300 plus, dude. What the fuck kind of weird world are you living in? For me to reach the numbers that I reached at, like, I definitely had an addiction. Okay, like you're crazy. Most people are not 300 plus.
Hello. Hi. 60. Yep. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So you have your way.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
My back is covered in bruises from a fetish night.
Holy shit.
Ew, the red... Yeah, who's the guy in the chat that said the redhead was cute? This is exactly why I said they weren't, because I could tell, dude. I can tell. She's not cute at all. She's nasty.
Yeah.
Damn, can I sign up for that shit?
I mean, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
What the fuck?
It's not that hard because my line in college was, hey, I'm trying to sleep with everyone on my dorm floor. Do you want to go back to my place?
If you don't say no to that, I will never respect you or talk to you. Literally, if you don't say no, I would never respect you or talk to you. Literally the only... How disgusting. Fuck no. That's what I would say. Fuck no! And I would fucking I would report her to the fucking, the school authorities for sexual harassment. I would report her to the TA for sexual harassment if she asked me that.
And it worked.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
That's kind of hot.
Like, for me, this is every activity I've done with somebody with the intent of an orgasm, whether there was one or not.
Okay, so not always penetration.
I fucking hate this guy so much. I fucking hate this guy so much. I want him to be gone from Earth. I don't want this living on Earth anymore. I don't want to be on the same planet as this fucking guy. I don't want to walk on the street and one day see this guy. He's so disgusting to me. I want him gone. Gone.
Correct. And I came up sexually during the AIDS crisis, so like we were all about hand jobs and blowjobs.
Bro, this dude survived the AIDS crisis with a 1,500.
That guy has STDs. He has many STDs. 1,500 people? Okay, so you're okay. So he slept with 1,500 people. Not one of them had an STD? Every single one was clean? There wasn't one STD among them? Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here.
Plus fucking body count. Jesus Christ, dude. That is wild, dude. Yo, this dude, they need to study his body, bro. I'm not even kidding. God damn.
Look at Hassan's disgusting chat. King tier. Hassan, your fucking chat is disgusting. It's literally disgusting.
They made the vaccine from his blood. There is a known deletion in 1% of Caucasians that makes people... Wait, what? You're making that up, right? He's got like some kind of immunity, I think, because it's wild. This man played Russian roulette with 5 bullets. Yeah, literally, dude. I'm 20 and I'm a 2 Sag. What the fuck is wrong with you? At least you've gotten laid, weirdo. Why are you fucking upset that you've only had sex with 2 people? Ludwig has fucked 4 people total.
Let's think. Yeah. Dude, it's like 50.
See, this is the type of guy who has a body count of 4. This is the type of guy who has a body count of 4. A guy who looks completely normal and looks good and is all around decent guy. The guy who has a huge body count is literally that disgusting fat guy you just saw.
50 to 80. So many women.
You like never be upset about how many people you have fucked. Be confident in yourselves. Sex is weird, nasty, and
so fucking true, dude. When everyone was teasing me when I said that my body count was very, very low, like extremely low, you know who was laughing at me and trying to make fun of me? This type of guy. This type of guy. This is the type of guy who's like, oh, Hans, you don't have a body count of 1,500 like me? No, I don't. I really don't. And I'm proud that I don't. I'm glad that I don't. I'll never be like you. I'll never be like you, you disgusting fuck.
smelly, and this is the weirdest culture built around it. What the fuck? Bro, I've literally never heard sex be described this way. What? Sex is weird, nasty, and smelly. Don't know many ace people, do you? I don't think so. I actually don't. All right, what is this?
Drive a Porsche 911 and a Range Rover autobiography for free. I bought this triplex 5 years ago for $800,000. My down payment...
Okay, it's over. Average Black Book fan, average Grover Fur enjoyer. Grover Fur is fucking based. I'm gonna have him on the show one time. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, I didn't want to read this. As a neurodivergent ADHD individual, I officially give Haz the retard pass. Okay, thanks, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Whether I have the pass or not, I don't care. What are the subs thought on Alexander Dugin? No, it's true. Yeah, imagine making this post. Imagine making this post. Like, imagine making this post. Imagine being so insecure you had to make this post. Is it true? Haz said to read Dugin? Oh no! Yes, read Dugin. Dude, yeah, look, hold on. Hey, who? Listen, who? You need to understand, like, what you're walking into. I'm telling you, fuck every leftoid there is. Every single leftoid, I wish death upon them. And if I got a phone call, I found out they died somehow, I'd go, huh. Great. Been too angry to sleep for too long. No, it wasn't about the sink. Apparently they want to change the toilets so they can conserve water. They can conserve water use. Fuck you, bitch! Should have done that before I moved in. That's not a fucking emergency repair. You just want to fucking save water? Fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna flush my toilet 8 times tonight. I'm gonna keep flushing my toilet. You do that. If you do that, then to spite you, I'm gonna flush my toilet 3 times as much as I do during the day. Every time I go wash my hands, I flush that toilet. Every time I go near the bathroom, flush that toilet. Bitch, hope it was worth it. Hope it was worth it. Barging into my fucking apartment. Hope it was worth it, because you just done waste your fucking money and your time and your labor, and I made it even worse. The thing you did to come do, save water, I made it worse. Thank you, Radical Leftist. Appreciate you.
I was like, dude, who in your chat is like truly binded to their family? Because when I look at you, bro, you seem so independent. Like, you seem like you don't even visit them.
I did yesterday. Spent all day with them.
Do they like the Twitch thing?
They don't really know about it. They know I'm doing like podcasting or something, but they don't know about what this is.
I tried to explain it 10 times to my dad, and then eventually I said, I'm on the radio. And he's like, that's amazing, bro. I'm like, QMFM, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I like spending time with my family, but the sad thing is that when I do spend time with them, I never want to leave. I never want to just go back. I want to stay up till like 4 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I know it's not going to be like a week or two until I see him again. So that's why it sucks, dude. When I spend time with family, time flies so fucking fast.
Dude, I fucking love success, bro. Like, when I was banned, my brothers took me fishing. I was so traumatized, I just watched fishing videos. And when they saw that I watched like 1 million fishing videos, they're like, this is kind of weird. He keeps falling asleep to YouTube fishing videos. I've never been fishing, right? They took me fishing. Dude, now I got so much money, I'm going to surprise them around Christmas with 3 dirt bikes and that thing that carries the dirt bikes for the car, the little trailer thing. And they can't really say no. You know what I mean? Because the bikes will be right there. And I get to do fucking sick shit. You know, I get to do shit I've never done before. Success is everything, dude. Like, people are like, money can't buy happiness.
Yeah,
I've never been on a dirt bike, and I'm 27 years old, dude.
I haven't either.
You know, the first time I saw him debate,
yeah,
I forgot who it was.
But I'm just saying,
he was Sargon and someone, and you know what Destiny said? Yeah, someone said men, on average, are stronger than women, and Destiny's rebuttal was, "What about Ronda Rousey?" And dude, I could not believe that everyone on Twitch was hyping him up that hard.
Bro, what I'm trying to say though,
this is fucking ridiculous, man.
There's no turning back. Ride on the groove, y'all. Come on. Bring the noise, girls and boys scream.
So this got a staggering 1.5k views. So I'm gonna directly address Jason on Ruhe first. You are a what, 45-year-old man or something now, right? If a random person tells you that Haz and Maupin are planning something, you need to actually ask for receipts and investigate what they're actually talking about, because you don't go on Twitter and on your fucking YouTube and irresponsibly just treat this as if it's fucking true. What if you're wrong, Jason? Would you feel like a fucking idiot if you were wrong? What if you're wrong about this, huh? Would that make you feel like a fucking idiot? Well, I'm here to tell you that you are wrong, and that there's actually proof that you're wrong. The guy who did this is a troll who comes from the pedo website. So it's actually ironic they're talking about this, because the person who literally did this was literally typing in a thread on the pedo website saying that they were going to do this and laughing about it. You know the website I'm talking about. The left-wing pedophile website. It's like, and when I was confronted with that evidence, I was like, wow. Those people are still at it. You know, those people are still at it. It's really pathetic. Those people are still at it. Yeah. They're still at large, but apparently they're preying now on poor Jason Unruhe. The guy's had a bad rap, you know, oh wow, this guy's been, I thought I was going through it, and wow, he's just been through a lot of shit, I guess. On Twitter, right? He's been going through it. But to be clear, I don't know anything about Jason talking to minors or CP. I mean, you guys have to put yourself in my shoes, and from my perspective, I watched Jason Unruhe like 10 years ago, right? And I was just on YouTube watching the only, apparently the only American communist on the internet, from what I could tell. Thank you, Paper. And to think that 10 years later, like, I would be entangled with all this is just, it's very surreal to me, you know? I don't know. Just imagine you're a young kid, you're 13 years, who told you 10 years later you're going to be involved in all this, you know? I don't know, but as far as where things stand with Jason, I think Jason's a clown. I think he's a fucking clown. I think he's a joke. I think he's an embarrassment. And I don't know much about him though. I don't really know like what his groups or his Discord, or I don't know what world he lives in that has allowed him to sustain this fantasy for so long. And I don't really care, to be honest. I don't really care. Now, to be clear, the idea that myself or Caleb would have to plan on framing you would mean that we would have to, like, we find you a threat and we want to make your image look bad, right? But Jason, and all, you know, credit where credit's due, you've done a great job discrediting yourself all by yourself. I mean, I actually thought long and hard about whether I was going to talk about Fallout Gate on stream. The human part of me says, I don't want to do that. Come on, you know, he's getting bullied, whatever. But the just part of me says, no, I do need to bring this up. Because if you show weakness to your enemies, they're only gonna fucking take advantage of it. And this guy has had multiple chances of me being polite to him and human to him, and he fucking being a disgusting fucking lying sack of shit scumbag. So you know what? We are gonna fucking talk about Fallout Gate. Yes, we are talking about Fallout Gate today. Yes, we are. I can't show it, unfortunately. I swear to God, there's nothing I want to do more than show it on stream. Because it is literally the funniest thing I've seen in 2 years of my whole life. And I was laughing all last night when I saw it. Please, let me remain composed. Stop KEKWing, because I am going to laugh if you laugh about it. Remain composed. Remain calm, because I want to ease into this. Yeah, I want to ease into this. I don't want to be rushed into covering Fallout Gate. But just bear with me here, okay? Just bear with me. Jason, multiple times for the past few weeks, you have embarrassed yourself beyond... You shared the fucking Reddit graph about Christianity, and I know you've been going through it on Twitter, but what that means is that me and Caleb do not have to fabricate or frame you for talking to minors or having CP. We don't need to do that. You've done a great job discrediting yourself all by yourself. And yeah, I mean, we've never done anything like that is the thing, though. Or he's never done anything like that. What makes people think that that's the type of people we are to do something like that? I've never done that. I don't even know that people have the evil within them to do shit like that. You know, like, I'm a brutal guy, but I'm a fair and honest guy too. I don't lie. I don't make shit up. For example, when I call the pedo website a pedo website, I call it a pedo website because CP was actually shared on that website. And yes, by definition, it was CP. And it is literally through links connected to pedophile, an actual like website for pedophiles. Pedophiles have posted on the website openly. So yes, that's why I call it a pedo website. I'm not lying when I say that, right? I don't lie and make shit up. If I say something, I have evidence and a reality behind it. I don't just fabricate shit, beyond having any reality. Give me a moment. Yeah. Anyway. So, yeah, you made a whole video saying there's let's watch the video. Why don't we just watch this video? I actually didn't watch it. This is the Maupin-Haz Plot, according to Jason Unruhe the Deranged. And I have names for people, and his name will be Jason Unruhe the Deranged, pending further change.
So, this is how insanely butthurt both the Maupin and Haz fans are, that not only did I, without actually trying, out Haz as a racist, and
when did he do that again? I don't know what he's referring to here.
Maupin continues to bury himself by openly declaring his alliance with homophobes and pro-lifers.
Don't you work for Iranian state television, Jason? You work for Iranian state television. I hope you know Iran's official stance toward LGBT or homosexuality within Iran. You work for the Iranian government, don't you? Well, that's what you say you do. You actually said you wanted to convert to Shia Islam. Do you think that Shia Islam has positive views toward sexual minorities, officially speaking? Shia Islam is a very hierarchical religion that's based on, clerical authority.
Now anti-Semites, but now they're planning on not only...
What's the anti-Semites? What is he referring to there? Farrakhan or something? What is he referring to? Calling Trump a leftist and Antifa a white supremacist. Ah, okay.
Accusing me of being a rapist?
One of the things that I do to combat the British Empire is fight the Anglo box. And the reason I say things that don't, they just sound like, oh, how can I... I say things provocatively because I want people to be comfortable with using words in unconventional and counterintuitive ways. I want people to be comfortable using words and using sentences and phrases that are not definitionally or technically correct, but can be correct in a deeper dialectical sense, right? So when people jump in and say, "Oh my God, Haz said this really ridiculous sounding thing," you miss the point. It's like when Alexander Kojev said that Henry Ford was the greatest Marxist of the 20th century. I'm like, oh my God, did you hear that Kojev said Henry Ford was a Marxist? Yeah, but the point was that it's supposed to be provocative, right? It's supposed to actually make you rethink what you think about Marxism and what you think about, it's like, you don't understand that that's the point, right? I want people to be comfortable with using words in a more free way so that they can lend themselves to correct sense and correct forms of practice. So I'm an American pragmatist, and these are Anglo-box, formulaic, dogmatists, and this is my form of warfare against the British Empire.
But now they're going to create fake evidence of being a pedo.
According to what? Where are you getting the source? You're getting a random DM from someone, and you are not asking it. You're not asking. You're not asking if this is like. What's the reality behind this accusation? Where is it coming from? Because you could literally see in the thread that I was screenshotted, unless they made that one up, of someone literally saying, taking responsibility for this and saying they intend to do this. Like, the guy is literally on the website laughing right now.
So don't be surprised when you see this appear in the next few weeks or the next few days or so.
What? That's a little weird, because why? What would appear? What could possibly appear? Is there a reality to this? Maybe that's like actually a little bit concerning that you're saying that. Like, what would appear? I don't know what you have in mind, Jason. I don't really know you that like that. I don't really particularly pay attention to you. I think maybe you're saying we're gonna fabricate. Well, like, if you're innocent, then you're innocent, right? Even if this was true, if you're innocent, you don't really have much to hide. Because I think if something like that happened, people, like, if something like that, you know, people would want to investigate the veracity of the claims and the source, right? You know, Discord screenshots can be faked. And the barrier to actually something being verified is having a screen capture of the Discord software. And that's actually how you see if it's correct or not. It's not enough for someone to fake a screenshot to you know, completely frame you or whatever, right? So I don't really know what you have in mind.
Because this is how much of a pile of degenerates those two actually are. And how much they actually fear.
Okay, I could maybe forgive. I can't forgive it, but I could see how you're like, oh yeah, Haz, right? Because I'm just some dipshit Twitch streamer. But the idea that Caleb is involved in this, like the idea that Caleb is like working behind the scenes to frame you for this, is actually comical. Like, you know, poor guy, man. Caleb just, he's just dealing with all sorts of fucking...
The correct line. Because they know...
This is how much we fear the correct line.
Know they're wrong. They can't argue against me.
But I did argue against you. I argued against you for a long time. Live. It's on the YouTube.
So all they can do is slander, which is really ironic coming from Maupin, who sued or is threatening to sue the CPUSA because they disagreed with him.
Why would you post this? Like, who is the audience? Like, what? Who's even keeping up with this shit? Why would you ever post this? I'm gonna just say something. I'm gonna go ahead and say something, and I actually mean this with all my heart. Jason Unruhe is a kulak. He is a ML gatekeeping kulak, and the only reason anyone pays him any fucking attention is because 10 years ago, he was the first guy on YouTube to fucking have a hammer and sickle, right? So he's just been this gatekeeping kulak who thinks he's entitled to all this attention and all this respect because he was the OG, he was the original guy. Nah, bro, you're not the fucking godfather of tankies. He wants to be the fucking godfather of tankies, and you're not, dude. We're living in 2021. You're not nobody's gatekeeper or fucking godfather or whatever. So shut the fuck up, dude, and stop trying to speak with all this authority. You know, I used to try and respect you and have respect for you because you were an OG, but you abused that title and that position, you know? You just abused that position. And you need to fucking really self-reflect and grow up. You need to really grow up, dude. You need to have like a deep introspection, a deep reflection about what your whole life is about. And Esha's talking to Joe Sims from CPUSA at the moment. Are they talking about me? Because I'll react to it if they talk about me. I did hear about that, but I'm only going to react to it if they talk about me. Or if they talk about infrared or the patriotism thing, right? But so Jason, I don't know where you're getting this idea that you're like the godfather of, you know, whatever. Talking about you and Esha's literally told Joe Sims, shut the fuck up, Aztec. Shut the fuck up, bro. Yeah, anyway, yeah, look, these people from this website have been doing a lot of nasty, sick shit. And I hope someone's telling Caleb. I'm going to probably DM Caleb about it, honestly, because people are sending me everything. But they've been doing a lot of nasty shit to Caleb and now to Jason. And it's like, yeah, these people are... it's basically just fucking kind of incel, whatever, pedo website. But the fact that he comes out in the open and just like posts it like this, dude, this guy's clearly a troll, right? And you go, thank you. What? I don't know. We don't need fake allegations when the Fallout Gate is actually a thing. And I want to talk about Fallout Gate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about it because I for those of you who have not seen it, I don't know what to tell you except you aren't going to understand what I'm talking about unless... Okay, I'm going to describe it to you so I can actually describe it, right? So, Jason Unruhe is so he's filming his computer monitor and he's talking to let me just show it to you. I'm not going to show it, but let me show you the audio. I'll show you the audio.
That's why I say these are random. All
so
and I don't know how it. That's why I say these are random. All of these formats are just random. It's amazing, though.
Thank you, Janar.
I think that most of the revenue for Facebook actually comes from the...
So Jason's playing Fallout while talking to some guy. Hold on, give me a moment. Guys, shut the fuck up. You know every time I shut off the camera, it's because there's food at the door. And there's never any other fucking reason. I don't know why you always think that it's like some serious shit. It literally happens every fucking time that I get Monka S's when I fucking shut off the camera. Yeah, let's continue. Thank you, Patriot. And your question is very broad. So I can't...
Whoa. What happened?
That's not supposed to happen.
What happened?
I don't know how that happened.
What happened?
The game did something that it's not
Oh,
supposed
wow. How
to
did
do.
that happen? This is not appropriate for children, Jason. Holy shit.
No, that's not supposed to happen, and I don't know how it did.
To everybody in Jason's chat, thank you for your encouragement. I appreciate it. You gotta fix that shit, Jason.
Yep.
You have kids that are fans. Holy shit, one that was just on here. What the hell? Oh, man, YouTube's trying to fuck with you, bro.
No, that was my fault that happened.
How did that happen? How?
I disabled that.
Something tells me you're not as cut as that guy in the cartoon.
No. And I think the animation's broken.
I'm confused. Weren't you done with Fallout 4 and now you're back on it? I'm still lost. I'm still not updated.
There's a bunch of shit that got released.
Bro, as soon as Spell Traveler finds out I'm in Discord, he's gonna be like, good, keep him there. Or I guess that'll help.
Alright, so this went semi-viral on Twitter. It's honestly not that funny the second time. It's like, whatever. But I'll explain to you what just happened in the video. So, Jason was playing Fallout, and he was fighting people in the mod, right? And then he was fighting this woman in the mod, and then randomly, he went into third person. The clothes of his character are gone. Her clothes are gone, and she just gets into position of on her knees, sucking off the character. Just like very mechanically. And it was funny because it's like he's shooting, and then randomly it's like he freezes, and it goes in third person, and just immediately activates the fellatio position. So, so apparently the guy who posted this video, he posted that it's from a mod. Yeah, when it happened, when I watched that video, I didn't know what to expect. So keep that in mind. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then when that happens, when he's naked, I'm like, why is this guy naked? And I'm like, uh-oh. She immediately gets into position. And there's just this stunned silence. Jason's just fucking completely silent. He's like, uh-oh. But wait, this, to be fair, this has a dark turn. Apparently the mod, and this is what the guy who posted the video said, is a combat rape mod. So it's a mod where when you're in combat and, you know, fighting people, some kind of rape becomes activated. So it's not like this is just like some like sex mod that he has on his Fallout, which would be embarrassing enough for a 35-year-old man. It's actually the mod is literally called like combat rape, right? So this is clearly a very sick, disgusting, depraved person. Jason, I don't need to make up any allegations about you because you are clearly a very sick, disturbed fuck, right? And behind all the hammers and sickles and the I'm a communist and all this kind of shit, we can clearly see that you have some really deep-seated, sick perversions and pathologies that, you know, that you managed to expose in front of every... You know, I would say, oh, it's just private life, whatever, but, you know, especially how he comes at me, right? He tried to come at me because... Remember the fucking Kiana stuff that went viral on Twitter? He quote tweeted the video and he goes, huge incel vibes. Because I answered the question. She was like, how many holes between Lauren's waist? And I was like, 2, right? And he responded to that video saying, huge incel vibes. It's like, dude, the fact that you tried to come at me and try to roast me about some shit and jump on that bandwagon and then this shit, you know, you keep just gaining all these fucking L's. I don't even have to seek revenge. and he just fucking stepping on rakes and rakes and rakes. Like, absolutely fucking pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. This guy's a complete fucking clown. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I used to respect Jason a little bit. I can't defend this guy anymore. I really can't defend this fucking guy anymore. I can't, like, cover for him and be like, oh, yeah, he's the OG, at least. No, you're not the fucking OG, dude. You're just a fucking creepy, weird fuck. You know? You're literally gross. The video's still funny because it's like, dude, how many L's can you take? It's like the curse. It's like a curse. You know, like, bro, how worse can it get? How worse can you get, bro? What the fuck was that? Much better. Much, much better.
Pump up the beat now.
The Maupin tweet got 1K retweets. Yeah, we're gonna look at the Caleb's tweet and clarify it. But can we take a moment to just appreciate the unironic beauty of this? Bob, I want to tell you something, Bob. Bob, stay and let me tell you something. I mean it, and it's gonna help you when I tell you this, because you're gonna have a big self-realization. You are genuinely a stupid fuck. And I mean that. You're actually a dumb person. You think like one. I mean, you're just genuinely not a smart person. Bob, I need you to know that. Because Bob, whatever idea you have of the workers, right? Those are people who have their own lives. And they don't care about ideology like how you think. You don't go directly to random people just because they're workers. That's weird, right? What you do is you address the common places that workers, when on their own free time, media, that's what you do, right? You don't go directly to them. You can't. That doesn't even make any sense. Just because someone's a worker and you're spreading messages doesn't mean they're going to listen to you when you're directly talking to them. But if you address something on the internet or in media, they may listen to you, right? But it's not a direct thing. It's indirect. But dumb people think everything in this life is direct. Just go do it. Just go do it. You want a revolution? Just go do it. But these are all indirect things. There's nothing direct about it. Oh, this didn't get thousands. This is not the new Jackson tweet. If you are opposed to abortion and gay marriage, I might vehemently disagree with you, but you are still my comrade. We need class struggle, not culture wars. Does anyone disagree with this? In my chat? Does anyone disagree with this? That wants to debate it? What are the arguments against it? What are the arguments against this again? So what are they saying against it? What's the argument against it? Oh, the Humanist Report. The Humanist Report. They're not my comrades, and neither are you. 1,000 likes. Yeah, but I'm looking at your profile picture, and I don't think you're anyone's comrade. You're not a comrade of anyone. You're maybe a... You look more like a colleague. You know, you look more like a colleague or some kind of team member, right? Teammate. in the workspace for Google or some shit, right? You look like more like an associate. You don't really look like a comrade at all. Your name's well, they're not my comrades, but you're not anyone's comrade, dude. You aren't what comrade means. When we say this word comrade, we don't mean you. You are associate. You're not comrade, you're associate. When you are someone's associate, you are associate. You're not a comrade to anyone. A comrade is a militant fighter. Fighter. Like how the great Julius Malema puts it, a fighter. That's a comrade. You understand? You are an associate. You understand? A comrade is a fighter. A comrade is a tough militant. Proletarian militancy, right? That's a comrade. A comrade, it's like a very militant type of thing that comes to mind here. A comrade's like this. A comrade's like this. Comrade is not like this. That's an associate, my friend. Do I have to tell HR what you said, Caleb? You're not anyone's comrade. Comrade is a matter of life and death. Comrade is mythological violence associated with this word. You think comrade means you? You're an associate. What does comrade mean to you? Comrade. Even when I do it, it doesn't look good because I'm a fucking muscular guy. So I still look tough when I do it. Comrade. Comrade. Excuse me, comrade. Point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege, comrade. Comrade, point of personal privilege. You're not a comrade to anyone. I'm gonna actually respond to this. Hold on, let me actually get his profile picture. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and post this. Who asked? It's just simple as that. It's as simple as that. Isn't it as simple as that? What else you gotta say? Let me find another big tweet responding. This is a big one. This person's name is Rabbi Dunya Ruttenberg. They have a check mark, 1.4 thousand. I don't know who this is. Hey, comrade. People denied abortion care are more likely to live in poverty and remain in abusive relationships, and low-income people. I hate this stupid fucking word. This is I hate this dumb fucking word, man. Can we be done with this word? Can we be done with this dumbass fucking word? Immigrants and others most exploited by capitalism are most denied access. And denying the civil right of marriage has huge financial impacts. What's your point? I have to explain things to stupid people, and this is a very stupid person. So I have to explain things in simple words to the dumb people. So let me address the dumbasses so they can understand what Caleb actually said. It's so... Guys, how much energy do we spend just responding to the stupid? If we didn't have to talk to the stupid, wouldn't we save so much time? And if you can't convince people of this, then shut your fucking mouth! Because this thing you're referring to is at a collective and social level. It's not an individual thing. So insofar as it's at a collective social level, your responsibility is to convince people on those terms. If you can't, shut the fuck up. What you don't have the right to fucking do is psychotically crucify, or okay, I think they may be Jewish, so that's anti-Semitic, I guess.
Rare interview to Western.
This guy is beyond based. He's beyond based. There's not, I mean, I'm gonna just say something. This is the greatest man in Europe. The greatest man in Europe. I'm gonna call him the greatest man living in Europe right now. The greatest man in all of Europe. The whole European continent. The greatest man. Can you believe Bill Clinton got head while he was sitting in the Oval Office? I'm not gonna like LA. I'm gonna like getting head. Give a guy head after the first date, but we'll cringe. Bro, I don't talk to people who don't just they have to be down to pipe immediately, or I'm not gonna waste my time. Because just like Zerka said the other day, this is the truest shit I ever heard. If she's not gonna let you pipe immediately, she's gonna let some guy at the gas station anyway. She let some random guy at the gas station pipe that she found at the gas station, you know? That's true. It's so true. If she has a super legit excuse like an emergency, it's fine. Nope. It ain't fine. Even if she got struck by lightning, it's not an excuse. Even if her cat dies, it's not an excuse. Even if her dog dies, it's not an excuse. No excuses whatsoever at all. Tariq, that's not a good excuse.
They will say there was an attack against some Easter eggs. It's becoming farcical, like an ongoing farcical thing, a never-ending farcical thing. You said plenty of evidence.
She can come have a shoulder to cry on, okay? There's no excuse.
But you haven't cited any proof, yet again.
She gets hit by a car and is in the hospital. That's still not a good excuse. They're still getting blocked.
But this is an empty conversation, a pointless conversation. What exactly are we talking about?
She should have driven better, or, she should have, told the hospital people to wrap it up because she's got places to be.
You've moved on to this question of ransomware and
you think she would have crashed for the guy at the gas station? For the guy at the gas station, she wouldn't have crashed. She would have been completely fine. So you have to remember that.
Criminals, Russian-speaking criminals is the allegation, are targeted.
Yeah, should have taken the bus. That's exactly it. There's no excuse in the world. There's no excuse. The bus driver crashed. She should have had better judgment choosing what bus drivers she's going to allow to be driving her around.
Targeting the American way of life, food, gas, water, hospitals, transport.
What it means is that when she got on the bus to see you, she looked at the bus driver and she didn't even put the effort to make sure that this is a good bus driver because she don't respect you. For the gas station guy, she would have double checked. Trust me.
Why would you let Russian-speaking criminals disrupt your diplomacy? don't you want to know who's responsible?
You know, the simplest thing to do would be for us to sit down, calm.
Fractal, very good. That's exactly what I gotta see. She canceled on you because her finger got injured by a table saw. I blocked her immediately, no excuse. That's exactly what I gotta see. That's exactly what I gotta start seeing. I don't want to see these excuses in the chat. All these dumbass excuses.
And agree on joint work in cyberspace. And we did suggest that.
It's like the girl said, oh, I can't hang out. I got drunk with a friend last night. What? Bruh, that's an Insta block. Not only is that a block, that's a block, and go find her MySpace from 2008 and block her MySpace.
To Mr. Obama's administration, we started in September, during his last year in office, in October at first. They didn't say anything. Then in November they came back to us and said that yes, it was interesting. Then the election was lost. We restated this proposal to Mr. Trump's administration. The response.
I once had a date that said she canceled because she was paralyzed while skydiving the day before. Block her, bruh. Nobody told her she's got to be skydiving. That's a very dangerous activity.
Was that it is interesting, but
she wouldn't have been skydiving if the day later it was going to be the guy at the gas station. Trust me.
It didn't come to the point of actual negotiations. There are grounds to believe that we can build an
effort. Get canceled again for this. I don't give a fuck. I stand by every word.
Effort in this
I'm
area.
giving legit advice, so the fine young men in my chat don't gotta waste their time with some bullshit. Oh, I can't come. My parents were in a car accident. Wow, okay. Well, then you have a shoulder to cry on at the date.
With the new administration, we hope that the domestic political situation in the United States will not prevent this from happening. But we have proposed to do this work together. Let's agree on the principles of mutual work. Let's find out what we can do.
What I'm hearing is go get a job at the gas station. No, that's the worst part. The dude at the gas station who gets the pipe immediately, pipe at first sight. You know how they have love at first sight? Such a thing as pipe at first sight. He don't even work at the gas station, and he don't even have a car. He's just walking around, and he just happened to be at the gas station. And he gets the pipe immediately. And you have to put in effort. Wow, what a loser.
Naturally.
Her husband ended up in a car crash? Well, then, all you're telling me is she don't have a husband anymore. You can be her husband.
Well, I'm not the government, Mr. Putin. I'm just a journalist asking
I understand that.
Questions. But if you clearly want to negotiate, you must have something to negotiate with. You don't ask for a truce unless you're...
No wonder you're single. My personal experience has been nobody's worth me. Nobody's worth my commitment. When I tell you they don't deserve me, I mean they don't deserve me. When I tell you they don't deserve me, when I tell you nobody deserves me, I mean no one deserves me. But anyway, Vaush, of course, has to read into this and be like, Joe Rogan's a fascist. This is fascism. Oh my God. No, it's not, dude. You're reading too much into it. Joe Rogan's a pothead. Is incest going to be legal? Yes, it will.
The Weimar Republic in Germany was considered one of the most progressive and relative to the economic turmoil taking place beforehand, you know, well-to-do places.
Weimar Germany was a shithole, and everyone knows it was a shithole. Shut the fuck up. It was such a shithole that the German communists in East Germany were going to adopt the imperial flag as their flag. The imperial flag. That's what a bad rap the fucking Weimar Republic had for the German people. But the East Germans decide to keep the flag, not for the shithole Weimar Republic, but because of it was the flag of the 1848 National German Democratic Movement of 1848. Yeah, they had child prostitutes in Berlin. That's what's progressive. What What the fuck? The Weimar Republic was a shithole, Vaush. The Weimar Republic fucking sucked. It was Babylon. Everyone saw it as Babylon. Not just the Nazis. Everyone did. Everyone agreed it was corrupt and decadent and a shithole. Now, the Nazis were worse, obviously. But the Nazis came out of the fucking shithole Weimar Republic for a reason. Because the Weimar Republic was that bad. They're like, oh, Joe Rogan agrees with me. No, Joe Rogan agrees with me. No, shut the fuck up, dude. Who cares? He's just some random guy. Everyone's always like trying to interpret Joe Rogan. Ooh, what did Joe mean by that? What is Joe trying to say? Is Joe far right? Is Joe Rogan far right? Oh my gosh, bro, you're reading too much into it. Holy fuck, you're reading too much into it. This is how weird people try to infiltrate normal people. There's just a war of weird. It's the war of weird people against normal people. And they hate the fact that some people are just normal. Some people are just normal. Not everybody has implanted their brain with internet abstractions that they're enslaved by, that they call ideologies. Not everyone's like that, dude.
Conservatives on all the time. And whether or not he agrees or disagrees with them really is kind of a coin.
Hi. Thank you for the sub.
And Flip, yeah, he's big into the
Lord Ventrose.
COVID denial, like downplaying kind of stuff. But behind all of that, if there's some kind
Maybe he's a guy who follows his gut about what he thinks is true. You ever heard of that, Vaush? I mean, you're not a guy who so much follows their gut as much feeds it excessively, I may add. But that's very different from a guy who just follows their gut, right?
Even when he disagrees with people, it's
I want to hear him say insecure, because this is what soy boys do now. They look at a tough guy and they're like, "You're only tough because you're insecure. If you were secure with yourself, you'd be a little bitch cuck like me."
Overwhelmingly framed through some kind of innocent curiosity. You know, he pushes back by asking clarifying questions. He really pushes back. This could just be podcaster brain, but I think it speaks to a fundamental unwillingness to adopt any meaningful belief system, which is absolutely weakness.
Oh, fuck, he didn't say it. I wanted to see the insecure thing. You're just insecure. It's because the reason you're insecure is because if you were secure with yourself, you would let your girl get fucked by other men. And you would let her suck other men's, you'd be secure enough to do that. And you'd be secure enough to let your mother get beaten in the street because you're secure with yourself. You're just insecure. Okay, you're just insecure. That's what fucking soy boys say now. That's what the soy says. They just call every tough man, every strong man, they just call them insecure. You're just insecure. You're just insecure. That will never happen. The idea that I will ever go to bed at before 10 p.m., who the fuck do I look like?
The U.S. customer cheaper oil. And
Who do I look like? Mike from Morning PA? Morning Mike from PA? Is that what I look like to you? Morning Mike from PA? Some shit? Bedtime before 10? What kind of fucking streamer do you think I am?
thereby asking OPEC and OPEC Plus to bring in cheaper oil. I mean,
and say hello to chronic stress. Oh, that's why it's only just flared up now, and I was fine before. Shut the fuck up. You dumbass doctor, medicinal dumbasses. Modern medicine can't fucking explain anything. Modern medicine can't explain a goddamn fucking thing about jack shit. You dumb fuck! You know, I had a stream plan to talk about my own shit. Now I gotta get involved with this fucking leech. This fucking orbiter, this beta orbiter destiny. Let's see what he said.
Why do you engage with Rob Nor but not Infrared? Infrared also pushes crazy shit, much like Rob, but most of that stuff is based on how true. I think Rob is smarter than Infrared. Infrared is funny, and he seems to know some interesting quips of history, kind of. But he's not very much in this world or up to date on anything recent, and I don't think he's as sharp as Rob is.
Is that it?
How's the spaghetti factory on? Why do you engage with Rob Nor but not Infrared? Infrared also pushes crazy shit, much like Rob, but most of that stuff is based on how true. I think Rob is smarter than Infrared. Infrared is
I haven't really listened to Rob, so I can't judge this.
funny, and he seems to know some interesting quips of history, kind of. But he's not very much in this world or up to date on anything recent, and I don't.
How? How do you know? How do you even know that? How would you know that? What if I am? I'm not in this world. Well, that's what I've been talking about. That's exactly what I've been fucking talking about before you showed me this clip by Destiny. I'm not in this world. What he means by he's not in this world is he doesn't share the same stream of experience as me, right? He doesn't share the same continuity and stream of information as me. He doesn't believe that the established way in which the world is formed before my eyes, he doesn't participate. He doesn't share my world, right? What Destiny doesn't understand is that his world that he's talking about, this world, is not phenomenologically given. And the word phenomenologically basically is referring to the outer experiences that impresses itself on our senses, right? He thinks that when he's going on Twitter and participating on discourse, or when he's turning on the mainstream media and he's listening to what the authoritative voices are saying from the universities or whatever the fuck else, he thinks that this is the world and that's the only world. But Destiny, what if I told you what you're referring to as this world is contingent? It's not given. It's actually based on a specific institutionalized filtering of the world. It's not the only world. My world has as its center of gravity a different source of potential, right? I have a different source of potential than you. I see as the object of my vision of my world a dormant movement waiting to be awakened, right? I see something that isn't being given expression by the people on TV and all that kind of shit. But you, Destiny, your world that you're talking about is not based on what's potentially or virtually possible. It's based on what is already actual, right? And what's already given to you discursively and all that kind of shit. So when you say, I'm not part of this world, what you basically mean is, I'm not part of, more or less, he's basically just saying, I'm not dwelling within the discourse of the establishment. That's exactly what he fucking means. I think these detached ramblings are what he's referring to with what he said. So, okay, then if you don't want to go into this philosophy shit, I want you in a plain spoken way, and DEZ, you specifically, plain spoken way. Please qualify what he means by me not being in this world. Just give an example. How am I not up to date with the world? How am I not in this world? Because I'm wagering on a third party, right? And the third party doesn't exist right now. Is that it? Go ahead. DEZ. Please just simplify what Destiny's trying to say then. Just explain. Why am I not in this world? Because I'm wagering my bets on something that CNN isn't talking about yet? That long rant you just did was hard to follow or understand. Why don't you have the humility to accept maybe you're just a little bit too stupid to understand it? Is it my fault? Even if it was my fault, you can't just say that I'm not in this world. What does he mean I'm not in this world? How do you know I'm not in this world, Destiny? What is the world? What world are you referring to? Is the world reducible to what you see on cable news? Or what you're seeing on the top Google results? Because, let me tell you what, Destiny, I want to recommend right now, I'm going to recommend Destiny a book. And the book I'm going to recommend to Destiny is The Black Swan by Nassim Taleb. Or Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Right? He's still talking mad shit. Let's see. I want to recommend Destiny the book, The Black Swan by Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Because that book's going to teach him that the things that actually come to define our world aren't actually anticipated by the world in the present time. It's always a black swan. The idea of black swan is like the conventional prejudice is that all swans are white. Well, what happens when you find the black swan? Everything changes, right? Well, that's actually what defines history and what defines our world. Marx also believed in the black swan, which he called the proletariat. That was a black swan, right? It was something that he anticipated but wasn't already there.
Yeah, oh, you felt like I didn't address any of the points that you brought up?
No.
Did you miss the whole conversation, or?
No, you didn't actually address the substantive
Okay, what
point I
substantive
raised.
thing do you feel like I didn't address?
On the question of the possibility of third parties and whether people should be investing their time and energy in them.
So my answer was you shouldn't be investing your time and energy into a third party, because by doing that, you're necessarily pulling away support from a party that's more likely to agree with you. There's no guarantee that at any point in even the near or distant future, that party is going to become viable. So all you're doing is ceding ground to people that you're less likely to agree with while you try to work on some project for a third party.
Yeah, but that assumes that you can say that that assumes that it is necessarily true that a third party isn't going to be possible, and it
yours
also
assumes that a third party necessarily will be. But I mean, if we look at the data, it's more likely to be correct there.
So as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to politics, there's absolutely no guarantee of anything either way. Right?
Okay, wait, no, stop.
Yeah.
Can we speak in reasonable probabilities?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so reasonably, what's more likely, that a third party will materialize in the next 4 or 5 election cycles, or not?
Well, okay, this is why I said you didn't address my point, because I never made...
I addressed your point earlier. You just didn't like what I said.
A third party will materialize on the basis of the actions of the agent for whom this is a meaningful judgment, or a third party will...
Speak in English.
Okay,
will
I'll speak
materialize for an agent of which this is
let me simplify that. I'll go ahead and simplify
No, you don't have to simplify it. Make it make sense, because what you just said was meaningless. Go ahead.
No, it wasn't meaningless, because the question is it going to materialize with or without your participation? And then you're going to make the judgment of, okay, I should help and participate in building a third party. Because I'm not actually saying that it's going to materialize independently of the actions of the people I'm trying to address in the first place.
You're not... Okay, stop thinking in big sentences and big words, because you're missing everything I'm saying. So what you just said, I don't think it's going to materialize without the actions of other people. Obviously, I agree with you, because
without your actions. The people I'm trying to address.
Oh, you. Wait, when you say you, hold on, I'm sorry. When you say you, do you mean like me personally, or you as in like a general listener?
I mean the audience that I'm trying to address.
Okay, yes. So my initial problem, my main contention was that if you take people out of the political system to work on a third party, then they're necessarily going to be taking away support from a party that they would more likely agree with, ceding power to the other party. That was my whole issue.
Yeah, if we accept that the two parties that exist now are the only parties that are ever going to exist, sure. But my whole point was that the only way we could ever have a chance of a third party is if people take that risk.
Okay, but you're asking people to take a massive risk and forego real political power in the hopes that 10 years, 50 years from now, a viable third party materializes?
So if there's no currency crisis, are you aware of what the inflation rate is right now?
In the U.S., it's 6.2%, I think.
When's the last time it was this high?
This might be historically high.
Yeah, do you know when the last time it was?
I don't know.
It was 1990.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so do you know? So you're speaking of the resilience of the system. Are you aware of what sustains the value of the dollar?
The full faith and credit of the U.S. government to pay back treasury bonds? I mean, what do you mean?
Okay, but in real life, what is it?
Probably the strength of the U.S. economy.
No, it's not. It's neither of those things. It's actually
the military projection of the United States.
It's actually the denomination of petroleum in U.S. dollars.
Gotcha. Okay, the U.S.
since the 1970s, because we switched from the gold standard to that, right? Gotcha. If you know the history of monetary policy in the U.S. So, are you aware of what's going on as far as...
Wait. Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, this is boring to me now. Do you want to talk about anything else?
Well, I'm just trying to walk you through and...
Well, no. You're doing the like... Are you aware of? And then you're feeding me like every single fucking conspiracy theory I've ever heard in my time.
So
I can't engage with any. There's nothing.
Wait. So
if you want to make a prediction based on your conspiracy theories, I'll bet you.
Wait. Is the petrodollar?
I'm not gonna sit here and argue that like, QE is the reason why the entire economy has grown for 15 years. Like
it fundamentally is the reason. So do
Okay,
you
yeah.
think?
So if there's a bet that you want to place on a future outcome, I'll bet you on digital currency.
Wait. I just want to know if you think the petrodollar is a conspiracy or not.
In terms of like, is this the only thing keeping the United States afloat in our global economy or whatever?
The dollar that's where the value of the dollar comes from.
Would the implication be that like if we switch to green energy or some shit that like the petrodollar is going to cause the U.S. currency to collapse or
something like that? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. But I mean, if you want to put money on it or whatever, we can. But
yeah,
your time frames here are
so
going to be really
I just don't think you're aware of the history of U.S. monetary policy, which was very much planned and deliberate in the post-war period.
This is planned and deliberate.
Well, it's not a. It's hold on. It's not a conspiracy. The planners of the post-war global economy deliberately set up the world economy and specifically the United States to be a recycler. Or specifically, they first initially wanted the surpluses of the United States production to be invested in other countries, and then they reversed their policy so that the U.S. would become a vacuum of global surpluses through Wall Street, and that this would keep the dollar's value afloat, and that this would keep the world economic order.
Yeah, I remember. It was called like the Philosopher's Legacy, right? The Patriots, didn't they?
No, you can actually read about it in the book, The Global Minotaur by Yanis Varoufakis, The Economist. But
gotcha. Okay.
the point being...
Well, listen, hold on, wait. I super don't care. If you want to make a bet or something about related to any of these things you believe in, that's fine. But I don't feel like just listening.
All right, but you're saying things like how you believe in the resilience of the system, but you don't even know what this system is.
Okay, then bet me on an outcome that I wouldn't understand. If you think there's an outcome
within 5 years, we are going to see a fundamental change of this collapse of this system and change of the system.
What does that mean? What is a fundamental change?
We are going to see a complete change in the nature of the currency in the U.S. from the current fiat money, purely credit-based, and the petrodollar to maybe some kind of digital blockchain currency.
Okay, I'll bet you like $100 on that, or $1,000 if you want, or however much you want to posture, I guess.
No, it's not so much. How about this? I will give you, if you're right, 1,000. But if I'm right, all I want you to do is admit to everyone that you don't know anything about how economies work or the nature of the current global economy. That's enough for me, for you to just be able to admit that.
Yeah, sure. Okay. 5 years from now, if you're still streaming, I'll come for my $100, okay? Or whatever.
Yeah. So just...
No, actually, hold on. I don't want $100. I want you to admit then that, okay, my shit was... Well, I already know what's going to happen. Is even if you are still streaming in 5 years, I'm going to come back and be like, oh, well, what you don't understand is there was a global shift. You just don't know about it. And it's like in some secret place that like the public doesn't know, but like it actually happened. Like that's how you're going to say.
No, it's going to be pretty like obvious to everyone.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see in 5 years, I guess.
Yeah. So is it on this basis that you say I don't know anything about current events? Initially?
No, it's just like when I debate conservatives, they've got like all these on the ground issues that they want to argue about. We're debating government policy, we're debating current events. Like this is what's going on. If I'm debating like Lauren Southern or Rob Noor, but when I talk to people like you, it's like literally like fucking Jewish conspiracy theory shit now. Like it feels like I'm talking to the Nazis of like 5 years ago.
What?
Like it's just all like off the wall. Like check out this fucking book by blah blah blah, and check out this like the petrodollar is. It's like okay, like there's nothing for me to even talk about.
Okay, so first of all, it's interesting that you're comparing the controversial recognition of the petrodollar significance to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. But second of all, I think what you're really trying to say is that I don't actually thrive on discourse based in media sound bites that actually don't necessarily reflect a adequate understanding of our reality concretely. It's just media sound bites. How are you so confident that the things that the media provokes interest in terms of headlines and clickbait titles and whatever, like how do you know that actually reflects what's really going on the ground?
You know what, I don't. So I guess we'll see.
You really don't. How much time? Let me ask you a question. Yeah, I want to ask you another question. How much time did you spend debating about Kyle Rittenhouse?
Quite a bit.
So in terms of what's actually happening in reality, like the changes in our system, in our political system, and in our real economy, how important do you think the Kyle Rittenhouse trial was relative to that?
I mean, elections are won and lost sometimes on culture war issues. The next big one might be over abortion.
Right, but these are all things that you're only aware of because the media is telling you that they're important.
Yeah, but the media is also a reflection of what the people want to see as well. Do you think the media would be showing us this if people weren't clamoring to see it?
Well, people are also interested in Kim Kardashian. It doesn't mean it's an accurate reflection of the reality they live in.
Okay, sure, but what? Okay. All right. Well, hey, listen. I look forward in 5 years to being wrong. We'll have our digital U.S.
No,
currency
I'm
credit
just
card. Okay.
so. But you said that I don't live in this world and that I don't know anything about the current reality because
I'm just saying that, like, at the end of this conversation, like, I'm taking nothing from this. There's not anything for me to read into. There's no future research. You
well,
haven't moved
I
me
know
on any of
because
this. Like, it's all just like, it's just a
as a
nothing
streamer,
conversation.
you basically thrive off of what's like media clickbait titles and viral
Yeah,
stories.
everything that
on the
isn't part of your conspiracy world is clickbait. That's right.
But
Everything.
how is
Nobody
it-
actually cares
hold
about
on.
any of these. None of these issues actually matter. Only what
Wait,
you care about is what matters.
wait,
right?
so
this is
how-
why every leftist
yeah.
fails to gain any real political support anywhere too.
Yeah.
I think it resembles in like the failure of like any hypothetical third party. We're like, oh guys, like you don't. Who the fuck cares about dumb shit like minimum wage or
Yeah.
like social issues? Like
Right,
what's really
like-
important is the petrodollar and how QE is the whole reason why everything is like nobody cares.
Yeah,
about this shit.
and it's like there's no third party because CNN isn't talking about it. So how could it possibly be a thing that
Well,
should be?
let me know
talked
once
about?
you've overthrown CNN. Okay.
Well, why should we talk about things that CNN isn't talking about? You're right, dude.
Okay.
And like unless you see it as the Twitter trending thing,
Mm-hmm.
the news trending on Twitter, like it doesn't exist, right?
Right.
So I actually want to clarify something though, because you said that this is all white leftists. I don't actually think there's no significance to the things that are popular and viral news stories. I think that has to do with the broader culture and ideological war that's going on. I'm just saying that's not exactly the same. That's not identical with an actual systemic and structural analysis of how our economy works and its history, how these structures are held together. I just am insisting on the fact that there's a difference between what the media says in terms of like what it gives importance to in all these headlines and what's actually going on in reality. I'm not saying those things have no importance and no significance. I'm just insisting on that division. At least, why is that an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory though?
I never said it was an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Well, why are you putting me in the same category as anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists when I talk about something?
Because it's all like unverifiable, unquantifiable bullshit that relies on me
You
buying
think the
into it.
petrodollar is unverifiable and unquantifiable?
If you want to send me some fucking research later on some shit you're talking about, then feel free to knock it out. But if you're just
I
gonna
actually
say, go
want
read this
you-
fucking book, then I'm good on it.
Can you please have a conversation with a guy called Kantbot? He actually does want to talk to you, and I want
I'll
to
think
see if
about
you
it,
can
okay.
You can hold your own in a conversation about the history of U.S. Economic policy and the petrodollar
Okay.
and so on and so on.
Sounds fascinating. Okay.
Would you be willing to talk to him?
Probably not, but maybe we'll see how bored I am.
Right, but are you sure? Like, it kind of seems like you're kind of scared. Or...
Oh my god, you shit! You called me out so hard. You got me. It was actually just because I'm really afraid of the guy. Well, now that you've impugned my honor, yeah, man, send me his contact details. And I'll definitely get back to him. Okay. I wouldn't want to be seen as like scared of an internet debate, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just like there are people who spend their lives researching this and documenting this, and
yeah, there are people who spent their lives researching phrenology. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to make of that, but okay.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you want way more details about this kind of stuff, I would
don't.
recommend you to. I could give you them myself, but maybe
I
you need
don't
someone
want
else.
more details about it. I don't care. If you want to give me people that are making accurate predictions about
But
the world, then I'm interested in that. But like,
hold on. But what I'm trying to say is, you said it's unverifiable, and I'm giving you a guy who could give you like citations, footnotes, sources. Like the
I don't want
whole thing.
citations. I want predictions. Give me an accurate prediction based on your model. That's how we judge the worthiness of any model.
What have
right?
what
Give
have
me a
you
prediction.
correctly predicted then in the past 5
I'm not
years?
an economist. I just read other people's shit. I'm not here to predict it either.
What have they
but I mean, like,
correct-
if you're gonna say like, what have I predicted?
Okay,
I don't
sure,
know. I think
sure.
most of the mainstream things that have happened, I feel like I've been like pretty
So
decently on the
how
right
much
side
of those economists predicted 2008?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at it all.
None
I'm
of
not
them.
sure.
So
Okay.
how much of those economists that you endow authority to have correctly predicted?
Okay, you know
Yeah.
what? You're right. I totally believe in whatever the Kant guy is, the Kant bot guy. Okay.
Wait, but
I predicted the infrastructure bill passing. We had our debate, remember? And you said it would.
No,
I said
there
it
wasn't.
would.
There
That's
wasn't
one
a
thing.
controversy about whether that bill would pass. There was a controversy about how much of it would pass, and it was a slimmed down
okay.
bill from 1.5 to what 1.3 or 1.2. So
gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
it wasn't the 1.5 trillion dollar infrastructure bill that you said it would be. But anyway, the corporate welfare infrastructure bill. I don't know why you're lauding that as some kind of achievement.
Okay.
But
I mean,
anyway,
it was the largest infrastructure bill in U.S. history, but I mean, not good enough for you, I guess, huh? I'm sure a third party would have
hold
done way
on.
better.
Again, given the state of infrastructure in the United States, holding that infrastructure bill is some kind of accomplishment. Given the absolute neglect of U.S. like that's a given. Governments giving their infrastructure support is not like some breakthrough of politics.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, there was no debate about whether it was going to be passed. But I'm sure this spending is going to curb the inflation that you said they're going to get it under control. So,
do you think the inflation can remain like this for another year? Or forever?
I think it's going to get worse.
Okay.
I actually think it's going to get worse. What do you think about that?
Worse before it gets better? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it'll get better, but I don't know. It might get a little bit worse first. I'm not sure.
Okay, since we're talking about predictions, when do you think it's going to get better? When is it going to start getting better?
I mean, in some cases, it has already. Overall, I mean, I would expect it to within a year, I would think. But I mean, like there are things that could change that. Say some more stimulus goes out or something, which I don't think would happen. Or some big spending is spurred on by the stimulus bill, which causes another drive up of demand of certain goods. I'm not gonna say and pretend like I'm gonna accurately predict, but I would feel like
hold on, but hold on, you have pegged the entire ability to be an authoritative thinker.
Hold on, to be clear, I'm not an authoritative thinker. I just read like what economists say.
You've decided that the entire value of what someone says should be judged on the basis of how accurate their predictions can be. You're not even willing to commit to any predictions at all.
Well, because I haven't researched enough on this particular question to give you what I feel is a confident.
But you seem confident in saying things like, even though you haven't researched important details of it, that our system is so fundamentally resilient.
Because I think historically our system has been incredibly resilient. Yes.
What are you basing that off of?
The fact that we've had two major political parties for over 100 years, the fact that we maintain like a capitalist
historically,
system, the fact that monetary policy has kept inflation and the job market's relatively stable for like 80 or 100 years, like, I don't know, what do you want me to say?
Wait, hold on.
What?
You're saying that even if we were to assume that the two-party system, and this is wrong that it's been the same form of that two-party system in the past 100 years, but do you actually think in terms of scale, if there's a precedent of 100 years, that means like it's completely unlikely that it can happen. A huge change can happen in 5. Like 100 years in the history of polities and states is absolutely nothing. Okay,
I disagree. I think that time is accelerated quite a bit today compared to what it was 1,000 years ago. Like whole trends can rise and fall in the course of like a couple years. I think that our scale of time today is greatly accelerated compared to what it used to be. Just because
as much as the scale of time accelerates, it also slows down in other ways. So
okay,
yeah, I mean, it may. So for example, the flux of information has accelerated, and the ability for people to consume information and consume culture and things like that has accelerated. But in terms of the scale at which like the mode of production transformed, maybe that's a word you don't like, it really hasn't accelerated all that much. But the question I have to ask you is, you think our two-party system has stayed the same for 100 years?
I mean, we've had these two political parties for 100 years. I mean, their shifts and ideas have changed.
We've also had the U.S. Constitution since the founding of the Republic. That doesn't mean that the Constitution is this resilient document. Okay?
I think the Constitution is incredibly resilient. I think we have the oldest active Constitution in the world.
But what the Constitution represents has not been the same in any given 2 decades, right? So
I don't know what you mean. We have
if you have a very vague document, for example, I'm not. This is an extreme example. I'm not saying this is specifically the Constitution, but let's say you write on a piece of paper, "I believe that all people should be happy." And you say, well, I've had this piece of paper for 500 years. Well, because it's vague. It doesn't actually address the specific...
You think our Constitution is vague?
Of course it's very vague. Wait, you don't think our Constitution's vague? It's very vague.
Vague compared to what? I mean,
vague compared to the civil codes of the Napoleonic Code that other countries adopted.
Yeah,
instead of
probably because
common law.
it's a government of enumerated powers, right? So all that shit is left to the states. That's like how our government is set up, right?
Wait, I just am really aghast that you would question the idea that the Constitution is vague. Of course,
I just don't know how that's a point against the Constitution, or what you mean by vagueness.
I'm
it's
saying
appropriately vague,
you
right? If
can't.
it's-
When we are talking about the resilience of institutions, you have to refer to the institution in its material reality, not vague documents that encompass various different material realities, histories, and institutions. So, for example, I'll make this simple for you. The Republican Party and the Democratic Party have existed for over 100 years, well over 100 years, but who the Democratic, like what, for example, the Democratic Party was made of, the institution that is the Democratic Party, what it represented, who it represented, how the political machine worked and how it operated, how it got votes. All of these things have just fundamentally changed, even as far as a few decades ago is concerned. So the idea that like, oh, well, we've still had the Democratic and Republican Party. Yeah, but what those parties are at their most fundamental level have changed so much that they've only kept the name.
Okay. That is an example of resiliency, but I don't know what's wrong with
So keeping the name is resiliency, but nothing else?
Yeah, I'd say
Why?
so.
Why?
Because it hasn't required a complete collapse and reorganization of the system to make something
Wait,
work.
but there has been a collapse and reorganization of those parties across the past 100 years several times, right? It's just that they've kept the name.
Gotcha. All right.
So I don't know what you're talking. I don't actually know what you're talking
I
about.
don't. None of us know anything. Okay, or except for you and Talib or whatever that guy, the mathematician dude. Okay, I love you, buddy. All right.
Okay, so I'm still not persuaded, and I don't think my audience is persuaded.
I don't think anything I can say will
as
ever persuade you.
as far as the original claim, the clip I was sent of you saying that I don't know anything about current events or I don't know anything about the world. I think we've been over enough to say that you really don't know all that much about the world, right?
I think that's true. Yes.
Make sure you steer clear of those anti-Semitic petrodollar conspiracies because those are going viral and it's really dangerous on the internet. And you know, I want you to make sure you stay on CNN, keep at it with the New York Times, the Atlantic, and so on, and just make sure you filter your information correctly and you don't get trapped in these anti-Semitic webs of disinformation. Like, for example, the existence of the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency after World War II, because that's a really big anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, make sure you save $100 so that in 5 years I can collect. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'll be waiting those 5 years, by the way.
Okay. I'll see you then.
Okay. Fine. All right, I left.
Okay.
Thank you, Janar. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Janar. How many times have I beat Destiny in a debate, dude? It's like nothing. How many times have I fucking defeated him in a debate? It's like... It's almost embarrassing, you know? Like, how is it so easy? Thank you, Reaper. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Reaper. So, Destiny's entire shtick here, is basically, right? What he's basically saying is, if you don't only focus on what the news headlines are saying, that means you're not living in this reality. Thank you, Gaddafi. If you're not specifically focusing on what all the dumbasses on Twitter are getting whipped up in a fervor about, that means you don't know anything about this world. Dude, the real truth of this world is what's not talked about by the fucking media and by Twitter and shit. Like, everybody knows that, you know? Yeah. It's so fucking stupid, dude. So fucking dumb. Yeah, and anything outside CNN is... Bro, okay, you know what? You know when Destiny completely lost the ball? When he said that the petrodollar is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That was the highlight of the night, dude. That was the highlight of the night. Oh, what up, Zerka? Yo, hello?
Yo, bro.
Yeah.
I just woke up. I just saw the last bit of that. Did he just say the Democratic Party hasn't changed for 100 years?
Yeah.
What the fuck? I swear I've seen him argue. I've seen him argue that it has.
Yeah, I mean, bro, you should watch the whole thing because he said a lot of crazy shit, dude. He said the petrodollar is an anti-Semitic theory.
What the fuck? How did this happen?
He also said the system is unimaginably resilient and that the current two-party system is going to survive. He said that the current political system lasted 100 years.
Whoa! It's so resilient that Trump supporters are making their own fucking state and they raided the Capitol.
Bro, look, get this. This is my favorite part. This dude said that the reason why the job market was tight and people weren't going to work wasn't because of Biden's checks.
Wait, how did this come about though? How did you guys get on a call?
Somebody sent me a clip of I was talking about other shit. Somebody sent me a clip saying Destiny's talking shit about you, and I saw the clip and Destiny was like, yeah, the thing about infrared is that he doesn't know anything about the real world or some shit like that. So I was like, what the fuck? And then I reacted to it, and then he reacted to me, and then he was like, okay, tell infrared to come in the call. And then I was like, okay, I'll come on the call. So I went into his call, and then I was like, so why are you saying that? And then we basically went through it, and I had to explain to him that like the world is actually changing, and there's a great reset. I had talked about the great reset and shit, and he's like, oh no, there's no great reset. Biden's gonna get the inflation under control, and I was like, Destiny, who do you think's gonna win in 2022? You think there's gonna be a red wave? And he's like, no, I think Biden's going to get the inflation under control and the supply chain crisis.
Wow.
Thank you.
He's like a status quo junkie, but what's weird is how can he say there's no great reset? There's like prime ministers, not just Trudeau. Everyone says it's a great.
But I tried to tell him, and I was like, dude, Biden,
he's going with it's a conspiracy theory shit.
Yeah. I was like, dude, even Biden and all those people in power believe that there has to be a great reset. Even they see that you can't go back to normal. And he was like, no, we're just going to go back to normal and things are going to be as they always have. And I was like, what?
He's so naive.
Yeah, it's crazy cope. And he's like, we'll make a prediction. And he's like, okay, how long do you need? And he's like, 2 or 3 years or something. And it's like, so in 2 or 3 years, I said, all you have to do is admit to your audience that you don't know anything about the real world. If I'm right.
Well, no, he's just gonna play the card of the severity isn't what you predicted. So if it's not as extreme as Haz's ideas, then Haz was wrong. He's just gonna do that.
Bro, I cannot.
He'll be like the world's not on fire, bro. So you're wrong. That's what he's gonna do to you.
Dude, I still cannot believe that this dude said the petrodollar is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. I
don't even get that. Like, what do you mean?
I was like, dude, the petrodollar.
I don't. Wait, can you explain what he means by that?
He said he was like, well, you talk about like conspiracy theories like the petrodollar, and I was like, and he's like, and then he was like, it's just like those Nazis talking about anti-Semitic shit. I'm like, dude, the petrodollar is not a conspiracy theory. The U.S. made a deal with Saudi Arabia, that they have to denominate their oil in dollars. So how is that a conspiracy?
Yeah, I'll bet you anything. If you tied him up to a lie detector test, he doesn't even believe that it's anti-Semitic. He doesn't even believe that. It's just a fucking.
He was trying to say it's in the same league as that.
Oh my god, bro!
And I'm like, bro, I'm telling you shit that like, yeah, the establishment academics are saying. I'm telling you shit that they're saying. You know, I'm not telling you something
to me, that's hilarious, the petrodollar one. But I only caught the last bit of it, and I was so shook that I'm like, First of all, the Constitution is vague.
That's
right?
what I said too. I was like, it's vague as
meant to
fuck.
be. Yeah, but the whole the parties are resilient in name. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, so just because they kept the name, that means they're resilient.
dude. People even argue that the party switched and blah blah blah.
They did,
Right?
yeah, bro.
Yeah.
They changed fucking.
No. I'm saying these libs in
Yeah.
Destiny's corner. They argue. Destiny has argued that the party switched. What the fuck is he talking about?
The vote, everything, shit has changed since Obama. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid, dude. But yeah, all of this shit was about the third party shit. Like he's like, oh, the third party argument's really dumb, and I was like, yeah, bro, that's.
Yeah. I mean, the
third party hasn't existed, and it's like, well, who cares if it hasn't existed? The time is ripe for one now.
The point is, it's in the shadows.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the third party will either come as hyper nationalistic or communist.
Yeah. I mean, bro, I don't even know what to fucking say, man. It's this dude.
Well,
I don't even know why he's talking shit because I was
clearly,
focusing.
bro. Clearly, you're an anti-Semite because you're not for U.S. foreign policy bombing little children in the Middle East.
So, do you believe that the current monetary system is going to be in place and the U.S. dollar is going to survive even though the price of oil is changing? All shit. He's like, oh yeah. I'm just like shocked. I'm like,
for
can
me,
you really
for
get
me,
away with saying this to 2,000 people?
For me, what shocks me more is not only it's an economic collapse, but it's look how much debt students are in. You think something's not going to happen with this country?
No, apparently, right? I just ask him questions. he just
and
gives
yo,
it
you know
away
what's
for
funny?
him, you know?
How is the Great Reset a conspiracy theory when the words Great Reset came from politicians? It didn't come from the web.
I don't know, dude. I have no fucking idea.
Like they keep saying the word Great Reset. You know, conspiracy means like we assumed, but this one came straight from like the top. So, or does he think the fourth industrial revolution is a fucking conspiracy? bro, there'll be, look at what Klaus says, bro. There'll be car sharing, right? You know what car sharing is?
Yeah.
It means little Steve will be in a minivan with other little kids.
I tried to tell him about like smart cities and how work is gonna change and how everything's gonna change, and he's like, no, everything's gonna be the same.
You know, I want his copium to be real.
Yeah. No, I'm just shocked. I'm like, how can anyone believe this?
Yeah, here's what I don't get is like sometimes a lib can just say you can drop facts on them. You'll be like, no, look at this book. It's called I have this book I ordered recently. It's called The Fourth Industrial Revolution. You can send him that book and he'll say, nah, bro, that's a conspiracy.
Dude,
And
I tried to recommend him a few books, and he said they're all conspiracies, and they're not. I tried to explain to him how the U.S. economy works, and how it's like all after World War II, it's about being the reserve currency and the.
The only book.
One thing I told him.
The only book Stephen reads is the official 9/11 Commission report.
Dude, one of the things I told him was, I told him about how since 2008, all economic growth has been based on bank-issued government-printed dollar credit and not capitalist profit.
That's fact.
Yeah, and he thought that was like a crazy thing to say. I was like, yeah, it's not based on capitalist competition or profit since 2008. It's based on quantitative easing and government issues.
Any moderate economic economist believes in that too. Why is that a conspiracy?
Bro, I don't know. He's just not knowledgeable. He's not knowledgeable about the real world. He's only knowledgeable about the headlines.
No, I don't believe that. I believe he is knowledgeable. He refuses though.
Dude, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's like
liberals are dumb. Steven's not dumb. He plays dumb.
You think so?
You think he fucking actually thinks the Great Reset is a fucking conspiracy? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Dude, I don't know what.
No, bro. He trust me when I say, when he goes to bed, he assumes that a lot of change is coming with enormous speed, like Klaus said.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotta, dude. I refuse to believe somebody could be this fucking stupid. Be real.
Yeah, he's not dumb. He's not dumb.
He can't be this non-knowledgeable, dude. You know, you gotta have some knowledge of how.
Now his community is dumb as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. They're very stupid. They think, bro. They thought that Epstein mainstream articles were conspiracies. I'm like, yo, it's the fucking mainstream.
Bro, no, hold on. I wonder, is it a conspiracy that the Kyle Rittenhouse trial was filmed by every media, 24-hour coverage, but the Ghislaine Maxwell trial is given no coverage at all anywhere, and they're not filming it or anything?
Bro, clearly you're just a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, that must be. Dude, there's no cameras in the courtroom.
The fact that you know who Ghislaine is proves that the media is not hiding her from you.
Bro, I can't believe it. It's like with the Kyle Rittenhouse 24 hours, 7-day-a-week coverage for that forever. The Ghislaine trial, nothing.
You know what's funny is there was a month before the Epstein stuff where I said politicians traffic children, and everyone on Twitch called me a conspiracy retard. And I'm like, dude, these articles are in Australia, they're in Berlin, they're in every fucking newspaper, and they're like, yo, you're just a conspiracy theorist. And then when it leaked, bro, then it's all like, what the fuck?
Then all of a sudden the leftists became conspiracy theorists.
I swear to God, sit in a room filled with libs and say right now, politicians traffic children. There'll be one that laughs hysterically, and then when you mention the Epstein stuff, he'll be like, "Oh yeah, but that's one guy." They're so fucking weird, bro. They're so fucking weird. And yo, bro, if you read the list of Epstein Island Democrats, bro, they'll always point to the one Republican. It's fucking weird.
Oh my god. Yeah, bro. Yeah, fucking. That no one's gonna talk about Bill Clinton being on the fucking plane.
Yeah, it was 19 times. That's a conspiracy, bro.
Yeah, apparently that's just it's all
bro.
Conspiracy.
He just liked the island.
So this is apparently the proof that Jason's sharing that me and Caleb, I don't know how Caleb has anything to do with this, are plotting to accuse Jason of being a groomer and that he was messaging 13-year-olds. So this is the screenshotted evidence that Mr. Jason Unruhe shared. This was yesterday, right? So the channel is called Haz Chat. This guy's name is Stalinist Groiper. This person's name is Catholic Maoist. And this person's name is Racist Pol Pot. So there's 3 people here, and every single one of them is literally like a stereotypical infrared member, right? This is what like outsiders think of us as, like, oh, they're traditional communists, right? And they're communists that somehow are outside of the American left. So they're Groypers, and there's Catholic, and there's racist Pol Pot. I honestly, I don't know what racist Pol Pot means. I don't actually know what that means, but we'll work with it for now, right? I don't actually know what that means, but let's see. This is so this is actually the welcome. So you want to know the first sign that this is made up? This is the welcome whatever thing. Like when someone joins a server and you say wave hi to them and you click hi. But in our server, let's say we had a secret channel called Haz Chat. You would also need a secret role. Are secret roles possible? Wait, that's actually a good idea. I might actually make some secret roles if they're possible. But this apparently is a hero of infrared because they're blue. They got the colors right. So this would have to be a secret channel that's in our server called Haz Chat. I don't know why it would be called Haz Chat. Of all things. I have no idea why it would be called this. But when people join the server, it doesn't actually notify the channel. So like, how are you gonna wave hi to the person joining if, you know what I mean? We don't have a channel that's like, a new member just joined. We have a bot that gives people the member role after like 10 minutes of joining. And this is what they're saying. Okay, so I've been working on those screenshots of Jason messaging a 13-year-old fan. LMAO. Oz is gonna love this shit. LMAO. Jason's career is gonna be over. Can't stand him. LMAO. Anarcho-child loverism. Oz is gonna have a lot of this. His guys boost the tweet. I've been DMing him on Twitter about it. LMFAO. Alright, bet. Yeah, bro, this is legit. I mean, I feel like you wouldn't even have to explain to a 15-year-old that this is like clearly like this is the fakest shit I've ever seen. You know what I mean? This is like, they don't even try. They're not even trying to make this look convincing. Like, this is clearly what someone who has the intention of making it seem like I'm plotting against them would say, rather than someone who's actually, like, plotting against Jason. Like, they're clearly saying shit that reflects the intention of someone to, like, fake a scenario. This is like an NPC dialogue, you know what I mean? This is like straight out of a fucking NPC dialogue of people like trying to create a scenario that's like, does this look like a natural conversation to you? This is clearly staged and rehearsed. I mean, imagine being right. Imagine the fact. I waste so much energy arguing when I'm self-evidently correct, but imagine arguing about something I'm just right about. You guys get what I'm saying when I'm saying that? Like, imagine me having to, like, defend myself here, right? Aren't I just right? Aren't I just correct? Aren't I just correct here? Like, isn't this clearly faked? Why am I even arguing this, right? Why do I even have to make the case? So Jason said, someone told me there was going to do it, and now here's the proof. Dude, you're like 40 years old, and you believe this shit. You're literally an embarrassment. And I actually got pissed when I saw this, because I was like, at this point, you're deliberately lying to save face after your recent fallout. Leave me out of your sicko internet world, and you and your friends are mentally ill nihilists. And the reason I said this is because it actually does sicken me. To be honest, it does sicken me because I know where this is coming from. I know the people that are doing this. I've been DM'd myself, the people that are doing this. And lo and behold, they come from the nihilist pedo website, right? They come from that website. Remember the website that mass reported me? And ended up getting me banned because I covered a documentary about Palestine. They're the ones doing it, right? And these are really dark, sick, just mentally twisted, deranged, evil people, right? And if you saw their faces in real life, you would see the face of, like, twisted orcs. You would just see these, like, really deranged, demented. And you would see these people that don't even look human. They wouldn't even look human to you, right? They're that fucked up. They're both fucked up in how they look and how they act. And to be honest, this is dark. This is like dark. But here's my question is like, since when did the left become like this, right? This is how you know the left really is evil. You know, usually you'd think it's like, this is like some Order of Nine Angels, Adam Waffen type of dark shit. Like, that's involving 13-year-olds and crimes and all this crazy shit. And like mass shooters and stuff. But if you go on that pedo website, and I'm calling it a pedo website because they've circulated that shit on that website before, right? And they've actually tried to do it in our Reddit too, right? But if you go on that leftist website, which you should never do, by the way, you should never do, you will see people that you would expect to like be involved in mass shootings and really dark, just evil, just really sick shit, you know? And it comes from 8chan. You know 8chan, the place that's even worse than fucking 4chan? That's where these people come from. So yeah, we are talking about people involved in crimes. We are talking about people involved in very sick, degenerate, disgusting, nihilistic stuff. They've been doing a lot of really sick shit, you know? These people don't have souls, and there's not an ounce of humanity in them. These are the people that have been left behind and condemned by humanity as a whole. And I'm not a censorship guy, but I do want the government to crack down on these fucking pedos. I wish, what I want is for the big tech platforms to have free speech, but for the government to crack down on these fucking disgusting pedo websites and just get them off the internet. That's really what I want to see. If we had a working people's government, we wouldn't tolerate these degenerate fucking sick, disgusting, nihilistic fucking websites, you know, with these scumbags. These disgusting, sick, twisted fucking scumbags that have rape fantasies, that have murder fantasies. You should see the shit that it's been sent to me before. These are the most sick, depraved, fucked up people you could imagine. And they have no limits, by the way. Children are not a limit. Infants, not a limit. Nothing is a limit. Everything goes. There's absolutely zero line of humanity you don't cross. Right? And these are the people that Jason Unruhe, I know fellow traveler, and there's others, they're actually in that community, which is something I found out too. Both of these people are in that community. You ever watch Twin Peaks and you just see the scumbags that are like the scumbags, the lowest of the low social scum who are just in the background doing all this like dark, evil shit, like they're rapists and all these scumbag type of people like in that show. That's what these people represent on the internet. And the fact that Jason is entangled with them and he's a public face, wow, what a fucking scumbag. Okay, so some background information, right? So I was browsing Twitch, and so as it happens, Vaush was covering my debate with that Hake guy, right? And he covered the whole thing, right? And he was talking all this shit about me, saying all this bullshit, commentating on the debate in an extremely dishonest, well, what do you expect? He's a fat, lying pussy fuck. But I'm gonna demonstrate to you. I've done this before, but it's so easy to just shit on Vaush. It's so easy to fucking dunk on this dumb fucking fat fuck dumbass, right? But we're gonna do it anyway, right? Because I guess some things are in need of clarification. I can't stand looking at this fucking disgusting Jabba the Hutt, just sick fucking absolute fucking bottom of the barrel scum of society, malformed looking fuck, right? But we're gonna have to today. We're gonna have to commit to doing that because I'm gonna defend myself. And I want to preface this so you guys have the background knowledge of the fact that the fat fucking coward Vaush, to this very day, is running from debating me. He doesn't want to debate me. I've ambushed him once, and I gave him PTSD. He learned from that. Yeah, I'm not someone you want to fuck with, Vaush. I make you look like a dumb fuck if you debate me one-on-one. And he knows that, right? He's been avoiding any kind of confrontation with me. He's been on the run, right? I caught him once. He said, Hulk could just DM me. I DM'd him and no show, right? He is absolutely terrified of me. but yet he spends so much time out of context talking about me. There's some OGs in this chat, right? It wasn't really that long ago when Infrared was nothing. We were just, what, 20 people? It wasn't so long ago. And I remember ambushing Vaush, and Vaush said, you know what? No free clout. He said, I'm not giving that guy any clout. And watch him die off. Watch him die off. He's gonna have no clout. And he just keeps talking about me now because I'm continuing to grow in relevance and significance, right? Like, Infrared is a thing. It's a thing now, right? Vaush said that if he doesn't give me attention, I'm just going to become irrelevant. But that hasn't happened. Actually, the inverse is happening. Vaush's metrics, his stats, are plummeting. And they're not just slowing, they're actually going down, right? This guy's becoming irrelevant. And one of the main reasons why Vaush is becoming irrelevant is because even the BreadTube is dead. BreadTube's fucking dead already, right? They're all moving and becoming MLs now, right? They're becoming a fake type of ML, but that's the move now. That's like the new orientation, is becoming ML. BreadTube's done. It's an end of an era. And we moved on to a new one. But, you know, I really find it interesting that this fat ass is commenting on my Hake debate as if people like him or his audience fit anywhere in the equation of why I would go and debate Hake. I've turned my back on you, lefties, right? I've turned my back on you, right? You have nothing to do with this. I am reaching out to the people you left behind, right? And obviously Hake himself is a dumb fuck. He's just some random dumbass. But he commands a big enough audience for him to be relevant in some capacity. It's not about Hake, it's about his audience. Those are the people I'm speaking to. You lefties have nothing to do with this. You are dead to me. Like, I don't consider you even a thing. You're not even existing to me, right? You're yesterday's news. There's no future for you. There's absolutely no fucking future for you lefties, right? What do you have to do with this? Like, as if I'm participating in a discourse with you when I'm debating Hake. And I'm in your discourse. No, you are dead to me. You are absolutely fucking nothing. You are nothing. You are less than nothing. You're not relevant. You're not politically relevant. You have no potential. You have no potential in you. You have no significance. You don't fit anywhere in a strategy of reviving a communist movement in this country. You don't fit anywhere in that. Your discourse, shove it up your ass. You know? I'm not part of your discourse. I'm not part of your little community. I'm actually participating in the kind of discourse that ordinary, regular Americans find themselves capable of participating in as a communist. I'm going in the ring as a communist alone. I don't have your little discourse behind my back and I'm speaking on behalf of you guys. Fuck you guys. I'm reviving communism from scratch, right? As a thing. So it's really weird when these people are commenting on this debate when it's like, what do you guys have nothing to do with it, right? You're not my audience. You're not the intended audience. You're not the people I'm trying to speak to or have a dialogue with or conversation with. You don't figure anywhere in that. You may as well not exist at all. You may as well just disappear and there'd be no difference, right? But in all their narcissism, they think it's about them and they think it's about their discourse. That Haz is saying something. No, I'm not. You're dead to me. You're nothing. I am acting as if you didn't even exist, right? Because you basically don't politically. But you still make it about yourself somehow, right? You still somehow manage to make it about yourself. You are politically dead. You are politically dead. You have no future politically in this country. It's like how I said BreadTube has no future. And what do you know? BreadTube's a dead thing now, right? What is BreadTube? Tell me what BreadTube is now. ContraPoints? She doesn't even make videos anymore, really. She makes one video a year, and she's taking the money and she's running with it, making one video a year. Then what else is there? Can someone explain to me what BreadTube is? The DGG, what do you call them? The house of DGG has overtaken these lefties, right? Some of the BreadTube people got banned off Twitch, right? Thought Slime, he's a nobody. Oh, the Surfs, they're big on Twitter, not much else. All their stats have completely declined, like drastically declined. So BreadTube's dead. It's a dead phenomenon. All that's left is Vaush, right? But Vaush is hated by the left. That's the thing. Vaush right now may as well be a right-winger. He is not welcomed by the American left. They all fucking hate that guy. That fat fuck. Right? But it's interesting that, you know, all the American leftists hate Vaush. They hate him. They hate that fucking guy. So he's not relevant in the left anymore. So BreadTube's dead, right? It's a dead thing. Yeah, the right obviously doesn't want him either. So what's left for Vaush? I'll tell you what's left. Vaush is cornered from all sides. He's encircled. And he's worse than us. Because while we have every political faction against us, we also have a lot of people sympathetic to us. Apolitical people, conservatives, whatever. They're we have that pipeline in place. We have a very working pipeline in place to win those people over. Vaush is isolated. He can't win anyone over. And the whole of the left hates him. Vaush's whole shtick has been leveraging the power of the left in this country to win over the neo-Nazis from 4chan. Oh, neo-Nazis, you can still preserve your white supremacy and your white purity. Yes, we're superior to all those brown and black people, whatever, with our liberalism and our freedoms. We just want to give you more freedom, like the right to coom and unlimited access to fat chicks or whatever. I don't know what he's saying, right? But and furries and stuff, right? Whatever. So he bribed the right wingers with sex, with the promise of sex, right? You can be poly, unlimited satisfaction and gratification, no limits. So he won over the most degenerate scum. The most dishonorable, degenerate scum from the right wing. Those are the people he was able to win over. For a time. That pipeline is over. It's shut down. Because BreadTube's dead. So he's not winning those people over anymore. Vaush the fat ass. Colonialism, slavery, and so on and so on.
Finally, a
New World,
content
genocide.
creator for me.
These are all things that aren't, that can't be brushed to the side when we're evaluating how modernization takes place historically. So to me, you have to place communism within that context of this question of pre-modern and largely agrarian societies confronting and trying to persevere through this challenge of modernity. And to me, modernity, specifically in the form of agricultural modernization, somehow historically inevitably leads to this kind of chaos.
What's he
and
talking about?
in
Who
the way
knows?
food is produced and in the way the foundation of economy. What is he talking about? Who knows? Did you guys find it hard to follow? I mean, you guys are just random chatters. This is a content creator with 400,000 views who postures as some like debate lord intellectual titan, and he can't parse and follow what I was saying. Guys, I want you to understand how like ominous this really is. And this is something that's going to be a recurring theme throughout this entire video that we're going to watch, right? Which may take the whole stream, who knows. But when you realize that I'm a guy, right now, I only got 14,000 followers on Twitch. I only have 12,000 subscribers on YouTube. Wait, I'm actually right, though, right? Isn't that a bit ominous? Like, shouldn't I be wrong? Like, if he's right, if he's wrong, but he's the one who has way more subscribers than me. And I imagine Twitch followers as well. It's like, do you know how foreboding it is that he's this incorrect in his analysis of me. Like, do you know how ominous that is? Even for me as the guy who benefits from it, it's still a bit like, wow, take it easy. It's like, I didn't know I was the chosen one, and I'm gonna have like, what, 2 million subscribers or something. Like, chill, you know? Like, this is a guy who's like, he has a way bigger audience than me, and he's just like this wrong. How can that happen, right? It's actually kind of it's a bit unsettling that a guy could be this stupid and actually have this big of an audience. Like, and I'm not even saying this in like a combative, rhetorical way. Like, I'm speaking from a neutral, impartial, objective point of view. This is genuinely a stupid fat fuck. This is genuinely a stupid guy who just not knowledgeable on like the bare minimum of Marxism 101 or History 101. Like, genuinely a stupid fucking guy. It actually feels like idiocracy. You know, in idiocracy, when you're looking around and it's like, you know, people who you don't expect to be stupid actually are really like actual stupid fucking people are in power or something. It's like, wait, what? I feel like a genius right now. Is this it? This is the Vaush? This is the debate lord Vaush, who's super intellectual and smart? What world am I fucking living on? You know, this is actually a dumb guy.
Agricultures is preserved, right? So this is obviously something fraught with several, you know, small mistakes can lead to catastrophic outcomes. But at the very least, we can say that these mistakes were, on record, things that communist states learned from after they were made very quickly.
Like, I'm already lost. There's nothing to be lost about, guys. You're not lost, okay? You're trying to find a path through a bowl of SpaghettiOs, okay? Hold on. Hake and Infra are both.
Wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about? It's like, how was I said not lucid? You can try and disagree with it and challenge what I said, but what kind of fat pussy just says it's meaningless? You can try, if you don't agree with it, you can try and challenge what I said, but how much of a fucking pussy do you have to be to posture with the pretense that what I said has no meaning? Either you're so fundamentally uneducated that you're just not familiar with any of those like 5th grade level words I was using, or you're a fat pussy who's just too scared to venture into uncharted territory discursively. I think it's a combination of both.
Both phenomenal characters, so I have no doubt as time passes, you know, this will go back and forth. Hey, for what it's worth, though, I don't actually think that Infra is stupid. Hake is very, very dumb, like just very unintelligent, you know, just a baseline level. So we'll see how the interplay, you know, comes about.
I should add. And when you don't only look at the negatives that are mostly mass publicized as a result of Cold War anti-communist propaganda and elsewhere, you have to also have a fair and sober assessment of the overwhelming achievements of communist parties in leading their respective peoples to a social position far superior to them before, whether in the realm of literacy, acculturation, medicine, access to a bare minimum of a standard of living, a basic dignified means of livelihood, a kind of guarantee of a job, so on and so on. Obviously, this came to a certain limit and crisis in the 1970s, where this primary standard of living was no longer enough to support the wants and desires and aspirations of the peoples in communist states.
Follow
but
this
nonetheless,
up.
I think we can retrace and reevaluate the original significance of communism in order to now address and put into a new light the challenges that we now face today, which our current liberal order seems to be unable to.
Keep in mind, I went in this not knowing who Hake was. I had no fucking idea who this guy was, right? So this is something I would say to any critic of communism who's a right-winger. I would just, that's what I would open with. I didn't know who Hake was. I had no fucking idea who the guy was, right? When I realized this guy's like, he appeals to a more lower common denominator of audience, I immediately adapted to that, right? Why would I suck myself off and like be this like profound intellectual when that's not the audience I'm dealing with, right? If you're dealing with a simpler audience, to be polite about it, you should dumb your arguments down and be as simple and put your put what you're trying to say in words that they'll be able to understand, right? You shouldn't. What good would it do for me to like posture and be like, "Hey, you're a dumb fuck"? They're just, you know, they'll be like, this is just another satanic lefty who's a cruel, you know, unreasonable person. Well, who benefits from that? He benefits from that, ultimately, right? Because Hake is a guy who benefits from polarization. That's how he makes money, right? That's how he makes a living. But you have to ask the question is like, how is he able to draw otherwise reasonable and normal people in, right? Because, well, he's able to do it because there are grains of truth in the things that he says, right? That people find intuitively sensible and reasonable.
To deal with. We're facing a fourth industrial revolution. We're facing an economic transition not dissimilar to the one that communists were addressing, namely the one from pre-modern agrarian societies to industrial societies. Now we're in a situation of industrial societies transitioning into an era of smart cities and and more internet-based,
Who text though?
more
Leftist
kind of
meme.
decentralization. And I think that communism has a newfound significance in this regard. So I think I'll just end it there.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening statement, Infrared. Want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are thrilled to have you here no matter what walk of life you are from. And we are also thrilled to have here James Hake. Thanks so much for being with us. The floor is all yours for your opening statement as well.
Well, thank you. And thanks to Haz Infrared for coming on as well. Today was my introduction to Haz and Infrared and I think he's a Marxist Leninist communist. What is interesting to me about him is that he does not appear as rabidly anti-white, anti-Christian, anti-man as the typical communists that I think of, that I run into, I don't know, looking around America, like the Democrats, the Black Lives Matter, Antifa people, the mainstream media types. And I saw a video where he said you can be patriotic and nationalist as well as communist. But my take on communism is that it's atheistic at its root. Like, you have to be an atheist to be a good communist, was one quote from a...
Imagine, like, being a disgusting, slimy, fat fuck who's like, oh, you're finding common ground with people in this country? Oh, you're making communism more palatable to people? You're like, this is an objective W. The fact that I'm able to initiate this conversation and get an audience with these people is just an accomplishment in and of itself, right? Sure, you could stay in your bread tube degenerate echo chamber where all of the what do you call them? Is this word allowed? What do you call it? The runt of the litter? Whatever you call that. Just the ugly, disgusting people, stupid people of our society that, stupid yet entitled. That's BreadTube. You can stay in that echo chamber. You're not going to get anywhere politically in this country. And you want to talk about clout and flex that and shit. Well, the right just blows you out of the water in terms of clout, Vaush. That's why you have to sit on your stream and bitch about Joe Rogan, who dwarfs you, right? In terms of their reach. I mean, any one single Instagram post of theirs will gain more, has more engagement than the sum total of everything you've ever fucking produced on the internet combined, probably, right? So, I don't know why people are intimidated or feel like they have to respect leftists. Even if you have 300,000 subscribers, in the grand scheme of things, that's nothing compared to the right. The right is still, they have the lion's share of attention on the internet. And that's not because big tech is in favor of them. On the contrary, big tech works against those people. And despite that, they're popular, right? So what does that tell you?
Famous communist, I think I've heard, promoting the insane idea of equality, which is not an ideal, nor is it the truth. The serpent told Eve in the Garden of Eden that you can be equal with God, and that's a lie. And feminist communists have sought to be equal with men, and it's just been a big mess since then. Communism seems to be against men and against nature. Around in America, it is sought to render the men unnecessary to the women and to the children.
True.
And it does not mind, as he said, famine, abortion.
Yeah, he says this true. Well, speak for yourself, Vaush. I mean, some of us are men. I know you like to use male privilege without being a man, but you just use male privilege in our society, right? But you're not actually a man. You don't actually pay for it in any way, right? Speak for yourself. You're absolutely a repulsive, degenerate, absolute, you make people sick to their stomach just by looking at you. Your ideology reflects on you. I mean, you are an idiot. I don't know that I would characterize you as a man. I bet your girl would. I guarantee you any woman you've ever been interested in your life would see more man in me than they ever would in you. And I'll put money on that, by the way. I'll actually put money on that. Ha 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 ha. Do you think I'm joking, by the way, when I say that? You think I'm joking, by the way, when I say that, like, all of the women in your community, your leftist community, actually do express and show interest in me? You don't know that, right? I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding about that. It's like the men in your community, the boys in your community hate me, but and publicly, a lot of women from your side of the aisle hate me. But then in private, it's like a different story. In private, whew, if only you knew. It's like if only you knew in private, you know? It's way different. But I really don't even like, you know, I'm not really interested. But that's just the truth. From your side, like, the ones you converse with and talk to about politics on the internet, right? Those are the ones in my DMs. And those are the ones... I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything.
Forced vaccination in the name of, you know, against healthy individuals who are not at high risk from diseases that don't threaten them. It's a violation of violation of individuals' rights for the so-called collective, the greater good. It pushes the lie of
does
anger.
hate care about individual rights?
The communist unions seek to persuade the angry so-called workers to go up against and subvert the bosses who envisioned, started, built, and led the businesses that gave them the jobs. And the communists sometimes pretend to be friends and want mutual benefit for everyone. And some of them may sincerely feel that way, but in the end, it's a phony thing. The best intentions are the road to hell, as you may know. Communists don't mind lying, stealing, and killing to get their way. Many others do too. Dennis Prager said, "Words and ideas are more important for."
See, you have to understand what infrared vision is. Do you think what Hake says? I don't care what he says when he says this shit. For Vaush, this is the arena of struggle. Now, A is A. I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't see it that way. I'm just saying, oh, he's mouthing off about a bunch of ideological bullshit, and that's not the meat and potatoes to me, right? I don't know. Do you have to be like well versed in psychoanalysis to know this? That the real meat and potatoes of what people are saying is not premised on the terms of rationality implied. Like if your chain of reasoning is, oh, communists are bad people because they're murderers, right? And then I break this down to you and I go, oh, but we're not murderers. You're not actually getting to the root cause of why they said that. You guys, let me give this to you as a form of relationship advice. You guys want the relationship advice? Because a lot of times your girl is going to say shit to you complaining, right? She's going to be like, fuck. She's going to be like, oh, you were talking. She's going to be jealous or something. Oh, you're following someone or whatever on Instagram, right? Or they're just going to say something unreasonable. And then you're going to explain to them rationally why they're wrong. You think they're going to be satisfied? Do you think they're going to be satisfied? You're going to rationally explain to them why they are wrong. That's not going to satisfy them because the source is deeper. It's deeper than what they're saying. It's always deeper. You understand? And the same thing is true in politics. The reason why people have anti-communist views isn't because they subscribe to dogmas about the nature of communism. It's a much more fundamental web of associations, right? And I don't really think you have to be well-versed in psychoanalysis to understand that. But for a fat dumbass like Vaush, he thinks that stuff matters. He thinks that's what matters. Oh, Hawk said something against communism. What is Haas going to say? Haas is not going to worry about it because it's not what matters, right? I don't know. It's just really common sense.
Intellectual, which is the same thing as a communist or a liberal, as then actions in reality. So it's partly why the straight-talking Nazis are much more maligned than the sweet-talking communists, which the mainstream media is, you know, they pander to basically. In America, I think what we have what I call commie capitalism, because Amazon, Google, Facebook, all these are in bed with the government. They support Black Lives.
Like Vaush can't help but pay attention to what he's saying here, like deeply. Like, what do you mean, commie capitalism? Why would you say that? Why don't you try to actually entertain what he means? But Vaush doesn't actually know how to interpret meaning in an open sense. Like, you could not put Vaush in a non-simulated environment. He will not be able to parse out the actual meaning of what people try to convey. Vaush is a very limited sense of what meaning is, right? And it's very mechanical. And I don't know what that is or what that means, where that pathology comes from. But that's just the type of person that Vaush is. For him, I'm not even saying this is like an ideological prejudice. Maybe he just was always like that, right? Because I've known a lot of people who are like that. But for them, meaning is wholly contained on the explicit and conscious terms of what meaning is, right? If I say the meaning of A is A, then A is A and there's nothing deeper, right? If I say, for example, well, communism is bad because it promotes the idea of absolute equality, right? That doesn't actually address what the person is trying to say. The more fundamental, like, what is the web of associations implied in that term in real life? It's like, well, they're thinking of, for example, all of their small homes being taken away, their car being taken away, them being reduced to the level of problem. Like, you have to deal with, when you deal with the objective web of associations, right? You're dealing with a type of wilderness of meaning. That's not, there's no like already implied guarantee of meaning. You actually have to do like work mentally to just try and feel out where they're coming from. That's something Vaush cannot do. For him, everything is just at the surface level as far as language is concerned. There's nothing deeper whatsoever.
Lives Matter, Antifa, destruction of the country. They support the mass immigration that's changing the face of the country. And
Vaush is like, and the ideas, the surface level ideas of what he's saying are so irrational, illogical, and wrong. But you haven't gotten to the root source of why he's saying what he's saying, right? At that level, you have to do things like a class analysis. You have to have a materialist analysis. And then how you talk to people like this has to be informed and cognizant of that. But Vaush doesn't understand that distinction, that there's two levels to this. There's the one level where you understand in a materialist sense what this means. The second level being, how do you respond and how do you articulate this in order to participate in that meaning, right? He doesn't know how to do that. Vaush will crucify you. He will crucify you on the cross of definitions and explicit, propositional logic and Anglo-Box shit. But he actually won't get to the core, to the heart of where you're coming from, right?
Values of the country. They support the communist shutdowns in the name of the virus that we have that has just destroyed their competition or destroyed the businesses. And just meanwhile, they've made mass profits.
He's a Shiwan
that means
fan.
more power for them as well as for the government. In America, we're already a socialist country. You don't own your own land or property. You don't have a right to contract for work with workers to pay them just $1 or $2 an hour if they want to work that, be an usher or whatever. We've lost a lot of jobs in that way. You have wealth redistribution, which is really more like ghetto redistribution through progressive tax and social programs and affirmative action and all these things. You have the harsh hand of law, quote unquote law, coming down on innocent.
So Vaush hears this and he's terrified. Those ideas are a contrast to my ideas. The way I work is I parse out, what is he trying to say? What's the source of this? What is meaningful here? And what's the meat and potatoes, right? I don't know. A lot of people just can't operate on my level. They just always they just get allergic to when people say things that are ideologically opposed to them. And they don't know how to have the patience of saying okay, but why do they want to die on this hill? It's all about what hill you want to die on and why. What is really the hill you want to die on? Is the hill conservatives want to die on dogmas about the things that they're saying? Or is there something more fundamental that can be parsed out, right?
Capital protesters, because the communism seeks to divide and conquer the whites against the people of color. The people of color really.
He was going to say the blacks.
The whites. And it's overwhelming the systems. In order to destroy them and rebuild them in their image through immigration, you see the border is just being destroyed because they like.
I noticed Dylan Burns was a lot more generous to me here, and the reason for that is because Dylan Burns comes from a conservative family, I think, right? But Vaush is literally a Beverly Hills lib. He comes from Beverly Hills, from Hollywood family. So Vaush has no sympathy in his heart whatsoever for human beings that are on the other side of the aisle as him. Because he doesn't consider them human, right?
Like to destroy and exploit the crisis and then rebuild it in their image. The government and the media are just filled, in my view, with communists, from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to Nikki Haley and even perhaps Greg Abbott over in Texas. I don't see capitalism as the opposite of communism. I see it really as good versus evil. So I see capitalism as just as many communists do, as a stepping stone to communism, because when in capitalism we start to do...
It's like he's laughing. Joke's on you, Vaush. What he's saying commands authority to a lot of people, right? What he's saying, it's like, who's laughing? You know what? Why is this fat ass fucking laughing? Can anyone explain why the fat fuck is laughing? Who is really laughing in this scenario? The people winning right now, as evidenced by the most recent election, like in Virginia, etc., where the Republicans are just wiping the floor with the Democrats, and conservatives are on the rise in this country. Republicans are, there's going to be a red wave in the midterms. Like, who's really laughing, you dumb fat fuck? For all your laughing, you're losing, you dumbass. So maybe you got to rethink how you're approaching this. You can laugh all you want, Vaush, but you're not going to be able to address the root cause of why people find this shit meaningful, right? And people do find it meaningful. And that's why I call people like Vaush, that's why I see the future of fascism in people like this. Because the only way the fat fuck, Vaush, is going to be able to cope with this future is by adopting an increasingly like anti-democratic stance. Oh, we got to limit voting rights. We have to crack down on people, Australia style. We need more January 6th investigations and more crackdowns. And, you know, we have to use the military and police power of the state to suppress the people. We have to get behind big tech censorship. Like, this is where Vaush is coming from, because that's his only last resort. He is unable to create any bridge with the majority of working people in this country whatsoever, so he will have to increasingly find and take refuge behind the ruling class and the repressive mechanisms of the state that will be used against the people.
Do well.
Hey, that's funny. That's also what Marx believed. Marx also thought capitalism was a stepping stone to communism. That's wait, hold on.
You are literally a dumbass, Vaush. You're actually a dumbass. Marx thought so objectively, like in terms of the mode of production, but politically speaking, no. Capitalism does morph into socialism in the form of monopolies and so on and so on. But that doesn't mean the political superstructure is going to adjust to that, right? It doesn't mean the political superstructure becomes socialist. That's where the class struggle gets waged, right? The class struggle gets waged at the level of how society is responding to this objective change in the forces of production.
Do we have we a dialectic materialist in our in our?
And actually, it's not true that Marx dogmatically thought that. Marx used several examples of countries he believed did not have to pass through a capitalist stage. Marx was not a stagist.
And then we forget God. You know, the saying goes, tough times make strong men make good times.
Oh my God.
Good times make weak men, and then weak men make tough times.
Oh my God, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. So you guys know how recently I talked about that Joe Rogan?
I just want to know, like, where does Vaush's, like, aristocratic, arrogant posturing really come from when you actually square it with the political situation in this country? What is he, like, laughing and so arrogant about? Does anyone know, like, what is behind this posturing? Politically speaking, Vaush's side of the aisle isn't even dignified to be the cum rag of America. It's bad enough to just be a Democrat right now, but you're worse than a Democrat. You're a bread tube leftist. What fucking future do you have in this country? What future do you have in this fucking country? I don't get where this posturing comes from. Like, who are your people? Who's your tribe? What future do you have? You're declining for a reason in terms of your metrics. But actually, on the ground, like, what is your political future, right? You're an anarcho, whatever. What future do you have in this country? What are you laughing about? What are you so arrogant about? I don't get it.
Instagram post, and I talked about Julius Evola briefly, the like mega Nazi. I actually saw some people on Twitter malding, saying that like I hadn't read his theory and he wasn't actually he's like not really a fascist and so on.
Yeah, because you didn't.
And because I'm an idiot, I thought for a second, oh goodness, I hope I didn't get anything wrong. So I looked down the thread, and then I looked at all the people making these claims, and yeah, he's a Nazi. He literally worked with the SS. They were like, he didn't think women were worse than men. He thought that women were different than men.
Okay, Evola, politically, yes, he was aligned with the Nazis. Okay? But in terms of his traditionalist body of thinking, which I disagree with, by the way, although I'm not allergic to it, I would be willing to admit that I agree with him if I did. I just don't, right? It's the same with like a lot of others. But in terms of his body of work, you can't reduce that to fascism. It's not like he was the ideologist of Nazism. Define it.
I would say right wing is a basically attempting to control the restrictions that government puts in all of us on the merit of individual liberties, pretending like there's a meritocracy in place, or attempting to establish a system of freedom that is based on how much you have or what you are as a person.
Can you get the dick out of your mouth so you can stop quavering and fucking trembling and fucking fear
quivering.
And shaking?
The word is quivering.
Yeah.
I am not.
So you basically just said nothing. You basically just said nothing. You just hinged your entire circuit of argumentation in the beginning that, well, you said Jimmy Dore is a communist. He's far from a communist, but you don't know what a communist is.
Well, I know ideologically what a communist is. It would
no, you don't. I've pressed
like
you to. I've pressed you. I've given you so many chances to prove you know what communism is, and you don't.
I am telling you, it's specifically for communism. It's an egalitarian way of distributing resources.
So where have you gotten this description of communism?
What did I tell you? I mean, Marx theory.
Nowhere does Marx says the opposite of this. Marx says that the equal distribution of resources leads to inequality. That's what he said.
I said egalitarian.
Yeah, he said the egalitarian distribution of resources.
Not egalitarian. I said, did I say?
Which is associated with the lower stage of socialism.
Equitable.
According to Marx.
Equitable is what I said. Equitable. What? Equitable distribution of resources.
Okay. Even that's exactly the point. The equitable distribution of resources leads to inequality. And Marx did not associate that with communism as a society. He said that was maybe the lower stage of socialism. But as far as a communist society is concerned, Marx never described it on those terms, ever.
I don't remember every passage of any of his books.
I am insisting upon the fact. The burden of you is to prove the contrary.
What is
that you have not read a single passage of Marx that can justify what you're saying.
What is your argument, you fucktard? What is your argument?
That you have not read a single passage of Marx that justifies what you're saying. You fucking bitch.
Jimmy Dore is a communist, and Jimmy Dore is a communist.
You don't know what communism means.
What communism is and how it.
You wouldn't know if he's a communist or not because you don't even know what it means.
Okay, fine. Listen, I am telling you that he is just a right-wing grifter.
And you're also saying black people are right-wing. You're also calling the black community right-wing.
I'm not calling black.
Yes, you are. You're a racist KKK Democrat fuck.
I am
racist Democrat fuck. Narc manager Democrat fuck.
Yeah, I love it. So.
Narc, manager, Democrat, racist, fuck who hates black people. That's what you are.
You to make any argument.
You are racist.
This is what you're doing.
You are a racist. You are a racist. You are a racist. You are a racist fuck.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
I know, and I am nuanced enough to know why black people are hesitant to take the vaccine. And it's not because they're right wing.
So you think the only reason people are hesitant to take the vaccine is because they're right wing?
No, and it's not because
Prove it. Prove that's the main reason.
Just told you.
Prove that's the main reason.
just told you black people are hesitant to take the vaccine, and it's not because they're right wing. And you just went and said exactly.
So why are the
opposite of
others
what I
hesitant to take the vaccine?
Because they've been propagandized. There's the right wingers are propagandized
Why?
to believe.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? There's this
Why?
idiot that started spreading
Why did Trump?
misinformation.
Why did Trump promote the vaccines, and when he did it, to his crowd booed him when he did it?
Well, I mean, I guess it's like.
So you're saying it's a top-down right-wing conspiracy?
Frankenstein monster kills the.
So
scientists,
you're saying it's a top-down conspiracy that there's anti-vax, that this is created by right-wing actors that want to promote anti-vax narratives, and it's all coming from Putin or the Kremlin in Russia, or I don't know where is it coming from. So how does anyone benefit from people being anti-vax? Can you answer that? How does the Republican Party benefit?
It's like a right-wing mentality where they, first of all, they can't put themselves on the shoes of anybody else. If it doesn't happen to them, they can't see it.
Hold on. So wait. So does the black community also does the black and Latino community also have the right-wing mentality?
No, but brother,
why not?
Why do you keep saying that the black and Latino community are right-wing? Why do you keep saying that?
I'm saying you're saying that.
No, that's a stupid argument.
That's
I am
a
not
stupid
saying
argument.
That. I am not saying that.
But what are you saying then?
People in this country,
exactly what are you saying? Exactly what are you saying?
That there are different reasons to be anti-vax. Okay? There are different reasons. There is nuance here. There's different reasons. Black people are hesitant, and I imagine Latinos as well. Although Latinos are generally right.
So what is the reason? What are the different reasons?
The different reasons are black people have been screwed over by the government.
Okay.
What is Tunguski experiments? There's other.
Okay.
There's
And
all sorts of reasons. For
so
black
they
people
don't
to be
trust the
hesitant.
government, is what you're saying.
They don't. They have a hesitance to do certain things.
They don't trust the government.
One of these things, in this case, is manifesting itself along with all the propaganda that's around it to be anti-vax.
So you know better than black people.
What do you mean? I mean, you can be wrong about something.
Can you yes or no? You know more than black people.
You can be wrong.
Yes or no? You know what's best for black people.
That is such a totalitarian way of thinking.
But yes or no? Yes or no? Can you answer the simple yes or no question?
More than a group of people. No, I don't know more than an entire society.
Okay.
No,
but you're answering this in a condescending way, saying, "Well, the only reason they're not getting the vaccine is because they're being misled."
No, I understand. I understand why you would be hesitant.
Okay.
And,
so why are the white people hesitant?
The white people are hesitant. They have no basis as the black people do. They don't have the same basis for sure.
So hold on, let me get this straight. So the white people in America have every reason to trust corporate America and the government.
I'm not saying that, but they can't find their
so
justification.
they have every reason to trust the for-profit farmers. Hold on, what you're saying white people have every reason to trust for-profit pharmaceutical companies and the government that has given them mixed signaling with Fauci early in the days of the pandemic.
No, Fauci fucked up. But the thing is,
Fauci fucked up.
Yeah, Fauci definitely fucked up.
Fauci fucked up, but I thought there's no basis for why some white people would be distrustful of the government.
No. I'm saying that the basis for which I would say black people have a hesitance to get vaccinated because of things like the Tunguski experiments.
So what is so we get it. What you're actually saying is that black people have reasons not to trust the government. The question is, do white people have reasons not to trust the government too?
I'm saying that the justification for being hesitant to getting the vaccine, there is a justification that I can see in why black people are hesitant.
What about for white people?
I don't see it. They can't use the same one. That's for sure. They can't use that same.
They can't talk about how the pharmaceutical companies are for profit and don't act on the interests of the well-being of the people, but for profit.
Listen.
They can't talk about that.
That's perfectly understandable.
They can't talk about how Fauci politicized the crisis and the Democrats politicized it from the very beginning.
Excuse me. The Republicans politicized this from the beginning, saying that it wasn't an issue, that it was going to disappear, and it was a nothing burger when it was an important fucking virus that came and ravaged us.
So Trump, when Trump proposed to shut down the borders, what did the Democrats say?
But he's been trying to shut down the borders on a basis of like who was Muslim, brother, not like
That was in 2017.
Right, but he's
during the
trying to
early
do
days of the pandemic. During the early days of the pandemic in 2020,
listen.
Trump wanted a total shutdown of the borders
reasoning
into the U.S. Why did
It
the
seems-
Democrats oppose this?
Listen, the reasoning that he uses is like if you have a demagogue that is a xenophobe and a racist, and he just happens to find the right reason to do something xenophobic and racist. You say, "Oh, you must not question it because it makes sense in this context." Now, no,
Who in the very beginning of the pandemic politicized the crisis?
the president.
How?
By saying that it was nothing, you should not be scared.
Didn't he
you should not
say
be
he wants a complete shutdown of travel to the U.S. from the hotspots?
Not immediately.
Yes, he did. And
No.
was he attacked? Was he
Pretty sure he
attacked? Was he attacked for it?
Because I think I remember this. Yeah, basically he tried to stop travel from China when the majority of the cases that were detected were coming from Europe.
Okay.
So that's why he was doing a stupid oopsie based on racism, basically.
That was an example of him politicizing it.
Yeah, because he's trying to ban China.
Do you think it would have been smart to shut down travel from the place that it was ravaging the most?
Which was Europe.
Well, no. At the time, it wasn't China.
It was not China, yes.
So there was no pandemic in China at the time.
No, there was a pandemic in China.
Okay.
The issue with the
So why didn't the Democrats say? Why didn't the Democrats say, let's also shut down travel from Europe?
Because what you should have done was just shut down travel from Europe.
But the Democrats did not advocate for that.
No, right? Because I don't know if they wanted to shut down or not. I'm just saying
they didn't. They said Trump. They said the idea of shutting down was
but nobody's making excuses here
overblowing
for Democrats.
What about Dr. Fauci? He fucked up, right?
Okay, yeah.
Was that for political reasons or no?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Okay. You talked about the Muslim ban.
He's human.
You talked about the Muslim ban. Why did Biden just initiate another Muslim ban?
Bro, I am. I don't like Biden either. It's not like
Yeah, you want your cake and you want to eat it too. You don't want to be
No,
held.
I don't like Biden or
you don't want to be held
obviously-
responsible for anything.
No. I prefer obviously.
We get
I
it. You don't
prefer
want to be
Biden.
held responsible for anything.
Listen,
Let's
I prefer Biden over Trump. I mean, there's not much, but I think
Yeah, even though there's no difference.
there is difference.
What's
but
name
the
one?
reasons-
Name one. Name one.
One difference?
Yeah.
I guess he's not trying to ban transgender from the military.
That's
There
the
you go.
only
There's
one I've ever gotten out of you people.
That's the only one right now that I just pulled out of my ass.
That's
when
the
you're just
only one I've
questioning me.
ever gotten from you people.
I had it ready.
When
That's why.
since my first
Okay.
debate,
Here.
when I started live streaming, that is the only talking point I have ever managed to shake out of you, dumb
the only
fucks.
one?
That's the
Okay.
only one I've ever gotten out of you.
I guess another different. Well,
And,
here's the
and
thing,
guess
right?
what? Guess what? Why do I give a fuck who gets to serve in the military and go bomb children overseas?
No, I got you.
No, I got
I'm not in favor of that either. I'm not in favor.
But you
of
just
transgenders
upheld
in the
that as an
military
example of
going
why
to-
Biden's better.
No, I don't.
So
I don't want-
you said Biden's better than Trump because of that,
Biden is better because of that. He's less.
and there's
of a demagogue.
otherwise no difference.
He's less of a He maintains the status quo. If nobody said he wasn't.
So what's the
maintaining
difference?
status quo. Rhetorically, he is pushing the country less to the right.
So it's all about rhetoric and ideology and meaningless.
yeah,
what about in
because
terms of meat and potatoes?
And in terms of meat and potatoes,
Yeah.
he is almost identical.
Okay, so that's the hill you want to die on, really.
I'm just
rhetoric.
saying. I mean, I don't know how we ended up here, but
Just
this
rhetoric.
all started because simply Jimmy Dore is not communist. Okay.
But you don't know what communism is, remember?
No, brother, you don't know what communism is. That's why you would call Jimmy Dore a communist.
But
okay?
I have receipts as far as my knowledge of communism. You have none.
What is the communistic thing that he's doing? Like, a communist would spread his wealth like evenly.
First of all, Jimmy Dore is not officially a communist, but he's closer to being a communist than any other leftist.
Anything. He's a right-wing grifter.
You keep saying, listen, I pressed you on the following. I said, how is he right wing? You ended up admitting you're a racist against. You ended up admitting to everyone you're a racist against black people when I pressed you on that. I asked you, how is he a grifter? I said, how is he a grifter? You said, because he changed his views on a topic. Well, of course he changed his views on a topic because he got more informed.
I am telling you. Oh, so he got vaccinated, got more informed, and all of a sudden is anti-vaccine.
He's not an anti-vaxxer. He's just raised questions against the pharmaceutical companies.
I'm just asking questions. He's sowing doubt, and we have a population that is like mentally handicapped. Okay, that is literally going about their day without getting vaccinated.
So you said you're in favor of free speech and democracy.
Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't get the vaccine. Please, I would get the vaccine now. Then they die. And then every right-winger story, it's the same thing. They're in the hospital. They're dying. They realize how fucked up they were. And then they're trying to get the vaccine then.
Do you think promoting vaccine mandates and stifling any skepticism of the vaccines helps or worsens?
I am not saying don't be.
Does it help or worsen people's paranoia about vaccines?
Brother, so what is your solution? I am saying there's dumb people. You got to tell them that they're dumb. What I mean, you got to make sure
see
that
where it gets you. Okay,
they don't kill.
Okay,
everybody.
hold on. So you're an elitist fuck calling yourself a communist who believes in democracy.
I didn't call myself a communist.
So you believe in democracy, right?
I do believe in democracy.
Why should we be ruled by stupid people?
Why would you?
The manager is now questioning his commitments. What do
you mean?
Why should you calling all these people dumb fucks? Well, we're in a democracy, so their vote is worth just as much as yours.
Right, but they're stupid people. There are stupid people.
So what are you going to do about it?
You have to ensure that stupid people stop at a stop sign. And if they don't, they get a ticket.
Okay. Okay, my Führer.
What do you mean? I'm a Führer because I established traffic laws. If you stop on a stop
you're using traffic laws as an excuse to basically say that how you want to force people against their will to take vaccines.
Listen, there's nobody's will to stop at a stop sign. You're being enforced to do it.
Yeah, just like the camps in Australia. It's just like a stop sign. They're just like stop signs.
Yeah, a vaccine mandate.
Yeah, just like the SWAT team all around on the streets of Sydney and Melbourne and Victoria. Yeah, it's just a stop sign.
That's a different thing. That's a lockdown, but it's not. Listen,
it's like a stop sign, right?
Are you saying that regulations are a slippery slope to fascism?
I don't know. I think it sounds like what you're saying, right? It's just a stop sign.
That's your argument. You just made that argument.
It's just a stop sign, right?
You're saying that a stop sign leads to fascism.
If you were a stop sign, what color would you be? Because I'm hedging my bets on green because you've been ran through so many fucking times.
Brother,
throughout this fucking debate, bitch. You look like some kind of... When I looked at your face, you look like a Five Nights at Freddy's mannequin or some kind of... I don't even know if you're human, right? You're a fucking NPC. You don't... Like, you just keep saying the same thing. Am I going crazy?
My argument is that you're an NPC.
You are a fucking NPC.
And Jimmy Dore is a communist. Hey, listen.
He keeps repeating the same thing. Jimmy Dore's a communist.
It's because it was the
when you don't know what I'm going to give you one last chance to redeem yourself. So far, you've been fucked. You've been utterly fucked.
Hey.
So this is your last shot and your last chance. If you cannot break through this fucking argument,
communism. What is every communism in the world? Okay, listen. You're an idiot. Okay.
Hey! I'm an idiot. I'm gonna mute this dumb fuck. I'm gonna mute this dumb fuck.
Hey, you can mute
I'm gonna mute this stupid fuck. I'm sick of hearing the fucking sound of his fucking voice. Is this real life? I asked him for one example. He laughed. What a fucking pussy. What a fucking bitch. Thanks for your balls, by the way. I just took your manhood. By the way. Thanks for leaving. I just took your fucking manhood, you little fucking bitch. You little fucking pussy. You little fucking bitch. You fucking pussy. Utterly fucking dominated and fucking humiliated. You're not even a man anymore. You're not even a fucking man anymore for doing that. You're not even a fucking man anymore. What a fucking pussy. What a literal fucking bitch. Thank you, Paperwin. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Paperwin. And thank you to everyone else who subbed. I didn't get to it. But this dude's such a dumb fuck. This pussy who got fucking verbally destroyed. Out of my chat, little bitch. Thank you, Reaper the Creeper. You had your chance to talk your shit in my VC, but you ran away. So run out of my fucking chat too, you keyboard warrior little pussy bitch. But this dude said, name every communist leader, haha, like mocking me when I asked him to name one thing! One thing! And he says, you're telling me to name every fucking word in capital and memorize capital and name every... one thing! I think for one fucking thing! Am I insane? Am I insane? Am I fucking insane? Like, the storm is Internet 3.0. That's how I've always seen that, you know?
I want to be kind of brief. I don't want to ramble too much, but I think in the United States, and this is one of the things Infrared wanted to embark upon to kind of change people's perceptions. That here in the United States, I think there's a lot of confusion about what communism meant in other countries.
He's such like a clueless fat fuck. Like he just like he has his fucking mouth open. He's like, huh? What? When he laughs.
And how that would apply
he
here.
just
And I
refer to
think
himself
that
in the
for
third
several
person?
reasons, there has come to be this kind of confusion in this country that there's this association.
This is something the fat ass does often where he'll just be like, I don't know about things, so I'm gonna, like, you realize Infrared's a collective of 11 people, so no, I'm not Infrared. He doesn't even try to not make himself look stupid. He just doesn't care if he looks stupid or not. Like, you know you look stupid, right? You look stupid. You look stupid right now. Does he not have any shame he looks stupid? I've said multiple times it's a collective of 11 people. Why do you not care about looking stupid? You literally look like a dumb fuck.
Association with communism and the experience of communism in Russia and China, the existing communist states that survive today. And there's this association with that, with the current.
There we go with the Destiny. Okay, it's so weird. This guy's creepy. He's like, I want to know, like, the real Vaush is this. Just those dead eyes. That's all the real Vaush is. Because this Vaush you're seeing, that's a simulation of Destiny. That's like a complete form of copying Destiny. It's like he's a skinwalker. It's like he's walking in Destiny's skin. But when you take the skin away, what is there is my question. Like, who is the real Vaush? Well, you want to know who the real Vaush is? He used to go by Irish Laddie, and he was in Destiny's Discord, and he used to talk about child sex robots. That's the real Vaush.
That men and women were created equal, right? Which is what the founding fathers of the United States have said. And all that means is that insofar as the government is going to serve the interests of the people, we're going to have a government.
Okay.
Hold on, Vaush. He's so educated, he's going to say no.
That's not really true.
That's not really true. Who else thinks it's not really true, by the way? I want to know if there's anyone here who thinks it's not really true. What if I told you that Engels actually made it explicit that the entire association of communism with equality doesn't go any farther than bourgeois formal equality? The reason communists are being associated with equality is because it comes from the bourgeoisie. Engels called equality a bourgeois precept. The difference is that most of Europe at the time, most of the world at the time, had not yet undergone its bourgeois revolutions. So communists were the ones taking up the banner of equality. But it was something that came from the bourgeois liberal revolutions, actually. As far as communism is concerned, it doesn't go any farther than the formal equality already inherent in the bourgeois revolutions. Formal equality. formal equality. It does not extend the principle of formal equality to the sphere of economics. That's the point. That's the entire point. Now, the reason communists are especially insistent on these original values of the bourgeois revolutions is precisely because communists view the changes since then as overgrowths on the bourgeois revolutions. Monopoly capitalism, the union of the aristocracy with the capitalist class that happened sometime in the mid-19th century, the compromise that they arrived at between each other. The rise of the banks and the rise of the oligarchies and so on and so on. All of these things basically force the communists to be defenders of the principle of, liberty and equality. This is what Stalin said in his very last speech. He said, "It is up to you, communists, if you want to win the majority of your people and be the patriots of your country, to uphold the banner of bourgeois freedoms, because the bourgeois governments are now trampling upon them."
So, the founding promise of the United States isn't really sort of the broader doctrine of the left for a couple of reasons.
Okay. A broader doctrine of the left. What on earth does that fucking mean? What on earth does that fucking even mean? Yes, the founding document of the United States is an integral part of American communism. At least symbolically, it represents the bourgeois revolution. The bourgeois revolution is a prerequisite to the proletarian revolution. So yes, of course it does. The Communist Party literally made it its goal to defend the liberties and Bill of Rights and things, guaranteed by the freedom of speech and all that shit, Constitution.
Look, there's a lot of discourse to be had.
It's just formal equality, formal liberal equality.
And like the liberal notion of human rights, and the fact that
no, human rights is a very recent invention. We're talking about formal equality. Formal equality. It's very simple.
Clearly did not think that men and women were created equal, and you could also point out that Hake also doesn't think people.
It doesn't actually matter what the founding fathers personally believed. They wrote it on a piece of paper, so formally that's what they believed. Formally, that's the foundation of the institution of the republic. Formally. And that's what bourgeois equality is. It's a formal type of equality. Okay? To think that it's meaningless because it's formal is just shows how little you fucking know about history. Marx and Engels thought that the form matters.
People were created equal in that respect, clearly, because, of his political beliefs. Shut up, Riverboat Jack. The key distinction here is that Marx didn't really talk about equality. He talked about what was it? Not fairness. Freedom. Thank you. He talked about freedom. Sorry. Like I said,
he talked about freedom. I don't know what else to say to this except citations. Where did Marx talk about freedom? Actually, if anything, an emphasis on freedom over equality is actually the notion of bourgeois liberty. It's liberty, right? God knows what Vaush means by freedom here, but no, Marx didn't emphasize any of the three precepts of, the bourgeois democracy: liberty, equality, and fraternity. It's not like Marx was, more on one. No, they're all the fucking ideological precepts of the bourgeoisie. Maybe you could say Marx talked more about the species being of human beings being able to realize their own essence and reality. From the young Marx, maybe you can make that case. I thought he was going to be smart when I first saw this, and I was like, Marx more emphasized emancipation, which is true. Marx and the social democrats that came after him used the rhetoric of emancipation, and they very oftentimes compared the situation of the proletariat to the classical form of slavery. Spartacus was upheld as a proletarian hero. It's this idea of emancipation, just tearing off the bonds and just But emancipation is not the same as freedom. For example, freedom can mean you're able to make a certain range of choices, right? But emancipation means there is a very immediate form of bondage that you want to break out of. Now, what comes after, you don't know. Just like Spartacus, you escape. What comes after? Well, who knows, right? You just escape first. So it's emancipation.
Cognitive decline arc. He talked about freedom. The freedom for people to live their lives absent any malicious interference, absent the control and exploitation of their bosses.
No, he didn't. That's actually not. I don't know. I think he's trying to refer to Marx's views on free association, but this is not what free association means. It's not about malicious intervention or anything. Free association, you have to understand Marx's humanism to understand what that means. But no, it doesn't mean like I'm free to be a fat lazy fuck. And no, it's not what it means. Marx and Engels both believed, and they literally said this, if you need the necessary citations, that freedom and necessity are the same. There's a dialectic of freedom and necessity. Freedom is nothing more than insight into necessity. Freedom is insight into necessity. That is the fucking maxim of Marx and Engels.
And I think Marx believed, and I think most of the...
You think please emphasize the think, because nowhere in Marx are you going to find any substantiation of what you're saying.
People in my community believe that such an environment where people are free of both the positive and negative sense is...
You're talking about bourgeois liberty. You're not talking about emancipation.
One where people would be more or less equal. Now, would everyone be exactly as smart as everyone else? Would everyone...
More or less equal? No. What are you talking about?
Be equally capable in every way? No, of course not. There would be huge gulfs in natural...
That's not even what we're talking about here. It's not just that people would be different, like, inherently. It's that there would be different economic outcomes. Like, for example, and this is what Marx literally said about the lower stage of socialism, people would be compensated differently according to their abilities and so on. And so there would persist the inequality, right? Later on, there's no telling about, there's no telling that there would be equality, but there would be the same, more or less, inequality, bourgeois inequality.
But I think that, for example, CEOs being paid 1,000 times as much as their workers, that shit would not be happening in any system where people...
Okay, if you're talking about like a hypothetical communist society, there would be no money. They're very clear about that. There would be no money. No one would be getting paid anything. And B, that's a cultural prescription, right? There's many cultural prescription communist states have taken up as like a cultural gesture of like a spirit of equality. But this is the same spirit of bourgeois equality, by the way, more or less. But yes, we're not going to have this like monstrous level of discrepancies in how people are getting paid. It's a spirit of fairness and justice and so on. But it's not the essence of what socialism or communism is. You can have inequality and still be a communist. Just not really culturally, but otherwise, yes.
People were free to act on their desires, because only through exploitation...
Okay, it's where it gets weird, right? What do you mean on their desires? It's like, okay, hold on. What? On their desires? People are free to act on their desires. I think he's confusing Marx for Aleister Crowley, who said, "Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." No, that's not what free association means whatsoever. Free association for Marx was referring to a more organic form of social intercourse, as opposed to the forms of estrangement that exist in the form of the state, right? The state is like an absolute universal line that imposes itself on the whole of society. Now, free association is more like a kind of bottom-up way in which social intercourse will happen. In no way does that have anything to do with each individual just doing what they want and realizing their individual desires. All of the same sense of like limitation of your desires and, following customs and rules and traditions, that would all persist. I think he's just trying to shoehorn his own pedo fantasies about acting upon what we can infer to be at least one of his desires in the past. Maybe he's changed. What we can discern from those Destiny logs is that he did express some sort of desire to have child sex robots in the future. It's just that he's trying to make that compatible with Marx for, which is obviously not true.
Could such gross inequality emerge? So in that case, it's really about not so much equality, but the equality freedom could beget.
By, for, and other people. It's not.
What?
Is there much point in debating someone like Hake who speaks entirely in propagandist brainwash? No, and this is another one of the reasons why I don't have as many debates these days. I don't find it fun to talk to people like...
Yeah, because you're a fat pussy. You wouldn't stand in a debate with me. You wouldn't last. I mean, can you really imagine Vaush holding his own in a debate with me? Could you imagine him holding his own in a debate with me? Like, just the sheer gap in knowledge, like, between us both, right? He could not survive a debate with me. Even a moderated debate. It'd be even worse if it was moderated, as a matter of fact. Like, if I had a chance to say what I gotta say. I mean, he tries to optically engineer debates. Like an opponent will be saying something completely and entirely reasonable, and this fat ass will just go... Why are you laughing, Vaush? The bluff is called. What's so funny? It's not self-evident as if you think it is. It's not. JF
Gariepi, Stefan Molyneux, Infrared, Hake, or any of these guys.
Yeah, it's the guy no laugh.
Anymore. They're just very dim.
This dude's very bad under pressure. That's the difference. He's extremely poor under pressure. He does very, very poor under pressure. He does very poorly. One moment. Okay, let's continue.
And they don't think about any of the stuff they say. They have their talking points. They read them at you from a piece of paper. You can make whatever dunks you want, but they barely even respond to them. They just look at you.
What? When have I ever read anything from... The only time I've ever read anything from a piece of paper was when I knew I was going to be sleep deprived because perspective philosophy demanded I woke up at a time that was unreasonable to me, to my sleep schedule. So I woke up, and the night before I prepared a notepad, and I read off of it. That's the only time I've ever referenced a fucking anything. This dude probably has notes. I don't even have notes. I just go in fucking raw. I don't know if Vaush could ever do anything raw because, let's be honest, if there's any woman that's willing to give herself up to Vaush, there's a very high chance she has an STD because, I mean, Vaush probably has one, but they've probably been around. I mean, if you're willing to settle for Vaush, imagine what else you've been willing to settle for, right? So he can't go in raw like I go in, but because I actually get quality. You know what I mean? It's so weird when people try to insult me. Like, dude, let's compare who we can pull, right? I don't even want to go to that territory, but we should compare that, right? All your clout don't even make a difference, Vaush. All your clout don't even make a difference. You can't get what I get,
Shied. Pupils pointing in both directions. You know what I mean? It's low-hanging fruit, and it's not even satisfying. It's like punching one of those. It's like punching one of those like blow-up clowns that just kind of like bounce back.
This is incredible posturing from a guy who's. I've only ambushed you once. Since then, you've never ever how have you ever proved? Have you ever proven this? You've always been running away from me. Since then. How am I the guy you're constantly punching? Oh, I would just completely own them the whole time. How? Prove it. You're just saying things you can't back up, you fucking bluffing fat bitch.
I would much rather talk to people who actually seem to think about the things they believe, because at least then...
Vaush is 6'2". He's not 6'2". He's 5'11". He's 6 foot maximum. He's not 6'2". Maybe he's 6 foot. Maximum 6 foot. Don't give me that he's 6'2" type of shit. I've seen him next to Destiny, okay? Destiny's my height. He's not a head taller than that. I've seen him next to Destiny. That's not 6'2". And I've seen him next to Destiny. Thing is, at the time, I don't know what Destiny looks like now, but Destiny was very slim and skinny. So he'd tower over me. I think I need to give you some perspective here. Because Vaush and Destiny. So I'm Destiny's height, if we believe Destiny, right? I'm Destiny's height. And this is what they look like, right? Together. Apparently this is 6'2", by the way. And remember, I'm Destiny's height. So that's not 6'2", okay? And that's not a head taller. But regardless, I am much wider than Destiny. That's the tragical part of this whole thing, is that I'm the same height as Destiny. I'm just a lot thicker and wider. So imagine how I would look compared next to Vaush. You know what I mean? It's like, does this really make all that much of a difference? This forehead? He only has a forehead over me. Okay. Would his forehead really make that much of a difference? He's a full head shorter than 6'0" at least. That's not true, dude. There's no way. He's measured himself on stream. Yeah, Vaush, this is 1, 2, 3, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe he's 4 inches taller than this. So 6 foot? I don't know. I can't really tell. I was thinking like my phone is 6 inches, right? So you would have to put this phone on top of, let me see. Put this phone on top, and that would have to be Vaush, right? It'd be 6 inches. So this is like a 6-inch phone, right? So like this. Does that look accurate? That does not look accurate to me, right? Vaush would be like this much taller. That doesn't look accurate. You think, compare him to Destiny, is that accurate? This is how big. Is that accurate? That don't look accurate to me. That don't look accurate. This is like the size of my head. You understand? This would be like a head taller. You understand? I don't buy it, bro. I don't buy it. I don't buy that shit. Or maybe I have the case on. You know what? I do have a case on. Let's actually be fair. I'm going here. We're actually going to do this. We're actually going to do this. So let me get this on. Let me get it out of the case. Okay, so now we're going to have a more fair thing. So this phone, like this, right? So this, we're looking at this. Remember, this is the reference photo we're looking at. So like this, right? So it'd be like here. So if Vaush is 6'2", you take this phone. Does that look like that? Is Vaush this much bigger than Destiny? Look. I don't think so, bruh. It's like, it's not even, okay? There's no way he's 6'2". There's no fucking mathematical way this dude's 6'2". He's got to measure himself on stream or something. Ain't no way this dude is 6'2". No way. And if he's not, which I doubt he is, what a stupid thing to lie about, you fucking pussy. And my phone's not the size of a forehead, bruh. 5'11"? I think he's around 5'11". I don't know why someone who's 5'11" would say they're 6'2". You're supposed to only like add 1 inch or something. Don't add fucking. Who adds 3 inches? He added 3 inches, bro. 3 inches. I get when someone adds an inch or whatever. I can sympathize. I round up. I'm only 5'8.5". I still round up to 5'9". But 3 whole inches? Hell nah, bro. 3 whole inches? What kind of fat fucking insecure loser does that? 3 full inches.
You know, if you catch them on a point, you can see them stumble a bit. You know, I want them to suffer and bleed. You can't milk blood from a stone, but if a person really cares about what they're saying, like, remember the tanky debate that I had? This was the Joker tanky, the person who said that I would be selling pencils in a year, and it's been about a year now, and I'm the most powerful leftist on earth. You know what I mean? Like, that guy, when I was talking to him, I had fun dunking on him, but, like, there really wasn't much going on. You know what I mean?
So let me explain to you the argument, right? Let me explain to you the argument. Vaush is wider and taller. He's fatter, and yes, he's taller. I guarantee you next to me, he would not look good, and he would not look bigger. He would not look bigger. He wouldn't look like the bigger man. He would look like a fat fuck, yes. He would not look like the bigger man. But anyway, what Vaush is trying to say here is that I like debating nerds because I can be passive aggressive with them. He likes the passive aggressiveness. And that's the whole basis of this fucking that's the fucking basis of this entire fucking debate, bro, blood sports shit. They just like seeing nerds get humiliated. And I did a speed run on that whole thing, right? It only takes a guy like me to just fucking blow all these people out the fucking water. I cracked the code for why people like watching this shit, Vaush. And I'm literally... Vaush, you're like marijuana. I'm like fucking meth. I'm like crystal meth, and you're fucking marijuana. People are fucking... I have pure, undistilled fucking dopamine. I am pure, undistilled fucking whatever it is, fucking dopamine. I'm pure undistilled. I'm the pure stuff. I'm that blue crystal from fucking Breaking Bad. I'm that blue crystal. I fucking distilled the formula for why people like this shit. You fat loser fuck. And now you're just sitting and coping, wondering, why don't people like me? Because I fucking cracked the code, dude. The jig is up. Now you're just a fucking nerd. All the passive aggressiveness is gone because I'm directly aggressive.
It's not even necessarily that he's dim-witted. He might be, perfectly intelligent. It's just there wasn't really much actual discourse taking place. I would say something, and then he would say something. And if there was a relationship between those two periods of saying something, then that was kind of like a brief miracle. It's something that I'll try to work on. Just at the moment, it just feels a little bit sad. Like, I actually get sad sometimes in those conversations because I feel like I'm talking with an NPC. But I'll work on it. I'll try to find more people who actually give a fuck about what they believe. We can dunk on them. We can dunk on them. Astral Clock Tower, the arguments there are a bit beyond me, I'll admit.
Going to privilege these special interests like Amazon and Facebook and other monopolies over the ordinary man.
Oh yeah, sorry, like Rob Noor and CTV, like stuff like that. Like, how am I supposed to engage with that? I'm sorry, I keep interrupting, but
you
what am I supposed to do to engage with that stuff? Sometimes I feel like a lot of people engage in these debates only for the kayfabe. Is that how you pronounce it? The kayfabe, kayfabe, however it's pronounced.
How could I talk to conservatives when? How could I talk to someone who's not a fucking stiff nerd? I can only talk to stiff nerds, and those are the people who actually know. I can't talk to someone who's a real man. I can't talk to real men. I'm used to being a fucking slimy, wheezy little bitch. I can't do that. I'm a fucking fat pussy. How can I fucking talk to someone? I can't talk to someone in a plain-spoken way without all this passive-aggressive fucking nerd bullshit. I can only talk to someone who... Okay. This is a person who Vaush can talk to, guys. All right, like, I'm in the know, guys. I'm in the know. I've read all the relevant data, and I am in the know. I have the fluoride stare, and listen, I'm at the end of the day, I'm completely reasonable, completely normal, and... Listen, I can talk to Vaush. Okay, I can really talk to Vaush. And I'm going to... he's like... That's the only fucking people he could talk to. Right? He can't talk to CTV. He can't talk to those kind of people. Because he's a fat pussy. Nothing else.
That, like, the wrestling, like, simulacrum of violence and performance, where, like, they just have fun with the yelling. Like, the loud noises make them happy, they just kind of smile. Kayfabe, gotcha. They just kind of smile with the loud noises, So it doesn't actually matter what I say. Well, we'll find a way. We'll find a way to work on it. We will.
Man, this is our government, and should be treated accordingly. People like Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and other billionaires are not gods among men. They're not somehow more human than we are. They're not somehow more citizens of this republic than we are. So, in that regard, we just, as far as equality is concerned, believe that everyone should have a certain equality before the government, before the law that allows us to begin with equal opportunity. Now, we're not advocating for an equality of outcomes in life. If you look at communist states like China, you don't find equality of outcomes between people, and yet countries like China have done.
It's so weird because when I was talking to Hawk, I was like, yeah, it's like the last person I'm thinking about is Vaush as an audience. Like, with these dumb lefty fucks, why the fuck would I ever talk to them? But, yeah, when it's like Hawk, when he heard that, he's like, okay. When his audience heard that, they're like, oh, okay. When every American on this fucking, like 99% of Americans heard, they're like, oh, okay, I get what you mean by communist state. Vaush, you know what Vaush is thinking? Ha! Communism is, and he's not even true. It's not even true. Nowhere did Marx and Engels even say that it's a stateless class. They didn't even say that. They just said that as like the ultimate consequence of the movement of communism historically, as the ultimate consequence this will have for the society, the state will wither away. Okay? This doesn't tell us about... Of course there's such a thing as a communist state. I mean, like, from an orthodox Marxist strict classical Marxist perspective, yes, there can be a communist state. Because for Marx, communism is nothing more than the real movement that sublates in the present state of things. There is no reason to think that the dissolution of the state does not at the same time correspond to the strengthening of a state. This is the dialectical point that Stalin made, right? If you are a country surrounded by other countries and they are making borders, the strengthening of your state, which is developing towards socialism and communism, will be inversely proportional to the preservation of the state in the long run, right? So of course there can be a communist state. Of course a communist state can participate in the wider historical movement that sublates the present state of things. The Chinese state is a perfect example. It's a state that constantly is undergoing structural reforms and shakeups and changes. It's a very dynamic. Even calling it a state is no longer accurate anymore, right? A state refers to like a static thing, right?
And a very good job in being able to crack down on monopolies like the ones you're seeing with Amazon and the billionaire class. China is actually an example of a country with a government that isn't able to be infiltrated by the special interests, the corporations, and with their special private agendas that are beyond the interests of the people. So I think we should be clear that communists don't want to.
What a weird fuck! What is up with this guy? He laughs. It's like, it's all fake. It's all artificial. It's so weird. There's not every time he laughs and smiles, none of it is authentic. None of it is genuine. I'm convinced he's playing games with his audience. He's programming. So weird. It's so fucking weird. What is up with this guy?
To completely level society and make it equal. We just want people to be able to have a fighting chance. And that means people don't own land, they don't own homes. We want people to be able to own things, because if people are able to own things in general, they're going to have a solid foundation from which to begin and begin as equals.
Are you an atheist?
My personal relationship to religion, I would say, is complicated. But in certain regards, I think I am an atheist, just in the sense that I don't like making assumptions about what God is and what God wants and who God is. But at the same time, I'm also someone who's motivated by a profound sense of faith. And faith.
He's got those shifty eyes.
Something that I struggle to call.
Who knows what? Maybe he's got a second tab on his monitor. He's looking at something. Who knows, man? Who knows? God knows what he's looking at too. You know.
But God, right? God. But again, because religion has been misused so often in history, I want to be very careful about my own relationship to faith personally.
Where are you from? I'm just curious, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, my parents are from Lebanon.
Okay. This is a quote from Marx, the Communist Manifesto by Marx and Engels. Communism abolishes eternal truths. It abolishes all religion and all morality.
Look at the fucking weird glee that's on his side. I'm sorry. Maybe he's just ugly. You guys think he's just ugly? Maybe that's it. He's just an ugly fuck. Because it just really disgusts me. Looking at this dude, I get a visceral sense of inner disgust when I look at his changing fucking facial expressions.
Instead of constituting them on a new basis, it therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience. At root, is it not atheistic?
I wouldn't say so, because I think what Marx and Engels were trying to say in that regard is that communism doesn't mean to replace all these things with a new religion and a new dogma and a kind of a new tradition. And I think that's very important to keep in mind, because it's very easy to just assume that because you're having this new political movement and phenomena, that it's going to somehow make a new religion and make a new thing like that. And also, I think there's oftentimes a mistranslation as far as the word abolish is concerned in a lot of these texts. So oftentimes the word aufhebung, which actually means sublate, which means to preserve while at the same time going beyond, is translated into abolish. And abolish means to wipe out, right? And oftentimes Marx and Engels...
Yeah, this is 100,000% true. I don't know how Vaush is going to weasel his way out of this being true, because it just fucking is.
Right about the sublation of things, which is not necessarily incompatible with their preservation in a new form, right? So the way I look at that, and the way I would interpret that, is that communists don't want to abolish Christianity. They just want to give a new ground for the expression of the authentic Christian faith without the corrupt religious institutions and establishments which deceive the people and trick people in the name of tapping into their real authentic faith.
What you're seeing live right now is the consequence of Infra's brand of communism for conservatives. Wink.
Yeah, but do you address the content of what I just said? Can you address the content of what I said? Why am I a conservative? Maybe the reason I'm a conservative is because it's my view that this is the most correct interpretation of Marx. Can you challenge my interpretation of what I just said? The dude Hawk brought up a quote where he said, the communists seek to do away with all eternal truths and dogmas and this and that and that. And what my interpretation of that is that communists do not want to elevate communism to the status of an eternal dogma and an eternal truth, right? It doesn't want to say that in the place of these religions, we're going to have the communist religion or whatever, right? So that's my interpretation.
Where like every radical idea, like every radical social prescription.
Name one of these radical social prescriptions, because if this is if what you just heard was a radical social prescription from the Communist Manifesto, you didn't interpret it correctly. Let's actually go over it and read it together. Let me see. Communist Manifesto of the Communist Party. Here it is. Okay. Here. Okay, here we go. So here we go. So they're confronting a criticism of the communists in this specific... it's even worse. It's even worse than what Vaush is trying to say. So Vaush is trying to say that this is a radical social prescription for Marx and Engels, right? Well, let's read it. He's quoting what they expect others to say. So undoubtedly, it will be said, religious, moral, philosophical, and juridical ideas have been modified in the course of historical development, but religion, morality, philosophy, political science, and law survive this change. There are, besides eternal truths, such as freedom, justice, that are common to all states of society, but communism abolishes eternal truths. It abolishes all religion, all morality, instead of constituting them on a new basis. It therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience. So that was the charge leveled against the communists. So how did Marx and Engels respond? This accusation, what does this accusation reduce itself to? The history of all past society has consisted in the development of class antagonisms that therefore assumed different forms, different epochs. But whatever form they have taken, one fact is common to all past ages, the exploitation of one part of society by another. No wonder that social constitutes all the multiplicity of the varieties of displays moves within certain common forms, general ideas. Okay. Traditional polity with radical rupture with traditional ideas. So this is the one here, right? My interpretation of this is very simple. That instead of this so-called abolition of religion, communism will not set a new religion to replace... communism is not going to be a replacement to religion, morality... where is it? Religion, morality, eternal truths, etc., etc. That was my interpretation. Now, you can say my interpretation is wrong, to which I will respond, what did the experience of history show us? And that's the relevant point here. The most stupid thing about this the relevant point being, in practice, it turns out that there has been a reconciliation between communism and religion, right? But the most stupid thing about this whole thing is that I'm getting into the weeds about philosophy and text and things like that. When Hake is representing this average Christians in America who are terrified about this idea that communists want to come and destroy religion. Now, Vaush is calling that a radical social prescription. In reality, it's a terrifying thought that what people find as the heart of a heartless world, that communists are going to come and take that away from them. That's not how you approach this issue, Vaush. As much as you're a fat pervert who delights in the idea of terrorizing Christians and upholding this fucking radical social credits, like, no, dude. This is how people deal with their fucking reality. Now, if you want to get into the esoteric weeds of Marxism and debate about that, I'll be more than welcome to debate about it with you, right? I do think it's an open discussion, more or less, and that my view is by no means self-evident, but I think my view is the strongest, right? And I'd be willing to debate that with you. But when I'm talking to a guy like Hawk, I'm not getting into the fucking weeds of philosophy and all that kind of shit. I'm talking to a dumb fuck, random, conservative guy who I imagine has sentiments that reflects masses and masses of people.
Marx or Engels would have made has to be like reinterpreted in such a way as to not be threatening. It's like, oh, well,
it actually does. It actually does, because when Marx and Engels were talking about this shit, usually they were dealing with the context of intellectuals and philosophy. The actual practical implications were much, much more tame than the gravity of like how like when they're talking in their critique of Feuerbach and their critique of Hegel and so on. Like, that does not mean you immediately go about with this like radical view against religion and all that kind of shit. So when they're digging up things out of context from the Communist Manifesto, ignoring the context of those things, and they're interpreting that to mean, oh my God, the communists are going to come and destroy religion, that does need to be diffused. That absolutely needs to be fucking diffused. Because it's taken out of context. It goes from an intellectual context to a popular context. Well, those are not the same forms of context, right? The method of inquiry, Marx says, is different from the manner of presentation. In the manner of inquiry, we have all sorts of radical views about religion and so on and so on. But in terms of the manner of presentation, it's very dangerous to just assume those are the same thing. You could be meaning something entirely different than what you intend on saying in practical reality, right?
They didn't want to abolish religion, bro. They were okay with organized religion. They just, bro, it was.
They absolutely did not want to abolish religion. In no practical sense did they seek to abolish religion. Now, critics of communism accused them of seeking to abolish religion when they sought, for example, to relegate religion into a matter of a private affair, right? And, separation of church and state, and removing the state power of churches and so on, and the clergy. I guess they were more or less indifferent to that charge because it was a straw man to begin with. But in terms of like what the modern standard for abolishing religion would be, there's no trace of any advocacy on the part of Marx and Engels for abolishing religion. Absolutely none. Nowhere do they say that's what they seek to do. Specifically, Marx says the contrary. Like, religion is not the essential point. If there is something so wrong and illusory and alienating about religion, so Marx says, it's merely a result of an alienating, wrong, illusory society that is in need of illusions. There's no battleground of religion that's relevant. None.
Bro, they were just like against like the bad kinds. No.
No, that's not the point that was being made here.
I think that for the most part, Marx was quite sympathetic to people with religious beliefs. I think that'd probably be
that's a stupid, condescending view that has nothing to do with the point.
The best way of putting it, right? Like, he didn't hate religion.
No, it's not. The more specific point is that, and this is we're going to get to later, but Marx only engaged with religion from the perspective of philosophy. He never engaged with religion outside the perspective of philosophy. Marx called philosophy religion rendered and expounded into thought. Turns out there's more to religion than just thought and philosophy. It doesn't address the question of aesthetics. It doesn't address the question of feeling. It doesn't address the question of affect. It doesn't address the question of the unconscious, right? It only addresses religion insofar as it is taken as a dogma of conscious thought, aka philosophy. So there's more to religion than that.
Religious people, he understood the breadth of life it gave many. Would you call Islam organized religion? Yeah? right? I think so. It's not like there's a pope of Protestantism, but that's organized.
Who are just motivated by cynical interests of serving those in power or serving special interests or just plainly trying to scam people into making money.
I've seen reports that China, for example, as recently as last year, they were clamping down, I think, on Christians as well as some other religions like Falun Gong or something like that, and saying we need Marxism, not religion, not Christianity. And I've just noticed that, for example, Armenians, I've had some Armenian friends and they lived in a former communist country. And because of that, there's a lot of corruption and a lot of cheating and low trust society making business practices with many Armenians because of that culture, that basically where life is not done, life was once done in America with a handshake. You did not have to worry about a man that you shook hands with pulling a fast one on you.
So the reason Vaush is such an idiot is he's looking at this from the perspective of like, who is more logically and argumentatively correct? You know, I could tear this hate guy to shreds. You guys know I could. Is that my goal, though? What do I gain from that? My goal is to win over his audience and actually present his audience an example of what a communist can be and what communists say that's different from what they're familiar with. They're already used to the idea of communists being a bunch of monsters. I want to show them a different side to things, right? It's like he's such a smug, fat, dumb fuck. This whole time he's approaching it from the perspective like, Haz, you're not arguing. Dude, that's not the point. Obviously, yes, you could tell Hake something like, what are you talking about, dude? There's the term snake oil salesman literally comes from the 19th century, and you had the carpetbaggers, and yes, it was always a sleazy, slimy society. Yeah, I could say all of those things, and what would I in the process be doing? I would be proving that I am a guy who's more knowledgeable and educated than Hake is. Well, guess what? I guarantee you Hake has debated many liberals who have already proven that they're more educated, and it doesn't do them any fucking good. Because the reason people listen to Hake is not because they think he's more educated or even that he's necessarily more knowledgeable. It's because what he says makes sense to them. You understand? And you have to address the root cause of why that is. I'm not interested in proving I'm smarter and more knowledgeable than Hake. I'm interested in proving that communism is a sensible path to his audience. Something Vaush could not do, by the way. Thank you, Morlock. Appreciate you.
Case in many of these communist countries, because it seems to be that communism does not understand or else it purposely exploits the weakness and corruption and laziness of human nature, because it has you where you get something that you didn't earn and you don't appreciate it. You don't properly take ownership of it.
In regards to the situation of religion within China,
what? I never get that. What? What do you mean? What are we talking about?
I don't know what to say. Like I said before, Vaush is a guy who only takes things at face value. He thinks everything's a matter of propositional logic, and when you're saying something and putting it out there, you're speaking in terms of like some kind of common, conceptual reasoning or something like that. And that there's no deeper unconscious or intuitive web of associations associated with what you're saying. There's no deeper meaning behind the surface. It's not like he's like, ticking bells that make sense to a lot of people when he says shit like this. And also, Vaush really doesn't know how...
We disagree on a lot of things, but you are spot on key issues, like esoteric political analysis.
Thank you, Selassie. Another thing, Vaush, I noticed what's really immature about him for a guy who's been on the internet for so long is like, he just finds some things unfathomable. Like, well, how could you say that? How could I? Well, dude, clearly a lot of people believe stupid fucking things. Most of this country believes stupid things. Can you not have patience? Who cares? Just look past it. Like, why does it matter? I'm going to treat Hake like a Beverly Hills intellectual. No, dude, that's not how it works. You get a move on with it. Get over the fact that not everyone's that educated or knowledgeable in this country. When you're talking to normal people, you have to get to the meat and potatoes of what makes sense to them and what's meaningful to them, right? You're going to have to get over the fact that they're not that knowledgeable or educated, right? Because it's not what matters. What matters is what they're actually trying to say and the practical implications. And I think from this perspective, in a way, I'm more American than Vaush is. I'm more pragmatic. I'm focusing on, like, what are the practical meat and potato? What does it mean practically? Like, who cares about this dumb fuck, whatever, intellectual stuff. Like, what does it actually mean in reality? Meat and potatoes. Whereas Vaush has adopted this kind of like British, romantical kind of aesthetic of basically like smugly elevating himself over the world. Practical meaning? I know nothing of practice. My pink Beverly Hills hands do not concern with practice. I am concerned with status. With status. What is the truth? What is your status and authority? And it's like, I'm a fucking red-blooded American. I'm not a Beverly Hills fat ass like Vaush. I'm a red-blooded fucking American. I'm focusing on practice.
Christians are not being cracked down on China for their religious faith. Now, there are various cults.
How knowledgeable is this person? How reputable? How credible are they? Who gives a fuck, dude? It's like, I'm more like the Channel 5 guy, where I just have my microphone, and here, say whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. It doesn't matter, right? Vaush, he's more like Sacha Baron Cohen, where he's like actively mocking and looking down on people, right? And that's not my style. I don't give a fuck, you know what I mean? I'm more like the Channel 5 guy. It's like, yeah, say what you want, dude. Who cares? It don't mean nothing anyway. It don't matter anyway,
Among them, the Falun Gong, which is a cult. It's not really a historical or traditional religion.
Wait. I'm pretty sure China absolutely cracks down on religious expression.
Yeah, you're just as sure as this hot guy is here. You heard some rumors and hearsay, and you think it's true. It's not coming from a perspective of actual education on the Chinese state's relationship to organized religion.
I'm pretty sure that happens. Am I wrong on that? I'm pretty positive.
You're just as positive as Hawk. You're literally no different from this dumb fuck random guy. You're actually worse, because Hawk is like, doesn't even pretend to be educated. I doubt Hawk is even, he's probably barely literate. He probably can't even read. Vaush is a guy who's become very educated to give expression to what a dumb fat fuck he is. I mean, Vaush's education has given form to his sloth, his gluttony, and his stupidity. And nothing more.
That definitely, absolutely. First of all, we have, Muslims in the Xinjiang province. And then, yeah. Yeah, you can't even be a femboy on TV.
You have Muslims in the Xinjiang province, and you also have the largest Muslim group in China, which is the Hui Muslims, who don't seem to be going through a lot of problems. The media doesn't even seem to be saying there's anything wrong. So no one's alleging anything going on with them, but apparently it's about religion and not Turkic nationalism or Uyghur separatism. It's religion. Sure.
TV in China, imagine. But it goes beyond that too. Like, I think even, not holistically, but often like they'll crack down on like Christianity and stuff like that.
Wait, did he just say they don't let femboys on TV? So wouldn't religious people be in favor of not letting them on TV? I don't get it. He's like, they even ban femboys from TV. And is that like an extreme example of anti-religious crackdown? You stupid fat ass. At least do this right.
The Falun Gong are like a super weird religious cult. So
at least do this the right way. At least do this the right way. It's like, it's not really that hard either.
Hold any water for them.
The Chinese government will crack down on those, but not simply because of, in the name of uploading Marxism versus religion. Now, Chinese society, you have to keep in mind, has historically not had the same relationship to religion that other societies do. The Chinese society has been mostly secular throughout its thousands of years of history, just in the sense that its way of relating to spirituality.
What? Why don't you wait until I say just in the sense that? Like, in what sense do I mean that? I clarify. You dumbass. I know it's not secular in the modern sense. It was obviously very spiritual, intertwined with Confucianism and Buddhism and Taoism, but it had a radically different relationship to religion than the monotheistic Abrahamic religions and even the Dharmaic religions that were flourishing to the south, right? So what I was saying was 100% true.
And religion, all those kinds of things, are done through the concrete bonds of civil society and statehood. So that's not really...
Yeah, that's fundamentally true. Like, for example, the rites of worship and ritual were just integrated into the totality of the state historically in China. Like, the way in which people express their religiosity is through the form of the state. Right? Religion no longer becomes an autonomous form of affectual personal belief. It's directly expressed in the way in which you're relating as an individual to your civil society. It's woven into the fabric of civil society and the state. You're not going to have missionaries of the Chinese religion travel to other countries. It's just China. It's all through China. The relationship to religion is entirely different.
What?
What? It's true. It's fucking true. I don't see how you could. It's like, how is this not true?
It's not religion because it's done through civil society and statehood? What?
I didn't say it's not religion. I said they don't have the same relationship to religion. What we call religion is just directly woven into the form of the state. It doesn't have a quality of like autonomous worship. There are like mass autonomous worship. Just Chinese society has never been particularly religious, where everyone is visiting the equivalent to like sites of worship, like a mosque or a church, and there's just like there's no autonomy of religion, right? Yes, Chinese philosophy, legalist philosophy, is fundamentally like ethical. It's ethically based, right? I mean, how do you not know about Chinese legalism, right? Yeah, it's worldly. It's oriented toward the world, right? It's been that way for a very long time. Even Taoism, right? It's not like a religion in a sense comparable to the Abrahamic religions, like Christianity, like the one that's actually fucking under discussion that Hake brought up, you fat dumbass.
Does he know what the Catholic Church is? What?
What? That's the example of the opposite. The Catholic Church was not the same thing as the monarchies of the Middle Ages. The Catholic Church, what are you talking about, the Vatican or something? What? The Catholic Church is not a state, unless you're talking about the Vatican. It's also not a civilization. You're trying to compare China to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is precisely the example of like an autonomous, religious, purely religious institution that has like tentacles in the webs of all these governments in the Middle Ages in the past, and it's site of all this intrigue, and it's completely autonomous. It sends missionaries around the world. It's like completely ephemeral and intangible. The Catholic Church is an example of spirituality purely being given expression in the worldly institutions of the state? No, it's not. It's the exact opposite of that. The Catholic Church is an example of a religious institution so fundamentally estranged from the worldly institutions of the state that it is literally a separate institution called the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is not the same thing as the monarchy. As much as the monarchies and the empires were beholden to the Catholic Church, they were not identical. They were separate institutions. What the fuck are you talking about?
What does that even mean?
An innovation of communism. It's just been true for China's history.
It means you have to have a minimal understanding of Chinese history and legalist history. I don't know what else to tell you. You're just a fat, ignorant fuck.
At large, but otherwise Christians are free to practice their faith openly and freely within China. And events like the Taiping Rebellion in the 19th century within China, which was a Christian religious uprising against the Qing dynasty, was obviously very influential.
This is the way that I was making inroads with devout Christian believers to make China more familiar to them and to create bridges, right? Bridges where they don't see China as this fucking monstrous alien force, that there's connections, right? What a crime. What a crime. And Vaush isn't even paying attention to what I'm doing strategically or rhetorically. He's just like, he's taking everything at face value. What a dumb, stupid fuck.
In influencing the eventual communist movement to become later. So I think there's an interesting relationship to Christianity there. But again, China is not a Christian country. Now, in regards to this cynicism that prevails within Armenia, you have to keep in mind that after the collapse of communism, when the very same forces that conservatives within America are trying to struggle against, basically engage in the wholesale privatization of the former Soviet countries, and pretty much looted them and destroyed their traditions and trying to destroy their culture and set up all these NGOs and things like that to promote a society that was more in line and more.
What? It means the same people who were behind the color revolutions against communism are also the ones that are promoting non-traditional values in these countries. It's a very simple point. It's such a very simple point, and it's literally true. It is literally true. Oh, I'm looking at friend requests. I got some friend requests. I'm so sick of stupid people just request. Why do you want to be my friend? Why do you fucking... I have 120 friend requests. I can't even tell when, like, it's someone important. You just fucking hit request. Why? Because you're fucking bored? Don't just fucking send a friend request to me. I don't even know who, like, why? Why? You think I have time to talk to you? I don't.
More within the interests of the American deep state.
What?
Obviously, the situation in the post-communist states has been catastrophic, but this wasn't the fault of communists. It actually...
What do you think Zerka's genuine about flat Earth? Yes. I do. I don't think he's faking it. He's being serious.
Actually was the fault of the same global billionaires and the global capitalist class who are funding NGOs, people like George Soros, people like the Ford Foundation and the Rockefellers and all this kind of
yes,
people
yes.
who have this very...
George Soros and the Rockefellers. Oh, you are playing to the audience right now. My God.
Okay. Tarek wants to debate you about why you are wrong about LaRouche. Tarek, I don't have any strong views on LaRouche. I think you want to debate Pesto Mime, not me. You want to debate Pesto, not me. I don't die on the hill of LaRouche. I like LaRouche. I think he's intelligent and very knowledgeable, but I'm not a dog. I'm not like a LaRouchian myself. Okay, so it's not really the hill I die on. And second of all, that's Pesto Mime, right? And that's other people in our community. But what was I saying? Yeah, I mean, how many of you guys think that George Soros is just a right-wing meme and that the Open Society Foundation doesn't actually pour like billions of dollars into social causes around the world? How many of you guys think it's just a right-wing meme? You guys actually think that it's just a meme? By the way, I'm building bridges. So they already know about George Soros. I know about him too. So I'm building bridges, guys. We're not identified with those people. We're not identified with the establishment. We're not identified with the deep state. We're not identified with the agenda of American imperialism. So, but the fat ass is laughing. And Jabba the Hutt, he can't help laugh, right? Guys, the Vaush laughed. Isn't this crystal like spot on? Ugly fuck.
What an effective way of getting a Nazi to agree with what you're saying, dude. Holy shit.
A Nazi? What? Why? Wasn't George Soros a Nazi collaborator? He was a Nazi collaborator, actually. So, what do you mean a Nazi? Where does that coming from?
Yeah, what's representative of modern neoliberal capitalism? You know, yes, Rockefeller and Soros.
Wait, hold on. Do you think the Rockefellers aren't a thing anymore? Wait, you think the Rockefellers aren't a thing anymore? Just because they're not in the media anymore? Does he think the Rockefellers aren't relevant anymore? And they're not like you think Elon Musk and like these celebrities are what represent modern capitalism, dude? The Rockefellers are a thing still. What's next? The oil industry is not a thing because it's not It's not in the media that much. This dude doesn't even know who the fucking ruling class is. He talks about the ruling class. He doesn't even know who the fucking ruling class is.
Jesus Christ.
They don't only have an agenda for the people of the United States and for this country, which I think to many Americans has been revealed. They had an agenda to completely overthrow the communist states and replace them with liberal democracies. And that has been an absolute disaster for traditions and for culture and for religion. So much so that
Traditions? Yeah, it has. Like, for example, traditional families. You can't have traditional families when your fucking economy becomes devastated, when your daughter gets sold into prostitution, or worse, is trafficked off into other countries. Yeah, that's what happened with the glorious rise of liberal democracy. The fuck?
in countries like Russia, you find the Communist Party to be...
You have McDonald's and American corporate culture overtake the traditional forms of culture that existed before. So yes, that did happen, Vaush. What is so funny?
fundamentally Orthodox Christian at its core. It's allied with the Orthodox Church.
Like when you see this, when you see me juxtaposed to him, doesn't he look so stupid? How does he even get away with it? Like, doesn't he know I'm gonna react to this and make you look like a stupid fuck? Don't he look so stupid and embarrassing? Like, how do you get away with this shit? I don't get it. Like, you look dumb, dude. You look fucking stupid.
Both recognize the forces of anti-communism to be a menace to religion within their country. So, to me, regarding the promotion of laziness and selfishness, I think you have to keep in mind that in the 20th century, you had this kind of economic equality within communist states, primarily because they were coming from a backwards agrarian society and transitioning to an industrial society. So the goal was just to give people the minimum of just some kind of modernization. Now, when that came into a crisis, communist states responded to that in different ways. But the most successful way a communist state has responded to the issue is the path China took. And obviously, no one can really make the argument that in China, these vices of, a lack of economic entrepreneurship and innovation and things like that is being promoted. China's a very...
That's true.
Hey, Vaush, not every time someone disagrees with you is that grounds for mockery, because you have to prove why it's wrong first, and that's something... Look, your audience per capita is not as educated as mine, but even I go out to make the effort to, like, reason my position. Now, when you say stupid shit, like, like that guy we had on say, like, communism means the equal distribution of resources, my audience is educated enough to know that's stupid, and they will laugh at it. But your audience is not nearly as educated as mine, so the burden of actually, like, reasoning why I'm wrong still remains upon you. You can't just, like, bluff that it's self-evident. I don't know, he does it intentionally. I think Vaush just talked about, like, everything to him is optics, so he manipulates his audience by, like, waving these gestures and, like, fake laughing and shit to be like, guys, this is wrong. This is wrong. I can't explain to you why it's wrong. Thank you, Dictator. Appreciate it. He's like, I can't explain to you why it's wrong, but trust me. Trust me. Trust me. It's so stupid. Trust me. Why, dude? Explain. Like, I see dudes in his chat a lot. More often than you'd expect. Obviously, the most are NPCs, so they're gonna Omega lol because they're the streamer's Omega lolling, so it must be funny. But then I always see the odd guy be like, "Wait, but how is he wrong?" Right? You know what I mean? Because they don't know why it's wrong. He doesn't explain.
You could actually make the argument that China, uncannily, has almost exactly the same economic conditions as a capitalist country. If you really think about it. It is true. It is remarkably easy to defend.
So hard work, a sense of entrepreneurship, and competitiveness are exclusively features of a capitalist economy. And there's nothing there. By the way, there's no other distinct. It's like, well, the Chinese government owns all the land. Oh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, right? That has nothing to do with it.
To defend China,
it's exactly the same as a capitalist country because of the vague fact that. And by the way, the funny thing is that who said that it's inherently capitalist to be entrepreneurial and hardworking and competitive? America's not really a very hardworking country compared to the rest of the world. Neither is Europe.
To a capitalist, when everything in China is
To a capitalist, wait, hold on. Just to be clear. Is capitalism an ideology or is it a mode of production? Because if Hake believes in capitalism, my best guess is that he's associating it with a certain, certain qualities that make sense to most people and that are familiar to most people and that most people would be terrified of being gone. I'm a capitalist because I want free markets. We all want free markets, right? The question is, how do you address that? You can't address that, but you have to focus again on the practical implications. Do you just let things be and let these corporations do whatever they want? Well, then you're not going to have any fucking free markets, right? There's nothing inherently capitalist about that. It's just that they reject the Democrat form of socialism, which you take to a max, right? To a capitalist. This is the result of someone who sees everything from the perspective of ideology. The dogma of being pro-capitalism is not why Hawk and his audience are going to say they're pro-capitalism. They're going to say they're pro-capitalism because they're being spoon-fed lies about what socialism and communism is, and you're reinforcing those lies yourself, you stupid fuck.
Capitalist. That does make it quite a bit easier. God.
Industrious, hardworking, innovative, competitive society, and this is
and lying and cheating.
Sorry,
and lying and cheating. I don't know if that's
I'm not sure. I think that's a culture of lying and cheating is common to all market societies or societies that are part of the global capitalist world economy, right? So that's not something that's the fault of communism. I think that's more something that's the fault of the kind of dog eat dog world that we live in.
I can't listen to this. I can't. Dude, well, China's just like all other market societies. You can't blame this on the communism that China has. It's like that in all market societies. What am I listening to?
What am I listening to? I'll make it very simple for you. You can have a communist society that is still part of the global financial system and the global market. That doesn't mean that China is capitalist. Although, I mean, in what sense do you mean that? Do you mean that it's capitalist solely in the sense that it participates in the global market? Sure, you can call it capitalist. I'm not going to be anal about words. But when we say China is socialist, and when the Chinese government calls itself socialist, and when Chinese people describe it as socialist or communist, we also intend to mean that there's something distinct about it. It's not just that, right? So it just depends on what you mean. But when you're someone like Vaush, who is incapable of deriving the deeper meaning behind words, you have to be very anal about how you use words, right? It's like, you can't both call something capitalist in one sense and then in another sense call it socialist. You can't in one sense call something socialist and in another sense call it communist. Everything must be one sense, right? But the fact that China is still being on the global market means that as far as exchange value is concerned, the Chinese commodity will exchange for other commodities. But what defines socialism is what's going on internally to China, right? And that's where socialism becomes relevant. It's really as simple as that. It doesn't mean China is going to be immune from all the evils and defects of capitalist societies. It means that so far as the Chinese government is concerned and the specific Chinese economic system within China is concerned, we can describe it as socialist. It's really not that hard to grasp.
But China has seen profound cultural shifts, and specifically within the presidency of Xi Jinping, we're seeing more of a promotion of morality instead of the kind of unfettered economic growth for the sake of economic growth. There's more of a promotion of moral values and kind of cracking down on this kind of cynical dog-eat-dog society.
Dog-eat-dog.
Just a side note, you mentioned China. So, and you said you talk about we communists, and you distance yourself from Soros and all the Ford Foundation, who I think of them as communists. You mentioned Xi Jinping. I guess is that the only communist who is a public figure that...
Oh, it's so ugly and disgusting when he shakes his fucking man titties when he laughs like this. It is actually, like, physically revolting when I see Vaush do that. It's like, I almost wish Vaush just never cover me. I hate doing this. I hate looking at this fat, ugly fuck. It's so disgusting. I'm absolutely so fucking disgusted every time I see him shake his body. It is actually sickening. Physically sickening. It's like I can smell it too, you know? I'm not even joking. It is actually disgusting person. It's just a literal disgusting fucking person.
We would not recognize that you would consider a communist?
No, there are several within Latin America. There's people like Pedro Castillo. There's the leader of the Russian Communist Party, Zayuganov. There's other communists throughout Eastern Europe, leaders of communist parties. And you obviously have communist states like Vietnam, Laos, Cuba, and then also Venezuela under the presidency of both Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro. So there's many people I would consider socialist or communist.
Anybody in America?
It's a tricky question within America because I think that
I saw this part specifically. He's gonna start soying out. This is the soy. Get ready for incoming soy.
There has been a big confusion because
Vaush, soy incoming, right? He's gonna squeal like a piggy. Watch.
Because of the history of the Cold War and the left-right division.
The fat pig is gonna squeal like a pig. Watch.
Leftists within America and liberals have adopted the communist identity, not because they have any connection to communism globally.
No, actually, no. I don't know why Vaush thinks I have him in mind. I don't. In matter of fact, the only times I ever address you on stream is when you orbit me and you do this kind of shit, right? I never have you in mind as, like I said, I'm going to reiterate this. I've said it before. Vaush is not a representative of American left. American leftists hate Vaush. Vaush is hated by them all. They all fucking hate him. He is may as well be a right winger right now, right? Because like I said, BreadTube has died and they're all moving to ML now, right? Vaush, you're not an American leftist anymore. You're not welcome. Like, if you go to any DSA chapter and ask these people, hey, what do you guys think about Vaush? They'll be like, I hate this fucking guy, you know? So they hate him. What up, CTV? They all hate him. And obviously they hate me too. But the difference between me and Vaush is that I haven't burned bridges to everyone outside of the left. So I'm having a dialogue with them. That's the only difference, is that Vaush is now isolated, right? Because he calls everyone a Nazi, but on the other hand, like, all leftists hate him too. They all hate him now, right? So, yeah. Let's continue.
Globally, but because they just want to kind of spite the right wing, similar to how people adopt the identity of Satanism.
What does that mean without any connection to it globally? What does that...
It means it's something you completely pulled out of your fucking ass and you just LARPed and had nothing to do with the actual historical examples overseas. It means you started calling yourselves communists and socialists and all this kind of shit because you wanted to rebel against your conservative parents and you had no fucking connection to what those actually were overseas. That's what it fucking means.
Communism isn't an ethnicity. You don't need to have a fucking lineage in it. It's an ideology. What does that mean?
What?
Despite Christians, but within the United States, we have figures, socialist or left-wing figures that I would consider to be more aligned with the global communist movement. Like people.
What does that have to do? Wait, there's no such thing as traditions unless it's an ethnicity. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like Jimmy Dore, people like Jesse Ventura.
That's the soy incoming I was warning you about. So he actually physically squealed. He actually squealed. Let's play that back, actually. Let's actually play that back.
Similar to how people adopt the identity of Satanism.
What does that mean without any connection to it globally? What is that? Communism isn't an ethnicity. You don't need to have a fucking lineage in it. It's an ideology. What does that mean?
Despite Christians, but within the United States, we have figures, socialist or left-wing figures that I would consider to be more aligned with the global communist movement. Like,
yeah, so I said they're more aligned with the global communist movement, which is true. Jimmy Dore is he's an ardent anti-imperialist, which is like probably the most decisive and important facet of being aligned with the global communist movement as it exists, you know.
People like Jimmy Dore, people like Jesse Ventura.
There you go. And he actually soyed out. It's a soy overload. Ew, God, it's so gross. Like, physically revolting. Like, the sound effects are really disgusting. I heard, like, his fat flaps, like, slapping on themselves. Did you hear this shit? It's actually disgusting. It's actually sickening. It's actually sickening. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I'm glad I didn't. I'm not even memeing. It's actually fucking disgusting. Oh my god. How long does this part last? Because I gotta fucking mute this part. It's actually disgusting.
Jimmy Dore doesn't even call himself a socialist.
Why is he shaking? So is the litmus test to being more aligned with the global communist movement what you call yourself? Or is it where you are positioned in your own country's politics? Because I don't give a fucking damn what Jimmy Dore calls himself. I care about where he positioned himself relative to the American people and relative to American politics. It's not about what you call yourself. You can call yourself whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. You call yourself a communist, Vaush. How many communists agree that you're a communist around the world? They'd fucking laugh at you, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's my bad. It's your Twitter bio. You're right. It's actually about your Twitter bio.
He's pro-capitalism. I guess so is Haz, so that's not really surprising. Like, quick, name.
What does that mean, being pro-capitalism? What does that mean, right? That's why I'm an American and he's more British. An American cares about meat and potatoes. What does it mean in practice? That's what I care about. Vaush cares about a whole bunch of bullshit that doesn't fucking matter, right? You're a capitalist. You label yourself this way. You label yourself that way. What does it fucking mean? What is the fucking practical result? What does that actually mean in reality, right? Surely there's a reality beyond the fucking label.
Top 3 American communists. Go. Jimmy Dore. Jimmy. Glenn Greenwald. Michael Tracy. Donald Trump. No, too far. No, Donald Trump Jr. Like,
unironically, let me go on record saying this. Unironically, Trump is more of a communist than Vaush. Unironically, I'm saying that. Because remember, there was a lot of different types of communists and socialists. Read the Communist Manifesto. They named like 8 different types that they could discern. There was feudal ones, and there was conservative, Christian, reactionary, whatever. There was a whole bunch of type of communists and socialists at the time they wrote that. So, unironically, I do think Trump, he had a very working class oriented movement, which was about, changing the economy to serve the common social interests of the American worker or whatever. So it was a kind of type of communism, socialism, if you really want to, stretch it and be loose about the word. But certainly more than whatever Vaush. Vaush is just absolutely Beverly Hills bourgeois elitist to the core, right? There's nothing communist about a guy like Vaush. It was working class, but only for a certain demographic. I don't know about that. There are a lot of pro-Trump Latinos. And it's not just like a token thing. There's a lot of them. Whole lot. Like a lot. A huge amount, actually. Like, I don't even know why it's not talked about, but it's a really big thing. And I'm not just talking about Cubans in Miami, like in Texas and Arizona. There's a lot. A lot of Latinos work for Trump that people realize, even in Mexico. Yeah, because guess what? Not a lot of people know this. All Catholics mostly prefer Trump. Because Trump is more Catholic as a president, right? Lots of Puerto Ricans to Florida after the last hurricanes, yeah. But Trump, his aesthetic is Catholic. He's very bright and colorful and warm and human, and he's like a pope, right? Or whatever, right? So all Catholics mostly prefer Trump. Now, even though Biden himself is Catholic, he's very stiff. He's very stiff and cold. And Catholics don't like that, right? So Italians in New Jersey and whatever, you're going to find more Catholic people will like Trump than Biden, regardless of the religious affiliation of Biden and Trump.
Fuck. Jesus Christ. Absolutely beyond parody. Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
figures like Caleb Maupin, who is himself a devout Christian, while at the same time being a socialist and a communist.
Okay. What is so funny about this? I don't get it.
You have people like Michael Parenti, and this is a new and growing movement. Which
it's actually so creepy, like the ease with which he switches emotions. Like one moment he's like screaming and squealing, and then he just shuts it off. It's like there's nothing authentic about it. There's absolutely nothing authentic about his reactions here whatsoever.
Which I think in the future is going to be much larger than it is now. But for now, unfortunately, the American left is dominated by forces subservient to the billionaire class and to what we would consider the forces.
No, not by Vaush, dude. You're like I said, you're not that relevant. The only reason you're getting covered right now is because you covered me. Thank you, Lynx. Like, you notice, guys, I don't ever cover Vaush's debates you're not relevant, dude. I consider Luna Oi a bigger threat than you. Luna Oi and those fake MLs, to me, those are like, you're nothing. You're already done. You're not even like, no one cares about you anymore, right? Everyone thinks you're a dumb fuck. Everyone hates you. Everyone hates you, dude. You have a community of people on Twitch that like you. No one else does. No one else.
Of American capitalism.
I think of communism as exploiting the natural fissures between society. I've heard that for example, race in America, they divide the races. They divide, again, worker from boss or whatever, so-called rich from so-called poor, men from women, just the LGBTIQ madness. I don't see you guys, and I mentioned this at the beginning, I don't see you and the infrared people as being so viciously anti-white, so explicitly anti-Christian anyway. How are you going to get...
CTV, you're a threat, but not yet. Like, I have to win... I have to fight the other lefties first, right? It's like then we will have our final showdown one day. By the way, why weren't you on the showdown Friday? We really missed you. Yeah.
How are you gonna get
Didn't get an invite? Oh fuck. Alright, dude, well, going forward in the future, I'll personally invite you next time, every time. But going forward in the future, you're always welcome. Always welcome. Like, you're like a VIP guest. Like, we desperately need... And also, CTV, let me tell you something. I'm trying to get more conservative voices on the showdown. Every time I do the showdown, it's like an echo chamber of lefties, right? And I kind of want it to be like half and half, right? I want it to be half and half. I want half conservatives, half lefties, right? And... yeah, we definitely need more righties. So if you know people who are interested or anything, also invite them too, because bringing people on, right-wing guests are much more valuable to me than left-wing. Everyone's left-wing on Twitch, right? Everyone in the sphere is fucking lefty. There's very few conservative voices that haven't been deplatformed yet.
Become reasonable.
Well, I think you just have to look at the name. So communism, it comes from this common root of common, right? It's about finding what is in common. And that's why for me, as Americans,
what is this weird? Is he denying the root word of where communism is from? All right, yeah, I think people, Vaush and his chat, need to be educated. So let's go. Etymology of communism. It's the first thing on Google. Ready? Guys, get ready to laugh. French, commune, which translates to common in English. So that is actually where the word is from. I don't know if you didn't know that. Why do you think it's called socialism? It's called, the root word is social, right? The reason for that is because both socialism and communism thought that there was like a common economic or common social economic substance that should be the object of this new movement and this new conversation or whatever. That like our common social economic substantive reality has been deprived. We've lost it, and we have to reacquire it somehow, right? That's where communism comes from. Like words like common good, commonwealth, right? These are all related. Common general, yeah, it's like, I mean, did people not know this? Do people, yeah, the commons, right? It's like very much, and I think it's rhetorically very effective when I'm dealing with people like Hake. It's like, what comes to our mind when we think of the word communism, right? A lot of people tend to think communes, which is shitty, right? No one wants to think of communes. When you think of common, it's like, okay, that makes the word more familiar. It makes it make more sense. It's about the common. It's about the common good, the common object, right? The common good. Yeah, this common good of our... And like Vaush may laugh at that, but if you're versed in Marx's humanist philosophy, or his humanist anti-philosophy, as I like to call it, that's literally the point Marx makes. It's about arriving at our common human essence, right, which takes determinate form across society, culture, history, whatever. But that's what it's about. That is what communism is, our common human essence. Man as the highest essence of man. Sorry, highest essence for man. So it is about this common, right? Because Marx, man is not just one individual. Man, I'm actually fucking like almost directly quoting Marx right now. Man is not just an atomic individual. Man is the world of man. Man is the social relations of man. That's literally a direct quote from Marx. Man is not just an isolated individual. He is the world of man. Direct quote from Marx, by the way.
Actually, communism was named, the root word is common, because Marx felt that after he invented...
What? Marx has nothing to do with the origination of the word communism. Marx thought the phenomena of communism was significant in ways that he interpreted from the perspective of his humanist philosophy. But as a phenomena, communism preceded Marx. And yes, the root word is common because it was meant to address this common social ill, or this common loss in society. This common object that they wanted to build of society, at least, right? But yes, the root word is common. I don't know, is this up for dispute?
Communism, it would soon be all over the world. You know, he says...
So I see people in his chat in all caps, it's commune, but it's a Google search away from realizing you're wrong. It's actually common. It's not commune. It's common. Commune, you imbecile. How should I feel about this? How should I feel about like thousands of people being wrong and I'm actually right? Doesn't this put me in like an awkward, like, how should I feel about this? What do I say? What is this? Isn't this like ominous a little bit? Like, I'm probably going to surpass Vaush by a lot, and if this is like a really bad sign for Vaush. Like, isn't this a little embarrassing? Like, guys, I'm actually right. I'm not supposed to be right. I'm the bad guy, right? I'm the dumb guy that you're all laughing at and making fun of. But I'm actually right. So how am I supposed to feel about that, right? You guys, I want you to know this. This is not a matter of tribal affiliation. It's not a matter of who you're loyal to. Like, I'm actually right about this. What does that... I'm actually right. Do you guys realize you're in the chat of a streamer who's right? There may be less of us. There may be less of you. But I guess you were the chosen people because You are like the elevated, enlightened ones. Like, I'm actually right. It's not, it's like a Google search away that I'm right. Right? How does that make you feel? It's like, it's crazy. Doesn't that show there's so much potential here? Like, how easy it is to make these people look fucking stupid. Who knows?
We'll call this communism, because soon it will be in every country. Every state will be communist.
What?
If we're going to be communists, we're going to promote communism. We're going to try and promote what is in common between the people. We don't want to divide people or accelerate or promote these current frivolous.
I think that's extremely rhetorically effective to say. If communism is about the commons and what's in common, obviously we don't want to be a source of division. We want to unite the country. We want to have this deeper unity of the people. I don't get what's so crazy about that. Or what's so worthy of mockery about that.
Frivolous cultural divisions that are being promoted.
Okay, right now he's saying racism is a frivolous cultural division. Again, this is what I mean by right wing. Okay, it's like he's.
Am I saying racism is a frivolous cultural division? Or am I saying that there are a lot of frivolous cultural divisions that are promoted in the name of opposing racism?
He's very communist because he's pro-China.
Like this whole debate about the 1619 Project.
The most communist state. And now systemic racism is being relegated to meaningless culture.
So Vaush, don't get your panties in a bunch because no one's talking about systemic racism. I'm operating under the principle of good faith. There's a new CPUSA video. We'll watch it tomorrow. Where I'm not assuming that Hawk is a complete monster. I'm assuming that, you know, there are a lot of stupid things that people are getting divided over in this country. And I do find them stupid. That has nothing to do with whether those divisions don't adequately address the reality of any systemic racism. So what is this like purity testing? You're denying. You know what this is? He's being like Tank. He's screaming about the fact that I'm denying the labor aristocracy when it's like, it's just this weird way leftist like litmus test or they purity test you. You deny the sacred truth! You deny the forbidden truth! You deny the forbidden truth of settler colonialism! You deny the evil... It's like it's weird like Protestant thing where it's like, I don't fucking know. It's like, you deny the world of total depravity and the fact that we are totally fallen with sin! You deny it! You can't admit we live in a world of systemic racism. You choose to believe in the mythologies of the American government and white supremacy. You deny the truth of systemic racism. Dude, like, talking about systemic racism is not impressive to a guy like me. I mean, I've been in this for 10 years, okay? It's not some scandalous insight. What if? What if this country is racist to the core? Oh my god! Like, dude, you know, like, that's not impressive to me. It's like, it's not, yes, this is a racist country. And, moving on. What do you do about it? I'll tell you what you don't do about it. You don't focus on frivolous, stupid divisions, and you don't accelerate the fucking division. Is what you don't do, right? Systemic racism isn't really a moral problem. If it's a systemic issue, then you have to treat it in a systemic way. You can't moralize it. Well, guess what? These frivolous cultural divisions in this country, they're just moral bullshit games. They don't lead to any real practical outcomes that address the reality they pretend to be about.
Cultural divisions, this is what I mean. He is a conservative first.
By the media to distract people from their real enemies. We want the American people to come together, to be reconciled with one another, so as they can focus their
What a horrible message.
attention on their real enemy, which is the current American establishment, the current billionaire class, the current oligarchy, and the current monopolies, especially in particular the big tech monopolies, whose power is so unprecedented that if allowed to continue...
Isn't America in the top 5 least racist countries when polled? Yeah, I was going to say that. Europe is so much more fucking racist than America is. Holy shit. Europe is way more fucking racist than the USA. Are you kidding? Way more, dude. Way more. Holy fuck, it's so much more racist. It's not even a fucking question how much more racist Europe is. Are you kidding, dude? Americans are pretty tolerant, okay? Americans are pretty fucking tolerant. You know, I'm from Dearborn, Michigan. They have a big ass fucking mosque there. Huge mosque. You know, it's like, I don't know if you could have that in fucking France. You know? Did the stream crash? I don't know. The fuck?
They may very well lead to the destruction of our republic and of any semblance of democracy. These unaccountable big tech companies, which are seemingly above the law and don't have to answer to anyone, and who aren't even being regulated in any capacity. So we want people to come together. We don't want to keep dividing people along these identities. Now, at the same time, we can recognize that there are racial tensions.
I like how I like how he was like, you know, we need to stop focusing on petty cultural divides like racism and focus on what really matters, which is big tech destroying the country.
What? Yeah. Like, yeah. Is that sound unreasonable? That we should stop focusing on petty cultural divisions and focus on the growing power of big tech? Is the growing power of big tech not important? What angle are you coming at this from? Is the growing power of big tech not somehow concerning? What? Oh, you like what? Is he like a Silicon Valley operative or something? It's like, what is this? It's like, oh guys, no, that these people who have an agenda to fundamentally transform America. But big tech is not a serious topic of concern. It's like, not even the New York Times would agree with you, Vaush. Even the New York Times would say that the big tech is a big problem and a big like, you know what I mean? Like, what angle are you coming at this from? I don't get it. I really don't get it.
In this country, there is a historical and ongoing, in my view, injustice committed against America's black people because they have been denied the post-Civil War right of 40 acres and a mule, right? And that's not, you know, some kind of total economic equalization. It's just the minimum of having a solid foundation with which to build their own community.
And I think that's the last thing they need. Sorry to interrupt. I think that's the last thing they need. And sorry to interrupt, but they've been given and given and given. It's been debilitating.
I don't think they have. I'm not speaking so much of a handout to make them dependent on the U.S. government, which I think the Democrats have played a part in trying to, in order to secure them as an electorate. What I'm speaking of,
he's often trending on Twitter. Yeah, he's promoted by these Silicon Valley guys, 100%.
Some kind of fundamental just ability to own something.
Communist speaking to a Nazi. I feel like racism exists, and we should probably do reparations. Nazis like, I don't think they deserve any more. We've given those people enough. No. I'm not talking about like a handout or anything, sir.
Okay, first of all, Hake is not a Nazi, right? He's a racist, obviously, and he's got a lot of backward, weird views. He's not a Nazi, okay? He's not a. You don't need to be a Nazi to have Hake's views. We have our own Nazism here, whatever. We have our own history of the, you know, the South and the KKK and. You know, if we have our own thing going. You don't need to talk about the German, you know, That's yeah. You don't. We have our own thing, right? So let's get that out of the fucking way. He's not a fucking Nazi, right? Maybe he's a bigot. He's a racist, okay, but he's not a Nazi, okay. Second of all, the idea that I'm like is like, Haz is being so nice to this guy. Yeah, because I'm trying to find common ground. I'm trying as hard as I can to find common ground with this guy, right? And the reason I'm trying to find common ground with him is because I want to present his audience with a new perspective on what it means to be a communist. I could just tear him to shreds. What good would that do? What purpose would that serve except jacking myself off? Looking at the comments in his channel and modern day debates, I saw a lot of people who were open-minded and now interested in communism. They're interested. Who's this Haz guy? He's interesting. I want to hear more from him, right? Well, that's what I'm after. Now, I'm not talking about handouts when I'm talking about 40 acres and a mule. By the way, Americans don't like handouts. Americans believe you have to work for what you have. It's fundamentally instilled in their character and their temperament. So when they hear this word of like, oh, it's just a bunch of handouts, they get scared, right? We don't want to associate communism and socialism with handouts and the welfare and all that shit. We don't want to. Welfare, food stamps, and handouts are not things I want to get rid of or attack. But we don't want to make people think communism is food stamps and welfare and that stuff. Because food stamps, welfare, and handouts are federal government policies in response to poverty. So you are making an association between communism and poverty when you associate communism with government handouts. It's actually that simple. And that's something I don't want people to do. I want people to associate communism with economic flourishing. So that's why I'm going to say things like having land, a baseline, is the beginning, not the end. It's the beginning of having an opportunity to participate in the economy and produce wealth. It's the beginning, not the end, right?
Jesus Christ. Marx would be rolling in his graves if he saw his loudest advocates talking this way with the literal ideological antithesis to communism. No, not like a handout. They wouldn't be like welfare queens or anything. We just like ownership.
From which they can build economics.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
That doesn't take the form of just being dependent on the government or being dependent on welfare. Actually, if you look at the history of the United States, this ability for Americans to go and get their own land was the foundation of American prosperity and economic prosperity.
Oh, what did this fat ass say? I didn't even see. What did he say?
Antithesis to communism. No, not like a handout.
Why do you? Can someone tell me why he keeps talking about Marx? Why do you talk about Marx like you know anything about Marx? You don't. As far as you're concerned, Vaush is just an old guy with a beard that you just project everything you consider true and wise upon. But Marx wasn't the guy you think he was, okay? Second of all, is this an esoteric theoretical discussion, or is this a political discussion that's meant for mass audiences? If you think it's the former, I'm not surprised, because you confuse your stupid, meaningless debates with serious intellectual inquiry, which is why you lack the level of theoretical sophistication and theoretical knowledge to back up anything you say in the first place. I have receipts, Vaush. I did the serious theoretical inquiry for a decade before I went fucking live. You went live first, started running your mouth, and then went to Wikipedia to try and find ways of justifying the things you say. You think there's a connection with Vaush? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. I have no idea.
They wouldn't be like welfare queens or anything. We just like ownership.
From which they can build economics.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
That doesn't take the form of just being dependent on the government or being dependent on welfare. Actually, if you look at the history of the United States, this ability for Americans to go and get their own land was the foundation of American prosperity and economic prosperity. Yeah. You had the I forget the specific name of the act in the 1800s, which a lot of Americans who were westward to be able to just pretty much the Homestead Act. Yeah, these things were integral for the prosperity and economic flourishment of the United States. People were able to have their own land, and from there they could proceed and build something. And then later on, you had the Populists and the Farmers Alliance who were struggling to have some kind of land reform and break up the monopolies and have the government be able to regulate electricity and things like this, so that the monopolists couldn't use it to political gain.
Let me say the next stupid
So,
thing.
okay,
You'll spend an
In
hour
my view,
explaining to.
the commie capitalism has made that harder for people to afford things. I think blacks, just as much as anybody, have the ability to gain wealth in this country, but that ability definitely is limited because of the subsidizing so-called education and the corruption of education has made people, and the subsidizing of housing and the minimum wage. Those along with what you just said, have made things harder for normal people to get along. And they have men and women working.
You know how Vaush's community is always like, Haz's masculine posturing is because he's insecure. Okay. So what do you call your left-wing neuroticism, if not insecurity? You're unable to just look past shit people say and get to the point because you're ideologically insecure. You're actually scared you might be tempted by what Hawk is saying if you don't completely push back on it. Who cares? It don't matter. It don't really matter. Up to a point it matters, but meat and potatoes, it don't matter.
Which has only made people able to afford.
Okay, so this is what I mean.
Vaush is the type of guy who will get mad that he called it commie capitalism. Focus on what he means. Who cares what he called it, right? He means something we can all see. He means the big corporate monopoly capitalism, okay? That's what he means. It don't matter.
There were people in my subreddit after I was on with Hake on that panel show with Dylan. There were people saying you should get a debate with Hake. I ask you, what would I do? What would I even say with Hake?
I don't know. You would convince right-wingers that their preconceived view of what socialists and communists are is wrong. But I don't think you want to do that. I think you just want to confirm those views. So you have no business debating him. Shuan Head called you a sub in Vaush's chat. Compared to Vaush? Compared to who? I don't know. If I'm a sub, I'd hate to see what a dom looks like.
What would even take place? Debate what? His synaptic responses? Should I jangle some keys and involve him in that?
He's so bad. Who like I said before, who's getting their last laugh? Who's actually laughing, right? I think this dude's laughing. The fuck up, bitch. Yeah.
That what do I say? Make fun of him for 2 hours? I'd be bored after 5. There's only so much you can say. Real takedowns, really, really funny takedowns, are.
Yeah, Vaush. Because you don't actually know. You don't know how to participate in a conversation. You don't know where meaning is, right? You think it's at the surface level of propositional logic or whatever. It's not. Yeah. Is Shu dating Vaush, by the way? I never knew that. Is she actually dating him? Because if she is, yikes. Mega yikes. Ew,
Are ones where there's enough back and forth and interplay, RGR. Okay, RGR I thought was a really fun takedown because RGR Riley isn't stupid. She's just a bit fucking insane on that particular subject. It seems. And she was actually engaging with what I was saying. Her emotional involvement was meaningful. With Hake, I might as well just find an AI text generator that has fed a bunch of Nazi algorithms to itself. A bunch of Nazi text posts in the algorithm, and then just debate that. I'll say hey,
Why is he going so hard with a Nazi angle? Because he's not a fucking Nazi. He's really not a Nazi. I don't know why he's so focused. Why is he obsessed with Nazis? I don't get it.
I think socialism would be good.
You don't need to be a Nazi to be a fucking racist in America, okay? You don't need to be a Nazi to Why do you have to be a German Nazi? Why do you have to be a member of the German National Socialist German Workers' Party? You don't have to. He thinks Antonin Scalia is a fascist. What?
This, that, and the other. And then it would say blacks give too much, welfare queen, degenerate. And then I would be well, I don't actually...
You know how I know Hake is not a Nazi? Because Nazis in the US are one of two things. They're skinheads. They're part of skinhead crime, the world of crime. They're somehow involved with the criminal underworld, right? There's a white nationalist criminal underworld connected to prisons, prison gangs. And they adopt the swastika as symbols. White gangs, right? Then there's intellectuals. To me, like, I could see, I don't even know if he is, Keith Woods, I could see him being a Nazi, right? They're going to be more like Keith Woods. They're going to be more like, nerds. Intellectuals. That's the only thing that's going to, like, lead you to just abstract so intensely from your local context and start identifying with the German Nazis. Like, why? No person just wakes up on the wrong side of the bed and becomes a fucking Nazi. But you could easily wake up on the wrong side of the bed in the context of America and be a guy who has backwards views on race, because we have our own fucking history about that, right? So you don't have to be a fucking Nazi.
They think that. See, here's the issue with that framing. I don't actually think that morally there's anything wrong with behavior as long as it doesn't hurt other people. And then it'd be like, Soros, Jews, Soros, and it'd be like, well, no, I don't quite feel that way. Like, it sounds like...
What?
What am I doing? Jesus Christ. What am I doing here? Fuck, I didn't get a bachelor's degree for this. Anybody with a GED, anyone who's past elementary school, okay, would run out of things to say, I feel. Any level of education, basic literacy in the English language entitles you to better conversations than that.
What? How long do you think debates are supposed to last, Vaush?
Then they just raise the prices, and so men and women feel like they don't really have to, but they feel like they almost have to work, both of them, and then they're separated from their children. It's such a corrupting influence. Has it not been? Just one quick question. I know I'm adding things on top. Has it not been the case that communists exploited the divisions and balkanization and all that stuff in order to create a crisis and take power?
No, so I think I'll just answer it in order. Just two things.
What
The first thing is that I do agree that there are current monopoly impediments to general Americans' ability to.
Here goes Oz trying to find common ground with people on the other side of the aisle. What a horrible crime. Except I haven't written off 50% of Americans as irredeemable pieces of shit and subhuman, people like you have. So why is that surprising? But the fact that he's making it about Hawk and not Hawk's audience, yeah, Hawk is a weirdo. He's a weirdo because he thrives off of polarization. So obviously he has a vested interest in taking a very extreme, unreasonable position. I'm a guy who puts Hawk out of business. Imagine if Hawk went the whole debate without doing anything outrageous. He would have looked terrible. So he had to die on the hill of defending slavery just to sustain his position of polarization, right?
To flourish economically, but I don't know if I agree that those things are necessarily the minimum wage and the subsidization of housing and education. Although those being enamored in all the bureaucratic red tape and corruption that they are, definitely do need to be improved and made more efficient. I agree, but in general, I think the number one obstacle is actually the big monopolies, whether in the form of in housing.
You fat pussy Vaush. Nothing would be easier than tearing a guy to shreds that the entire left agrees should be torn to shreds. It's much harder to be patient and convince people from the opposite political, ideological status as you that there can be common ground. That's what happens when you're a materialist who thinks that material interests and not ideas are the fucking essence of why people have the positions they do.
You have financial institutions like BlackRock that are buying up America's homes and massive, which you call commie capitalism. I think I would call it, and this is something that people have referred to in America, as a kind of socialism for the rich. I mean, the mainstream media.
Imagine calling yourself a theory purist. Imagine.
I've never called myself a theory purist. All I've ever said was that I was more knowledgeable about theory than Vaush. And when that knowledge comes with the recognition that Marx, Engels, and Lenin were never anal about their use of the word socialism. They didn't. They were very loose about how they used that word. Lenin called the post office socialistic an organization. I can show you. Lenin, post office, socialism. I can show you directly, right? So here you go. A witty German social democrat of the 70s of the last century called the Postal Service an example of the socialist economic system. This is very true. At the present, the Postal Service is a business. So you know, they were not anal about how they used the word. They were not anal about, can I take a shit? Go take a shit, dude. I probably will have to continue this into tomorrow. Holy fuck. Because this lasts like 2 hours longer, right? It's super fucking long. So I'll probably have to continue it into tomorrow. But we're going to compile this into one video, right? Let's continue. So they were not anal about how they used this word. And it's actually literally accurate. Because I came onto streaming with the radical thesis that we already live in socialism. Like, that's the first thing I said on YouTube when I started streaming. It's the first thing we said in our fucking videos. Like, watch our video, The Meaning of Socialism in 2021. We do already live in a type of socialism. The fundamental mode of production we are transitioning into, it's actually just socialism. Socialism did win. When Marx and Engels said socialism was inevitable, they were right. It is. It's just that our political superstructure has not awakened to that fact. But yes, profit is not what drives our economy anymore. Later on, he bets that you won't finish because of your ego. Well, it's been fucking 6 hours, like 2 of which have been spent debating a guy. It's nearing 2 a.m., so we'll continue for as long as we can.
Calling other people radlibs and ever using that terminology. Oh my god. Yeah, 10 years off my life.
What is being a radlib? Do you even know what a fucking radlib means, you dumbass? What does being a radlib have to do with the expression socialism for the rich? It's a very common populist expression. I don't know what's so radlib about it. What the fuck is radlib about that expression? You're just muddying words. Was Stalin a radlib? Well, Amadio Bordiga said so maybe you're coming from the Bordiga angle, that, you know, but you're then we don't mean the same thing by radlib, if that's what you mean, right? If you mean like upholding the original principles of whatever, we don't mean the same. If radlib means a Jacobin populist, you know, sans culotte type of, you know, fucking Yankee, whatever, Yankee Doodle guy, we don't, then what I mean by radlib is a fucking professional managerial, you know, woke scold, piece of shit, fucking lib shit, Democrat, snowflake, bitch. So we mean radically different things when we're talking about that.
Life, just like that. Instantly, closer to death. Hold on, I need to pee and wash my face. Just listen, just.
I think you need to wash a whole lot more, to be honest.
It tells us we live in a free market capitalist society, but clearly you have all these special grants and favors the government does for the 1% and for the monopolies, right? It gives them subsidies, it gives corporations tax breaks and subsidies the average American doesn't have access to. There's tax loopholes that allow special interests to be able to game the system and basically rig the system. So I do agree, we do have a kind of socialism for the rich. All I'm advocating for as a communist is that we have a socialism for the people instead. And to me, now the second thing about is highlighting the difference. Communists haven't tried to create crisis in order to seize power. They were rather the ones that seized power as a result of crises that no one else was able to overcome. For example, in China, you had the invasion by the Japanese, and communists had a very important part in the war of liberation and leading the Chinese people against the Japanese imperialists. And the communists were the most effective in being able to rally the Chinese people and unify actually the Chinese people rather than divide them to create the People's Republic. It's not really the communists that were dividing people. It was their enemies that were promoting various divisions between them in order for the ruling class of the time to be able to maintain its grip on power. So again,
his face is just... Is anyone born this way? Just this soy fucking... Okay, thank God, I'm not there yet. I don't know. Will streaming turn me into this? I'm good now, but like... You know this like type of face where it's like this? Goes like this? You never want that. He brags about him losing his weight. I don't think he... What? Maybe he lost weight after taking a shit. What else? What other weight did he lose?
Again, I think the primary goal of communists is to unify people. But when we unify people, you're going to see the establishment, the mainstream media, the special interests, the institutions, the NGOs, the think tanks, all these kinds of universities, they're all going to rally together and try to stop it. So conflict will inevitably be generated, but that's not because it's what we want.
What do you think of Trump and Tucker?
Well, here's what I'll say about Trump. I'm obviously not the biggest fan of Trump. I think that he made many mistakes. I think the primary mistake that Trump ended up making was that he was completely beholden to the Republican establishment. And I don't think Trump really had any independent direction. I mean, the media was.
What's wrong with the phrase socialism for the rich? There's nothing wrong with using it as like a catchy way of appealing to people, but people like Infrared LARP as the most insufferable theory purists.
When have I LARPed as a theory purist? I really don't talk about theory all that often in a combative way. I only talk about theory when you are trying to consult some kind of authority, and I say, leave Marx out of it because you don't fucking know anything about Marx. If you want to stick to this rhetoric, let's just stick to that. I prefer that anyway. We don't want to get into the weeds of theory and philosophy because it's way out of your fucking ballgame. So I've LARPed as a theory purist. How? Right? Because you've tried to consult the authority of theory and you've been wrong about it. Then don't consult theory. Just rely on people's common sense and intuitions. Don't bring theory where it doesn't fucking belong. That doesn't make me a fucking theory purist. It makes me a guy who checks bitch-ass posers, fat fuck posers like you, who try to weaponize the authority of theory you have no fucking grasp or knowledge of. It's that simple. When have I LARPed as a theory purist? Never. I've just, like, why do you have to invoke Marx? He died 150 years ago. Do you need to invoke the authority of his name to justify your position? Why? Well, if you're going to do that, I'm going to scrutinize the way in which you're evoking his authority, and I'm going to hold it to a standard of truth. That just make me a theory purist. I'm not the one who wants to fucking hide behind the skirt of authorities in the first place. You are, and you're misusing those authorities.
If you're the kind of person who will call others radlibs for pointing out that Marx didn't completely disbelieve in electoralism, or pointing out that, like,
When have I ever critiqued electoralism? I've never even used the phrase electoralism at all, I don't think. I don't think I've ever even used that phrase. Look, this idea that I come at this from the perspective of, like, you know, I don't know, an Austin Redguard type of person where it's like, electoralism, bourgeois electoralism. No, I'm a very reasonable guy, right? To me, it's not that I'm against electoralism. I'm against electoralism for the Democrats. I do believe in a third party. I do believe in a popular front. I'm not some kind of ultra-leftist. He thinks you're like all the Twitter MLs? That's like anarchist, right? I do believe in participating and politically and stuff. I just don't think that, look at how I argue with Destiny. When I argue with Destiny, do I bring up the electoralism and bourgeois electoralism? No, I talk about, just try to be as reasonable as possible when it comes to this, right? It's not in the name of theoretical purity that I've adopted this position. Oh my, what a stupid fat ass. What a stupid fat fuck. He's trying to say that my positions are because of some dogmatic theory. No. I share the same object as that theory, right? Which is here and now in the present tense. The correct position here and now in the present tense is not premised by theory or ideology. Theory is just a way to clarify. Theory clarifies where the working class is, where the objective material interest, it clarifies these things. It doesn't premise them. You don't premise your political action on the basis of theoretical dogmas and prescriptions. You use them to clarify the correct ones. That's why I talk about people like Jimmy Dore, which you yourself pointed out doesn't even call himself a socialist. So why do I endow so much significance to Jimmy Dore? Well, do the fucking math, you fucking idiot. So stupid. It's because my Marxist-Leninist theory leads me to recognizing people like Jimmy Dore represent an authentic anti-establishment populist sentiment.
That China isn't like a communist state or whatever. Like, if you like, the issue is that, like, Infrared doesn't like Bernie Sanders. These people talk about Bernie Sanders like he's...
I don't like Bernie Sanders now. I liked him in 2016 and even in 2020. But he fucked up. He fucked up. He didn't fuck up because he's an electoral, liberal, and social democrat. I don't give a rat's ass about that. Speaking in terms of his relationship to the political establishment, that's what I'm focusing on. We're not speaking the same fucking language here. We're really not speaking the same fucking language. It's not about I hate Bernie because he's not a communist. No, I don't care about that. I care about where he stands, where his position stands. You know, there's an objective reality of politics beyond ideology. It's not just ideology. It's not about ideology. Like, he's a sellout. He's sold out. There was something going on with Bernie. Was it Marxist, Leninist communism? It was much more ambiguous than that. But there was something, and he fucking dropped the ball, and he sold out. That's been my only fucking position. The choice isn't ultra-leftism and fucking lip shit Bernie supporter in 2021.
It's a radlib masquerading and cheapening the name of socialism. So for them to go ahead and use the most libby fucking phrase imaginable.
Wait, cheapening the name of socialism. What? Is socialism a sacred word? Is it just a sacred word? But I don't know, what cheapens the name of socialism more? Aligning the word socialism with the ruling class, which is what you do? Or making it more familiar? If anything, the problem with the word socialism and communism is that they're too expensive in America, right? They should be cheapened. People should be more comfortable using these words. If these are expensive words, then there's going to be a lot of fear associated with them, and a lot of anxiety, and a lot of distrust and panic. And we already had 2 red scares in this country. We're kind of having a third one now. And you're promoting it, right? No, communism shouldn't be seen as something so alien and unfathomable. We want to make it as familiar as possible to people, is the goal, if you actually want to win people.
Socialism for the rich to describe the basic subsidization and tax incentive programs that any capitalist state will use to privilege its bourgeois. Like, it's such...
The bourgeois. I bet you if I quizzed Vaush on what is the bourgeoisie, what is the historical origins of the use of this word, he wouldn't be able to answer. He would say something like, they're the owners of the means of production. No, that's... Again, I said this before when I was debating that other guy about the principles of communism. The definitions Marx and Engels gave were for their time, because they made associations that made sense for their time. The bourgeoisie was a specific class. It doesn't just refer to like anyone who's owns means of production. Besides, individuals really don't own the means of production anymore. Even when they do, they don't even own it in an individual way. Like, you own the majority of shares in a company individually because you own the majority of the shares, not because the company's in your name individually, right? But you call it socialism for the rich because the fundamental political relationship to the economy that makes it social and socialized is already here. It's just rigged in favor of the rich. It's not just about subsidies and all that other shit you're talking about. It's much more than that. Our economy is planned from the Federal Reserve. It's things like that. And yes, it's every major economy on earth because classical capitalism doesn't exist anymore in any country. It's an old relic of the past.
Such a rad-libby thing to say. Even I don't use terminology like that because I think...
Why is it fucking rad-lib, you stupid fat fuck?
It's incredibly reductive and stupid.
Yep, Vaush, I don't think you know what rad-lib means. You are a liberal. You are fundamentally a liberal, right? And you don't use this word, socialism for the rich, because you posture as like a special snowflake type of liberal, and you're very anal about the use of words. So, that makes you the opposite of like a populist socialist. It makes you a fucking gatekeeping liberal. That's actually why you're a liberal in the first place. It's because you're being a gatekeeping bitch. Even he's so fundamentally fucking confused. He's so fundamentally fucking confused about this. Even I don't talk. Even I don't use the word socialism. Of course you fucking don't. You don't have a fucking non-liberal notion of socialism, so of course you fucking don't. Socialism isn't about how, like, moderate you are to normal people's sentiments. That's not the dividing line between being a liberal and a fucking socialist. Even I won't do that. You won't fucking do it. And that somehow makes you look good here? What angle are you coming at this from? It's such like a rad libby thing to say. Okay, so what you've done is gatekept yourself from liberals, but in practice, you're like the hyper vanguard of the liberal. Like, in meat and potatoes wise, you're no different than them, but you've just decided to consider yourself more special, so why should I care? Even I won't cheapen the name of socialism, because socialism is your cope for the fucking failure of the Democrats. Thank you, Trister TV. Appreciate you. I'm so fucking tired now.
And I don't want socialism to be associated with, like, subsidies? Like, that's not socialism.
That the point is not to associate socialism with subsidies. The point is to associate socialism with heavy-handed political intervention in the economy and to make that not a scary thing to Americans. It's basically to tell them, we already fucking have it, so let's have it for the people, right? That's a very popular, reasonable position. When you say we already have it to the American people, instead of like this, like, I know you're a sick, perverted fuck, Vaush, and you delight and leap with joy at this idea that, like, all aspects of life, there's going to be a great, you're going to restructure everything, and everything will be swept away, and the whole ground from which people stand will be wiped, and every Beverly Hills socialist will... Listen, most people find that terrifying, okay? Most people find it terrifying. Because then it's a question of trust. Who is going to do this? How are they going to fucking do it? It's like, it's a question of trust. Where's Zerka? Is he not live? No way he's not live. It's been like 3 days. I don't know. I'll DM him or I'll check up on it. I don't know. Should I? I haven't heard from him in a long time. Let me see. It's kind of weird. Hold up. I don't know. Maybe he's taking a break or something. I think he said he got partnered, so I think he's like doing more shows. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, I haven't. When's the last time I heard from him? Let me see. Let me check this. So last time I heard from him was when? Fuck. The 3rd. It was the night. It was actually the 2nd at night. So the 2nd at night was the last I heard from him. What? It's been that long? Hold on. The 2nd was Thursday. Oh! Wait, today's Saturday. Fuck.
What a better term would be welfare state for the rich. Welfare state for the rich, austerity for the poor. That would be a better thing to say, because we do have that.
This fat ass doesn't know how to talk to normal people. I don't know what else to say. Actually, we're gonna call it the welfare state. Actually, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're trying to make communism or socialism a religion. Shit ain't that deep.
Also wouldn't cheapen socialism's name.
Labeling him as a fascist and a Nazi, I don't necessarily agree with
I maybe used it a couple of
I
times.
don't know what Trump's personal ambitions or goals or loyalties were, but I can appreciate the fact.
Yeah, but Vaush, you do the same code switching when you talk to rightoids. You have to, like, speak their language. I don't think that's really applicable here. First of all, Hake won't change any of his beliefs in this.
It's not about Hake's belief. It's about his audience, and it's about the other audience that's undecided. Why do you think it's about Hake, you stupid fuck?
And second of all, Hake is a Nazi. There's no reason to code switch.
No, he's not a fucking Nazi, you idiot. You just haven't... What a fucking sheltered Beverly Hills bitch. I can't believe I'm going to LA. I'm going to LA in like 15 days. God help me, man. God fucking help me. God fucking help me. Stomaching the sickness and rot of that part of America. Box Vaush. This fat ass will never box me. He would never leave the fucking cozy confines of his compound and box me. But yeah, if you live in Beverly Hills, then anyone right-wing is a Nazi.
Try to convince a Nazi to your positions. If you're a communist and you're ever going to talk to a Nazi, and they're...
On what basis do you accuse him of being a Nazi? Here's why I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't think Hake is a Nazi because he's a subsidiary of Jesse Lee Peterson, right? And Jesse Lee Peterson is like just a regular old dumbass conservative, just like Hake. He's not a Nazi. He's not a fucking Nazi. He's just like a guy who got a fucking web. There's such a thing as people who are just... Dylan Burns said he's not a Nazi either. Because Dylan comes from a conservative family, so he knows how this shit works. Vaush lives in fucking Beverly Hills, so he calls everyone a fucking Nazi.
Their opening line is, I've heard you're not as anti-white as other, people of your kind.
That don't mean you're a Nazi, dude. That means something in America. Like, there's the black and white racial division in America, right? It's a thing.
And you're less in favor of degeneracy. That's not a good thing.
And it's also a kind of Christian thing he's coming from, right? Like, is Jesse Lee Peterson a Nazi? No, but he says the same shit. Hake says the same shit that fucking Hawk does. Hake says the same shit as Jesse Lee Peterson does.
That's quite a bad thing, I'm afraid, actually. There's a difference between code switching and, like, just appealing to them. And, like, listen to how nice he's being.
Listen how nice he's being. Because this is the audience I care about. I don't fucking care about your dumb fat fuck viewers. I don't need your fucking Reddit viewers.
Listen to how, like... No, code switching is an appropriate term sometimes for him. It's just, like, he's being very cloying.
Yeah, that's something I do. I'm very kind to human beings. Especially human beings that I can't pin down to, like, a political tribe. Like you. Or a discourse, right? Hawk is just a random guy. And of course I'm going to be fucking nice to him because he's a human being. I'm a human being too. No reason for me to be hostile. I've always maintained that principle. And remember, Vaush, even with you, you started the disrespect when I came on your fucking show. And I know you regret it now. But there's no taking nothing back.
That he did kickstart a movement of Americans who were fed up with the system and who were fed up with the establishment, and he gave them a sense of hope. Now, do I believe Trump himself personally is going to be able to make do on the expectations he's given to his movement? I don't necessarily think so. And that's why as communists, we don't necessarily want to go against the Trump movement and Trump people. We rather want to show them that there's a more effective way to fight this establishment than Trump can. I mean, Trump, for example, I agree, he was very much treated unfairly by the media. He was very much, lied about and so on and so on. But at the same time,
did the media treat Trump fairly? Is that controversial, or do people want to, like, argue against that?
I think as communists, we want to propose a more effective and better way of...
As a communist, we don't want to fight against fascism. Didn't he argue...
That we have to accept the premise Trump is a fascist, which I won't accept. Which you failed to prove many times when you were pressed on it.
Argue with me that Biden was a fascist, or was that another? No, that was the other.
I argued with you that Navalny... I asked, why is Trump a fascist and Navalny's not? But yes, even if I said Biden's a fascist, so what? Biden's way more fascist than Trump.
I feel like that was Nico House. I feel like he said it too, though, hasn't he? I don't really remember. But
So wait, you find it absurd that I would call Biden a fascist and not Trump because you think your political spectrum is like accurately maps onto reality? Like, for example, Biden's kind of right wing, but he's not as right wing as Trump. So how could Biden be less right wing as Trump and still be a fascist? Because not everything's about your made up, stupid fucking political spectrum, you fucking dumb liberal idealist bitch.
yeah. Pretty sure House said it. Yeah, me too. So, like, I'm pretty sure he's also said, like, the necessity of fighting against moderate Dems. I wonder why he doesn't apply that same standard to Republicans.
No, I've applied this. I'm not talking about moderate Democrats at all. I'm talking about all Democrats. Moderate or progressive or conservative. All Democrats are my enemy. Not just moderate ones. All of them.
Combating the same forces that were demonizing Trump better than Trump himself could, right? And also part of that means making more alliances, right? We want to reach out and make alliances with leaders of the black community.
The Republican Party is the party of false consciousness. It doesn't have a vision for the future of this country. It's just a way of resisting the Democrats. The Democrats are the one with a plan and an agenda, and they have big tech in Silicon Valley and Davos and the major financial institutions, like big corporate America. That's Democrat aligned, okay? Thank you, Imperator. The Republicans are the party of false consciousness. So obviously I'm going to go after the Democrats, the party of the ruling class, more than I do the Republicans, the party of vain resistance.
Fed up with the establishment. Because believe it or not, the black community is not, as loyal to the Democrats as the mainstream media is trying to say. There's many black people who are fed up with the Democratic establishment. Many Latinos are fed up with it, right? So I think we want to reach out and make even more broad alliances with these groups.
Listen, he's literally in a conversation about whether or not he likes Trump, refusing to condemn Trump, while simultaneously saying that there are plenty of POCs who are fed up with the Dems. Like, it's...
What about it?
So blindingly obvious who's on his side.
Maybe in ways that...
Yeah, I agree. You're a Beverly Hills socialist. We are definitely not on the same side in this, Vaush. We are definitely not on the same side. I promise you. I don't know why there was you find this worth commenting on. Or you think I'm on your side, Vaush? You think I'm on your side? Why point it out? I'm definitely not on your side, Vaush.
That the current Trump movement hasn't been too successful in doing.
I've noticed that the communist people that I call communists, the people who commonly think of the Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and I have a broader definition than maybe others, they exploit the anger of the so-called minorities.
You already said this.
It seems like with this version of communism that you have, you want to exploit the anger of everybody. You want to not exclude the whites, and it seems right for that because whites are getting angry as well at what's going on. They've been demoralized.
Yeah, extra radical is 100% correct. Conservatives are sometimes eager to convince because they acknowledge there is a problem. They just get the problem and solution wrong. Liberals are worse because there's no problem to them. They're at brunch. 1,000%. And actually, for liberals like Vaush, the only problem is the fact that people recognize there's a problem. Right? The issue with conservatives is, why don't they just accept the smooth going of things as they are? Right? And Vaush thinks that his socialism is just a logical conclusion of the smooth going of things, right? And it's a misinterpretation of Marx, which viewed communism as a result of capitalism. But the difference is that Marx was talking about the mode of production. He wasn't talking about the political superstructure evolving into socialism. He wasn't talking about the main going of things under the establishment evolving in such a... Marx did believe a radical and abrupt overthrow of the establishment, right? And then with the rise of imperialism, it's a game changer. It's a complete game changer, the rise of imperialism. By Lenin's time, which, when you are not dealing with the, liberal, real, liberal democratic societies that may peacefully transition to socialism, you are dealing with the, there's nothing democratic about, for example, the Obama Democrats, the Clinton Democrats. This is not actually like the 19th century liberal state. This is an imperialist state machinery that fundamentally extra democratic, fundamentally like fascist and overgrowth, right? Overgrowth upon democracy and upon liberal order.
Lack of morals, and they see the injustice explicitly in many cases against them, and men too. So I don't know. You might be successful in this.
Yeah, I think the first thing I want to say is that, to me,
Okay, there's one thing that Haz can say here and be correct, and everything that isn't this thing is the incorrect thing to say. Okay, it's incredibly simple. Okay, class injustice affects us all. I think we all have a right to be angry. That's it. If you actually care, don't that's all you have to say.
Yeah, I find that like a pandering lib shit thing to say, and sounds fucking soy and gyno.
That's it. That's the only thing that you have to say. Anything past that, to me, is a massive rhetorical failure, and possibly an ideological one, depending on what else you say.
So-called Antifa, at least within the United States, they're very clearly foot soldiers of the democratic establishment.
Okay, that was the wrong thing to say. We did indeed find a thing that was rhetorically and ideologically incorrect. Thank you. You had the easiest layup in the fucking universe, and this was the direction.
We are all affected by class injustice. What a fucking gyno thing to say. I don't know why Vaush thinks he's an authority on what good optics and bad optics are. Was what you said in Destiny's Discord good optics? Are you good optics yourself? Do you look like someone who's good optics? I think you look like a despicable fat fuck. Why should I ever care about what you think is like... Why are you who said you're an authority on this? What you think doesn't matter. Yeah, every critique is, Haz, why aren't you pandering and winning me over? Because you're my enemy, dude. You're literally my enemy. I don't want to win you over, Vaush. You're my enemy. What? Do I have to spell it out for you? You are my enemy. I'm not here to win you over or impress you. You're not my audience. I don't want you, Beverly Hills people.
That we took it. Thank you very much. All right, nice. one answer. Is he reactionary or just trying to sell socialism via right-wing grift? He's reactionary. Haz is a conservative. It's just all part of the Nas bullshit. I need to make another video on this. The broader project is taking disillusioned left-leaning people and moving them to the right. Haz has...
He's gonna make a video. Don't worry, my video is coming out first, you fat fuck. But anyway, is that what I'm doing? I'm taking left-leaning people and moving them to the right. And I'm just a part of the pipeline from left to Nazi. If you become a literal Nazi or fascist or whatever, you failed. You failed. It's like everyone who's become like a hard, it's like you've missed the plot. If you started as that, that's fine. But if you started out like a communist and you became a Nazi because of me, that's not my fault. It was not because of me. Yeah, like there's the only people, but that wasn't because of me. Like the guy, the other Carl, he went with those third position people, but they're totally against me, right? Those, I don't know. They attacked me pretty hard. So it's not really a pipeline. It's not an effective pipeline. Matter of fact, those people are more on your side, Vaush, believe it or not. They're more with you. Because they both agree with you, the idea like, okay, listen, this is what communism is, this is what fascism is. This is left, this is right. So they agree with you, right? I have made as many leftists more conservative as I have made conservatives open to communism. If not way more the latter. Way more, way more, way more. I've made way more conservatives interested in communism than the reverse. 1000%. Like, I know that for a fact. I would not be growing if that wasn't that's like the only source of my growth at this point. I don't grow from leftists. I do not have a pipeline from leftists. All of the people who started out as leftists in my community, I got from like 6 months ago. Right now, the only people that are growing my brand are right-wingers. So the pipeline is in the reverse, Vaush, you stupid fuck.
Has communist aesthetics that will appeal to left-leaning people, but then he'll talk about how the Dems are actually worse than the Republicans. I'm making general.
How do you know what's aesthetics and what's not? It's a completely arbitrary distinction. You're going to call one thing appearance and the other essence, one aesthetics and one content, solely based on what you view as the essential linchpin. Can you prove it objectively, what's aesthetical and what's essential? How do you determine that? You can't.
General points. I don't know if he specifically said this, but Dems are worse than Republicans because, you know, they mislead the public, and, you know, Antifa are bad and the left is bad, and actually there's nothing wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with all those things. They're all bad.
With preserving traditional culture and
yeah,
et cetera, et cetera. You know, China's totally left-leaning, guys. Nothing.
So what? So why do you wait? Hold on. Is my communism then just an aesthetic statement? Because I can actually demonstrate how those are fundamentally communist positions very easily. Very, very easily can demonstrate those are communist positions.
Fascist about this, and eventually you do sort of ideologically what China did politically, which is you use communism as a kind of rhetorical framework to justify fascism. And China is absolutely he doesn't play into racial animosity at all, does he? No, but he downplays like the legitimacy of racial conflict pretty often, I'm pretty sure. Like he does do that.
What is racial conflict? Is it the 1619 Project? Or is it the protest of the statue of Thomas Jefferson in New York?
Now, Black Lives Matter as an official organization.
Yeah, he's done it this convo. He called systemic racism a meaningless culture war divide. I mean, that's...
Did I? Did I? No, I didn't. But it doesn't matter because the fat ass makes up whatever he wants and he never gets called out for it. He's just a fat lying fuck. He's just a fat lying fuck, right? Only time I've ever been on LSF was showing what a fat ass liar Vaush is, by the way. He's a known notorious liar. I never said no such thing. He's just a fucking liar.
That's pretty bad right there.
And obviously, it's very ambiguous and mysterious, to say the least, about what interest exactly they're serving. But all I could pretty much say is that there are legitimate grievances within the Black community, but I think those grievances are being turned against the Democrats themselves. As for Antifa, I think the so-called Antifa phenomenon, they're calling themselves communists and they're waving communist flags, but this isn't because they're actually communists. It's because they're trying to instill fear in conservatives. They're trying to provoke fear in the people, the so-called deplorables that are against the democratic establishment. And because most Americans, and this is a result of the Cold War, have fearful attitudes toward communism, these people are trying to exploit that fear and make themselves into a boogeyman, right? Now, as far as the anger and grievances that white people or men are experiencing, I don't necessarily think this is because white people or men are necessarily oppressed, but I think that many working class people happen to be white, happen to be men,
okay,
ordinary regular people, and one of the ways that the establishment is trying to sow division between people is by trying to target or sow racial divisions and make people feel bad or guilty because they're white and promote all this bullshit about how we have to tear down the statues of founding fathers and
this is the racial line he's willing to meet on. He won't say that like racism is bullshit or whatever. He'll just say like any social effort at fighting racism is part of the elite.
What social effort are you fucking talking about? What social effort are you referring to? All of the things I just described are anti-social efforts.
Distracting us, that's
all this kind of stuff. So I do agree that there's legitimate anger there, but I don't think that we should sow more of the division and more of this tension. I think we should recognize it as an attempt by those in power to divide people, right? And what communists want to do is we want to bring people together because we think that they're being distracted with this infighting from their
If you don't recognize the overwhelmingly unifying power of communism for every single country that it took root in, you are just fundamentally fucking stupid.
Their real enemy, and that real enemy is the American establishment and the monopolies.
What happens when you have a movement that literally unites 90% of people against 10%? I don't know. You know? Wow. Well, who would have thought that something, you know, what do you think it's about, you know?
It's the bourgeois. But he's such a fake fucking commie, dude. It's the bourgeois. That's the...
Han Vaush, why don't you hold your aggression? Your gyno is not giving way, so hold your horses, you fat fucking estrogenic fuck. Are you actually saying that it would be appropriate to use the term bourgeois when I'm talking to some random fucking guy? Why would I say the bourgeois? What do you mean? Wait. Does Vaush mean to imply that the bourgeois is just a theoretical abstraction of the category of all who own the means of production and not an actual distinct social class? Because I'm referring to a distinct social class of society. You're referring to a theoretical abstraction you've abstracted from the context of the 19th century and tried to shoehorn into today, right? And it doesn't work when you try to shoehorn it into today, by the way. The bourgeoisie is a specific social formation that existed in Europe. If you were a random dumb fuck and you went and told a person the bourgeoisie, they would say, I know what you mean. I know those people you're talking about. It'd be like that, right? But if you were to tell that to someone today, you know, they would be like, what is that French word you're using? I don't know what the fuck that is. But if you talk about the establishment and like the elites and stuff, you know, people understand what you mean. But if you want to know what the equivalent to the bourgeoisie today is, bourgeoisie is a specific social formation, has very cultural characteristics and so on. The professional managerials are bourgeois. They're bourgeoisified. Bourgeois is coming from urban dwellers. It literally means what does it mean? Wall dweller, something like that. Dwells within the walls of the city, right? That's what the bourgeoisie means. So it has a connotation of being heavily urbanized and enlightened. And yeah, it has this connotation like upper middle class. That's really what bourgeois means within institutions. Yes, and the reason why the bourgeoisie were synonymous with the capitalist class is because the way in which capitalists relate to society is the same way that the bourgeoisie does, from the perspective of social abstraction. The capitalists see all society as reducible to the common measurement and common standard of money, much in the same way that urban dwellers view all culture and all sociality under the common standard created by institutions and so on and so on. I mean, Marx makes the direct comparison here. Not in LA with Zerka. That's not going to be until later this month. Yeah, Vaush is the definition of bourgeois. Bourgeois doesn't necessarily mean you own factories or even that you own means of production. The reason why the bourgeoisie is synonymous with the capitalists in the 19th century is because by owning the means of production, they're owning it from the position of an institutionally mediated relationship with the economy. You don't sell, the proletariat is more down to earth. They sell their own labor, right? It's based on labor. It's not based on abstraction. It's based on determinate particular reality, material reality. The bourgeoisie is idealist. The proletariat is materialist, so on and so on.
Enemy, not the American elite, because it has nothing to do with America. There are plenty of capitalist countries.
But in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels said that the class struggle will be national in form. So even if we're abiding by your dogmatic view of what the ruling class is, all those who own means of production, a theoretical abstraction and not a concrete social formation, that is something that's going to be national in form. So it's not going to refer to every single capitalist in every country in the American context. If we're waging a class struggle in America, we're talking about the American ruling class, not the ruling class in fucking Britain and France, right? What the fuck is Vaush saying? He's elevating the bourgeoisie into a theoretical abstraction that becomes universalized and applied. It's like the theory is superimposed on the entire world rather than deriving the theory from the determinate world. You get what I'm saying? It's like he has this airy-fairy abstraction first, and then he deals with the particular concrete realities. But didn't Engels literally say that whereas Hegel went from the concrete to the abstract, we want to begin from the abstract? Where Hegel wanted to begin from the universal and arrive at the particular, we seek to begin with the particular and then arrive at the universal.
He has to say American because China also has bourgeois.
No, I have to say American because class struggle is national in form, which is what Marx and Engels literally said. How the fuck are you, fat-ass Vaush, going to wage a class struggle? How is it politically relevant for you to rail against the so-called Chinese bourgeoisie, even though there's no Chinese bourgeoisie? How would you do that? How is that even meaningful, right? How is that even meaningful?
And he has to say monopolies because China does have some anti-monopoly protections, except funnily enough against.
No, I have to say monopolies because I don't know if you know, you're not really up to date, but we're talking about the highest stage of capitalism, which is monopoly capitalism. So I'm following Lenin's lead. And I'm talking about monopolies because I need to make it very clear to people like Hake that we are not talking about small business owners or the petite bourgeoisie. We're talking about monopolies. And yes, that is what communists make their enemy. Communists don't antagonize the petite bourgeoisie. They've never done that in history. They antagonize the monopolies. That's the class enemy, the real ruling class. When we talk about the ruling class, we're not talking about a theory. We're talking about like the actual ruling class, like the real one, the real ruling class, like actual ruling class, not the imagined abstract ruling class. That's it's like the real one that actually does rule our fucking society. That is literally what we're talking about. How right wing? How right wing? How right wing? Weren't the kulaks literally petite bourgeois? No, they were fucking not. No, they were not. The kulaks were not even real capitalists. They just hoarded wealth and they didn't fucking put it to productive use. The kulaks were a mutation of peasants, greedy peasants, who were as an attempt to make them capitalists. They never actually became real capitalists. They hoarded wealth and they didn't fucking spend it in a way that capitalists would. That's why Bukharin was wrong.
Itself. Yeah, but he won't actually name. Yeah, he's using language that could be mistaken for like the Jewish question. I think it's deliberate,
So to be clear, we have it on record. Vaush is caught on record saying that he believes the ruling class is Jewish. He believes the ruling elites are Jews. As someone who actually has studied the ruling elites and the monopolists, the overwhelming majority are actually not Jewish. By the way, they're actually not. I've studied it. They're not. But even if they were, right? Let's just entertain the idea that they were, which is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that Vaush subscribes to. He believes it, but he lies about it because he doesn't like the consequences of that idea.
Why do they always assume Jewish when someone mentions the ruling class?
Because they're anti-Semites. I'm going to tell you why. Because Vaush is an anti-Semite. He actually is in his core an anti-Semite. He just doesn't say it out loud because he doesn't want to own up to the implications of being an anti-Semite. Meanwhile, I'm actually not an anti-Semite. I don't think the Jews are in control or whatever. So I don't have to worry about the bad consequences of thinking that's factually true because I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's like, in terms of factual reality, I do not fucking believe it.
The American elite, you know, the industrialists, the global, like all that stuff. This is
so when you think of American elite, why does Jewish come to mind and not waspy, like, East Coast legacy money from the Rockefellers, the Morgans? Are the Morgans Jewish? I don't think they are. You know, why doesn't that come to mind? The Coke, yeah, why doesn't it? The Rothschilds were big in Europe. And no, the Morgans were not Jewish. I looked it up now. They're not Jewish. When I think the American elites, I don't think of Jewish people. When I think of American Jews, I think of the same people who came on the immigration wave alongside Italians. Anything I think of like Italians, like New Jersey Italians, right? And Puerto Ricans and Italians, right? I don't think of like the elites. I'm sure there's people, yeah, Italians, Irish, Poles, Jews. They're all Ellis Island immigrants. That's what I think of. Ellis Island immigrants. They are not the people who rule this country. Some may have very prominent positions, I have no doubt, but, you know, so do Lebanese people also have prominent positions in certain industries and certain whatever. It's not because they control everything.
Language, like Nazis will sort of code with anti-Semitism. I don't know if he's doing it deliberately or not, but I have no reason to believe that he wouldn't, given his fucking Soros.
I think if you're an anti-Semite, you think that, which you are, right? You are, Vaush. The Davos men consider the elite?
Soros Rothschild shit earlier. But, like, it's just...
What? Did you guys catch that lie? Anyone catch that lie? I want to know if anyone caught the lie he just said. Anyone? You didn't catch it? That's scary then. That's fucking scary you didn't catch that. Yup, Autobarn got it. I never said Rothschilds. I said the Rockefellers. I did not say Rothschilds. I didn't say that once. Wow, guys, this guy gets you. You see how you just got gaslit by him? He literally gaslighted you. He literally just gaslighted you in real time, and you didn't even catch it. Isn't that scary? You guys need to be more vigilant because these are fucking liars. Every single word they say is a fucking lie. You need to be very vigilant. He just gaslighted you guys into thinking, well, maybe Haz did insinuate Jews. You know, he did say Soros and Rothschilds. No, I didn't. I said Rockefellers, right? Wow, that's scary that you guys didn't catch that. That's scary as fuck. That's so fucking scary. That is so fucking scary you didn't even catch that. Winter time grind. Hustle hard when it's cold out. Winter time grind. Stack the money, kick the hoes out. In the winter time grind. Staying out the club. Winter time grind. I'm just trying to give it up.
Stay consistent and I promise you your time gon' come. Night joggies for the winter, staying out the mall, counting up 100 bands while I'm saying fuck them all, nigga. Hey,
winter time grind. Hustle hard when it's cold out. Winter time grind. Stack the money, kick the hoes out.
I'm on a winter time grind.
Staying out the club.
I'm on a winter time grind.
I'm just trying to hit it up. iPhones are for females and domesticated soy males, right? But not straight or non. That's fine if you're not, you know, like if you're a straight dude, iPhones are not for you. You're not for iPhones, right? Ain't nothing wrong with not being straight or whatever, but it's for women and, or let's just say it's for subs, right? Or whatever. I don't know how to put this. I don't know how to put this the right way. But iPhones are not for straight dudes. We're actually not. If you're not straight, but you're a dom, then they're also not for you either. So you're with us, pretty much, right? But you know what I mean? I don't know how to put this. You know, let's be inclusive. But look, a lot of y'all think, oh, women like dudes with iPhones. They do not. They do not. They do not. Y'all are the friends. Women like dudes with iPhones as friends, right? But the truth is us Android dudes, we are the ones behind the scenes. Trust me, we're the ones behind the scenes. Us Android dudes, we're the ones behind the scenes. Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. We're the ones behind the scenes. Cause we're not on our phones and doing all that. We're picking her up. We pull up in our black car. You don't even know who the fuck we are. You never heard of us. You don't know who we are. We're not on social media. We're not on Instagram. You don't know who we are, and we have Androids. That's who they're with. You understand? All you iPhone dudes, your girl's getting piped by an Android dude. 100,000%. 100,000%. You understand? Oh, but what about FaceTime, Haz? What about FaceTime? Excuse me, what kind of man who's a busy man got time to FaceTime? No woman's gonna respect a man who's got time to FaceTime her. We face to face when we face to face. Other than that, we got no business to attend to, right? I know what type of dudes y'all are. I'm gonna text my girlfriend every day. I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna FaceTime her. Yeah, because you know what? You got that gyno. You got that gyno game. You got that gyno game. Here's what a real man does. A real man, you want to talk to her about something? Call. Yo, hello. Yeah, get ready. I'm pulling up. Get ready. I'm pulling up. Or, y'all, get ready. I'm coming over. Or, I'm sending the Uber on over. Get over here. Then you hang up the fucking phone. You got something to talk about. You talk about it in person. You know what I'm saying? Or you save it for another time. But you pick up your phone and you just talk. And it's always got to lead to a conclusion. Yeah, hello. You hide it under your bed. The thing I gave you, the package. You still got it under your bed? Understand? Okay, I'm gonna come pick it up. There we go. Simple as that. You know what I mean? But y'all iPhone dudes, all you iPhone dudes out here, you're like, I love you so much, my sweetie pie. My pumpkin. My sweetie pie. I love you. I'm gonna FaceTime her. Hi. You fucking pussy. You fucking pussy, man. You look like a bitch, man. Don't you feel like a bitch doing that shit? What kind of man does that shit, man? FaceTiming? What kind of man does that bullshit? FaceTiming? Your girl cheating on you, I promise. I promise. You understand? She's gonna be FaceTiming you, she's gonna be like this. Oh, hi honey. Oh yeah, I know. That was such a great movie. That was such a great movie. And then, guess what's going on? I have to go 1 second. Sorry, I'll FaceTime you again. She hangs up the phone. She gets her coat on, gets her jacket on, walks out the front door. I'm pulling up in a fucking black tinted car. And I got my fucking Android. I said, what took you so fucking long? And she goes, nothing. I was just wrapping some stuff up. Yeah. I don't FaceTime. I didn't FaceTime her neither. You understand? I dialed the phone because I use the telephone. You understand? I didn't FaceTime. I use a telephone. You know what I mean? Stone Age technologies for some Stone Age dick. You understand? Stone Age technologies for some Stone Age sized dick. You understand? Motherfucker, I'm calling her on the fucking cell phone. You know what I mean? Man. Fuck the Android. I have a flip phone. I got a Nokia. I'm calling her. Yeah, hello. I'm in front of your house. Get in the car. She don't give a fuck about that technology. You fucking nerd bitch. What am I gonna do? Play doodle jump? Fuck am I gonna do on that shit, huh? Fuck am I gonna put piano tiles or whatever? I don't got fucking time for that. You know what I mean? I'm simple. Simple man. You know what I mean? Simple man. The simpler the phone, the bigger the dick. That's how it works. Simpler the technology, the bigger the dick. That's how it works. You know what I mean? You guys are walking around here with iPhones, thinking you're she. Listen, y'all are not supposed to enter the harem. The harem is only for women. That's where women talk and gossip and they do their makeup and all that fucking, dumb bullshit. You're not supposed to enter that. The only dude who enters the harem is a eunuch. The dude who got no balls, no dick. Know what I'm saying? Dudes like me, I'm waiting outside that shit because I ain't got time. I don't got time to be all up in women's internal business. I don't give a fuck about what they're doing. So, y'all got these iPhones because you're trying to enter the women's harem and like gossip with them and shit. Bro, it ain't for you. That's not for you. You understand? You're supposed to be doing man shit. You're supposed to be out here grinding, doing some man shit. You understand? You're not supposed to be chit-chatting and socializing on a fucking iPhone. You understand? You're supposed to be on your wintertime grind. And then guess what? Call her on a flip phone. You understand? You call her on a flip phone. Matter of fact, call her on those big ass 90s phones. You can't even text. Ain't no reason to ever text nobody. No reason to text nobody. Just call. One of those big ass phones from the 90s. That's what you just used to call. You understand? That's how that works. And that's how that's supposed to work. Dude, I know a dude. Get this. I know a dude. This motherfucker's still using the Telegram. This motherfucker's still using the Morse code Telegram to contact his bitches. And they know when to come out. As soon as they hear that shit, beep, 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 they're immediately running out the fucking door. You understand? As soon as they hear that shit, they're immediately out the door. But y'all are still on your fucking iPhones talking to bitches. Y'all a bunch of bitches, man. Y'all got gyno game. Y'all got gyno game. Y'all got gyno game. You know what I mean? Y'all got gyno game. I know a dude. I know a fucking dude. And he uses a hawk. He puts a little paper on the hawk and he sends that hawk. He times it exactly correct. And as soon as you get that message, y'all I'm outside, pull up. Get outside, get ready. And this motherfucker pull up on a horse. You understand? That's a real man. Y'all out here using fucking iPhones. Bunch of little bitches out here using iPhones. Chit-chatting on your iPhones. Ain't nobody give a fuck about that shit, man. Bunch of gyno game. Y'all got gyno game. Gyno game. Apple iPhone, man. The gyno phone. Alright, we're gonna get right into the Vaush shit. We're gonna get into this. It's enough tomfoolery. We've been fooling around a little bit. You know, we do a little trolling. We do a little fooling around, but we're gonna go get into this Vaush shit. We're just gonna finish the shit where we took off last night. If y'all need a primer, on what's going on, Vaush covered my debate with Hawk, and he was talking a whole lot of shit, right? And I'm exposing Vaush for being a fat dumbass, as usual. And it's very simple. It's not hard at all. Very minimal effort, just exposing this dude as a fat pussy, fat dumbass. He talks a lot of shit. He's still running away from me and won't fucking confront me in a fucking debate. He's way less knowledgeable than me. He's way less smart than me. He's way less fucking skilled at debating than I am. So there you go. And he's also the Irish laddie who said that he wants child sex robots in the future. And he also said that someone in the Discord was like, I got sexually abused by my teacher underage. And Vaush said that was hot. And look it up. It's all in the fucking logs. It's all there in the logs. This is Vaush. He's still not been held accountable for his past. That's Vaush. Yep, it's all public. It's all public. It's all fucking public. Go look it up. That's Vaush. That's what we're dealing with right now. That's what we're covering. Hopefully, we're going to finish this quick. We got an hour and 30 minutes left on the clock. I'm speeding it up. And we're going to finish it quick, right? And then we're going to get over this bullshit and focus on the CPUSA stuff, okay? Let's get right into it. And let's go.
But find a way that we can come together in order to address our common problems. We don't really want necessarily people to be angry. We just want people to feel powerful enough, to feel brave enough, and to feel bold enough to stand up for what's right and to fight for their own republic, right? To fight for a republic by, for, and of the people. Because this establishment, these corporations, and our deep state is nowhere to be found in our Constitution. It's an overlord.
And the deep state is so funny. He laughed when I said deep state. Imagine if Vaush debated me and I challenged him. I said, Vaush, do you believe there's a deep state? And he says, no, there's no deep state. Oh my God, I would fucking just make this guy look so fucking stupid, right? All I would have to do is name like 3 names, right? And I'll just keep naming names. I keep naming organizations and institutes and think tanks and organizations and and I'd be like, oh, why are these connected? Or why are these connected? All I would have to do is connect the fucking dots. The CIA, its origins in the OSS. I'd go through all of that fucking history. And well, this is what he would do, because he bluffs. Like I said, he would fake laugh while I'm doing it. He'd go, like he's riding a cock, right? This is what we call the Vaush cock ride. He rides a cock and bounces up and down, riding a cock. When he tries to fake laugh. He's not even actually laughing genuinely. He just tries to fucking pretend laugh. It's called the cock ride. The Vaush cock ride. Some call it the gyno jiggle. Others call it the gyno laughed. And some call it the cock ride, right? Many people call it the gyno jiggle, though. That's like the most popular term for Vaush. So guys, maybe we need an emote for this. Every time Vaush laughs like how he does, you guys got to remember, gyno jiggle. That's what's going on. Gyno jiggle. Gyno jiggle. Remember that. And if he mans up to debate me in the debate, I think I want to get an emote just so you guys could just spam gyno jiggle every time he does it. The gyno jiggle.
Right. On our republic that was not intended by our founding fathers, and
what patriotic communism does to a motherfucker.
To devour our.
This is incredible. So I need to be clear. All of the people that are against the patriotic communism or whatever, this is your representative, Vaush. Like Vaush, you're talking about patriotic communism because you're trying to dick ride all those fake MLs that are attacking me or whatever, and those anarchists. But all those people fucking hate you, probably even more than they hate me, right? You're actually a pro-imperialist. You will never, ever be accepted by the American left. You're trying to fucking dick ride them or whatever. They fucking hate you. They actually fucking hate you, Vaush. And you're trying to dick ride their criticism of socialist patriotism? Dude, you literally are an advocate of imperialism. You're not in your right fucking lane. You're not in your right lane. They smear me and they strawman me as having your positions. That's how fucking in a bad place you are in their eyes. They have to strawman me and my patriotic communism as having your positions. They strawman me with your positions. You stupid fuck. And he's virtue signaling to those people what patriotic communism does to a motherfucker. Vaush, you are literally a defender of the American empire. My patriotic communism is to destroy the American empire, right? You are literally an advocate of the American empire. And remember they used to call me an Eastern chauvinist or whatever? Now Vaush is going on the bandwagon that I'm a fucking American. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. What a stupid fat fuck.
Republic gets out. Now, I want to make a prediction. I'm looking at the media and I'm looking how they're promoting people like Meghan Markle. And it seems to me they're trying to prepare her for some kind of political existence or presence. And I find it a nightmare that it's a possibility that our elites are planning on dismantling our republic and basically installing.
I don't know what he's talking. What is he talking about?
Right. So
the Vaush, the informed intellectual debate champion and political commentator streamer, doesn't fucking know who Meghan Markle is. And moreover, he would probably laugh at the idea. But here's an article from Mary Claire, whatever that fucking website is. Hold on. This is from November 20th. Alright, I'm going to show you a series of articles. And let's see if what I'm saying is just way out of the ballpark, right? So this is from The Guardian. This is from the newspaper The Guardian. Can Harry and Meghan succeed in reintroducing royalty into U.S. politics? You guys think it's a conspiracy theory? You think it's crazy what I'm saying? Smithsonian published an article defending King George. And then we had the New York Times 1619 Project. What do you think this is all leading to? What do you think this all leads to? What do you think the end goal is? You think it's some indigenous liberation movement? No, it's a fucking return of the royalty into US politics. But no one listens. Everyone thinks I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist, and no one fucking listens, right? Meghan Markle would have to abandon her royal title to run for political office. So they're talking about her political ambitions. She has political ambitions. He took a stand for vaccine equality on a trip to New York, and their nonprofit just pledged to get net zero carbon by 2030. So Pesto Mime, I know you and the LaRouche people are listen, Pesto, if you're in the chat, you and the LaRouche people, you guys pay. I know you guys got the resources and the time. Study this shit. They are preparing Meghan Markle for an entry to U.S. politics. Y'all got to be on top of this, because you know what? You LaRouche people have been calling out the British monarchy before anyone, right? So you guys should take credit for this shit and call this shit out, because, you know what I mean? If y'all want to exonerate LaRouche, be on top of this Meghan Markle shit, right? Be on top of the Meghan Markle shit. Right? Hold on, I'm gonna blow my nose. I'll be right back. I'm gonna blow my nose. Oh, Pesto, you gotta chill about that shit. You gotta really chill, dude. Don't be saying shit like that.
Wait, what is he talking about? Prepping her to be what? What are we talking about? I'm not familiar with all the QAnon talking points.
This is what happens when you're a TOS helps this guy so much, I wasn't gonna say anything. I wasn't gonna say a slur, but I was gonna say an ableist term that's not allowed. But when you're like that, you tend to think you have a very limited scope of discourse, right? Everything's either QAnon or right-wing talking points. It's all in this fucking discursive echo chamber that you think is like the be-all end-all of all reality, right? Like I said, Vaush was a guy who ran his mouth and then went live. I actually did the work of knowing shit, and then I went live, right?
Merkel, the German, what?
Vaush literally thought that when I said Meghan Markle, I was talking about Angela Merkel, the German chancellor, the former German chancellor. That is how fucking politically illiterate and utterly fucking just stupid this guy is. And he's got thousands of... Dude, he's got people watching him who think this is a guy who knows things. Is this a guy who knows things? Do people actually think this is a guy who knows things? This is literally a dumb fuck. This is actually a dumb fuck. Does anyone think this is like a guy who knows things or something?
I don't know what this refers to. I'm sorry. I don't even have any commentary to make.
You don't know who Meghan Markle is.
The lady who...
That's actually embarrassing.
Married the prince? What does she have to do with anything?
I don't know. Maybe you're not informed, you stupid fuck. Maybe you're just not informed, Vaush. This is what Vaush does. If he doesn't know something or he's not informed about something, he just assumes that it has no reality and no existence. That's really where we're coming from here.
He's talking about installing the British crown in the US. Why is... What? Okay.
Why is what? Oh, there we go. The Destiny okay. We just got another Destiny okay. Guys, I want you to take notes of this shit. I want you guys to be on top of this. Like, we're studying an animal pretty much, right? So we're hearing the animal behavior, and he copies Destiny's mannerisms and ways of speaking. And every time Destiny's like confused, he's like, "Wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean?" Like, okay. And Vaush does the same thing. He literally just copies his exact mannerisms. So I want you guys to keep that shit in mind and write it down.
Fucking loony bins, man.
I think this is something we really have to keep in mind. And
I just showed you an article from The Guardian. Look, you know what? No, wait. Someone please clip that part where he said, that's loony. Because I guarantee you she's going to run for office within the next, 6 years of some kind. And it's going to be like a big thing. It's going to be like something very widely debated and talked about in the US. Please clip this. You guys save it. Save it now. Save this part where Vaush was making fun of me for saying Meghan Markle is going to be in US politics. Clip it. Clip it and save it. We're going to end this guy's fucking existence online. We don't even have to be the ones to do that, by the way. But I just want this little trophy. I want this little trophy for the future.
And it's something, as a communist, I want to get the word out on.
You mentioned fighting for what's right. How are communists
what about fighting
for what's right if they have no God, no morals, no absolute standard? They just do by any means necessary. Is that not a communistic line? Or is that just in America? By any means necessary.
Yeah, well, religious faith is not dogma. If we had an absolute standard, it wouldn't be faith. We wouldn't need to have faith. We would be able to have a guarantee. The reason we have faith is we're...
What?
Soy face! Soy face! Vaush doesn't realize that faith and absolute guarantee of certainty is inversely related and that they're actually opposites. Vaush doesn't know that faith and certainty are actually opposites. Vaush, just because you're a stupid fuck doesn't reflect badly on me. You being a dumbass doesn't actually reflect badly on me. It reflects badly on you. You're actually, how could you even dispute what I said? If you have an absolute standard with which you bestow guarantee upon, you no longer have faith. You have an absolute form, an idol. That's not faith. Faith means you don't have any certainty. If you had certainty, it wouldn't fucking be faith. Now would it? The gyno jiggle is coming.
If we had an absolute...
You stupid fat ass.
Standard for religion, they wouldn't need faith. What the fuck does that mean?
It means that... Thank you, Hipsco. Thank you, Hipsco. It means if you had an absolute certainty and guarantee of the content of religion, there wouldn't be any room for faith. Isn't this a guy who pretends to know about philosophy? Doesn't he always mention philosophy when he wants to mock people? Thank you so much, Hipsco, by the way. He's always like, this is the same guy who's always like, oh, it looks like you're doing philosophy the wrong way. And he's like mocking people and shit. How do you not know that certainty and faith are opposite to one another? Like, isn't that what Kant made a point of saying? Didn't Kant, by insisting upon the unknowability of the thing in itself, say that he's leaving room for faith and he's preserving religious faith, more or less, and making it compatible with modern science? Isn't that pretty basic, right? Isn't someone who's minimally educated in just what those words even fucking mean and how they're used across history, certainty and faith, wouldn't they just know that? Let's see what his chat is saying.
Is he talking about
It's the definition of dogma.
State religion? What? I don't even know what he's talking.
What? How do you go from there to state religion? What the fuck are you talking about, you dumbass?
Talking about here. If we could objectively prove God. Well, wouldn't that be cool if we could do that?
What? Do you not get the fucking point? If you could objectively prove God, there's no faith. So, if you have faith, it means you don't have an objective standard. You don't have an absolute standard. What? And you're mocking the idea of objectively proving God as if that was my point. How's it saying you can objectively prove God? No, I'm saying if you could, there would be no faith. What a stupid fuck.
We're putting our trust in something we don't necessarily know, right? And I don't think communists, I don't believe the majority of communists are without a God. Even as an atheist for most of my adult life, I have come to see the value and importance of the feeling of God, at the very least, right? The presence of God, right? So I don't necessarily...
What? You know what's disgusting about this Beverly Hills elitist fuck? Is that when I say shit like that, 99% of regular people get it. They're like, yeah, I understand what you mean by that. But this arrogant fuck, he's like, what? What? I only feel my Funko Pops when I put them in my ass. This like disgusting anti-human piece of shit.
Waste.
Thank you, Machiavelli. Appreciate you, Machiavelli. Thank you. You know what I mean? He's like mocking the idea that you can have just a sense of God and a feeling of God, the affect of God. Didn't Hegel call religion and the religious aesthetic the affectual relationship to the absolute? The affectual relationship to the absolute? You describe yourself as a Muslim atheist? Yes, I would, actually. I actually would. Definitely I would. The whole point, it's an epistemological point. You deny that there is a God so far as knowledge is concerned, or at least modern rational knowledge is concerned. But you can still have a practical relationship to some kind of God. It's actually it's kind of like a religious pragmatism, if that makes sense. You don't have to actually believe, but somehow it works. Somehow it's still real, even if you're not making like definitive statements. And even if you're making the statement to the contrary that you refuse to leave room for God in modern knowledge, modern epistemological knowledge, which is for natural science, you still have a working relationship with some kind of divinity, right? Divinity doesn't begin with the premise of, I believe there is an absolute creator, therefore. That's philosophy, right? Religions across history, when they talked about God and when they talked about divinity, they were making something intelligible that people somehow understood without any philosophy, right? Like, what do you mean by God? Oh, I know what you mean by God. You mean this thing that somehow just makes sense to me, that I can somehow feel intuitively, that somehow makes sense of my world. Like, they're referring to something that is already objective for people, right? As in the sense of an object. That's why I call myself agnostic. I'm not agnostic. I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist because, again, there is no God for me so far as modern epistemology is concerned, right? But the question stands, can you say there is a God in another sense, right? That's not a matter of modern knowledge. And that's an open question. That's like Lacan's last question. Can there be meaning in the real? Is there meaning in the real? If there's meaning in the real, that means the old religions are correct, right? Like, Lacan dealt with this issue. I don't want to explain Lacan, right? But he dealt with this issue about the origin of the signifier, the origin of the symbolic order, right? And beyond the threshold of the signifier, is there something in the real? Is there something actually in the real, right? If there is, then it confirms the old religions. Isn't it just saying God has been obscured in modern times? Yes, yes. But what I'm trying to do is vindicate Marx's atheism. I'm trying to vindicate communist atheism, right? Lenin's atheism, Stalin, Mao's atheism. I'm trying to say that atheism is compatible with pre-modern religious belief.
It's not that communists are against
What? Is he an atheist or is he spiritual? You can only...
Is he an atheist or is he spiritual? Isn't this the dumb fuck that tweeted out? Isn't this the dumb fuck that made that tweet? Hold on. So this is what Lenin would call a Philistine. A Philistine is a dumb fuck who isn't able to see the deeper truth and beauty of the world and insists on being like a narrow-minded, stupid fuck, like an absolute ignorant fucking dumbass, and they just get away with it somehow, right? Thousands of years of literature and philosophers have never managed to improve upon do good things and don't do bad things. 4,000 likes. So this is the guy who wants to comment about my views on religion and my views on theology and epistemology. Like, this is a guy who considers himself like a serious challenger of my views, right? A serious authority on the topics we are discussing. Yeah, and we're the anti-intellectuals. We're the vulgar anti-intellectuals, by the way. These are this... No, it's not that we're anti-intellectuals, Vaush. You're just a soy Reddit nerd bitch with gyno. You're a bitch-made fucking Reddit nerd. You're not actually an intellectual. We're intellectuals. We're this type of intellectual. You understand? We're that type of intellectual. We are intellectuals who can work with our hands. That's a real intellectual. We're a Lysenkoist intellectual. Lysenko was the barefooted scientist. That's the type of intellectual we are. You are the fucking little bitch-looking, bitch-made cuck who calls himself an intellectual. You're not one. You're absolutely not one.
Well, whatever, I don't...
God. It's just that we're reluctant to focus too much on it because it can very easily be twisted to serve the opposite. Now, the very religious, the great religions of the world warn about this. They warn about how people do things in the name of God, say things in the name of God, while in reality serving Satan, right? It's you yourself pointed out earlier that...
It's literally like ad verbatim. It's literally in the Bible, in the Quran. But it's... There we go, the gyno jiggle. There we go with the gyno jiggle, yeah. Okay, what is he laughing about? Or what is he pretending to laugh about? Because we know that Vaush doesn't actually laugh authentically. I doubt he's capable of, like, real human laughter. He's only capable of simulating emotion. He doesn't actually know how to express emotions authentically. He's an NPC, right? So he's very ingenuine and insincere. Actually, Vaush's default emotion is this. While he's thinking about child sex robots. That's his default emotion, right? He doesn't laugh. He doesn't get sad. He doesn't anything like that. He's absolutely he has the mannerisms of a predator, right? Don't let your children ever go near someone who exhibits this type of behavior, by the way. And I'm not just joking about that. I am not just joking about that. Do not ever let your children go near anyone who exhibits this type of behavior. Because, yeah, there's a pattern. Trust me, there is. Let me just say, and we don't know, we're not accusing Vaush of anything because there's no evidence of anything like that. Although there's evidence that he's thought about it at least, right? But child abusers are sociopathic. They are sociopaths, right? They don't have like human emotions. So you have to keep that in mind. And another thing too is that they will simulate human emotions to get close to children, right? But their real goal, we know what their real goal is, but they simulate emotion to appear like harmless to children, right? That's something you really got to keep in mind. So yeah, you got to be careful, you know. God forbid, I don't know if you guys have kids, but you don't really know who you let around your kids. It's really the people you least expect. And it could be, I don't know, you know, just be careful who you let in your fucking house and shit, you know. And let me just say, I would never let someone who exhibits this behavior in my fucking house if I had kids. Absolutely not. I'm not even kidding, by the way, about that.
I forgot exactly what he said, but evil does disguise itself in the form of good. As beautiful as I consider the great religions of the world, it's precisely
He's so fucking repulsive. Like, look, no, just look at what he just did. Look at what he just did. And tell me it's not the most disgusting fucking thing you've ever seen. Like, look at this.
God, it's just that we're reluctant to focus too much.
Hold on, I'll tell you. I'll let you know when.
To serve the opposite. Now, the very
keep your eye right here.
Warn about this. They warn
look
about
at this.
People do things in the name of God, say things in the name of God.
Well, I'll show you.
Serving Satan, right? It's you yourself pointed out earlier that.
Hold on.
I forgot exactly what he said, but evil does disguise itself in the form of good.
Here.
As beautiful as I consider the great religions of the world, it's
Here.
precisely because of how good, true, and beautiful that they are that evil forces have used them.
Right there. Did you see it? It's like he's like a Jabba the Hutt that just is like, oh, when he expresses like amusement, right? We know it's not real amusement. Nothing is real when it comes to this person. The only real thing is the dead eyes and predatory thoughts that they've actually shared in Destiny's Discord, right?
Completely opposite purposes, right? So that explains really historically the reluctance of communists to really get really deep into the religion. But we saw in the Soviet Union how, for example, when the Germans...
No. I think historically the reason why communists have been antagonistic towards the church is because the church is usually in line with the state and the bourgeois in presenting an ideological narrative that dissuades.
Okay, so he's running through his NPC dialogue loop, not realizing that is a form of corruption. If the church is serving worldly ends to defend the ruling class and they're in the pockets of those in power, yeah, that's exactly what I fucking said, now wasn't it?
The working class from working to achieve their just reward while on earth.
No, that's a fucking script that you read somewhere. It's not an original thought, by the way, that you came up with or thought about even. It's a script that you recited because this guy, you know what Vaush is? He's like what those ISIS people are for Islam, but it's for like his brand of leftism. He only knows how to like recite things. He doesn't actually know like the deeper truth behind it. He just blindly recites these like scriptures and he doesn't actually even know what it fucking means. Do I have to roll that back or no? We don't want to spend too much time on it, but he doesn't even know what that fucking means. He doesn't even know what that means. Hold on, give me a sec. Don't be saying dumb shit in the chat.
It is not because communists were like, oh, well, these are the bad churches, but if we had good churches, what a liberal response. Jeez.
No, that's not what they would fucking say. First of all, you don't even know what you're talking about in context, okay? The Catholic Church is a unified institution, more or less. But yes, religious people who were not hostile to the communists religious people who were not corrupt. I mean, like, let me even put it this way. During the 1905 revolution, around that time, There were priests that sided with the revolutionaries. And Lenin said, this is not our enemy. We should not make enemies with this priest. We should let them do their thing, right? We should even ally ourselves with them. So yeah, that has been the historical. You think communists were just like, we hate all religion and even no, dude, that's not the experience. Communists. No, you're such a stupid fuck, Vaush. Actually, this is something you're not informed on. Plain and simple. Friedrich Engels, toward the end of his life, wrote, we should not conduct anti-religious propaganda among the workers. We shouldn't do this because Engels believed that the bad influences of religion will be done away with through the practical experiences of the movement itself. It'll become superfluous. Communists have never, ever made it their mainstay to attack religion because it dissuades the workers from collecting their worldly reward. It's specifically the corrupt institutions that they targeted, right? When they were being anti-religious. Besides that, when religious authorities and figures would promote resistance, and they would promote revolutionary sentiment of some kind, or promote the struggle of workers, communists were not against them. So no, Vaush, you're fucking wrong about this, right? You just read some stupid talking point propaganda leaflet or something without understanding the actual context and reality.
Jesus Christ. No, it's because it ideologically disenfranchises the working class.
No, it doesn't. You may infer that it will, but otherwise, no, it doesn't. Communists did not speak against religious feelings of the people. Thank you, Hipsco. For example, communists would advocate, let's fight for here on earth, right? Now, the implications that has for your religious beliefs, we don't care. That's your private business. That's not our business, right? Now, that may be inversely proportional to the religious sentiment, but that doesn't mean communists were attacking religious sentiment. And the experience of history shows that it wasn't inversely proportional to religious sentiment. Religion has been a huge force to stir the masses, especially in this country, the United States of America. Just look at people like Martin Luther King. If anything, the only example of a government trying to purge religion was the cult of reason under the French Revolution. Yeah, and Robespierre was, ruthlessly opposed to them. What about the godless society of the Soviet Union? The League of Militant Atheists, you mean? Yes, they were in operation until Stalin could put an end to their stupidity. Right? Stalin didn't have as much power as you think, right? But he got to a point where he was able to shut their shit down. This was before World War II, by the way, and he did. He never approved of the excesses of the League of Militant Atheists, right? And also, there was a view at the time that the insights of modern science were irreconcilable with religious faith. So, for example, when Lenin was talking about the problems of religion, he was like, the masses are illiterate. They're backward. They don't understand electricity and biology and science and things like that. So we have to enlighten them. Because religion it's a type of superstition, right, that he was dealing with. But we know now that religion isn't just superstition, or isn't even primarily superstition. Hoxha is one of the exceptions. I don't know about that. I mean, Hoxha recalled how Stalin told him to not engage in these anti-religious campaigns. And what Hoxha has written about Islam has displayed a profound respect for the religion and so on. So, I don't really know if it's true.
The Protestant work ethic is literally like the mandate of the church. In his
Hold on. Did you guys catch that? Did you guys catch that? You're talking about Zerka? No, I'm not. What the fuck? Did you guys just catch that? He said the Protestant work ethic comes from the church. What? What church? What fucking church are you talking about? Does he think there's a Protestant church? Yeah, maybe like a mile from you. Or I don't know, in Beverly Hills they worship Satan there. So I don't think you have one of those, but what do you mean the church? You're literally an illiterate. Again, what can I even say? All I can do is like artistically give expression to a self-evident stupidity. Like, how much flair do I really need to add to this? It's just a self-evident fucking idiot. He literally said the Protestant work ethic is straight out of the church. What church are you fucking talking about? When people say the church, they're talking about the Catholic Church. Nobody refers to Protestant, like no one refers to the precepts of Protestantism in the form of the church. I would love to see him like explain why he just said that. Is he going to be like, well, I mean, there's different Protestant churches. No, dude, you know what you just fucking said. The church? What church? You just said Protestant work ethic. Do you know what Protestantism was protesting against? Do you even know what the Protestants were protesting against? You fat dumbass. But anyway, I guess that's beyond the point, right? Regarding the Max Weber's Protestant work ethic, I would love to take Vaush to school on the question of the relationship between Protestantism and modern capitalism. Because, as we know, in no way is the Protestant work ethic incompatible with communism, or at least Marx's specific Hegelian. And Hegel, remember, came from Protestantism. Hegel viewed his philosophy as the culmination of the Protestant religion. Marx's Hegelian-infused dialectic communism, which was about constant revolutions in the forces of production. And also Marx's specific elevation of labor, right, and the significance of labor. So the idea that, like, the Protestant religion is some kind of capitalist conspiracy, no, that's not true. That's an extremely vulgar and stupid way of fucking looking at history. Capitalism did correspond to the Protestant religion. Yes, that doesn't mean the Protestant religion is a tool of capitalism. Because actually, and this is something a lot of people really struggle with, especially the American dumbasses and European dumbasses coming out of the new left, capitalism has no essence or self-consciousness. The essence of capitalism is a mode of production in transition to a higher mode of production, socialism. So this idea that like capitalism is this thing that utilizes ideologies and whatever to sustain itself, no, it's not. Capitalism is a mode of production, the very consciousness of which attests to its transition into the already in motion process of it transitioning into another mode of production. Isn't ideology wound up in the superstructure? Yeah. But the base and superstructure example was like the biggest simplification of all time for dumbasses to just get on with their lives and be like, okay, this is what they mean. But when you get into the nitty gritty, you don't actually have ideologies that sustain capitalism. This is a stupidity that came out of May 68 and the New Left, where they're like, why are we still living in capitalism, man? It's because we're all being brainwashed into capitalism, man. Let's wake up. It's the society of the spectacle, man. We're in the society. No, that's not Marxism, okay? That's a bunch of stupid fucks from the New Left who are a bunch of lazy bums, a bunch of lazy, worthless fucking bums and scums of society who gave up on Marxism and decided to be a bunch of lazy fucking pothead scumbags. You understand? In reality, when you do have a materialist analysis, this is my radical thesis, capitalism as we know it, as a mode of production, is no longer the primary driving force of the mode of production. The mode of production has already transitioned into something else. Now, exactly what has it transitioned into? That's where things get interesting, right? But what we call capitalism today, what we call capitalism, is literally financial institutions. There is no organic capitalist mode of production we can refer to today. There are financial institutions and networks of monopolists and financiers who are sustaining, for example, the currency, the US dollar. They're sustaining debt, yes, but as far as organic MCM, the accumulation of profit, and the accumulation of capital accumulation is concerned, yes, that we are beyond that. We are definitely beyond the stage of classical capital accumulation. Thank you, Janar. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jaybird, too. Thank you so much, Jaybird.
Historically, you can look at examples where
So when I refer to capitalism, I want you guys to know that I'm not so much referring to in like a material mode of production today, as much as I'm referring to our current political superstructure. I'm referring to like the way the government plans our economy. And I call it capitalist because it serves the interests of a minority of like financial and oligarchic parasites. Right? That's capitalism. Capitalism is not like some like actual system. It's a way our government is planning the economy and rigging our economy in favor of those in power. Do you think Vero Fox's techno-feudalism hypothesis has any validity? It has more validity than he gives credit to, because it's actually not techno-feudalism, it's socialism. Yeah. There you go. What do you mean, Oz? Well, you're not ready yet. This is like the ultimate red pill.
Descriptions of the church, the preaching, was done in line with that which served the interests of the state or of the mercantile class back during the Middle Ages, Like,
what? Again, this is what they call vulgar materialism, right? So, you have to first establish, for you to say that Protestantism was just used by the mercantile class during the Middle Ages. Well, why was there a mercantile class to begin with? How did the mercantile class arise and define itself and distinguish itself? You have to have a dialectic understanding where these are all things that are intertwined. You don't just say, first there's a mercantile class, and then it post hoc used Protestantism as a way to justify itself. The material transformation that corresponded to the rise of the Protestant religion was a co-temporal one. It's like, at the same time that it was happening, you had Protestantism, because Protestantism did actually reflect the like highest threshold of what they considered a universal religion. It wasn't some like conspiracy that was instrumentalized by like Vaush. This is the difference between me and Vaush. Remember how I said the difference between me and Vaush is I'm an American pragmatist, and Vaush is a like British utilitarian fat ass, a fat pig with pink hands, just grubbily calculating in order to satiate their most base appetites, right? Well, Vaush also has a utilitarian vulgar materialism, according to which materialism means all ideas, everything that is ideal and spiritual is just a utility in order for fat pigs like himself to satiate their base interests and wants. That is not materialism. That is British Satanism. It has nothing to do with the materialism of Marx and Engels, which was German, and it was dialectic. It was a German materialism, a dialectic materialism, not a fucking fat British materialism. You understand? It was not the materialism of fat British capitalist pigs. It was the materialism of enlightened German philosophers. Or post-philosophers, I should say. Right? And And I also have a I think it's compatible. I think American pragmatism specifically is part of that lineage of the German materialism. Right? American pragmatism was influenced by German idealism, by the way. So there's overlaps, right, between American pragmatism and materialism. Marx's materialism, at least, right? I'm British, bro. Yeah, I know. But our elites both of our elites are like this guy, Vaush. That's why it's not good to be too pragmatic. Well, the pragmatic materialism would say, for example, how were people reproducing their existence during the Middle Ages? They're not going to reduce religion to a utility to serve some kind of base ends. They're rather going to say, in what way did religion work with the way in which people materially reproduce themselves, right? And so on and so on. That's the pragmatic materialist view.
Or another example would be how slaves that were brought to the United States were taught Christianity, because Christianity teaches you to keep your head down, your nose to the ground, and work hard.
You know what? This is the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard. You want to know why? Guess why, guys? How many of you know why? Because almost every single fucking slave rebellion of note was inspired by Christian messianic theology. Nat Turner was taught the fucking Bible. He was taught to read the Bible. As soon as he actually read that fucking Bible, you know, look what happened. So you're wrong, Vaush. You're absolutely fucking wrong. You know, in college, I had an Ethiopian professor. He was an Ethiopian born-again Christian professor, right? And evangelical, right? But he made a note of specifically debunking this to us in class. He said, you've probably heard this idea that Christianity instills pacifism and submission, render unto Caesar or whatever, right? And he said, let me actually show you the real history. So he ran us through the history of the African anti-colonial movements, right? Because we're studying Africa. The history of the African anti-colonial movements and rebellions and shit. And he was able to show us how all of them were originally religious inspired. All of the communist leaders of the African anti-colonial movement began as theological backgrounds. All of them. Practically all of them. Practically all of them. Right? So it's a complete myth. The idea that Christianity is a religion of render unto Caesar, it's a complete bullshit, keep your head down, complete fucking bullshit myth. Absolutely fucking false. Right? It's a nice trope for fat fucks like Vaush to spread because it sounds like it would be correct, but when you actually study the historical record, it's wrong. Almost every major instance of fervorous rebellion in the West before modernity, whether it's a slave rebellion or it's a peasant rebellion or anything like that, were all took the form of religious upheavals. They were all religious upheavals to the core. Religion wasn't just like a tool. It wasn't a utility. It wasn't just some like incidental thing. Like, it was about religion. It was about religion. The Peasants' War in Germany, led by Thomas Müntzer and Florian Geyer, right? Wir sind des Geiers Vaterhaufen, ey. You know that song? That was literally about religion. That was literally about religion. It was literally, like when Müntzer, if you asked him, why are you doing this shit? He would say something like, because it's what God wants us to fucking do. He wouldn't say like, oh, because we're peasants fighting for our rights. He's like, no, this is about fucking God. This is about God. You know what I mean? Every single fucking How do you think I rediscovered religion? because I wanted to know what communism is. So I studied history. Every single fucking example of anything close to the communist experience that we find in history was religious to the core. It was all about authentic religious faith and belief. Never, ever, 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 ever let these Western fucking leftists tell you this lie that religion promotes passivity and keeping your head down. That is the opposite of all historical experience. As a matter of fact, it's such a fucking disgusting, slanderous lie that the opposite is true. Actually, what made people keep their heads down for thousands and thousands of years was the rule of worldly gain, right? Like the fear of worldly authority, the corruption of this world is what makes people keep their fucking head down. When you have the courage of real, authentic faith, that is what stirs the part of your fucking stomach that tells you to rise up and take what's yours and do what's right. There has never, ever, ever been a fucking atheist revolution before modernity. Never. You want to know who the fucking atheists were? They were the rich, noble aristocrats who scoffed at they thought they became God. They built towers of gold so fucking high that they're like, who's God? Where's God? I don't know. God ain't, you know what I mean? That's what they were doing. Who humbled those people? The poor. It was the people on the bottom that would humble them. They would say, you're not fucking God. I'll show you you're not fucking God. I'll fucking put a ladder on that bitch and you'll see,
One
right?
streak. I am so badass.
Thank you, I am a bandit. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you, Rockstar Tech. It's the rich that become corrupt and nihilistic, that they believe in nothing, right? And by the way, when communism came to the Middle East, people were like, what the fuck? So you're talking about Islam then, right? Because every time we want to go and overthrow the rich, we just have a religious we just have like a spiritual fervor and we go and we pillage the rich or whatever, right? They're like, oh, you mean Islam, right? You know what I mean? They're like, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, we have that in our history, you know? Why do you think the communists did so poorly in Iran? Because in Iran, the communists were like, oh yes, we want the people against the Shah and against the rich and the wealthy. And then the clergy were just like, but we're doing that, you know? And we've done that before, and it's just like a thing that happens. And the communists ended up looking like really out of touch elitist buffoons who have no connection to the actual people, right? Same thing in Afghanistan, by the way. Tragically, same thing in Afghanistan. Taborites, Anabaptists, and the Levelers in the English Revolution. Dude, it's everything. It's way more than that, too. That's a huge example of it, yeah. But, yeah, it's like everything, you know? Religious rural people versus elitist, out-of-touch communists from urban areas. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you guys need to understand, religion is not philosophy. Once you understand and make that connection in your head, that religion is different from philosophy, you will understand the connection between communism and religion instantly. You will get how they're actually the same thing. And they're about the same thing. They are about the exact same thing.
hard to guarantee a spot in heaven, which is a really, really convenient thing to convince a slave.
Weren't slaves purposely kept illiterate? Pretty sure they weren't even allowed to fucking read the Bible. And then when they did read that Bible, you had Nat Turner rebellions.
Oh, just, don't fight back, whatever, you're a slave, that sucks. Yeah, but in heaven, we'll all be equal. So
this is the most stupid shit I've ever fucking heard. He actually, you want to know how fucking, wrong this shit is? I'll give you an example of how stupid Vaush is right now. So, when the Spanish Empire was colonizing the Americas, Jesuit missionaries were going and proselytizing among the Americans there, the original Americans, right? The indigenous people, right? The Jesuits came to blows with the Spanish Empire because the Jesuits were teaching these indigenous people that they were human beings and they were fighting against slavery, right? And there was a syncretic encounter between the Jesuits and the indigenous native religions, and they were combining them and doing something like that. And this absolutely terrified the Spanish Empire, the crown. They got in the way of capitalism. They got in the way of the interests of the ruling class in Spain by doing this.
Says the slave master while counting his coin. Yeah, this is a very anti-materialist take. This is actually quite an ideological take here, which is...
Wait, what? This is an ideological take? When you... Hold on. I'm the one who's an idealist when what you're saying is that... So what I said is that communists opposed religion. First of all, there's 5 layers of dumb fuck that Vaush is on, as usual. There's usually more, so let's be generous. So firstly, when I'm talking to a guy like James Hake, that is no place to discuss some form of fucking esoteric philosophy. So if Hake is interested and invested personally and ideologically in religion and the question of religion, I'm going to meet him at that level, right? I'm not just going to be like, oh, the truth of your religion is just some, more fundamental base material reality. Even if that were true, by saying that, you would not actually be conveying that fact or reality. You would be conveying the exact opposite. You would be elevating materiality into some kind of sovereign ideal form that replaces religion. But if materiality is going to be material and not some ideal form of materiality, you have to actually work at the level of ideas in order to arrive at the material essence. Okay? It's very, very simple. If you want to arrive at material, you don't replace the ideal with the material. Because you're just turning the material into an idea. You're not actually talking about material reality, but the idea of material reality. If you actually want to arrive at material reality, you do so through the development of the idea. You guys get that? You develop the idea till it reaches its threshold, its material, objective threshold on its own terms. Okay? Secondly, it's actually a fundamentally materialist position. Because my whole point is that by religion being reduced to philosophy, by religion becoming corrupted by worldly interests, the authentic source of religious belief and the way that religion interfaces with material reality, with some kind of deeper material as object. Remember, material and essence are the same thing. Matter and essence mean the same thing in philosophy. Communists were opposed to that. They were opposed to the way in which religion was serving worldly ends and the worldly interests of the ruling class. So yes. But this is the betrayal of religion in the material sense. The object of religion is material. Material doesn't mean substantial. It doesn't mean a substance. It doesn't mean an idea of matter.
It's funny.
Invaded their country. They rediscovered.
Vaush, guys, Vaush doesn't even know what materialism is. If I debated Vaush and I quizzed him, Vaush, what is materialism? He wouldn't be able to answer me. I said, Vaush, what's the difference between matter and form? Or what's the difference between matter and ideas? And he would not be able to fucking answer.
The Russian Orthodox faith.
What
This
idealism
pure
does
sense of
to an
faith,
MF.
divorced from the institutional corruption of the church, which I think was a more authentic and real form of faith than the one that existed before communism, right? So we have to bear in mind, communism is not incompatible with religion. I think you can even go so far as to say that communists merely want to do good in the world. We don't want to make heaven on earth, but we want to be good people in this world. We don't only want to focus on the afterlife and heaven, because this world does matter. What we do in this world matters. If we didn't believe that, then how could we condemn and recognize the evil of what our elites are doing? We clearly see that this is evil because we know that what happens in this world matters.
I think that everybody sees evil, but they're not good at diagnosing it, nor are they good at coming up with the right solutions for it. They end up creating more evil. It's like an imitation of logic. Because Karl Marx himself said, his Marxism cannot be conceived without atheism. And well, I think it's more than you're letting on. It's more.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm not going in depth on the fucking esoteric philosophical origins of Marxism with a dumb fuck like Hake, because it has no practical consequence as far as what the fucking relationship between communism and religion is in practice. In practice, they are perfectly compatible. Now, you want to get into the nitty-gritty about Marxist philosophy? Sure, I could do that. But it's not appropriate. It's not an appropriate thing to do with a guy like Hake because it's not fucking relevant, right? It's not relevant. He's going to try to bring it up because he's fear-mongering that this is evidence that communists want to destroy religion and communism is antithetical to religion. When he's taking Marx out of context, Marx was operating within a strictly philosophical context, not like he's not writing a propaganda leaflet that's targeted to masses and masses of people. That would only lead to fucking confusion because you have to discern what the practical consequences are, right? Again, for Marx, the method of inquiry and the manner of presentation are different. The way in which you come about and arrive at a conclusion is different from how you present the practical truth of that conclusion, right? It's a very dialectic point that Marx stresses and makes repeatedly.
Hake has read more theory.
Fat ass.
He's than Haz here apparently. Hake is correct here. Haz is very specifically downplaying the criticisms of religion brought about historically by communists.
Really? I'm downplaying them? Or am I giving them context and interpreting their meaning in light of what they've become? In light of the experience communists have acquired since then and what it's become. So you have to interpret why did they say what they said, right? If you just leave it at, oh, communists were against religion, how do you explain the fact that communists today are not against religion? Well, it's because something was learned, and the original philosophical truth of Marx has to be made reconcilable with that. How hard is that to fucking understand? How fucking hard is that to understand? It should be really easy for anyone who's not a dumb fuck to understand. Okay, did someone actually add the gyno jiggle to the fucking... remove that, guys. Remove it. Remove it. Remove it. Remove it. Who added that? Who fucking added that? Remove that shit now. Remove that now. It's probably not allowed. Remove it. Hold on, who added that? What the fuck is that? Hold on. Guys, mods, ban everyone who's fucking spamming it. Ban everyone who's spamming it. No, it was a joke. It was literally a joke. I don't even know how you fucking did that. Alright, Neat, did you remove it? Jesus.
Calling him out. Comrade Hake, holding the Radlib revisionist infrared or pause or whatever to account.
Confusion around this.
I don't know what he means by radlib. Like, what about being a radlib is compatible with religion? How the fuck are radlibs compatible with religion? Aren't radlibs the most fervent fucking atheists there are? You stupid fuck. Where do you arrive at an association between liberal and religious? Radlib and religious. How does that even make any fucking sense? This guy doesn't even know the fucking words he's using. What? Radlib is religion? He's actually fucking stupid. Unironically a fucking dumbass. Like, actually a stupid person. Literally a stupid person. Plainly a fucking stupid person.
This is because historically, religion had taken the form of philosophy in Marx's time, right? Marx wasn't thinking about religion beyond philosophy. And in the philosophical sense, Marx was an atheist. He did wholeheartedly reject religion. But that's because, in my view, the meaning of religion became perverted by philosophy and what was once an authentic and material form of faith, right?
This is what I mean by he doesn't understand the words that he's using.
This is what I mean by he doesn't understand the words that he's using. Okay, so Vaush is saying, I don't understand the words that I'm using. Right after he said that he made an association between being a radlib and being religious. And I don't know the words that I'm fucking using. Why? Because I'm saying that religion was perverted by philosophy. I mean, yeah, you have to have, to be able to, like, know how I came to that conclusion, you probably have to have a background in psychoanalysis, because I'm speaking in terms of the specific distinction drawn between religion and philosophy by people like Lacan, for example, right? But intuitively speaking, it does make sense. Philosophy is about A equals A. It is about the consistency of the sovereign Platonic idea. If there is a truth to religion beyond this, or if there's a reality to religion beyond this, most people will associate that reality to affectual religious feeling and religious sentiment, right? What religion does for you practically, what it does to you psychologically and mentally, and how it makes sense of the world to you, and how it, like, has a clarifying effect in terms of being able to find meaning in the world. None of those things are reducible to philosophy. And yet, the epistemological question about the existence of God and the essence of man in relation to God, and, like, whether God can be proven, or those are all questions of philosophy. So the question of, like, does God exist, or should we follow the precepts of the religion, you're entering into philosophy because you're trying to premise the reasoning in terms of conceptual thought. So that's why I'm drawing a distinction between philosophy and religion. And the association between philosophy and the ruling class was already drawn by Marx before. Keep this in mind. Marx and Engels wrote about how the ideas of the ruling class manifest in the form of philosophy across history. Okay? What they didn't mention was religion is not reducible to philosophy. And actually, religion is going to have a popular character. It's going to have a character that reflects the people on the ground. So philosophy is not going to be reducible to religion. Vaush is live. He can't run away now. Watch him fucking run away. Every single time I've confronted this fat ass live, and I've gone on his fucking stream to confront him, like, I've watched this stream, he's like, I'm gonna be here up all night. He's on my time. And he like bluffs, basically. He's like, you're gonna have to watch me for 5 hours before I come to debate you. Because he's a fucking coward. He's literally a fucking coward. He's actually a fucking coward. He's actually a fucking coward, right? He's been live for an hour. He hasn't said shit. He hasn't fucking done shit. He's a fucking pussy. He's an actual fucking pussy. Just nothing more than a pussy. Nothing more than a fucking pussy. Right? And I can't wait to release this YouTube video, by the way, because this is going to be like a systematic takedown, destruction of Vaush, the fucking coward. Let's continue.
He is just desperately throwing out anything that sounds vaguely...
Yeah, I ranted about this yesterday. One of the ways Vaush lies to his audience is by saying that I didn't say anything that's intelligible. I just didn't say anything. Well, two can play this game. Vaush, you just said nothing. You just said nothing at all, and you're just using words that mean nothing. What a stupid bluff. What a demonstrably false bluff. All you have to do is play back what I said and maybe think about it for 2 seconds, and you will disprove what Vaush just said. You fucking lying fucking bitch.
Leftist, any terminology, in an attempt to post hoc.
Wait, so the terms philosophy and religion and authentic belief and stuff, those are leftist terms?
Justify this. He can't come off as too anti-religious because his broader goal is like moving people to the right, you know? Or goal is maybe too strong a word.
What? Wouldn't it be the if anything, which it isn't even true, wouldn't it be the opposite, that I can't appear any anti-religious because my goal is to move right-wingers to the left, or at least my version of the left? Wouldn't my goal be to make religious people not be hostile to communism, which is the whole point of this debate? I want to ask a question, guys. Who has moved more people to the right, Vaush or me? Like, when a normal human being looks at the fat degenerate like Vaush, are they going to be more or less inclined to become right-wingers? Okay, when right-wingers look at me, are they going to be more or less open to the idea of entertaining communism and being open-minded to the ideas of communism and Marxism-Leninism? I mean, everyone knows that. My whole model of growth is based on that fact. It's not something we have to conjecture upon. The very success of my channel is actual living proof of it.
The broader, like, effect of his advocacy is to move rightward people who think themselves on the left.
What? How, though? That's not possible. People that consider themselves on the left are overwhelmingly hostile to me off the bat. You know, I'm going to actually say something too, because this is another thing dumb fucks like Vaush who've reached their peak of growth. You know, he got cocky because he got a boost from the fucking 2020 election, and that's all he's ever gonna fucking get. He will never, ever. When the midterms come next year, Vaush is getting none of that. None of that. Just you wait, ladies and gentlemen. When those midterms come around, we are gonna reap the rewards. Not Vaush, not Hassan, not those kind of people.
Dio6 Jeans donated $20. Have you heard that he wants to tour the country next year to help elect Democrats and encourage his audience to canvass for the Dems? I can't think of a bigger gift to the right than that creep visiting America's youth.
I hope to God he does. I swear I hope to God he does, because he gets to eat the fat L when the Democrats fucking lose, and I'll be here for it. Right? So I hope he does. I really hope he does. I pray he does, honestly. I pray he does that. Thank you, Ty. Thank you, Twine. Thank you, Twine. Appreciate you. Thank you, Twine. Let me tell you guys something, right? I'm gonna tell you what. Thank you so much, Reaper the Creeper. Thank you so much, Reaper the Creeper. Appreciate you a ton, man. Thank you so much. I'm going to tell you guys what. This idea that you can move people to the left or move people to the right isn't fucking true. So here's the thing. That might be true if you're operating under the assumption that the reasons why people are interested in ideas is because of ideas. If you're an idealist fat fuck like Vaush, you think that the reasons for people having the ideas they do is just because of their ideas. In reality, the reasons why people are attracted to the certain ideas that they are, first, you have to look at it on the individual level. What is their individual character? What kind of people are they? Then you look at other things. What is their background? What's their cultural background? You look at other things. What's their gender? That matters too, right? Then you look at other things. What is their class background? That's especially going to be relevant for a Marxist. So it's not that I'm moving people to the left or moving people to the right. I'm allowing people to discover things that they are inherently and already disposed to that they didn't know about before. I'm not converting people to communism. I'm allowing people to discover the option of communism as a real option, as a real alternative. You don't have to be a fucking liberal gyno soy fucking Jabba the Vaush, or you don't have to be a hateful person or whatever. You can. This is an option. This is a political option. And people are embracing it just not because I moved them, but because they didn't know it was a possibility before. Right? No one moves people like how he thinks. That's very rare. It's very rare that you're going to move someone. What you're probably going to do is allow someone to find a position they would already otherwise have. They just didn't know about it before. Right? You're not really going to move people. So
we can't come off too anti-religious because it's, you know, it's pretty central to a lot of conservative thought in the States. But he's
this fat fuck does nothing but lie. He does nothing but lie. He is literally a machine of lying. He's literally just a fucking liar. And nothing more. He's literally a fucking liar. He's saying that my religious feeling, my views toward religion are not authentic. I'm just doing it to pander to conservatives. If I wanted to pander to conservatives, you stupid fuck, why would I always talk about Islam? You know I'm in America, right? So it would be a way more beneficial for me to go heavy on the Christianity and the specifically Protestant Christianity. Not only do I talk about Islam, I talk about the form of Islam that has been most radically anti-American, Shia Islam, because of the 1979 Iranian Revolution. So how is that part of my grift, Vaush? How exactly does telling people about my asphyxiation towards Shia Islam, how does that pander to American conservatives? No, moreover, how does it pander to American conservatives when I tell them shit like, I am not a fan of Western Christianity, I'm a fan of Russian Orthodox Christianity. How does that help? How does that help me win over American conservatives? It doesn't, but it's just me being honest. It's just me being honest. And I don't think it's going to get in the way of me being able to reach American conservatives. Because I think as human beings, they won't have a problem with it. You understand? It's not about, like, this is why Heidegger is important. Because at a certain point, you have to ask the question of being. Utilitarianism comes to a halt, right? I'm using all of this for a certain ends. Well, why is that my ends? What does it say about who I am in the first place that this is my ends? You run up against a wall and you can no longer just explain things in terms of like see, Vaush is a pervert, right? I can explain this in psychoanalytic terms. I actually can. So a pervert believes that they know the object of their desire as a matter of knowledge, right? The object of their desire is a discrete, tangible ends, and it is the truth of their desire and what they want, right? For the neurotic, right, you don't have knowledge. You don't actually have knowledge. Now, coincidentally, pedophilia is a form of perversion in psychoanalysis. And the reason for that is because the child is turned into an object, right? A child does not have the spontaneity, the contingency of an adult human being that can actually engage in a mature intersubjective form of interaction with the subject. It's like this pure object, right? This is why pedophiles are perverts. You want to know what else is a form of perversion? Necrophilia. Why? Well, you guessed it, because it's just a fucking dead body, right? Once you start to engage in intersubjective forms of recognition, you are either in the realm of neuroticism, or you're in the realm of some kind of authentic development of the subject's relation to the other, right? A tit for tat, you know, the Freudian stages, the healthy stages supposedly of like oral fixation, anal fixation, and then the genital stage, whatever. You're on that path, right? The Oedipal path or whatever. But you foreclose that path when you stop with perversion. And Vaush has. Now, what's Vaush's specific pathology? We don't know, right? But we've seen what he said in Destiny's Discourse and so on. Discord. But why I'm bringing this up is because Vaush thinks he knows like the material truth behind everything. Like, for example, Haz's only goal is to turn people to the right. So, therefore, I'm going to explain all of his actions around that specific explanation. It's what explain. That's just actually what he wants. That's what I'm going to reduce everything about him to, right? He has this perverse pathology where he tries to find the reductive, like, base truth of everything. In reality, he never has actually engaged, besides making a fucking fool of himself, with anything I've actually said and what that says about me, right? He's elevated to the status of essentiality, the implications on the political spectrum. But what right do you have to find that to be essential, Vaush? It's like, for example, Vaush will find, if you're in a room, the Mona Lisa, a marble sculpture from, you know, the Italian Renaissance, a painting from Van Gogh, and maybe, I don't know, Diego Rivera, or I don't fucking know, right? Some just high-class art. And there's a Twinkie bar. Vaush is gonna hone in on that fucking Twinkie bar. And instead of an art gallery, he's gonna call this room is my snack room. This is my snack room. He's gonna think that it's a snack room and define the essentiality of the room. He thinks the Twinkie bar is essential. But how do you justify that the Twinkie bar is essential, Vaush? Well, he doesn't think he has to. His own base fucking appetite is enough to justify that. That's how Vaush critiques me, you know? It's the same exact fucking thing.
He's just like throwing everything to the wall and seeing what sticks.
Based in feeling and intuition and true faith and conviction, turned into dogma, and it turned into this kind of absolute guarantee that I view as inherently corrupt. But I don't think that you can reduce people's religious feelings to that. I think people's religious feelings is authentic. Marx also agreed it was authentic. Marx called religion the heart.
Wouldn't he be trying to move right-wing people to the left with this? I kind of do the same, but less Marx, because I do not read.
His audience is Vaush is actually so much more fucking stupid than his own audience that his audience has to ask him, like, how can you justify saying he's moving them to the right? Like, wouldn't it be the opposite? Let's see what he says. He's such a stupid fuck. He's literally such a stupid fuck.
No, Shu, there's a critical distinction. The distinction is that...
Oh, that's what Shu on Head said. Hold on, let's see what he says about the critical distinction. I would love to hear this. What does he say to Shu? Even Shu calls him out, because even she can see that this is literally a dumb fuck who doesn't know what he's talking about.
Haz's posturing and aesthetics appeal to the left, but then his arguments give leeway to the right. There's a...
Okay. So why can't you say the opposite, though, Vaush? Why can't you say that aesthetically I sound like a rightist, but that in terms of the content, it's communist? Why? Because I call myself a communist, but I also call myself a conservative. So how do you know what's essential and what's merely apparent. How do you know what's the appearance and how do you know what the essence is? Well, Vaush, as it happens, yours is entirely arbitrary. Your conclusion is entirely arbitrary. Now, Vaush might be like, well, I'm a consequentialist, so what are the practical consequences going to be? And practically, it's turning people away from the Democrats. Haz is getting people to no longer vote Democrat. Therefore, the real essence of the matter is turning people right. But I'm not getting people to vote Republican. I'm promoting a third party. If you want to argue that a third party is only going to help the Republicans, the burden of proof is upon you to show us how a third party is not possible.
That, like, Tucker Carlson doesn't move, right-leaning people to the left.
Yes, he does. Tucker Carlson literally does convince conservatives, or at least show. The reason he's popular is because he taps in to like a economic populist longing of Trump's fucking movement. So yes, he does. What, you think Tucker Carlson fucking converts leftists? He doesn't.
At the end of the day, it's your conclusions that matter. Like, what do you actually spend your time doing? And
what do you spend your time doing? You're playing a fucking video game right now. What do you fucking do, you fat fuck? What the fuck are you talking about?
he can use whatever language he wants. He can appeal to whatever crowd he wants. But at the end of the day, his like political prescriptions are conservative.
Okay, what are my political prescriptions then? That to build a third party? That's conservative. Okay, call that conservative. What, you're just going to call that third? So Vaush is saying that because I want a third party and I'm against the two-party system, that what, I'm right-wing? So what, the left is just whatever licks the ball sack of the people in power? Well, I guess you're a leftist, Vaush. You're fucking deep-throating those motherfuckers.
So it's like the classic way of moving people over is use the enemy's aesthetics to reach your.
You know what? Zolo2997. This is a person who's been a subscriber for 3 months, and he just said, "Stop orbiting Vaush and challenge him." I'm orbiting Vaush. And he did this shit before I said anything. And then he said, challenge him. And I haven't fucking done that 1,000,000 times. Zolo, I want you to know this. You are banned from this community forever. And mods, ban him from the Discord too. You're never fucking coming back, Zolo. Never. I don't give a fuck you're a 3-month subscriber. That means nothing. Get the fuck out of my chat. You're gone for life. You are never getting forgiven for that, by the way. You are never getting forgiven for that.
Conclusions. So, for example, Bo of the Fifth Column does this brilliantly. Bo of the Fifth Column has got like that rural, like redneck kind of vibe going on. Where he like films himself in a.
The distinction between appearance and essence, if you know anything about philosophy, depends on what you attribute with the quality of essentiality. What is actually essential? You have to justify what you are elevating to the status of essentiality. I elevate, for example, to the status of essentiality what I consider an authentic communist renewal in the United States, right? To me, that is the essence. For you, the essence is you're turning people conservative. You find that essential because it's the thing that strikes out most to you. But how do you prove it's objectively the essential consequence of what I'm doing? You see how this dumb fuck doesn't... It's not that he doesn't understand philosophy. That's fine. You don't have to understand philosophy. Very few people do. I mean, especially Vaush, he doesn't, right? Vaush especially doesn't fucking understand that. But even if you just use your fucking common sense, what he just said is just unfucking fathomably stupid. Just an unfathomably stupid fucking thing to say.
barrage. You know, he doesn't use unapproachable academic language. But all the shit he says is super fucking based and super well put together and intelligent. So that's a very effective way of moving people over. And then on the other hand, you know, you've got
no, it's not. No, it's really not. You know, this is something a lot of people need to realize, and I might have to go on this rant again later in the video, but when you are trying to watch our video, The Unknown Culture Revolution, by the way. It is very important to be aesthetically honest. Aesthetic honesty is very important. When you instrumentalize aesthetics, you will never, ever, ever reach the conclusion you're looking for. You have to be authentic about your aesthetics, because the essence will reassert itself in a new way anyway. Okay? So you have to be very honest about your aesthetics. Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry, what do you mean lag? You have to be very aesthetically honest. Infrared doesn't say what aesthetics work best to convince conservatives. We say what aesthetics reflect our truth, right? What is true? What aesthetic is true? And aesthetic language is completely different from the sphere of conscious intent. Aesthetic language is interfacing with the unconscious, right? It cannot be instrumentalized. It can only be related to authentically. This is a kind of Heideggerian view of aesthetics. It can't be instrumentalized. We don't hide that we're communists because, and we did think about this. We thought about all this shit. We're like, should we just be People's Party? I said, no, let's be communists and let's be upfront and open. The reason is because all of the necessary negation, right, and faithfulness to the alienation that does exist is contained in the word communism. If people are already finding the word communism alien and strange, it's the whole dialectic of like alienation and refamiliarization and so on and reconciliation. All of that is already initiated just by having us be open about the fact we are communists, right? Me being a communist is radical enough. It's radical enough. The question then is, what does that mean, right? So communism is not just a matter of aesthetics. Also, here's something I want to know too. How is my aesthetics communist? If you really think about it, don't we have our own unique aesthetic? Yes, we have the CPUSA symbol that we use, which is the hammer and sickle. But beyond that, what? The gorilla and sun? The infrared globe? These are all new aesthetics. I mean, it's stupid. What he's saying is fucking stupid. A lot of people are asking me where Zerka is. A lot of people are asking me where Zerka is. And I don't know. He messaged me today. So he's still alive, if that's what you're asking. But I don't know where he is. No idea.
Got Tucker Carlson, who will posture with left aesthetics, complaining about the elites, the wealthy, etc., but reach conservative conclusions.
But wait, how do you know that's just aesthetic, right? Because Tucker is against the elites. It's not just an aesthetic. He is against corporate America and the elites. How is that just an aesthetic? Well, because you're saying it's an aesthetic, because to you the only essence is his conservative position. But again, how do you elevate that to the status of the essence? Why can't, for example, the essence be... So for an establishment conservative, the populism is the essence of Tucker Carlson. It's what distinguishes Tucker Carlson from them. So they have a completely different view of what's essential about Tucker Carlson. Did you see the Botez sisters' take on Dubai? Bruh, listen, I will never critique the Botez sisters, okay? You know what I mean? Like, damn, bro. I want to learn chess too. Which one's who? This is Alexandria. I like Alexandria the most. Like I'm the biggest fan of Alexandria. I like Andrea too, but this is really like my number one chess streamer.
Is when people from first world or developed countries shit on.
She studied relations with China at Stanford. You know what the thing is, guys? I think me and Alexandria would get along. I think we would actually get along. Not even lying. We would actually get along. Like, I think her personality matches mine. You know what I mean?
You know, developing countries for doing.
Alexandria, not the young one, the older one.
Things that those developed countries also did in the first place. It's just, you know, a little bit of.
God, I hate this argument so much. I hate this argument so fucking much. Cool, so then just third world countries can have slaves then. They can beat the fuck out of women. In fact, sorry, they can just rape women incessantly. Just fuck it. You know what? There are places I could go with this argument.
Well, okay. People who are like super into discourse have this idea that like people can and can't do things based on how we discuss them. And it's like, so Irrelevant's such a dumbass. He's just like, oh, so they can just do it. You're saying that, dude, because by talking about it and by condemning it, you're not making a difference. Just because you said it's a bad thing and you're condemning it, doesn't mean you're like making a difference. I don't know, these people have like Twitter brain where they're like, if we all come together and say this is not okay, it's gonna stop. No, it's not gonna stop. You can say whatever you want, it's not gonna make a difference. Discourse doesn't determine reality. Reality is not determined by discourse. So whatever you collectively agree upon is okay or not okay has zero effect on actual reality. Now, you've come to the idea that it has an effect on reality because on Twitter and on Reddit and on Twitch, sometimes it does because it's going to determine the moderation practices of staff.
Let's start a petition to end slavery.
Thanks, Shlong. It's going to determine like the practice, like are we going to censor this or are we going to ban this? And you can somewhat influence that by discourse. But in terms of like real world phenomena, discourse does not make an effect on real life. It doesn't. So what you agree, like your consensus doesn't even fucking matter. You're actually a stupid liberal fuck, Irrelevant. Well, I already proved that. Guys, keep in mind, this is the guy who didn't even know that Hong Kong was a British colony. So you have to understand, this is a genuinely stupid fuck, an actual dumb fuck.
That would make everybody deeply uncomfortable. Any woman in there, you could just rape because, like, hey, we did it in the past. Hey.
Okay, so they're gonna stop doing that because Irrelevant said he's not okay with it, guys. All the crimes will stop because Irrelevant said they're not okay.
Listen, America did it in the 1700s. They got away with it, so we could just do that. That's so.
He literally thinks Alexandria Botez and Andrea Botez have single-handedly assumed responsibility for the forced labor that exists in Dubai. It's like he literally is saying that Alexandria literally went up to the fucking Emir of Dubai and was like, hey, you know, I know it really depended on me, but I'm just going to let you know what you're doing is okay. And he's like, oh, okay, you know what? We're going to continue. Because Alexandria said this, we will. If she would have condemned us, we would have stopped. We would have stopped. We would have stopped this practice of slavery. But Alexandria Botez, she said it was okay, so we will continue, right? I was going to stop. I swear to God, I was going to stop. If she would have said, all she had to say was it is not okay. If she said it was not okay, I would have stopped. It would not be okay. I could not do it. My hands are tied. My hands are tied. You see, they're tied. She said, they were saying on Reddit, they said on the Twitch, Reddit, they said it's not okay. My hands are tied. I can't do it. I can't do it no more. Wallah, I can't do it no more. No more slavery. No more slavery. But Because Alexandria Botas said that that was the Westerners were being hypocritical, they gave me new inspiration to keep the slavery going. So we will continue it. We will continue. That's literally what he's saying, right? He's such a stupid fuck. He literally thinks that's how the real world works.
I hate these arguments so fucking much. Well, what are you to talk? America did it in the past. Nigga, what? Last I checked, it was 2021. I was born in this fucking day and age, and I would argue against that shit. We think it's immoral.
Wait. Hold on. One moment. The guy, hold on, I'm getting phone call. One sec. Huh? Oh? No. No way. Okay, yallah habibi. Okay, bye. I have the official announcement. My hands are tied. So, the Twitch streamer are relevant. He's argued against what we are doing. So, there will be no more slavery in Dubai. The Twitch streamer are relevant said he will argue against it. So, he cancelled out the words of Alexandria Botas. And let me call Mohammed bin Salman, tell him, Yo, bin Salman! The guy are relevant, he said you cannot do the bad things anymore in Saudi Arabia. What? No, yes, I have the clip from LSF right here. It's right here. You can watch for yourself. As the official word, he's arguing against it. We can't do it no more. Such a stupid fuck, you know? Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can watch this. Okay, we're gonna watch the Pokimane. The Pokimane, we will hear what she says. Because the Pokimane will overrule what the irrelevant said. So whatever she argues is gonna overrule what he said. Okay? Hold on. Yeah, bin Salman! I'm gonna watch the Pokimane. Maybe she'll give us another chance. We can keep the slavery going. Okay, yalla habib. Okay, bye. Okay, let's do it. Oh, fuck! Ya Allah. The Pokimane, why? I was a bit... Why? Man, cut me some slack. Allah. What am I gonna do now? I was having building be constructed, now it's no more construction. Oh my god. But here's what she said.
All I'm gonna say is, slavery, bad.
Ya Allah. There is nothing I can do now. My hands are tied. Official word from the Pokimane. My hands are tied. Nothing I can do now. Oh, bro, I don't know which side. Between the Botas sisters and Pokimane, if I have to choose a side. That is the hardest. I will never make that decision. I will never ever make that decision. Okay? I will never be forced to make that decision. Mods, can you crack down on this chat? I'm not even hearing what this chat's saying. Can y'all crack down, mods, and wake up? I don't know what this chat's even saying. Okay? And I hate to say it, but I choose Pokimane. I'm sorry.
anti-immigration, anti-degeneracy,
Just because I knew about her first, right? And she was wearing that jacket and super stylish, super fashion sense, you know? So I'm sorry. I didn't know, I clicked that clip. I didn't know what to expect.
This is from the most stunting fucking lady killers on all of Twitch.
Does he not know, or like I don't think I'm the most, because obviously, like, at a certain point, if you have so much clout, you just get whatever. But let's just say, Vaush, you're lacking critical information. I'm like, yeah, dude. Let's just say I got options. You know what I mean? Like, is that something people are still like? Thank you, Blue Run. Appreciate you. Let's just say I got options, right? DGG says you don't. That makes me so sad. I might cry while I'm getting head in 2 weeks.
2 weeks later.
Oh, man. Oh, guys, I'm sick. Can you guys give me some soup? It's not that fighting for rights is effeminate. It's that premising the reality on the basis of discourse is effeminate. Assuming something is true because it makes you feel a certain way, or because you think it's more, it panders more to your moral sentiment, is effeminate. You know? It's these kinds of things that you have to understand. The idea of an unconditional morality is more effeminate. Men think things are conditional. You have to work for them, or it has to be meat and potatoes. How, what, who, what, where, what, how. Women is more like unconditional. Unconditional morality. Unconditional true. Doesn't matter how you do it. This is how it is, right? And then men have to find ways to do it. Right? It's like, where do you go online to study Lacan? I don't know. People will laugh when I say Google it. But it's that simple. Just fucking Google it. Use Google. Introduction to Lacan, and you will find something. You can actually just Google this shit. What is this then? What is this, 1995? And I gotta fucking give you an exact web address? Why don't you surf the web and type in this web address? LacanForBeginners.com. Like, no, dude. Use a search engine. Or, sorry, use Yandex. Use any fucking search engine you want. Can we get the tweets of everyone saying my career was over because of that? Not 1 month ago were people saying that. And I was just like, I don't get it. Like, should I feel a certain type of way because I don't get it? What? It's like, why does that even matter? Who cares? It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. I still don't get it. It did get you to have a... Why aren't you banned, Squad W, you stupid pussy? Why have you've been talking nothing but shit in my fucking chat this whole time? It did get you to have a Twitter meltdown. How many times have I melted down, huh? Every time I go on Twitter, you say I have a meltdown, you stupid bitch. Keep coping. Keep coping. I had a meltdown. Haz's career is over. Look, keep fucking coping. Keep coping. You can't stop coping.
They were very dishonorable when they pointed that out. He's talking about how...
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. And not when leftists spammed or tried to post child pornography in my fucking Reddit. No. It's when it's only 1 month ago that it started. It's only from 1 month ago.
How I pointed out the holes. Wait, hold on. We got a unique jewel. I've never gotten a unique jewel before. Rainbow facet, death jewel 3/3. Ooh, not a good roll. Okay, that's fine. It's still really cool.
Dude, this guy's acting like an authority on masculinity and manhood. And he just talked about the death jewel and the fucking video game he's playing. Why would anyone listen to what Vaush has to say on fucking manhood? The fuck?
Same reason why you see religions being corrupted. Because to me, evil takes the form of good. It disguises itself as good. But I do fundamentally believe that at its core, communism is good. I just think evil people in this country specifically have been corrupting it for
Yeah, and this is bothering him a lot because it applies to him too.
completely and wildly different ends.
That's human nature.
Isn't it interesting how at no point during this discussion Haz has brought up or even attempted to defend communism?
Yes, I did, you stupid fuck. I did it in the introduction. Since then, I've just been having a conversation with Hake. Right? He's been bringing shit up and I've been responding to what he's saying. Why would I try to reel it back to an overarching discussion on communism when it's clearly not what this dude's interested in debating? I don't need to debate it because I'm secure in my understanding of communism. Right? So why would I rope it back to that, you stupid fuck?
Literally, at no point has that happened. Every time Hake will just say, well, I think communists are degenerate Jews. And Haz will be like, okay, maybe. But like...
You guys catch that? You guys catch that? Reminder. Vaush is an anti-Semite. Vaush is literally an anti-Semite. He is actually an anti-Semite. He persistently and has consistently made it his goal to promote animosity toward Jewish people. Unprompted. Absolutely unprompted. There is no discussion we ever had that had anything to do with Jewish people. We weren't even talking about Israel. We weren't even talking about Zionism. There is nowhere in our discussion with Hake that anyone said anything relating to Jews. What is the logical conclusion? Vaush is an anti-Semite. He's a fucking anti-Semite. 1000% an anti-Semite. It's like, think about it. Think about it like this. Imagine you're having a discussion with people and you're like, oh yeah, I hate ugly people. I hate stupid people. I hate smelly people, right? People who have BO or something, right? And then Vaush comes and goes, oh, why are you disrespecting Arabs? Wouldn't you say he's being racist? Wouldn't that be really racist? So why does Vaush get a pass on anti-Semitism? Why does he get a pass on anti-Semitism? Every chance Vaush gets to throw Jewish people under the bus, he takes it. Every chance he gets, he throws them under the bus and drags them into something that has nothing to do with... You know what I mean? Every fucking chance he gets, he does that. Every single one. He's a pathological anti-Semite.
Not all the time, you know. Well, I think that like black people are dumb. Okay, you know, all right, I get you.
I have said nothing comparable to either of those things. I specifically said leftists are effeminate and nothing more. I never said anything derogatory toward any group, nor did I give Hake a pass when he said anything derogatory about a group. When Hake said that he thinks black people should take responsibility, I said they did take responsibility, and moreover, black people know what's best for themselves, so it's none of your business. That's the kind of shit that I was saying, right? What a bad faith fat ass. What a fat fuck bad faith fucking liar this fat fuck Vaush is.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think like communist men are women. Okay.
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, but you don't get to throw black people and Jewish people under the bus when I attack an ideological fringe group. You stupid fuck. If I attack... So this is what these people do. Whenever I attack soy males, they hide behind women and they say that I'm attacking women. They project it onto women. Whenever I attack leftists, they hide behind minorities and say I'm attacking minorities. See how this fucking dirty game works? You see how this shit works?
Like, it's so cuck, dude. Holy shit. Can I be like toxic masculine if Haz is? Haz, where are your fucking balls, dude? You're such a fucking pussy. Holy shit.
Where are my fucking balls? What if I stand and believe everything I'm fucking saying, you stupid fuck? Where are your fucking balls, you stupid bitch? You think I'm afraid of Hake and afraid to yell at Hake and try to humiliate Hake? What if it's just not my goal, Vaush? Is that really what you're gonna fucking infer from me? That, oh, Haz was just scared to humiliate Hake? Really? Does anyone believe that? Or maybe it wasn't my intention, you stupid fat fuck. You stupid fat fuck. By the way, Vaush, when you talk about being toxic masculine, you can't do it because you're not a fucking man. There's not a fucking manly thing about you. No one is ever going to look at you and see you as a fucking authority on what a man is. There will never ever be anyone who looks at Vaush and goes, oh, that's someone I want to go and listen to about what men are and what it means to be a fucking man. You fucking pussy, you fat pussy. Fucking running away from a debate to this day. You fucking pussy. Literal fucking pussy. An actual fucking pussy. Actual fucking bitch-made pussy. Fat ass.
This is like the great like warrior Haz? Like you're talking to some.
This is like he sounds like fucking bitter empanada. You know that? He sounds like fucking bad empanada. They have the same fucking vocal inflections. Tonal inflections, whatever the fuck you call that. It's like the great warrior Haz. Yes, it is the fucking great warrior Haz, you stupid bitch. I attack people like you, Vaush. You know, imagine this. What's more brave? Me attacking someone with 400,000 subscribers in front of 7,000 of his fans and going hard on him? Or me being diplomatic with Hake, who is just a freebie? He's a nobody. His audience is totally different. If I did a full cans cuck against Hake, like same shit I did to that guy in the Mongol video, I would get nothing but applause and praise and support from everyone on political Twitch. You think it's brave to slap around a guy like Hake? No, it's not. It's a fucking freebie. It's easy. There's nothing fucking brave about that.
Fucking nobody from the Jesse Lee Peterson show, and you're pussying out on every opportunity to defend what you pretend is your ideology because
to defend what you pretend is my ideology? When have I pussied out on defending what my ideology is? Can you give one fucking example of that? Because everything I've said here, I actually do believe. And I'll take you to task in defending what I fucking believe. Name one fucking thing.
Because, like, what? It's more fun to, like, hear him degrade feminine men and imagine you in the opposite category?
No, how about I care more about Hake's audience than yours? I actually think Hake's audience probably has a lot of good, decent people who don't know that there's an alternative to Hake's ideas and Hake's view. And I didn't even know who Hake was, so maybe even he didn't know. Maybe even Hake was misguided and misled. That's why I'm going to be patient with them. The difference between Hake and you, Vaush, the difference between Hake's audience and you, Vaush, is potential. They have potential. You have none. That's what the leftists need to understand. That's why the leftists had nothing to do with this debate that I had with Hake. Nothing. They need to understand they are politically dead. I don't need them. Just like Fidel Castro said, I don't need you. I don't want you. You have no political future in this country. I've turned my back on you already. You have no fucking political future in this country. Hake audience is not going to become commie. Bamba Book. Guess what, you stupid bitch? Some of them already have. And if I had more time with them, you bet your fucking ass they would. You bet your fucking ass they would. I'll at least have their ear. I'll at least have their ear. They were shitting on you. His hardcore fans was, and that's to be expected. Because I'm going up against him. What the fuck do you expect? You know what? Should I just start banning people for being fucking stupid? Like, do I have to explain to you how this works? Like, it's actually worked for me, is the thing. Like, I know what I'm fucking doing because it actually has worked. I'm actually successful at what I fucking do. You're not. You're an incompetent, worthless, stupid little bitch, which is why you're hiding behind your fucking keyboard, and you've never ever managed to open up a bridge of dialogue with someone on the opposite end of the fucking political aisle than you, because you're a neurotic, dogmatic little fucking pussy who gets ass mad and butthurt every time someone says something you disagree with ideologically. The minute you hear your uncle at Thanksgiving go, well, I don't want anything to do with that communism. Those communists, they killed 500 trillion people. You go, you melt down and you fold like a little pussy, like a snowflake, like a bitch, because you don't have the patience of a materialist. You don't have the patience of a materialist who can see past the surface of what people are saying and get to the meat and potatoes of why they're actually fucking saying it. You are a fucking dogmatic pussy who is actually ideologically insecure. You one fucking crack into your worldview and you fucking fold. Thank you, D. Solano. That's the difference between me and you. I am actually ideologically secure. I am actually someone who has real faith in what I fucking believe in. You don't. You are trying to keep together. So much so, like, if anyone says the contrary, you feel it as an insecurity. You feel tempted. Because, you know why? This is the truth. You don't even know the source of your belief. You don't even know why you're a communist. You don't even know why you're a fucking communist. So you're so scared to cede an inch of discourse to someone else because you think the entire fucking discursive, rational framework that sustains your communist worldview will shatter unless you defend this line. I know the source of my communist belief. I can return to the source of my communist belief beyond the threshold of fucking discourse.
You're a pussy, bro. In any other society, in any agrarian society.
Here's something I would love to see. I would love to see the fat ass Vaush, this fat, stumbling, jiggling fuck. I would love to see him call me a pussy to my face. Now that's something I would like to see. I would love to see him to my face call me a pussy. I'm just interested in seeing that. I doubt he can even muster the courage to call me one in a voice call. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. I doubt it. But in person, that is something I'd like to see. That is something I'd like to see.
You would have been the bitch stock of any group, okay? You would have been the goddamn peg boy of...
I would have been what? Let's roll that back again. Just so I can remember what he just said right now. For no reason in particular, but I just want to remember what he just said.
Or your Haz? Like you're talking to some fucking nobody from the Jesse Lee Peterson show and you're pussying out on every opportunity to defend what you pretend is your ideology? Because, like, what? It's more fun to, like, hear him degrade feminine men and imagine you in the opposite category? You're a pussy, bro. In any other society, in any agrarian society, you would have been the bitch stock of any group, okay? You would have been the goddamn peg boy of any...
It's interesting you decided to say that. Interesting you decided to say that. I'll take note of that. I'll take note of the fact that you decided to say that. It's an interesting decision you made. That's an interesting choice of words. I mean, are you going to regret saying that? I don't know. But I'll take note of it. I'll take note of the fact that you said that. I wonder if you'd say it in person. I don't know. Interesting. Interesting. What can I say? The missing detail here, Vaush, is I know you're used to thinking about that a lot. But I'm an adult. I'm not a minor. I'm not a child. I know you think that way about children. You have rape fantasies and sexual abuse fantasies. As we can see from the Irish laddie's comments in Destiny's Discord, I'm an adult, Vaush. So if you said that to me in person, it wouldn't be the same if you said that to a child. You understand? It wouldn't be the same. I'm actually a guy who can defend myself. You know, I'm not saying whatever, but I can defend my honor, my integrity, my dignity, right? Because I'm an adult. This disgusting fat fuck. This disgusting fat fuck is engaging in this, whatever, sexual harassment. But what an interesting choice of words is all I could say. Interesting choice of words. We'll see.
A fucking communal setting, okay? You work out in gyms. You don't know manual labor. You're a
How do you know? How do you know I wouldn't know how to do manual labor?
bitch baby, okay? You have to ask your
He also called me a bitch baby. Okay, gonna remember that too.
parents for help with the higher shelves, all right? Calm down, okay?
A guy who's 3 inches taller than me is talking about my height. Guys, 3 inches. I want to give you some reference here, right? This is 6.5 inches, which means he is like... this is 6.7, right? So he's like below here. It's like this much. Ready? Here we go. What is it? This much, right? Not even. This is how much Vaush is taller than me. By this much. By this much. This much taller than me. He's a Beverly Hills socialist. Acting like he's an authority on manhood and who's a bitch baby. Your fucking hands are pink. You are literally a Beverly Hills bitch. Man, you come from a fucking Hollywood family, Vaush. You're a Beverly Hills socialist. And you're talking about me? And you're talking about fucking me? It's just like, in what world does anyone listen to what you have to say on what a man is and what a bitch is? Right? Where have you earned the right to be taken seriously as far as what those words mean? Even aesthetically, you don't look the part, right? I at least look the part, right? If you want to know if I could back it up, you have to know me personally. But at least I look the part. You don't look the part. And you've done nothing to prove it. People can infer that's the way I am from my personality. No one can infer that from you. How did your father raise you? God knows. I don't even want to know the details of that. Because we all know about, let's just say, how certain pathologies develop. And he's from Hollywood, so I'll leave it at that. What, I'm just saying, like, he could have been neglected and, you know, he not given enough attention. Because, you know, that's Hollywood families. That's how they are. He used a lot of strong words. This guy used a lot of strong words in this stream. He used a lot of strong words. A lot of interesting use of vocabulary. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I most definitely will take note of that. By the way, this is actually projection. Because I'll tell you what. Just by looking at the way this guy's posture is, his body language, his shoulders, he was always the bitch of the bunch. This was always the guy that in any social setting, in any friend group, was the scapegoat, the bitch, the punching bag, whatever, right? But the fact that he sexualizes it reflects his own fantasies of sexual abuse. He has fantasies of sexual abuse. And it's not the only time, by the way. We have a lot of shit from the Irish Laddie Discord, from Destiny's Discord as the Irish Laddie, showing this is a person who consistently has fantasies of sexual assault, sexual abuse, humiliation, etc., etc. The thing is, if he's trying to direct it at me, well, that's a mistake. Because he's used to directing it against women. We have one in our Discord, actually, who's a victim of Vaush's sexual harassment. And we don't know if children are involved, but I would like to see a psychologist evaluate what he said in that Discord and come to their own professional conclusion. We could just say it's been vulnerable people. You really made a mistake saying that about Milo.
There's no situation in which you should be, out of self-interest and nothing else, posturing as some kind of persistent warrior of...
Because that is what I fucking am. And you're free to test me, Vaush. That's the thing. You are personally free to test that. Because as far as any neutral party is concerned, that is the default status I have in their eyes. That is exactly what I fucking am. I am a fucking warrior, actually. I don't need to posture about anything. It is what I fucking am. It's self-evident to everyone who's not coping. So now that we move past that, you can feel free to... Look, I've challenged you to a boxing match. And you bitched out. Because you're a pussy. You bitched out. You've had PTSD ever since I fucking ambushed you. Clearly. Your audience looks at a guy like me, and the only thing they can say is that I'm insecure or that I'm short. Insecurity, by the way, is something they say as a form of projection, which is a basic form of armchair psychology, that the thing that I'm seeing is not the real thing. When you see this, it's not the real thing, right? Deep down, he's actually different. And then the other thing, that I'm short, well, I don't care how tall you are. Let's see how you compare to me, right? 99% of these people will look stupid. Haz, this pussy, Haz, pink hands, can't box. You talking about me or Vaush? Clarify, who are you talking about? Because you're not even fucking writing in English correctly. Vaush, okay.
Of traditional masculinity to a Nazi.
Wait. You know what? I'll go so far as to say I'm probably one of the only examples of traditional masculinity on Twitch. I don't even need to say that because it speaks for itself. But go ahead and name others. Name others. You will probably get a handful. And I'm not just saying political Twitch, by the way. You'll name a handful, right? You'll name like 10 at most. 10 at most that you can think of, right? But the thing is, it's like I'm very much traditional masculine. Like I'm very traditional. Which means like it's instinctual and intuitive and something I get from my family, right? I'm not saying I'm the only one, but it's like I'm one of the only ones on Twitch. Who else do you fucking uphold as an example? Ask any of the women I've been with, you know, that I'm not traditional. Of course I am. The fuck? I mean, I joke on stream that I'll make her pay for everything and shit. That's not how I am in person. What a fat projecting fuck. Not everyone's a fat pussy like you, Vaush, you fat fucking gyno fuck. This is a fat pink fuck with gyno talking about masculinity. What the fuck do you know about that, you pink-handed Beverly Hills little bitch? You're a little fucking pussy, Vaush. What the fuck do you know about fucking masculinity? You fat fuck. What a fat fuck. What a literal fat fuck talking about masculinity. What the fuck would you know about that? That's the thing. What would he know about masculinity? Is the question. We're going to listen to what a fat ass says about traditional masculinity. And who is saying that? Where's the judgment coming from?
Jesus fuck, Marx would be ashamed.
What again? Vaush is repeating the pattern of bringing up Marx when there's no reason to. What does Marx have to do with this conversation? This one specifically about traditional masculinity. What does that have to do with Marx right now? Marx would be ashamed. So this is what stupid people do. I mean, not just stupid people, but people who have Vaush's specific idiosyncrasy, right? To say the least. All they can do is they evoke authorities. They know the word Marx carries a lot of authority for anyone who calls himself a communist. So he's going to evoke the name of Marx arbitrarily to tap into that source of authority. He doesn't know anything about Marx. He's never read any Marx. He can't, if I quizzed him to explain a single fucking thing about Marx, he would come up short. And there's nothing he'd be able to fucking say, right? Vaush just reacted on you streaming about him, and he just bitched about you talking about him for 7 hours and immediately closed the tab. Oh, he talked about me for 4 hours, and I talked about him for 7. Who fucking cares? I'm reacting to the entire fucking thing because I'm making a video which is going to be a systematic destruction of Vaush.
What religion were you before you became atheist?
Like, I'm going to upload this as a YouTube video. A systematic takedown and destruction of Vaush.
Every day is his day in the barrel.
He can't even, he laughs in a soy way. He laughs in a fucking soy way. He laughs in a fucking soy way. Every day would be his day in the barrel. Ooh, I wish he would say this shit in person, honestly. I'm not saying nothing. I wish he would say it in person, though. And I wonder if he would laugh like that, too. I wonder if he would laugh like that. He pulled up a tab of my stream and ran away. He's too scared to see me live react to him. How do you think he would fare in my presence? I don't even think he would say this in a VC call. I really don't. Want to know why? Because Vaush is scared of confrontation. He's a guy who's scared of confrontation. He will only ever debate people that he can be passive-aggressive toward. He is afraid. He is deathly afraid of confrontation. Deathly afraid of confrontation.
Yeah, who's going in the barrel today? Take a look at the calendar. Well, it's just we don't have a calendar. We just have Haz's face drawn crudely with a graphene marker. All right. Well,
I came from a Shia Muslim background.
This isn't sexual harassment, by the way. Because there's a lot of things I can say too. It's just I'm not allowed to on Twitch, right? So maybe we should stick by the rules and ask the question, is this sexual harassment? Is this sexual harassment? That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to LA this month. So if he wants to say this to my face, he can.
Okay. Last quick question. I think we're running out of time. They
haven't even talked about communism.
My impression is it was communist students fighting against the communist establishment government. What's your take?
The issue with Hong Kong is very complex. But needless to say, as we've noticed in the United States and throughout the world, you have vested interest trying to promote these color revolutions.
Yep.
And these
Yeah. See, he doesn't give a shit about any of this shit.
Revolutions to promote all this social unrest, and it's not really.
This fat fuck can't even fucking emulate human emotion.
It's not an organic, like, spontaneous thing. Just like how we saw in the United States with George Soros funding unrest and protests here.
Dude.
Okay. Once again, all I ever want to do is call bluffs. Do we have to dispute that George Soros funds unrest in the U.S.? Let's see. George Soros, America. George Soros protests in America. This is from July 13th, 2020. $220 million. What about the Opens? What's the Open Society Foundation? Let's see. Open Society Foundation. And Vaush loves Wikipedia, so let's use Wikipedia. The Open Society Foundation is a grant-making network founded by George Soros. It supports civil society groups around the world. Stated aim of advancing justice, education, public health, and independent media. See also Color Revolution. Does the Open Society Foundation have anything to do with color revolutions by chance? Who knows? It's just a conspiracy theory according to Vaush, right?
I'm waiting on the full-on Nazi Haz arc, dude. We gotta drop the bull from the Nazi.
So why is that Nazi when George Soros was a Nazi collaborator? He was a Nazi collaborator. So where does the Nazi come from? Is it what? Because he's half Jewish or something? Why are you highlighting the fact? I don't even think Soros identifies as Jewish. George Soros. And I don't even know if he is Jewish by Jewish law. So let's see. Okay, so is it half? Okay, they're both. I don't know why they thought they were half. But regardless, he's not like religious. He's not known for being Jewish. Once again, Vaush is a prolific anti-Semite. Every chance he gets, he tries to throw Jewish people under the bus and connect Jewish people and Jews to, things that have nothing to do with it.
Okay, we need to be a lot more direct.
These same people
He's
were funding
so
unrest and protests in Hong Kong. Now, a lot of that grievances of people in Hong Kong.
Okay. So this is how Vaush doesn't even make any fucking sense. This stupid fat fuck that is Vaush is at the same time saying that I'm cucked and I'm a coward and that also this is my true Nazi belief. Which one is it, Vaush? Because if this is my true belief, which you're calling Nazi, how can you call me a Nazi if I'm just cucked, right? If you think that this is really my belief and that this belief is Nazi, how does that make me cucked, right? It's like, it's just a fucking contradiction. It's an unreconcilable contradiction. How can at the same time I be a right-wing far-right, fascist, Nazi, but at the same time be cucked and a communist? A cucked communist or a fascist? Which one? You can't say I'm both. You can either say I'm one or the other, right? Does anyone else see this contradiction? Does anyone else notice this contradiction? Because we are covering this video to the very fucking end, even if that means I have to push the CPUSA video. But we're only at, what, the 4-hour mark? So we have plenty of time. We have just 1 more hour of this fucking video, right? So maybe it'll be 2 hours, I don't know. But how does it fucking happen that... How does it fucking happen that I'm both? How can I be both? Is there any way for anyone to justify what Vaush is saying?
Hong Kong came from the fact that there's no housing in Hong Kong, right? There's no land for people. It's people can't find affordable housing, and life is getting harder and harder in Hong Kong.
No, the Hong Kong.
No, I'm a materialist, not an idealist. No. Let's see what Vaush says. Remember, guys, keep this in your head. I want you to keep this in your head. Vaush has persistently said that he's a materialist and that I'm an idealist, right? So let's see if he has a materialist explanation for the Hong Kong riots.
Hong Kong protests were pretty much all about people's fears that China would destroy the promised systems divide and turn Hong Kong into part of the same political bloc. There was extradition for like political prisoners, and they did everything the Hong Kong people feared was happening and is happening currently and has happened. They were
okay. Before we dispel the propaganda that he just spit out, can you explain how 14-year-old George Soros was a Nazi collaborator? Sure, I can explain how it's not a coincidence that he funds the neo-Nazis of Ukraine against Russia and neo-Nazis like Alexei Navalny. So shut the fuck up and shove the cock back in your fucking mouth. Out of my fucking chat, you little bitch. But anyway, so Vaush has said that the reason for the Hong Kong protest is because, supposedly, people were objecting to the extradition law. That's what we know sparked the protests. But is that the actual material cause of the protest? No, it's not. Those protests happened in a context of widespread economic discontent. Even the fucking liberal analysts critical of China have pointed out this fucking fact. Economic discontent is a primary source of the fucking Hong Kong protest. I bet you Wikipedia even will list that as a cause. So let's see. Here we go. There we go. Ready? One of the main causes, according to the Robert Philip Cross edited Wikipedia. So they're not going to emphasize this part of it because they're biased. But they even they included it. Political screening, economic and social inequality is a huge reason. And what specific form does that take in Hong Kong? It's fucking housing problem, right? So an idealist is just going to go at the surface and be like, okay, the official reason is all there is. But you're not going to look at the deeper economic and material causes, okay? The reason why the people of Hong Kong had a problem with the extradition law because they were blaming the CCP, which you need to understand it like this, okay? There is a political establishment in Hong Kong that the people of Hong Kong associate with the economic conditions they live in and the housing crisis and the monopolists and the realtors and so on. That political establishment in Hong Kong answers to Beijing on some level, right? So what happened is that the people of Hong Kong blamed the Communist Party of China for their grievances at home. You understand what's going on?
Completely correct.
Oh, and finally, in no way has the extradition law led to the collapse of one country, two systems. Hong Kong still has its own fucking political system. It still is ruled by common law as opposed to the civil codes that China has, English common law. So no, it hasn't happened. In 2050, it's going to happen. There's going to be a merger of systems. But that was already stated in when the British handed Hong Kong over back to China.
That's also because the communist government doesn't enforce its economic policies in Hong Kong, which are very pro-people policies. So it lets Hong Kong have its own system. This led to a lot of grievances that, because it was exploited by global...
oh my God.
Oh my God, he's soying out.
Arguing that people in Hong Kong were upset because they weren't using the same system as China.
Effectively, yes. If Hong Kong had a similar economic system, or if the Communist Party's policies were able to be enforced in Hong Kong, the underlying social and economic grievances that lead people to participate in social unrest would have been alleviated. That's why you don't see Hong Kong's break out in the mainland. And no, it's not because there's more police repression in the mainland. There's a lot of police repression in Hong Kong too, as you yourself were bitching and soying about, okay? So, yes, effectively, yes, that's why I'm a materialist. Now, am I saying that that's consciously the reason why people in Hong Kong were protesting? Because they consciously believed that they would be better off under a Chinese-led system? No, I'm just saying they actually would be, regardless of what they so happen to ideologically believe. That's what a fucking materialist would say. You're not a fucking materialist, so you don't understand this.
He's arguing, oh, why were the Hong Kongers protesting? They were mad they weren't living under China's political and economic principles.
Effectively, yes. They were mad that they weren't, and we're not talking about the principles, we're talking about a concrete system, you idealist fat fuck. But effectively, yes. What we are talking about is people who are mad about underlying material, economic, and social grievances that would have been alleviated under the Communist Party. Yes, they would have. So yes, the underlying causes for the protests would not have been there had the Communist Party been able to execute its policies within Hong Kong. I don't know what's so fucking hard about that to understand. It's actually really simple. Guys, doesn't it feel like I'm like destroying Vaush? I'm like ripping him to fucking shreds. Can you even look at Vaush after what I do today? Like, even though he's too scared to fucking debate me, doesn't it just feel like I'm destroying him right now? Can you even look at his streams without being reminded of how fucking easy it is to put this bitch back into his place and check this bitch?
Forces was blamed on the Communist Party, right, in Hong Kong. So I think we have to look at Hong Kong. Also look at the protests in Russia with Navalny. Look at the protests in Belarus. Look at the protests in Latin America. We should all look at these in the same lens.
Of course,
he's
pro.
With
The
same level of suspicion. A lot of the unrest that happens in this country.
See, he's a fascist. You understand?
He's a fascist. He's a fascist. He can't even define what a fascist is. He tried to make me define it, and then when he's pressed to define it, he can't. I can define it. It's the psychosis of liberalism. I did one sentence. He can't do one sentence.
Every movement he supports, it's just red fascism. Belarus, yeah, there's nothing even remotely.
Then why don't I support the Ukrainian neo-Nazis? It's like, he wants to debate me. Sure, I'll debate him whenever he wants. Listen, it's fascinating because it's absolutely fascinating because there are people in Ukraine fighting right now with the flag of Nazi Germany. They are fighting on the front lines against the Russian separatists, and they literally have Nazi flags. I'm not talking about like connected to Nazi flag. It's like it's the red with the white circle and the swastika. It's right there, right? So why don't I support them, Vaush? Is there a reason I don't support them if I'm a fascist and I just support any fascist? By the way, the burden is still upon you to prove that Lukashenko is a fascist. Is he a fascist? How is he a fascist? Can you prove that? What's fascist about Lukashenko?
Lukashenko, right? There's nothing even remotely left-leaning about Lukashenko.
It's like this dude thinks that the American political spectrum is like this universal code to understanding the entire politics of every single country in the whole world. It's like he reads the Wikipedia page of left-leaning or right-leaning, and he just like projects that onto everything. And he's like, oh, let's see, is Lukashenko a Democrat or a Republican? Dude, he lives in a different country, so you have to begin from the ground up. I do need a fucking facepalm emote. I need a facepalm emote, you're right. I do, because I would have you guys spam that right now. Belarus has preserved a lot of the aspects of the former Soviet system and has resisted the neoliberalism that befell Russia. So that's the difference between Belarus and Russia, actually. So I don't know what left-leaning means, but yes, Belarus has protected its people. It has it's a pro-people state. It's a state of the Belarusian people.
It's the fascist, but he'll say that any criticisms, these are Putin's talking points. Yeah, because Russia is like the arbiter of modern red fascist discourse. You know, they don't even pretend to be left-leaning. You know, but
what does left-leaning mean? You stupid fuck. No one cares about left-leaning. That doesn't mean anything. That has no meaning. Okay? Even in America, there's a political realignment going on. So even here, where you got it from, it's not even applying anymore. I mean, what kind of dumbass thinks the political spectrum is the actual essence of politics rather than material interests? He is the definition of soy. He's the definition of a fucking soy boy. He is soy. He is what soy is. He is soy. He is what soy is. He is what soy is. He's a fucking soy boy. When you look at the fucking soy Wojak, when I see that on Twitter, it literally is Vaush. It's literally him.
Fascists like Haz find it more aesthetically agreeable to align themselves with this wing of fascism. But critically, I don't think there's any real ideological distinction between Hake and Haz. I really don't. Fundamentally, I don't.
You heard it, guys. There's no ideological distinction between Hake and Haz. At that point, then what does ideology mean anymore? You even know what ideology means? Apparently we have to explain this guy what ideology means. So Vaush, ideology is about how fundamental ideas manifest themselves in consistent and coherent ways, right? There are different ideologies because there are different fundamental ideas, right? The ideology is the form of that idea, that underlying fundamental idea, right? So it's about ideas. It's not about the fact that both Hake and Haz are opposed to the establishment, or at least position themselves against the establishment. It's not the fact that both Hake and Haz are outside of left-wing discourse, and that in some material sense, we appear to be similar. If you're talking about ideology, you're talking about something very superficial and explicit. Me and Hake are not ideologically the same, because I'm a communist and Hake is not. Now, would Hake find an easier time converting to my ideology than you would? Probably. My ideology probably makes more sense to him than yours does. That doesn't mean we have the same ideology, though. You stupid fuck. It means in a deeper material sense, he has more of a reason to hear me out than you.
The only real difference is like which side of the same ideological conflict they would take, you know, like, well, do you want to approach fascism from the Christian nationalist side, or do you want to approach it from the guys we're totally communist and that's why?
So remember, Vaush calls fascism anything that reflects not the demise of liberalism, but the demise of the liberal establishment. So as soon as our liberal establishment becomes full fascist through AOC, Meghan Markle, and the neoconservatives, Vaush is going to say that's not fascism. He's going to be an anti-fascist fascist, right?
Why everyone who protests these fascist dictators in the former Cold War bloc states is totally a part of like George Soros and the Rothschilds.
Did you guys catch that? I want to know if you guys catch Vaush's tricks, because He does this a lot. He gaslights his own audience a lot. You guys catch that? Yep, you caught it. Good for catching it today. Yesterday you didn't catch it. You caught it again. He said the Rothschilds. I said nothing about the Rothschilds. George Soros is the founder of the Open Society Foundation, which Wikipedia admits was heavily involved in the European color revolutions. Which the George Soros himself admits it. He himself admits that he's positioning himself against these dictators. He said it himself, Vaush. It's not a conspiracy theory because the guy himself admits to it. But what does that have to do with the Rothschilds? The Rothschilds are a banking family. They don't have an open society foundation. They're a banking family from when? The 18th century? Rose to prominence in the 19th because of the, I believe because of the Napoleonic Wars.
Really, Dustin Gunn? Show me. If you can find it. Which creator?
That's about all I have for this.
Ready to become a communist, James?
They didn't even talk about
his answers for me Haz's answers for me are, they muddy the water. They do explain that.
Yeah, they do muddy the water. Wait, Josh Sawyer? Oh no. I follow Josh Sawyer. I'll see. Yeah, studio design director for Fallout New Vegas. Very talented guy. Hold on. Oh no, he's on Twitter all the time. He's on Twitter constantly. There are likes from 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago.
Nobody cares.
Scroll through all of this.
Nobody cares, fat ass.
Let me see. If I scroll through like a day's, oh my god, so many like tweets. Holy fuck! I've done like 7 page reloads and I'm still 1 day back. Yeah, no, I would need to have it found for me. Sorry.
A lot of this stuff is just evil human nature, but I think that a lot of it is one cannot tell what actually happened in history. Look at how the media lies about the present day. So we don't know
Oh, no.
what and what the motive was. They lie about.
What have they lied about in history?
The idea that Hawk, it's like, listen, here's the goddamn truth of it, right? And we can all see it. Vaush is an ex-4chaner who himself probably held these views, and he retains this neurotic stance toward anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and neo-Nazism and racial realism and stuff, because these are things he himself subscribed to before, and he remains ideologically insecure in the ways in which he has supposedly renounced those beliefs. Like, he's still haunted by those beliefs. He finds there to be like this like extraordinary persuasiveness about these beliefs that he himself can't keep in bay, right? He's fighting this inner jihad to keep these beliefs at bay. So he projects them onto everyone who's right wing. I mean, look, does Hawk really look like a guy who's spending his time focusing on Germany and World War II? No, he's not. Hawk is just some dumbass who lives in America. In no way is Hawk like bereft of the fucking intentionality of like some 4chan neo-Nazi agent who's like intentionally leading to the Fourth Reich. I mean, no, dude. Hawk is a very spontaneous expression of an American right-winger, right? And I bet you he is pro-Israel, as a matter of fact. I bet you Hawk is pro-Israel. I guarantee you he probably is, right? He's probably an evangelical pro-Israel guy. I can almost guarantee you. I mean, he is an evangelical. Wait, hold on. Hawk is a Jesse Lee Peterson orbiter. And Jesse Lee Peterson's a hardcore Zionist. Evangelical Zionist. So, Hawk is probably not going to have favorable views on Hitler and whatever, right? So let's be honest here. And I mean, look, Vaush is just a guy who doesn't know how to ideologically diagnose people. I do. I can tell when someone's like coming from the Holocaust denial thing. And you know how you can tell? Because they don't know how to like hide it. They can't hide it. They're very obsessed with it. There's something you're obsessed with, right? I can tell, right? This is just paranoid. It's like leftists have just gotten to this paranoid position where like they will hear anything and think it means Holocaust now. If Hawk is saying they've lied about history, them being the establishment, is it really fair to assume or infer that he's talking about the Holocaust? Or maybe he's talking about Trump in 2016? Maybe he's talking about Obama in 2012 or 2008? I don't think the span of Hawk's political discourse spans farther than 10 years, and 10 years is generous. I don't even know. I don't even know if it'd be like maybe 7 years. I don't think Hawk's political existence, I don't think he talks about anything from before 7 years ago with any degree of investment or seriousness. You know? To be fair, Vaush doesn't either, right? Yeah, it's much more likely to be the 1619 project. So Pesto is a guy who understands this because Pesto works among regular people all the fucking time and he knows what people think on the ground. And it's so, you have to be so terminally online to hear what Hawk says and think Holocaust denial, you know?
I'm curious. What are they being dishonest about, Hake?
Well, why don't you let him actually speak? So one of the things Vaush does is he'll pause the video when someone hasn't even completed the sentence, and he'll be like, "Oh my god!" And then he plays it, and they finish the sentence, and they completely make Vaush look stupid for preemptively responding. Like, Vaush, maybe you should wait for them to finish what they're saying.
And can we get Haas to agree? Wait, do you think if Hake just...
So, okay, he paused it here, all because Hawk said the establishment has lied about history. He paused the video, and he is now... We are now at the point where he's saying Haas is a Holocaust denier. So, look, guys, there's 700 of you here? Am I alone? Am I crazy? Am I actually crazy? He paused the video where Hawk said the establishment lies about history. Not only did he make the leap to inferring Hawk as a Holocaust denier, he also says, I'm one too. All because he paused it here and didn't let Hawk finish his sentence.
Flat out said, I feel like the Hollywood liberal elites overplay the severity of the Holocaust to make white men hate themselves. If he said that, do you...
Wait. Look. Dude, what do you mean to make white men hate themselves, first of all? I am familiar with the most popular anti-Semitic conspiracy theories out there. And the Jews are targeting white people thing, I've never been familiar with that in my life, right? I've been familiar with the, more Middle Eastern anti-Semitism, which sometimes tries to say yes, they're using the Holocaust to defend Israel. But what do you mean to defend the white man? Because aren't Jews white? They're white. Jews are white. They're considered white people. Italians are white people. Irish are white people. They used to not be considered white because they weren't WASPs. But Jews are absolutely white people in America. Are you fucking kidding? Just because 4chan fringe, Vaush is talking about something very fringe, even among even among most anti-Semites. As far as I know, where does this thing to target white people? What do you mean to target white people? You guys ever heard of the Black Hebrew Israelites? The Black Hebrew Israelites. You ever considered them? You ever heard of them? I think they also kind of deny the Holocaust too, right? I don't know why I put that in parentheses. Deny the Holocaust. They do deny it, right? They do deny it, right? Well, they do it because they consider Jewish people white people. They don't think that Jews are different than white people. I mean, where does this idea that they're not white come from? I don't know. Well, it's because Vaush's own background. He comes from 4chan, And there's a high likelihood that Vaush is a former neo-Nazi, white supremacist, white nationalist. And that's where Vaush is coming from.
Do you think? I, honest to God, at this point, I feel like Haz would be like, well, I don't know if I fully agree with that, but I do agree the liberal Democrat-aligned elites will often invoke meaningless culture war issues to, like, don't you think he will?
Hold on. Even look, no one considers raising Holocaust awareness to be a meaningless culture war issue. Like, no one. It's never been. No one's ever said that. No one's ever been like, oh, they're talking too much about the Holocaust. This is culture war. It's like, nobody's ever said that, okay? I've never heard of anyone who complains about culture wars to ever say that. Second of all, even if I did say that, which is obviously not something I would say, but even if I did say, I don't agree with that, but wouldn't it be a show of strength that I'm confident in my own position, to that I'm not going to like freak out on people for saying dumb shit, and that I'm going to forward my own alternative position instead, that doesn't force us to lead to that conclusion? Like, you don't have to be anti-Semitic, right? Or you don't have to be against, you don't have to be this racist who's against black people to oppose the establishment. You can leave black people alone, right? And because they're struggling and fighting for their own thing too. So, because to me, the essence is about people fed up with the establishment, not people being racist, having an issue with black people, right? Hawk is not going to accept that, because his career is to tap into polarization algorithms. He would have nothing to talk about if he didn't focus on this meaningless, stupid bullshit, right? That's why he can't back off from the topic. Any respectable, normal conservative would agree with me, because they have in real life. When I say shit like, you know what? Black people know how best to diagnose their own problems. It's none of our business. We can't tell them what to do. And whatever. When I emphasize that aspect of like, they are their own people, and it's the manly thing to do is not get involved in other people's business, they 1000% agree with me. I've never met a conservative who was like, no, I still, like how Hawk was, where he's like, no, I still want to, it's like, you sound like a pussy at that point. You sound like a bitch, you know? If a Jew is white, then someone is Iranian. But Jews came from Europe in America. Not all of them. There are some Middle Eastern Jews who are Middle Eastern. If you're an Iranian Jew who came to the US, yeah, you're Jewish, but because of your Iranian background, you're not white. But most Jews in the US are white. How do you propose black people handle their problem of disproportionately getting murdered by the cops? We're supposed to do nothing because that's a black people problem? Is that what I fucking said, you dumbass? And how about you listen to what black people say, and then you can... How about you just listen to what black people say, you stupid fuck? Stupid bitch. You know what? Hold on. I'm looking at your profile picture, and you're an anarchist, right? And you notice, why do anarchists, white anarchists, why are they so obsessed with black people and getting up in black people's business and like it's so patronizing and condescending and disgusting. Like, I'm literally picturing what you look like right now, like a pasty white anarchist who would literally call the police if they saw a black person in their neighborhood. Right? But you can go ahead and get the fuck out of my chat, because I don't need anarchists in my fucking chat, believe it or not. I don't need you people here. I actually don't need you.
What? Yeah, he would fold like a chair. I bet. Oh man, I wish Hake would just do it. Fucking do it, Hake. Do it. Ah, give it to me.
Charlottesville. They lie about the capital mostly.
Vaush watched this whole video between me and Hake under the presumption that it was about him and that he was the audience. So if I'm finding common ground with Hake, that means I'm folding like a chair. Little does Vaush know he has nothing to do with it, because he's not the audience.
Peaceful capital protests on
Charlottesville,
They lie about the Black Lives Matter movement. They even seem to have Haz fooled on the black community's grievances. So it's, to me, I think it's a who knows, who cares type of thing as far as the history goes. I like to know present day reality.
Like this whole time, everyone thought that I looked extremely confident, extremely well postured, and just, I looked very good this whole fucking time. I never lost my cool. I was patient the whole fucking time. And I ended up looking way better than Hake. To his own audience, by the way. At no point could they say, oh, this is just another crazy commie. This is another emotional leftist. No point they could do that. I was very respectful, everything, right? If you don't get how this made me look good, you don't know anything about how to grow shit. Then again, and I hate to bring it back up, but if you're a leech and an empty husk of a person like Vaush, whose sole significance and sole claim to fame is leeching off of Destiny, copying Destiny, and appealing to those disgruntled Destiny viewers who wanted Destiny to go more left than he was, you wouldn't know a goddamn thing about how to grow a platform with the minimum of independence.
Have responsibility and not throw out God with the bathwater.
Juicy, any last thoughts, Infrared?
I think it was an overall productive, good conversation.
What do we call this, guys? What do we call it when he does this? He's riding the cock. He's cock riding. Cock riding Vaush.
I would shoot myself. I would. Oh, man.
The gyno jiggle. It's the gyno jiggle. Vaush's favorite dance move, the gyno jiggle.
I don't. They didn't even talk about communism. It didn't even come up. None of the ideological or economic precepts. We didn't talk about.
What the fuck? Look at that emote! Hoon go soy boy. This is the one we can use. It's a sub emote? Fuck! Who do I gotta fucking subscribe to get that emote? Can we get that on BTTV? Because that's one we can use. That is one we can use. We can use that one. It's fucking perfect. It's fucking perfect. That's the one we need every time he does it. Because it's literally that. It's literally that. We need it. We need it now. 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 What is it? No. He does. Does he own it? If he owns it, we can't do it. Or I don't know. Can we? We need it now. We need it. We need. Yeah, we need that. See if it's already on BTTV. We need that one. We fucking need that one. We definitely need that one.
About economic control of the means of production. We didn't talk about statelessness. We didn't talk about decommodification. We didn't talk.
It's not what people find relevant about communism. People don't find the relevance of communism to be some hypothetical future society. They care about what it means here and now. That's what people care about, okay? Nobody cares about some stateless, like, it's so fucking stupid. Because Vaush thinks communism is some, like, arbitrary precept about how to form a society. He doesn't understand that Marx, like Hegel, proceeds from the perspective of immanent critique. All of the things Marx says about a future communist society proceed as the logical and immanent conclusion of a single dialectic. It's not like he doesn't arbitrarily just interject, just be like he doesn't just say like the Old Testament God and just be like, I am what I am. This is it. This is communism. It's like it follows from a deeper reason, right? And it's one dialectic. It's not like a bunch of them. Marx is a monist. He's not like he's a monist. He's a monist. He's a dialectical monist. Marx doesn't say we should have a stateless society because it's more efficient. He doesn't proceed from some like utilitarian perspective. He says statelessness, or the withering away of the state, would logically follow, would inevitably follow, insofar Hux, thank you so much for the 10. Marx says it would inevitably follow insofar as the material basis of statehood would cease to exist. It's not about whether the society would be better or more efficient. I mean, you haven't moved past utilitarianism, right? It's just like you're philosophically illiterate, so everything you say about communism and Marx is going to be completely fucking brain dead and stupid. Merry Christmas, Hux. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's like, but this is why Destiny just destroys stupid fucks like Vaush in debates. Because they're always like, I think it would be more efficient if we had this type of society. And Destiny's like, well, no, it wouldn't be. Because by any standard of utilitarian efficiency, from that philosophical perspective, no, you can't sustain. It's stupid as hell to sustain that view, right?
Talk about any of it.
I guess I would say with regards to the black community, I think this is our main point of contention. I would just recommend reaching out and listening to.
Thank you, Jay Bird. Appreciate you.
Many black leaders, right? Because these are not people.
You know, Vaush is so fucking bad faith. Even Dylan Burns could give me credit for this debate. And Vaush, everything I say, he has to twist it. Watch. He's gonna twist everything I say into being bad. Just watch.
Who are co-opted by the Democrats? They're against the Democrats.
Is he going to say Nico House is socialist?
I do think they authentically, are leaders of their own community. They have their own specific views,
Agreed.
and they're completely demonized by the mainstream media as well. And it's something that they have in common with American conservatives. So I just think that that's important. The community, they have their own specific views, and they're completely demonized by the mainstream media as well. And it's something that they have in common with American conservatives. So I just think that that's important for unity. But I do overall agree that the media sows.
It's fundamentally true. Every single independent black voice that is not given a fucking platform by the mainstream media is absolutely demonized by the mainstream media. ADOS. You guys know what ADOS was? It was a movement. It was a Twitter thing where it was like Africans, American descendants of slaves. And they were basically just saying, we don't hate African immigrants or whatever, but we have our own specific identity, right? And they were completely demonized. They were completely demonized. Right? A lot of them were still Pan-Africans, mind you, but they're like, different African countries have different African identities, right? And we want that too, but we have a specific American one, right? They weren't against Pan-Africanism necessarily, but they just wanted to be able to say, we're not just black or we're not just African. This was their perspective. They have the right to have that perspective, in my view, right? Yeah, and then also Angie Speaks, Nico House, Fred Hampton Leftist, Revolutionary Blackout, Adolph Reed. Yeah, I mean, of course. All these people are demonized by the fucking mainstream media. When I say these are the independent leaders of the black community, I mean they are only accountable to the black community. They are not serving the Democrats. They're not serving the establishment. They're only coming from the black community. That's what I mean by that.
American conservatives, American socialists. One struggle. Let's go.
Unironically.
Go.
Necessary division, but at the same time, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be trying to make an effort to bridge those divisions, because there are, in my view, at least.
You haven't described the divisions.
I like to.
Yes, I have. Or if you need me to describe them, because they're pretty fucking self-evident. There is a big racial divide in this country. We don't want to fucking stoke the racial divide. We don't want to promote Hawks, complaints about, black people and shit. That's a form of stoking racial divisions. When Hawk is attacking black people or critiquing them or whatever, he's stoking racial division for no reason. We don't want that.
Yeah, do you have any? Who would be a black leader that you think of as a leader?
Well, historically, you have
Vaush, what do you think I'm going to say? Like, what are you so excited for? Yeah, he doesn't know how conservative so many Latinos and black people are.
Organizations like the Nation of Islam, right?
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, you have...
people who killed Malcolm X. Nice.
You guys catch that? Just curious. Did you guys catch that? He said, the people who killed Malcolm X. Y'all catch that? Y'all catch that, right? He said the Nation of Islam killed Malcolm X. For all those who don't know this, it is very likely the FBI killed Malcolm X. The two people who were charged, there was two people charged from the Nation of Islam with the murder of Malcolm X, and they were just exonerated. So what does that tell you? Malcolm X's daughter was also recently found dead in their apartment. Rest in peace. But what does that tell you? There's something really weird going on. And if you think the Nation of Islam did this, you're really a fucking idiot. Thank you, Louis Farrakhan. Appreciate you.
Currently controlled by Luis Farrakhan.
Speak of the devil.
A Nazi. Good. Very
good. What? Louis Farrakhan is a Nazi? Again, it's beyond the threshold of sanity. What do you even say to that? Farrakhan's a Nazi? What?
very good. I like. Who's the first person who comes to your?
Hold on. I need more energy, right? So I'm gonna eat these mozzarella sticks. Keep eating these, I'll become Vaush.
Your mind when you think of a black leader. Oh, I think of the Nation of Islam. Really, that's the first thing that comes.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the only independent black organizations that is not answerable to the fucking Democrats or any other higher power. It comes from the black community, grassroots. It's one of the biggest ones in America. Matter of fact, Nation of Islam membership. Estimated 50,000 members. Estimated 50,000 members. You ever watch the Vaush Flowers debate? I don't give a shit about Professor Flowers. They talked a lot of shit about me on their Twitter, so fuck them. Don't give a shit about them. She's a lib. She's just a liberal. I don't know anything about her except she's a liberal. Simple as that. She's a liberal. She joined along the chorus of white leftist echo chamber attacking me. That tells me all I need to know about her. She's a fucking lib. Democrat lib. Simple as that.
Comes to your mind. That's the one right off the dome right there. Really. Yeah.
By the way, I bet she was really polite to Vaush too. You know. I bet she was like, Vaush, I want to find common ground with you. I hate that guy Haz. I agree with you. Haz is the worst. I want to find common ground with you, Haz. Reap what you sow. I don't give a fuck. It's got nothing to fucking do with me.
Yeah, Haz's brain vibrating at intense speeds to quickly think of the worst organization. The worst.
One of the most based ones, you mean? Why should I think it's the worst organization? I get why you do, Vaush. You're like a fat Beverly Hills socialist and a white supremacist. So I get why you would hate them, but why should I hate them is the question. Why should Haz hate them?
Worst group he can imagine, you know. Yeah, no, guys.
So Vaush, why don't you name a group?
Never ask Haz who his favorite German leader in history is. Worst mistake of my life.
What is up with this white supremacist projection? Why does Vaush think everyone's tempted to be a fucking neo-Nazi? Yeah, he's obsessed with Nazis because I think Vaush, like, secretly wants to be a Nazi. But he doesn't because it's not allowed? I don't know. He's so obsessed with it. It's like, how do you go from Farrakhan to Nazis? I don't know. People need to remember this, but you know the Nazis were European white supremacists who thought that all other races were inferior? And that this is the culmination of European colonialism? I don't know. Is that not relevant? Is it not relevant? Yeah, it's his fucking 4chan instincts onto all other things. Exactly. By the way, if you want to know my favorite German leader, it's going to be... Wow, there's a lot to choose from. Favorite German leader. Florian Geyer. He's one of them. Comes to mind. Frederick the Great. Ernest Talman, yeah. But Talman never seized power, so. Ernest Talman. Bismarck is got to be up there somewhere. I mean, whether you like Bismarck or not, he was a great leader, right? United Germany. Munzer, yeah. I said Florian Geyer because Geyer was... You guys, it's really interesting because the story of Florian Geyer was basically that when the peasants revolted, led by Thomas Munzer, most of the armies in Europe were still professional, so it was based on knights, right? So there was one renegade band of knights who came from the upper class, but turned against the upper class for very mysterious reasons. And they were called the Black Army, the Black Band. And they were led by Florian Geyer. And they joined the peasant revolt and helped the peasants as a professional army. And no one knows their motivations. No one knows why they did it. I don't fucking know why they did it. They did.
Life.
I forgot we're still watching this fat fuck.
Luis Farrakhan doesn't even pretend at being a lefty, right? Does Luis?
Who fucking cares? He doesn't pretend to be a lefty. What does that even mean? He doesn't have gyno?
Does Farrakhan openly call himself a fascist? What's his economic prescription?
The most hilarious irony of Vaush, he is so obsessed with the political spectrum. And yet, he has actually arrived at a point where the entire American left hates his fucking guts. I promise you. Go to any local anarchist org, any Antifa, any DSA chapter. They're all friends with each other, by the way. They all know each other. They're all connected. Go to any of them and ask them, hey guys, what do you think of Vaush? Vaush, he's a debate bro, white supremacist. I hate Vaush. Vaush, he's such a pig. Vaush, he's such a chauvinist. Vaush, they're all going to say that shit. Vaush, that's the left right now. The left fucking hates you, right? The left absolutely despises you. You only have your fucking cult. At least I have a working pipeline that's growing infrared. You don't even have a fucking pipeline. You're just a fucking cult. You know what Vaush is? Vaush is like the Jim Jonestown. He's just a cult. You're in the middle of a jungle. You're a cult.
Let me see. Views. Okay, what about like socialism? Nope, just social media. Economic? Nope, just that. Nope, that's community.
Why would Farrakhan talk about those things? What the fuck? Why would he talk about that? What? I love how you have to... I love how we even begin with the premise that Haz agrees with everything Farrakhan says or is 100% ideologically aligned. Not everything's ideology. It's about who's the independent leader, black leader. And Farrakhan is one. Does that mean I'm ideologically aligned with him? Well, it's not my business to be ideologically fucking aligned by him, right? How am I going to make an ideology for black people? I am not black. I don't come from a black community. All I can do is have dialogue. How am I going to prescribe an ideology for black people? All I could do is have a dialogue. I don't come from a black community. I don't have roots in the black community. I am not black myself. How am I going to prescribe to a people I have no business leading an ideology? I can have dialogue and we can find common ground. And from there we may come to a common ideology. But that's see, this is Vaush's Anglo-universalism. He first comes to what he considers the true ideology, then you impose it on everyone else. Instead of the Chinese way, which is first we respect our boundaries, then we have dialogue, then we work from the bottom up to a common understanding. That's my approach. It's not... What a stupid fuck. You know what this is? This is like all these leftists on Twitter who like idolize the Black Panthers because they project this idea. Oh, the Black Panthers were just like me. They were black people who agreed with my ideology of Marxism. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're not black. The Black Panthers, like, yeah, they were Marxist, Leninists, whatever, but that don't mean they're like your people. That don't mean you can claim them as yours and your history. They're not your history. You don't get to claim them. History's not based on ideology. It's based on people. What people do you come from? If you're not black, that's not your fucking history. You don't get to claim them as yours.
Community. Okay, not that. Fascism? Nothing for that. Does he even have any economic...
Oh, he's not even anti-Semitic either. Look, he wanted to heal the rift between him and the Jewish community.
Now search anti-Semitism. What if I just searched Jew? 58! Wow!
So he searched Jew? Look at this. This is what a slimy fat fuck he is. The first result, in a 1996 interview with Louis Gage Jr., he speculated that his father, Gene, may have been Jewish. Farrakhan thought and speculated that his own father might have been Jewish. So why the fuck, like, and he didn't talk about this even. Miss PBJ, can I throw a corn dog at you? Who are you? Check mark? What the fuck? What is this? Okay. Zerka's ex? Oh, are you the one with the spider? Oh, okay, I remember.
This guy must have a lot of opinions on Jewish people. No, we know what he's about. We know.
But why? Hey, he just controlled F and he didn't even talk about what he controlled F. Roll it back. Look at this. Look what he just did.
Now search anti-Semitism. What if I just searched Jew? 58! Wow!
Like, this guy, he tried, and then the thing directly contradicted him, so he immediately left and played it off.
I must have a lot of opinions on Jewish people. No,
He immediately exit out of it. It completely backfired. No one in his chat pointed it out, by the way. No one in his chat pointed it out. Completely fucking backfired. What a lazy fat fuck.
know what he's about. We know what he's about. Let's just
you have.
How do you know what he's about? Do you know what he's about? We know what he's about. Prove it. I'm calling the bluff. What do you know what he's about? How can you justify what you think you know? Yeah, dude's caught in fucking 4K.
You have the traditional Marcus Garvey.
I would have deleted the VOD if that happened. That would have been so embarrassing. Yeah, and even if he did say some shit, that's fine. You can disagree with him. That don't mean you consider him an enemy, right?
Historically,
Marcus Garvey was an anti-communist.
I don't blame Marcus Garvey for being an anti-communist. The communists were absolutely fucking horrible in their approach to the national question in the U.S. I don't blame him for being an anti-communist.
He was explicitly an anti-communist.
So what? That's like blaming the Iranian revolutionaries for being anti-communist. I really can't.
He was a Pan-African.
If communists fuck up, that's their fault.
White or black separatist who
I support Pan-African black separatists
who wanted fascism.
No, he didn't want fascism. Shut the fuck up, you fucking liar. Dude, how does anyone say that Marcus... Dude, you don't know anything about black history if you're going to be out here talking shit about Marcus Garvey. He was so fucking formative and important. He called Mussolini a dumbass. Yeah, but Marcus Garvey was so important in influencing the black consciousness movement and whatever, right? Like, he was so important. How do you fucking go and write off Marcus Garvey? The fuck? Dude, you're literally just some fat white guy. Why are you even talking about this? Random fat white dude just talking about fucking Marcus Garvey like it's his business. You don't even know how stupid you sound. You don't even know how stupid you sound when you talk about this. You are a Beverly Hills socialist. What connections do you have to black people? What connection to the black community do you have? None. You look stupid. You look stupid talking about this.
Garvey told historian J.A. Rogers that he and his followers were, quote, the first fascists, adding that Mussolini copied fascism from me, but the Negro reactionaries sabotaged it.
Okay. FDR also praised Mussolini in the early years, believe it or not. Some of the only people to call out Mussolini were communists, actually. So it doesn't mean he was a fascist. Yeah, he said we were the first fascists, but what did he mean? Did he mean I am a follower of the fascist doctrine, or did he mean like, you know, was he basically just saying like, oh, Mussolini is nobody, he's trying to take credit from, he's trying to copy me or whatever, right? What do people, it's important to try to understand, what do people fucking mean? Is it fair to call Garvey a fascist because he said this? Well, logically, yes, because he said we were the first fascists. But what did he mean by that? What did he mean by fascist? Did he mean like try to form a unified, cohesive movement around some kind of national identity? If Garvey is going to associate that with fascism, then that's what he's going to say. But there's way more to fascism to that, right?
He was, but Mussolini copied my homework. I think it's okay when you're reading historical passages to say that word, okay? The O is fine. The A and the R aren't, okay? But you can say the O. Otherwise, you couldn't read anything from MLK. Anyway,
Uh-oh.
Jesus. How is this the leader of the theory? Like, he explicitly anti-communist. In fact, wait, if I open that again, I'm pretty sure I can find... Hold on, I'm sorry.
Like I said, if you thought ideology was the essence of politics, this would be an O, but it's not. I don't give a fuck that he was anti-communist. If he's anti-communist, then my job as a communist would have been to convince him otherwise, if I had a dialogue with him, insofar as I did. Other than that, I can't judge his significance based on his views on communism. That's like saying, you know, like, the USSR supported Nasser, and Nasser literally killed communists. Nasser hung communists. They were hung by Nasser. Gamal Abdel Nasser, the leader of Egypt. He was also an anti-communist. The leaders of Syria were also anti-communists. Saddam, the Iraqi government, was anti-communist. That did not stop the USSR or China from supporting them. Because ultimately, ideology isn't what determines material reality.
It's just incredibly funny to me. Like, who's the greatest enemy to communism? Oh, it's like George Soros and the Democrats from Haz, you know?
Yes, because communism isn't reducible to communism as an ideology. It's like if we're materialists, then this, like, the essence of the idea is material. It's not the idea itself. How is that hard to understand? A is not A. It's not about A being A. It's not about preserving the pure ideological form of communism. The meaning and significance and essence of communism is not reducible to the ideal form of communism. It's material. And George Soros would agree that he's the biggest enemy of communism. George Soros named the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping, as the #1 threat to the open society. It's like... Based. Thank you, Envy. Appreciate you. Also, it's really weird to say enemy of communism. If you're talking about communist states, I get it. Or maybe we're talking about the socialist bloc. Well, Marcus Garvey was not a threat to the socialist bloc or the Soviet Union at all. George Soros was. Now, ideologically speaking, was Garvey opposed to communism? Yeah. But where does that stand in relation to the real movement, which Marx actually said communism is the real movement and nothing more? Marx said communism is not a future society, it is the real movement that sublates the present state of things. So, does an anti-communist strictly mean, is that strictly going to be measured based on ideology? No, it's going to be measured based on your relationship to the real movement. And Garvey was more of a communist in many ways than communists at the time. Because he was building the prerequisites to a black communism, which requires a national self-consciousness as its prerequisite.
And then he's like, okay, well, who's a black leader? Well, what about this fascist? Hold on. There is no evidence Garvey was ever sympathetic to socialism. While in the U.S., he...
So what?
He strongly opposed attempts by socialist and communist groups to recruit African Americans in the trade union movement and urged African Americans not to support the Communist Party.
Yeah, because the Communist Party wasn't a black-led organization. So why would he?
He viewed the communist movement as a white person's creation, was not...
Which it was.
...not in the interest of African Americans. He called it a dangerous theory. The Communist Internationale characterized...
Because it seeks to put government in the hands of ignorant white mass who have not been able to destroy their prejudice. So... It may be a good thing. So he's basically insisting on the necessity of an independent black politics, an independent black national self-determination. Well, as a communist, I would consider that a prerequisite for a successful communist movement in the USA. Yeah, Garvey built up the foundations of the fucking Black Panthers. There would be no Black Panthers without Garvey. He's like the foundation of that. Are you guys... Is Vaush stupid? Are you just fucking stupid? Vaush. Hey, fat ass. Vaush. Why did the Black Panthers form? Why didn't they just stay in the Communist Party? Angela Davis was a member of the Communist Party. Why didn't they just stay in the Communist Party? Why did they even form the Black Panthers? I'll wait for Vaush to respond. Can Vaush respond? Okay, no response. He just shakes his gyno. The reason is because they were building on the foundation laid by Garvey, according to which there is a necessity of black national self-determination. It's that simple. The thing that separates the Black Panthers from the Communist Party is people like Garvey, Marcus Garvey. And there's people, you know, there's people that came after Garvey too that built on the foundation. Buckley, right? Is that his name? William F. Buckley. No, not William F. Buckley. What the fuck? Why the fuck did I say that? What was his name? No, yeah, that was the conservative. I don't know why I fucking said that. What was his name? His name was it Robert? He went to China and he posed with a gun. Robert F. Williams. No, Robert F. Williams. Robert F. Williams. I don't know why I said William F. Buckley. What the fuck? Robert F. Williams. There you go. Robert F. Williams. There you go. Not Baldwin.
Garveyism as reactionary bourgeois philosophy.
Robeson? I think Robeson was more associated with the Communist Party.
This is who Haz is holding water for.
Okay.
And he noted it was a secular movement too. God, it's yeah, okay.
Why are you soying out and exiting out? Oh, I can't handle it. I can't handle the fact that it was secular. This is too ridiculous. But how is that ridiculous? When did I say... What is so ridiculous about it being secular? What is he even talking about? Oh, what? Because Haz spoke favorably about religion? Haz doesn't think? Haz doesn't believe in secularism? What? Are you guys even following this? Are you even following this stupidity? This utter fucking stupidity? This brain dead fucking stupidity on Vaush's part? This dumbass is making it seem like Marcus Garvey promoting secularism or being secular is like radically in contradiction to my views or what I've said. What? Dude, what are you trying to fucking say? If you ask me about independent black leaders, I'm going to give you people not who most ideologically align with me, but who most authentically represent black people independently. Why is that so hard to understand? Even, like, there's so many layers to the stupidity. First, he's assuming I'm against secularism. Then he's assuming that I'm conditioning my naming of Marcus Garvey on grounds that I ideologically agree with him. It's like, there's so much layers to this that make him look like a fucking idiot.
I know that me saying over and over again that Haz is a fascist like doesn't hold much water because I've said it so many times and all of you already understand and believe it, but like, Jesus Christ. It's...
Oh no, Vaush's fucking audience thinks I'm a fascist. Whatever will I do? Whatever will be my source of growth going forward? I don't know, maybe the same one that I've been using since I debated Vaush. Remember when I debated Vaush and he was like, oh my god, Haz is never growing ever again. Haz is never going to grow because I'm going to ignore him. Haz's source of growth is done and cut off. Haz is over. Haz is done. And then I just like growed a shit ton. And then he had to react to this because of that. Remember when that happened?
It's just funny how obvious they make it.
Successors. You have Malcolm X, historically, who famously called the Democrats the wolves in sheep clothing. So it's a very...
Did he have any other opinion? Did Malcolm X say anything besides criticizing the Democrats? Or was that...
Uh-oh, he's getting a little bit aggressive. Hide your Twinkies. He's getting a little aggressive. He's hungry. Hide the Twinkies.
to the totality of his ideological. He was killed by the nation of.
Yeah. Hide the Twinkies. Vaush, you need to calm yourself down, big boy. He might have a mental illness. I don't know. Maybe he has a mental illness. I don't know who thinks this way. Like, he's just like soying out and like freaking out when he doesn't understand that I'm not giving like a general description of Malcolm X to you, Vaush, to anyone. I'm talking to Hawk. So if I'm talking to Hawk, obviously I'm going to highlight the things about Malcolm X that are going to be the biggest source of promoting common ground. Obviously I'm going to emphasize what Malcolm X said about the Democrats because A, it proves that he was an independent black leader. I mean, look, when the whole point, like, look, guys, Hawk asked me, can you name any independent black leaders who are not beholden to the Democrats? And then I say, yeah, Malcolm X, who called the Democrats wolves in sheep's clothing. And then Vaush goes, is there anything else about Malcolm X? Yeah, but that's not what I was being asked. I was being asked to name independent black leaders who are not beholden to the Democrats. So I named one and gave an example of why he wasn't beholden to the Democrats. It's like, it's so simple. It's like so fucking simple, right? You think he's gonna use mental illness as an excuse for why he said all this shit? Yeah, maybe he would. He said he legit has autism. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know he said that. All right, we will steer clear of anything relating to that going forward now that we know that. Spicy chicken fingers, you are such a little bitch. You are such a little bitch. This dude, Spicy Little Fingers, went into Latina's chat and he was like, yo, Latina, everyone on Zerka's Royale was talking shit about you. And she was like, huh? And she was like, yeah, all the girls were DMing Zerka not to let you on anymore and to kick you off. And they're all talking shit about you. And she was like, where's the proof? And he was like, call Haz. And I was in the fucking gym and she called me and asked me about it. And I was like, what? Why would you say that?
Of Islam. So, like, Malcolm X, famed for his belief that the Democrats are bad. It's like, well, read from that.
Yeah, he just lost the plot about what we were even talking about.
And nothing else, you know.
Rich tradition, and
what a stupid fuck. He can't even respond to what I'm saying.
Living people who
I talk with blacks practically.
Look at the people in his chat. Seriously, Haz?
Every day on my radio show. Some of them have sense. Some of them agree with me. Many of them agree with me.
Can you believe people are this fucking stupid as Vaush in his chat? Can you believe anyone could be so fucking stupid and brain dead?
Don't. Many have that anger. They've taken on false identities. They think they're Black Hebrew Israelites, or they have embraced the Islam stuff, the Nation of Islam. What do your parents think when you left the Shia Muslim thing?
I think they were okay with it.
Wait, the Nation of Islam guys who killed him were exonerated recently, dog? Wasn't the person who killed him literally Nation of Islam? Like,
There we go.
Directly killed him. Hold on. Nation of Islam exonerated? 2 men convicted of killing Malcolm X be exonerated. Oh, hold on. The 1966...
Oh, hold on.
Convictions of the 2 men are expected to be thrown out after a lengthy investigation, validating long-held doubts about who killed the civil rights leader. 2 of the men...
Okay, let's see this. Let me look this up myself. Malcolm X assassination. Thomas Hagen. Yeah.
Found guilty of the assassination are expected to have their convictions thrown out. For decades, historians have cast doubt on the two men, Muhammad A. Aziz and Khalil Islam, who each spent more than 20 years in prison. Their exoneration. There were like 5 people who were convicted. Okay, wait, yeah, how many people were convicted? Hold on. So wait, these 2 weren't the ones who killed him directly. They were just convicted as part of the conspiracy to kill Malcolm X. But there were still other Nation of Islam members whose convictions are maintained.
No.
Because it would be very surprising if the conviction was overturned on the guy who was found to have killed him directly, because I think the case against that guy was pretty solid.
Evidence is withheld. Nobody actually knows why he was killed to this day. The Nation of Islam does not claim it. So the Hagen guy that you're talking about, he hasn't gotten exonerated, but no one knows what his real connection to any conspiracy is to kill Malcolm X. So that guy could have been just an FBI, whatever. No one knows.
Okay, the assassination of Malcolm X. Shot multiple times. 3 members of the Nation of Islam were charged with the murder and given indeterminate life sentences. 2 of them,
but 2 were exonerated, and Hagen
men were exonerated. Okay, so one of the 3 remains.
Yeah, so you still can't say the Nation of Islam did it.
The third one admitted to it. It was on video. Okay. So my point stands, but it was the FBI too? Yeah, it was. You kidding me? You think the FBI doesn't want... The FBI... honest to God, I feel like...
Hold on, guys. I just want to let you know, this is the face of a man who knows what's best for black people. Look at it. Hold on, let me give you a better face, right? Just want to show you the face of a man who knows what's best for black people. Ready? There you go.
Equality and socialism in the U.S. gets fucking danger alarms going off in their head. If Fred Hampton was just another lunatic who was like, we should all just move back to Africa, he wouldn't have been
What? Louis Farrakhan does not advocate for going back to Africa, you dumbass. This is why I don't fetish. This is why I don't talk about Fred Hampton, because if someone like this is fetishizing Fred Hampton, and guys, Fred Hampton was very young, so stop fetishizing that dude, It's really cringe. Yeah, he was a great leader, but he's not your leader. He was a leader of the black community. He's not your history, But Fred Hampton was a Marxist-Leninist to the bone. Also, hold on. I actually do want to talk about this for a second. So I'm one of the people who have actually read the Black Panthers. I've read them. And I've also listened to their music. I've listened to one of their albums they put out. So I'm a guy who knows something about the Black Panthers, right? I actually know where they were coming from, what they were about. I've read them, right? Isn't that crazy? I'm not just a guy on Twitter who talks about them. I've actually read their books and their writings from the source, right? Anyway, hold on. Anyway, you got to understand, the Black Panthers have been completely forgotten today. What they were about and what they're coming from has nothing to do with any of the people who fetishize them today. Want to know why? Because one of the most important cultural aspects of the Black Panthers, their mission, their aesthetic, what they were about, their idea. I've read it directly from Huey Newton, not just him, but several others. I read it from Eldridge Cleaver. I read it from, I keep forgetting names. Who's the other guy who wrote? I've read it from Blood. George Jackson. Yeah, George Jackson. Bobby Seale. Kwame Ture. Was he in the Panthers? I don't know. His name was Stokely Carmichael, right? I've read these people. I've also read Angela Davis's reflections on the Panthers. And I don't trust Angela Davis, by the way. I really do. It's not my business to, I guess, but I really don't trust her, right? But Because I'll tell you why. Elaine Brown, yeah. She sang a song. I'll tell you what the song was too that I've listened to before. A very, yeah, I don't trust Angela Davis. She studied under Marcuse, and she said some. I'll tell you what she said in a sec. The Panthers believed that because from the days of slavery, black people were deprived of manhood, of masculinity. So where the Black Panthers were coming from was returning to masculinity. It was about manhood. It was this like a pivotal thing for the Panthers was manliness, manhood. It was very, very important, right? Like you can do all this psychoanalysis stuff too, which just makes sense of it. But you don't need psychoanalysis because the thing is that they said it. It's like they directly wrote about it and said this. They talked about it. They talked about how, the black community was being ruled by the white man, right? And that they need to be men. It's something that has been completely erased. They were very hyper masculine in orientation. Now, does that mean that they were anti-woman? No. Matter of fact, who was it? Was it George Jackson who wrote? George Jackson wrote about how they opposed the cultural nationalists because the cultural nationalists were treating women like lesser, right? The cultural nationalists, he said, would have women walk behind the men. And George Jackson called them the F word, the F slur. And they used this word very often to describe people they considered effeminate men. Both men and women within the Black Panther Party used the F slur to do that. I would never use that. I'm against that. I'm not even kidding. I'm against it. But they used it very often. You see it in their writings, right? They were not afraid to use that word. They used it a lot. Women were very empowered, but this is the thing, is that a lot of people don't understand, paradoxically, the more masculine a group is going to be, the more status women are going to have. The more effeminate, the less status women will have, right? That's how it is in societies too. It's Sparta versus Athens, right? But the Panthers, black masculinity and manhood was one of the most foundational, integral parts of their psychology and their modus their aesthetic, their reason for existing, and so on, right? I mean, it's all tied. Even the Black Panthers, they started out as a community for self-defense. They wielded rifles. For them, it's very much like a macho thing, right? 60% women by membership at its height. Okay, I need you guys to understand. When I'm saying the Black Panthers were very much about masculinity, I'm not saying this at the expense of women. I'm saying it at the expense of soy males like Vaush. That's what I mean. They would not tolerate you if you were a soy male. If you were a dude in the Black Panthers, they were going to tell you to fucking man up. The women were going to tell you the same shit too. Women wanted you to be a man. Women pressured people to be men, probably most of all. If you listen to what Elaine Brown has said, if you listen to their songs, and one of their songs is literally what is the song? It was by Elaine Brown. I've listened to the album before. It was it's literally, the lyrics are literally I need a real man, some shit like that. I don't know. But it was a huge part of the Black Panthers. That aspect of them has curiously completely been erased. And a matter of fact, in a documentary, Angela Davis, she was saying, well, one of the things I did not like about the Black Panthers was that they were very masculine. They were very all about masculinity, and I don't like that. Now, keep in mind, why does Davis say that when women were very empowered within the Black Panthers. They were they were very powerful in it. They were very like they had a high status, equal status more or less, right? Within the realm of possibility. I mean, obviously people are different, but you know what I mean? It's really surprising no one's ever pointed this out. And if you go and read Black Panther, man, I'll compile some readings if you guys want. It's crazy when you go and read them and look at the contrast of the people on Twitter and Vaush who talk about them. I mean, yeah, when you see in a lot of academia is that for Black studies, you need to be apologetic and pessimistic in order to get a position or voice. Yeah, it's really weird. Who benefits from downplaying masculinity? I don't know. Who benefits from that? Just curious. But anyway, you know, these people call me like a hyper-masculine chauvinist or whatever, but I'm nothing compared to what the Panthers were saying. What the Panthers were saying about that is like, they really they emphasized it a lot, too. A lot. How are you progressing on your book? I haven't. I haven't for like a month or two. You know?
Assassinated because he wouldn't have been a threat. He would have been meaningless. He would have been another radical. It's the reason Luis Farrakhan is of no one's interest at the moment. He can't affect anything. He's a lunatic. Nobody cares. He'll never do anything. But Fred Hampton would.
Okay. He would never do anything. Interesting.
It's powerful. That's why they killed him.
Interesting. Farrakhan can't do anything except maintain one of the largest independent Black organizations that exist in the U.S.
Also, the Nation of Islam guys were crazy. That was also a thing, you know.
That's Vaush's casual racism. He's just going to call him crazy.
Primarily because, you know, I did have issues with religion growing up, but I've come to...
He completely neglect the significance of Elijah Muhammad, and, you know, he's just going to call him crazy. Go ahead.
To a perspective where I have great respect and reverence.
Like I said, this is a guy who knows what's best for the Black community. Here he is.
For all of the world's major religions. And also I acquired, actually, as a communist, a newfound appreciation for Christianity in particular, right? Because of how closely entwined communism historically has been with Christianity. So to me,
everything
I find beauty...
What?
Is intertwined with Christianity in the West.
That's not true.
I think it's important that we not...
That's not true. Fascism is not. Fascism is not entwined with Christianity. Mussolini's fascism was pagan. The Nazis were also pagan. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Caught up in the identities where you can't just tell people the truth. For example, for the hate report, I call on my show, I call blacks out, I call women out, I call the Black Hebrew Israelites out, and they can call in and disagree with me. I call both the rhinos and the Democrats out, the mainstream media. But I think that we should have the freedom.
I was like, Haz is such a pussy for not soying out and screaming at Hake for being so vulgar. It's like, what do you want me to say? Let him say what he wants. I don't give a fuck. What does that got to do with me? He's being vulgar. He hasn't crossed the threshold in terms of what he's saying. He's using politically incorrect language, but what is he actually saying? He's saying, oh, I call people out. Okay. What's your point? You know? So I focus on meat and potatoes. I don't just get mad about how people talk. I wouldn't talk like that, but I'm my own man.
The freedom of speech to just say our impression, especially whites and men, and Christians, they're some of the most docile and submissive lately, and fearful and intimidated, falsely intimidated, because, you know, look at what is happening with Kyle Rittenhouse. He's charged with murder.
I feel like Hake is baiting Haz at this point. I wonder. So what is Haz's response going to be here? Yeah, I do agree. White people don't have enough freedom of speech. Where are we going with this one?
Oh my god, it's just like everything he says, he can't help but say it with like this air and must of nervousness about it. Like, he's getting sweaty. I'm getting sweaty. What are you gonna say here? He's getting sweaty because I guess what Hake is saying is tempting him. I am not really impressed by what Hake is saying. I understand why he's saying it, not because I think it has merit, but because I understand the discourse bubble that Hake comes from. Like, I'm looking past it and I'm seeing, okay, Hake is talking about the media controversy. I mean, if you turn on CNN, they're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse and he's talking about white people's fixation on Black Lives Matter and whatever. I'm translating it into what reality is he trying to refer to. Would I describe the reality in the same way that Hake is? No, but I'm looking past it, and let's see what he means to say, right? Yes, it says more about him than it does me. I'm my own man. I can't control what he says, right? All I could do is stand my own ground.
Over a clear case of self-defense. People don't have justice, and we have lost a sense of justice and freedom here.
I definitely agree that I do believe that Americans' freedom of speech has been curtailed, specifically and especially by the big tech companies.
There we go, the guy no jiggle. Back at it again. Yeah, it has. Americans' freedom of speech has been curtailed. That's why the president got banned from fucking Twitter. So yes, freedom of speech is getting curtailed. Now why it is and all that kind of stuff, we're going to disagree with Hake, but we're not going to deny the fucking reality. See, the way I think of it is like, Hake says this shit like, oh, white and Christian people are being targeted. And how am I translating? Okay, he must be referring to big tech censorship in general. Does it have to be specifically white people and Christians? No, but I'm trying to find the common ground reality that he's referring to so that he doesn't need to think that the white Christian aspect is what's essential. You know, it's fucking stupid.
And regardless of who I agree or disagree with, I do think people should be allowed to give authentic expression to what they really do believe and what they
Fucking
really do feel.
spineless, dude.
How is that fucking spineless when it's what I fucking believe? I do believe that people should be able to say what they actually think. Because I prefer them to do that than be like you, Vaush, who lie because they're not allowed to. When we can have people say what they really think, you can arrive at a fucking baseline of possibility of dialogue. When you're repressing all that shit, there's no way to fucking work with it. It's called the fetishist disavowal. Look it up. Yeah, it's so fucking ironic because, this is the last person who has any fucking right to be talking about who does and doesn't have a spine. Because Vaush's entire political positions, when Vaush talks about the left, he's talking about the thing he's submitting to with no spine. Oh, this is the left. This is the left. This is the left orientation, right? You're hiding behind discourse instead of having your own spine. You don't have a fucking spine at all. Matter of fact, your posture, the way you look, the way you compose yourself looks jiggly and spineless. But here's the thing. You can't first call me a fascist and then say I have no spine. If I'm a fascist like you're saying, then this is what I believe. According to you. By your own terms. By what terms, by what premises do you accuse me of being a fascist? If I'm just being spineless, that means I'm a spineless communist. It doesn't mean I'm a fascist. Like how you're saying. And by the way, I'm speaking in terms of your terms. On what grounds do you call me a fascist if I'm being spineless? You stupid fat idiot. Stupid fat fuck. I'm gonna go pee. Give me a moment. Oh, let's finish this part. Let's finish this specific part.
Whether I agree with it or not,
and how suck
it's
his
the
own
first
cock.
step in being able to come to a point of unity and mutual understanding. And as I think a good example of this was recently, and let's not get into the details of it because I'm on Twitch, so I'm not sure what. But recently with Dave Chappelle's Netflix special.
So I gave the example of a black Muslim man. So you see how I did this, guys? So Hake was trying to get to a thing about like, oh, I think white and Christian men are being persecuted. So I was like, okay, I definitely see the reason you're saying that is because of big tech censorship. Well, let me find some common ground. Here's an example of a black Muslim man who's getting pushed back. Right? The opposite of what he said. Didn't know Chappelle was Muslim? Yeah, he's a Muslim. So, it's actually kind of like really intelligent when you think about it, right? People should be praising me for how intelligent this shit is.
Right, and he was trying to just give authentic, expression to what he believed, and he was canceled.
That's actually a really telling thing right there, isn't it? So as you guys probably saw, Haz lost his mind about the Dave Chappelle stuff on Twitter. But here's the thing, okay?
How did I lose my mind?
Haz correctly.
I lost my mind? What the fuck are you talking about? You lost your mind about it, you dumbass. I just watched it and I lost my mind, and yet you were soying out over it and like being outraged and shit. It sounds like you lost your mind.
Infers that if he talks about this, that Hake will go off and talk about, you know, crazy transes or whatever. The thing is, though, Twitch TOS would only hammer down on Hake.
Wait, hold on. Wait a moment. So, even if that was true and I was transphobic and I wanted to channel my transphobia through Hake, let's just assume that was true. It's not true. We obviously know that. But let's assume it was. Wouldn't that make you a spineless fucking bitch for dancing like a gremlin and taunting me about Twitch TOS? You're hiding behind censorship, which makes you a fat pussy. You're hiding behind TOS censorship because you're a fat pussy. So wouldn't that make you the bitch here, you spineless fuck? Wouldn't that make you fucking spineless? You're literally relying on censorship to sustain your position. It's like, if you're right about me, which you're not, right? But I don't give a fuck what you think anyway. If you're right that I wanted to channel transphobia through Hake because of censorship, the fact that you're gleefully smiling about that, acting like you're owning me, you are a fucking dick-riding little bitch. You're fucking sucking big tech's cock. You suck the cock of big tech censorship. There is a big tech censorship cock in your fucking mouth. You literally fucking have the cock of big tech down your fucking throat. Down your fucking throat. You're calling me a spineless and pandering when you just have big tech down your fucking throat? When you're sucking off big tech? Maybe that's what it means when you're doing your little gyno jiggle. You're just riding on big tech's cock. You're riding big tech's cock. You're bouncing on it. You're riding it. You're sucking it.
Not on Haz, unless Haz joined in. There have been plenty of cases where where one person has been banned for going, you know, Joker mode on a panel, but the other people there haven't. It's just interesting, you know, like the language there was more of a like, let's not get into it, more so the please don't say anything bad about it yourself kind of dealio.
What? Why would I say please don't say anything bad about it yourself? Wait, what a stupid semantical distinction. If I say, let's not get into it, that obviously implies neither of us should get into it, right? And by the way, you know how fucking stupid Vaush is that if he did say transphobic shit, I would have deleted the VOD and censored it. Because I didn't know that it's allowed for my enemy to say it. I'm platforming it on my stream. I don't know how that fucking works, right? When Hake started talking about slavery, I actually started to censor it. On my stream. And that's the only fucking proof you need to know that Vaush is lying. Okay, I'm gonna go pee really quick, guys. I'll be right back. Gotta go pee.
Napoleon_Bonaparte donated $3. Vaush sent their best yesterday and it was an utter and complete victory by infrared Oz. Reminds me of my victory over the quote-unquote allied powers in the Battle of Austerlitz. March forward Oz, as well as you glorious guerrillas.
Thank you so much, Napoleon Bonaparte.
Person on, and they say something bigoted, you're pushing back hard against it. I've never... Well, Twitch can be really inconsistent. I'll say it's 50-50 on this one. I'll say it's 50-50 on whether or not it's you know, an indication that he would join in on the rhetoric or otherwise.
Ways to get his movie published and stuff, so it's like his stuff published. I mean, so, you know, it's really a shame that we've just created this culture of lying and people not even being honest because they're too scared to speak what's on their mind.
What? You know, one quick other point, you mentioned black leaders.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. People are totally honest about what they really believe. They're not scared of censorship or pushback at all. People are totally being honest about what they really believe, Vaush. You're so right. What a fucking idiot.
I think that one of the problems with...
It's like that other guy who came on yesterday and he's like, oh yeah, when I tell my fellow workers about racism and stuff, they totally agree with me. And I was like, really? What's your position in your job? I was like, oh, I'm the manager. I'm like, yeah, dude, they're totally being honest with you. They're totally being honest with you.
And is that we have people that we put up as leaders. We should not be doing that. We should be our own leader, and then we unite together and work together. And if somebody's going to be a president like a Trump, then that's fine. But he is not put up on a pedestal where he is influencing our thought any more than any other man would be. Even you can hear the truth from any man, even
anarchist are.
I agree with that. I do agree that we shouldn't get caught up in, as men, especially as men. I can't speak for women because I'm not a woman, right? So I can just speak for men because that's what I am.
My experience.
So I'm not assuming that they're different or something, but I'm just, I agree that we shouldn't be relying and putting all of our trust in just other men, right? Part of being a man is being your own man, having your own thoughts, and being able to think for yourself. So I completely agree with that.
I think that's been the part of the problem with the Black community is they've had these people that they've propped up as leaders, and they've made them into heroes. And you see human nature to do that, especially nowadays.
Here's the thing: is that I think ultimately I believe that Black people themselves know what's best and know how to best diagnose their own problems, right?
I think that they need our help. We're all human beings, and we all have the freedom of speech, and they can hear the truth from other races. They need to learn to do that, especially whites.
But they
close their minds to whites, and it's not good for them.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily true because they just have different experiences. They have a different situation, they have different circumstances, right?
Look at how Vaush is like grinning, and he's like, I can't wait to jump on it. Something that Haz is saying to critique. And like, even though what I'm saying is like, no one could disagree with it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what I'm saying, right? But he's just like waiting to fucking say something. This is what a fucking bad faith fat bitch he is.
Was it finally too much racism?
Relate to that because they don't share those same experiences and same circumstances.
No, Vaush, it's not that there's too much racism. It's that I'm just being honest, having a fucking conversation with someone. He thinks at some point I have to cancel the guy. No, Vaush, at no point do you have to cancel people. At no point do you have to be like, okay, like, you know what I mean? Unless he says something crazy, right? Which he actually ended up saying. He ended up saying some crazy shit specifically because he was not prepared to talk to a reasonable communist. He was not prepared to talk to a normal communist. So he had to say some crazy shit to get what he was fucking looking for. Right? But no, he's like, when are you gonna cancel him, Haz? I'm not gonna, dude. I'm not gonna fucking cancel him. I'm just gonna be honest, have a human conversation. What, you think is it too much racism now, Haz? Like, at no point was I tolerating racism. I was being consistent this entire fucking time. You know?
But they're all nose up against...
Sorry, I found the tweet that Josh Sawyer liked. Hold on.
Nobody cares. Shove your Funko Pop in your ass.
Oh yeah, sure, Vaush, a guy who is constantly appearing on my timeline with takes that have me going, this guy's absolutely red marks. Oh, the take I'm getting canceled for here is, and they tried to ratio me on this, but they couldn't because I'm undefeatable. Marxism, Leninism is the moderate wing of
Hold on, you did get fucking ratioed. Ratio doesn't mean that there's more retweets than likes. It means among those retweets were tweets that had more likes than you, which there were. You did get ratioed like more than once, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, you did get ratioed.
Fascism, which seems very relevant to the content we're looking at right now. Josh Sawyer, no!
Yeah, to be fair to the fake MLs, I don't represent the fucking Twitter MLs, which is something Vaush needs to understand. Those people hate me, but they hate you more, is the thing. Yeah, those people would bitch about me the same way you are for talking to Hake or whatever, right? Yeah, he's downstream from the woke MLs. The woke MLs are the left. Vaush is not the left anymore. Leftists hate Vaush. They've moved on, right? So when Haz pushes back on Hake hardcore when he says black police regret for slavery, what is Vaush going to do? We'll see. We'll see. He's so bad faith, he might just invent something that like makes it look bad. Or he tries to make it look bad to his audience.
Oh, Josh Sawyer, you can't be smart enough to help design Fallout New Vegas and stupid enough to disagree with me on anything. A disappointment. Maybe he didn't get the joke. Well, the tweet here, in order to like it, you would kind of have to know who I am, because the tweet's not really...
Along with this video B, I'm trying to wrap it up now.
Response just this. It's sort of broadly about me. Unfollow. No, instead we'll begin a campaign of passive-aggressive harassment. I'll throw rocks at this window IRL. That's not true. I wouldn't do that. A bit disappointing, though.
There's about 40 more minutes.
this imaginary problem that's called racism, whereas whites don't have that blind spot. And sometimes it takes somebody from the outside looking in to see through the madness.
Well, listen, that also manifests in the form of white people not experiencing this racism, right? So they haven't experienced it.
It doesn't exist.
Well, that's, I think, where we definitely have to disagree. Racism is a real thing.
If racism is real, then blacks are the primary offenders.
I don't agree, but one thing I can say is that, to me, as far as I'm concerned, the Democrats are a very racist party, and
Holy
I actually think there's little girls whose laugh is deeper than that. There's little girls who have a deeper laugh than that. Yeah, he's a guyina. He's a guyina. A guyina, yeah. A guyina. I mean, if my whole goal is to connect anti-establishment populism, specifically anti-democrat establishment populism, with the black struggle for self-determination, and show how there can be common ground between those two things, then yeah, you can both recognize that white supremacy is real and that the Democrats are the primary source of it. Because, according to my actual theory, my theoretical foundations, they actually are. According to Haz's theory, which I've talked about before I talked to Hawk, the primary subjective and agential source of racism lies in urban liberal elites, not rural conservatives. If I believe that, then in order to explain to Hawk to be open-minded to black people's critique of white supremacy, I'm going to emphasize that the Democrats are, instead of shifting, I'm going to shift the blame from the rural white conservatives to the Democrat liberal urban gentrifiers.
shit, he can suck his own dick. Dude, what a spineless weasel. Well, I don't necessarily agree with you that racism does...
But that's actually how you talk. Are you gonna mock my fucking voice? I literally sound like fucking Conan the Barbarian compared to your bitch ass. I literally sound like a fucking barbarian warrior chieftain compared to you, Vaush, you fucking soy boy nerd little bitch. What the fuck are you gonna do mocking my voice?
Doesn't exist, but I will agree with the Democrats. Holy shit. God.
Hold on, let me say, okay, so this is what a tough guy would say in this situation, according to Vaush. No, you can't say that, Hank. No, I'm offended. You can't say that, Hank. No, you're wrong, Hank. Why? I was just being, so I was keeping my cool and still committing to the principle of good faith. Again, for his audience, so his audience could see who the aggressor is. Because his audience thinks communists are the aggressor. And all the people in America who call themselves communists confirm that. So I want to be an example of a communist who's not going to confirm their idea that we're the aggressors, right? I want them to see that he's the one who has to freak out. He would go after you either way. Of course he would.
God. How does Haz not know how many holes there are in a pussy when he has one?
You guys just catch that? So if you're going to die on the hill of the holes thing, at least don't fuck it up and say something worse than what I said. Because the question wasn't how many holes are in a pussy. A pussy would be one of the holes that are below a woman's waist. Right? What do you mean holes in a pussy? Does Vaush think women pee out of their pussy? Women don't pee out of their pussy, Vaush. Why do you think that? Wait, does Vaush think women pee out of their pussy? Usually pussy is what you put your cock inside of. That's what people refer to, right? Or do people mean by pussy the entire fucking vulva? Right? Who knows? It's not making that very distinction that landed me into trouble, supposedly, right? I don't think I'm in... I don't know. Is this what it feels like to be in trouble? Because they said it was going to end my career, and I'm still waiting for that to happen. It hasn't happened. Interesting. The only thing that's happened is that every political lefty continues to talk about it. That's the only thing. That's the only consequence of that video getting 4,000 likes. Wow, that's so bad. But what an own. What an own. But hold on. What? I don't think Vaush knows how many holes are in a pussy, because what do you mean holes in a pussy, right? What does that even mean? Such a stupid fuck. If you're gonna die on the hill of being a gynecologist as the epitome of fucking manhood, you gotta get it right, right?
When he is one. Jesus, does he look in a mirror? Well,
when he is one. Again, let's break this down. I'm a pussy for having the courage and the patience to keep my cool while debating Hawk, to not get ideological, to not get dogmatic, and to present myself as a reasonable communist alternative, right? To his audience. And Vaush is a tough guy and totally not a pussy for covering me for 4 hours while to this day refusing to debate me because he's too fucking scared. But I'm the pussy. Pretty sure he's trying to character assassinate you to his audience. He knows about building bridges to other ideologies. If he's calling you spineless here, how does he justify his performances where he neuters his political ideology when he's talking to liberals or conservatives? Just listen, I could just sit with Hawk and be like, no, systemic racism is real, right? But I would exhibit the same vain liberal neuroticism that would not make any breakthroughs to his audience. They would see me say that shit and they would be like, Haz is a fucking narc. Haz is a fucking narc. He sounds like a fucking narc. And he's speaking from the authority of the urban liberal coastal elites and the institutions and the Democrats and the media and shit. He's speaking from their voice. Vaush, the difference between you and me, you have a cock in your mouth. You have the cock of the establishment in your mouth. You don't speak as an independent man. You speak as a fucking mouthpiece. You are a mouthpiece. Your mouth belongs to the cock of the establishment. It uses and abuses your mouth as it pleases. You understand? I am my own man. So I'm not going to speak on behalf of the authority of the media and institutions and the establishment. Now you're saying, well, how is acknowledging? Because when you put it in the words that you want to put it in, to his audience, that's all they're going to hear. You think they're going to hear about arguments pertaining to racism and systemic racism? No, the meaning I would be conveying to them is this. Hey guys, I'm Haz. I'm a shill for CNN and all those people, and I'm a narc. I'm not someone who's speaking to you authentically as my own person, right? As an independent thinker that you can trust, or maybe consider trusting, right? I'm not the manager. I'm not the manager, right?
Holy fuck.
Are a big source of what I would consider real white supremacy. I don't think that rural, ordinary Americans are the main culprits of white supremacy. I think it's actually the Democrats and the liberals who are
which is something I do believe.
Most effective sources of racism.
Do you think white supremacy is happening in America?
There you go. He's riding the cock. Guy no jiggle. Guy no jiggle.
Obviously, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what America.
I just think that
the funniest thing is that
you know what he looks like when he laughs. He looks like Daniel Radcliffe in Harry Potter when he's like yelling. Let me look this up. Harry Potter yelling. He has that like that no. He looks like that when he laughs. Let me see if I can find it. This is what he looks like. It looks exactly like that. Hold on. I'm gonna try to find it. It's that same like. Let me see. It's kind of like this, you know? It reminds me of this. So let me see. Like this, right? Now let me hear me out. Like
throwing a pussy when he has one. When he is one. Jesus, does he look in a mirror? Holy fuck.
He looks like Harry Potter when he's like talking emotionally. Like I don't know, I can't explain it. You guys see what I'm saying?
Are a big source of what I would consider real white supremacy. I don't think
one of the things, if you have the Harry Potter look, You know what it is? It's a big noticeable difference between your head and your body. It kind of looks like your head is gravitating over your body. Like it's a very womanly look, right? You have like these tiny little itty bitty shoulders, and you're like, and there's just this it's like a bobblehead discontinuity from your head, from your body, and your shoulders that Daniel Radcliffe in Harry Potter has. And I don't know if this is a good example. Let me try to find it. Harry Potter laughing. Shouting. Harry Potter's shouting. It seems shout. Yeah, it's like this. I don't know. Am I reaching? Am I reaching? Am I reaching? What do y'all think? Am I reaching? Hold up. Let me try to find it. Like this. It kind of reminds me of this. Every time he laughs, it reminds me of this. Y'all know what I'm talking about? He's got that bobblehead type of thing where his head is like, he don't got, you know what he don't got? He don't got traps. Maybe that's it. He don't got traps. He don't got the traps. You know what I mean? He don't got the traps that supports his neck and his head. So he looks like a fucking bobblehead, you know? When he talks.
Rural, ordinary Americans are the main culprits of white supremacy. I think it's actually the Democrats and the liberals who are the most effective sources of racism.
Do you think white supremacy is happening in America?
Obviously, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if America.
There you go. There was it. There when he did that. When he did that. I gotta roll that back. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta roll that back. Critical. We lost it. Hold up. Let me show you.
Are the main culprits of white supremacy. I think it's actually the Democrats.
Yeah, he has the tiny neck with no tissue. It's the neck. It's the neck. Yeah, it's the neck. Despite being a fat ass, it makes his whole physique and body very soy. Despite being fat, he still has no neck. He still has a tiny neck. Oh God. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's actually it. It's the neck.
Democrats and the liberals who are the most effective sources of racism in this country.
Hey, hold on. Look in the top right corner. Look. Here. Look. Top right corner.
Supremacy is happening in America?
Obviously, yeah.
There you go. Right there. Right there. When he did that. When he you see what I'm saying? Right there. Exactly the Harry Potter moment. That's exactly it. You saw it? There you go. There you go.
The funniest thing is that as hard as Haz is trying to
the funniest thing
suck Hake's dick, it's not working. Hake is actually so stupid and
it's not working that I'm trying to fucking he's saying I'm trying to suck up to Hake when in reality I am trying to give his audience a different perspective on what a communist looks like. I don't give a fuck about Hake. I know Hake is resisting my fucking optical warfare. I know he's resisting my optics warfare. You don't get that. I know he's resisting it. He's resisting it because people like me would run him out of business. He wouldn't have any reason to fucking, exist anymore. He doesn't want unity between people. He wants to continue polarizing. So he's going to try as much as he can. I don't expect Hake to agree with me. Hake is fucked. Because he's like, shit. How am I going to keep my stupid shtick of constantly fucking dividing people up if I give any ground to Haz?
So ideologically single-minded that he's just continuing to run down this road. He ignored everything about the Democrats that Haz was desperately using to appease the Nazis.
To appease the Nazis or to show Hake's audience that there's an alternative to Hake himself on this question. Again, why does Vaush think it's about Hake? That's what I don't fucking understand.
And ran right to, oh, so you think racism exists at all? Like it's worthless. Like he's compromising so much integrity trying to do this. Well, I guess he didn't really have any to begin with.
Hold on. What am I compromising? You called me a fascist and a Nazi, and you said I supported Hitler. So how am I compromising anything according to your own logic? Stupid fat fuck.
But still, and it's for nothing. It's absolutely for nothing. It's completely meaningless. God.
I just think ordinary Americans and rural Americans who are white actually have more in common with black people in terms of, being down to earth people instead of being these stiff, liberals who do epitomize what we consider white supremacy.
That's why.
Wait, but it's true. For example, the stiff urban liberals are exactly the people who call the police on black people. They're exactly the people who are uncomfortable with black people and have a problem with black culture, and they're scared of black people. If you don't know that, you haven't talked to any black people.
But most black people are Democrats by a huge majority.
No, they're not. Let's look at this. Black political affiliation. Most black people are not members of the Democratic Party. Okay. Percentage of black voters in the U.S. Black voter turnout. Come on. Black voter. Okay. Hold on. Black voter turnout. Yeah, both parties have low to mid 20% support. So 58.4% of non-white voters. Let's see. Black. So 62.6% of black Americans voted. How many of them voted Democrat? All of them? No. I'm willing to bet that enough black people voted for Trump to make this claim that most black people are Democrats unsustainable. Right? Because if 60% of black people voted, and only, let's say it's even 90% of that 60% voted for, 36% of black men voted Trump. Okay, then it's over, dude. It's over. The highest black male Republican vote in like 50 years. Yeah. So of the percentage of black people who voted, most voted Democrat. But that doesn't mean most black people are Democrats, because only 60% of black people voted in the first place. That means a minority of black people are Democrats overall. It's like that simple.
You can't get around this. You can't say, "Oh, dude, we just need to listen to black people and stop listening to Democrats and liberals."
Wait, we do need to listen to black people. That's what I've consistently said. But guess what? There's not just one voice of black people. There's voices of black people who aren't Democrats and who want to have black leadership and independence from the Democrats. And those are people you can find common ground with. But you still have to listen to them. Obviously, you're going to find common ground with the people that agree with you. Yes. But it still has to be them. 85% of 60 is 51. Okay, big deal. 51. Your most is 51. And we don't even know if that's really accurate. If it's that low, you can't really say most. You can say half.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of overlap in those categories. It's not a perfect overlap, but it's a pretty significant one.
Most black people are dissatisfied with the Democrats, believe it or not. Most black people are dissatisfied with black Democrat leadership. So the reasons for them voting, it doesn't matter, right? No, at least 51% of all black people are very reliable Democrats. How? 85% of 60 is a solid 51%. It could be less than that. Because the statistics are never exact. So it's half. that voted Democrat. And by the way, that doesn't mean they're Democrats. It just means they voted for Biden in 2020. So you could maybe say 50% of black people voted for Biden. That doesn't mean they're pro-Democrat. It just means they thought Trump was a racist because the media, and they wanted to vote for Biden, or they were positioned against Trump. Doesn't mean they were for Biden.
Trump was such a uniting force for people with any decency.
Well, in many ways, you could say that liberals were even far more white supremacist than Trump, because
Ew. It's so grotesque. It's so fucking grotesque. Yeah, black people are only formally Democrats. In content, they are conservatives who detest the establishment. That's very true. But this is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. This laugh.
Haz, fondle the balls. Do the twisty motion. With
Why is he acting like this isn't something I believe and I've said before? Guys, you want to get the clips of me saying this before? Because I've actually said this multiple times before. You know what? Hold on. It's even better. It's even better than I've said it before. In 2019 and in 2020, I wrote about it. I actually wrote about it. I might just go full troll psycho mode and just leak my fucking blog and just show you guys right now. I'm pulling it up right now. I wrote about it. Let me see the exact date. No, this was November 2018. In November 2018, I wrote about it. I wrote about it. I talked about how the Democratic Party has become the party of white supremacy. It has become a party of the white suburbanites. I talked about how the white gentrifiers in the urban cities are the epitome of white supremacy. I actually wrote about it. It's in writing. And the blog is public. I'm very tempted to just leak it. I don't know. I gotta cool it down a little bit because I don't want to fucking leak it. But yeah, I can't leak it. And I also can't read it to you because you'll just Google it. So, but I actually wrote about it. Hold on. No, wait. This isn't even the one. This is the one. And that even in that one I wrote about it. But this is the one where I went really in depth about it. Let me see right here. I called the new found base of the Democrats. I called them urban kulaks. And I said they're pilgrims. I called them pilgrim parasites. I said the DSA is an antagonist to the black urban population because they represent the white gentrifiers. I did an in-depth class analysis about this. And then I have another one that I wrote. And I have to ask Ezra. I actually might leak this one. I'll ask Ezra where it is. Hold on. Let me actually see. Let me see if he wants to leak the blog. Because he had a blog too. And I wrote it on his blog. And it was about ADOS and Bernie Sanders. Yeah, here it is. There it is. Okay. This is something I wrote about. Let me actually ask Ezra if it's okay. If it's okay. Hold on. Let me ask him because it's on his blog. So let me ask him if it's okay. This is something I wrote for it and it was actually really popular when we shared it on Twitter. Like, it gained organic popularity, like among black activists and others. It's from 2019, early 2019. Let me see what he says. So Vaush is saying I'm just sucking his cock, and this isn't what I actually believe. I'm literally going to show you evidence that this was my position 2 years ago. No, 3 years ago. As early as 3 years ago, right? I'll show it to you right now. It's like there's multiple writings that I've done about this, by the way. So I've written multiple things about it. It literally does authentically represent what I believe. I'm just waiting for him to respond. I'll wait for him to respond. I'll just put it away. Wow. I want you guys to see this. Okay, I'm just waiting for him to respond. I mean, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I'll just wait.
With your hand, Haz, more spit, please. Holy shit. Well, actually, no.
Look at this disgusting projection. And why does Vaush act like I was stuttering? Was I stuttering in that debate?
I really do think Trump was the best president in American history. I just, compared to the liberals, compared to Obama, I mean.
But is that what I said? What did I actually say? Why did Zerka quit? He didn't. I don't think he quit, dude. I think he's just taking a break, maybe.
He was more.
This is a public sector.
He's probably caught up in some shit, or maybe I don't know. Who knows what he's doing?
Whereas they are more obsessed with purity and political correctness, and many of
Trump was more.
As of now, we're still on track to go to LA.
Down to earth.
White supremacy, regardless.
Yes, he was
billionaire real estate mogul who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Yeah, and somehow he was more down to earth and more relatable to America's working people. You want to deny that, Vaush? You want to deny that America's working people found Trump way more relatable? Like, they found Trump more relatable. Yes, Trump the billionaire, more relatable than a Ivy League, let's say, grad student making $35K a year. Now, why? Who knows? Okay, Ezra said it's okay. I'm gonna read it out to you guys. Ezra said it's okay. So he just responded. So the title of this that I wrote it for Ezra's blog, and we wrote this for Twitter. We wanted to like reach out to the ADOS community about this, right? And to the Bernie people, because this. So keep in mind, this was February 28th, 2019. Okay. And this was this Bernie's thing didn't even take off. And we were like, if we want Bernie to win, we want to make him we were coming from that perspective. So I wrote, I'm going to read it out to you. Many in the ADOS community are up in arms what they perceive to be Sanders' reluctance in fully supporting reparations, and Sanders' supposed proclivity to pander to the alt-right vote. Sanders, for example, has said that not everyone who voted for Trump is a racist or a sexist, and continually emphasized winning the white working class, despite that many voted Trump. Understandably, this has angered and disappointed many from ADOS community since the words appear to come at their expense. Why pander to the white vote? Why speak of white communities left behind? when conditions faced by black Americans are worse. This line of reasoning is mistaken. Sanders is not talking about the white working class as opposed to black Americans. He is talking about the rural white working class as opposed to the coastal, suburban, and business elite. He is not talking about the poor, the white poor as opposed to the black poor. He is talking about the poor whites as opposed to the hypocritical white liberal gentrifiers, suburban whites, and Wall Street, etc. Okay? He is talking about the difference between rural white America and metropolitan white America. For Sanders, the issue is internal to white America itself and does not come at the expense of the goals of ADOS. As for the alt-right and the racism inherent to white America as a whole, let us ask the question of where this alt-right ideology originates, which segments of white America ultimately benefit. The alt-right originates not from the rural white working class, but from suburban white youths and from Silicon Valley. As racist as the white working class may be, it was primarily opposition to the establishment, to coddled white metropolitan liberals, the same people who gentrify black communities, that ultimately led them to vote for Trump, and not the alt-right ideology of white boys living in their mom's basement. It is true that the white working class is racist, has historically benefited from institutional racism, and continues to. But this benefit does not last forever. It is always proves to be temporary. Whether it be racist Southern Democrats of the early 1900s or Trump today, once the racist white leaders gained power, it always turned against the white working class, swindled by them. This is now especially the case today. When the white working class voted for Trump, they did so following the lead of the upper segments of the white middle class and white business owners. Then, with Trump's tax breaks for the rich and his continued attacks on federal programs once benefiting them, this same white elite benefited from the white working class, soon became aware and is increasingly aware that they were cheated. Keep in mind, guys, this was 2019 in February. So at this time, we thought Bernie still had a fighting chance, which is why we were going against Trump like this, right? Because we believe that there was like a working class discontent with Trump, that Trump's base was discontented with him, and that Bernie has a chance to win these people. Obviously, now we know that the rot of the Democratic Party was much, much, much deeper than we anticipated at this time. But the main thing is that theoretically, my identification with... Well, let's just continue reading it and you'll see. Now, what does this mean for ADOS? There are major obstacles to achieving reparations for American descendants of slavery. The first and foremost obstacle is not the white working class. It is the hypocritical white liberals who run the Democratic establishment. There you go. So what I told Hake was the same thing as what I wrote here. Now, I made more of an emphasis to acknowledge, because I was addressing the black people, that yes, I acknowledge your experience, that there's racism to the core. We acknowledge that. Now, there's no use in telling Hake this, because what's the point, right? There's no use. It may be true, but what good is it pointing it out? What's the practical consequence of doing that, right? What would I be trying to say? That what, you should feel bad for it or something? No. That would not be a meaningful confrontation with Hake's racism or the racism of his viewers. Obviously, yes, white people are racist. We're all racist in this country. Everyone's racist, right? But that's not because we're bad people. It's a structural thing. We all have racist prejudices within us. You don't believe me? We do. We fucking do. The question is, how do you address that racism? And unlike the liberals, I don't think you address that racism by repenting and feeling guilty. I think we need to have mutual respect and mutual boundaries of understanding that, we have different backgrounds. That's what I believe. I've said this before. Everyone's racist, right? Everyone's got racial prejudices. Everybody, right? Tonally, so you could see like the tone is different, but in substance, I am saying the same thing that I told Hake 3 years ago, a little less than 3 years ago. You understand? Now, Now, let me ask you this question. Where was Vaush 3 years ago? Might I ask you, where was Vaush 3 years ago? Was he anywhere near the level of consistency that I was at? Wonder. Yeah, probably in 4chan. Fucking loser. Let's continue. Looking at the data from the midterm elections of 2018, the Democrats increasingly gained support from the white suburbs. The Democrats now represent both the gentrifier city whites as well as the upper middle class suburban whites. The rural white working class that supported Trump did not show up either for the Democrats or the Republicans in large numbers. Now that's changed. That changed in 2020 because of the Democrats. It's going to change in 2022 because of the Democrats. They have pushed these people who in the 2018 midterms were not very enthusiastic about voting. It's super polarized now. So yes, now they're very fanatically pro-Trump. 2018, that was not the case. It was way more ambiguous back then, and Bernie did have a chance. He did have a chance. He had a fighting chance. Now with Biden and COVID and all this shit, whew, it's bad, you know? For them. They mostly stayed home because they didn't like the Democratic establishment, and many also feel betrayed by Trump's actions. If the same thing happens during the Democratic primaries, the gentrifier and suburban whites will absolutely dominate in determining which Democratic candidate will get picked. And this will make the goals of ADOS impossible. The white liberals and suburban whites have the most to lose from reparations. I mean, 3 years later, Biden's president. Reparations is a pipe dream right now. No one's even talking about reparations. It's a fucking pipe dream, right? They stand to lose the most from the empowerment of black communities because it would turn the tides against white gentrification and would funnel money, resource, and possibly even land away from the new class of suburban whites. The white working class may be racist, but they're not gentrifying black communities, and they live in old, crumbling communities unlike the new suburban whites. Bernie Sanders' ability to win over the rural white working class offers the only platform for real reparations. Unlike the liars Warren, Harris, and others who will make empty promises and fail to deliver as soon as they're in office. Well, we're here. Here we are. Here we are. Harris is the vice president of this country. She's made absolutely no effort for reparations. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. There's no way it'll happen. ADOS does not have to put its full trust in Bernie Sanders or the white working class, but with Sanders, realizing ADOS goals is possible. With the white liberal elite, it isn't. If ADOS entered into a strategic alliance with Sanders, who can win over segments of the rural whites, while at the same time maintaining its independence and always holding the alliance accountable, then reparations can be... keep in mind, I'm being very, generous and good faith here, because I thought these rad libs were, real leaders of the black community, and they're not. I know that now, right? But I was, pandering to the fucking rad lib shit. I keep holding them accountable and whatever, I don't know. Now my perspective's changed, and I don't think I would say the same thing in the same way. But in substance, my position's the same, right? Then reparations can be part of a real national platform and not an empty promise. That is because the common enemy of both ADOS and other groups, including many rural whites, is the coastal white establishment elite, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and big industry. With rural whites, the possibility of plain-faced, respectful dialogue is possible, and racism can be dealt with openly. They can be brought to face ADOS community as equals and respected partners in a struggle against a common foe. This will require hard work and patience on Bernie Sanders' side and struggling with many segments of rural white America, but it can happen. It is Sanders' side's responsibility to fight against white working class racism and ignorance. Instead of attacking Bernie, ADOS can formulate its aims clearly and directly, organize to establish black political independence, and push its agenda to the top of Sanders' movement as the sole condition of winning over the black vote. Both the black vote and the rural white working class are necessary for Sanders to win. Suburban and gentrifying metropolitan America, aka the leftists, will never in 1,000 years support Bernie Sanders or ADOS. The professional class will never support Bernie Sanders or ADOS. Only a strategic alliance between black America and rural working class can ensure the victory of the struggle for reparations. Rural whites do not stand to lose anything from reparations, but have, like the majority of all other Americans, everything to gain from Medicare for all, infrastructural overhaul, new federal jobs programs, a living wage, and free college for their children. Reparations and black empowerment will never be possible for as long as this rotten establishment, which has everything to lose from it, is able to survive another day. The best course of action is anything which can bring it down and open up opportunities not currently possible. There you go. So textual evidence that this has been my position for years. I was not pandering to Hake, as Vaush alleges. That's direct evidence.
We're being very proletarian here today. Yeah, this is kink at pride. Holy shit. The complete spinelessness. Jesus fuck. I'm so
But he's calling it spinelessness, then what does it mean to have a spine? Because as I've just shown, that has been my position forever, right? For as long as we can see a writing of me, right? Writings by me. In 2019, it's been my position. It's not spineless at all. Especially now, right? I also wrote a piece in 2020. I mean, I wrote many pieces, but I wrote one when Bernie Sanders lost the nomination. I realized the Democratic Party cannot be salvaged. Cannot be saved.
Ready for Haz to watch this on his stream? He couldn't watch the whole thing, right? Like, this is too much for him, right? There's no way his ego would let him watch the whole thing.
This is another thing Vaush got wrong, by the way. He just can't keep taking L's.
Haz, if you've watched from the beginning up to this far in, I unironically applaud you. I thought you were way too fragile. I didn't believe in you, okay? I should have had more faith in your tenacity because I've never seen somebody try to suck cock this hard, okay? Jesus Christ.
You said I was trying to suck cock, and yet I've said... Hold on. You've both said that I've been trying to suck cock and that I'm like a Nazbol red fash. So which one is it? Is this actually what I believe, leading you to the conclusion that I'm a Nazi and a fascist? Or am I just trying to suck Hake's cock? It can't be both, you stupid fat fuck. Plus, I just disproved the idea that I'm sucking up to anyone because I wrote about this as early as February 2019, right? Which confirms that my views have remained consistent.
All the trans GF subs of Twitter are in envy of your determination here, okay?
What?
Yeah. Are your parents more conservative or liberal?
This guy has like these weird sexual... He's a sexual harasser, right? He's a serial sexual harasser. So he has to make everything sexual. Vaush, I don't think anyone wants... Let me just make this more clear. I don't think anyone who has the option wants to have any sexual involvement with you at all, whether on Twitter or elsewhere.
They're really not
political. Yeah.
You got it. We'll jump into the Q&A. This has been an enjoyable one to say.
I want to follow the
Q&A. Questions. Want to remind you of a couple of things. One, if you have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. We'll go for about 30 minutes. And also, our guests are linked in the description. So if you want to hear more of James Hake or Infrared, you can, and that includes if you're listening via podcast, because we put all of our guest links in the description box for each podcast episode as well. And so you can find the links there as well. So jumping right into it with this first one from Lin Yan Chin says, debate is useless noise that never resolves anything. It's just
true.
Amusement. Men don't do that. But beta males do. God bless you, Lord Good Hair.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Lin Yan Chin.
Next up, Shaggy Boy says, let's go. And Anna Rodriguez says, I love you, Hake.
Nice. Love you too.
Ozzy says, you convinced me. Havoc. Is havoc like some sort of slang word? Are they trying to make fun of you? Hake? They say, I'm an atheist, so I must be communist. Sarcasm. Then they say, thanks for convincing me that I'm not on your team.
Well, all atheism is not communist, but all communism is atheist.
Juicy.
Well, I'm actually surprised he was able to hold that thought together in his head long enough to provide a an aphorism. I'm actually kind of proud. He actually, that was like saying it like a some arithmetic out loud and actually getting the right answer at the end. Like he actually held all the pieces together.
This one coming in from Chris Morlock says, there are almost as many people in China that identify as religious as there are in the US, about 120 million. Why is this, James?
There are more than 120
well,
million.
There may be. I mean, there's so many people in China for one. But under hard life, I don't know if they are real Christians. It's hard to know. It's hard to know how many real Christians there are in America. So many, as Haz pointed out, so much of the organized religions, it's just filled with phony people. And so I don't know. Maybe the tough times are making a Christian movement rise in China. But for sure, they have to suppress.
Oh, what do you know? Hake is conceding ground to me, and he's actually proving that I did make headway. Right? What do you know? I was successful.
Themselves. Hake even goes to church. And I've heard of struggle sessions in communist worlds where they try to force people to believe things that aren't true. And if you don't believe it, you go through what Dave Chappelle's going through, or worse, really.
What? This one coming in for Infrared. Kevin Dunn asks, why can...
If you believe something that's not ideologically orthodox, the CCP will tweet at you from like a very verified account. Okay, it has a red check mark.
Do you actually think it's just tweeting? That's people are just getting tweeted at, or are people losing their fucking jobs and shit? You stupid fuck. People are being deplatformed, and not only being deplatformed, which is one thing, but losing their jobs and means of livelihood. Dumbass.
Because it's the CCP, and they tweet at you so hard.
Communists openly be on all big tech platforms, but NAZIS can't.
No,
I think the issue is that there's just not a lot of people who are informed about communism. And the mainstream political establishment...
You got it, Anna. This one coming in for Infrared. Kevin Dunn asks, why can communists openly be on all big tech platforms, but NAZIS can't?
Yeah.
Because one is bad and one is good.
Is that actually how he responds to that question? Why is the far right censored but not the far left? And Vaush goes, because one is bad and one is not good. But aren't you against the ruling class? So why does the ruling class consider you good and the far right bad? Well, how would he respond, right? He wouldn't have a fucking response. He's like, what do you mean? It's because they're normal, because the ruling class isn't bad. They're normal people. Like, Vaush, do you fucking think there's just this tide of discourse that's going to be in your favor that one day we are going to see all the big corporations promoting my ideology of socialist anarchism? They're not gonna, dude. Why does Vaush think that, like, you know what I mean? Like, he thinks the corporations are gonna be like, you know what? We are gonna give the workers our wealth. He's so stupid. Listen, for a guy like Vaush, a fascist and a reactionary is like someone who's outside of the corporate discourse, right? And for Vaush, progress means like the progress of McDonald's commercials. Now the McDonald's commercials are non-binary or whatever. I don't know what the fuck, right? That's progress. And if you're like outside of that development, you're a reactionary, right? But what Vaush doesn't understand is that it's not going in your direction. It's not going in the direction of like some kind of like the public ownership of the means of production. It's not going in the direction of like the corporations giving it to the workers. That's not going to happen. So there's not going to be like a time for your revolution where it's like, you know what? Now the revolutionary pro-discourse thing to do is for workers to seize the means of production. And anyone who's against this is a reactionary. No, that will never come to pass. A reactionary is always going to be someone who's against corporate America and the mainstream discourse. And one day, Vaush, very soon, probably next year, that will be you. Matter of fact, you stupid fat ass, it's already you, because the fucking left on Twitter already hates you. Even shit-lib Democrats find you annoying. Destiny fucking hates you. Democrats hate you. The leftists hate you too, Vaush. You're already a reactionary by your own standard. It's not going to be long, right? Before you just turn right. You just become a right-winger outright. Because you don't know how to be a communist without suckling the fucking dick of discourse. You don't know how to be an independent communist like me. So you're just going to become a fucking 4chan Nazi.
Voidborn donated $10. Here's $10 in the hopes that we can get transgender non-binary representation in burger commercials. # burger hermaphrodite.
Voidburn, I don't know if you're allowed to use that word, so don't use that word. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I'm not well versed on the gender language. So you said transgender non-binary. I don't know, okay? And is that a slur? I don't know. Is that a slur, that word? Is that a slur? Why would you fucking say that? It's an obsolete medical term. I thought it was. I know where we are, you know? I know, Benign, you're trans, but it's like you can't say that. It's not allowed. It's not allowed to say that. Yeah, but you're still not allowed to say that. It's an obsolete term. The word is intersex now. You have to say intersex. And I don't think all transgender non-binary people are intersex. So
Easy answer.
I think the issue is that there's just not a lot of people who are informed about communism, and the mainstream political establishment hasn't had to deal with. There has been a very clear neo-Nazi phenomenon. There's been kind of right-wing, ultra-right movement in the United States. There hasn't really been a communist movement in many decades in this country that has posed a threat to the establishment. So I think that pretty much explains the majority of the reason why you don't really see a crackdown on it, because it's not really that it's politically relevant to the U.S. beyond recently becoming a symbol.
And that's really the only explanation you need. There was a neo-Nazi phenomena in the U.S. There hasn't been a communist phenomena in the U.S. That's why.
Of the liberal democratic extremists, right? But liberal.
And by the way, I would call neo-Nazism in the U.S. like a form of like aesthetic anarchism, right? The biggest way to defy the rules is just like to carve a swastika on your school desk at school. It's a form of aesthetic anarchism. It's the quickest way to just be like, it's like drawing a dick. It's just being offensive for its own sake, like South Park, right? Because it's offensive, right? Obviously, the swastika is offensive. It's offensive to people, right? Because, the Holocaust and all that. So it's offensive. That's why it gets cracked down on.
Liberal democratic extremists. Yes, the radical moderate Democratic Party.
In Canada, you have a big Ukrainian community that's trying to push for anti-communist censorship for the same reason, and it's been successfully accomplished in many European countries.
Beyond that, I think it's all related to
Have you caught hate for not hating white people enough as a leftist?
I have been accused of being a white supremacist. I've been accused of being a white chauvinist, and this is all because I insisted on the fact that communists have to be patriots. And that doesn't mean
Dino Jiggle.
You agree with everything your government does, or you agree with your
Dino Jiggle.
government. It means you have a love of your country and speak for your people, right? And for that reason,
Disgusting. What is this fucking noise he's making? He's used to making that noise because he does it. There's nothing wrong with that, but he does do it. He definitely does it. Definitely knows what he's doing. And I think to big tech as well. Big tech. Actual pig. Yeah, he can't even help sounding like a fucking pig because he is one. Like, when I say Vaush is a pig, I don't mean like, oh, he's a male chauvinist pig. I mean like, he may actually anatomically be a physical pig. He actually may be a pig physically.
reason I have been attacked and called a white supremacist, which is ironic because I'm not sure if I am considered white. It's not something I pay a lot of attention to, but my parents are from Lebanon. I'm from an Arab background, so it's really weird how people are trying to use race against me when
you're white enough to be hated, I guess.
Yeah.
This one coming in from Chris Morlock. For you again, hey, they say there are 44 million Christians in China. For comparison, there are in total about 18 million, so far less, Chinese people that live in the U.S. How is the People's Republic of China against Christians?
Why is this what they care about?
This one from Chris Morlock says,
America's against Christians, by the way, just FYI. But anyway.
Says, quote, religion is the side of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions, unquote, Karl Marx.
That's nice. It's tough times do make you turn to God sometimes, and that's important. Karl Marx, although he was a blind atheist, was right about that, I guess.
Wow, we got Hake to give ground to Karl Marx about something. In what universe would a guy like Hake cede some credit to Karl Marx? Isn't that kind of a W? That he's giving Marx some credit? Like, think about it. In what other context would a guy like Hake ever concede anything to Marx? Never. Marx is like Satan to these people. So we did a really good job. I did a very good job, you know? I'm making these people open-minded to it. It's completely demonized. You know? That's a W to me.
This one coming from John Kramer says, I'm here to support Hake of the Hake Report. Says, keep speaking the truth, brother. Also, thank you for having this platform. Thanks for your encouragement, John. And as mentioned, Hake, here to support you, Hake.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Black Lennon says, question for Jake. I think they mean Hake, but
yeah.
It might also be Hank. They say, what do you think of the labor aristocracy? Do you deny it? What's your thoughts?
Why would you ask?
I have no idea what that is, the labor aristocracy.
By the way, just we need T and Earl here.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Hake is super dogmatic. He's a Jesse Lee Peterson guy, and it's his career to be polarizing, right? But imagine what a normie rightist would think. You know what I mean?
Red-blooded Republican Trump says, how do you explain, sorry, cut your name off there, friend. I know it probably says more than that, but it says red-blooded Republican Trump, ... How do you explain the current failures of communism in America being the American Indian reservations?
Wow, I actually felt like a chill go down my body. Is that what an aneurysm feels like? That actually felt worrying, like medically.
Yeah, this is something nerds do, where it's like they hear something that they don't consider reasonable or correct, and they're like, oh my god, this is offensive. But it's like, because Vaush is part of the political discourse. Like, imagine me, an esoteric Marxist. Do you think I care about any of this dumb fucking discourse bullshit? The only difference between me and Kantbot is that I'm wagering that this media shit is leading somewhere. It's going to lead somewhere. but we are both in full agreement that, like, it's fucking meaningless, you know? Like, why is this part of your headspace? Oh, like Vaush is like, oh my god, I have to seriously, rationally consider whether the Native American system is a form of communism. The reservation system is a form of communism. When I heard that, I was like, huh, what do they mean by that? Or, oh, I get what they're trying to say. It's like a right-wing meme where they're saying that the reservation system is heavily tied to the government, so it's communism. And I'm like, you know, there's not a lot of education about communism in America. So if they're going to associate communism with, like, being dependent on the government, I get that. I get why they would say that. That's where I'm coming from, right?
Whew, okay, wait, I'm gonna just give me a second. Whew. All right, we're gonna keep trucking through, okay?
I don't know exactly what that's referring to, but I think the failure of the communist movement within the United States, I think is a theoretical issue. It's the problem is the type of people, intellectuals who are attracted to communism, are attracted to it because they're antisocial and they say we're losers in life and they turn to communism for that reason. But
which is true.
I don't know how this relates to the reservation system, but
it's like, look at Vaush. Do you think people who look like the opposite of Vaush would be attracted to communism in America? No, you have to be a fucking loser like this.
I think that's how I explain the failure of the movement to really be able to take off here.
I think he's pointing out that the American Indians, they get payouts, whether it's from the casino payouts and things like that, and that ends up being debilitating to them. And so they don't end up doing for themselves and working for themselves and taking responsibility. I've known some Indians who got kicked out of their Indian tribe, and that was honestly the best thing for them. They quit being deadbeats, they started working and got their lives together and had families.
Well, I think all I would say that I'm not really familiar with the situation of the reservation system, but what I do know about is an important part of communism is sovereignty. It's being able to have a necessary level of control and self-determination over your community. And as far as the reservation system is concerned, it has been a form of, we all know that there has been various treaties violated, and the way in which Indians, or I don't know if I have to say Native Americans, have been treated by the U.S. government has been very unfair, and they have been, they have not had a good deal, as far as I would put it, if you want to put it in Trumpian terms. So I don't know if it'd be a good example.
Let's more do this fact. The native reservation system is complete separate from any state. They have their own autonomy, and only the federal government can go onto the reservation. Yeah. That makes sense to me. It's like, it's totally beholden to the federal government. Like, there's a direct reliance to it. So it's like a federal system of economic grants. Something like that.
Example of communism is much maybe internalized corruption, and yeah.
You seem to have like that same woman's mindset, if you will allow me.
Yeah.
If you will allow me. Yep.
Yeah. Why would I even entertain that? He's like, if you were like, okay, yeah, explain yourself. Why do I have a woman's mindset? Yeah, I am going to allow you. It's part of that same woman's mindset, if you will allow me. Okay, sure. Go ahead. I don't care if he says I have a woman's mindset. What do I give a fuck?
Have you guys ever seen Haz this cucks before? Like, we're getting very lucky with these key drops. You have a woman's mindset. Yeah. Like,
no, that's not what was said, Vaush. What he said was, that reminds me of a woman's mindset, if you will allow me. In other words, if you will allow me to explain. I said, okay, go ahead, explain. Please, like, see how good of a job you're going to do convincing the audience that I have a woman's mindset. It's just self-evidently absurd. So I'll let him talk. You know? Have
you ever... I've never...
Like, Hake is trying to provoke me here. He's trying to provoke me because it's what he came here to do, and it's what his audience expected him to do. Now, I didn't give him that, so he's just trying to provoke me. I'm not going to fucking entertain it. Why would I entertain it? What, you think I'm scared to, Vaush? Like I said, what took more balls? Saying what I did to Vaush in front of like 7,000 people, or keeping my cool with a guy like Hake, who's just not particularly popular at all on Twitch or YouTube?
Never seen him this submissive.
That's a really curious way of defining submissiveness.
Unironically think that Hake is winning this debate. That's not ironic. I genuinely do believe that. I think in terms of the...
But no one else thought that. I mean, we can go on the fucking modern day debate. Modern day debate infrared. It only got fucking 9,000 views. Why does everyone keep talking about this? So, okay. So, just so we're clear, let's see who won the debate. Hake is what happens when a turnip learns to speak. Yeah, Dylan Burns gave me the dub because Dylan Burns comes from a conservative family. Vaush comes from Beverly Hills. He doesn't think conservatives are human, right? Hake likes to claim his political enemies act like females, but his voice was shaking when it was time to defend slavery. That dude's slavery came out of nowhere. Anyone down? So, friendly reminder: when a right winger says communism, he means neoliberalism. Holy crap, Hake is insane. Is there a pro Hake reply? So these are all critical of Hake, and so I don't think anyone thought Hake won the debate who watched it on either side. It sounds like Vaush is the only person who thinks Hake was winning the debate.
The cohesiveness of the argument presented, I genuinely believe that Hake is winning. And that is wild beyond belief, you know, that is insane.
Why would anyone care about what you think about who wins debates? When's the last time you've won a debate? You get fucking mopped by Destiny. And but keep in mind, Destiny is a guy I call randomly and just defeat him. I just call him. I have like 20 Destiny fucking L's that I've given him already. I just do it randomly. I just randomly just debate him and beat him, right? You always get mopped by Destiny. You've never won a debate with Destiny in your life.
But I guess that's the world we live in.
In that you have like this feeling sorry for these different.
That's the thing. Vaush prepares with Destiny and loses. I have never prepared for a single Destiny debate. Never prepared once. I've never prepared for a single debate with Destiny. I've always had it right off the dome.
So-called oppressed groups, these minorities, if you will.
Us as a woman.
Well, Trump talked about how
being forced feminized.
Current U.S. government wasn't.
What? Being forced feminized. Again, he's got these really weird fantasies. Because he's a sexual predator, let's be honest. But I don't know why he's talking about that in regards to me, right? Because, well, he wouldn't. He wouldn't even say that in VC to me, let alone in person, right? But, yeah, that's almost funny, right? It's like, here's the thing, Vaush. To your credit, no one would ever have to forcibly feminize you. You already have a big old pair of titties hanging on your chest. And your body's very femininely shaped. You have a pear-shaped feminine body already. You have a very weak shoulders, a very tiny little womanly neck. So I don't really think anyone needs to talk about that in your regard, right? Weak chin, feminine looking round face.
It wasn't a good deal for the American people. The policies of our government and its industrial policy.
That's true.
I actually think the one reason Vaush might not be balding is because his testosterone is so low. If I want Vaush to like measure his testosterone, please measure it. You have abnormally low rates of test. Promise you.
American people were getting ripped off. It's not necessarily, making excuses or blaming. It's just pointing out that
He's actually submissive. I don't know. Maybe is he?
the Native Americans or so on, they haven't had a good deal, right? They've been, as far as their relation to the U.S. government is concerned, and that should be investigated. But it's a complex issue. But the one thing I will say is that I don't think it's an example of communism, and that's something I can be certain of without knowing much else.
You got it.
He doesn't have jaw muscles. Look at him. He doesn't have a jaw. He has a beard. You don't have a jaw.
This one coming in from Creo Debunk says, Hake, have you heard about cybernetic economy? Any objection to that? And I don't even know what. Can you tell us what it is, Hake, if you know what it is?
I cannot. Cybernetic or kybernetic economy?
They put it with a K. Kybernetic.
Oh, interesting.
Cybernetic. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. If Haz knows the answers to these questions, he's welcome. But I don't know.
I think it means cybernetic, but I think it's a complex issue. So
yeah. Did you know the
cybernetic economy? That's a complex issue. Oh, I've read economic papers on the cybernetic.
Does Vaush think I'm not educated about cybernetics? and economic planning. I literally have like, what is it, like 4 or 5 different channels of introduction to cybernetics. Like one of them is the obvious one, Paul Cockshot and the Big Computer Gang, which is what the guy was referring to that I said is a complex issue. Cockshot's cybernetic planning, right? But then lecture on Deleuze and Cybersyn. Yeah, I gave you a lecture on Deleuze and Cybersyn. Then, so I'm gonna just put Cybersyn in that regard. Then there's the Deleuze cybernetics through the CCRU and Nick Land, right? Then there's that. Then there's my own interpretation of cybernetics through the lens of Lacan and Lacan's understanding of the drive and from desire to drive, right? And then what else? Then there's Bogdanov, the Soviet theory, like inventor of cybernetics. What is it called? Tectonics? No, it's not tectonics. What does he call it? Tectology. Yeah, tectology. It's like, I'm actually pretty well versed in understanding cybernetics. Oh, and then there's Heidegger's writings about cybernetics and the end of humanity, right? So there's just like a lot of significance of cybernetics in my canon of thought.
Cybernetic economy, that's nonsense. The cybernetic economy, however.
Wait, how fucking illiterate and uneducated do you have to be to not know about cybernetic economies? What? Yes? Oh, I forgot Vaush is a dumb fuck whose sole political and theoretical sphere of inquiry is DGG's community. Forgot.
I can't with these guys, man. I can't do it. I can't.
He's trying to copy Destiny's voice.
I should just quit debates forever. I'm clear.
Because you're a pussy.
Clearly not meant for this space anymore.
I agree.
I should just stop. This isn't right.
Did you know that other thing, the labor? He said
that's like a community meme. Just I was in that debate before.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got it. And long night YouTube and long time viewer good to see you says, how do we explain the government putting drugs in the street, creating the war on drugs, snatching the father out of the home, then acting like white people know how to solve our problems when you've created them? They said hate at the end, so I think that's for you.
So I didn't put the drugs in their community. I didn't take the father out of their home. And honestly, the best thing for them, if the government was involved in that, I know the government did bribe them to have the father out of the home. That's a bribe. And I know that they made conditions tough or whatever for people in general to make a living nowadays or buy property. But the best thing for us, and I think this is addressing the communist that false imitation of logic, that false imitation of manhood, is responsibility. If the black community who surrendered their fathers took responsibility for that, rather than continue to blame the government, which is evil and it is against them and us and everybody, then they would be doing much better. And I think that's why I'm concerned about whites and white anger. And the appeal of this version of communism that's not so anti-white is appealing to that anger, which is the lie that you have a right to be angry and to blame. When you're better off just taking responsibility, and then you'll have the strength to fight back in the right way, and you'll have the wisdom too.
Well, I think black people are taking responsibility, but they're also trying to point out that they don't want people outside their community to try and force things on them, right? So I think that's part of it, right? It's part of having your own self-determination.
I don't know what you mean by people outside the community forcing things.
Remember when Vaush called me spineless and unwilling to push back on hate, and I literally just did like a million times, including right now? And Vaush, he doesn't say anything. Why don't you say anything, Vaush? Pause the video and fucking say something, you fat fuck. Say something, Vaush.
Well, I think black people know what's best for themselves, right? They know the best answers to their own.
If they did, would they be voting 96, 98% for Democrats?
Ooh, a curious rebuttal.
Yeah, obviously you agree with Hake, Vaush. We know, because we know that red tube leftism and Hake's far right whatever shit, two sides of the same coin. I've pointed it out before. We all know you agree with him.
One I would like to know the answer to as well. I just sounded like the fucking internet historian there. I would like to know the answer there, because
you sound like a pussy.
Haz has constantly jumped back and forth between liberal Democrats are destroying the country and are the real racists, but also listen to the black people. But when you listen to black people, they vote Democrat. However you may feel about that, it seems to be the case that a lot of black people are liberal Democrats. So do we actually want to listen to black people, or do we only want to listen to the minority of them that don't do that?
Voter turnout is very low.
I know, but
he's going to weasel around it. He's going to be like, well,
I can't speak on behalf of them.
Really
I'm not
count.
myself black.
He's going to weasel around it by responding to the argument. So anything I say, Vaush is going to say was weaseling around. Ready?
And
you can't speak on it.
Fresh one coming in.
No, that's not what I said, you fat fuck. You lying fat fuck. When you spoke over me and you used your voice to drown out what I actually said, I want to show you guys what a fucking lying bitch this guy is. Let me show you. Did I say I can't speak on it, or did I say... What did I say?
Do we actually want to listen to black people, or do we only want to listen to the minority of them that don't do that?
By the way, what I said is independent leaders of the black community. If they're beholden to the Democrats, they're not independent. But let's continue.
Is very low.
I know, but would they be
he's going to weasel around it. He's going to be like, well,
I can't speak on behalf.
Yeah, Vaush is trying to mute me so no one can hear what I actually say. He's scared of what I'm saying. He doesn't want his audience to hear me.
Really count.
Black and
I can't speak on it.
Fresh one coming in.
There you go. One last time, just so you can hear Vaush lie.
So do we actually want to listen to black people, or do we only want to listen to the minority of them that don't do that?
Voter turnout is very low.
I know, but
voter turnout is very low.
He's going to weasel around it. He's going to be like, well,
I can't speak on behalf
doesn't
of
really
them. I'm not
count.
myself black.
I can't speak on behalf of black people because I am not myself black.
And
You can't speak on it.
No, I said I can't speak on behalf of black people because I'm not myself black. I can speak on it, but I can't speak on behalf of them. There's a big difference between those.
Fresh one coming in. This one coming in.
Amazing.
Annihilation Prism says, for hate.
Weasel out of it.
Lenin praised Washington's 1776 and
What did I weasel out of, you stupid fat fuck? You've weaseled out of fucking going on the treadmill day fucking 96. You're weaseling out of going to the fucking gym and putting down the fucking Pringles. That's what you're weaseling out of. You're gonna fucking weasel your way out of a fucking bag of Twinkies without eating the whole thing.
and Lincoln's anti-slavery crusade in the Civil War as revolutionary in his letter to the American workers. What is your response to that?
It's a red flag. I think there's a lot of melodrama about slavery and this pretense that it...
By the way, anyone who ever comes at me say, Vaush is fat shaming, but he's allowed to talk about my height. He can actually exercise and shit, right? I'm 5'9" no matter what I do. So I get the pass. I get the pass to talk about what we all see. And by the way, he's grotesquely fat. He's a grotesquely fat fuck.
They make it sound worse than it really was. I think there's much worse evil today. I think the Democrats today are much more evil than the Democrats who own the slaves. And the 1776 thing.
Okay. Haz. Okay, we know Haz doesn't have a spine, but
How do I not have a spine? Because I've been affirming the same position that I have literally in writing from February 20 of 19. So how do I not have a spine, you stupid lying fuck?
Is there a single vertebra? Is there even like a bone sliver? Like, is there anything going on in there? What, Haz, this is your chance. Redeem yourself. Take the bold step. Say that slavery is bad, actually.
It's nice. It's a nice sentiment. I get that they want to latch on and support the revolution, but I think our revolution, as far as my impression, was more righteous and based in God and nature and nature's God, right? Whereas the communists are atheist.
You got it. And that is it for...
Is he really not going to say anything? Oh my god, is he seriously... Oh, he doesn't even have any spinal fluid.
Imagine being a Vaush watcher and having, like, your emotions and sentiments just throttled around so rapidly. It's like, Vaush, look how much there is left of the video. Are you sure you want to pause it at this point and start commenting about how I'm not going to respond to it? Are you sure that's what you're going to do, Vaush? You're going to pause it right there and just say I have no spine because I'm not responding to what he said? Are you sure, Vaush? Are you sure? Because you're about to look really stupid. Just to be clear, you're about to look really fucking stupid. Like, how? How does he... Why didn't he delete this VOD? This is fucking embarrassing. This is actually fucking embarrassing. He confidently paused the video here and said I have no spinal fluid. As if, what? Are you sure, Vaush? Are you sure this is the fucking hill you want to die on? Are you sure?
Questions. We do want to say
not a
folks,
word.
our guests are linked in the description.
What
We really
a
appreciate these
bitch.
guys that are-
First of all, even if I didn't say anything, you can't call anyone a bitch. You are a bitch. You're afraid to debate me. You look like a bitch. You're afraid to debate Destiny. Not just me, but also Destiny. You are afraid to debate. You are a cowardly little bitch. You wouldn't even say this shit to me in a VC call because you're scared of confrontation because you're inherently a cowardly fuck. Listen, cowards have weak shoulders. Cowards have weak necks for a reason. He's a weak little fucking pussy, little bitch. That's what he fucking is. You let Hake say you have a woman mindset. Did I? Listen, if I allowed Hake to say I have a woman mindset, I will give you $10,000 right now, you lying fat fuck. You fat ass bitch. You didn't deny the allegation that you are a bitch. You're a fat ass. You're a Vaush watcher, which means you probably look like him, which means you're probably a fat fuck. You fat bitch. And Hake I didn't say yeah to Hake saying I had a woman mindset. I said yeah to go ahead and try to explain yourself and look more stupid than you already do. And you know what's missing in this crucial context that you're not going to find in this fucking video? My chat. My chat was going so hard against Hake this entire time that it's like I almost felt bad for him the whole time. Especially at this part. That's what you don't see in this debate, is my chat. Both in the YouTube thing and here. So I'm like, look, the chat's already roasting the shit out of this guy. I'm going to cut him some slack. You know what I mean?
Creators are the lifeblood of the channel, so you can find their links.
But I think we can't. Most Americans.
Look, he's soying out. Vaush, you just called me a bitch and said I have no spinal fluid. So, is anyone going to hold you accountable for this fucking L? Because I am, you stupid bitch. You come to conclusions without knowing. What does that say about your other beliefs? You've said other things. You've done this before. You reach conclusions without knowing. You say things. A minute later, you're proven wrong. Yeah, open wide for the cock to come in your fucking mouth. Because you need more of that pacifying big tech cock in your fucking mouth to save you from this fucking L. You disgusting fat fuck.
Understand that slavery is probably the biggest historical evil in this country. I think. I mean, look, we can't say. I mean, you surely understand slavery is a great historical evil, right?
I don't know. There were decent and indecent slave owners. It's not ideal. It's not ideal.
Wait, so you're saying that what you just said was wrong, Vaush? Is that what you're saying?
To have slavery, but it's not ideal today. And
he's actually soying out. Haven't you actually seen the soy meme and felt ashamed? Because they're talking about you, by the way.
Have actual mass killings of babies.
Look, I think on this point that's just a red line that I don't think I could ever come to an agreement.
Is he going to agree to disagree this one?
That is way beyond the realm of.
Why would I want to debate about whether slavery is bad or not? What a stupid waste of time. Obviously, we're not going to come to any mutual understanding if you're going to say some dumb shit like that.
Conceivability for just normal, even just normal Americans. Slavery is its evil was so unprecedented in the history of humanity that
Are you serious?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Thing is, I actually said something that Vaush would not agree with. I said that slavery in the United States in the 19th century was an unprecedented historical evil. Like, it's worse than every prior form of slavery. And Vaush would not agree with that. He'd be like, no, they were all the same. Like, you know how Vaush says all imperialism is the same. And I say, no, modern imperialism is specifically unique. You want to know who proves this is, read this man. His name is Domenico Losurdo. Losurdo. I don't know how to pronounce it. He proves how liberalism. You think there's some kind of progress, it was barbarous and horrible, and then liberalism is more enlightened? No, liberalism brings an unprecedented barbarism. He proves it. Read him. Liberalism, A Counter History. Read it. He was a big influence on me, by the way. Liberalism, A Counter History. Read it. Because a lot of the things a lot of you might have Vaush's mentality on this, and it's not true.
And
Haz has a line. We actually found a thing that Haz won't just yes and.
Why wouldn't I do that to... Hold on. What is so inconsistent? So because I'm able to look past his politically incorrect language and get to the meat and potatoes of what we're talking about, that means I'm willing to concede anything Hawk says? That's not fucking true. If you say some crazy shit, I will call it out. It's fucking... it's disrespectful.
We finally found it. It was gonna be this or Holocaust denial. Maybe on the Holocaust denial.
Thing is that there's no chance in hell that Hake is a Holocaust denier. Vaush is bad at diagnosing people's ideological views, so he's a fucking idiot. There's no way Hake is a fucking Holocaust denier. That's not where he's coming from. That's not his camp. That's not like his background. Stupid fuck. What a fucking idiot. He's literally just stupid. He's just a stupid fuck.
But let's go. Let's find out. How far does it go?
He's like a fat walrus. Just a stupid fucking walrus lobbing around. But that's saying something because at least walruses have like an air of majesty about them, right? This is just a Jabba the Hutt looking motherfucker. Just a Jabba the fucking Vaush.
Yeah, that is.
I mean, it was a reality of all of history.
No, the slavery that existed in the United States was qualitatively different than historical slavery because it was a modern form of slavery where slave owners were able to do whatever they wanted to. There was no, like, you know,
we made
in the past, slavery merely referred to a relation of power that existed before ambiguous, right? In Islamic world, slaves were able to actually take power, right? So it was an ambiguous thing.
Slaves were castrated in Islamic world.
That's just coming left field, right? It's just left field to talk about America, to try and downplay the crimes of America. So we fought a civil war to eliminate that evil from the face of this country.
You did not.
Millions died in that war. And, you know, I think it's fundamentally anti-patriotic to try and downplay the historical evil of slavery.
Well, part of that is an attack on the South. The beautiful South is more Christian, more down to earth, more decent, honestly, to the black community than anybody else in America.
Regardless of the South today, we did fight a civil war to eliminate slavery, and to downplay the historical evil of slavery is a form of treason in my view against the very basis of this country. Right?
Well, honestly, they were not treasonous when they fought against the North. They had legitimate grievances.
We don't have.
Shoot, Hake is a Nazi.
Look, if I would have flipped the table and done a full cans cook on Hake, that would have been very satisfying, right? But it's beating a fucking dead horse. I'm trying to get past the discursive barrier between conservatives and communists. So this actually was a masterclass in being able to retain composure and push back against what someone is saying while not losing your shit. Watch and learn, guys. When you talk to conservatives in real life, don't lose your shit. Watch my example. If they say something beyond sanity, that slavery was good or something, and it's just a private conversation, be like, nah, man, that's not true. No way, right? Or, here's the thing, right? In private, I'm going to be honest, I probably would have been like, I would have disagreed with him, but I wouldn't have acted offended. The reason I acted offended was because he said it publicly, and it's disrespectful against black people. He's publicly disrespecting black people. So that's why I pushed back and said, what you're saying is offensive, and you should not be saying this. Because it's disrespectful, right? If he said this in private and he was a family member, I'm using this for you guys as an example, I would have just like, I wouldn't have been a narc and been like, talked formally. I would have been like, nah, bro, slavery was fucked up. Like, it was super fucked up. Like, they did crazy experiments and all this crazy fucked up shit. They were sadistic, got away with whatever they want. That shit was fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, I would have been like that, right? But like how I talk to a friend, obviously if I'm talking to someone in private, it's very different than in public. But as far as like Vaush doesn't get this, right? Because Vaush, well, I can't say it, right? But there's a big difference between how you act privately and publicly, right? Publicly, you're supposed to be very more formal, and you're by the way, you're addressing everyone, right? So you can't let people disrespect the black people like this. That's a form of public disrespect, right?
He's a Nazi, like full on. So yeah, he'll defend this and a lot of other stuff too. I genuinely can't tell how.
No, he's not a fucking Nazi. You don't need to be a Nazi in America to say shit like this. I mean, we was the Confederacy Nazi? No, it wasn't. It was before the Nazis, right?
Of his chosen language is a product of his mind-numbing stupidity, and I genuinely believe he works with Jesse Lee Peterson, so they're both kind of on the cognitively, you know, they're not on the up and up. Well, I'm having to say Nazi, the absolute state of things. No, when I call a person a Nazi, I mean they're a Nazi. They're not as uncommon as people like to think, you know? They're pretty prominent in like German paramilitary and police forces. They've never really left the United States. America was pro-Nazi largely until the war started. The ideological precepts of Nazism have never meaningfully been destroyed. They've been challenged and mocked in media, but destroyed not so much. And Hake here is, well, I guess he's operating at about the intellectual level you'd expect for this sort of thing, but anyway, let's let them take it away, you know?
I have time to get into a debate about
how is he a Nazi?
The question of the Civil War, but I do find it extremely appalling and inhuman to speak about slavery in this way. You know, because you will never be able to come to a common understanding.
Yeah, he's
with the various different people in this country if you try to downplay the historical evils.
He's not a Nazi. He's not a Nazi at all. There's nothing he said that's Nazi. He's an American, like, reactionary, I guess. What do these words even mean anymore? I'll just call him a right-winger. He's a right-winger that says outrageously disrespectful things. And it's like a form of anarchism, right? It's not like he's saying it and you're offended as like an accident. He's doing it to offend you. He's doing it to provoke you. He's doing it for that reason. It's not an accident that you feel offended when he says this. If you're a normal person, he's being an edgelord.
And injustices.
I'm telling the reality of it.
The black community. No, I don't even think it adequately represents the Trump's own movement when he says this. I think even Trump's movement can admit the extreme historical evil that is slavery, and to stoop to such a low level,
hope so.
to try to downplay that and insult the black people and citizens of this country. I think that is fundamentally appalling.
Blacks should be grateful to be in this country. They should be grateful for that by way of slavery.
No, that's what you're saying is just a bunch of nonsense.
What you're saying is nonsense. What you're saying is nonsense
right now. Black people fundamentally played an instrumental part in building this country. You're talking about these.
Why is it funny? I don't get why it's funny. Hake says that, and Vaush finds it funny. The fuck?
No.
You're speaking a bunch of nonsense right now. This is communism. By saying this, you're serving the current establishment because you're trying to sow unneeded, unnecessary racial division.
This is how you know Vaush is a 4chan edgelord himself. Like, he likes this shit. I don't really find it funny. I'm like,
anti-human and inhumane.
No, you people support abortion. Give me a break.
We're not talking about abortion right now. We're talking about the fact that your insult against the black people of this country is incompatible with any pretense that you want to see past the divisions and get to a point of unity.
You're treating blacks like children. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Sorry?
You think you're treating the blacks.
You're speaking about thinking like a female. I can't think of anything more fucking cowardly than trying to downplay the historical evil of slavery. It's either that you're ignorant, you don't understand it, or you're being deliberately malicious.
No, you have to use the anger. You have to use that false anger about something long past.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, Haz might be losing the conservative audience here. He needs to tone it down a little.
Thing is, no, I'm not. I believe, and like I said in this video, normal conservatives don't agree with Hake. They don't. Listen, this is all a discourse game. Hake wants to know at what point will I be a narc. And yes, I will be a narc for this. You want to know why? Because we're in public. And you have to have a level of professionalism and formality where you just say, look, I'm a public political speaker. At a certain point, I do need to be a narc. You understand? Like, I do gotta say, or I have to say, that is, unacceptable, right? Maybe I should have gone full cans cook or whatever, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to because it wouldn't lead to the result I wanted to, right? Conservatives can understand being a narc sometimes. Is okay, right? Just for the sake of like some minimal sense of decency. Some level of just basic formal decency, right? It's like, come on, dude, we're in public. You can't say this shit, right? In private, I'm going to disagree with you and be less like authoritative about how I disagree with you. But in public, I'm going to be like an authoritative narc and I'm going to be like, nope, that is unacceptable. You cannot say that. I'm going to say that in public, dude, because it's true. He's too small of a streamer. Yeah, there's that too. But let me explain to you the game of discourse here. It's a discursive struggle. Hake wants to isolate the point at which I will appear to be the representative of the mainstream, CNN, institutions, the mainstream society, whatever. Like, he wants to get to this point where he can sustain the polarization. See, he's a commie, just like he's just like the mainstream media. He's just like all those people that we conservatives have been defying in our anti-establishment rebellion. He's part of the establishment. So he wanted to make me sound like the establishment. And this does kind of make me sound like the establishment. But I think conservatives can understand that at a certain level, you can't be an anarchist child and just say whatever the fuck you want. There are some things that are just offensive and you should just not say that, Looking back, I don't think I should have reacted in this way. I think I should have just been like, no, that's not true, right? I was more being like a narc because I wanted to get out of the conversation. I didn't want to debate him anymore. It was just, I wanted to get out of there. I was not interested in continuing to debate him, right? So I just wanted to, dude, I was basically saying, and politely I was being like, Shut the fuck up. We're not going down this road. You're making yourself look bad. Stupid, right? But looking back, I should have actually argued with him about it. But I didn't wanna because this debate lasted 2 hours already, right? So I just want to be fucking sick of talking to this guy. It's tiring, right? But looking back, optically, it would have actually been better if I just didn't become a narc and I was just like, yeah, that's not true. That's not true at all, right? And I should have like gone into it like that. I should have just got into it. I sounded like a narc. It wasn't good, right? It wasn't good. But either way, you know, it's like, it is what it is. It is what it is, you know?
You are saying unspeakably evil things. If someone was advocating in favor of pedophilia, would you not be angry? It's long over. What if someone was defending pedophilia?
Hold on, wait. Are they doing it as part of a broader?
Hold on. We have to actually cover that part because this is actually very relevant to Vaush. Point that I was making.
Here, he needs to tone it down a little bit.
I actually think another thing too is like Vaush is like, well, how is it just pandering to conservatives? But I genuinely think these conservatives would be communists if they were exposed to that point of view.
Evil things. If someone was
Hake is trying to test me right now and be like, are you a narc? Are you like gonna sound like a politically correct authority right now? And he got that W because I did sound like that in a way, right? But I didn't sound like it in an unreasonable way. Like, you know what I sounded like? I sounded like a school teacher, right? And is it bad to sound like a school teacher? Yeah. But it's more tolerable to sound like what a school teacher would say than like a college student activist. You know, at least I didn't sound like an SJW. I sounded like a school teacher that's being like, okay, that is offensive and unacceptable, and you should not say that, you know?
Advocating in favor of pedophilia, would you not be angry? It's long over. What if someone was defending pedophilia? What if that
Directly to Vaush. It's almost like I anticipated Vaush was going to watch this. You said, what if someone was defending pedophilia?
Well, hold on, wait. Are they doing it as part of a broader hypothetical argument against child exploitation in the economy, or are they just doing it for its own sake? Because that critically changes the context.
Hold on. Look at the chat. Look at these Pepes in the chat. These smug Pepes in the chat. They're actually proud that Vaush has defended pedophilia. And they think it's like based. He actually has a community of pedos.
Other question.
All the time. They do it all the time.
Okay, but human beings should be angry when people say unspeakably evil.
No, you fight evil. You fight evil. Don't be angry.
That is fundamentally an evil thing you're saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Slavery was one of the greatest historical evils in humanity.
How so?
Because it was the modern form of slavery. It's literally in the name. People were reduced to objects. They didn't have the minimum status as human beings.
I understand. It's not ideal.
And the devastation that this has caused to the black community and the scars of this evil to this very day.
Not true.
Yes, absolutely.
The only scars. The only scars are the
talk about issues facing the black family. What event in history could be more catastrophic for building the foundation
I guess child sexual abuse is funny to Vaush and his community.
of a family than something like slavery?
Slavery, they had their families more than today. And they had their families after slavery.
This is the point Twitch has gotten to. So Twitch has gotten to a point where you cannot make fun of and laugh at like all the different sexual identities, right? That have flourished in the past few years. You can't make fun of those. But you can make fun of the sexual abuse of children and find that funny and laugh at it. That's the point Twitch has gone to.
Right now, and infamous cruelty of the slavery.
That's allowed to be funny.
We fought a civil war to eliminate this.
You did not stop saying we.
We did. I am an American. I was born in this country. I'm just as much of an American as you are. And I'm
anti-American.
So yes,
you're feeling sorry for the blacks.
We did fight that.
You're feeling sorry for people long dead.
I'm not feeling sorry.
Ew. Look at his fuck. It's such ugly, disgusting. It's so gross. What a sick fuck. What a sick fuck. If he's ever found guilty of anything, I can't wait for society to be safe from this person and him to be legally removed and separated from the broader population and imprisoned, right? this is disgusting. It's like it's like sickening. There's something so fucking sickening just about the way he laughs. The way he laughs is disgusting.
I'm fulfilling my patriotic duty of honoring the tradition and history of this country to fight and eliminate from the face of the earth the widely recognized historical evil of this country. That is all I'm doing. I didn't explain how it's evil that we say all men and women, all men are born equal, and yet some people live in chains and are reduced. They're tempted to reduce to the status of cattle and animals. I think it's self-evident. The way
we made them Christians. They were.
There's nothing Christian about the institution of slavery. It's a mimicry of a pagan form of Roman slavery. The Confederates are among the leaders of the Confederates among the boss.
He's fake laughing. Thing is, this is something Christians at the time actually said. So Vaush is making it seem like, what a wildly ridiculous thing to say, when it was like a widely held sentiment that abolitionists held. This is not a Christian institution. It's pagan. It's from the Romans, the pagans, right? Thing is, here's the thing. Confederates like Albert Pike, who is a Freemason, actually believed this. So all it takes is the minimum of education and something that sounds ridiculous. You realize it's true. And then, well, the fact that you found it ridiculous just reflects your ignorance and not anything about me. It's not because I'm a ridiculous person. It's because you have a ridiculous level of ignorance.
Brave and decadent elites in history that have nothing to do with Christianity. Separately, there you had the elements of paganism and complete anti-Christianity among this. Has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. The most fervent Christians at the time were fighting to free their fellow man from the bondage of slavery. John Brown.
1000% true. Abolitionism was religiously motivated. Does anyone want to deny abolitionism was religiously motivated? Does anyone think that's not true? Because, wow, I mean, how much do you have to not know about history to know that abolitionism was religiously motivated? Oh, I guess John Brown was a Redditor, right? No, Redditors at this time were writing Reddit threads about owning slaves and how it's not that bad to own slaves. These Christian people, like, that's what they were fucking doing, you know? They were in the Vaush subreddit showing off their slaves and how benevolent they were to their slaves and shit. That's what they were fucking doing in the 1800s.
Was fundamentally religious.
By the way, where do you think Vaush would be in the 1800s? Keep in mind, Vaush has fantasies of sexual assault, forced sexual slavery. We already got that one. He's got all of these twisted, disgusting fantasies in his head. Where do you think Vaush... What kind of person do you think Vaush would be in the 1800s?
He was an angry terrorist.
John Brown was an angry terrorist and a murderer.
You call John Brown a terrorist and a murderer, and meanwhile the Union Army was singing his
song. This is communism, by any means necessary. Just anger and lies and murder.
Listen, human beings have the right to be angry about fundamentally unjust things.
Not true.
Yeah.
No, they don't have that right to be angry. Were the blacks enslaved in Africa? Is that evil?
They absolutely do. And you are playing into the tropes of the media that all conservatives are racist, which I do not fundamentally believe.
You think I'm racist?
I think it is fundamentally racist to try and downplay the historical evil of slavery, and you are particularly insulting the black community to such an extent that no possible...
I'm about to vomit. I'm actually about to vomit. This is... Oh my god. The fucking noises he's making. It's so disgusting. It's so fucking disgusting. It's so fucking disgusting. Like, there's so much I want to say I can't say. There's so much I want to say that I can't say. But let me just say, like, this is offensive to human senses. Human beings do not want to live in societies with people like this, who sound like this. It is offensive to our senses. We don't want to live in the same village as someone like this. Let's just say he would not be able to live in the same village. They would have expelled him from the village at minimum. Yet he has a fan base. But they're giving themselves away because they're all like him.
Inroads or lines or reaching out is possible.
Yeah, disgusting, man. The way he jiggles physically and how he laughs, and you could just see like the inside of his mouth, like it's so visceral. There's such a viscerality about this person that makes them so revolting to the human senses. You know? It's like you can see his fat cheeks just flap and flap and flap while he laughs. His just fat is jiggling. It's so visceral. Dude, I know fat people. Fat people are very graceful, and they're like gentle giants. And it's like you don't even notice it, right? But with him, it's so visceral. Why is that? Why is he such a viscerally fat person?
Blacks calling in my show every day agreeing with me. They're not
Guys.
Utterly disgusting. Like, I could hear his back fat when he talks. He like flaps. It's so weird.
If anti-slavery types really aren't communist, then why was it called the Union Army?
And like every time he talks or laughs, his face like pinches in and he becomes like blood red. His face just becomes blood red. And you can just see the sweat and heat rising to his face. It's like, this is too extreme a human emotion for him to handle.
Checkmate.
If you were to say that slavery was not that bad, I do not think.
Oh my God! It's an earthquake. This should not be allowed on Twitch. Why is this TOS? So women on Twitch can't do a bunch, but this is allowed? This is really fucking pornographic. It's really explicit.
It's not that I need it to be bad.
He's quaking.
A matter of historical record that it was a fundamental evil. It's inscribed into the very
I feel
basis of our
lightheaded.
country. As from the Civil War. The Civil War wasn't nothing.
in order to ignore the present day evils that we have going on right now. It's insane.
Listen, you honestly sound more like a Democrat right now than anything else.
I fucking can't with this, man. This is so fucking good.
We're almost done. We are almost done. Like, we're literally almost done. There's like fucking 10 more minutes. 5 more minutes in our time. But this was really hard to finish. That's honestly hard to finish.
Holy shit. Oh my God, it's so fucking funny. I'm weak. I'm being broken right now. This is too much. This is too fucking much.
For you to apologize for slavery, Democrats also did at the time, is just fundamentally appalling and revolting.
Are Democrats not worse today than during slavery? Therefore, killing
Listen, there's no need to lie about the historical record and change things.
He can't even challenge the abortion.
Are you kidding me? Have you seen the people making a melodrama about slavery? Every slavery movie, the 1619 Project, is outright lies.
Yeah, and the way you combat the lies of the 1619 Project is not to deny the historical evil of slavery, but to recognize that it was the intention of the founding fathers from the outset to eliminate this evil, and the Civil War was the manifestation of this inevitable historical mission. A historical mission, I would call a holy mission, even.
I think that it's just that just as you can't recognize good, you can't properly recognize.
That's total bullshit, by the way.
So hold on, he's gonna say it's total bullshit, by the way. Let's see. This is an actual argument we're gonna respond to for the first time.
Sorry, some of the founder fathers being like, slavery is bad, I guess, but like, I don't know, it's pretty good too. That's not them undertaking a holy mission to defeat slavery, okay?
First of all, I didn't say the founding fathers undertook themselves this holy mission. I said it was a holy mission that was inscribed into the fabric of the Republic from the very beginning. It was a holy mission that was fulfilling something that was there from the very beginning. There's a really big difference between those fucking two things. Obviously, the founding fathers didn't embark on a holy mission against it, but they laid the foundation for one. So yes, just because they personally didn't live up to the ideals that they set the Republic to the standard to, doesn't mean that standard didn't exist from the very beginning. You fucking British monarchy, disgusting fuck.
I'm sorry. I'm not buying it.
It's evil. So
well, we are not going to.
You're not buying it because no one wants to convince you anyway, you fucking parasite. Nobody wants to fucking convince you to buy into anything. You're not buying it? You're not meant to buy it. You're not part of this republic, Vaush. You're a Beverly Hills elitist. You will have no part in the revived American Republic of the future. You're going to be the Meghan Markle supporter when it comes to that point. And that is going to happen, by the way. And when it does, I am going to come and exact the L from Vaush.
To agree upon
no, I understand that. But your argument is emotional.
Well, it's not simply
and communism is slavery.
Listen, you have said something fundamentally appalling and anti-human. That's why
no, it's not. Abortion is anti-human. And the Democrats...
we only have like 10 more minutes of Vaush's disgusting, absolutely disgusting and grotesque shaking and quaking.
Listen, there's no need to insult an entire group of people by trying to downplay the historical evil of slavery.
The last thing they need is people feeling sorry for them and pretending that it was so bad.
We're talking about very normal. I don't think American conservatives agree with you. We're talking about very normal baseline.
That's why they lose.
No,
that's why American conservatives lose.
You are beyond the threshold of sanity.
Who are you? Asks the American conservative. Hake looks back.
Destroy Vaush in a debate. He's too scared to fucking debate me. He's running away from me to this day.
Them. I'm you, but stronger. And Hake's carrying Mein Kampf. And also he has a slave with him. I don't know. Whatever. You get the joke.
Yeah, Hake is not a Nazi. He's actually not. Once again, Vaush doesn't know how to diagnose ideologies.
Got a few more questions that just came in. This one from Chris Morlock says, how can James Hake claim to be a Christian when he cannot see evil?
Oh my god, amazing comedy bit, okay? Amazing comedy bit, okay? The far right is resurging in America. To trigger the libs, they're doing slavery again. It's crazy, right? Cops aren't stopping them, okay? But one far right pro-slavery guy gets really mad because he's walking his slave around like on like a big metal collar and chain during Pride Month, and people keep thinking it's kink. And he gets really frustrated and hijinks ensue. That's a fucking banger comedy premise right there. Holy shit, that's good if done well. That could...
What? That's comedy? And he was complaining about... Hold on. So Dave Chappelle can't joke about trans people. But you can joke about someone owning a slave and holding a slave on a leash in public. Keep in mind, you're talking about America's racialized slavery. So we are presuming the slave would be black, right? And you're allowed to joke about that. But Dave Chappelle can't make jokes. Which you complained about Dave Chappelle and called him a fascist. But you can joke about that, right? That's disgusting. That's disgusting, actually. I'm not even a politically correct guy. And even I'm fucking disgusted by that joke. It's not a funny joke. It's just disgusting and weird. It's weird and disgusting. It's a really weird and disgusting fucking joke.
Could be so fucking funny. Like getting increasingly angry. Like,
oh, he also is copying Destiny. Once again, he's a Destiny copy bot 3000. Holy shit! Holy shit! Like the same Destiny fucking catchwords. He's a Destiny bot.
No, he's my slave. And they're like,
there's like a whole like genre of people who just copy how Destiny talks. Remember that Vaushite I fucking argued with? His chat is eerie, laughing. It's super fucking eerie.
You've been together. Oh my fucking god, that would be good.
Is slavery.
Because
he just shouted, "Oh my fucking god!" in classic Destiny mannerism. Wow, this is fucking unbelievable.
It's not inherently evil. It's not ideal. You don't want it. If you can get your freedom, you should do so. I suppose I'm happy. I don't know if I'm happy about the way it went down. I hear a lot of things about that stuff. But evil is real, and evil is more subtle than these people realize.
Long Night YouTube says, as a black man, thank you, infrared.
So,
Shaggy Boy says, y'all read Streamlabs? We don't have Streamlabs. It kept crashing on us. Amazing. But based on it says, Hank, how is an economic system that encourages greed and envy more Christian than one that promotes equality and helping your fellow man?
That's what communism is. It's based on envy. It's based on covetousness. It's based on jealousy and anger.
True.
And a false sense of justice. It's playing God when you're not God. And you think like a woman.
True.
How do you feel to think like a woman?
I told you, that's going to get us in trouble.
Oh, yeah, it's not my bad. How do you think?
Says, Hank, how... We got that one. Chris Morlock says, Hank, does the Bible not say in Exodus 21:16, quote, whoever steals a man and sells him, and anyone found in possession of him shall be put to death?
I think I was talking about fellow Israelites. Even the
oh shit, he's got a fucking response.
Pro-slavery. They just don't want to enslave one another.
Gotcha. I think there may be one more. This one coming from Pitch Wagster says, Haz, aren't you framing slavery as a past evil and ignoring all the slavery that we still have today?
No, my position is crystal clear. All I'm doing is doing the baseline recognition that slavery was an utmost historical evil that should not be apologized for, downplayed, or there should be no revisionism of this fact. We should recognize this baseline fact.
I'm like
war that tore this country apart on the basis of the recognition of this fact. This
I'm weak. In Islamic countries, they were castrated. In African countries, they're enslaved to this day. I think you're downplaying the worldwide evil.
I'm not downplaying any instance or evil of slavery whatsoever, but I'm just recognizing the qualitatively distinct and distinctly evil nature of slavery.
Yeah, you can't actually argue with anyone. Hake is an NPC. He's also, by the way...
He's genuinely fucking... his chat's really disturbing.
A troll. Why do you think he kept saying, you're getting pretty mad? Why are you a woman? Why are you a woman, Haz? Like, he's a troll. He knows...
Oh, wait. You're saying he's a troll? So that means if I would have reacted harshly, that means I would have taken the troll's bait. Isn't that what that means, Vaush? So what's so manly just about taking a troll's bait? Doesn't that evince a severe lack of fucking self-awareness? Wouldn't that mean Hake wins and I lose if I took the fucking bait? You fucking idiot.
That's what he's doing.
It's almost like I knew what I was doing.
Also very stupid. Those aren't mutually exclusive. He can be both of those things, I think. It's just... But yeah, no, you can't actually... There's no real point in debating people like this, except for the spectacle of things. But for me, this debate is only fun because Haz is also a lolcow. If Haz was replaced with a sensible person...
Hold on. Listen. In what world does Vaush call me a lolcow? First of all, more people have laughed at your stupidity than mine. Because you are genuinely and authentically a stupid person. Sure, I'm an intentionally funny guy. And yeah, I'm never unintentionally funny, by the way. It's always intentional. Because I know how to be funny. I'm genuinely a funny guy. But behind that is an extremely knowledgeable and articulate person. No one can deny that, by the way, right? Here we go, a holes guy. Nor no normal person ever brings that up, by the way. It's only political people who find it fascinating. But anyway, Vaush is genuinely a stupid and unknowledgeable person. Again, all he would have to do is get in VC with me. And I take him to task about any subject that I want. Marxism, communism, anything, history, anything. And I would expose profound gaps in knowledge for a 30-year-old man? Profound gaps in knowledge. Profound gaps in knowledge. He's an extremely inarticulate, just stupid fucking person. He's gotten by this far because he copies everything about Destiny and adds a lefty twist to it. That's the only fucking reason why he's ever gotten as far as he ever has. Period. Right?
Like Jangles or just like a real
another nerd who sounds like they're smart but actually are devoid of substance.
Leaning debate person. It would just be like frustrating and boring because they would like
right. Like for Vaush, a smart person is like someone who has their own cock in their mouth and also the cock of the establishment in their mouth, where they're basically doing this kind of like self-referential way of like signaling to others that I'm one of you. I'm a guy who's in the know about the fact that I'm completely estranged from my own material being and material reality, and everything is mediated by discourse and everything is premised by the conceptual use of reason. So we are in the same page here, that everything is like, it's just that's why they, guys, you know why they talk like that in such an effeminate way? It's like from psychoanalysis perspective, because I don't know if I should explain this. Do I have time to explain this? Because they do not wield the authority of the master signifier, right? They don't derive as the basis of their speech an authentic encounter with the material basis of speech. They're engaging in a metonymic form of discourse where they're basically relying upon the authority of the other, the big other, and they're speaking on behalf of it. That's why they sound so effeminate. In stupid people terms, the authority of their speech comes from another authority. It doesn't come from something within themselves. A man talks like a man because for every word they say, it's coming from their own encounter with the basis of speech itself. But a effeminate person is like, I'm not going to go there. I'm just the eunuch. I'm just a messenger, right? And they're getting it from some other authority. That's the difference.
Explain why X is dumb and they wouldn't get it. They would just repeat over and over. So for me, it's critical that both of them be fucking stupid. Oh, in case you guys care, look how many high rooms I've gotten. Look, 3 poll.
Vaush calls me stupid, but how many times did I expose Vaush in the past 17 hours of me covering him? There's no recovery for Vaush after this, by the way. We're going to conclude it, and Vaush is done. I don't want anyone ever to tell me that Vaush said this, Vaush said that. Just from this alone, I have exposed such a profound level of stupidity on Vaush's part that if this were to be public, it would end his fucking career in a heartbeat. It would end his fucking career.
2 3 mile, 10 ist, 2 vex, 2 and also I have one of each of them right over here. I have enough to barter for a bear rune, at least.
On the American continent specifically.
We went through a lot. From Vaush not knowing that Malcolm X was not killed by the Nation of Islam, to his stunning lack of knowledge about philosophy and history. It's like there's so much shit he fucked up that we caught, right? From this alone.
Leading up to the Civil War.
How old are you? 25. Yeah, see, that's why you're brainwashed in this way. I'm 40. When I was in school, we learned that there were good and bad slave owners.
Listen, I think this view is fundamentally incompatible with communism. This is like saying there are good and bad rapists.
That's kind of true. Yeah, it is kind of incompatible with communism.
Yeah, but except that's not what I said. What I said is incompatible with common sense. That's what I said. He said communism.
That's true.
There's nothing about slavery that's rape.
Yes, there certainly is. Actually. Yes, there is. Nope. Actually, there fundamentally is, and it's a matter of historical record. And
I recognize that there may have been rapes that took place, but rape is wrong. Slavery is not ideal.
And the two were fundamentally aligned with one another.
You're making that claim, but again, there were.
No, it's a matter of historical fact.
So every slave owner committed a rape against every slave.
Listen, the two were fundamentally intertwined as a phenomenon.
You're making.
Okay, we are speaking nonsense. Let's continue.
There's muddy in the waters.
This question coming in from Steve, who says, I could be wrong, maybe I misheard him, but did James Hake say that slaves were, quote, treated well?
They were treated well. Many were treated well. They were raised Christian. Some were even taught to read. Reading was not widespread among whites. So overall, we treated them quite well compared to many other cultures.
This one coming from Adam Albelia. Good to see you, long time
I
viewer.
should say
It seems like what Haight is trying to say is that, quote, you haven't demonstrated how enslaving people is evil.
Yep.
I think it's a matter of, it's a self-evident and absurd, it's the reason why is just self-evident. If we have to get to a point where
What no philosophy does to a motherfucker.
What no philosophy does to a motherfucker. And what philosophy does to a motherfucker is publicly debating about whether pedophilia should be acceptable, and Vaush assuming the position of the affirmative. That's what a philosophical education does, right? But the difference is, the crucial difference is, and anyone is free to call my bluff in this regard. I mean, some have tried, perspective philosophy, REM, whatever. I am actually rigorously educated in philosophy. For me to say that there are some things we should not talk about and should not be up for discursive, public discursive, whatever discussion, that's actually a philosophical position itself. Yeah, he's scared to debate me. We know he's a pussy. But for Vaush to think that doing this is philosophy, this is not philosophy. This is fucking public political propaganda or whatever, right? It's not philosophy. Philosophy is a solitary and fundamentally antisocial sphere of inquiry and development, right? It's not something that's like has all these viewers and has all this fucking bullshit. That's not philosophy. Philosophy is something you do by yourself. So if you want to think about these things by yourself, yeah, nothing's off the table when it comes to philosophy. But the question is, does philosophy premise our public discourse? It doesn't. Actually, philosophy leads us to the conclusion that it has an inherent limitation. All philosophy teaches us is its own inherent limitation when it comes to being able to condition the terms of public discourse. This is a very common philosophical position. Actually. Like, hasn't Zizek directly said this too? Zizek's like, I don't want to live in a society where we debate about rape. And he said, I don't want to live in a society where we debate about being a Nazi, right? Zizek has said this directly, and he's like a renowned philosopher. So, no, this is what philosophical education does to someone. You don't want to get to a point where we have to debate about everything. If we have to debate about everything, you have a very, very dangerous situation, because I'll explain it to you actually. So let's say we got to a point where we were like, okay, should we or should we not allow for slavery? Just debating that endows discourse with the power to reintroduce slavery. If we discover through discourse that slavery is okay, slavery will happen. But if we say it's not a matter of discourse, it doesn't matter what conclusion you come to discursively, there's something more fundamental that we can have a guarantee in that would make slavery just not thinkable, right? The reason why we don't find slavery accessible isn't because of some conceptual use of reason. It's a much more material and intuitive recognition. That it's like a violation of our humanity, right? Our common humanity. It dignifies the undignified, exactly. I mean, normal people get this, but stupid fucks like Vaush who defend pedophilia can't.
How much philosophy terminology does Haz flippantly use, and he can't even answer this question? You're not going to, like...
Because it's not a philosophical question. It's not a philosophical question. Whether slavery was good or bad was never a philosophical question. If anything, it's more of a religious question. If we want to go down that road. It's sure as hell was never a philosophical question, though. If slavery was a philosophical question, then the Civil War would have been fought with quills and fucking books and not with rifles. So it's not a philosophical question. Actually, many would argue that a fundamental prerequisite to participate in philosophy is a more fundamental ground of freedom that can only be acquired at the level of something beyond philosophy, like physical force, right? Then you can do philosophy. I mean, there's a reason Socrates and Plato and Aristotle were not slaves, because slaves can't really do philosophy, right? So, what a stupid fuck. And by the way, Vaush says I only use philosophical terminology and that I'm not actually educated in the sphere of philosophy. But Vaush literally didn't even know that certainty and faith are considered opposite to one another in philosophy. So, and a bunch of other shit too. I'm not even talking about right now. So, yeah.
Crash argument. It's self-evident. You're not going to make an appeal to like bodily autonomy or to.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to make a fucking appeal to bodily autonomy or any fucking else because I'm not going to try and premise and condition our rejection of slavery upon some kind of fucking Twitch or YouTube debate bro talking point. Because at that point, what if we decide to come to a different conclusion, right? Then it's up in the air. The question of slavery is not a matter of philosophy. Hold on. Let me reel it back. That's not even philosophy. If you were to talk about bodily autonomy, you're not participating in philosophy. You're trying to create an arbitrary moral system. Creating an arbitrary moral system is just as much philosophy as is, I can't even say this, a person with certain, let's say, cognitive limitations trying to build a nuclear reactor out of Legos. And like spitting on it and shitting all over and being like, look, this is my science experiment. That's not fucking engineering, okay? And Vaush trying to create a fucking arbitrary moral system. We're talking about, well, bodily autonomy. What does that even mean, bodily autonomy? I believe, listen, Vaush, axiomatic systemic thinking is not philosophy. It's not. As much as you like to believe it is, it's not. If you like, for example, axiomatic systemic thinking is about drawing red lines and then proceeding from those premises. That is not philosophy. Okay? The only premise philosophy has ever proceeded from is the Platonic idea and its consistency thereof. But the thing is, that's not even necessarily true because the Platonic idea is metaphysically ambiguous. It is latent with all of the mythical, poetic poetry of being that you had in the pre-Socratics. The idea contains like a metaphysical wealth that is irreducible to the concept, some kind of barren, purely formal concept. The idea is like metaphysically dense. Okay? So even then you can't say that we only begin with the idea estranged from the rest of being. Well, no, the idea is part of a more harmonious world of being, right? Like, for example, Heidegger says that all the problems begin with the Platonic idea, right? I disagree. Platonic idea is not the pure form of modernity, which is just like an empty, pure form, totally estranged from all reality. No, Platonic idea is a way of giving form to the whole of being. It's not an empty, pure form that's set against the whole of being, as is the case in the modern philosophy. It is a form of being itself, the Platonic idea. So even then you can't say it's a form of axiomatic systemic thinking, right? Even then, modern philosophy is not even an axiomatic systemic form of thinking that begins with first premises. The only example of that in the history of modern philosophy, if we assume Hegel's the last philosopher, which I do, would be Spinoza. Spinoza, right? We begin from substance. All body, substance is extended in space, some shit like that. And he keeps building off of the premises, right? Spinoza kind of works that way. Only Spinoza.
Consent. What about individual liberties? The way Hake was talking about earlier. Like, I feel like there are directions you could go with this. You know.
Rem talking mad shit about you, saying he will debate you on the nature of goodness. I don't give a fuck.
We have to debate about why slavery is fundamentally evil. Then everything else becomes up to debate too, right? Yeah. I don't want to arrive at a situation where we have to start debating about things like pedophilia and things we know intuitively and inherently to be wrong.
See, Vaush attacked me, and then I just said, I don't want to debate about things like pedophilia. And look at the nervous look on his face. He's like, uh-oh, I feel called out. Yeah, that's why, Vaush.
That is self-evident, but you're relying on your feelings. You're lost about that.
Like I said, there are lines we should not cross as human beings, as a matter of basic human decency and humanity.
Sorry. These are such bad arguments.
These are bad arguments. Prove it. I'm calling your bluff. Prove why that's a bad argument. Prove why it's a bad argument. I'm actually interested. Prove why it's a bad argument, Vaush. You can't. Because you're going to say something like, well, if that's the case, then there's a whole lot of other arbitrary things that people can say we shouldn't cross. They can say it, but the question of whether they're going to be successful in persuading the audience is different, right? I mean, you can say we should not cross the line of debating Medicare, right? Let's say Vaush is like, what's going to stop us from doing that if we don't have clear philosophical distinction lines, right? Nothing's going to stop you, but you're not going to be successful. Because the difference between Medicare for all, for example, and slavery isn't the difference premised by conceptual reason or philosophy itself. It's a difference, again, that is both objective and at the same time, as far as its significance is concerned, unconscious and intuitive.
He reacted to the British deep state's attempt to assassinate Lincoln by supporting unpatriotic John Wilkes Booth and the Confederacy. Also, shout out to Infrared and RTSG.
I don't know much about that, but it sounds like it was evil fighting against maybe evil. I don't know.
So fucking stupid how people don't understand that. It's a bad argument. What do you mean it's a fucking bad argument? We should recognize there's some shit we shouldn't cross. Why do you want to debate about slavery? Why do you want to... First of all, it's like, when you begin, like, was slavery good or was slavery bad? What does the historical record show us as far as we fought a civil war about it? That's all done. Why are you asking whether it was good or bad or not? Of what? Again, I'm a pragmatist and Vaush is a fucking Anglo whatever. So to me, what is the meat and potatoes point of this discussion, right? Do you want to reverse the tides of history and reintroduce slavery? Maybe you should humble yourself before the history and ask the question of why a war was fought over this in the first place. Maybe you need to humble yourself. You're not a fucking God who stands above history and reality.
Whether Abraham Lincoln was good or evil, because you can't trust any history nowadays, much less the mainstream media present day.
You got it. And with that, do want to remind you our guest are linked in the description, folks. It has been a lively one to be sure. And
an interesting contradiction that I've noticed from Nazis is that many times they're pro John Wilkes Booth because they think that like slavery was based and
nobody cares, dumbass.
And that by reuniting the country, he brought the South in control of like the Jews in the North.
Nobody cares, dumbass. Not everyone's a fucking Nazi.
But the interesting thing is that also when Nazis talk about slavery, they'll say that Jews scapegoated onto white people and that in reality Jews were responsible for slavery in the South. Have you guys noticed that juxtaposition? They do both of those things at the same time.
Wow, you're telling me that ideological people are inconsistent logically, including you, Vaush? You're also inconsistent logically too, you stupid fuck. I just named about like a dozen in this fucking past 7 hours alone.
If they actually thought Jews were responsible for slavery, they should be like, oh yeah, Lincoln stopped it, good, he stopped those Jews. But they don't say that. They believe both things at the same time. Yeah, they do this all the time for every issue.
We are excited for this other lively one that I mentioned earlier in the stream, as we confirmed it just a couple weeks ago. Destiny and Stefan Molyneux in the last week of this month. You don't want to miss it. That's
what's the debate on?
That subscribe button. And I want to say thanks again, James Hake, as well as Infrared. It has been a juicy one to say the least.
Thank you guys, appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'll be back in a moment, folks, to give you updates on upcoming debates, so stick around for that.
Okay, bye.
Wow. Well, we did it. That was the thing that happened. That was the stupidest shit I have ever sat through in my life. That was remarkable. I can't. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out. Get me out. Let me out, please. Get me out. Let me out, please, God. Yeah. So, what are my thoughts after all that? What are my prescriptions? Haz is really bad at debating.
That's why he's scared to debate me. Who gives a fuck what you think anyway, huh?
And I think it's really telling how the thing to me is, in a way, Haz standing up against slavery at the end was almost even more spineless. Because in a way, there's an admirable consistency to him folding to Hake on every single conservative issue.
Was I folding to Hake? Listen, he said I folded to Hake, and I showed you actual evidence that I was staying true to the position I've held as early as February 2019 in written form. So what was I folding to exactly? And I didn't fold on shit, because we did disagree throughout that fucking debate, you fucking idiot. I guess you're saying I let his right-wing rhetoric slide because I don't necessarily disagree with all of it. The rhetoric I do disagree with is I'm my own man. He can describe his position however he wants. I wouldn't describe it that way, but I'm my own man. What am I going to do? Tone police him and police his speech? You know? So fucking stupid.
But he wasn't even consistent on that. There was the last one he had to challenge. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't even...
This is, by the way, such an incoherent, illogical, stupid fucking thing to say. You're spineless because you were folding to Hake, and that was admirably consistent. But then you you pushed back against Hake, and it's not the only time I pushed back against him, but it's the time I did it the most intensely. You pushed back against Hake, and that was cowardly. And why was it cowardly? Because it wasn't being consistent. So let's just adopt the premise that I was being cowardly. There's something admirable about being consistently cowardly. And when you're inconsistent about being cowardly, it's even more cowardly. What? That's assuming that I'm elevating cowardice to some ideal principle that I'm committing to out of some reason, righteous. Like, he's just going down a path that makes him look fucking stupid, right? It's just this complete stupid contradiction.
Wasn't even like spineless. He wasn't even like consistent enough to be properly spineless. He had to be spineless about being spineless and throw the defense up at the last second. I am glad that he said giving like the slavery is bad. It's just that's where your line is, really. You know that meme where
that's where my line is, really? Sure. Is that a bad line to have? That it's pretty outrageous. Thank you, Joshy Mackers, to say slavery wasn't that bad. Yeah, I think that is pretty fucking out there as far as public discourse is concerned.
it's like, I can excuse this, but that's going too far. And then the lady says,
what? So what you're basically saying is, Haz excused when Hake said that, I don't know. Haz excused when Hake said that white people were being censored by big tech. But when Hake said that he defends slavery, that's ridiculous. Haz is so inconsistent. Like, what?
You can excuse that?
Like, yeah, because that was by far the most outrageous thing Hake said the whole fucking time, you fucking idiot.
You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, phenomenal meme. Fantastic stuff. They didn't even talk about communism, like at any point during any of that.
I did in the introduction. It's not my fault Hake didn't want to.
I had M's on my stash as an old man. If you got a plug, how the fuck is you broke then? I called up Peasy, now listen what bro saying.
Wintertime grind. Hustle hard when it's cold out. I'm on the wintertime grind. Stack the money, kick the hoes out. I'm on the wintertime grind. Staying out the club. I'm on the wintertime grind. I'm just trying to run it up. Stay on your grind, my nigga. Let them have fun. Stay consistent and I promise you your time gon' come. Night joggies for the winter, staying out the mall. Counting up 100 bands while I'm saying fuck them all. Nigga, hey, wintertime grind. Hustle hard when it's cold out. I'm on a wintertime grind.
Stack the money, kick the hoes out.
I'm on a wintertime grind.
Staying out the club. I'm on a wintertime grind. I'm just trying to run it up. Haz was turned into a woman in this debate. Look at that thumbnail.
Wintertime grind. Hustle hard when it's cold out. I'm on a wintertime grind. Stack the money, kick the hoes out.
My question is,
I'm on a wintertime grind.
that thing in the middle. That thing in the middle, right? Is that what a man looks like? The history behind the infrared logo? There isn't one. We just found it on Google. We found the name first. Raul chose the name infrared. And then I said, we need a profile picture for our YouTube. So I was like, I'll just search an infrared globe and put that as the profile picture for now, and then we'll find a better one. And we never found a better one. This is just what we use now, forever. I'm not an ethical person because ethics isn't real. Am I a moral person? I think so. I think I'm moral. But ethical, no. I don't believe in ethics. I'm a materialist. Wintertime grind. Hustle hard when it's cold out. Want a wintertime grind. Stack the money, kick the hoes out. Like, you know what's really unethically made, probably? My fucking emotes. Let me tell you what. My emotes My gorilla emote. You know my fucking gorilla emote? It was probably very unethical labor that produced it. Because I went on Fiverr and it cost me like $5, right? And they produced it in like 12 hours, like 24 hours. So it's probably some dude in fucking Indonesia or something that's like just sitting on the computer all day, forced to work for a penny an hour. And yeah, it's fucked up. I'm being upfront with you. It's probably fucked up. But guess what? Know what I mean? I don't know what to say. That's the nature of this world. That's the nature of this world. This world's fucked up. It's like, you know what I mean? I'm not an ethical consumer. I don't give a, you know. And then, you know what's so fucked up is I'll say this shit, and then the Vaush type person will be like, oh, so you're saying it's okay to consume CP? And I'm like, what? You know? How about I don't want to do that, right? You ever thought about that I was never so sick in the head that that's something I'd ever want to do? That's the thing about people like Vaush, is like, they think it's wrong to critique people's desires. If you have pedo fantasies, you're a fucking pedo. I don't even care if children are not being hurt. If you have those fucking fantasies, you need to be removed from society. You are a fucking pedo. There's no, you know what I fucking mean? Like, the fact that you have that fantasy in your head in the first place is the fucking problem. Not the ethical implications of who gets harmed. Motherfucker, God is getting harmed. I mean, he's not harmed, but our soul is getting harmed by you fucking existing, you scumbag. Should be put in jail. Like, yeah, people should be shamed for having predatory fantasies and shit. You should be fucking shamed. You know? And I'll say this shit, like, yeah, the gorilla emote is probably sweatshop computer labor. And then people are like, oh, so you're saying cannibalism is okay? You know what I mean? No, I'm a hypocrite. It's not okay. Sue me, bitch. Maybe your shit, you gotta recalculate your moral axioms, because in no way does it make sense to anyone that you can equate getting an emote with fucking, you know, cannibalism. So Vaush is like, you're using computers that were mined by children in Uganda or something, right? What I would tell Vaush is, maybe, but the computer itself does not inherently entail child exploitation. Not inherently. But CP does inherently entail that. You know what I'm saying? It's actually that simple. It's like, you have to critique it at the level of the product. It's possible to envision a computer that doesn't involve child exploitation. It's not possible to envision CP that doesn't either entail it or allude to it, right? So it's a really simple difference. Yeah, we are fucked as a society that we have to even say that. You can't see you can't see the fucking dislike ratio, but let me check the comments. Guys, who is what? All these trolls in the comments, bro. Why is this guy named Joe Sims 4? Who the fuck is Joe Sims 4? Who is that? Guy named Joe Sims 4 saying, Rosanna, they saying I'm a labor aristocracy denier. What do I do? Why? The fuck is that, bro? And then Stannis is in the fucking comments. And Stannis says, this is much better than anything Infrared and Maupin have to offer. Hey, fuck you, Stannis. Fuck you.
The struggle for not hurting the feelings of non-binary people in college is materialist because it materially affects their mental health.
It's like, shut the fuck up. That's not what materialism fucking means. Culture struggles affect people's lives, but that's not what makes it material. What a materialist struggle, for example, or I'm sorry, a class struggle, a material class struggle, is about the fundamental basis of life. It's not about culture struggles, okay? It's a dumb culture struggle.
No.
Having babies is absolutely a material thing. I think, can I say the word retarded? Because there's something about Americans that fit that description. Can you stop abusing the word material to mean anything that's in sensuous reality? Matter of fact, here's the thing. I'm gonna give you one last chance. I'm gonna give you a chance to redeem yourself. The unknown cultural revolution. Here you go. Here you go. So look, this is the video that you can type in Google search or YouTube and go watch this. Watch it from start to finish and then come back to me. I don't have time to deal with your fucking stupidity. We covered it here, right? We covered all this dumb shit here. And I'm asking genuinely, do you also oppose birth control, like the morning after pill and Plan B and the pill? Because you don't oppose that? Because I like to do it raw, I'm not gonna lie. I like to do it. Is that satanic? Isn't that kind of fucked up? Like, not only do I like to do it raw, and this is only if she's taking the pill and the morning after pill, and I don't encourage this because you will get someone pregnant on accident. So do not live by these words. It's very dangerous. But I just like nutting inside. I don't like pulling out. I like nutting inside.
And we encourage everybody to get booster shots.
What's the difference between these people and Justice Democrats? The Justice Democrats actually posed a threat to the Democratic establishment when they first kickstarted. These guys are just a cope circle.
Inflationary trend continuing. And the other thing, the more important thing, like I said, is that I don't care how much hoarded cash buys. What I want to know is, do people have access to what they need? And the answer
You know what I think causes inflation? Capitalism causes inflation.
Whoa!
Not socialism. Didn't we have John Case here last
That's really in-depth, dude.
week? And didn't he make the point that there were several contributing factors to the inflationary? One of them were supply chains, lack of access of some of the products, and the prices are going up. And then he was talking about the oil issues in the Middle East and so on. And then I have a friend who's an economist, and my buddy who I went to school, he says that the reason that is that they're trying to recoup the losses that they incurred during the pandemic. People weren't spending, they were at home, and so now that they got a little money in their pocket, they're raising prices in order to increase their profit margin. Do you think that that's true, anybody? Well, I think that capitalism is the cause of inflation. You want to get rid of inflation, Get rid of capitalism.
And you let me look. Okay. A society ran by the CPUSA would actually be a university for all society. You know, your college campus, it would be all society.
That's right. I mean, that's the solution.
So we'll see you there.
Happy birthday, Comrade Jarvis Tyner.
Yes, happy
But you know, Jarvis has such a history. Like, I found out recently that Jarvis participated. I'm kind of giving away what I'm going to say tomorrow. Jarvis participated in one of the big, in fact, he led one of the big struggles to break the color line in this country. You know, the time was the late 50s, early 60s. The place was Philadelphia. And the circumstance was that black people, white, Latino, couldn't dance together publicly on TV, on American Bandstand. Now, I saw Anita, you know, boogieing on American Band. I saw Rosanna there too. Michael and Scott weren't born yet.
I was on Soul Train. I was on Soul Train.
Could not dance together. And there was a young guy from Philly, his name was Bobby Brooks, who had a hit song. And they were playing the song on American, and the people from the community couldn't even come dance to the song. And so they had a protest. And there was a group called the Socialist Youth Union of Philadelphia. It was the party's youth group at the time. And the Socialists was led by Jarvis Tyner. And that Socialist Youth Union and the people in the community organized a protest, and they broke the back of and American Bandstand had to relent. Big headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer: color line broke on Bandstand, and that's our history. That's part of what we did, but you never hear about it. You look on it online, you can't see that. You know, we have such a tremendous history of accomplishments and struggle, but because of the suppression of information and the Cold War, nobody knows about it. We need to bring forward that history.
Well, let me show you him at the funeral of Winnie Mandela. Look how base this guy is.
Our next speaker is Julius Malema.
These are all EFF supporters. They wear red. It's a populist movement in South Africa. That's him. Look at all these supporters. What's the closest thing to EFF in America? It hasn't been born yet.
Amandla. Long live the undying spirit of Winnie Mandela. Long live.
He calls out everybody in this speech. He goes after everybody.
Long live the defiant spirit of Winnie Mandela. Long live. Long live the fighting spirit of Winnie Mandela. Long live. Forward to expropriation of land without compensation. Forward. Forward to expropriation of land without compensation. Forward. Forward to nationalization of mines and banks. Forward. Amandla. Thank you very much. Program directors, members of the family,
particularly Mama Zenani and Mama Zinzi. The Madikizela family.
This is so the CPUSA is aligned with the South African Communist Party, right? And the South African Communist Party is regarded by Malema and the EFF as a bunch of fake communists and sellouts.
And Mandela family.
This is Infrared's inspiration, by the way. I want you to know where our inspiration came from.
Religious leaders, leadership of the judiciary under the capable leadership of Chief Justice Mogoeng, members of parliament, members of the executive, the ruling party and all political formations that are here, the leadership of the Youth League, the leadership of the Women's League, the leadership of COSAS, the international dignitaries, leaders of the EFF led by the capable leader, our Deputy President Floyd Shibambo, commissars, commanders, generals of Mkhonto Wesizwe, in particular the underrated General Spiwe Nyanda, former President.
The liberal media in South Africa calls him they call him the South African Trump. Trevor Noah, you know Trevor Noah, that guy, he calls him a South African Trump.
Mbeki, former President Motlanthe, Comrade
Yeah, for real, not making that up.
President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Salutations to fellow South Africans, Africans and people of the world. Comrade Ramaphosa, I want to reassure you that today we are in a burial of Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. And President Matamela, you are her president. And today here, anyone
So
who...
this is Ramaphosa, I don't know how to pronounce it exactly, but he is the leader of the ANC at the time of this speech. He's the establishment.
Shows
the ANC establishment.
You disrespect will be showing Mama disrespect because you are the president of her organization and the president of this country. So be rest assured, Comrade President, that even the Red Sea is going to cheer in salutation. Program directors, I'm here to speak on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, the daughters and sons of Mama Nomzamo Madikizela Mandela. Those prodigal kids isolated and banished by the liberation movement.
This is no, this is nothing to do with Joe Sims, dude. What are you talking about?
For asking for land expropriation without compensation, nationalization,
land reform
of mines and banks, free education, and economic freedom in our lifetime. I'm here to speak on behalf of the dejected masses of our people. I speak on behalf of the landless people, the unemployed youth, the feast must fall generation, the security guards, the domestic workers, the farm workers, cleaners, waiters and waitresses, the shopkeepers, petrol attendants, teachers, nurses, soldiers, police, government employees, the black middle class working in the racist firms of white monopoly capital, and all those who are paid lower salaries. I'm here not so much to bury Mama, because queen mothers do not die. They multiply into million red flowers of love and freedom. I'm here to pick up the spear and make my vows that I'll continue to fight for a mission of restoring the dignity of black people through attainment of economic freedom in our lifetime. I'm here, Mama, to express my condolences to our biological children whom I know and the rest of Madikizela and Mandela family. I'm here to look at your grandchildren in the eyes and tell
no
them...
PMC in South Africa. Not really, no. It's all nascent. It's like a petty bourgeoisie. So they're patriotic, basically, right? They're pro-populist. It's not like in America where they're like established and consolidated. South Africa is a new nation. The newborn nation.
That they will never be treated like they've got leprosy for as long as I'm still alive.
And there is like a PMC, but it's much smaller than the one we have in America.
I'm here.
The guy in the Discord who's like a racist and hates Malema, we banned that guy.
To evoke the
Yeah, we banned that guy, Volk. We banned him.
spirit of the one who put the country first, above her own personal safety, when it was not fashionable to do so. Many youth activists were personally released by Winnie Mandela from the custody vans of apartheid
Is
military.
he anti-white? No.
She confronted gun-carrying white
The ruling class in South Africa that owns all the monopoly capital are A, white and tied to foreign international capital. Anglo capitalists.
white men who were sworn killers of the apartheid defense force throughout the long years of the state of the emergency in the
They tried to reach out to poor white people. They were not successful. But, you know, they tried. And they welcomed them in the party, right?
1980s. Here, she lived a constant naked contact with danger, prepared to lose her life and even life of her own children who were put.
Why wasn't it successful? I don't know. I think it's because there's a lot of deep-seated resentment among the poor whites against the black majority. Because they lost out after the apartheid, right? I mean, even worse than before, because with the neoliberalism and stuff. And that's an issue that white South Africans have to deal with amongst themselves, right? So that's how I look at that. Like, progressive-minded white South Africans should work among the poor whites and you know, deal with those prejudices.
Put into danger by her political activities.
It's in reference to white farmers. It's in reference to the monopoly on land ownership.
You trusted that your mission of putting the country first was embraced by your organization that you loved so much, Mama. But, Mama, you didn't know that your organization had been rendered incapable of loving you back. You fought for what you believed was right, possessed only by your love for our people and the restoration of their dignity. In this fight, you were persecuted by the apartheid regime and disowned by your own. Fellow South Africans, I'm comforted by the fact
Stalin was such a cringe lord. You know what? This is the first thing you ever said on my channel, and it's also going to be the last thing. Bye, bitch.
that Mama
And I usually don't ban people for saying shit like that, but I just decided to in your case. Because it's the first thing you said.
died a perfect death, a death of a revolutionary because she never sold out. We should all be happy because her name will be written in the eternal book of life, the book of all who died for the betterment of all. The people of Soweto, please never forget the name of Mama Nomzamo Madikizela Mandela. The best way to remember her is to continue the fight against corruption and for economic freedom in our lifetime. Mama, some of the Winnie Mandela Support Committee members are here to bid farewell to you. The committee which was formed to support you during Stompy's trial. We take this opportunity to thank these selfless fighters, Comrade Cyril Janchis, Dr. Abin Komo and Mankomo, Obrimukwena, Rapumulekan, Gwen Ramokhopa, Mahomet Danga, Mos Chikani, and our national chairperson, Dalimpofu. Mama, let me tell you that Mama Nora Mutlodi from Brantford, you are star witness.
Address the chat. Shut the fuck up. Aren't they giants? Aren't they like really big and strong? Greenland should be the name should change, first of all, because this is obviously not true. Like, come on. Who named it that? It should be called Snowland. What is this? This is obviously not a real photo. Come on. Why does it look like this? It's a composite image. It's divided into sections. Is there just a square? What? You can actually see up close? What's this? What if I zoomed in and there was just TOS? What if I zoomed in and there's just polar bears having sex or some shit? Would I get banned? So, wow. I never knew the North Pole was just water. I never knew this was just water. So how does Santa Claus, so where's Santa Claus? He's just in the water? He's just on a boat? This is it. Alright, let's go to fucking space, guys. First, let's go to this place. What the fuck? What is this square? This is stupid, man. Fuck is this shit? Nice. Sure, this is exactly what you see. Imagine looking in the sky and actually seeing this. Is that possible? Nice. Nice. This is really underwhelming. This thing. It's like, can we zoom in a little more than this? I thought we could go to space. Big train track. Oh, what about Disney World? We can actually go to Disney World. Disneyland. No way. Disney World? What is this shit? There's nothing cool anywhere. Space Mountain. Space Engine. It's a 3D simulator for the universe. Check that out. I have to download it. It's not even on the browser. It's not even on the fucking browser, dude. I'm not downloading that shit. Okay? We're focusing on Disney World. Disneyland. So this looks like a fucking cheap... This looks like a cheap fair. This looks like some fucking cheap-ass fair, you know? What is this? This looks like the fucking Arab festival. What are they called? Yeah, the Arab festival in fucking Dearborn, Michigan. Where they have rides that just fucking kill you. They just have rides that break. This looks like the Arab festival in Dearborn, Michigan, where it smells like fucking tobacco and you just fucking get on a roller coaster and fly off and that you die because there's no safety standards. This looks all very cheap. I'm not really impressed by this at all. This looks very, very cheap. Disneyland is small and city. Anaheim is a dump. Yeah, this is really underwhelming. Like, okay, what is this? It's a dragon? Isn't this anti-Semitic? Why are they allowed to do this? How are they allowed to do that? What are you looking forward to in LA? Honestly, you want me to be honest with you? Because if I was lying to you, I would say Disney World. And if I'm being honest with you, I'm telling you, I don't know. What do you think? Every fucking zoo is you pull up to the fucking animals and there's nothing. It's hiding in the cave. Every time you pull up to these exhibits, they're just hiding in here somewhere, sleeping. That's every fucking zoo I've been to. I've never really seen the animals. They're lying about having any animals. I'm getting close to believing that they're just lying about having animals. They're like, oh no, he's in this cave, this dark cave sleeping. How do I know? You could just be fucking lying about that, you know? Could be a complete lie. I love how people say, oh, there's no desert in Lebanon. Yes, there fucking is. Look at it. This is a desert, dude. This is desert. They have no reason to trust it, is the problem, right? So, that's something I just fundamentally respect. I have to respect. Because they were excluded from American project, right? After slavery. So, that's pretty much all I have to say on that matter.
All right, we did get one last super chat. Let me just pull it up. So, Matthew. The election was stolen. And that the poll is up in the community section. You guys can go vote. And yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow night. And thank you guys for coming.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Holy fucking shit, man. So fucking stressed out and shit. Well, I just fucked up the whole thing. The whole fucking stream just got fucked. Because of you, the fucking stupid chat. That's the thing. It is your fucking fault. You dumb fucks. We just fucking lost 2 hours. For what? Because you don't know when to shut the fuck up. God fucking damn it, man. Y'all find it funny, right? Y'all find it funny? Banned. Kibbles, longtime viewer, banned. Keep finding it funny. Marivo, banned. There you go. Keep laughing. Stupid fucking chat. Keep laughing. It's funny to waste my fucking time. Oh yeah, there you go. Another guy. 3-month subscriber. Banned. Go ahead. Bunch of stupid fucks. You didn't shut the fuck up, I wouldn't have had to fucking do it, is the thing. But you draw attention to shit. That's what you do. That's okay. You cuck yourself. You cuck yourself. You cuck yourself. That's okay. Go ahead and cuck yourself. I want a new rule from every single mod. Every single mod, listen up right now. This is a new, hardcore, unconditional rule we're going to put in place. If a single chatter ever points out a TOS violation in real time, you need to permaban them on the fucking spot. And they are never getting amnesty. You permaban them on the spot. If you have something you want to fucking tell me about, you DM it to me. You don't fucking go in my fucking chat and start talking about shit. You dumb fuck drawing attention to shit. I don't fucking know who that guy is. And I don't fucking care. And I've told you about this before. Bunch of fucking pearl-clutching liberal dumbasses. You think I don't know that these people might have secret Nazi sympathies or beliefs? Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I don't fucking care. I'm not Jabba the Vaush who's witch hunting and shit. I care about what you say in public, and I'll deal with you on the surface level. I don't give a fuck what you say in private or what you think in private. I literally don't give a fuck. I don't care about people's private views on anything. I don't care. I fundamentally don't care. What did you think of the debate? I thought it was stupid, honestly. I thought it was dumb. Because it's like, honestly, somebody out here who's just like, hi, I'm white. It's like, no one cares, dude. Nobody fucking cares. If someone came to a Communist Party org and they're like, excuse me, I'm white. It's like, yeah, we know you're white. Who fucking cares? What is your point? Congrats, you know? You're white, okay? So what? What does that have to do with anything? You know? The thing, like, American, I get that. I know a lot of people are like, Hans, you're just saying that because you're not white. You wouldn't get it. You're Lebanese. So you're just trying to... No, dude. I was born in this fucking country, too. I've never heard of that shit. I've never heard of people who are just like, you know what? I identify as white. He, him, I identify as white and furry. Why? You know? Like, yeah, you're white. But you're white because you can do whatever fucking historical analysis of that shit you want. But what's the point? The reason why you... Like, some people are like, oh, Paz, why don't you say the same thing about black people then? I'll tell you why I'll say the same thing about black people. A, they were brought here as slaves from Africa. Okay? Not people settling in the country part of the American project. B, they were never given land to become part of the American project after slavery was over. Thank you, Carlo. Appreciate you. Yeah, there's a different history, a different genealogy. You know, I can respect that. It's a different pattern, right? It's a different pattern. The thing is, thank you, Showbiz. The thing is, white people are not the same because they're too different from each other. The fucking Appalachians and liberals living in fucking Seattle are not the fucking same. White people in Portland, Oregon have nothing to do with white people up north in Michigan. You know what I mean? So it's like, you don't have that same thing. Whereas almost all American black people, descendants of slaves, trace to the black belt. They can trace their origin to the black belt or to freed slaves in the north, something like that. All of them can trace their lineage to freed slaves. So it's like one lineage based on slavery. But white people is not the same thing, right? And it was boring, whatever. I'm not, you know, I don't want to attack that guy too much. And not because I'm scared to or I'm pandering to the right. Thank you, Janar. Because I don't know him. He was polite to me, so I'll be polite to him. I don't know him. I just got pissed when, you know, I have to get stressed out about shit and stuff. That's when I get pissed, you know? I didn't want to have to get it to this point. Let me tell y'all something. White nationalism is inherently satanic. Look at the Order of Nine Angels. Look at how many of them have anime profile pictures and are obsessed with the purity of an anime, you know, an anime fucking
cartoon and shit, you know? It's so weird, you know? So don't give me that fucking dumb bullshit. Don't give me that dumb bullshit about fucking, you know. Oh. Thank you, party chairman. Why does everyone want to be a cop? Gyno. It's a combination of gyno, low testosterone, and getting no pussy. So first of all, she's got a new hairstyle. Wow. Wow. It's really cool.
All women belong in the kitchen. All women
Based?
belong in the kitchen.
I actually love her new hairstyle. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even kidding. Unironically, I would only marry a woman with that type of hairstyle. I'm not even kidding, by the way. I'm not even joking. That's not a joke. That's not even a joke. I would only ever marry a woman with curly hair. And that's not a joke. I think it's a joke. It's not.
Why is Pokey blackfacing?
How? She's Moroccan. What the fuck are you talking about? She's Moroccan. What are you even talking about? Hassan, why are you trying to start shit? Here, you know what? Here we go. Hassan's going after Pokimane. Hassan's attacking Pokimane right now. That's what's going on. Hassan's attacking Pokimane. Because he's saying she's doing blackface. Hey, Hassan, guess what? She's Moroccan. Looks like I gotta be the one to defend Pokimane from Hassan. You know what I mean? I hate to be in this position because it's such a shame. Because, you know, like, it seemed like they were really good friends before. But now, you know, now it looks like there's a rift between them. And I have to be the one to defend Pokimane from Hassan. So that's such a shame, honestly. Such a horrible development that has happened. But we just lost 100 views because of chat, by the way. Just gonna keep reminding you guys of that. Just want to keep reminding you guys of all the views we lost because of you.
Are you fucking insane? That's her natural hair, dude.
Oh, what is it? No way. This is her natural hair? Is it? I didn't know that. What? How much am I allowed to compliment her? Because I don't know what's allowed or what's considered crossing the line, but wow. Andro, dude, you have 2036 in your name. So I was gonna permaban you, but you're getting a 7-hour ban. Do not ever insult Pokimane in my chat. Do not ever talk shit about Pokimane in my chat.
What?
All I gotta say is, there we go. We got a first-time chatter, and it's gonna be his last time. This is not the chat you're gonna be insulting Pokimane in. This is not the chat you're gonna be insulting Pokimane in. You think it's a joke. It's actually not a joke, by the way. It's actually not a joke. It's actually not a joke. That was just a perma ban for insulting Pokimane. You understand? You're a mess. Oh, is this that little bitch? This is that little bitch. That little pussy. To this day can't get in VC and is doing a bunch of illegal shit. Get the fuck out of my chat, bitch. You got a case on you, by the way. I'm working a case on you specifically. So, yeah, don't worry about that, little bitch. We got a lot of evidence compiled, too, by the way. A lot of evidence.
Anyway. Am I allowed to say? I'm allowed to say this, right? Like, if I have a future wife, she has to look like this. Like, exactly like this. I'm not joking about that. That is my standard. This is my standard. Okay? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I want to talk about the Patriot shit. Yeah. Here's the thing. Is that Danky Kang is just some random dumb fuck, and I don't know why anyone gives that guy any attention. Danky Kang is literally just some fucking stupid fuck kid from YouTube. How old is Danky Kang? They can't be older than 19, and if they are, they have Jason Unruhe permanent child syndrome. And that little bitch Danky Kang will never fucking debate me. So why do you talk to me about people who don't ever want to debate me? Don't fucking talk to me about Danky Kang. I'll literally bring his bitch ass in my fucking VC right now. And we can see who's gonna debate who. I'll fucking debate him right now. It's a simplification. You know? Those fucking Puritans who came here and were settling and shit, their relationship with the Native American, with the Indians or whatever, it's much more complicated. I'm not saying it wasn't based on like there wasn't genocide and all that kind of stuff. I'm not denying any crimes. I'm just saying it wasn't only that. Okay? It wasn't only that. Shit take. It's imperialism. You are a stupid, dumb fuck. You are literally a dumb, stupid fuck is your problem. Y'all get ready for some science. Ready for some science. Gideon did a new Renaissance fair. Oh, we'll watch it. Hold on. We got some science.
Yeah, science has done it again. A new solution to the mess that we're in. Creating a new way to save the planet so we can get back to our regular habits. But here's the issue.
Guys, I have a question. I got the J&J vaccine. Do I have to get another shot? Yeah? You need 7? J&G was the worst vaccine. No, it's not. It's the best one. It's the best one. Israel just approved a 4th shot. I mean, that's great.
It's quite severe. We need everyone in or the result is clear.
The virus will loiter outside your home, try to steal your breath, infect your dome.
But if everyone is keen to go and get the vax, it's gonna be.
You went to the ER for about 3 hours and it went away. Then good. What does buckling mean? It's a scary dono, dude. Legs started buckling? What does that mean? I don't think we're allowed to talk about this. So don't send me shit like that.
The face of virus attacks.
No, okay, can I actually say something about the virus? Because unironically, I'll actually have to say this shit. Okay. No, I actually know this. So, look, I don't know everything about vaccines or the virus. But there is one thing I can promise you. This virus is very fucked up. I have relatives that work in hospitals, okay? And you have no idea what's going on. I have uncles that work in hospitals and shit, okay? So I'm not, you know me, I don't trust the establishment. I'm not one of those people. But they talk to me directly, the doctors and shit, right? And they're saying 80% of the people in the hospitals are unvaxxed, and You got people my age, my health. They're losing lung capacity. And people are dying. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. Another thing too is, first of all, the experience is the worst thing ever. Worst thing ever, right? If you're not vaccinated. And another thing, there's long-term effects that we don't even fucking know about of getting the virus. Look up long COVID and you will be fucking terrified. And no one's really talking about it because, listen, you gotta understand, our society only focuses what's on the surface. The long COVID, people losing mental capacity, people can't walk for 5 minutes without getting tired, people can't even shower, they lose taste for months and months and months. You got it unvaccinated, and I've gotten brain fog ever since. Yeah. So listen, guys, I want you to know there's a reason I got the vaccine in the first place. It's not because I know everything about vaccines. It's just that here's what I do know. When you get it, and I'm not an expert, so this is just what I know personally, right? When you get it with the vaccine, it's way less worse than when you get the virus unvaccinated. So make of that what you will. You know what I mean? I mean, look, regardless of what you think about the vaccine or the virus, you have to be pragmatic about this. If you're going out in public and shit, I'm not an expert, so don't take my word for nothing. It's just my common sense view of it, right? We're worse with people that knew and believed they had long COVID. What? So it's psychological? Listen, regardless of where you stand, if there's a high chance you're going to get COVID, do not, and I repeat, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not even an expert, so maybe the psychological placebo effect will do something. I don't know. I just think it's kind of dangerous to expect that I have a good immune system, so I'm going to be fine. Look, the doctors don't even know what the fuck this virus is. There's no pattern. There's old people who get no symptoms, bad immune system. There's young, healthy people that get fucking put in the ER with good immune system. We don't know how this shit works is what I'm trying to tell you. So, you're taking a chance. There's no fucking pattern to it. We don't know how it works. So, look, all I can tell you is I don't know everything, right? But I don't know if you want to risk it, is what I'm trying to say. Because when I say this is a deadly virus, it really is fucking deadly, right? And I'm against the mandates. I'm against the way the establishment's been handling this shit. But that's just because I think they're making it worse. They're making people's distrust and paranoia worse. The more open, I believe in transparency. The more open we could be about the truth, the more we could reasonably assess what are our fucking options here, right? Because even if I don't know everything about vaccines, I'm scared to get that fucking virus if I was unvaccinated. Okay? Even if the vaccines are bad or whatever, it's probably better than getting the fucking virus. So that's all I could say. Yeah, I don't know. Forky, I honestly don't know. And I gotta stress that, guys, as much as I can. The only thing I know is that COVID is fucked up. That's all I know. And it seems, and maybe I'm wrong, it seems like, to me, from what I'm getting told, people who are vaccinated and get the virus have an easier time. That's what I'm told. I don't know. I don't know anything with any certainty. I'm just a fucking Twitch streamer. So everybody's got to do their own homework, right? But, you know, I really just want you guys to know the severity of this fucking virus. That's all I want you to know. I just want you to know this is no laughing matter. This is no joke, right? Whoever I can tell, I just want to tell you all that. This is no joke of a virus. So, it's no joke. When it's just be like, oh, you're trying to spread fear. I don't know, man. The shit I've heard from, again, people I do trust because they're my relatives. They're not part of the establishment. It's scary. I'm scared. They scared the shit out of me, at least. They scared the shit out of me. It will be worse if you think it's a serious virus. That is really weird. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I don't know how it works. I really don't. My grandparents getting fucked by COVID and the hospitals don't help them because they don't take the vaccine. Fuck, man. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, that's what I'm trying to say is I hate how much it's been politicized. I fucking hate how so politicized. It's such a bad way. The establishment is so disgusting how they responded to this crisis. They responded to so much skepticism and doubt about the population by doubling down to give them every reason to fucking increase their fucking paranoia, you know? And they fucked it up so much. Yeah, and they're still fucking it up. The way I see it is I believe in what the Russian Communist Party believes, which is we're not doing this vaccine discrimination type of shit. Don't do that passport shit. Focus on patient education. Not from the establishment, but just from like normal people, you know? That's what we need. Honestly, that's what we need. We need, because listen, if it wasn't for me having relatives that worked in these hospitals and shit and told me firsthand what's going on, I don't know if I'd be telling you this, right? I'm not telling you this because CNN told me this. I'm not telling you this because I read it on the fucking internet. I'm telling you this shit because I talk to people and you know, I know how to discern shit that's real versus shit that's fake, you know? And all I can tell you is that this is a deadly virus. And if it's not deadly, it's very, very vicious and intense, right? And I was watching the Angry Joe show on Twitch on my fucking phone, right? Because I thought Twitch was for video games at the time. This was like early 2019, before I discovered the Raj show, the Raj Patel show. And I found out about Hassan and Slicker and Alabrel and Zerka and all those people. That was later in 2019, but I was watching Angry Joe on Twitch, right? And I was just watching his stream. And I remember looking at the chat, scrolling down really fast. And I was also spending that week studying viruses and how they work. And I was educating myself. And about the mysteries of the immune system. And just really fascinating stuff. But I got to a point where it was like, I put my phone down and tried to go to sleep. But I started having this delirious psychological experience where it's like, I felt like I was experiencing my immune system speak to me in the form of a chat. Like every new thought that would pop in my head was coming from within me, from my fucking immune system. And it was like in the form of a chat, like a chat scrolling down, like different chatters talking about shit. Like, oh, hi, you sweaty? Like, oh, like they're all like different, whatever, right? And then I woke up in the middle of the night sweating. And I took the biggest dump of my life. Literally a shit this big. Like I gave birth. 2 of them. I almost clogged the toilet. And then the virus was gone. This was like after a week of having the flu. Supposedly the flu. And I was fine. I went to bed, woke up, and I was healthy. Now, after I had walking pneumonia, and I had to deal with that. But
I did shit out the flu, something like that. But here's the thing is that there was something so weird about like my relationship to streaming. Because the more I knew, the more I would hear about it, especially after I found out the Raw show, the more I'd be like fixated. Like it's almost like this was always my destiny. And I by the way, I didn't think it would be. I never imagined I would do this shit. I was like, huh. There's something about the chat that's just intoxicating to me. Where it's like, I've been here before, you know? I've been here before. I've done this before. It's like a weird deja vu feeling. And then, what do you know? I became a fucking streamer. Isn't that weird? So weird. But anyway, after that in 2019, I started to become obsessed with viruses. And the minute in December, when I heard there's a new mysterious virus at the Wuhan airport, and asked the showrunners, because I shared it in our chat, in our private chat, I was like, this is why China's system is superior to America's. Because they care about these little patterns that could lead to so much. I literally said, I said that they actually, every time we don't care, right? When they found out about a new illness, they double check. I'm like, that's why Chinese system is better than ours. And then in January, it started to spread to Wuhan. I'm like, guys, this is coming to America. If it comes to this country, we are not prepared to deal with a virus. We are not China. We will not deal with this virus, and it's coming. What do you know? What's fucked up is it's like, I was living quarantine for a long time, up until then. Starting in 2018, I started to live in isolation from the whole world. And then in summer of 2019, I started to go out again. And then I started doing that up until lockdown. But I already experienced my fucking lockdown, you know? I got used to it. You know? That's why everything comes late to me, right? Also, China. Like, this idea of China, right, was like as the future and all the implications it's going to have. Before it went viral, I was on that. I always anticipate shit before it fucking happens all my life. All my life I've anticipated shit before it fucking happened. You know? I do it before it happens. You know what my life is? I come to a discovery and I tell the world. And it's like, I'm always like, is this thing on? Is this thing on? Hey, is this working? I put it away and I walk away. It doesn't work. Fuck it. And then, as soon as I walk out the door, it starts working. You know what I mean? That's my life story. No, I'm not a seer, dude. It's just dialectical materialism.
Of this single object. It's such a clever, extraordinary, sophisticated machine. Completely shocking for ancient Greece.
Ancient Greece had a computer that could run, it could run fucking Minecraft. Every time I want like a product, like a new video game, a computer, an iPhone, it's usually just, I want head. And I'm trying to fill the hole. Every time I bought a new video game, I was like, wait, I didn't want this video game. I just wanted some head.
Get a sex toy. I'm thinking of banning you, but I haven't decided if I'm gonna. And also, XQC needs this raid, so I'm gonna raid him. He needs it. Now, for real, listen, y'all, I got news. I got some news. For real, I'm not even kidding. I actually measured myself, and I measured my dick again. That one was hard. That's why I was taking so long, honestly, because keeping an erection to like full power, and then just, because I gotta like trick myself and be like, you know what I mean? I gotta trick my mind to get it fully grown, and then immediately gotta pop this shit out, because nothing makes me softer than this shit. You wanna know why this makes me soft? Because my dick is scared of it, because look what it does. You know what I mean? Like, you know? So, it's actually hard to measure your dick, by the way. I gotta get someone to do it for me. Like, she gotta get me turned on. I'm gonna tell her, I'm gonna be like, don't tell me when you're gonna measure it. Just when I'm super turned on, whatever, just randomly pull it out and fucking measure it. You know what I mean? Because it's hard. It's honestly hard to measure it. Keep your shit stiff, you know? But I measured my height again, and nothing changed. I'm still gonna say I'm 5'9", but I am not 5'8.5". I'm below 5'8.5". Still above 5'8", but it's like 5'8.1 to 3. So I can't actually round up. But guess what? I'm gonna do it anyway, bitch, because I can. Because I'm a streamer. I can say whatever I want. So yeah, in reality, 5'8". In reality. But everyone lies. So if I go tell people I'm 5'8", they're gonna think I'm shorter. So I'm gonna keep the 5'9". You know what I mean? I know what I'm doing. You stupid fuck. I've been in this for fucking years. When I tell you that we live in socialism, you should blindly and unquestionably believe me. And that's it. Don't fucking question me, because you sound stupid. Thank you, Chigo. And let me tell y'all something disgusting. Is this idea of communism is like, oh, communism is a society where it's a perfect paradise, and that's what all of the communist struggles and revolutionaries were fighting for. They were fighting for a utopia. That's scary. That's weird. That's fucking weird, dude. What is more true and beautiful, right? That the communist revolutionaries were fighting for the people down into the soil. You know, they had machine guns and shit back in the day. I'm not advocating that for now. But like, you know, and it was a life or death struggle for justice against the ruling class on behalf of the people, or it was all, they were all using it as an instrument to get to a society where anyone could do whatever they wanted, and you know, you could do whatever you. It's stupid, you know. It's not a mature way of looking at that history, you know. It's fucking stupid. I ran out of songs.
Socialism is when my PP hard, and capitalism is when it's not hard, and when it's really hard, that's communism.
Let me tell y'all what. Y'all check my fit. Santa Claus, big winter. I'm wearing a big winter shirt, you know what I'm saying? Dark Santa Claus, big winter shirt, you know what I'm saying? Dark Santa Claus, big winter shirt. That's the move, you know what I mean? Dark Santa Claus, big winter shirt, you know what I mean? Dark Santa Claus, big winter shirt, you know what I mean? I got a big shirt because I was feeling, you know. That's how I was feeling today, you know what I mean? I was feeling wearing big shit, you know what I mean? Because usually I wear tight, right? But today, I feel like wearing big because it's a wintertime grind. You know what I mean? Wintertime grind. You know, hustle hard when it's cold out. Wintertime grind. Stack the money, kick the hose out. Wintertime grind. Staying out the club. Wintertime grind. I'm just trying to run it up. You know what I mean? I got the dark Santa Claus drip, you know what I mean? I'm the Santa Claus of the darkness. And I'ma come under your tree. Uh-oh! We got some drama today! So in typical live streamer fashion, we are not gonna just let this go. It's a 26-second clip. But it's going to be a 26-hour stream just covering each and every second. So here we can see, I'm going to farm this to the max. So here we can see, you know, Hassan, first impressions. He looks extremely distraught and a little upset that he sees his former friend Destiny sitting next to all these people. And if I could describe the emotion on his face, I could see it's one of reserved suspicion and frustration, and it's almost like he's seeing someone that he's threatened by. He's seeing a challenger. He seems like he's in a competitive mind state, and that he's looking back and he's flashing back and he's realizing the time in which he actually used to have to defend his ideas instead of just sitting on his computer. And he remembers when this person used to actually put up a fight and push back against him through debates. And it's definitely awakened something in him. It's awakened something in him, right? So let's continue. 1 second in.
I just simply stay.
Okay, so 1 second in, right? And he has turned his head, looking toward an object we cannot see. But if we just roll that back and hear what he said. He said, I just simply. Now, we don't know what he's going to say, I just simply. But it seems like the relationship between Hassan and Destiny is anything but simple. So we don't know what he's saying. But he did shift his eyes, moving toward the other part of the desk. And this is indeed indicative that he may be ready to move on and start a new chapter of friendship with Destiny. Now, I don't have any evidence for this, but as you can see, Big Matt used Bezos' money. So that is a surprising development. And, you know, it just really seems like, it kind of seems like almost Destiny's looking back at Hassan, knowing he was going to watch this clip the whole time, and he's staring right at Hassan, laughing, and almost as though he's taunting him. And he's basically telling Hassan that, you know, come and get me, bro. I'm here waiting for you to debate me. And you grew really big and you grow way bigger than me. And I'm still here waiting. Because Hassan, all roads lead back to me. That's the kind of expression I'm seeing back on his face. Right? So let's continue.
He stated that I'm not.
So he said he stated that he's not. And then he looks back directly at the screen. As though he's looking in a reflection. To reflect upon his entire life flashing before his eyes. Thank you, Blue Starl. Appreciate you. Okay, let's watch.
Interested in interacting with Destiny. Okay, I don't give a fuck about like Destiny hanging out with other people. I don't give a shit if people want to be friends with me. They can be friends with me. I have no power over anyone else. That's so stupid.
Bruh, what is this shit? What is this shit? This is just like a little extra for the topic at hand. It's like, what is this about? They're friends? I thought they're not friends, bruh. What do you mean? Like, you're actually friends with Miskiff? Y'all are not real friends. Y'all are fake friends. You know what I mean? And thing is it's only a matter of time before I replace Hassan. Honestly, let's be honest. It's only a matter of time before I replace him and take all his viewers, and he's gonna be sitting here with 380 views and not me, right? Thank you, DG89. It's only a matter of time. So honestly, I really think this whole thing's about me, to be honest. If you think about it, it's actually all about me. Because here's why. I debated this guy 15 times and beated him, and I'm actually going to meet him in person to destroy him IRL in Texas in a debate, right? Meanwhile, so hold on. Hassan, let me explain this to you. Hassan fears Destiny, but Destiny has lost to me dozens of times. So that means, thank you, Skinny Song. Imagine how much more powerful than Hassan I am. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all get it, don't you? Y'all understand now, don't you? Y'all really get it, don't you? This is all about me. 4D Chess, he's reacting to this thing where Destiny's laughing and sending all these people, but I'm the elephant in the room, and it's all about me. Trust me, everything on Twitch is about me. Everything on Twitch is about me. XQC, all those people, it's all about me. XQC, Miskiff, Ninja, fucking Nick Merckx, every single one of those people, it's all about me. Trust me. Trust me, everything that happened on Twitch is about me. I'm the one thing that everyone's always got, everyone on their mind. You know what I'm saying? They always got me on their mind. Everybody. And everyone's scared of me, too. Let me tell you the truth. The only person who is a little more relevant than me on Twitch is Aiden Ross for now, but not for long, right? Everything on Twitch is about me. It's all about me. I'm the main character of Twitch. Trust me. And Hassan, him putting this Santa Claus in the back, that's about me. He's given a message about me. Trust me. It's a message about me because my beard used to be this big, and I am known as the Santa Claus of Twitch. So anytime someone's talking about Santa, they're talking about me. Everyone knows that. Also, the dude's got a fucking Illuminati pyramid in the back. You understand? So everything's about me here, right? And look, do you know why this kitchen is arranged in the way it is? Because they're sending messages. They're sending messages about none other than Haz. It's all about me, trust me. Everything on Twitch is about me. Everything on Twitch is about me. And guess what? I'm the most beautiful man on Twitch. Guess what? Am I going on the Royale? Yes. As soon as it starts, I'm going to raid Zerka. But I don't want to wait like 45 minutes and it don't start. And then I waste... Like, I want to stream, right? If I raid him now, the viewers are going to leave because they don't want to wait 45 minutes. So we may as well chill here and wait for the Royale and then raid in. Because that's how we have audience retention, viewer retention. You understand? So, like, it's more logical. It's much more logical, right? Logically speaking. Dual stream? I don't need a dual stream, dude. I'm just saying, why waste my viewers and raid now when everyone was just going to leave because the intro might take too long?
And also, the real reason is because, I mean, Destiny, unfortunately, is not a very good guy, okay?
Drama! Oh my god! Oh my god! Drama! He's not a good guy, but drama! You know what? Here's my 2 cents, right? Honestly, Hassan, I honestly see where you're coming from because on the one hand, Destiny did, you know, do that thing that you're referring to that I am in the loop about. I do know what he's talking. I am completely up to date on the drama between them. So I understand. But on the other hand, Hassan, you have to see it from Destiny's perspective. that what you did was also quite uncalled for, right? So we should really just realize and come to a balanced understanding that, you know, he may not be a good person, Hassan, but were you a good person? The drama that's about me, I'm talking about that one. So basically what happened, I know what Hassan's referring to. So basically they were chilling with each other, and, you know, all of a sudden I walked into the room, and Destiny basically, he went to go use the bathroom to avoid me, but he crop dusted me, which is a piece of shit thing to do. What a scumbag. Who the fuck does that? It's disgusting. And you're on your way to the bathroom. Why the fuck would you do that on your way there? Just to fucking give me a message, right? So he crop dusted me, and Hassan saw that. He never forgot that. So I said, Hassan, you see what this guy just fucking did to me? He just crop dusted me. And Hassan said, that's disgusting. What a fucking scumbag. I'm going to give him a talking to when he gets back, right? So he came back to the dinner table. Keep in mind, this is a 100% factual story. And he's like, yo, why would you do that? And Destiny said, the axioms are grounded in such a way that the moral relativist position would be that one thou shall crop dust one's opponent insofar as one's moral values to maximize the utility of the bathroom entrance must be had. And Hassan banged on the fucking table, and he goes, what a fucking liar. But then it went, so Hassan was trying to defend me at first. That's what this whole thing started about. But then I pushed back a little to Hassan. I said, yo, Hassan, it's okay. You know, the smell has passed. It's good. But then Hassan went after me, and he was like, no, you shut your fucking mouth, you fucking liar. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? So then I find myself siding with Destiny, and we're both arguing with Hassan about the meta-ethical implications of broccoli on the dinner table, right? And then what basically happened was Hassan flipped over the table right in front of us. All the food spilled on the floor, and the workers were left to clean it up. And then I said, Hassan, how are you a socialist when you're making the workers clean up the shit? And you know what this guy fucking said? He said, I live in a $3 million mansion. Fuck the workers. And he walked out. So I looked at Destiny and I said, yo, we still not cool. And I walked out, right? But that's the start of the whole drama. And you know what? Hassan, you could say he's a bad dude for what he did, but you also have to take responsibility for what you did too.
Make the rich pay for my $3 million mansion.
Thank you, Orvo. Appreciate you. So basically, guys, that's real Twitch drama, 100%. And remember, everything that happens on Twitch is actually about me. Remember, everything on Twitch is about me. It's all about me. There's nothing is important on Twitch that's not involving me. Everything on Twitch is about me. Everyone needs to understand that, okay? Puff the magic dragon, live by the sea. Oh, Pokimane. Look, anytime there's a Pokimane clip, I'm going to watch it on LSF. Because, I'm unironically, I'm not even kidding, Pokimane is the only streamer on LSF that matters. I'm not even kidding. Everyone else is worthless in my eyes. Every single streamer on LSF is completely worthless in my eyes except Pokimane. She's the only person I value on Twitch on LSF. And the only, you know what's fucked up about Twitch? Pokimane deserves to have 100k viewers concurrently for every single stream. And look, listen, the only person who I answer to is Pokimane. I'm not even kidding about that. If she told me to delete my channel, I would. If she told me quit Twitch forever, I would. If she told me, I would do anything she says. Anything. Whatever she said, I would do it. By the way. She's the only one I respect. I only respect Pokimane. Okay? I only respect Pokimane. On LSF. Out of all the popular streamers, I only respect Pokimane.
You understand? And like she may never know who I am. She will. She'll know who I am. Trust me. I'm gonna get big on Twitch. Everyone's gonna know who I am, right? But I don't want to get too big on Twitch because I don't want to get bigger than Pokimane because it's like it's fucked up. I always want her to be like 10 times bigger than me. So I could admire her from a distance and admire her success. You know what I'm saying with that? I don't ever want to get bigger than Pokimane on Twitch. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. She's way better than me. I'm not even kidding. Okay? I don't even deserve it. Matter of fact, why do you guys even sub to me? Go sub to Pokimane. Why do you even sub to me? She deserves all my subs.
What do you think of the streamer who still streams their games? I think if you are a financially well-off streamer, you just fucking shouldn't. However, I do understand that some people may be in a situation where their financial, like, their income is heavily based around a Blizzard game, but I think in that case, they should still be extremely vocal about how they're against this if they're still going to play their games.
About what? Oh, the creepy stuff? You're right, Pokimane. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I agree with you. Bruh. Listen, I don't care if I go bald, but I'm going to get a hair transplant because I don't want Pokimane to ever see me bald. I don't care if anyone else sees me bald. I just don't want her to see me bald. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm going to quickly react to this because we have to, I guess. Vaush explains the rise of the brown left. So it's a new term, the brown left. What a racist fuck. He's talking about my Arab background, by the way. He's a racist fuck. Anyway, let's see what this dumbass has to say. He has not learned his lesson. Let's see what this dumbass has to say.
There's this huge, because it's growing, like every month it grows.
Hold on. Let's hear that again.
There's this huge, because it's growing, like
yeah, you're right. Infrared is rising. Hey, Vaush, curiously, I remember when you said, so I think it's fair to say infrared is no longer rising because Haas keeps getting ratioed on Twitter, so infrared is not now. But now you see it is still rising. You understand, bitch, and it's growing bigger and bigger every day, and you're growing smaller and smaller, except physically.
Every month it grows. It's like the Glenn Greenwald.
Diogenes! Yo, Diogenes, what up, bro? Thank you so much, man. Y'all are supporting the LA trip. Y'all are supporting that trip. You say, yadi, you say. I appreciate you, man. I really appreciate you.
It's like the Glenn Greenwald, Jimmy Dore, Aaron.
Thank you so much, Janar.
Mate, Gray Zone, Infrared. There's like this gigantic sort of network. Tulsi Gabbard's in there too, and I think
this is how you do. This is how you. This is psychosis, right? So a paranoid, psychotic person is going to accuse everyone outside of their specific bubble of being the same. So as long as we're outside of Vaush's little lefty discourse, we're all the same, right? Yeah, I'm the same as Tulsi Gabbard. Shut the fuck up, dude. It's like, he's just defining us based on the fact that we're not part of his fucking network. That means we're the same?
I think they're so ideologically different, you know? Because Glenn Greenwald is essentially...
Yeah, but how are we part of the same movement? Which is we're outside of you?
Essentially just a Republican, you know? But, like, Infrared isn't. And...
Oh, why not? I thought I was a Nazi.
And even Jimmy Dore, though he mostly criticizes Democrats, ostensibly plays lip service.
Look at this. Infrared is straight up a red fash.
Thank you, Maximilian. Whenever I tell people I'm literally just a Marxist-Leninist, you know why? I'm not just a Marxist-Leninist. Maybe I'm not. But in that case, we're referring to a higher like sublation of Marxism-Leninism, which hasn't happened yet. So we're going to stick to the precedent for now. But, yeah, I'm just a Marxist-Leninist, right? Let me put it this way. I'm a Marxist-Leninist in the same way that Lenin was an Orthodox Marxist. Simple as that. Now, does that mean I'm going to be dogmatic and there's no future? No, because you know what? I'm fucking sick of fucking MLs, like the ones on Twitter I'm debating or arguing with. These stupid fucks. Like, they had the same mentality. If Lenin had their mentality, Lenin would have never written the book Imperialism. And I have to ask these dumb fucks a question who say, how can you say we live in socialism? Let me ask you a question. Lenin identified imperialism as a brand new stage that was closer to socialism. It was a step closer to socialism, right? And he said, we're finally towards socialism. It's the last stage of capitalism. And these MLs seriously want us to believe that we're still in the same stage Lenin was talking about, just because nobody has had the balls to do what Lenin did since then. It's like, since he left off, we're living in the same time period, right? Just because no one has had the courage to repeat what Lenin did. And you know what fucking Lenin did, right? He said, fuck you to all the fucking Orthodox Marxists at his time. He went into a cave and he read Hegel. And he came out realizing that these people have completely fucked up Marxism because they forgot Hegel. They forgot the philosophical foundation. And it is on that basis that Lenin made the contribution to Marxism. That's the reason we have Marxism-Leninism. The reason it's called Marxism-Leninism is because Lenin made a unique and independent contribution to Marxism. And the reason he was able to do that is because he said, fuck you to the discourse, and he went to the roots of Marxism through Hegel. And he literally said this. He literally said, in case you fucking need proof, I will literally show you what the man himself said. So anytime someone tells you they're a Marxist-Leninist, please show them this. It is impossible to fully grasp Marxist capital and its first chapter, so we're not even talking about the second and third, just the first chapter, if you have not studied through and understood the whole of Hegel's logic. Consequently, none of the Marxists for the past half a century have understood Marx. He didn't say you have to know some of it. He said you have to study through and understand the whole of Hegel's logic. Okay? Hegel's logic is a book, by the way. It's a book. The Science of Logic. It's a book called The Science of Logic. If you don't study through and understand that whole thing, Lenin says you will not grasp Marxist capital. And he attributes, he says, because Marxists didn't do this, for half a century, none of them have understood Marx. Literally half a century went by and they forgot Marx. What the fuck do you think is going on now? Tell me what you guys fucking think is going on now, huh? So Lenin said, for half a century, nobody's understood Marx. Marxists haven't understood Marx. We're living in 2021. How many Marxists do you know have mastered Hegel's logic, science of logic? How many do you know? Fucking none of them. These fucking dogmatic shit-eating pieces of shit who fucking call themselves Marxist-Leninists just because they don't go any farther than Lenin did. Lenin just so happened to die and then...
Has he jiggled yet?
Thank you, Brandon. Lenin just so happened to fucking die in the 1920s. So apparently it's over. And that's it. There's no longer any unique contributions because Lenin died in the 1920s. Just because no one has the balls Lenin fucking had to challenge all of the Marxists of his day. And that's what fucking Lenin did. He went against and challenged all of them. I'm so fucking sick of this idea of people thinking that Lenin was just going along with the discourse, and anyone who goes against the discourse is a reactionary. Then you would have called Lenin the biggest reactionary of all fucking time, because he said fuck you to the entire discourse, and he went against every fucking Marxist of his time. And people make it seem like on Twitter he would have been with the fucking Chapo mob, ratioing people and shit. You're a reactionary. The majority of tweeters are against you. Lenin would be with us. No, he fucking wouldn't. He fought tooth and nail by himself against the equivalent of you in his time. You stupid bitch. Dogmatic pieces of shit. And I cannot exempt many more of recent Marxists from this reproach, for most amazing rubbish has been produced in this quarter too. Yeah. You know? That is why Lenin had that fucking hairline. Kwame Nkrumah's neocolonialism offers a similar contribution as Lenin's imperialism. No, it doesn't. Lenin's contribution has been unparalleled, period. Maybe you can talk about Mao. But even then, I would say even Mao is just an extension of Lenin. Even Mao was just an extension of Lenin in many ways. Nobody went further than Lenin. There's Marx and then there's Lenin. Now, Stalin and Mao were geniuses. They were great people. But it's called Marxism-Leninism for a reason. Yes, Mao is an extension of Lenin. And if you don't fucking understand that, you don't even know how much consequences Lenin's break with Orthodox Marxism has for Marxism. You don't know how big what Lenin did was. You don't know how big what he fucking did was. He changed everything. Lenin literally changed everything. So much so that not even Stalin himself drew out all of the consequences of Lenin. Lenin's break with Orthodox Marxism was so profound and fundamental that to this day, in 2021, no one has yet to actually come to terms with how it was that someone can rediscover Marx in the way that Lenin did. How can there be a new contribution to Marxism? What does that say? A new contribution. Mao was into anarchism? No, he fucking wasn't. Mao was a Marxist-Leninist, and he was a deeply Chinese thinker. Mao was most of all influenced by Chinese literature. And then from the West, he was influenced by the American pragmatists, like John Dewey, who he studied, and then he was a Marxist-Leninist. Yeah, Mao was a master thinker, right? Now, Mao, I will say, was a more impressive overall figure, maybe, than Lenin, because of what he accomplished. So militarily and politically, Mao was, he was probably the greatest Marxist in the 20th century, easily, right? But he did not really, his implication for Marxism was not as profound or transformative as Lenin's was, is the difference. But Mao was probably one of, if not the greatest living figure in the 20th century. I mean, who came close to Mao?
Just think, the whole 20th century. Name one person that comes close to Mao. It's hard, isn't it? He's single-handedly probably the greatest individual of the 20th century. Stalin does come close. Stalin does come close. But to be honest, Mao took it to another level. Stalin did a lot. There's no Mao without Stalin, so we know that. There's no Mao without Stalin, 100,000%. That's absolutely true. No Mao without Stalin.
Lip service towards like progressive causes. Tulsi Gabbard's a full-on Republican now. Like the gray zone types are just full-on bought into like China, Russia, like Assad simping.
I love how he said the gray zone simps for them, but he doesn't simp for Biden and the Democrat Party.
That's the relationship. And I think the relationship...
Mao was an anarchist at the beginning. So was I when I was 13.
Between all of them, like very, very basically, is their job, knowingly or unknowingly, is to take disillusioned people on the left and move them to the right.
How? Just how? You know what I mean? This is a fake, made-up fucking pipeline Vaush pulled out of his own fucking ass.
And they all do it in different ways from different perspectives. Like they're all...
Why does Vaush literally just make shit up and then goes on stream and just says it with a straight face?
All different... there are different like facets of that gemstone, but that's the overriding purpose, you know? And some of them, like the gray zone types, I think might as well literally be like paid opposition. Like they might literally be in the employ of foreign governments, you know? Blumenthal worked with RT, Aaron Mate presented on behalf of Russia to the UN. You know, they've done their Assad stuff. Hinkle has gotten his money from that pro-Assadist anti-Semite group or whatever.
What a lying fucking bitch.
Some of them get paid directly. Some of them, I like Jimmy Dore, I just think likes his paychecks. I just think he'll say whatever. He would switch on a dime if there was more money to be made from a different thing.
That's just not true. That's just not true. There's probably more money to be made just going full Ben Shapiro. So why doesn't he do that?
And then you have Glenn Greenwald, who I think might just be having like a slow motion mental breakdown.
This is what nerds do. These like fucking pseudo intellectuals. They always go, anyone I disagree with is having a meltdown. You're all having meltdowns. Shut the fuck up. Why don't you go fucking bench half your weight? Why don't you fucking why don't you melt some weight down? You know? Yeah, everyone this is what fucking Vaush always says. Anytime someone's doing literally anything that he doesn't like, they could literally just be sitting on a fucking chair and Vaush will say they're having a meltdown. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know how many of these people...
Thank you, Arms.
How poor dietary
really
habits looks too.
Yeah, Nico House works for RT, and he's also friend to neo-Nazis. I think the Posobiec, right? That's his name. I think the unifying element here is that all of them take disillusioned leftists and make them conservative. They push them over to the right. But they're all ideologically dissonant, you know? They're very they're in very different places.
Okay, so they all take leftists and they turn them against the Democrats? Is that what you're saying, Vaush? Let's be clear. Leftist means Democrat and all so-called causes sanctioned by the Democrats. You know, one thing I'd like to debate Vaush about, he'll never debate me about anything. I'm like, Vaush, how can you objectively measure the so-called progress, a left-wing progress? Why isn't this just institutionalized shit sanctioned by the Democrats? Why do you think this is some kind of like metaphysical progress? Some kind of like metaphysical opening in the fabric of historical being that's tending toward this direction, and if you oppose it, you're a reaction. It's like, how do you know what's what, right? Because there was a time when people thought eugenics was also that. And if you were opposing that, what are you, a reactionary?
Places. Yeah,
Like, how do you objectively measure this beyond pro or anti-Democrat, right? How do you measure this except through the institution of the Democratic Party?
Caleb Maupin's a part of that as well. He's like with the gray zone types. As Jimmy Dore, I think Jimmy Dore just wants to make money off of it. But yeah, it's kind of like an intellectual dark web, yeah. But I don't like calling it the Nazbol vortex necessarily because honestly, the bull part of the Nazbol, the Bolshevik, that's not really even present. Like,
thank you, Anonymous.
Anonymous donated $3. Call Me By Your Name is a good movie.
Call me by your name. What's that song? The Lil Nas X song. Call me by your name. Satanic. Anyway. So he's saying it's no longer the Nazbol vortex because apparently he like what? Okay, keep coming up with new names, Vaush. It's gonna get you closer.
You have a thin veneer of left aesthetics pulling people right.
It's not just Dems. It's also the people who critique the Dems, but also just advocate for voting for Biden when push comes to shove. Shut the fuck up, dude. They are Dems. They're fucking Dems and hipster Dems. Let's just call them hipster Dems.
I don't even know if you could call that Nazbol, really. And Dorite is reductive because it's broader than that. It's
Vaush literally doesn't even know what Nazbol means.
I'd want to think of a better.
Do you think Vaush read the Nazbols of like that were fucking against the Treaty of Versailles in the aftermath of World War I and all these fucking Russian emigres or whatever? Like, you think he actually read those people and he knows about them? Or do you think he fucking read about Edward Limonov and like, where do you think Vaush even gets the idea of Nazbol? He probably just pulled that out of his ass.
Term. The dumb left seems like not enough to describe the whole.
You're dumb left. You're stupid. Dumb.
The whole thing. You all get what I'm talking about, though, right? I need to think of like.
Yeah, like all these people who are like outside my bubble, they're all actually part of the same movement.
A good term, like honestly, like the term that I would go with is like the brown left, but that sounds like a poop joke. So,
dude, Vaush is just gonna call every leftist that's not him a fucking Nazi. Oh, by the way, guys, you know this is fucking Vaush's like Deus Ex Machina, right? Fine, I'm gonna join the rail in a sec. I'm just gonna finish this. Fuck. Damn. But he calls everybody a fucking this is Vaush's fucking only thing he can do. The only trick up his sleeve is, imagine if Vaush went on Joe Rogan. How would he talk to Joe Rogan? Nazis. If we don't do this, you are a Nazi. That's like the only thing he can do to people now is just threaten to call them Nazis or fearmonger about Nazis. That's all Vaush can fucking do. Everything has to be his way or Nazis. That's all. Imagine him on Joe Rogan. Just imagine. But anyway, the left hates Vaush. They hate him even more than me now, right? So I don't know why Vaush thinks he's the representative of the left when almost all the left fucking hates his guts. Anarchist, ML, whatever they are, they fucking hate Vaush and they see him as like a white chauvinist debate bro. So good job, Vaush. You don't have any leftists on your side anymore, bitch. Keep hiding behind the skirt of the left. They all fucking hate you now.
I don't know. Either way, I'll think about it. We're not deciding on a name today. Something will click for me, and I don't like the term alt-left because alt-righters are on the right, but these guys aren't on the left. Alt-left makes it sound...
Then what's the left, Vaush? All the fucking leftists hate you. Why do you think you're like the master of fucking political spectrums? Who the fuck are you, dude? You don't speak for the... You know what Vaush thinks? He thinks he's the alpha male of the left. Like, he's the king... He's the king of the left. That's how he sees himself. When they all fucking hate him. They either don't know who he is or they all fucking hate him.
Sound like they're the super extreme lefties, but they're not. So I don't like that term. I mean,
it's like, if anything, Hassan would be that on Twitch, but even Hassan's not big enough to be the king of the left. So how would you be the king of the left when you have a fucking tiny fraction of his fucking reach? What a fucking dumbass.
Red Fash isn't really descriptor here. Jimmy Dore isn't Red Fash. He's not quite that. Faux Left might be a good one. And
Okay, we're done with fucking Vaush the Fat. What the fuck are you talking about a unicorn? Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up talking about unicorns, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? You gonna ping me with that shit in my fucking chat? Think it's a joke? I'll ban you right away for you fucking around in my chat. I'll ban you right away saying dumb shit. Ain't a joke. You better take this seriously. When you report in this chat, you're in a professional business-like environment. You don't be saying this dumb, stupid shit about fucking unicorns and shit. Like, oh, I'm in hard. Respond to the unicorn. Shut the fuck up. You think it's a joke? You think this chat's a joke? This is a fucking business meeting. Now sit your fucking ass down, put your fucking tie on, and get professional, motherfucker. Don't be talking to me about some dumb fairy tale shit that's made up. Okay, genius, here's what you could do. You can recommend me a song right now, and if I don't like the song, I'm banning you. How about that? Recommend me any song you want, and I'm gonna listen to that song. But if I don't like that song, I'm perma-banning you from this chat. So go ahead and recommend me the song. Go ahead. And it's gotta be better than this. Fuck is the guy who wants to recommend a song? Where did he go? I'm gonna scroll up and permaban him for wasting my time. Genius Ideas boy, give me your fucking song recommendation or you are permanently banned from this chat. Don't ban me, you dumb fuck. Give me the fucking name and don't link the fucking... You can't link in the chat. It doesn't let you. Just give... The links don't fucking work. Tell me the fucking name of the song. Oh my god. How fucking hard is it to understand common sense? Just copy and paste the title from YouTube. Would you consider a woman with a beard? No. Okay, you know what? I'm banning Genius Idea, boy. I'm banning Genius Idea. Thank you, Jenna. I'm banning Genius Idea. I'm banning it. Okay, let's listen to this song. Let's listen to his song. This is the song we had to pause. Everything's so good. This is the song we all had to stop and listen to. This is the song that we had to be interrupted for. So this better be a really good song because we had to interrupt all the music we were listening to for that song. Okay? So that's what we have to do. Ready?
I stopped to believe in love after my beating heart got broken, but like it never was. You put the pieces back in motion. So good, makes me feel so good. I stopped to believe in love after my beating heart got broken, but like it never was. You put the pieces back in motion. So good, you got me feeling like I should. I want every bit of you. So good, you give me the rhythm and the blues. 'Cause everything you say I do makes me feel so good.
Infra 8 SUNGORILLA. Infra 8 SUNGORILLA. Infra 8 SUNGORILLA. Infra 8 Sungorilla.
Thank you, Arms Bend Back. Thank you, I miss some of you. Fucking Anonymous, thank you. Ben, thank you. I stopped my music for that. For that recommendation. What a like, whoever recommended me that, you literally sit in your car and you listen to that thinking, oh, this is good music. It's not. What the fuck is wrong with you? Who told you that's good music? You don't even know what good music is. Your fucking life is miserable. You live a miserable fucking soulless fucking life. Your fucking life is elevator music, dude. You're fucking miserable in life. You don't even have a soul. You don't know what soul means.
True.
Thank you, Wyatt. Like, you just have this soulless existence where you just... and you don't even fucking know what it really means to live. You're just fucking wasting away your years doing nothing with your life. And you think that's a good song. You thought it was a good idea to come in this fucking chat and recommend that song as if I was gonna like that song and it would be a good idea. You were willing to pay money to recommend that fucking song to me. And that song, you were gonna fucking recommend money to fucking listen to that song? That dog shit song? If I went into a fucking packed sun at the fucking mall and that shit was playing, I wouldn't even pay attention to it because it's just background noise. What a shitty, stupid song. Why don't you learn to have taste in music before recommending shit to me, interrupting my music? Why don't you acquire some taste before you fucking recommend shit to me? Whoa. Puma Cave, I have a good song for you. Okay, let's hear the good song, Puma. You're next. Let's hear the good song, supposedly. Let's hear the good song. Go ahead, let's hear your good song. You don't share the link, dumbass. Share the title that I put into YouTube. God, these time-wasting idiots in the chat. Just stupid people who don't even know the fucking... their head from their ass. LA Monster E. Okay.
It's the ugliest nightmare born from the prettiest dreams. Millions of people trying to get on the scene, and everyone's selling their souls. Everyone's selling their. Everyone's saying they want, but they sleepwalking, dead eyes closed. LA Monster, I pray the Lord my soul to say these people, they asleep. They let in Satan run their streets. Lord, save us from LA monster. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Lord, save these people, they asleep.
That song sounds like a fucking hotel gym. It sounds like how a hotel gym smells. It sounds like how a hotel gym smells. Make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. The Gas Lamp Killer. Okay, we'll check that out. The Gas Lamp Killer, Nassim. What is this fucking stupid Arabian Nights fucking dumb bullshit? What is this fucking 50 Cent Blood on the Sand fucking stupid ass fucking music? Fucking Arab movie villain fucking stupid ass music. Fucking Iron Man in Afghanistan music. The fuck up, bro. That's all it is. That's all it is. This is all this shit is. It's literally 1 minute in. What is this fucking outside Miami fucking outdoor hookah bar, fucking LA outdoor hookah bar, fucking tobacco, smoking a fucking blunt by the fucking beach, fucking milk toast ass, fucking restaurant, fucking upscale four-star restaurant, outdoor fucking music playing. They're trying to be hip and cool, except they're trying to be professional and business-like and shit. Fucking restaurant where they got fucking palm trees and shit. And they're fucking serving you an appetizer of fucking bread. And you ask for more bread and they say no. What kind of fucking place says no, by the way? They say no more bread. You just wait for your food. Stupid ass fucking cheap ass place. Fuck this stupid place. Dance of Maria Elias Rabani. What quirky music? You have such quirky music, Tantan. I mean, you tell your girl, like, you talk to your girl, you're like, yo, look at this man. Shut the fuck up, bitch! Nobody fucking cares. Like, what do you even think of in your head when you listen to this? What do you even think of in your head? What even goes through your head? Like, what are you imagining when you're listening to this? I'm so cool. What is going through your fucking head when you're listening to that dog shit? What's even going through your fucking head? Night Call by Kavinsky. Okay. Okay.
I'm giving you a night call to tell you how I feel. I want to drive you through the night, down the hills.
How ugly is who recommended that ugly fucking music from the 80s? Fucking ugly vaporwave 80s shit. Who fucking recommended that? I'm literally gonna ban them for 4 days. I'm not even kidding. You're literally the only time you're gonna be unbanned is when you see me in LA. I'm literally banning you for the duration I'm gonna be in fucking Michigan. Literally tell me who fucking recommended that. Literally tell me who recommended that. Matafix Big City Life remix. Okay. What remix?
Big city life, city life, city life, city life, city life. It's big city life, try to get by. Pressure rise up no matter what me try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they on me case.
This is a fucking song that fucking white bitches like. Blonde white bitches who have naive as fuck in this world and think they can have their cake and eat it too. And then, my life's a movie. Shut the fuck up. Their fucking head is poking out the roof while they're driving in LA with the Shut the fuck up, man. You don't know nothing about the hardship of this world. In what world is that a fucking song to recommend to this channel? In what world would I like that fucking music? And I want to have someone, I don't remember who fucking recommended that to me, but let me tell you something. I know for a fact in real life you're ugly. Only an ugly person would like that song. Only an ugly person likes that music. Only an ugly person would like that. What's this starting? Only an ugly person would find that fucking song good. Only an ugly person would say that's good music. You live an ugly life and you are yourself ugly. You're an ugly person. And your face is ugly. It shows on your face. And your girlfriend pussy stank. I know that for a fact. Your girl pussy stank and she smells like Cheetos. She smells like Cheetos mixed with tuna. Her shit smells like Cheetos mixed with tuna. And you eat the box proudly. Y'all don't even shower. You like that music. Y'all like that music. You don't even shower. And you think that's real. Oh, I'm real. I don't shower. You're not real. You just fucking smell, motherfucker. You're not real. You just smell. You goddamn couch potato pothead fucking skater fuck. Skateboarding fuck.
$3. Runaway by Kanye and Pusha T.
I don't give a fuck about Kanye and fucking Pusha T. I'm just sick of these fucking skateboarding fucks.
Shark King 372.
Thanks for interrupting, Shark King.
You see big girl / TT. Legend PT / B.
Fine, we'll listen to it after. Fucking guy named Shark King. Thanks for the fucking 100 bits to say hello, Haas.
Natsuki Dono donated $3. Play Angel's songs from her new album. I like Solo and Libre.
This is the most cringy fucking music video I've ever seen in my life. These are literally just fucking Russian libs just dancing in a cringe way. Bunch of fucking Russian libs just dancing in this fucking cringe way. You'll see how ugly this is if I showed it to you. Except I can't show it because this fucking man, his cock is fucking out. Next, Lavina Yelb Siniestro del Jefe. This is genius. We're okay. Who the fuck listens to that? Who the fuck sits around and listens to that in their fucking spare time? Who the fuck listens to that? The fuck? Who the fuck sits around and listens to that? The fuck is that? Yamai versus the world? Yamai versus the world. Here you go. We're going by the donos one by one. Oh my god, this disgusting, weird weeb shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? This is disgusting.
Need no help. Sometimes the world may try to put you on the shelf. No apostrophe. I blow up like TNT. Rock that liquid D&B. Make you see shit, no guillotine. Tell me what you see in me. Shout out Havana. Use that software just to talk on. Hard to find, like a llama. They want me as baby mama. I'm not waifu, I don't like you. Not JK, but I might wipe you. Sweet and sour, a delight to be with me. You have no right to. By myself, need no help. Sometimes the world may try to put you on the shelf.
How ugly. I swear that's the ugliest one yet. Victor Soy Kukushka. Yeah, I get it, dude. You saw it one time and you saw Russian Doomer music? Thank you, Dutch. Thank you so much, Dutch. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, Dutch. Appreciate the 10. Appreciate the 10. Thank you. It's such a stereotypical. Nah, you want to check out my cool Russian music?
Supplier X 187.
Want to check out my cool Russian music, guys? PHXNKPLIA Xtaz 187 House of Horrors.
Genius Ideas Boy donated $3. Baby J, how it goes. It's not what it looks like based off the thumbnail.
Okay, one by one. We're gonna do Demetrius's first. All this fucking music sounds the same.
Shiva191 donated $5. Teardrop, remastered 2019. Massive attack.
All that music sounds the same. That genre of music's all the same song. Baby J, how it goes. I'm gonna check that one. The fuck is this Mickey Mouse shit? The fuck is this Mickey Mouse shit?
JPEG Mafia donated $5. JPEG Mafia hazard duty pay.
Fucking Mickey Mouse. Don't try to talk about me.
Zoom donated $3. Cold Blue.
Groovy was talking shit. So I will put up the groovies.
Great melody.
The strap. The drug on the window of the car. Groovy only gonna charge. Mickey Mouse in the sun. I don't give a fuck. Minnie Mouse working on my bed. I don't give a shit. I'm talking to other whole blood. Minnie Mouse, you can't do shit. Daffy Duck sucking on his dick. The fuck up, bro. What's next? Teardrop Remastered 2019 Massive Attack.
M0 Unky donated $10. Killheads, let him go. I donated most, so I think it's fair I go first before all these clowns with their Pixar music. This is AFK and banger.
Okay, thank you, Monkey. You are gonna go first, and I'm gonna do this one first though, because I already typed it in the result.
They all get rolled.
Thank you, Roswell. I know this song. It's not a bad song, but it's just sleeper music for stream. The next one was... Oh, Monkey, you're going to go next. Okay, Killa Heads, Letting Go. I know this song. What the fuck? I know this song. The first part was okay, the other part sucked. What is this? Cold Blue Golden Leaves. It's the next one. What a boring fucking song from 2007. JPEG Mafia Hazard Duty
Ideas
Pay.
Boy donated $3. Numgar, Tivan Hisag. Rewind 20 seconds to get to the juice.
Like the dream. Yeah, what you want? Tell them to think I've been real from the start. Never hesitate to shoot at the star. Stocked up on weapons and pussy and cars. Just thought you should know. Look at this lane that I made, it was fake, and these veggie grill niggas don't really want beef. Real niggas dying and fakers replace them. Now I see my DNA all in y'all beats. Talk, niggas just wrapped up back up what they talk. From me got so much smoke in my heart. Like I'm gifted and grew up on God. Yeah, shorty want dick, money and leverage. One out of up the line, money got me feeling.
This is the most stupid song I've ever fucking heard in my life. Namgar Kevin Hassig. Why? Why? No, shut the fuck up, Chad. This is not something you listen to in the fucking car. So...
Drain Grips donated $3. Be Nice to Me by Blade.
Okay, so y'all got hoes in the front seat, and this is what you pull up. So you pick her up, she's in the front seat of your car, and this is what you fucking listen to? What a fuck? Y'all are so weird. Y'all are so weird. Who does, like, y'all sitting in the car, what? Come on, baby, turn that shit up. What do you think's gonna happen? What the fuck is the point? Like, who are you trying to impress? Be Nice to Me by Blade. Okay, Blade. This shit looks stupid as hell. I swear this guy's been fucking spamming this in my fucking chat for like 25 minutes. And I really think it's gonna suck. That's the thing. I really think it's gonna fucking suck. I really think I'm gonna hate it. I think I'm gonna fucking despise it. And you've been spamming it in my fucking chat for fucking eons and centuries.
Jerky for Turkey donated $5. In the beginning, buy one for. What? I don't know.
Taking nitrogen in your life.
If it's a deep, I gotta bite it. If I see weed, I gotta light it. If I get feelings, gotta hide it. If it's illegal, I don't mind it. I broke my wrist, I gotta ice it. I wanna see you be my sidekick. If I post pics, you gotta like it. If you do this, then you're the nicest. To be honest, if it's wrong, I don't want to.
You stupid fucking kid. You're literally not even fucking 24 years old. What the fuck do you know about life? You're fucking 17 years old. And you think you know shit about life. Shut the fuck up. You stupid, annoying, angsty fucking teenagers. You don't know anything about anything. Shut the fuck up with your dumbass fucking emotional fucking music. Shut the fuck up. You literally know nothing. You're in fucking high school. Grow the fuck up. You stupid, annoying fucking kid. Now, Vanessa Carlton, 1,000 miles.
Dio6 Jeans donated $5. MC5 kick out the jams.
Vanessa Carlton, 1,000 miles. Is this that one fucking song? Where she's... Oh my god.
Pass me by, 'cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I can just sit.
You paid $5 for me to play this?
There's always times like these when I think of you, and I wonder if you ever.
Sawarim Jihad. What? Jihad? Okay, that's TOS. Bouncin' by Tina Shea. Oh, fuck.
What you really talking about? I've been sending dirty pics, hope they make it to the cloud. Watch it bouncing on the ground, got my edges sweating out, bouncing on
That's a catfish, man.
the ground, bouncing on the ground.
That thumbnail was not the result. The song is dog shit, by the way. But I was just checking for something else, and I was sorely disappointed.
If it was possible, if I could snap my fingers, would
Look at him look into the fucking camera like this. Look at him looking into the camera like this.
I coup Russia? I mean, would I, let's say the CIA.
What a fucking weirdo.
Just sneak on in there and replace them with pro-Western, whatever. I mean, I don't want them to be like pro-Western business. You know, let's just say somebody who's not Putin. You know, somebody who's not desperately trying to claw their way back to Cold War era glory. Yeah, I would. I would do that in a heartbeat. Absolutely. Declaration.
Nobody cares, Vaush. If you could snap your fingers and make CP legal, you'd also fucking do that. Nobody fucking cares what you want to snap your fingers about. Apparently, they're trying to ratio me a little bit. And I've been getting a lot of quote tweets for this one. It's super controversial. And I don't know why, because it's like, it literally says, I wonder if you guys are ready to know. And okay, you're not ready to know, whatever then. You know? I said, I wonder if you're ready to know. I didn't try to convince you. I said, I wonder if you're ready to know. I don't think you are, though. You know? Even you, my chat, I don't think you're ready to know, right? But I said, you know, I wonder if you guys are ready to know that we've already been living in socialism for a long time now, and that you only think otherwise because of a new left Gnostic heresy that personalized capitalism as a psychopathological vice instead of a mode of production. Now, Haz, what do you mean by that, Haz? What do you mean by that, Haz? What I mean is that there's literally a billion ways you can fucking look at it, but the socialist mode of production has more or less already prevailed over the capitalist one worldwide. Now, what do you mean, Hans? What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Okay, I'll explain it. I know it's gonna be I mean, it's like, how do I do this for people who just haven't read Marx and Engels, right? I just have to like know where to start. Okay, so Marx and Engels were talking about this thing called socialism, right? And communism. And for them, the capitalist mode of production was transitioning into communism or socialism, right? To socialism, to a different mode of production. And for them, the class struggle was being waged as the manifestation of this transition. So there was a transformation going on in the forces of production, and the class struggle was how this transformation was working at their level of the relations of production. There was no voluntary struggle for socialism where like the workers rose up together and like, guys, let's make a new system. No, the new system was already being born out of the old one. And the manifestation of that fact at the political and social and discursive level was the proletarian class struggle. So there was no struggle to create socialism. There was no struggle to make a new system. There was no struggle to impose a new society. That was already happening. And Marx and Engels actually talked about it, specifically in the form of the joint stock market and a bunch of other shit. Specifically, you read Capital Volume 3, you'll understand this, right? So that was in the 19th century. Finally, by the 1890s, Engels would say something like, look, now shit's about to get real. We're anticipating a big war is going to come, and this war is going to make the proletariat victorious, and it's going to be the death knell of capitalism. Capitalism is going to finally be done, right? Okay. World War I happens, and the October Revolution also happens, and what do you know? Europe is fundamentally transformed. The mass conscription of World War I led to an unprecedented level of socialization of the forces of production. Lenin remarked upon this process in his book. I know you guys might be familiar with it. Are you guys familiar with Lenin's book? Imperialism, the Highest Stage, the one you're always seeing on Twitter? Because you think Lenin's book is some kind of like moral condemnation of imperialism. Well, maybe some of that is there. But in the main, it wasn't that. In the main, it was an analysis of what Lenin deemed to be a qualitatively new stage of capitalism, which he thought was going to be the last stage of capitalism, right? Lenin believed that imperialism was closer to socialism than the normal capitalism. For Lenin, imperialism corresponded to large-scale socialization, large-scale planning, and all this kind of shit, right? And he directly talked about it. Okay? Lenin dies in the mid-1920s. And 1929, the stock market and the global, or I should say world economy, the world capitalist economy, collapsed. There you go. The Great Depression literally destroyed capitalism, as Marx and Engels anticipated. They said it was coming, it came. 1929 was the year. So what happened after 1929? How did the economy recover? Well, the economy recovered, Haz. The economy recovered after 1929. What are you talking about? Uh-oh. What do you mean, the economy? You mean the vested political interest to ensure the production and distribution of goods can still operate smoothly? The very category of the economy is a political category. The economy recovered, yes, because it became the vested political interest of the ruling class through the mechanism of the state to ensure the normal production and distribution of goods can continue. So the ruling class was scared shitless. They're the lifeblood of what got them into power completely collapsed. So they used the state for political purposes in order so that there won't be a revolution that's going to come, or there won't be some kind of fucking, communist change, right? In order to start planning the economy and intervening in the economy in such a way so as to establish a social form of production. You think after 1929 that was just capitalism? You think that was just capitalism? Capitalism died, dude. The shit that came after that was political. That was political. It wasn't just like, capitalism is something called the anarchy of production. It's literally capitalism is when you have this anarchy of production of this aggregation of competing enterprises and competing businesses and capitalists, and this coalesces and aggregates into some kind of market of some kind, right? That's capitalism. That collapsed in 1929. So after 1929, the economies livelihood became a political concern of the state. So what is the socialist mode of production? What does it mean for there to be a socialist mode of production? Well, let me put it this way, right? You have to understand that within capitalism or modern capitalism, you're dealing with this hidden symbolic economy of titles, of property ownership, of money itself, which is a form of signification. It's a symbol, right? These suddenly take a social form in socialism. These signals that change the economy and produce the necessary signals for inputs into the process of production and distribution. When Austrians and neoclassical economists talk about the market as producing price signals, that is a category of central planning. Information is a question of central planning. It's not a question of a spontaneous market working itself out. It's a matter of something that's for economic planning. When's the next showdown? Z somewhere. Can you shut your stupid fucking mouth? You fucking idiot. Interrupting me with your stupid fucking question, pinging me, when you know the fucking showdowns have consistently been every fucking Friday at 7 p.m. EST. Shut the fuck up and stop asking me when's the next fucking showdown, you fucking idiot. Money went from being a signifier of wealth to being... No. Okay? No. You guys have to bear with me here, right? Fuck. Capitalism... The fuck happened? An economy is opposed to the state in a simple way, right? This communist state, let's say. This communist society. Lol, you said communist state. Yes, I fucking did, bitch. Suck my cock. Communism is stateless, though. Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. You don't know the first fucking thing about communism. Shut up, you potato-shaped baloney. You're a little bitch. You're a fucking pussy. You're a fucking pussy. You're a little fucking bitch. And your mother would gladly suck my fucking cock. With glee. And she would beg for it too. I would fuck your mother and tear her fucking pussy apart. And I would be your fucking father. I am your fucking father. I am your father. I am your father. And you are a fucking miserable fucking disappointment. Get the fuck out of my chat. You just got disowned, you bitch. You can't say where the road will. Only time. Okay. Okay. But let's watch this.
Bro, why are you not mentioning Hero Julian Assange being extradited? What the fuck is wrong with you? Assange stands on the internet are some of the most psychotic weirdos that it's just like, just stop, okay?
What? So you don't care about a person being unlawfully imprisoned and then the possibility of like him being extradited? Like, what the fuck kind of take is this? Assange doesn't matter? You should just forget about Assange? That's what they want you to do. That's what the fucking government wants. They want us to just forget about him. Those supporters of Assange are keeping his memory alive. They're fucking heroes. They're fucking heroes. Keeping his memory alive. They want us to fucking forget about him. The media moved on from him. What kind of Fed shit is this? What a weird Fed fucking thing to say. So stupid. But Navalny matters, right? Fucking Navalny matters. What kind of dumb dog shit take is this?
Just be normal. Just stop. Do your fucking weird thing at the Jimmy Dore stream, okay? This is not the Jimmy...
Wow. It's kind of interesting how, because of Hassan's... Oh my god, thank god there was nothing. Thank god there was nothing. That's fucking terrifying. That was my DMs with Jackson. And we don't really say shit on fucking Twitter. So thank god. If that was our Discord or fucking if something else, damn bro, I'd be fucking terrified. Holy shit. I'm about to cry. I'm about to fucking cry, bro. I'm about to cry. Because of Hassan's tribalism and his family feudal beef with Jimmy Dore, which is just because of his family. I get it, it's family, dude. But, you know, you're going to make that lead you to neglect the issue of Julian Assange, and you're going to associate Assange. Why? Why are you going to do that, right? Shouldn't you want to be like, oh, Jimmy Dore is so crazy, but... That's like saying Medicare for all is just for Jimmy Dore. Oh, wait. That's like saying, like, being anti-war is just Jimmy Dore. Oh, wait. Well, I mean, that's like saying, you know, that's like saying being against the corporations is just for Jimmy Dore support. Oh. Never mind. Well, where do you draw the fucking line, right? Are you just gonna start, like... anything goes, apparently. Like, what are you gonna start doing? Are you gonna fucking start defending Wall Street openly now? And defend billionaires just because fucking Jimmy Dore talks shit about them? And his supporters are adamantly against them? Like, where do you draw the fucking line, dude? Why do you have to be tribalistic? Why can't you just talk about Assange on stream? And even you should one up the Jimmy Dore supporters, right? Because it's the correct position to take. It's the correct position to take, isn't it? It is. So who cares if Jimmy Dore supporters are the only ones talking about it? You're just basically saying that they're right and you're wrong. It's fucking sad. This has 100,000 views. It's gonna be really good, guys.
Here we go. Okay, like a 5-gallon thing is like 8 gallons, 30 liters. 6 foot tall human male, 30 liters. Do we have a gallon? 8 gallons of semen. Do we have a gallon? Shooting 12 feet with enough velocity to penetrate a feet.
What? Okay. What the fuck is Hassan even doing?
Rat tail comb for an easy part? What's a rat tail comb?
It's basically the comb with the end being like a teeny stick.
Best hair? Oh.
That's a nice photo. Oh my god, you should add that to your profile. Whoa, this is really like fashion. Yeah. I never knew that you were into this type of thing or look. When was this?
You're like, why are you so not fashionable?
No.
You look like shit now.
No.
What's up?
No. It's just I didn't know you were in.
Why Pokey thinks she's in her
You guys wanna-
20s? What?
You guys want to know how I know that I am a woman in my 20s? Because when I go outside to the mall, walking down the street, whatever, and I see a little kid, and I look at them, and they look at me, and they look so damn cute, and their cheeks are nice and round and supple, and they're so little, and they're wearing little people clothes. Like, you know, when the clothes are little and it's so fucking cute. And I'm looking at them and they're looking at me and they're looking like the people wow with the big eyes and is looking like that. And I'm like, your little body and your little clothes on your little body, but your big cheeks, the cheeks are too big for the little body. And then I look at the parents and the parents are looking and I'm like, it would be so easy to steal your... You guys want...
What? I don't get this. You know what? I'm against the Brad libs, but you're taking it too far yourself, Haz. You're just a fence-sitting fucking coward is what you are. You're just a fucking fence-sitting coward who just wants to conveniently assume this because, you know, these are Chapo people. This is 100% Chapo people. And I don't fucking like Amy Teresa or whatever. Well, I don't dislike her, but it's like, she says a lot of stupid shit about us and about me, right? Sneak this in me on the low key. I've seen it before. Where she was like, they just want to be the next Chapo. So I'm pissed about that shit. Whatever. I think that's dumb as fuck. But she is right when she says that Chapo is just a lib Democrat with a bit of convolution. It's like they have this nuance with like, oh, I'm distant from the liberals and I'm a little bit critical. But at the end of the day, we're going to be with them. That's exactly what this fucking person is doing. And you know what? Maybe a culture war, maybe a proletarian cultural revolution ain't the worst thing in the world. We could use a proletarian cultural revolution. Why not? Right? But the culture wars in America... Listen, the culture war in the United States is entirely one-sided. It's almost completely one-sided, right? It's based on these woke people trying to whatever, and then the conservatives are just pushing back. But they're not actually having their own proletarian cultural revolution, right? And that's where we come in. We want a proletarian cultural revolution, and this time, we're going to be on the fucking offensive. How about that? How about we go on the offensive against the woke people? A proletarian cultural revolution against the fucking Ivy League 1619 academic pieces of shit. How about that? And our proletarian cultural revolution is not going to be based on virtue signaling. We will have no virtue signaling. It's going to be based on Xi's aesthetic and moral revolution. We're going to have an aesthetic revolution that is beautiful by its own right. It is beautiful and communist and spiritual by its own right. It's not about making a cultural statement. It's about boldly giving expression to our authentic communist belief through aesthetics. And that does fucking matter. That does fucking matter. Yes. And by the way, have you guys forgotten about the CPUSA? I hope not. Because there's a poll in this Reddit. I'm going to check the fucking poll. And if I'm disappointed again, we're going to have more purges. Because we might need more purges, right? Despite the fact that there's only 460 people here, which is fucking pathetic. I don't know. Are people taking exams? Is there an excuse? Is there an excuse for why the viewers are so low to yesterday and today? Is there an excuse? What's the excuse? What's the fucking reason? Finals? So fail your test.
She will get to your names when she gets. I will get to your names when I get to your names.
The hell's going on?
Infrared. He'll Mike over here trying to steal your girl over here. Talking about how he wants to fly me out. My booty is the size.
What kind of dumb? That's fucking stupid. Why would she say that?
Oh my god. Do not call, just tipped $69 and said dinner is on me. Oh my god. Thank you so much. You're insane. I didn't even notice that.
Should I just be like, he can have you?
What the fuck?
I'm actually close to saying this.
What is going on? I'm so confused.
Are
I
you
feel
mentally...
Like what the fuck? I'm so actually confused.
I can't say
Government
that.
McDonald's coupons. I can show you an average night. Oh, that sounds so fun. Let's do it. Let's go to McDonald's and eat turkey.
Are you just not smart?
Oh my god.
Message deleted? I got deleted? No way. Yo, should I just ban her again?
I have a business email.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ban her.
Listen, I'm not going to Red Lobster. That is
No.
something I will not do.
No way.
Hello, Bushy. How are you? Too much food for me. $69 is a little bit too much for me. I'll tell you that much. I smell like fish. That's so cute.
Yo, Matt, that's gonna happen anyway, but this means I'll be free publicly, right? And you know what? Yo, bro, let's just do it. I'm gonna ban her. Ban the wild Latina. Fuck out of here. There we go. Is what it is. I'm a free man. I mean, I was anyway, but like in public, I am too now, you know? Anyway.
Biden spoke today with Vladimir Putin by video call, and according to the White House, he informed the Russian leader that the United States plans to control Ukraine no matter what.
Bro, can you turn up the volume of the video or lower your mic's gain? I don't know why people who are not subbed come into my chat and try to manage my stream. So you are actually banned from the stream for a day. Come back next time. You just fucked up your ability to chat for the entire duration of the stream. Come back next time.
Secretary of State and struggling pop musician.
There are people who pay to be here. And they don't even do that. You entitled fuck.
Tony Blinken repeated that message.
What a dick. Hold on, there's another guy I gotta ban. Alright, that's a permaban actually. So let's continue.
Wintertime grind. Hustle hard when it's cold out. I'm on a wintertime grind. Stack the money, kick the hoes out. I'm on a wintertime grind. Staying up the club. I'm on a wintertime grind. I'm just trying to run it up.
Cause I like riding low. I put my seat low. Because he's short, you're a stupid fuck. You're literally a stupid fuck. You need to learn basic geometry, you dumb, stupid fuck, idiot. You should fucking feel bad. But what a dumb fuck you are. There's not even a fucking smart fucking brain cell in your fucking head, you dumb, stupid bitch. You stupid fuck. Mods, ban that fucker out of my fucking chat right now. Ban that little bitch out of my fucking chat. Woo! Let me tell y'all something.
Do not trust anyone in this life. Do not trust anyone. Only family. And even then, don't even trust your family that much. Trust them more than others, but not all the way. Don't ever trust nobody all the way. Trust nobody in this life. What is the fucking C word, bruh? Oh, can I say that word? Bro, stop being so sensitive. Who's being sensitive like that? You know what? Nobody's offended. Listen, can we be honest about something, guys? Can we be honest? 0 people are offended about the C word, right? I don't even know if you could say it or not. I don't know. No one's offended by it. They're just resentful that they can't say the N-word. They're just like, yo, man, I can't say the N-word. Why can he say this shit? Bro, you don't care about the C word. You just want to say the N-word. Y'all feel me? That's the truth. Somebody's got to speak the truth on this matter. Nobody care or is offended about the C word. They just want to use the N word. And why do so many people want to use the N word? I don't know. I never understood it myself, you know what I'm saying? But by the way, guys, in my streaming career, a lot of women are gonna come and go. A lot of women are gonna come and go, guys. It's a test of your resolve and your resilience not to get attached. I don't get attached. So y'all gotta be disciplined and not get attached. Oh, this is Ha's girl. For now, people think I'm trying to mock reality. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not mocking the real shit. I'm not mocking people who are out here working 9 to 5s, doing real jobs, actually out here grinding and shit. I'm not trying to disrespect that shit. You know what I mean? I'm not disrespecting the American working class. But what I am telling y'all, who are working service sector jobs, is that you're getting fucking ripped off and your time's being wasted. Your precious time is being fucking wasted because those jobs are not fucking necessary. Right? There are jobs that are necessary, but they require way less hours out of our fucking day to do. So all y'all who are going in, clocking into these bullshit jobs, don't take your fucking hatred out on me, because all I'm trying to do is awaken everyone and all of y'all to realize those are fucking bullshit jobs. And with the collective power of the American worker and the working class, you can lower that workday, you can abolish that service industry, get yourself that UBI, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I want to do, you know? That's what I commit myself to do, is fight for the American worker. I'm going to use my privilege of being able to sit on my fucking ass and dance around on stream and shit. It's for the American worker, right? I wouldn't be taking the unpopular positions I do if it wasn't for that fact. And I could be a fucking, like, lefty who's way more popular than I am now. Or, figure this, guys. Just think, like, why am I assuming this position, right? Imagine if I'm just doing this because I'm a privileged guy who doesn't want to finish law school, and I just want to do this fuck around instead of do my serious law school, and I want to neglect my adult duties. Why do I assume this position? Why don't I join DGG? You know, if I joined fucking DGG and became an omni-lib, bro, I would kill it. You have no fucking idea. They would worship me. You think our relevant would be anything if I entered that ring of those leeches? Bro, I would be fucking huge, dude. If I was part of the BreadTube people, maybe not. Because I'm a masculine man, and that shit don't work for BreadTube, right? But I could get a pass doing that to be an omni-liberal. I could get a pass, you know? Or I could just be a right-winger, right? And right-wingers do very well. So why would I put my eggs in this fucking basket of Marxism, Leninism Why would I be this eso? And then not only am I a fucking Marxist-Leninist, but to add insult to injury, I'm an esoteric Marxist-Leninist. Meaning all the fucking MLs fucking hate me. You understand? So business-wise, I'm not thinking like a capitalist. Business-wise. But I'm more successful than people who think that like capitalists. Because I'm thinking with dialectical materialism, I'm ahead of the game. Capitalists work off of precedent. The most successful capitalists are communists. You ever notice that? The most successful capitalists are communists. Because capitalists use precedent. Communists focus on material reality. Regardless of precedent. You get that? Bezos is not a fucking traditional capitalist. He's a weird tech, whatever guy, right? Those tech people are not capitalists in the traditional sense. They are people with overreaching visions about changing the whole world. Elon Musk is not really a capitalist. A capitalist is about his bag. You understand? A capitalist trying to make some money. He's about his bag. He's just grubbing his money. You understand? Elon Musk is he's like got this ideological vision for all of society. He's not a fucking capitalist in a traditional sense, right? Who raided us? I don't get notifications for raids. Oh, Jackson. That's why the views went up. Yo, what up, Jackson? How you doing, bro? What up, bro? My internet's down. Can you believe that? So I'm in my car streaming on 5G because my fucking internet's down. Yeah. My internet's down. Yeah. It's so fucked up because I don't have that much longer to stream until I go to LA. So it's like, we gotta make use of these moments. We gotta make use of this. I'm streaming you on my stream right now. Anonymous PT. Well, who the fuck are you, you fucking weirdo? But, I feel like, you know, smoking makes you into a pussy. You guys know that rant I just went on questioning myself? That's what marijuana does to you. It's like, imagine if I didn't ever question myself and I kept going on my grind. Wouldn't that be better for me? That's what, every time I get high, that's what happens. I'm like, no, I was right to do what I was doing, right? But it's like, I try to put myself in the shoes of my haters and see why do I command so much fucking passionate hate? And it's because people really just feel like I shouldn't exist. There's nothing about being from a working class background that's gonna lead you to a truthful position. All you're gonna have is the intuitions in your gut to know what's part of your class and what's not part of your class. But you're not gonna have the ideology. You need parasites like me who have enough time on their hands to, how is it that you look good from this angle? Bro, Pesto, if you're being sarcastic, I have no choice, fuck motherfucker. So, you know what, Pesto? Not everybody can look like fucking the Twilight vampire guy, whatever his name, Robert Pattinson, bruh. Some of us gotta make do with what we got going on, you know what I'm saying? At least let me recover from the fucking gyno I got. Because I did get gyno from that shit, you know? I mean, spiritual gyno, not physical. I got spiritual gyno from smoking those fucking joints last night, bruh. You know? But you're right, bro. Everybody's privileged in some kind of way. Yeah, everybody's privileged in some kind of way. So it's almost like, you know, working 8 hours a day is privileged in a lot of countries, right? So it's like, why should you just flagellate yourself? Why not just fucking be in this world and live your life and get your bread? You know what I'm saying? That's the truth. Everybody's privileged in some kind of way. You're right. Everybody is. You know what? You know what I just realized? That's such That is such like an American mentality. It's treating countries like a preference. Do you treat your mother like a preference? I prefer this mother to that mother. No, bro, that's not how it works. You have the mother you have. You're not like this free individual who chooses what country they want to think is better. You don't choose your country. It's not about what's better or what's worse. It's about this is our country. Do you smell like cheese? What kind of fucking weird question is that? But yes, I smell like dog shit right now. But I feel like that's like a racist question. What a racist question, you know? And by the way, guys, I don't hook up with people just to nut anymore. Honestly, I don't do that. Because to nut, it's hard. It's hard to nut with strangers, right? But I do it because I want to be rent-free. And I want to spread my ideology and seed. There's a Chinese pharmaceutical company developing a balding drug? No way! I'm gonna get that shit immediately. Because guess what? I trust the Chinese medicine. I trust them. They know what they're doing. These fucking American pharmaceuticals don't know what they're doing. I trust the Chinese one. You guys know I'll take any Chinese medicine. I don't give a fuck. I won't even question it. I don't question that shit. Because I know they're not out there to poison their people. So I will. When a doctor prescribes me a Z-Pack, I'm like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. If a Chinese doctor prescribed me a Z-Pack, yeah, I'll take it right now, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't question Chinese medicine. If a woman shows you her ass, it's the highest compliment. But if a man shows you his ass, that's the biggest insult. That's the biggest insult you can do. Socialism for all. That little bitch. His name is also No Pussy For You. So this is a dude on YouTube who's a male feminist to get pussy, but he don't get no pussy, so he's mad. And he's taking it out on me. If you call me an incel, you have to get more pussy than me. Don't you? That's what I don't fucking understand. He calls me that. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that even mean? Infracell. What is that even implying? Because I promise you, I have way more access to pussy than you will have in your whole fucking life. So what are you fucking saying? Like, what's the... I don't get it. So weird. Why would you use that as an insult? This is what I never understood. You use that as an insult against a jacked, very handsome dude that's very charismatic and has women send him I was gonna say bitches, whatever, but let's be feminist. Send him nudes every fucking day. So what are you saying? Like, this is... I don't get it. Whatever, man. Up is down and down is up. We're talking about a world that teaches people that if you're a fucking a beta who's a feminist, that's how you get pussy, whatever. Okay. Whatever, believe what you want. Yeah. Believe what you want. Yeah, and he's anonymous too, which is curious. That's very curious. It's like... And he just says, infracell, socialism for all. I want you to look at what a fucking leech this guy is. So this fucking leech, this little bitch, this little fucking pussy, his biggest views are about me. On his shitty ass fucking shithole channel. They're all about me. Look at this. nobody watches this dumb bullshit right here, right? So no one watches his fucking stupid video with 100 views, but this one gets 1.8k, right?
But this is
so let's see what he says. By the way, he did this 30-minute video based on this tweet. I just randomly tweeted some shit that, to be fair, like, you know, it's kind of an inside joke or whatever. And he did a 30-minute... That's how fucking triggered he was by a tweet. He made it seem like I wrote a book. You know what I mean? And you know what this dumb cuck does? This little cuck, this fucking... Is his name... He don't get no pussy. I can't call him virgin for all, right? I'm not allowed to call him that, but it's an interesting play on words, you know what I mean? No pussy for you. All this guy does is he reacts to some of my content and he's just like, I don't understand this. I don't know what he's talking about. Guys, come on. Am I right? Are you all dumb as fuck like me and you're just not educated like me? Come on, guys. Let's just talk about how much we don't know things. Because I don't know things and you don't know things and we don't know things together. It's like, okay, is that an own? All he does is make videos like, guys, I really don't get it. Okay, dude, then why are you fucking acting like a content creator? The content creator is supposed to get it. All you're doing is expressing how aghast you are at the shit I say because you're a little stupid fucking gatekeeping fucking bitch. Fucking socialist ML in your little ML community. You don't actually have any unique insights. You're literally just part of this fucking gatekeeping community of like, it's like a subculture. You're just part of a fucking subculture is what you are. And you're mad I'm using the word socialism in a way that defies the fucking laws of your subculture. Why don't you suck my fucking cock? I don't give a fuck about your little dumbass YouTube subculture where everyone makes each other feel comfy when we use the word socialism with each other and Marxism. We have this comfy understanding of what these words mean. And we're all part of our little community. Comrades, we're all part of our little comfy, cozy community. Can you suck my fucking cock? Keep in mind, these are the dudes that have to rely on community political pussy. They have to rely on political community pussy. They're part of political communities, and they basically they just have to go inward in these little communities to search for pussy, and they fucking they have their like community pussy from Swamp Thing. He basically they get to pipe Swamp Thing, you know what I mean, and they use that as a flex. And he calls me infracell because I don't need to rely on political community pussy Swamp Thing. I can go outside of the fucking politics. I do not have any romantical, sexual, any type of attitude toward political people at all. I would never ever fucking do that. I would never ever. I have a business-like relationship with every single political ally, man or woman. I have a business-like relationship with you. And I will never cross the territory where like, I like you, comrade. Do you like me? I would never fucking do that shit. Even though politics and philosophy and theory is what occupies most of my time, I consider it worse than incest to seek out people with similar interests as you when it comes to politics. Like, I actually believe you have to fucking be a normal human being, you know? Are you mad at the wild Latina? Mods, can we ban any mention of wild Latina, please? And I don't want you guys ever going in her chat talking shit. Because remember what I told you last night? A man who's beefing with a woman online is a pussy. If you're beefing with women on the internet, you're a little bitch. You know what I mean? So do not fucking go in her chat and just talk shit or say bad shit, whatever. You know what I mean? Because I will ban you. I will ban you 100%. Oh God. This is actually 1,000% true. I mean, on every level conceivable. I mean, even when it came to socialist organizations, it's true. By the time that the New Left came to be, the official socialist and communist parties were so integrated in the civil society and the institutions of the society that a like devastating revolutionary critique of capitalism only became possible on the basis of a hyper-individualized, morally charged critique of the system, and this idea that everything is a matter of mass deception and propaganda and illusion, and that, you know, it's basically May 68. Queen Neff is waiting for you right now on stream. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you literally talking about? Yeah, funny troll, dude. Funny troll. Anyway, funny troll, dude. Anyway, yeah, I mean, this is just true. The idea that capitalism is like this disease of like greed and the need for more profit and this kind of thing. Yeah, it shifted from a systemic critique that was practically implemented at the level of mass organizations to a critique of a psychopathological vice, which is 100% fucking true. You know? I just love hearing him say the word infracell. Let me just hear him say it again.
In 2021. Here's an interesting clip from just the other day. This is from Infracell.
This is from Infracell. He's got that Canadian accent. This is from Infracell. I'm assuming this dude gets more pussy than me, right? I'm assuming this guy gets more pussy than me. He's got more hoes in his DMs than me, right? Because you have to say some shit like this. You have to. To say some shit like this, you have to. Right? I'm assuming this is a dude who pulls hella bitches. Because I mean, I don't want to exaggerate for me, but it's definitely above average. I definitely have above average access to pussy. Just not to mention quality, right? I definitely have above average whatever. So I'm assuming this dude has more than me. He's gotta, right? Trying to feel it any way I can.
And as you can, I'm sure, already see on the screen, but if you're not watching the screen, the Twitter post goes like this. I wonder if you guys are ready to know. Okay, gee, I'm not sure either, but are we ready to know that we have all...
He's breaking down the hermeneutics of literally every word in this sentence. I wonder. Well, what did infracell mean by wonder? Wonder is quite a callous term to use in this context, because I really wonder if the weird, like he can't, you know what I mean? He's making it seem like, and you guys are wondering why I don't release my books. This is how much they get out of a fucking sentence. This is how much they twist and distort and make a big deal out of a sentence. You really think the reason I don't release my book is unfounded? Just look at this.
already been living in socialism for a long time now. What? Did I miss it? When did the revolution happen? What are you talking?
Wait, I mean, hold on. Isn't this guy like supposed to be like a like these people at least should know the Marxism 101 that you learn from like the Soviet textbooks and the like official reading guides and the shit that they distribute amongst themselves. Well, if you read those, you would know that the primary revolution is the revolution in the forces of production. And that political revolutions only happen after the revolution in the forces of production happens. I mean, it's a direct quote, no revolution happens before the necessary revolution in the mode of production does. The October Revolution in Russia, for example, was also a democratic capitalist revolution. Just strictly in the sense that it corresponded to a land reform that fulfilled the longings of the peasant petite bourgeoisie, the democratic petite bourgeoisie, as Lenin called them. Now, immediately afterwards, it transitioned into a socialist revolution, but the point is, the revolution in the forces of production had already the basis for its transformation had already been laid in imperialism, as Lenin called it. Lenin said imperialism contained the foundation of socialism. I mean, he said it ad verbatim. Lenin literally referenced the German imperialist system internally within Germany as having things that should be emulated by the Soviet model. Right? So no, socialism is not the revolution. The revolution is a messianic eschatological new left. Again, it's all shit coming from the new left. The revolution. You know, there's a song. What's the French song? It's like the French song, When Will the Revolution?
Ils avançaient, l'air buté. Almost donated $200. Ils souriaient en pensant à Gavroche. Ils s'enfonçaient dans le vent et toujours ils espéraient au levant que le jour viendrait un jour. Quand fera-t-il jour?
Holy fuck!
J'entends toujours cette question qu'il se pose.
I'm so sorry I missed that. I was looking at the other monitor. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Populist, thank you so much. I'm so sorry I missed that. Fuck.
À grand-peine, à grands pas, ils arrivaient de la guerre du bois. Ils espéraient.
Thank you, Chilotsu. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, Populist. Holy fuck. So sorry I didn't catch that.
J'entends toujours cette question qu'ils se posaient les camarades pendant qu'un vieux croiseur en rade gueulait à plein canon.
Okay, anyway, it's a... So you're sitting in 68, and I think that's when this fucking song even came out, was 68. You're a French dude sitting in 68. Where's the revolution, right? I mean, everyone's got a car and a refrigerator, and, you know, you got a middle class, and people are wondering, what's going on, man? So it's like they appropriated the revolutionary tradition in a new light, and they changed it from being Marxism, from a scientific understanding of the mode of production, to a heavily individual and psychologized ideology. And this all also led to, like, you know, the kind of self-help and alternative lifestyleism that you see with neoliberalism and all that kind of stuff. So when this guy calls, so basically, look, I'll just simplify everything. When this dude talks about the revolution, he's referring to the day he finally gets pussy. Right? A psychoanalytic interpretation. He's basically talking about, like, the day I'll finally get laid, which will never happen, right? That's the whole point. That's what he's talking
about. And that you only think otherwise because of a new left Gnostic heresy. Oh, I hate it when that happens. That personalized capitalism as a psychopathological vice instead of a mode of production. That's the tweet. Once again from the top, I wonder if you guys are ready to know that we have already been living in socialism for a long time now. And that you won't...
Imagine being on my cock this hard and this passionately, just on my throbbing... I can't even say it, whatever. Imagine being on my cock this much. I literally have to sit on the toilet and tweet a sentence, and you'll make a 30-minute video about it. All I have to do is sit on the toilet and make random tweets, and this guy will make a 30-minute video about it. And you know what's hilarious about this tweet? And this is the ultimate irony. It literally starts off as, I wonder if you guys are ready to know. And this type of response is why I have to say that. Because you're not ready to know. I know you're not ready to know, you fucking idiot. I know that it's something that shocks you and completely changes everything you think you know about capitalism and socialism and Marxism. But that's the point. That's the fucking joke even, right? It's like, I wonder if you guys are ready to know because it's going to come as a big surprise. So you just fucking putting on display how shocked and surprised you are that I would tweet this makes you look like a fucking idiot. The fact that you would like just openly exhibit exactly what's being anticipated by this tweet already and think that's some kind of own is so fucking pathetic. What kind of fucking idiot are you, you stupid bitch? You are literally a stupid fuck.
Only think otherwise because of a new left Gnostic heresy that personalized capitalism as a psychopathological vice instead of a mode of production. Of all the shit takes about socialism that are on Twitter, as a commenter said, this guy has gone from communism is conservative actually to conservatism is communism actually.
What?
So, according to this...
I like how this guy just doesn't investigate like why I would say this. He just doesn't even wonder why I would say it. He just This is what dumbasses... There's something wrong with leftists. I can't say it on Twitch, even though I really want to, but it's like they all, Jason Unruhe, this guy, they all have it in common. I can't say what it is. All I can say is that they have this thing where they confuse the input with the output, and they just assume that, like, if you read a tweet, this is the book behind the tweet. Like, the reason why I'm saying this is contained in the manner of expression itself. You know what I mean by that? It's like, you can see a sentence and you can be like, why are they saying that? I'll search deeper, right? Or you can say, they're saying this for a reason that is already apparent on the surface, right? And that's what this person has, where they basically just only can... They are unable to perceive the deeper meaning behind things, or the fact that some forms of information can point to non-overt and non-explicit information that's already on the surface. So he has that issue, and that's supposed to make me look bad.
This is socialism. I mean, to me, that sounds indistinguishable from what libertarians say.
Because they're right.
Where could this...
They're right, they just don't have the right solution. But libertarians are right about how they describe... They are, dude. If you think libertarians are like... I'm talking about most of them, right? A lot of libertarians are very reasonable, not really biased, prejudiced people when they diagnose how our system works. Libertarians are more like, they're just independent thinkers. They're freed from the prejudices of the academia, and it's exactly like that English liberal that was the inspiration for Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. Lenin's number one inspiration for that book was no one who was within the socialist movement or the Marxist movement of his time. It wasn't anyone within international social democracy. It was the English liberal, what was his name? Hobson? That's his name, right? Hobson. The English liberal Hobson. I forgot his name. That's the libertarian, right? That's a fair libertarian critique. And by the way, most mature Marxist economists or Marxian economists agree with that. Yanis Varoufakis says the same shit. Yanis Varoufakis is like, yeah, libertarians, they do say a lot of true things about the system.
Possibly be coming from? I mean, other than a meth pipe, I don't know. But there are a couple of follow-up posts, so let's go back into the feed and see what else we've got. So here's the first post where he's responding to the obvious backlash against that just bizarre statement. And this is from R. Shit Liberals Say on Reddit. Patriot Socialist believes the U.S. is already socialist, because of course he does. And Infracell responded by saying that number one, China is the center of world socialism, not the U.S. Okay, that's not relevant at all to the question.
Actually, it is relevant because they're implying that I'm trying to say that the U.S. is socialist, and this reinforces the position of socialist patriotism, when that has nothing to do with every country is part of this change. And when I say China is the center of world socialism, China is the country that is leading the transition from one mode of production to the other on a global level. Not the US. So there's no like American exceptionalist argument that I'm making. But that's what they're implying. They're saying patriot socialism believes the US is already socialist. Most people, when they see that, are going to think that the implication is that what I'm trying to say is that we should be even more patriotic than we thought otherwise because America's a socialist country, so that this should make us more proud of America than we were before. Well, no, because America isn't the center of world socialism. China is. If to the extent that the U.S. is socialist, it's the same extent to which the U.S. as a polity is condemned to collapse. It's a clear case of the forces of production outmoding the political superstructure.
Number two, my entire point, he says, was critiquing the idea of socialism as some threshold of ultimate moral fulfillment. Okay, I'm not really sure where that's coming from either.
You're really not sure about a lot of things. No pussy for you. You're really not as sure about a lot of things. And maybe that's an indication that you're just really not that qualified to be a content creator and to act like you know things that other people don't in general. Because you're literally no different than any other dumb, random fuck commenter on YouTube. You just decided to have the audacity to speak into a microphone and make a fucking fool of yourself in the process. If you don't know what I mean by the idea of socialism as a threshold of ultimate moral fulfillment, why don't you start with the fact that everyone thinks socialism is going to like be this ultimate moment of moral justice where all rights are going to be wronged, where all racial, sexual, personal injustices are going to be dealt with, and where, you know, socialism basically means that the good guys win, and it basically means that everything that we want to happen for moral reasons because of our moral sentiment is going to be fulfilled. Like, if you don't understand what that fucking means, you're just either A, being deliberately dishonest, or B, and please don't confuse me because I do respect this as a very real possibility, you are literally too fucking stupid to just connect the dots. As far as what I'm talking about, which is a very, very real and serious possibility. I mean, I genuinely think you're a stupid fuck off the bat. It's like, for example, how can the U.S. be socialist when the U.S. is XXYZ, XYZ? Because socialism isn't some threshold of moral fulfillment. Holy fuck, how is that hard to understand? Like, my whole fucking point was, you should stop seeing socialism as like, when my moral subjectivity is vindicated in some kind of way. We already live in socialism. We live in a socialism for the rich, a socialism for the bourgeoisie, if you will. We live in a socialist economy that is rigged to benefit a handful of parasites at the expense of the people. But it's still nonetheless planned and not driven by profit, primarily, especially after 2008. That's not to say that it's like, this is like something to like be enthusiastic about and happy and like, oh yeah, we're a socialist country. Woohoo! My fantasy is realized. You know how these LARPers are? Like they go on YouTube and they look up like the anthem of North Korea or the anthem. No, sorry, North Korea is too based. The anthem of like fucking, I don't know, Vietnam or something. And they'll just like LARP. I love socialism, guys. I want to LARP and dwell in this. Socialism is when all of those people who bullied me in school, they're going to be wrong and I'm going to be right. I sat in the corner in school reading the quotations from Chairman Mao and everyone thought I was a weirdo. And when socialism comes, I'm going to finally get some pussy. You know what's weird about socialism for all is that the reason he calls me infracel is not to imply that he gets pussy, but this is genuinely like legitimately what he means. For him, getting pussy is in the future tense. He's like, hey Haz, when the socialist revolution happens, I'm getting pussy and you're not. Bro, I'm already getting pussy. You know what I mean? Like, but whatever. Like, that's what he means it in the future tense. Hey Haz, you're an incel because when the socialist revolution happens, I'm gonna finally get some pussy. And you're not, because you took the wrong position. It's like a religion. It's like a fucking cult where they're promising like fucking some earthly reward. They don't exist. Jason contradicted himself. No, they do exist. It's just that this is the biggest example of one. The only thing that separates an incel from a male feminist is cope. An incel doesn't have cope. They've just accepted the black pill that they're too ugly and weird to get any pussy. But a male feminist is coping that if they are more virtuous and more feminist, they will eventually be able to get some. But they both do not get any. I promise you, neither of these fucking dudes get any. And if they do get any, it's from Swamp Thing. So it doesn't fucking count. I mean, bros, anyone can get Swamp Thing, you know? Literally anyone can get some from fucking Swamp Thing. It's not an accomplishment. You guys should be grateful I'm streaming fucking below 300 views.
Most people I know do not talk about it as a moral fulfillment, although...
You know, back on the day when I used to like have keyboard wars on the internet, these literal brain-rotted dumb fucks... There's a lot of things I can't say on Twitch, but anyway, they would, every time you'd make an argument, this is how internet debaters, this is what they do. Like, whenever you make an argument, they're like, well, nobody says that explicitly, so therefore your argument doesn't hold. It's like, if I have, it's like if I call this guy a loser, he's like, oh, well, I've never called myself a loser. Okay. I'm not saying you have. I'm not saying socialists talk about it as a threshold of moral fulfillment. explicitly. Like, I'm not saying they literally say, yes, I believe socialism is a threshold of ultimate moral fulfillment. I'm saying they do it. They do speak about it as a threshold of moral fulfillment in the way they speak about it. The way they speak about it is that. Have you never heard of criticism? Are you just not capable of critical thinking? Like, do you know the definition of criticism, according to Marx, is not confusing the appearance and the essence of some things? Like, just because people are not out here saying, I believe socialism is a threshold of ultimate moral fulfillment, doesn't mean, for example, when they don't act that way. For example, when they say, why do I have to explain this shit, man? Who knew becoming a streamer is so fucking stressful where you just have to explain common sense to people? If I make a criticism, okay, hey, you know what? You know what, you piece of shit? You fucking little bitch. You fucking pussy. You call me a chauvinist and a misogynist. I've never called myself a chauvinist and a misogynist, so how could I be one? That's the stupid logic you're using right now. Yes, they do treat it as a threshold of ultimate moral fulfillment. They just don't admit that explicitly. And obviously they wouldn't. Why would they? That would be a criticism. Why would they critique themselves?
Socialism is a more moral system, right? We're trying to end exploitation, alienation, etc. Anyway, but that's not the fundamental point.
You just used the words exploitation and alienation in a morally charged way. But that has nothing to do with the scientific use of the term by Marx.
Instead of a mode of production. Yeah, obviously socialism is a mode of production. That's any Marxist knows that.
You're not a fucking Marxist. You're a LARPer who blends in using a hammer and sickle into political communities on the internet because you think it's going to get you pussy, but it's not. Besides Swamp Thing, but you can have that.
So what, he asks, does patriotism or the U.S. specifically have to do with it? Well, to respond to that, I mean, if you paid any attention at all to a lot of the criticisms lodged against you, it's like white, quote, socialists in the imperial core.
Am I white? And curiously, socialists outside the imperial core are way more fucking nationalistic and shit. So, you ever notice that?
Who tend to have these garbage takes.
Yeah, I get it. You're a parasite who thrives off of blending themselves into the discourse, and your way of signaling to your little community that you're one of them is like, oh yeah, you have garbage takes because you're a white privileged socialist in the imperial core. So that's your way of blending into the community to get some fucking community pussy. But if we actually look at the substance of which you just said nothing of any substance. You just said I'm a white socialist. And am I white? Okay, I'm an Arab 100%. And I don't know, this might matter. Maybe this matters to you or not. I am a pure-blooded Arab. There's not 1% of my DNA that comes from Europe. I am 100% a Levantine Arab man. Every fucking drop of my blood is from Asia. I don't have any European blood whatsoever. Zero. There's no European blood in me at all. There is no European DNA within me at all whatsoever. Whatsoever. You can maybe find Persian or maybe like Afghan or something, and maybe from the Caucasus you can find some shit, or maybe you can find something from the eastern part of Turkey, Anatolia. You can find shit from there. You can find no DNA from me that originates in Europe. By what definition am I white? Aren't Levantine Arabs mixed with Europeans? No, Europeans are mixed with us. some Phoenicians went and did some shit in fucking Europe. I'm descended from the people who stayed behind. You know, we didn't fucking go and sail boats to Europe. We stayed behind. And we're dicking around in fucking Lebanon or some shit, you know? We stayed behind. So, yeah. Thank you, Paperwin.
Imperial privilege is a hell of a drug. And, you know,
all you're doing is repeating fucking catchphrases from your little socialist community. What is the substance behind what you just said as it pertains to me? Can you connect the dots at whatsoever?
a lot of times people are just blind to what's going on because of it. We see this constantly, you know, whether it's posts against, quote, identity politics or what.
But the people most violently opposed to identity politics are outside of America, not in America. Who do you think is more likely to be on board with identity politics? Socialists in Nicaragua? Socialists in Zimbabwe? Or in America? As a matter of fact, there's a big homophobia issue among socialists in third world countries, like a really big one. In the Middle East also. You are not finding the LGBT movement in Middle Eastern socialist organizations. It's not there. There you may find an exception somewhere, but in the main, you do not find it.
Based.
Thank you, Jason.
I've been waiting for the takedown of this guy for months.
Thank you so much, Jason.
Insufferable gatekeeping Gen X rapoid.
It's like identity politics is a uniquely American phenomenon. It comes from politically correct identity politics is American born and bred. It comes from American institutions. It's spread to other countries through American NGOs. None of it comes from any fucking non-American soil organically. What the fuck are you talking about, dumbass? I'll fucking take you to task on this too. I can name you the fucking theorists and the academics who spawned these ideas. And they're all fucking American, and they all come from American universities.
Whatever it is, there are special forms of oppression. Obviously, capitalism is the source of exploitation per se, extraction of.
Don't try to say, oh, this is what patriot socialists think. The Americans who are closest to non-Americans are patriotic socialists. Period. Patriotic socialists are the closest to other people. Hello, Haz. I really like your streams and feel you aren't inclusive to Anglo people. As an Anglo white person from England, I feel constantly like it's my fault for all the ills in the world. You need to know that you need to know about my friend Urban Maoism, and he will explain to you. He's from England too, and when you get into the nitty gritty, we are pro-Anglo within England. We want English people to liberate themselves from the Norman yoke. This is such cope. Infracell? Should I just make a sex tape in LA? I don't know, like, at what point do these people submit to me? At what point do these people just submit to me? No, I'm obviously not going to, but it's like, what else do you want from me at this point? The only reason you would think this, that's like the only thing I'm short of at this point, is doing that. Anyone who sticks around here long enough knows. You know what I mean? I want to do two things. I want to see specifically socialism for all. First of all, I want to see his face. I want to see how much pussy he gets. And then I want to see the quality of the pussy he gets compared to me. This process you're describing of the socialization of the relations of production and the aggregation of enterprises was how...
CVM said hello.
What? Where did that come from? Where did that fucking noise come from? How do I turn that off? How do I turn that off? Hey guys, immediately, how do I turn that off? Where in the settings? Where in the settings? And mods, find who did that and permaban them. Permaban them. And disable the fucking TTS. Can someone explain how I get rid of that? Okay. If no one explains to me how to fucking do this, I'm just gonna end stream right now. So we're gonna just do it like that. Our economy's production is now based on... It's an economy of socialism, you see? Economy being the way in which oikos is managed. The management of oikos, the root word of economy, right? There is an antagonism and management of a fundamentally socialist economy in different ways. Socialism does not mean an end to economy and the need for management and the need for example, the allocation of goods in an antagonistic manner. Socialism doesn't mean goods are going to be, distributed in this like holistic, seamless way that's devoid of any contradictions, and it's just one central command structure overseeing the production and distribution of goods. No, socialism is primarily about a relationship between the forces of production and the subjective political and superstructural interface with it. When this prevails over the process of production, over the law of exchange and markets and the production of the profit, the production of profit, you are having a socialist economy. Bourgeois socialism. Sure, yeah. That's a good way of talking about it. You see, my friends, wow. I want to let you guys know something. This is some 4 a.m. red pills. The bourgeoisie, the ruling class, Hassan got banned. I don't give a fuck. The ruling class, okay? And he got banned for a dumbass reason, by the way, so let's not celebrate. The ruling class did not prevent the transition to socialism that Marx, Engels, Lenin, and every other Marxist was talking about. They managed this transition in such a way that they secured their own power. The Rockefellers and the Morgans and the capitalists that have ruled us since 100 years ago still rule us. It's still those guys. It's still those same fucking capitalists and their families and their descendants that rule us in America and Europe. Same fucking people. Own our economy. They didn't stop the transition to socialism. They managed it in such a way to secure their own power. That's why it's socialism for the rich. But the rich are these dynastic families that have been in charge for a long time. Yeah, socialism for the rich, capitalism, dog eat dog for the poor. That's exactly what we fucking live in. So they help facilitate the transition to socialism? No. The transition to socialism was inevitable. They just micromanaged it in such a way that it didn't lead to their destruction as a class.
All of the basic hallmarks of capitalism, as has been described by Marx and others after him. That's why we say that when there is a socialist revolution, we start building socialism after the revolution.
People in colonial countries used to say that because they weren't just building socialism, they were building a primary industrial economy. They were building up the forces of production at the most base and primary level. But otherwise, your view of socialism is called voluntaristic in the Marxist lexicon. You don't build socialism. That term build socialism only applies to countries that had to build up a primary... Like when the Soviet Union was talking about building socialism, they were also building houses and electricity and sewage systems and things that you expect to be typical of modern capitalist economies.
Because it doesn't exist prior to that. And honestly, anybody out...
But Engels and Marx and Lenin beg to differ. I mean, you want me to make this guy look like a fucking idiot? I'll just literally type Lenin post office. I just typed Lenin post office in Google. Okay, here it is. Okay, here it is. A witty social democrat in the 70s called the Postal Service an example of socialist economic system. This is very true. So, according to Lenin, socialism does exist before a socialist revolution. That was 100 years ago. How do you think things have progressed since then? Nothing's changed, I guess. Because Lenin happened to die in 1924, I guess nothing has changed since then. Nothing has changed. Just because he happened to stop writing at that specific date. Because Lenin died in 1924, when he stopped writing, nothing has changed since 1924. This is what No Pussy For You wants you to believe. I rest my fucking case.
Out there claiming to be some kind of knowledgeable authority on this subject who gets...
I guarantee you, look, No Pussy For You, in a debate with me, you would get fucked. I would destroy your career, once and for all.
Something this basic wrong. It's more than a faceplant, it's like spontaneous human combustion. Which actually brings me to more of a minor point. If you look at the Twitter stats at the bottom there, you see 2 comments, 1 retweet or quote tweet, and then 51 likes. And I found that it's common on Infracel's posts that...
How much does this guy who I've blocked, because he blocked me, stalk my Twitter? Socialism. This guy blocked me, but he stalks the fuck out of me to the point of deducing Twitter analytics. What a fucking weirdo. What a fucking weirdo. Who is this fucking guy? Who the fuck is this guy? He's what? Guys, play this back and tell me this isn't the creepiest shit you've ever heard.
At the Twitter stats,
Some weird fat fuck who stalks me.
at the bottom there, you see 2 comments, 1 retweet or quote tweet, and then 51 likes. And I found that it's common on Infracel's posts.
You know how it's so weird about my weird mentally different, I'll just call them mentally different stalkers, is like they have such an intimate obsession with my fucking dick, with my nuts. Like he calls me Infracel like he's looking at my pants and looking at my cock. He's thinking about my dick and where I put my cock. You know what I mean? It's like he's like stalking me at this intimate, visceral level. Why? Well, I think it's because it's a form of sexually fantasizing about me. It's like an extreme I will admit I guess I am a sexual presence, right? Like I have this sexual energy in me where just people hear my voice and they want to get rammed by me. And it's so strong that some men fucking fall for it, you know? Some men, or whatever, men even fucking fall for it, you know? It's really creepy to me, though, because I'm a straight male. And yeah, I do trigger something deeply sexual in my haters. I trigger something deeply, deeply sexual, you know? And by the way, I want you to remind you guys that there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm pretty sure this guy's a virgin. But just like socialism, he thinks that the day he will finally get pussy, this is what it is. He's a virgin, but he's saying he's not because eventually he will get pussy when the socialist revolution happens. Just like how he's a socialist, eventually we'll have the socialist revolution, eventually he'll get pussy. But I'm pretty sure he's a virgin. Don't quote me on that, but I think I read somewhere he's a virgin.
That you'll see a high percentage of likes. If you go into
And I think he's like 40 years old too. So he's Jason Unruhe's friend, so you can imagine why that's not surprising. But I'm pretty sure this guy's a 40-year-old virgin. Nothing wrong with that, but let's just be honest, dude. Don't call me Infracel when you're a 40-year-old virgin.
comments,
you know, you're just embarrassing yourself.
Overwhelming majority, like 95% or more of the comments, usually will be antagonistic and heavily critical, if not outright hostile and mocking. But he gets all these likes, but then there's very little organic support. There'll be like 2 or 3 people in the comments actually supporting.
What? Wait, is he saying... What is he saying? So, because people aren't sucking my cock in the replies... What is he even saying? What is he even saying?
Majority, like 95% or more of the comments, usually will be antagonistic and heavily critical, if not outright hostile and mocking. But he...
Okay, let's check that specific tweet. Okay, there's 4 replies. There is literally 1 hostile comment. There's 1 hostile comment, and it turned into a thread because one of my supporters was arguing with the guy in this one. So what is he talking about? This is just not true. Every time, you know, I will have the odd, like, you know, fuck you comment. Why should anyone respond to that? Wait, is this guy a fucking idiot? Like... It's 4 a.m. I gotta wrap this up soon. But listen, no pussy for you. When you have more replies than you do likes, that's called a ratio. You know why? Because in most replies, it's going to be negative. In general, most replies are going to be negative. You can only like reaffirm what someone is saying so much. It's much easier. Like a reply is literally a reply. You're replying to them. Why reply unless you disagree? Well, because you want to reaffirm what they're saying or add something to it. But you're going to get way more disagreement than people just affirming what you're saying. Why? Because when people agree with you, it's much easier just to like it because they already agree with you. There's nothing to reply to. That's just common sense. You fucking idiot. You've stalked my Twitter profile and analytics to derive that? You fucking dumbass.
You look like you're taking the skateboard.
Listen.
No, we both look like crackheads today, bro.
15K coat.
Oh, shit.
About $500.
Yo, is that bird?
What the fuck is that?
That's bird shit.
No, it's not.
You'll have it today.
That's
Yeah,
not fish.
I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
I don't know. I thought that was like a part of the design for a second.
That's food. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, stay in the shot.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and clean it off.
Let me be in front of you. Stay in the shot.
Bro, I gotta go to the bathroom and clean it off. Gotta find a bathroom now. Quest updated.
Yo, chat, in person, his arms are huge, bro. Ask Vi. Hello.
We got mission updated. I have to get to a bathroom and clean this off.
Nah, bro, who cares?
It
looks more badass like that, bro. Like, who cares if something took a shit on you?
I care.
No, it's not actual shit, bro. It's like rust from the metal of the jacket.
Think about LA. Compared to, for example, when I was in Texas had a feeling of bigness to it. It's a very solar type of feeling.
Sure.
Especially Austin with the green and stuff. I love Texas, but LA, you can't tell what's artificial, what's not artificial. It's such a scary place because every aspect of LA has an artificial.
Oh shit! Oh, that's human shit. Was that human shit?
The fuck?
Oh fuck, bro!
I stepped in it?
Yo, what the fuck? He's talking about LA. Yo, you talking about LA? Yo, you talking about LA, bro? The fuck, dude? I stepped. Yo, look at my shoes. Look at my new shoes, bro. Oh,
You stepped in that?
Can do it.
Donated ad. Ban that fucking.
Okay, don't
break
fucking
it.
move. Don't. I fucked up the thumbnail. Okay, can we end stream?
Dicky fit with the Tim's on, fell off, but I'm still on. Chasing all these bitches ain't gon' help when the bills come. Stacking cheese up for 4 months, that's a real run. Slap a bitch with a 50 bar, make her feel dumb. I'm trying to run it up, I put the rollie up. I got the chains tucked, I put the frames up. I ain't really trying to get low, but I got to. I just want a ball, but right now it ain't time to. I'll see you boys in the summer again. I'm coming out the crib with 100 again. Broke niggas thinking shit funny again. I'ma stack it up to get some money again. I've been up for days, I ain't been getting no sleep. Don't even want no pussy, ain't been hitting no freaks. I could've bought the Gucci, I just threw on the tee. I'm starving myself just so I can eat, nigga. Wintertime grind. Hustle hard when it's cold out. I'm on the wintertime grind. Stack the money, kick the hoes out. I'm on the wintertime grind. Staying out the club. I'm on the wintertime grind. I'm just trying to run it up.
This song is really. This was my Michigan song. This song was accurate for Michigan. It's not accurate no more.
Ce qu'on aime, sauf peut-être à perdre ce qu'on aime.
Fuck! Fuck!
C'est la dernière fois, c'est promis.
Fuck!
La dernière fois que je me prends la tête.
Your name is Hannah Montana 300. What possible insight could you have about anything? Thank you, Hannah
My
Montana.
name is Hannah Montana.
I doubt that, but thank you for the sub anyway. You guys, I suddenly have to shit really bad. And I feel like it's best if we just end it here. Because I could leave and go shit and come back to no one being here. But I think I need this shit, bro. I need to take this shit. Trust me, I need to take this shit. Okay, I have to take this shit. Just trust me. Trust me. Oh, fuck. Okay, guys. Debate me on Odyssey. My YouTube and Discord is censored ban. How about you suck my cock? Want to do that? Go ahead. Suck my cock. I want to debate eugenics and how things like communism destroy the gene pool. What a cope. Still coping about genes? Let me tell you guys, you know the saying? It's from Jurassic Park. It's called life finds a way. You know what that means? Don't worry about fucking genetics. Shit finds a way. The reason you have human beings, the reason you have anything, the reason you have houses, the reason you have any type of person is because there's a deeper will for that thing to be. The deeper reason for it. If Haas want to be, the genes will follow. That's why eugenics is a fucking cult. God has a plan for mankind. Simple. Have a family, whatever. Raise kids. Live a simple life, normal life, and that's it. Everything else comes with a price. Everything you add on top of that, there's a price for it. Everything you add on top of that, it's not like it's all derivative from that good, right? Having a family is the only good thing. And then everything else is just a derivative of that. You know? But it's a corrupt derivative. You know? Like having fun and partying. What does that even mean? That corruption is part of the plan too. Doesn't need to be. Escape. That's exactly what it fucking is. You know why people fucking party? To escape their 9-to-5 fucking stupid jobs. All this dumb repetitive music people like this fucking house music. Don't. You know why people like that shit? Because their fucking 9-to-5 work schedule is don't endlessly. You know what I mean? Make something beautiful before you die. Why? No one would understand it. Because of all the ugly things people say about it. See how that works? I came to Los Angeles, and everywhere that I go, all I see is brick buildings are broken and homeless people. This city's falling apart, it's a shithole, you see. Everybody that lives in this place is a scammer, a liar, and a big disgrace. I hate this place more than anywhere else. I'm walking the streets and there's shit on the ground. And that's actual facts. We saw it in Hollywood Boulevard, walking down the stars and the sidewalks you see. But little do I know there's a little human shit right on Hollywood in the place you see fit. From a distance, it looks like the stars. It looks like it's glimmering. It looks like there's bars. You go and walk around, but you see nothing but shit. You smell piss and see nothing but garbage in the wind. And y'all think I'm exaggerating. Y'all think I'm exaggerating. That's the hilarious thing. That's what I find hilarious, right? Let's keep going. Walking down, I got an Airbnb. He told me that he couldn't get it for me. He told me to cancel with no refund. 3,500 down the drain, and he tried to run. We're in LA. No one has honor and no one's to stay. No one would live here and raise a family. They're all here to become the stars of the key. Hey, come on, guys, let's sing it together. Let's go. I want to see more fuck LA in the chat. I want to see more fucking fuck LA in the chat, man. Fuck this place. Now, this is a fucking scamming piece of shit. A scamming piece of fucking shit. Are you really 5'4"? Should I ban that guy, chat? Should I ban him? Because you see me next to Zerka and I look short? Because he's 6'5", and he usually fucking wears Air Maxes, which give him a fucking, what, 1-2 inch boost? Just like, that dude's big. He's a big dude. I don't know what. Why do you think Zerka... They think Zerka's average height and I'm just next to him and I'm just a short guy. It's like... Yeah, anyway. Bitch, fuck you. Hey, Thog, here you go. Look. You said fuck you, right? You're banned forever. You suck my cock. And if you come from Zerka's chat, by the way, whenever we're doing IRLs, we're probably going to do an IRL tonight, maybe, right? And we're doing it on my channel, you're not going to be able to chat. Ever. For the next month. Good job. Good job. And I'm at the fucking building. The check-in instructions he gives me are meaningless. There's no instructions to get into the fucking building. So I said, is there a passcode to get in the building? He goes, you must cancel. Here I am with all my luggage, my backpack, my fucking Adidas bag. I don't have a rollie. You don't have your rollie little bags? I have an Adidas bag that I gotta fucking carry. I got my garbage bags with my dirty clothes in them, and a jacket, my black jacket, my famous black jacket that got drenched. By the way, LA's so fucking dirty that I have to wash my jacket because it was in the rain for so long, because the rainwater's that fucking dirty here. And the jacket smells. It still smells because of the rain. I've never dealt with that in my life. I've never had that issue in my fucking life, by the way. Well, I'm spitting on my fucking laptop and shit. I'm sitting outside this building in the cold, and this fucking guy tells me, you must cancel. I said, you said you could accommodate. They message again, you must cancel. So you know what I have to do now, right? When he does that. I have to call Airbnb. I have to call them. He told me. Here's what he told me. He goes, piece of fucking shit. Piece of fucking shit. I call Airbnb. I call Airbnb. I call them. And I go through their fucking... I listen to their fucking song. Around and boring, and the lazy man we go. The world and round and round. So many places to explore. Now round and follow me. Now right and follow me. Yeah, you know how they call me misogynistic? That woman who sings that song. Oh, you think I'm joking? You think I'm joking? The woman who sings that song, who says, so many places to explore. The woman who sings that song. I'm not going to say it. But yeah, I'm misogynistic. Because of her. Because of her. Only because of her. So I'm listening to their shit. And I told her, your Airbnb, he is not letting me in the fucking building and he's telling me to cancel. And they go, okay, that I am so sorry to hear that. Let me go ahead and contact the host. Okay, go contact the fucking host. Because the host is what matters, not the homeless guy, but the guy kicking his fucking feet up in the place that I bought. Because he was in there, by the way. So I would find out later. He was kicking it back in there. So I would later find out.
Based. KEKW.
So many places to explore. So they contacted him, and then he gets back to me because Airbnb is contacting him now. So I had contacted him on the app. I said, is there a password to get in? Now he responds 40 minutes later because I'm on the phone with Airbnb. You're not going to believe me, right? You're not going to fucking believe me. I have to show you it. But I can't. I have to cover all the profile pictures and the names because of Twitch. But how, I gotta call the police or something to bring this fucking guy to justice. He goes, the password is, and then he quotes, stalking, intimidation, and human trafficking on behalf of police, end quote. I know it's kind of long form. It took me 14 years to remember that. What does that mean? To this day, I don't know what it fucking means. To this day, I don't know what it fucking means. To this day, I don't know what it fucking means. What I speculate is that he went to prison for that charge, and he's trying to scare me. He's like, you better buzz off. Because I'm a hard dude. I went to prison for human trafficking on behalf of police. That'll make you hard. That'll make you a bitch. You are the fucking mole rat, you little bitch. You are the little pussy, the little fucking bitch, you fucking pussy. You fucking pussy. Please threaten me. Please. You fucking pussy. That's why not once would you come out of your fucking hole while I was outside your fucking place. You were holed up there and you told Airbnb that you were scared of me. I'm not lying about that, by the way. They told me, I'm going to report you. You're making me feel uncomfortable and I feel threatened. You fucking pussy. You little fucking bitch. $3,500 of my fucking money. $3,500. I said, what the hell? He said, I'm sorry, question. I said, I don't understand what you're doing. You're a scammer. And he says, I'm sorry, if you cannot enter the building under Airbnb policy and per my instructions, I do not know what to tell you. I have dealt with this before. So this is a crackhead, is a guy on meth or something. I go, you apparently made a typo last night, but it's on you to cancel, not me. He goes, please contact Airbnb to directly handle the booking. I am no longer providing refunds due to the time and effort it takes to accommodate a last-minute unauthorized reservation. He said I did a last-minute unauthorized reservation. I used the fucking app. You can authorize my nuts. Authorize my fucking nuts. I used your fucking app. Suck my fucking cock. Suck my fucking cock. Right? Don't give me this fucking unauthorized reservation type fucking shit. Suck my fucking cock. Suck my fucking cock. Suck my fucking cock. This is an apartment building. So I walked my ass into the leasing office. And I asked the leasing, hey, are you guys allowed to do subleasings for Airbnb? They said, no, we're not allowed to do that. I said, oh, really? Okay. And then I showed them the listing and I showed them the unit. And I said, this person is using Airbnb to sublease. You need to investigate them. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Okay? I'm not done yet. So I am calling Airbnb. At this point, I'm calling Airbnb and they said, okay, we're going to get back to you in an hour or two. Something like that. And I said, I need a place to stay tonight. I need a replacement for this. They said, well, we're going to work on it and we're going to see it. Because they're calling me a liar. They're saying you have to confirm with him and see if he's telling the truth or not and confirm with the whole thing, whatever. Right? I'm homeless. I have a duffel bag. I got a backpack. I'm in the middle of the fucking ghetto. This is a dangerous ass fucking area too, by the way. Right? Whatever. Thankfully, it's not raining yet. So Zerka's waiting to get into his place, which is within walking distance of me, about 10-minute walk, and he's being a crackhead at the fucking 7-Eleven. You know, he's just at the 7-Eleven outside with all the crackheads. That's just what he does, right? So he tells me just to come and we'll wait, right? We'll wait together. So I went to the 7-Eleven with Zerka. He went live for a little bit, whatever. Then it starts raining. It's pouring rain, right? It's pouring rain. So we go to a diner next door. And at the diner, they get back to me finally. And what they tell me...
As Satanic John J. Laser.
So it turns out Airbnb is talking to the guy. The guy is picking up. Why? Because if he didn't cooperate with them, they were going to issue cancellation and penalize him, right? So now it's like 3 p.m. and suddenly this guy has a change of tune. Now he's going to prepare to accommodate me. And he lets me know, he says, this is what he says. He says, hello, I am working on accommodating your stay. He said, your Airbnb host, I am working on getting you in there. I will pay. So, okay. So now he lied to Airbnb and said that he's going to get me in. You said, nah, it's too late. That's true. It is too late. But Airbnb doesn't fucking care. Airbnb tells me that I have to go and do this. They said, okay, well, your host is now going to accommodate you. So we're not giving you a refund. We're just going to have you trust your host. You're just going to trust your host. I knew he wasn't, and he just wants to avoid cancellation. And I literally had an agent read me the fucking record of what he told them. And they literally he's like, okay, go ahead and cancel it. This guy's a fraud. He called me a fraud to them. And he said, fine, cancel it. Then they went, okay, here's the cancellation policy. And he says, oh, no, wait, don't do that. So he's just trying to buy time. He is so scared of the cancellation policy, he's just telling them whatever to buy time so they don't fucking cancel it. So finally we get into Zerka's shithole place. And by the way, it's a shithole. It's a crackhead den. It's a roach motel, right? And it's got one bed and a chair. I cannot stay at this place overnight. Okay? And that's what he chose to get. He paid a shit ton of money for it. We could have got a very, very nice 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom in a different area, but he insisted on getting it in that shit. It's middle of the ghetto, whatever, right? Complete shithole. Complete shithole. So I go there at 3 p.m. And now shit starts to get real, right? So now Airbnb. So okay, now I'm still calling back and forth Airbnb. Like, oh, just wait for the host. Finally, an agent tells me, listen, we're gonna give it an hour. If he doesn't respond in 15 minutes, we're gonna immediately issue the cancellation. Find you a new place for tonight. You'll be fine. Because I was telling them I'm outside in the fucking pouring rain. In a way, I was, right? In a way, I actually was, right? So let me tell you what the fucker tells me. Y'all ready for this? Keep in mind, I have $3,500 that is still not returned to me. So that's what's on the line here. $3,500 is on the line for a 1-month stay. At 4:26 p.m., fucking god, fucking stupid shit. At 4:26 p.m., okay, he texts me. You want to know what this guy texts me, guys? Imagine my stress. And put on top of the fact that I was planning on streaming that day and going to the gym. Going to the gym, streaming, taking care of business. What a day. I'm going to tell you what kind of day I had, okay? He goes, I will pay for your hotel tonight if you can just come check in tomorrow. So you know what he's doing? He's buying time. He's buying time because he doesn't want to deal with the cancellation fees. And he's not going to even let me check in tomorrow. No reason to think he will. He just wants to buy time because he wants to avoid the cancellation fee. Thank you for the $3, bitch. Bitch, I drain your fucking wallet. That's my fucking money now. You give me your money, bitch. That's my fucking money now, you little bitch. Talking shit to me. Thanks for the $3, you little fucking pussy. That's $3 you'll never fucking get back. You're never getting refunded. No refunds. Matter of fact, I'm gonna buy a condom with that $3. No joke. I'm gonna go and buy a condom. Because I'm out. Yeah, I'm gonna go and buy a condom with that. I'm gonna go get myself my magnums with that $3. Thank you, Janar. Thank you, Janar. And I'm gonna fuck your mom. But I don't really know because she was talking to me on the phone saying she might just want another kid. So you might be having a brother, little boy. You might be having a brother. But by the way, she will love him more than you. I'm the daddy. You understand? Y'all don't share a daddy with that brother, and he's gonna be the prince of the family. He will be the prince of the family. Your fucking dusty ass is left behind. Your mother don't love you no more. She loves my child, my son. You understand? He gonna look like me. He's gonna look a little bit like me and a little bit like your mother. But nothing like you. You look like your ugly loser fucking father. Your ugly loser father. That's what you look like. Continuing. 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 At this point, he keeps lying, saying he's gonna get me a hotel. Then he says, come to the front, I have the keys, I will open the door for you. Lying. He's lying. He's lying. Then he keeps talking about the hotel again. So understand the nightmare that I'm in. This guy doesn't want to cancel, but he's not allowing me in the fucking place that I paid for. But he's lying about it. Back and forth, changing his story. You're such a little bitch. You gave me another $3. That's another fucking condom. By the way. That's another condom. And this one's for your girl. And the reason is, when she sucks my cock tonight, I don't trust where that mouth has been. So I'm gonna wear some protection. You're giving me money to fuck your girl. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. They said it's another $3. Keep sending those $3. Keep sending those $3. Your crush, my balls are in her mouth. Your crush, my balls in her mouth. Your mother, my balls in her mouth. Your mother, my balls in her mouth. Your grandmother, my balls in her mouth. And if your great-grandmother, that haggardly hag, is still around, my balls in her mouth too. Your whole family ancestry line, I fuck. I fuck your entire ancestry. Your whole fucking forefathers, your ancestors, I fuck them all. I fuck all your ancestors, your forefathers. I'm your new father. I am the new father replacing all your forefathers. Your father, your grandfather, his grandfather, all of them. I replace all of them. Holy fuck! A little bit with the 5. Appreciate you so much, bro. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you so much, bro. So, I don't know if you guys are keeping track of time in this story, but I am on the phone with Airbnb for a total of 10 hours. And I'm not lying about 10 hours. Every time I talk to this is how Airbnb works. First, they put you on the phone, and they make you wait 10 minutes to talk to their low-level guy. The low-level guy, you explain your problem to them, and then he goes, okay, give me 2 minutes. And then 45 minutes later, with 2-minute intervals of him saying, give me 2 more minutes, I'm not lying about this, they finally transfer you to a higher-level person. The higher-level person... Genius. The fuck up, bitch. Thanks for the 3. No one saw what you said. No one saw what you said. Nobody saw what you said. Anyway, when I finally get to the upper level agent, they go, okay, let me contact the host. No, your previous agent told me that if in an hour I can't check in, you're just going to cancel it. No, our procedure needs us to... So that we keep going back and forth of them contacting the host, the host lying to them, telling them that I'm going to be let in, and then me calling again, and it keeps, Airbnb does not keep like a record. They don't have notes of what happened. So each time I have to call them, and why do I have to keep calling them? Because they hang up on me and they say, sir, my shift is about to end, but I will send it to the next agent. They don't send it to another agent because no one ever contacts me. I always have to fucking send it. Bet Mega Money you are 5'6". Hold on. How many of you want to bet money that I'm 5'6"? Or below? Or how about below 5'8"? Because I'll actually bet how much money do I have in my... Yeah, I have enough. 5,000. I'll bet 5,000. $5,000. 5,000. $5,000. No problem. Who wants to do it? DM me. And show me the money too. And we're going to get it in contract form. By the way, we're not playing around here. We're going to get a contract going. Because I actually need this 5K, believe it or not. 5K? DM me on Twitter, we're going to do it. I'm going to give you a contract and everything. I'm going to write up a contract, need your full name, full all that shit. We're going to get it done. Yeah, back to the story. Look, I don't know if I even have the energy to be angry. I understand why people are homeless in the city, because I'm ready to give up. After 10 hours of Airbnb, listening to their music, them not being cooperative, hanging up on me, telling me their shift end, and repeating that same loop over and over again. I am so demoralized, so fucking depressed, so fucking down in the dumps that I'm ready to just go lay on the street and fucking sleep on the street. Because I'm like, what is life anymore? What is fucking life? You pay for an Airbnb and you won't be allowed in. Because, and one person causes this much damage. Them plus Airbnb. Their piece of shit anti-human policy, which favors the fucking host over the fucking person who's homeless. One person caused this much damage. Finally, things start to get interesting. I'm done with Airbnb. They're not fucking helping me. This person said, do you need hotel money, man? I have Apple Pay. I said, you should feel ashamed of yourself lying to them, telling them it's prepared. Absolutely fucking disgusting and sickening. And he said, I'm reporting this harassment to Airbnb. And I said, you're a scammer. You did all this because you think you're going to get away with stealing my money. Then he goes, thank you, JP.
JPMLLR89 donated $5. Take it easy, my dude.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
New Year.
And by the way, guys, this is not the New Year's stream. Do not think I'm going to leave y'all here until the next year, okay? I'm going to get settled tomorrow. Inshallah, nothing like this happens again. And we're going to have our New Year. We're going to have our, like, recap. And we're going to look back on the year, reflect on do all that kind of shit. We're not done with 2021 yet. We're not done, okay? We're not fucking done with 2021. So don't be thinking this crazy shit. We're done with 2021. We're not, okay? He goes, I'm reporting this harassment to Airbnb. Then he goes, I'm in fear of my privacy. So I can't say what I said, but needless to say, I know where this guy fucking lives. I know where he lives. And I know their name and their picture. So I had a little thing I sent them where nothing was explicit, but it was enough for them to understand. And finally, they canceled. They canceled, and I'll tell you the time. They canceled that. 8 p.m. Check-in is at 12, and now it's 8 p.m. 8 hours of me with Airbnb. Airbnb didn't help me once. Only because he canceled. That's how much power he had. That's how much power he had. It is only at the moment that he decides to cancel that I get my money back. I'm not done with that dude, though, by the way. I'm not done with that. What he did to me, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. I will never, ever let this go. Ever. I am never, ever letting it go. Can't write a review, by the way, for whatever reason. Finally, coincidentally, Airbnb calls me back. Sir, we just wanted to let you know that your host canceled and you will be given your refund. Oh, thank you! The thing you were supposed to do 8 hours ago! By the way, we could have had an 8-hour stream yesterday. We could have spent 8 hours streaming. There was no stream yesterday because I was going through this. Trust me, I was ready to stream. Trust me, my goal was to stream. If you were upset there wasn't a stream today, you don't understand how I felt. You don't understand how I fucking felt because I was expecting on getting settled into my fucking place and streaming. That's what I was fucking expecting. By the way, I'm not settled in yet because I'm going to explain to you what happened. I'm going to have to get my charger for the laptop soon. Got 26% remaining. I was planning on doing a long, full stream, a full, long-form stream, right? So you think I'm relieved, right? No. Because I'm still homeless. I'm sitting in Zerka's shithole. And I'm still homeless. And Airbnb promised me they're going to give me somewhere to stay. So I was talking to the guy. I said, I still need a place to stay. And he said, okay, we will give you 3 to 5 complimentary nights. And he gave me some options. And then finally I chose one. He said, oh, it didn't work. My shift is ending now. I will pass it to my colleague. And then he hung up. And said, no, wait. I messed up. Wait. I'm still nowhere to sleep tonight. I can't afford a fucking hotel. I need a new place. So I spent 2 more hours calling Airbnb. 2 more. Hour 1, I finally reached the high-level associate who can help me. And when I explained to her my story, you want to know what she did? I spent 2 minutes explaining the whole story. She hung up on me. And I looked up, that's something they do, those Airbnb motherfuckers. They just hang up on you. She just hung up on me. So I spent another hour trying to get to an agent. And I actually was terrified they're going to hang up on me now. They tell me, check into a hotel for 3 nights, and we will pay if you show us the receipt. And that's what I did. I went and got a hotel, which is where I am now, for 3 nights to find a new Airbnb for 30 days. And we'll see if they refund me. I'm going to have to call them again. And something tells me they're not going to want to refund me. Something tells me they're not going to do it. And if they don't, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I just know it's gonna be ugly. I will sue. I will sue. I will be that petty and I will fucking sue Airbnb. I wanted to sue them for what they did yesterday. That should be enough, right? Yes, I can sue. Yes, I can sue. I have never been to a hotel that treats you this way. Airbnb is the shittiest, most disgusting fucking app of all time. I cannot believe all these people used to say, oh, hotels, why don't you use Airbnb? Airbnb is the way to go. Airbnb is so much more efficient and simple and better. No, it's not. Airbnb is the most shithole, disgusting, scumbag fucking app of all time. And the place I got, so this morning I got a place that I'm going to check in tomorrow for 30 days. But this place has no reviews. The cheapest place I could find in the area, no reviews. So we're gonna see what's going on. It's gonna, I think there's gonna be trouble again. But at this point, what choice do I have? This city is a place that wants you to be homeless. It just is a gravitational pull toward homelessness. It just wants you to be homeless. It wants you to be addicted to drugs and homeless. The end point of LA is drugs and homelessness. You can't find a decent, honest job out here. There's no jobs in LA you can find. This is just a fucking homeless city. And it's a city of people living by scraps and waste. Just go to a hotel. Yeah, let me just wipe my ass with more money, right? Because I can just afford that. I can just afford that, right? You know what, Mr. Barzini? Let me tell you what. Why don't you give me the hotel money? Since it's that simple. Since you shit money out, and it grows on trees, and you just go to hotels, no issue, why don't you give me your fucking extra money for a hotel?
Populist donated $200.
What? I did not mean that literally. Populist with the 200. What the fuck? Holy shit. What the fuck? Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, bro. I didn't mean it literally, but thank you so much. I appreciate it a ton, man. Especially this fucking trip, man. This place has a way of fucking draining money out of you, you know? Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it a ton. And the reason I haven't asked you guys for money is because this trip is an investment that I want to I have to bear the consequences of. Tuna Tickler with the 5. Thank you so much, Tuna Tickler. Thank you so much. See, I'll only ever ask you guys for money if the reason isn't my fault. The reason I'm having these issues with money is my fault, right? So if it's my fault, I'm not gonna ask you guys to burden the consequence. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is an expensive trip, right? But it's one that I chose because I believe the investment's worth it. So I have to be the one to bear the consequences of that, you know?
DJK367 donated $100. Juice up, baby.
What the fuck? DJK with the 100. Holy fuck, bro. I went to a 7-Eleven and got protein. They thankfully had it. And then for dinner, I had 2 slices of pizza. So I did not even have a full dinner. I had 2 slices of 7-Eleven pizza on top of the protein. And then I went home and I was like, I should shower. I'm dirty as fuck. And I was like, but I'm more tired than I am dirty. So I literally just collapsed. And I still haven't showered, right? I'm dirty as shit. Please don't smell me right now. Don't come near me. I'm actually filthy right now. Getting laid is not hard, okay? I don't know why people think that's the be-all, end-all. Everything. It's not hard. Actually, it's kind of disgusting in a lot of ways. Casual sex is disgusting in a lot of ways. I'm not gonna lie. It actually is disgusting. It's like disgusting, and it makes me feel sick physically. You notice that? It makes me feel sick physically. I don't get why people who are obsessed with fucking getting head and shit. I don't like head. Well, I do, but it's cringe. And head also makes me sick. That's another thing too. Head also makes me sick. Or maybe I'm just constipated. Sex is for losers, just study Hegel. Unironically true. In order to realize them, you have to go through the opposite of what those are. Like, in order to get what you want, you have to go through something you don't want. It's like that. You have to, like, work. You know, people think that's a big deal, and that's like a huge, oh my god, you have no idea. But if you already read Hegel or Lacan or something like that, it's like, and you get it at a very deep level, you won't be surprised. Whereas, like, a lot of people who pipe still don't understand that. It's so difficult to get what you want out of it if you're a woman, not if you're a man. If you're a man, it's easy. All you have to do is find depends on their height, find the right position to bend them over with. Just hit it from the back. And also, doggy's not really that great. Doggy's not even that great. The great thing is just bending them over. Hot subs. Is it good? No? Sucks ass. What are these? I don't like these fucking mixed feelings. You don't have a homeland. You live in a continent-sized strip mall. Hey guys! Late capitalism! Guys, you guys watch Cowboy Bebop? You guys watch that show, Cowboy Bebop? It's like totally, you know, I'm just like this kind of, everything's a spectacle, nothing is real, it's all a capitalist commercial conspiracy. Everything is just capitalism. Oh, you're patriotic? That's just capitalism. I love Cowboy Bebop, guys. You're a fucking pussy. You're a fucking pussy. You're a fucking pussy. You're a dumb fucking pussy. Your dad was right about you. Your mom was right about you. You worthless pussy. Fuck loser piece of shit. In our America, I'm gonna fucking force you to go to boot camp. Stop and give me 25. Keep talking your cynical little shit. This is not a strip club. This is not a strip mall. This is all McDonald's, and it's all this like And irony, I watch Chapo Trap House. Everything, corporate, it's all cynical, nothing is real. I live in LA, so the whole country's just like LA, because this is a fake fuck city of a bunch of fake fuck people, just like New York is. All of America's the same way. We're all the same, it's all the same. I am to LA what Ra's al Ghul was to Gotham. LA cannot be saved. Critical thinking is for losers. Every critical thinker should be sent to boot camp. I'm not a critical thinker. Nick Land's ex-girlfriend or whatever, Sadie Plant, cyber positive. She wrote cyber positive. I'm cyber positive. Critical thinking is for scumbags. Lazy fat fucks are critical thinkers. I'm cyber positive. You know what fucking cyber positive means? I don't do that fucking criticism shit where I sit on my ass and my elephantine self looks and critiques things. No, I'm with it. You know what I mean? I'm with it. I'm with it. I don't criticize, I ride with it. If there's something worth criticizing, there's something worth riding with. You can criticize it, you can be with it. And if it's gonna lead to its own self-destruction, then so be it! I'd rather go down with this sinking ship. Fully go down with this sinking ship than criticize it from a distance. I'm gonna criticize the ship. There's holes in the ship. I'm gonna be on that ship and deal with it like that. I'm with the ship. I'm on the ship. I'm sailing on that ship. Ain't about criticism when you're already in the thick of that bitch. You understand? I'm a critical, cynical intellectual. You are a fucking parasite. You're a parasite, piece of shit, scumbag parasite. Fuck, and I hate you personally. I'm gonna sit here and criticize and be critical. I cannot say on Twitch what I think should happen to New York and LA. I cannot say what I can't say what I really think. All I can say is that I think peacefully there should be a plan of everyone moving out of these cities and re-ruralizing, de-urbanization. Peaceful de-urbanization, voluntary de-urbanization. And you think it's a joke? It's not. It's actually what I think. It's actually what I think. Have you watched the hijab Chinese embassy protest yet? Yeah, that was so cringe. That was so fucking cringe. That was actually so cringe. Eat some honey for that cough. I just have bronchitis. Bronchitis. Hey! Hey! Get down! Get down! Hands where I could see him. That's right, you just got caught. You just got caught. You just got caught. Put it back in your pants. I know a lot of y'all are watching this with one hand right now. Put it back in your fucking pants. Put it back. Put both your hands up. Man and woman, put both your hands up. You just got caught. You just got caught. You just got caught. We're going to write this review together, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Yes, that's right. That is right. We're going to write Airbnb. They can't delete reviews. No, they can't. Notifications. Write a review at Damien's place and tell you how it went. Okay. Here we go. 1 star. Next. Cleanliness, 1. Accuracy, 1. Check-in, 1. Communication, 1. Location, 1. Value, 1. Next. Enjoy being banned. Write a private note for the host. You are absolutely disgusting. Enjoy being banned off this app, scammer. I'm also considering filing charges or filing suit. Never once have I dealt with someone so anti-human and disgusting in my life. What you did is unforgivable, and I am going to make sure Airbnb knows about that. You must be permanently banned from this platform. Scumbag fuck.